Snow-capped mountains towered in every direction. Nestled in their embrace lay a narrow valley dotted with crude bangia and houses' walls made of wooden planks packed with mud. This was Longshot Town. In one such low, drafty shack, a boy named Sanguo had just woken up shivering, half frozen. The wind sliced through cracks in the walls like knives. It offered no warmth at all, and even this hovel wasn't theirs. His mother rented it from someone else. Sanguo hadn't eaten a full meal in days. At home, each meal meant 2 cornmeal buns and 2 bowls of thin gruel for the 2 of them. 1 bun each. They dared not eat more if they did. By months in, they'd be tying their necks, a grim euphemism for starving to death. Even that single meal wasn't guaranteed daily. Most days, they split up. Sanguo went to his grandfather's house to scrounge food, while his mother headed to her parents' place. The last time Head truly gorged himself? At his uncle's wedding. Head devoured 3 huge bowls of leftover banquet scraps, fish heads, fatty pork, broth all mixed with coarse corn grits. The rich, oily flavor had sent shivers up his spine. Had been so stuffed he couldn't sleep half the night. Just remembering it made his mouth water. His real name was Zhang Sanguo. His father had chosen it with hope. Hua transform, and Feng peak a wish that his son would rise above him, become something great. That name carried all his father's dreams. But their family bore the cursed label, landlord class. Because of that, his father had been bullied his whole life by bosses, co-workers, anyone who felt entitled to kick a man with bad political stock. He never fought back. In those days, what choice did he have but to swallow his shame? Eventually, he married a woman with equally tainted origins. Together, they had nothing, not even a proper roof. They lived in a mutant wood linto on what used to be Grandpa's old field. At least it had a heated brick bed Kong, so they survived. They were in love. Material things didn't matter. As long as we're together, they told themselves, even a pigsty is paradise. Less than a year into marriage, their son was born a boy. His father was overjoyed, sleepless with happiness for nights on end. In an era that prized sons above daughters, this child was a blessing. Holding the pink, squalling infant, the young father felt invincible. Even plain corn buns and pickled vegetables tasted sweet. Life had purpose. He had no grand ambitions, only to see his boy grow up healthy, his wife happy, their little family intact. Love makes even bran taste like honey. But fate had other plans. Just over a month after Sanguo's birth, his father drowned while fishing in the river. Back then, the Forestry Bureau paid wages only once every 6 months, if at all. Many workers' families went days without food. Desperate to make fish soup to help his wife produce milk, the young father braved a torrential downpour, slipped on the slick bank, and was swept away by the raging current. Overnight, Sanguo's mother became a widow, and baby Zhang Sanguo became Sanguo's third dog. His father left no inheritance, only the stain of being a landlord's whelp. Clutching her month-old son, the widow sat by the riverbank, weeping until her tears ran dry. She thought of jumping in to join her husband in death. But then the baby cried, hungry and helpless. She looked down at his tiny, perfect face and chose to live. For him, she would endure anything, even begging Dordo raise their son. He was the living proof of their love, the last root of her husband's line. This frail woman, barely 80 pounds, shouldered the burden alone. Swallowing her pride, she asked an old schoolmate for help and landed a temporary job. With that meager income, they scraped by. There was no money for milk powder, so she fed the baby watery corn porridge. She prayed Head grow up tough as a straight dog, hardy, disease-free, resilient. Hence the nickname, Sanguo Mountain Dog, which soon became Sanguo Third Dog. His childhood was a blur of hunger and relative scorn. His mother, weak and often ill, couldn't earn enough. So they relied on handouts from both sets of grandparents. But neither side welcomed them. At his maternal grandfather's house, meals were torture. The old man watched Sanguo's chopsticks like a hawk. If the boy reached for a third piece of vegetable, his grandfather would slam his own chopsticks down hard, whack, whack, on the child's small hands. Every visit ended in silent tears on the walk home. So Sanguo switched to his paternal grandfather's house. But there, he was blamed for his father's death. If not for you needing milk, he wouldn't have gone fishing. They called him a sweeping stare-up bringer of misfortune. Turn a bowl of gruel there. He had to work. From age 6, cleaning pig pens, feeding swine, pulling weeds. By 8, cooking, chopping firewood. By 9, hauling logs from the mountain, planting crops, gathering fodder. And still, he was never fed enough. His grandfather counted every grain in his bowl. You eat more than the pigs. Head grumble. Food could be rationed, but labor never was. The moment Sanguo arrived, new chores magically appeared. His only dream? To grow up fast, get a job, and feed his mother properly. His ultimate fantasy? A steaming bowl of potatoes stewed with green beans and white rice. To him, that was gourmet cuisine. Had rarely tasted meat only during festivals or weddings. Once a classmate gave him a few pieces of red braised pork, and used to fat after years of cabbage and cornmeal, his stomach rebelled vomited right after eating. Time flew. Like a feral pup, Sanguo grew tall but rail thin, with a large head and straw-yellow hair like untamed grass. Malnourished, listless, yet forced into adult labor. He helped any relative who needed work not out of kindness, but because it meant a full meal. This morning, his uncle was slaughtering pigs. Sanguo had to help. Good thing the cold woke him if had overslept, had missed his chance at awful. He stoked the stove, reheated his mother's thin porridge, and said, "Ma, I'm off. Uncle's killing pigs at sunrise. He'll help maybe help give me some tripe. We can stir-fry it tonight." His mother pleaded, "Eat first. It's freezing you'll faint without breakfast." "It'll save my stomach for lunch," he replied. "More room means more free food and less for us to buy." He pulled on his patched cotton coat, jammed a dog fur hat on his head, and stepped outside. Snow slid off the roof with the door's vibration, dumping a cold load down his collar. "Ugh, even the snow bullies me now," he muttered, brushing it off. "Think I'm poor and weak? Easy prey." The sun was rising. Late already, he broke into a run. It was bitter cold in the greater Shingon Mountains -30, easy. Running was the only way to keep warm on an empty stomach. By the time he reached his uncle's, the pigs were already pinned down, ready for the knife. With New Year approaching, they brought in 7 or 8 hogs. A busy day ahead. His aunt made a secret living slaughtering pigs and selling meat under the table to families short on ration coupons. Risky? Yes. Profitable? Very. That's how they ate meat daily and white rice every meal. Chapter 2. Yaslov. His uncle's real name was Zhang Jun, the only vocational school graduate in the whole Zhang clan, and Grandpa's pride. After graduation, had been assigned to the local forestry bureau. Handsome, 173 centimeters tall, and charmingly talkative, Jun seemed destined for a good life. But his landlord background doomed him. He was soon transferred to a remote forest station. There, he met a Beijing-born Sandown, a female urban intellectual exiled to the countryside. They fell instantly in love and married within months. Their bliss lasted just 90 days. Then came news. Her father, a pre-1949 cadre, had been politically rehabilitated, restored to power. He deemed Jun utterly unworthy of his daughter. He issued an ultimatum. "Divorce here, it'll destroy your entire family through administrative channels." Terrified landlord families knew well how easily they could be crushed. Grandpa ordered Jun to comply. Tears streaming, the couple signed the divorce papers. The young woman boarded a train back to Beijing. They never spoke again. Heartbroken, Jun fell gravely ill, refusing food, lost in despair. That's when Arya appeared. Daughter of the station's butcher, Arya heard of his sorrow and showed up with a gift, a pot of pig head offal. Seeing him pale and broken, she burst into tears. "What's so tragic about divorce? You're brilliant. Plenty of women would kill to marry you. If you don't mind my ugly face, I'll be your wife." Jun nearly fainted. Ariel name, Lu Yao was infamous. Nicknamed Sai Zhang Fei after the fearsome Three Kingdoms general, she stood 160 centimeters tall, but weighed 160 gene 80 kg muscle, with a ruddy, square-jawed face. She smoked, drank hard liquor, and fought like a demon. Her father, Lu Man, some living bandit, was the station's blacksmith and part-time butcher. When drunk, which was often, the whole village barred their doors. Arya had 6 sisters, Arya up to Luya, and one brother Chi 7th. The eldest was even fire Cernic, named Sai Li Kuei after another legendary brute. She could slaughter a hog solo, grab its front legs, slam it onto the block, and drive a knife straight to the heart. No squeals, just 2 gasps, then silence. Broad-shouldered, dark-complexioned, and terrifying in a brawl, Dia scared off every suitor. Eventually, she was shipped back to Shandong to marry a widower. Within a year, she ruled the village, beating her in-laws, husband, and brother-in-law alike. Arya resembled her sister, equally intimidating, equally unmarriageable. Yet she had secretly adored Jun since he arrived. Too ashamed of her looks, she never confessed until now. When she heard he was dying of heartbreak, she seized her chance. Jun, terrified of her reputation, feared outright refusal might earn him a beating. So he stalled. "I just got divorced. My heart's not ready. Give me time." Relieved, Arya agreed to wait. But opportunity knocked again. On a stormy night, she lured him to the old potato field shack Grandpa's former linto. There, she laid out a feast rare for those times. Braised pig intestines, sliced pig head meat, peanuts, cucumber salad, 2 bottles of Min, Dao, Donkey Knocker sorghum liquor. Ing Jun Go, she said softly, let's drink tonight. Tomorrow, you'll return to the station. I know I'm ugly unworthy of you. From now on, they'll call you Big Brother. We'll be siblings. Ing Jun's eyes lit up. She's leaving. Sister. Of course. You're my bloodkin, now go in peace. He peeled off his raincoat, drooling at the sight of glistening fat and fragrant meat. In those days, a meal like this was pure luxury. They drank deep into the night until Ing Jun passed out. One may imagine what followed. At dawn, he awoke to find a massive, dark-skinned woman strong as a bear gazing at him with tender eyes. He collapsed back onto the bed and wept. He wanted to pretend it was a nightmare like being mauled by a black bear and never speak of it again. But Arya refused. I was a virgin, she declared. You can't just take what's mine and walk away. 2 choices. 1. Marry me. 2. I accuse you of rape and you rot in prison for life. Panicked, Ing Jun ran home, sobbing to his father Sango's grandfather. Grandpa turned pale. Only great-grandpa kept his head. Ugly or not, he said firmly, look at her hip shell, give you sons. An ugly wife, fertile land, and a warm hearth are a man's true treasures. You're a divorquat are you picking for? 33 days and 8 hours after his heartbreak, Zhang Ing Jun married Lu Arya. Her father, the living bandit, sent half a pig, 2 sets of trotters and offal, wild rabbits, pheasants, capercaillie, and a live roe deer as dowry. Grandpa hosted a modest wedding banquet with the gifts. Arya wore a bright red cotton jacket and black trousers. She slathered on a whole bottle of snowflake, cream barely concealing her rugged features. Sango's father, the second son, played a tune on his harmonica as Arya was ushered into Ing Jun's room. From that day on, she was Annie Arya. In her own words, our marriage was born of free love. I won his heart with devotion. But Ing Jun's hollow eyes and fading frame told a different story, one of resignation, not romance. Still, Arya proved a gifted homemaker. She revived the family's clandestine pork trade. Cash flowed in daily. At holidays, she gifted cuts of meat to local police and Gongshang market inspectors. Neighbors received pig ears or liver now and then. Thanks to her generosity and fearsome reputation, one reported her for speculative trading. Authorities turned a blind eye. And so, the Zhang household thrived not through virtue, but through grit, grease, and guts. Chapter 3. The Wooden Hammer God. Mao Lu. In the 2nd year of their marriage, Arya gave birth to a son for her elder uncle. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the child was conceived on a stormy night. His health was rather frail. The newborn, named Zhang Tiniu, affectionately nicknamed Dainiu, was often unwell and perpetually sickly. Every time Sango laid eyes on the feeble Tiniu, who could barely lift a bucket of water, he couldn't help but chuckle. Despite his delicate physique, Tiniu possessed a handsome visage, with double eyelids and a fair complexion, having inherited his appearance from his uncle. As he grew, he became adept at charming women, gambling, spinning tales, and indulging in all manner of deceitful tricks. His parents were deeply concerned for his well-being. This fragile lad, who could neither carry a load nor lift a finger, was either embroiled in trouble or spending time in a detention center each year. Relatives, friends, and neighbors had all fallen victim to Zhang Tiniu's schemes, with his deceptive antics starting from as little as 1 yuan and knowing no upper limit, earning him the notorious moniker Zhang Huaishui. Over the course of 5 years, Arya bore 2 sons, fulfilling the prophecy of her grandfather's words. Well, it's good to have children. The second son, with a lively spirit and a fiery temperament, was robust and fond of brawling, earning him the nickname Mao Lu, while his formal name was Zhang Wenhua. In stark contrast to his elder brother, Mao Lu was strong and healthy, resembling his maternal uncle with a dark, ruddy complexion, though he did seem to lack a bit of wit. Sango, born just a year later than Mao Lu and only 8 months apart, was affectionately referred to as Xiao Sinzi. One must admire the Zhang family's creativity in naming Dainiu Mao Lu, and not forgetting the little one from the 4th uncle's family, known as Sima Lu. Although the eldest son was a source of worry for Arya, the second son was a blessing, for despite his fiery disposition, he was quite responsible. By the age of 6 or 7, he was already helping with household chores, chopping wood, fetching water, cleaning pigsties, feeding pigs, and gathering fodder, taking great pleasure in labor. While Sango toiled begrudgingly to earn his meals, Mao Lu relished the joy of work, feeling restless if a day went by without labor. Sango often remarked that Mao Lu had a penchant for labor, suggesting he must have been reincarnated from a donkey or horse in a previous life. Who in their right mind would enjoy working every day? Mao Lu's mother was fiercely protective of her children, and no child from the neighborhood dared to provoke them. One day, a newcomer to the area, unaware of Ya's formidable nature, allowed his sons to engage in play with Mao Lu. When a quarrel arose, the newcomers ganged up on Mao Lu, leaving him battered and covered in mud and blood as he returned home. Upon seeing her son in such distress, Ya was infuriated. Armed with a butcher's knife and a pickaxe, she stormed into the newcomer's home. Inside, the male head of the household and the mother were quite obstinate, dismissing the incident as mere childhood squabbles and admonishing Ya for meddling. Furious, Ya swung her pickaxe, knocking both parents to the ground. Then she called for Mao Lu and pointed at the 6 children of that family, commanding, "Teach them a lesson." Mao Lu complied, delivering a resounding slap to each child 10 times over. Ya declared, "If they dare to bully you again, take a knife and give each of them 2 stabs to the cheek. You have yet to reach the tender age of 14. Thus you are free from the death penalty, so what is there to fear? At worst, should an incident occur, I shall take your place and endure the consequences. Just refrain from stirring up trouble. Do not cower when faced with adversity, for we all share the same mortal coil. Who is to fear whom?" In those times, extortion was frowned upon, the law was not as robust, and it was rare for individuals to seek the police in times of trouble. Rather, they preferred to escalate issues to their superiors. The family that was assaulted subsequently lodged a complaint against my uncle at his workplace, leading to a meeting where the leadership reprimanded him, yet they dared not approach my aunt, fully aware of her fierce disposition. Following the wave of layoffs in the 90s, the leadership refrained from dismissing my uncle, ensuring his employment remained secure until his retirement. That confrontation marked the first time Sanguo witnessed my aunt's formidable prowess and understood the essence of the so-called fierce women depicted in literature. The moniker of Zhang Fei of Inkai Street on Jiefeng Road was not merely a facade. Mao Lu, under the rough tutelage of Ya and his own innate talent, swiftly ascended to dominance among the local children. He wielded a gnarled elm stick, which he dubbed a wooden hammer, and he had brought many a child to tears with it. Whenever the other children spotted Mao Lu brandishing his wooden hammer, they were paralyzed with fear and dared not venture outside to play. Mao Lu had no reputable friends. Those he associated with were similarly lacking in intellect. Xiao Jianrun, Lai Zi, Lao Mao Zi, and Lu Huakai were his closest companions. Sanguo held little fondness for him, seeking his aid only when faced with bullying. Mao Lu's sole utility to Sanguo lay in his ability to fight, and he relished in the victories that followed. Of course, at times, Mao Lu would also administer a thrashing to Sanguo, for his love of brawling often led him to indiscriminately inflict harm in the absence of conflict. He had dealt blows to Denyo, Sanguo, and Sima Lu alike. Sanguo always believed Mao Lu to be somewhat mentally deficient, lacking not only a string but also filled with water. Mao Lu perfectly inherited my aunt's ferocity, yet he did not inherit his mother's intellect. Ya, who slaughtered pigs and sold meat, was indeed shrewd. She was the first in town to sell meat independently, the first to peddle watered-down meat, and the first to establish a butcher shop. While she cannot be classified as a good person, she was undeniably resourceful. Her business practices may have been unscrupulous, yet they yielded wealth. Perhaps her morally questionable dealings with watered meat led to her eldest son becoming a confirmed wastrel. My great-grandfather advised Sanguo against emulating my aunt's business methods, calling them lacking in integrity. As a former landlord, he proclaimed, "In trade, there are no fanciful tricks. All methods are deceiving. As long as one is sincere, providing quality goods at fair prices without deceit, the business will flourish steadily. Those who conduct business as your aunt does are bound to fail." Indeed, my great-grandfather's words proved prophetic. Once policies allowed for more meat vendors, my aunt's business declined significantly, as many patrons who had once purchased her watered meat ceased to frequent her shop. The family typically slaughtered a pig every 2 days, selling the meat for 2 days. And prior to festival seasons, they would procure additional pigs from local farmers. During the times of overwhelming busyness, Sanguo would lend a hand, relishing the opportunity to savor some pork scraps, along with a portion of blood sausage and offal to take home. For a boy in his early teens, this was an excellent opportunity. Thus, each festive season, he would arrive at his uncle's house early to assist. After the pig was slaughtered, he would help his aunt remove the hair, carve the meat, and clean the entrails for the blood sausages, with his great-grandfather also lending a hand when the workload became too much. Under the guidance of his aunt and great-grandfather, Sanguo honed his skills in butchering. At that time, he aspired to one day slaughter pigs and sell meat. Thus he learned with great diligence. A child from a poor family had little prospect for a bright future. Possessing a skill was the only viable path. As his great-grandfather often said, having a trade ensures one will not go hungry, a lesson Sanguo took to heart. In addition to butchering, Sanguo also dabbled in carpentry, cooking, and brewing. However, he never fully committed to any one craft. The reason was simple. While learning carpentry, he absorbed knowledge so quickly that the master was reluctant to share the most valuable techniques, ultimately relegating Sanguo to the status of a free laborer. As for cooking, he yearned to continue his studies, but an insurmountable challenge arose, forcing him to abandon that pursuit. Moreover, Sanguo felt that no matter how skilled one became, it merely meant working for others. As his great-grandfather said, to achieve wealth, one must employ others to do the work. The one who thinks governs, while the laborer is governed. Chapter 4. The charismatic talent Zhang Ingjun. Uncle Zhang Ingjun always believed himself to be a man of unrecognized talent, feeling quite aggrieved by his marriage to a fierce woman. A graduate of a prestigious vocational school, he found himself wed to an illiterate, who bore a striking resemblance to a bear. This caused him considerable inner turmoil. Whenever he felt vexed, he would resort to drinking to alleviate his sorrow, and over time, he became renowned as a local drunkard. Zhang Ingjun had a profound love for reading, particularly classical literature, such as the works of Jin and Yu, often immersing himself in books late into the night. Years later, Sanguo would find himself staying up late, diligently studying classic films from Japan. A testament to the literary influence of his uncle, truly a case of a legacy of scholarly pursuits. Zhang Ingjun also enjoyed writing poetry. Although his verses were incomprehensible to anyone but himself, he played the eru at a modest level and frequently retreated to the riverside woods to play, seeking solace for his lonely heart. Nearby, the young wives and widows admired him, as he remained quite handsome despite his inebriated state. However, these women were wary of his wife's ferocity, as she had a fearsome reputation akin to that of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, deterring them from approaching Zhang Ingjun. Later, Zhang Ingjun transferred to a position as a caretaker at the lumber yard of the Forestry Bureau. The work was exceedingly relaxed. At night, he would sleep there, and during the day, he would return to help his aunt with the butchering and selling of meat. Were it not for his unattractive wife and prodigal eldest son, his life would have been quite satisfactory, filled with wine and meat, inciting envy in Sanguo. One sunny morning, Zhang Ingjun encountered the first stroke of romantic fortune in his life. As the morning approached the end of the workday, Zhang Ingjun encountered the diligent officer, Zhao Zuohua, who was conducting an inspection. Recently divorced and at the tender age of 30, Zhao Zuohua was momentarily struck by Zhang Ingjun's striking appearance as he prepared to leave. She mused to herself about how the night watch could harbor such a handsome and charming gentleman. His exquisite features, refined demeanor, and eloquent conversation captivated Zhao Zuohua, awakening her lonely heart. Unfamiliar with the notorious reputation of the fierce Naya, she felt no reservations and began visiting the station frequently to engage in conversations with Zhang Ingjun. Delighted by the presence of a beautiful woman seeking solace in his company each evening, Zhang Ingjun reveled in their exchanges, which soon blossomed into poetic musings accompanied by the strains of the eru. They swiftly fell into an enamored state, and on a dark and tempestuous night, their relationship naturally deepened, the details of which could fill 1,000 words. Their days became inseparable, with each moment apart inducing an unbearable longing. In pursuit of a lasting union, Zhao Zuohua resolved that Zhang Ingjun should confront Naya, demanding a divorce so he could marry her instead. She urged him to finalize the divorce within 3 months, proposing that the elder child remain with Naya while they kept the younger one. As neither wished to raise a prodigal, Zhang Ingjun was gripped by fear, torn between his affection for the youthful and captivating Zhao Zuohua and the volatile Naya, who was known for her temper. Months slipped by without him daring to confront Naya, but whispers of their affair soon reached her ears, and she learned of their clandestine romance. Naya erupted in fury, wielding a rolling pin to inflict bruises upon Zhang Ingjun, who, pushed to his limits, declared that he could no longer endure their life together. Without hesitation, Naya retorted, "Divorce is out of the question. You have 3 options. Either you forsake her, or I will put an end to the two of you, or I will report you both to the authorities for committing a crime of immorality, which could land you in prison." In that era, such transgressions could indeed result in severe penalties, leaving one without work or reputation upon release. Zhang Ingjun found himself utterly bewildered, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. At this moment, the wise elder of the family intervened, advising his nephew. Though a family flower may not be beautiful, it can sustain the home. While a wildflower may be fragrant, it often leads to ruin. For the sake of the children, you must not divorce her. Moreover, should you proceed with the divorce, Naya and her brutish father would surely seek revenge on you. Life does not always grant satisfaction. In my youth, I was wealthy, with vast lands and numerous horses, Yet I too must humble myself. Life is fleeting. Endure the discomfort, and it shall pass. Heeding the elders' counsel, Zhang Ingjun approached Zhao Zuohua, stating, "Let us part ways. We should cease our contact. I cannot divorce Naya to marry you. If there is a next life, I shall cherish you and make you my queen for eternity." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zuohua became infuriated, feeling utterly betrayed. She resolved to leave without a second thought, but it would not be so simple. She declared, "A breakup is acceptable, but you must compensate me with 3,000 yuan for the loss of my youth. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of coercion." Zhang Ingjun, upon hearing this, was alarmed. His monthly salary at the time was barely over 80 yuan, meaning that 3,000 yuan represented 3 years of his earnings. Such a sum was indeed within Ya's means, yet it was inconceivable that she would part with it. Consequently, Zhang Ingjun was left in tears, pleading, 3,000 is excessive, would 30 be acceptable? Zhao Zuohua remained resolute, insisting, "You have 10 days to gather the money, not a single cent less." Upon returning home, Zhang Ingjun wore a troubled expression as he reached for a bottle of liquor, drinking until he was inebriated and then weeping. Sanguo observed that aside from his handsome appearance, Zhang Ingjun possessed little else of merit. His greatest talents were drinking and crying. Exhausted from his tears, he picked up the eru and sang sorrowful melodies. Arya could no longer tolerate the scene and declared, "If you cannot bear this life, then perish. I will support your 2 sons and uphold the honor of the Zhang family. This household will thrive without you. In life, you are mine, and in death, you shall remain mine." With tear-filled eyes, Zhang Ingjun looked at Arya, feeling utterly aggrieved, and sobbed anew. After a lengthy period of lamentation, he revealed the extortion scheme of Zhao Zuohua to Arya. Hearing this, Arya was consumed with rage and immediately set out to gather her sisters. Armed with shovels, picks, and rolling pins, the sisters stormed towards Zhao Zuohua's residence with vengeance in their hearts. Upon arrival, without uttering a word, they began to wreak havoc, assaulting Zhao Zuohua, her parents, and her brother alike. They seized Zhao Zuohua by the hair and slapped her, demanding to know if she understood the meaning of shame. Causing her to wail for mercy, Arya inquired if Zhao Zuohua still desired the 3,000 yuan. Through her tears, Zhao Zuohua pleaded, "Sister, I was only joking. I want nothing. Please spare me." Arya replied, "If you dare to accuse Zhang Ingjun of coercion, I would rejoice. I would gladly see him imprisoned. You were the one who engaged in an affair, while I am the one truly wronged. I shall accuse you both of misconduct, and you will find yourselves behind bars together." Zhao Zuohua had never encountered a truly fierce woman, especially one wielding a pickaxe. Overwhelmed and frightened, she knelt before Arya, assuring her that she would never seek out Zhang Ingjun again, nor would she demand the 3,000 yuan. It was all a misunderstanding. She begged for forgiveness and promised to transfer to another workplace, vowing to never see Zhang Ingjun again. Arya instructed Zhao Zuohua to write a letter of assurance before departing with her sisters. Subsequently, Zhang Ingjun faced several rounds of physical reprimand from Arya's sisters. Bringing a close to this tumultuous affair, the romantic escapades of Zhang Ingjun came to a definitive end. Life continued, children needed to be raised, and the daughter-in-law of the family had to endure sleepless nights with closed eyes. Zhang Ingjun drank more frequently, and his era melodies grew increasingly melancholic. Sanguo learned to drink by mere observation of Zhang Ingjun. At the tender age of 11 or 12, he and Ermao the donkey began pilfering Zhang Ingjun's liquor. Ermao also stole a piece of pork from home, dug up a few potatoes by the riverside, and after stewing them, grilled several fish, thus delighting in a feast of meat and drink. The 2 individuals, inebriated and disoriented, stumbled into the dilapidated shack on their great-grandfather's land to sleep. This very shack was the birthplace of Sanguo and the romantic haven for his parents. Sanguo held a deep affection for this place. Chapter 5. The Fallen Landlord. Great-grandfather Sanguo harbored a strong disdain for his uncle's cowardice, his inability to rise above challenges, and his tendency to weep in the face of adversity. The burden of the family affairs fell upon Arya, while his uncle succumbed to daily drunkenness. In contrast to his uncle, Sanguo revered his great-grandfather, a figure of legend. In his youth, when poverty reigned in their hometown of Shandong, he sold the family's only donkey to fund his journey to the east. Through a series of odd jobs, he eventually arrived in Jiaodong, Heilongjiang, where he tended to livestock for a wealthy family. This family, though modest, provided ample sustenance, offering 2 hearty meals of flatbreads and potato noodles each day. After 2 years of hard work, his great-grandfather had saved a modest sum, dreaming of purchasing a home and marrying a wife. However, fate intervened when, one day, while delivering grain to Harbin, a mule was struck by a Japanese vehicle, leaving it lame. The employer, fearing confrontation with the Japanese, resigned to the loss and planned to slaughter the mule for meat. Having developed a bond with the animal, Sanguo's great-grandfather proposed to purchase it for a sum equivalent to his 2 years' wages. Thus, he took the ailing mule under his care, diligently nursing it back to health. Remarkably, within half a year, the mule's leg healed completely. With the remainder of his earnings, he then acquired a cart, embarking on a profitable venture transporting goods between Jiaodong and Harbin. Through hard work and perseverance, within 2 years, he expanded his business, acquiring additional carts and hiring distant relatives from Shandong to assist him. Over the course of a decade, his fortunes flourished, resulting in a fleet of over 20 carts, 2 large courtyards, and hundreds of acres of fertile land, establishing him as a well-known small landlord. During this period, he married twice. His first wife, a descendant of White Russians, was strikingly beautiful with high cheekbones, blonde hair, and blue eyes. She was proficient in martial arts, with a brother who was a capable protector and had connections with both local bandits and the police. His second wife hailed from a scholarly family, well-educated and refined, with her father running a private school. At the height of his prosperity, his great-grandfather owned dozens of carts dedicated to transporting goods between Harbin and Jiaodong, along with thousands of acres of arable land, a noodle factory, a distillery, and a grocery store. His first wife's brother not only safeguarded the family's wealth, but also taught martial arts to apprentices, excelling in both Chinese martial arts and Western boxing, with remarkable marksmanship. His first wife, having trained alongside her brother, became formidable, dominating the village with her prowess. Despite her beauty and strength, her fierce personality led her to remain unmarried, ultimately becoming an old maid. On a fortuitous day, my great-grandfather happened to deliver goods to the wealthy landlord's house. That night, he stayed over and shared a bed with his elder cousin, who worked as a servant there. As they engaged in conversation, they found themselves increasingly compatible, leading to the question of whether my great-grandfather had a family of his own. He replied, as a mere cart driver, who would wish to marry me. At that time, despite owning 3 mule carts, he remained transient, constantly on the move. The elder cousin found my great-grandfather increasingly appealing and suggested introducing him to his sister for a potential match. Upon hearing this, my great-grandfather felt he was destined for romantic fortune. The following day, he accompanied the elder cousin to meet the sister, and to his astonishment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. With large, double-fold eyelids, a tall stature, and fair skin, her striking blue eyes captivated him instantly. Subsequently, he arranged for a betrothal gift and engaged a matchmaker. After the customary formalities, he joyfully brought her home in a decorated mule cart. The couple thrived in love, welcoming 2 sons and a daughter, which filled my great-grandfather with immense joy. He had a complete family and no worries about sustenance. Prosperity soon followed his marriage to the elder cousin. His business flourished, with the addition of several large carts, hundreds of acres of fertile land, and the establishment of a noodle shop, leading to an increasingly vibrant life. As the saying goes, when one is well-fed, desires awaken. Wealth can corrupt, and with his growing fortune, my great-grandfather contemplated taking a concubine. The elder cousin did not oppose this, for during that time, it was common for wealthy landlords to have multiple wives. A wife who forbade her husband from taking a concubine would face ridicule. Thus, my great-grandfather sought a matchmaker and arranged to meet a well-to-do young lady from a scholar's family. Unlike the elder cousin, this younger woman had bound feet from a young age, was well-versed in literature, practiced Buddhism, and excelled in the arts. With much fanfare, my great-grandfather welcomed a second wife into his home. This period marked the pinnacle of my great-grandfather's success, with 2 wives, numerous mule carts, extensive farmland, and several shops, ensuring his daily life was filled with joy and laughter. However, life is fraught with ups and downs. Little did my great-grandfather know that one day, his fortune would fall prey to the hands of beggars. In that era, landlords were compelled to provide for bandits and beggar leaders year-round, whenever they arrived. A meal was mandatory, and upon departure, they expected monetary gifts. Bandits primarily thrived by preying on the wealthy, rarely targeting the common folk, as their homes held little of value. During the seasons of spring and autumn, as well as during festivals, heavy snowfall, and natural disasters, bandits would approach the affluent for grain and money, often claiming it was a loan, which they never intended to repay. If one dared to refuse, they would face the dire consequences of a nighttime raid, leaving no trace behind. Thus, despite the landlords possessing modern weaponry and fortifications, they treated bandits with utmost respect, ensuring their hospitality and offering monetary gifts upon their departure, fearful of offending them. As for beggars, many failed to comprehend why they were treated with such kindness. In that time, Beggars were not the benevolent souls one might expect. They engaged in various deceitful acts, including thievery. Each county had its beggar leader, and every township had its minor heads, where newcomers seeking alms had to first pay their respects to the beggar leaders, submitting to them in order to receive assistance. If a stranger were to come and beg without permission, perhaps on a moonless, windy night, they might find themselves with their throat slit, their body discarded in the depths of the mountains to feed the wolves. In Jiaodong City, there was a notorious beggar chief who frequently visited the great-grandfather's home for meals. The great-grandfather would graciously host him with fine food and drink, yet this beggar chief, emboldened by such hospitality, became infatuated with the beauty of the young great-grandmother. Eventually, taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, he attempted to assault her, which incited the great-grandfather's wrath. Armed with a whip, he struck the beggar chief until he lost consciousness, then revived him with cold water only to strike him again. When the elder great-grandmother's brother learned of this incident, he rushed over, declaring that such a scourge could not be allowed to live, and suggested they strangle him and toss him into the northern mountains to feed the wolves. Although the great-grandfather initially considered his brother-in-law's advice and contemplated ending the beggar chief's life, the young great-grandmother opposed this course of action. A devout Buddhist, she believed that having already punished him, he would no longer dare to cause trouble, and thus urged for his release. The great-grandfather, swayed by her words, let the beggar chief go, unwittingly inviting disaster upon them. Chapter 6. The Malice of Humanity After Releasing the Beggar Chief. The young great-grandmother anticipated that he would be filled with gratitude and reform his ways. To her astonishment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the great-grandfather's family. He reported to the Japanese authorities, claiming that the elder great-grandmother's brother was affiliated with the anti-Japanese United Army. For it was he who had suggested the great-grandfather kill the beggar chief, thus inciting the beggar chief's animosity. The elder great-grandmother's brother did indeed have connections with the resistance, assisting in procuring food and medicine, serving as an informant for the cause. Consequently, he was captured by the Japanese, and the elder great-grandmother never saw her brother again. It is said he perished under torture in a Japanese prison, remaining silent about the resistance until his last breath. On a dark and stormy night, the great-grandfather's home was set ablaze, resulting in the death of dozens of mules and horses, and the destruction of the flour mill and distillery, leading to the ruin of the great-grandfather's estate. In the aftermath, the young great-grandmother felt overwhelming regret. Had she not acted out of compassion, her brother-in-law might have survived, and their estate might not have been reduced to ashes. Such was the peril of kindness. As the saying goes, one cannot know whether a loss may lead to fortune. Although the great-grandfather's family had suffered ruin, they eventually witnessed the establishment of the nation. Since the great-grandfather's wealth had diminished 5 or 6 years prior to the founding, he was merely classified as a fallen little landlord. Had his estate not fallen, employing over 100 people and possessing foreign weapons, he might have faced gunfire. It is said that the beggar chief was executed as a traitor after the establishment of the nation, while the elder great-grandmother's brother was posthumously honored as a martyr of the resistance. Following her brother's death, the elder great-grandmother fell into a prolonged illness, prompting the great-grandfather to sell all their land to cover her medical expenses. During that time, land in northeast China was not valuable. Anyone with strength could cultivate it. They possessed a vast expanse of fertile land, exceeding 10,000 acres, which was worth less than 100 acres in the central regions. Despite selling all their farmland, they were unable to save the elder great-grandmother. Ultimately, she passed away one winter day. From then on, the young great-grandmother took on the responsibility of caring for her 3 children. A lifelong devotee of Buddhism, she was kind-hearted and conflict-averse, never bearing children of her own, but instead raised the elder great-grandmother's 3 children as if they were her own. It is often said that a lamb cannot be raised on a dog's back. One cannot nurture another's child. The little great-grandmother raised her elder relatives, yet they bore no affection for her, akin to raising 3 ungrateful wolves. After the passing of the great-grandfather, the elderly great-grandmother found herself in a frail state, unable to even enjoy a warm meal. Fearing for her suffering and death, the great-grandfather bequeathed her a jade-tipped smoking pipe, a few gold trinkets, and earrings, most of which were later deceitfully taken by the daughter-in-law of the 4th uncle, leaving only the jade pipe behind. Before her demise, the great-grandmother entrusted the jade pipe to Sanguo, who discovered that the seemingly mundane pipe contained gold within, a testament to the great-grandfather's foresight in ensuring a final safety net amidst hardship. The great-grandfather had little affinity for paper currency, having lived through tumultuous times that bred distrust in its value. He believed that grain held the utmost importance, followed by gold, which remains a steadfast asset through the ages. History has proven the wisdom of the elder. Paper currency has indeed depreciated in value over the years, while gold has consistently appreciated amidst rampant inflation. At the tender age of adolescence, Sanguo aspired to venture into the world of commerce. He inquired with his aunt about lucrative trades, to which she enthusiastically recommended pig farming. He then sought advice from his mother, who suggested a small stall selling melon seeds, claiming that one could earn a decent sum at the cinema. Finally, he consulted his great-grandfather, who advised him to begin with the business he deemed easiest, assuring him that he could eventually expand into multiple ventures and employ others to assist, allowing for leisure as long as his hired manager remained diligent. Sanguo held steadfast belief in his great-grandfather's insights. After relocating to the greater Xing'an range, the great-grandfather sustained the family through farming and pig rearing. He cultivated 4 plots of land, allocating one to each of his 2 sons, and keeping 2 for himself, each modest in size. Fearing persecution for land ownership, he refrained from expanding his holdings. The profits were wisely invested in grain storage, particularly during the 1960s when the entire family, comprising over 20 members, faced no hunger, subsisting on the stored potato flour and dried vegetables that helped them survive those dire years. Following the great-grandfather's example, Sanguo also preserved wild vegetables, fruits, potato flour, pumpkin powder, and dried fish during summer, ensuring that he and his mother did not suffer from hunger that winter, living abundantly thanks to the expertise of the great-grandfather. As Sanguo thrived on ample nourishment, he grew steadily, reaching a height of 165 meters by the age of 14. He never felt indebted to his grandfather, uncle, or maternal grandfather for their provisions, as all he received was earned through his own labor. No one ever bestowed upon him a morsel or a grain without him having worked for it. He bore no resentment towards anyone. After all, the sustenance of each household was not simply conjured from thin air, and there was no reason for handouts. Sanguo remained convinced that one day he would establish a successful enterprise, allowing his mother to hold her head high and live with dignity. 3 dogs decided to drop out of school due to the overwhelming hardships at home. His mother, frail and frequently ill, earned meager wages as a temporary worker, barely enough to cover living expenses and medical bills. Consequently, 3 dogs could not continue his education, while most relatives looked down upon his family's misfortune. Even his somewhat benevolent grandmother and great-grandparents were unable to assist him. 3 dogs' employment at his uncle's pig slaughtering business came to an end due to the declining integrity of Yu's operations, leaving him without access to meat and offal. The school teachers held him in disdain, feeling it permissible to bully a fatherless child from a poor background. While others who were late were allowed to return to their seats, 3 dogs was subjected to a punishment of standing for an entire class. The local forestry bureau, being a small town where everyone knew each other, was rife with snobbery, particularly among the teachers. Once, a child of a teacher named Sun often tormented 3 dogs, who endured the bullying on numerous occasions, fearing retribution from Sun due to his inability to confront the teacher's child. Sun took pride in her son's bullying, smiling approvingly at his behavior. However, when this child insulted 3 dogs' mother, he snapped, grabbing a stick and beating the boy until he writhed on the ground, unable to get up. This act of defiance provoked Sun to demand 3 dogs' expulsion from school. 3 dogs' mother visited Sun to apologize, only to be met with harsh reprimands and doused with water in the process. Seeing his mother return, drenched and in tears, ignited a peak of hatred within 3 dogs. Despite being the victim, no one supported him, and he was later forced to compensate for Sun's child's medical expenses. One evening after school, he was ambushed and beaten by a group of thugs, allegedly hired by Sun, leaving him bedridden for days. This vendetta remained etched in 3 dogs' memory. In the ensuing years, every Lunar New Year's Eve, he would visit his uncle's home to procure a bucket of pig manure, mix it with pig's blood, and, using a coal-heated iron bucket, smear it across Sun's front door in the dead of night. In the freezing winter, the mixture would freeze quickly, making it impossible to scrape off until spring thawed the ground. 3 dogs took delight in this ritual, which he repeated for several years, relishing the sound of Sun's angry outbursts the next day. Each instance provided him with a sense of vindication, as he felt he was striking back at those who had wronged him and his mother. Resolute in his path forward, 3 dogs decided to heed his great-grandfather's advice and first learn a trade, gradually acquiring the skills necessary for business. Chapter 7. Learning the Craft. The importance of serving the master's wife in his youth. 3 dogs' great-grandfather was well-connected, with friends scattered across the land. He had owned a brewery and was acquainted with many skilled brewers. Over the years, he had also developed relationships with numerous seasoned carpenters. As his fleet of horse-drawn carts required constant repairs, He wrote to a small carpenter, a longtime acquaintance, now an elderly craftsman, requesting him to take on his great-grandson 3 dogs as an apprentice, promising to provide meals. As the saying goes, a carpenter spends 3 years as an apprentice, often working 2 years without pay, with the master free to reprimand without fear of retaliation. In that era, learning a trade was an arduous endeavor. The carpenter responded promptly, recounting, "When I was merely a teenager, I ventured into the mountains to pursue carpentry. Had you not rescued me from bandits in the snow, I doubt I would have lived to this day. Please send your great-grandson to me. I shall certainly teach him the craft with my own hands." Thus, the 14-year-old boy, known as Dogsy, embarked on his apprenticeship journey, equipped with 20 yuan and a handful of corn cakes bestowed by his mother. After enduring several days of bumpy travel, Dogsy finally arrived at the carpenter's home on the outskirts of Zhaodong. The carpenter, surnamed Huang, was robust, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, with hands calloused and thick as rolling pins. He had a son and a daughter, along with 2 apprentices, all engaged in various carpentry tasks, from coffins to furniture, and even agricultural tools. Huang was amiable, stating, "In our customs, I would refer to your great-grandfather as uncle, which would mean you ought to call me Grandfather Huang. However, as I am only in my 50s, it feels premature for you to address me as such. Henceforth, you may call me Uncle Huang. If you diligently master this craft, it will provide sustenance for a lifetime. Even in times of disaster, skilled artisans shall not go hungry." Dogsy settled into Huang's household to commence his training. At the break of dawn the next day, he was roused by the second apprentice, who admonished, "Get up quickly and empty the mistress's chamber pot." Dogsy protested, "What? I came here to learn a trade, not to tend to the mistress's chamber pot. Enough of your complaints. Before you arrived, I was the one emptying it. Now that you are here, it's your turn. The first step of an apprentice is to learn this task. Afterward, make sure to clean it thoroughly." The second apprentice replied impatiently. Reluctantly, Dogsy trudged to the master and mistress's bedroom, where the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. He gingerly carried the nearly overflowing chamber pot outside, and as he walked, the yellow liquid splashed, some of it staining his hands, nearly causing him to retch. Observing Dogsy's careful progress, the younger female apprentice, 3 years his senior, burst into laughter. "This isn't your usual duty. It's typically the second apprentice who handles the chamber pot. He's just taking advantage of your newness." Dogsy, captivated by the radiant smile and enchanting eyes of the young apprentice, found himself momentarily speechless. She took the chamber pot and headed to the outhouse, returning to scrub it on the ground. With each movement, her ample bosom swayed, her fitted trousers accentuating her curvaceous form, and her slender waist seemed to beckon. Occasionally, she glanced at Dogsy, her mesmerizing eyes sparkling with life, her porcelain-like skin glowing, 2 dark braids cascading down to her waist. As Dogsy swallowed hard, watching the diligent young apprentice, he suddenly perceived the air around him infused with sweetness, the unpleasant odor fading away. Perhaps this was the essence of love. Her graceful figure coupled with her striking beauty ignited a youthful yearning within Dogsy, leading to a sleepless night filled with thoughts of her. On the first day of apprenticeship, Sanguo was tasked with moving timber, sweeping up wood shavings, cutting knots, and stacking planks. For several consecutive days, he engaged in these repetitive tasks. At the age of 14, lifting the wood proved to be a strenuous endeavor for him. However, whenever he caught a glimpse of his junior sister, an invigorating strength surged through him, rendering him impervious to fatigue. Master Huang, the carpenter, married at a relatively late age, establishing his family in his 30s. His eldest son was 20 and his eldest daughter 17. He held a particular fondness for his daughter, always ensuring that she received the best of any treats. The eldest apprentice was 19 and the second apprentice 18. Sanguo later discovered that the second apprentice harbored a secret affection for his junior sister, yet she found him repulsive. With a face akin to a shoehorn and a set of yellowing teeth that he never brushed, his demeanor was rather unpleasant. In contrast, his junior sister preferred conversing with the handsome and well-proportioned Sanguo. Before long, the image of his dream wife morphed into that of his junior sister. She treated Sanguo with great kindness, often slyly slipping him delectable morsels when no one was watching, sometimes a piece of peanut candy, at other times a chicken egg. Touched by her generosity, Sanguo felt deeply moved. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no one had ever shown him such kindness. At times, he would chastise himself internally for harboring feelings for his junior sister, questioning whether it was blasphemous to have such affections for someone so angelic. In the days that followed, while his junior sister continued to be exceptionally kind to Sanguo, he grew increasingly self-conscious. Gazing upon her ethereal beauty, he believed he was unworthy of associating with someone of her caliber. Surely, She was destined to marry into a wealthy household, living a life of luxury. A poor man like him was unworthy of an angelic being such as her. Sanguo was diligent and perceptive, earning the affection of the mistress and her 2 children. However, Master Huang harbored a dislike for him, often speaking to him with a sullen demeanor. Years later, Sanguo would come to understand the reason behind Master Huang's disfavor. It was because he was too intelligent. He grasped the craft with remarkable ease, and if he continued on this trajectory, he would master the carpenter's trade in less than 3 years, potentially within just a year, rendering Master Huang without a source of free labor. Thus, Master Huang grew increasingly irritable towards Sanguo, particularly as he observed his beloved daughter frequently providing him with treats, which only intensified his annoyance. Despite Sanguo's burgeoning skill, Master Huang remained stern and reluctant to impart too much knowledge. In just 6 months, Sanguo had learned to prepare materials, plane boards, operate a miter saw, and chisel joints, becoming capable of independently crafting coffins and cabinets. In contrast, the eldest apprentice required 4 years to accomplish the same, still laboring for Master Huang without pay. The second apprentice, after 3 years, still hesitated to craft cabinets, claiming he feared wasting the materials. Sanguo looked down upon both of them, thinking to himself that with their current habits, they would never become true carpenters. As Sanguo's abilities flourished, Master Huang's disdain for him deepened. While most apprentices served a 3-year term followed by an additional 2 years of unpaid labor, if Sanguo graduated within a year, Master Huang would lose out on 2 years of free assistance. Consequently, the more he observed Sanguo, the more he found him irksome, especially as he witnessed his precious daughter consistently providing the boy with food. Finally, after 7 months, Master Huang concocted a pretext, claiming that the measurements for the furniture had been miscalculated by the young man, Dog Z, leading to unrelenting complaints from the client. He incurred substantial losses as a result. Chapter 8. First love, then heartbreak. With this excuse, he dismissed Dog Z, stating, "You are not cut out for carpentry. You are too clumsy. Depart and seek another livelihood." Dog Z remained silent, knowing full well that the measurements had been taken by his master, and he had merely followed the dimensions provided. The accusation was clearly a deliberate attempt to create trouble for him. Understanding the underlying sentiment, Dog Z wasted no time packing his belongings and leaving. After all, his great-grandfather had once saved Master Huang's life. Yet, the passage of 40 years had been long enough to allow one to forget a life-saving grace. As he departed, the young apprentice sister wept, her eyes red with tears. Shy and hesitant, she dared not confront her father over the injustice. Instead, she presented Dog Z with a parcel of food and a handkerchief. The handkerchief bore the image of a magpie. Without uttering a word, she handed the package to Dog Z and turned away, crying as she hurried home. Dog Z, too, left with tears in his eyes, glancing back repeatedly. Many years later, he would regret not confessing to the young apprentice sister, "I like you. When I grow up, I will marry you." This unspoken sentiment became a lifelong regret. Heart heavy with unexpressed feelings, Dog Z walked away, carrying the innocence of first love that had ended before it truly began. On the road, he opened the food package she had given him, discovering several pancakes, a dozen eggs, and beneath the food, a folded 50 yuan note shaped like a heart, likely saved over a long time from her allowance. Tears streamed down his face. He longed to race back and catch another glimpse of her enchanting, electrifying eyes. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that as a destitute child unable to provide for himself, he had no right to embrace her affection. At the very least, he must achieve self-sufficiency before he could think of marrying her and bringing his mother to live with them, creating a joyful family. In that moment, Dog Z found himself lost in dreams. Sometimes a parting can indeed be forever. Years later, when Dog Z encountered the young apprentice sister again, she had already married. The once sparkling allure of her eyes had faded, and her once radiant complexion had dulled. She did not marry into wealth, but instead was a worker from a state-owned enterprise. Her husband arranged for her to work in the same enterprise, but during the wave of layoffs in 1998, both found themselves unemployed. In desperation, they set up a stall selling pancakes by the roadside, struggling to make ends meet. Later, Dog Z wished to assist the couple, but the young apprentice sister declined, stating, "You owe us nothing. Why should we expect your help? We are managing well enough. Our earnings from this stall suffice for our food and our child's expenses. I do not seek great wealth. As long as my husband loves me and our child is well behaved, I am content." She advised, "Take care of yourself. Life is too short. Find a wife who understands and cherishes you. You have endured much suffering in your early years. Ensure you choose a woman who will love and care for you. I wish you well. Your future holds promise for a happy family and greater success." As Dog Z turned to leave, he carried her words with him. In this world, the only women who genuinely wished for his well-being, aside from his mother, were the young apprentice sister. Missed opportunities linger for a lifetime. To live a lifetime with someone who loves you brings a profound sense of happiness, even amidst the simplest of meals. The protagonist, referred to as Dog Z, has long ceased to experience that exhilarating feeling of first love, which is perhaps the very essence of youthful romance. He has yet to encounter a girl as stunningly beautiful, kind, and ethereal as his former crush, the lovely junior sister. Many in China tend to marry for material gain, prioritizing financial stability over love, often leading young women to choose wealth over genuine affection in the face of such choices. Dog Z once earnestly inquired of a beautiful girl who professed her love for him for eternity, whether she cherished him or his wealth more. With a cheerful smile, she replied that she adored both, as they were inseparable. This revelation left Dog Z disheartened. Could love bought with money truly be called love? Since departing from the carpenter's home, Dog Z sought temporary employment to sustain himself, fearing the mockery of relatives upon returning home. He aspired to find work in a woodworking or furniture factory, hoping to put his skills acquired over the past 6 months to good use. However, most woodworking factories were state-owned and reluctant to hire inexperienced laborers. Newly established carpentry shops typically employed family members or apprentices, leaving no room for outsiders. After days of searching, he finally came across an opening for a laborer at a grain station. The unloading supervisor, upon seeing Dog Z's frail physique, was initially reluctant to hire him. After much pleading, the supervisor consented to let him try. After 2.5 days of labor, the supervisor approached Dog Z, stating, "Although you are tall, your frail frame is concerning. If you continue like this, you risk harming yourself for life. Should anything happen to you, I would bear the responsibility." Originally, the job paid 10 yuan a day for unloading. However, after Dog Z's short tenure, the supervisor offered him 30 yuan and advised him to seek lighter work. Dog Z bowed deeply in gratitude, thanking the supervisor for his kindness. As he left the grain station with his belongings, the unloading supervisor called after him, saying, "You seem quite pitiful. Let me help you find work. Would you be interested in learning a trade? How about becoming a chef?" A wise saying goes, "A drought lasting 3 years cannot starve a chef." Learning to cook is indeed a valuable skill. Elated by this suggestion, Dog Z expressed his gratitude once more and embarked on a new path. Thus, Dog Z began working as an assistant chef at a privately owned restaurant established by the supervisor's relatives. He undertook a variety of tasks: cleaning, washing vegetables, accompanying the buyer on morning supply runs, and working late into the night to prepare and tidy up. Despite the demanding nature of the job, he found immense satisfaction in his work. The restaurant served sumptuous meals, and the leftovers from customers provided more than enough to eat: delicious fish and meat. The wastefulness of diners was astounding. Often, half a fish was left uneaten, while Dog Z had never enjoyed a whole fish in his life. Moreover, he earned 2 yuan a day, a rare stroke of fortune. As he savored the leftover delicacies, he felt a pang of longing for his mother, wishing she could share in the joy of such delightful meals. Although the two chefs were not particularly keen on teaching him the culinary arts, Dog Z forged a warm rapport with them. In truth, the young lad, affectionately referred to as Dog Z, formed a close bond with every employee at the restaurant. He would assist the chef with errands, procure cigarettes, and even help the receptionist move household items during her afternoon break, as well as lend a hand with the moving of the boss's brother's family. Whenever there was work to be done at the homes of the restaurant staff, Dog Z was always ready to assist without hesitation. Gradually, the patrons began to take a liking to this diligent, tall, and slender youth, and the chef started to teach him the art of cooking, imparting knowledge of simple dishes such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, disdainful, and feng shou, progressing to more complex fare like guabao roe, fried eggplant, and braised pork knuckles. Dog Z eagerly absorbed the teachings, mastering many northeastern dishes. Chapter 9. Lucky Restaurant. During his tenure at the establishment known as the Lucky Restaurant, Dog Z was singularly focused on honing his culinary skills, harboring dreams of one day opening his own eatery. Unbeknownst to him, being a great chef does not necessarily equate to successfully running a restaurant. The operation of a restaurant requires a profound understanding of human relationships and the intricate web of social dynamics. Particularly in that era, the presence of bureaucratic authorities was overwhelming. Failing to appease them could lead to immediate repercussions, even resulting in the closure of one's establishment by the following day. However, the youthful Dog Z remained oblivious to these realities. He believed that possessing superior culinary skills would guarantee him a prosperous restaurant in the future, where he could invite his mother to indulge in rich, hearty meals daily. Still too young to comprehend the darker aspects of society and the perils of human interactions, Dogsy had yet to endure life's harsh lessons that foster growth and resilience. His industriousness often left the owner feeling a tinge of shame, as Dogsy's output far exceeded the value of the meager wages he received. After completing his assigned tasks, he would actively seek additional work, always ready to lend a hand wherever there was need. As the year drew to a close, the kitchen and dining staff prepared for a holiday break, eagerly anticipating a restful celebration. Yet, Dogsy was reluctant to return home, fearing the shame of not having earned enough money to support his mother. Just then, the boss's wife announced that their family would be returning to their hometown and required someone to watch over the restaurant. She offered 150 yuan for half a month's work and inquired if anyone would be willing to stay. To her surprise, none of the employees expressed interest. Eagerly, Dogsy volunteered, stating, "I can stay. I have no desire to go back home." The boss's wife agreed, allowing Dogsy to remain, and entrusted him with 2 chickens, 2 pork knuckles, half a pig's head, along with potatoes, cabbage, and vermicelli to enjoy during the new year. She even left him with a generous supply of firecrackers and couplets. Dogsy penned a letter to his mother, informing her of his decision to stay for the new year, and sent her the 200 yuan he had earned over the past few months. In the letter, he reassured her that he was doing well, enjoying lavish meals, and that both the boss and his wife were taking great care of him. He expressed his commitment to diligently study the culinary arts, aspiring to become a renowned chef and eventually open his own restaurant to bring his mother over to enjoy a life of comfort. As the restaurant emptied, leaving Dogsy alone in the quiet, hollow space, he felt a pang of longing for his mother. On New Year's Eve, he set off the longest string of firecrackers, preparing 4 dishes: stewed chicken with potatoes and vermicelli, stir-fried cabbage with meat, braised pork head, and sauce knuckles. This marked the first time in Dogsy's life that he savored such a sumptuous New Year's feast. He retrieved a substantial half-bottle of fine wine that the guests had left behind in the kitchen and began to drink alone while gazing out at the fireworks. Before long, Sanguo became tipsy, and in his hazy state, he felt as if he could see his mother, along with his junior sister, and the daily cycles of indulgence that marked the end of the spring festival holiday. After a fortnight of leisure, indulging in sumptuous meals and fine drinks, Sanguo had put on weight. In the blink of an eye, it was time to resume work, and the boss's family had returned. Unexpectedly, the cutting assistant did not come back this year. Thus, the boss inquired of Sanguo whether he could take on the role of the cutting assistant, offering a monthly salary of 150. Upon hearing this, Sanguo was overjoyed and promptly replied, "Thank you, boss. I can do it. Rest assured, I have been learning for several months, and I am confident I can excel as the cutting assistant." Thus, Sanguo was promoted, becoming the 5th in command in the kitchen, which comprised a total of 6 individuals. Following his elevation, Sanguo exhibited increased enthusiasm in his work. Not only did he assist the head chef and the second chef, but he also lent a hand to the cold dish chef and the noodle station. Occasionally, when the general worker was overwhelmed, they would seek Sanguo's aid. He toiled diligently, yet joyfully, experiencing the profound satisfaction of labor. On this particular day, the auspicious restaurant welcomed the boss's daughter, who had come from the boss's hometown. This girl had been raised in the countryside, under the care of her grandmother. Due to the inadequacies of rural education, where only primary and junior high schools were available, she needed to move to the city to pursue her high school education. Thus, the boss's daughter arrived in the city. The boss, surnamed Xia, had 2 children. His younger son was still attending elementary school in their hometown, while his eldest daughter, Xia Zian, was 18 years old. She was 3 years older than Sanguo, and her name was quite melodious. As for her appearance, it was somewhat less than flattering. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 180 pounds, she had a large mouth, big hands and feet, a face dotted with acne, a ruddy nose, and a stout build, with a hint of stubble on her chin. When she smiled, her thick lips revealed prominent teeth reminiscent of a hippopotamus, leading the restaurant staff to affectionately nickname her Xia Hippo. Upon her arrival at the restaurant, Xia Hippo immediately took a liking to Sanguo. His slender, tall figure, handsome features, diligent work ethic, and amiable nature captivated her lonely heart. The only drawback was that Sanguo stood at only 168 centimeters, a head shorter than Xia Hippo. But she did not mind. She believed Sanguo was still young and had room to grow. Even if he didn't grow taller, she would still cherish him. Everyone in the restaurant knew of Xia Hippo's affection for Sanguo, including the boss and his wife, as she never concealed her feelings. Xia Hippo's love was rather unconventional. She would either slap him as she passed by or kick him, or tightly wrap her arms around his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe, while her underarm odor made it hard for him to keep his eyes open. Sanguo had approached the boss's wife, hoping she would intervene. But she merely chuckled and said, "What can I do? She's an 18-year-old young lady. If she wants to date, how can I stop her?" In fact, the boss's wife hoped that this diligent and charming young man would become her son-in-law. Consequently, she pretended not to see the daily harassment that Xia Hippo inflicted on Sanguo after school. In their rural hometown, it was quite normal for individuals to marry at the age of 16 or 17, so the boss's wife did not perceive her daughter's behavior as early romance. However, Sanguo found it unbearable to contend with such a ferocious and unattractive figure as Hunyo, who was even more fearsome than his aunt. He deliberately avoided any opportunity for solitary interaction with Xia Hima, fearing that she might, in a moment of impulsive excitement, take advantage of an unguarded moment to ensnare him, leaving him to grapple with the consequences. His uncle was a cautionary tale in this regard. Xia Hima's affection for Sanguo had not diminished with the passage of time. She continued to slap him and kick him daily. And whenever they were in a less populated area, she still relished the act of pinching his head under her armpit. In pursuit of financial stability and culinary skills, Sanguo refrained from discussing anything with the proprietress, enduring the situation in silence. He diligently learned the art of cooking from the head chef and the second chef, mastering at least half of the head chef's expertise. If he were to continue learning for another year, he would likely emerge as a competent chef. Time slipped away as autumn faded into winter, and nearly a year had passed. This year, Sanguo faithfully sent money home to his mother each month. Much to her delight, her precious son was finally earning a living, and her child was thriving. With the funds sent by Sanguo, his mother purchased a modest house with a small yard. The dwelling, measuring 40 square meters, was constructed with a brick facade and a mud core, featuring a firewall that divided the space, creating a small bedroom and kitchen. Although it cost 800 yuan, which caused her some heartache, she was elated to finally have her own home, no longer needing to live in rented accommodations. Upon hearing the news of his mother's purchase, Sanguo was overjoyed, his desire to return home intensifying. He bought a plethora of New Year goods to bring back for his mother, as well as for his great-grandparents. Despite the ill treatment he received from his grandparents, he felt it necessary to observe the proper etiquette and prepared gifts for them as well, a knitted vest for each. Chapter 10. The happiest spring festival for mother. Upon learning that Sanguo intended to return home for the new year, Xia Hima was displeased and sought him out. "Did you not stay behind to manage the shop last year? Why not do so again this year? If you stay, I'll convince my father to give you 300 yuan as a stipend. How about it? Just stay?" With that, Xia Ziyan cast a flirtatious glance his way. Gazing at Xia Hima's long-neglected, oversized front teeth, Sanguo felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Sister Ziyan, I can't this year. My mother hasn't seen me for 2 years and has been crying for me. I must return to spend the new year with her. Then I'll go to your house for the new year, all right? I'll buy 2 pigs' heads as gifts for your mother, and after the holiday, we can return together." Xia Hima pouted charmingly. "That won't do. How can you, a young lady, come to my home for the new year? It would raise eyebrows. And besides, your parents would never approve," Sanguo replied, drenched in cold sweat as he hastily rejected her proposal. "You're such a nuisance. What is wrong with people talking? I'm not afraid. Why should you be? I'll just tell my parents," she insisted, determination shining in her eyes. "It's settled then. I'll accompany you home for the new year." With that, Xia Hima, her robust figure bouncing with enthusiasm, dashed away. Sanguo felt like crying, but could not muster the tears. He thought to himself that he needed to escape quickly. Delaying any longer would mean Xia Hima would cling to him. He approached the proprietress and requested an early salary payment, expressing his desire to buy additional New Year supplies for his mother. The proprietress readily agreed. Before Xia Hima could reveal to her parents her intention to return home with Sanguo for the new year, Sanguo had already fled, boarding a bus back to his hometown. Upon learning of Sanguo's departure, Xia Hima spent an entire day in tears and despair, shattering the mirror in her bedroom and discarding her razor, since developing feelings for Sanguo. She had been shaving daily. The stubble was hardly noticeable unless observed closely, and she had even mastered the art of braiding her hair, applying makeup, and enhancing her wardrobe. Xia Hima had truly exhausted her efforts for Sanguo. The chaos of her emotional turmoil left the house in disarray, leading her parents to momentarily believe that Sanguo had been intimate with their daughter. Had it not been for their intervention, Xia Hima would have impulsively purchased a ticket to the Greater Xin'an Mountains in search of Sanguo. The proprietress advised her, "My dear, the Greater Xin'an Mountains are vast. How can you possibly find him? Even if you do, what gives you the right to spend the new year with him? Besides, he will return after the holiday, and you will see him again." It was only after heeding her mother's words that Xia Hima relinquished her urge to seek out Sanguo. Sanguo, eager to reunite with his mother, was also genuinely fearful that Xiahema would insist on accompanying him home for the festivities. He imagined the shock on his mother's face upon seeing him bring home such a girl. Sangu was enamored with gentle and refined young women like his little senior sister, not with a girl who resembled a hippopotamus. Setting aside her appearance, he could hardly tolerate her unruly stubble. Home was a traveler's most serene refuge. Upon returning, he embraced his mother, tears streaming down his face. He was still a child. Only 16, yet already burdened with the weight of life's responsibilities. His mother wept tears of joy. After 2 years apart, her son had grown significantly, transforming into a young man capable of earning a living and even mastering culinary skills, offering hope for their future. She prepared stir-fried, shredded potatoes for him, his favorite dish from childhood, as during those days, potatoes were the only staple they had. The following day, Sangu took his New Year's gifts to his grandfather's house to pay his respects. His grandfather, still bearing an air of superiority, looked down upon Sangu. After a brief visit, Sangu departed, thinking to himself, "Just wait until I am wealthy. I will flaunt bundles of money before you, not giving you a single cent to spend, leaving you to stew in envy." He then proceeded to his grandmother's house, where his grandfather, delighted by the gifts, expressed pride in his grandson's accomplishments, proclaiming that he would now enjoy the benefits of having a successful grandson. After placing down the gifts, Sangu said, "I'm off to visit great-grandfather and great-grandmother," and quickly took his leave. Despite his grandfather's current cheerfulness, if he were to stay for a meal, the old man would soon become displeased. He couldn't bear to see his food consumed without the expectation of labor in return, which would disturb his rest. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother were genuinely overjoyed by Sangu's return, with great-grandfather vociferously denouncing the ungrateful carpenter, lamenting that it would have been better to let him freeze to death in the snow. My clever great-grandson surprisingly referred to himself as foolish. I perceive him as the truly foolish one, for despite a lifetime of mastering carpentry, he has yet to achieve prosperity. Grandmother affectionately stroked Sangu's head, remarking on his growth, noting he has surpassed even her in height. If he does not continue to grow, he might as well be a mere beanpole. She chuckled. Great-grandfather, with a twinkle in his eye, suggested that since the new year was approaching and he had the time, Sangu should visit him more often, so he could impart wisdom on navigating the world and conducting business. At over 90, he mused, each day felt like a diminishing treasure. Stop with your nonsense, you old man, uttering such inauspicious words during the new year. You are 15 years my senior. Doesn't that imply that if I live to 100, you will still be here? Great-grandmother admonished. Very well, I shall accompany you to 100 years. Should you fail to reach that milestone, I shall not depart. Even as a ghost, I shall be by your side, great-grandfather replied, eliciting a satisfied smile from grandmother. Observing the tender affection between the elderly couple, Sangu mused that this epitomized the love of the older generation. Love is simply the promise to accompany one another to 100, even in the afterlife. In the days that followed, relatives came and went, as preparations for the new year began. This year, neither mother nor Sangu wished to visit anyone. In previous years, they would either celebrate at grandfather's or great-grandfather's home. Enduring disdain and the biting mockery of acquaintances was tiresome. Today, mother and child opted for a tranquil celebration of their own. Mother prepared dumplings with pork and scallion filling, alongside lamb and 3 delicacies. That evening, they would make dumplings together. Sangu showcased his culinary skills by preparing sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried eggplant, and a medley of vegetables, complemented by 2 bottles of fruit wine. On New Year's Eve, as fireworks illuminated the sky and firecrackers erupted in joyous cacophony, Sangu and her mother dropped dumplings into the boiling pot, the plump dumplings dancing in the water like silver ingots. Sangu's mother placed 4 small dishes before the portrait of Sangu's late father, filled with the dishes she had prepared and a bowl of dumplings, alongside 3 cups of white wine. My dear husband, she addressed the portrait, we finally have a home, thanks to our son's earnings. These dishes were crafted by him. He has achieved success and learned the culinary arts, ensuring we will never go hungry again. May you bless Sangu from above, guiding her to prosperity and bringing honor to our family. Enjoy the food prepared by our son, and let us indulge during this festive season. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Sangu joined her in sorrow, saying, let us celebrate the new year joyfully as a family of 3, ensuring that our father in the other realm shares in our happiness. We finally have a home, and I promise to stand tall and provide you with a better life, even building a proper house for you. Indeed, await the day when your father, watching from the heavens, witnesses our son's success. You are our pride, destined to rise above and evoke envy among our relatives, her mother cried. As they dined, wept, and laughed. That night marked the most joyous spring festival the two had experienced in many years. They drank merrily, cried heartily, and laughed until exhaustion overcame them, leading them into a peaceful slumber. It was the most restful night I had experienced in years, filled with joy, for I was in my own home, free to cry and laugh without reservation, unbothered by anyone. With hope illuminating my path, I cast aside my previous despair, and with the dawn of brightness, I no longer feared the darkness. Chapter 11. The Dancing Prodigy, Little Electric Man having just celebrated the new year. The dog had yet to decide whether to return to the restaurant, primarily due to the intimidating presence of Summer River Horse. The dog would rather remain a eunuch for life than succumb to the oppressive authority of Summer River Horse. The mere thought of Summer River Horse sent shivers down the dog's spine. The weather was splendid that day when Air Donkey, accompanied by his loyal companions, sought out the dog, exclaiming, "The weather is delightful. Before it gets too warm, let us go to the river to break the ice and catch some frogs." This is the perfect season for them, plump and abundant. Air Donkey and his companions, Little Electric Man, Air Lizy, and Old Mauzy, eagerly awaited the dog's response. In previous years, the dog had been exceptionally skilled at locating frog nests, consistently finding them with precision. Thus, these simpletons preferred to enlist the dog's assistance in their frogging endeavors, with the dog locating the nests while they provided the labor, leading to bountiful catches. This year, however, the dog lacked the enthusiasm to join these simpletons in their merriment, preoccupied instead with the uncertainties of the post-New Year road ahead. Little Electric Man, with his runny nose, remarked, "Brother Dog, we have everything we need except for your favorable wind." The dog was taken aback, surprised that Little Electric Man could utter such eloquent words. Typically, Little Electric Man was known for rummaging through garbage heaps, scavenging for cardboard, bottles, and scrap metal, often asking passers-by if they had any unwanted materials. On rare occasions, he would offer a cigarette he had found, accompanied by a match. Little Electric Man had been rendered somewhat simple-minded after a childhood incident involving an electric shock from a power strip. In truth, he was several years older than the dog. Since that fateful event, his development had stagnated, and he had retained his youthful appearance for over 2 decades, a remarkable phenomenon, as he appeared unchanged when the dog saw him again after many years. Despite his simplicity, Little Electric Man possessed an extraordinary talent for dance, excelling in various forms, from ballroom to folk dancing. It was said that his former neighbor, a dance instructor from a Beijing academy who had been sent to the countryside, had taken it upon himself to teach Little Electric Man the art of dance during his idle days. Remarkably, this simpleton displayed a natural aptitude for dancing, mastering it with ease. Over the years, this simpleton transformed into a nearly professional dancer under the tutelage of his instructor. Regrettably, during that time, the absence of social media platforms like Douyin or Kuaishou meant that Little Electric Man missed out on the opportunity to become an online sensation. Whenever the dog felt downcast, he would seek out Little Electric Man to request a dance, to which Little Electric Man would gladly oblige, gracefully performing for him. The dog, wishing to learn as well, found himself lacking the requisite talent, struggling to grasp the moves despite ample practice, underscoring the significance of innate ability. Air Donkey's other companion was Air Lizy, who was also rather simple-minded and somewhat lacking in common sense. Unlike the playful antics of the Little Electric Man, Air Lizy is rather foolishly mischievous. His mischief knows no bounds. For instance, should a child play with him alone by the riverbank, he would seize the opportunity to push them into the water. Breaking windows and jamming sticks into keyholes of others' doors is merely part of his daily routine. Even Air Maulu has been pushed into the river by Air Lizy. But after receiving a thorough thrashing from Air Maulu, Air Lizy no longer dared to harm him and subsequently became his shadow. Old Mauzy, though seemingly less simple-minded, often behaves in an eccentric manner, deviating from conventional paths and exceeding ordinary expectations in his interactions. From a young age, he harbored affections for a girl named Wang Kaling, who, dismissing him as a simpleton, paid him no mind. Undeterred, he pursued her relentlessly, waiting for her after school during her high school days. One day, he wove a crown of wildflowers for her, but she furiously exclaimed, "Are you giving me a funeral wreath? I don't want this. Go give it to your mother. She would surely appreciate it." Seeing her disdain for the flower crown, Old Mauzy decided to collect a bucket of toads to present to her instead. Upon witnessing the bucket brimming with yellow-bellied toads, she nearly fainted and sprinted home in terror. She recounted the incident to her father and brothers, who subsequently sought Old Mauzy out to give him a thorough beating, leaving him in tears. Old Mauzy vowed never to pursue Wang Kaling again, and only then did her family relent. Though he outwardly ceased his pursuit, Old Mousy secretly confided in the little electric man and Air Lizzie that he would shout in crowded streets, proclaiming, "I am engaged to Wang Kailing. We are intimate." Her skin is fair and her figure is voluptuous, adorned with 3 moles, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. Not only did his group of simpletons shout this daily, but other foolish groups in town were also enlisted, receiving a handful of sunflower seeds for sharing the tale with 100 people and a piece of candy for 200. Thus, Wang Kailing became a local celebrity. Even in adulthood, no respectable suitor dared to approach her. Those who did were either disabled or previously married. Ultimately, she married someone from afar. The legend of the 3 moles on her backside is indeed true. Old Mousy once glimpsed them when they were just 5 years old. In this way, Old Mousy tarnished Wang Kailing's reputation, inciting a lifelong resentment within her. Wang Kailing's family busied themselves as well, spreading rumors about Old Mousy, claiming he had assaulted over 20 women of various ages. He was caught in the act by the police while attempting to assault 2 elderly women. Had it not been for his mental health documentation, he would have faced imprisonment. Consequently, from that point onward, women of all ages in town regarded Old Mousy with the same fear as one would a plague, keeping their distance. This reputation further complicated Old Mousy's already challenging quest for companionship, leading him to remain single for most of his life. It was not until he reached 50, through the introduction of a matchmaker, that he married a woman from Hunan who came with 2 children. Surrounded by a band of simpletons, the fool known as Ermelu basked in their adoration like the moon amongst the stars. Whenever there was no work at home, he delighted in taking this group of simpletons to wander the streets or venture into the hills and rivers, sometimes even seeking out brawls. Eventually, the various factions of simpletons in the town were all united under Ermelu, who finally reigned supreme over the realm of simpletons. The townsfolk soon dubbed them the Simpleton Gang, with Ermelu as their leader. Although lacking in intellect, Ermelu was not foolish. Anyone who dared to call him boss would face his wrath. When there were weddings in the town, Ermelu would lead his simpleton gang to show their support, typically by intercepting the wedding procession. They would first have Xiao Dianren perform a dance, followed by Lao Mousy singing a song. Then, accompanied by his simpletons, they would extend their congratulations to the newlyweds, who would hurriedly offer red envelopes. If the envelopes were deemed insufficient, Ermelu would have Xiao Dianren continue dancing and Lao Mousy sing on, ensuring the celebration persisted until the hosts increased their offering. This reliance on the simpletons brought Ermelu and his companions considerable profit, most of which was spent on indulgent food and drink, as the simpletons sought nothing more than to eat, drink, and enjoy life. The dog, known as Guzi, had no desire to associate with the simpletons, fearing he might be mistaken for one of them. Thus, he resolutely declined Ermelu's invitation. Disappointed, Ermelu and his gang departed. For while the simpletons could frolic carefreely for a lifetime, Guzi had aspirations of earning a living and marrying a wife, hoping to bring pride to his mother. He repaired his family home, securing the wooden beams and reinforcing the front door, determined to provide his mother with a safe haven before his departure. In the days that followed, Guzi and his mother enjoyed hearty meals together, sharing stories of his experiences learning carpentry and cooking, which brought forth laughter from her. To her, Guzi had grown into a fine young man. Wherever his mother was, that was home, a tranquil harbor that made it difficult for him to leave. At 16, Guzi was not only the pillar of his mother's household, but also her hope and pride for the future. Chapter 12. A windfall from heaven. In a state of confusion, unsure of his next steps, Guzi was summoned by his great-grandfather, who invited him to indulge in fried Sioux birds and sauce-covered loaches. At over 90 years of age, his great-grandfather remained vigorous, often sweeping a patch of snow in the yard and setting up 2 rolling traps for Sioux birds, hoping for a fortunate day when he might catch 100 or more. The Sioux bird was considered the finest delicacy of the greater Shingon range, rendering even the most esteemed meats pale in comparison. Guzi, having tasted a plethora of delicacies over the past year, found that nothing could rival the exquisite flavor of Sioux bird meat. The loaches were caught by his great-grandfather in a mountain stream before winter, kept alive in a pond beside his shed, with sand and mud placed in their traps to protect them from freezing. After the new year, the ice covering the pond would be broken, allowing the loaches to be retrieved and washed free of mud. The combination of the sauce and loaches was simply tantalizing. Although Guzi had enjoyed an abundance of fish and meat over the past year, it had been 2 years since he last savored Sioux birds and mountain loaches, and the mere thought of it made his mouth water. Upon arriving at the home of my grandfather, I observed my grandmother placing dishes upon the Kong table. My grandfather, seated cross-legged on the Kong, beckoned, "Come, come, swiftly join me on the Kong. Today, the young lad shall share a few drinks with me. At 16, you have reached adulthood and will soon become the backbone of the Zhang family. Thus, you must practice your drinking. A man who does not drink is merely wandering through life. My grandmother, with a twinkle in her eye, urged Sanguo, hurry. Take off your shoes and join your grandfather on the Kong. He is in high spirits today and wishes to share a few cups with you. What has brought about such merriment? Sanguo teased. Have you found some money, or perhaps profited from selling pigs earlier this year? Or did you stumble upon some gold? First, drink and eat, my grandfather replied. Once you have finished, I shall share the good news with you. It is akin to discovering a golden rice bowl, he chuckled. Very well, let us dine before we converse further, Sanguo declared as he poured a drink for his grandfather. The liquor was homemade by my grandfather, once the proprietor of Zhang's distillery in Jiaodong City. Brewing his own spirits was a simple task for him. Although the distillery had been burned down for decades, my grandfather had not lost his skill. He boasted that his brew surpassed even the finest Mao Tai and Wuliangya. At that time, Sanguo was not well versed in wines. However, his grandfather's liquor was smooth, not harsh on the palate, leaving a sweet aftertaste and lingering aroma. Even if one were to drink excessively, they would awaken refreshed, their mind clear and bright. As they savored the white liquor, indulging in su niao and savoring the tender mud loach, Sanguo found delight in the su niao. One would begin by biting into its head, releasing a burst of flavor, then savoring the body, which became increasingly fragrant with each chew. The su niao, fried in lard to a crisp golden finish, could easily accompany half a pot of liquor. The fresh mud loach, devoid of bones, was infused with a rich aroma, the savory notes of bean sauce harmonizing with the loach's tenderness, creating an enticing fragrance. The two indulged heartily, consuming over 100 su niao and nearly depleting a large basin of sauced mud loach. My grandmother intended to fetch more loach from the pot, but Sanguo quickly interjected, "That is enough, Grandma. Let us save some for your next meal." Sanguo was aware that his grandparents led a modest life. Their 3 children, all employed in state-owned enterprises, failing to provide financial support. Their sustenance was derived from farming and pig raising, so even in times of hardship, Sanguo never sought to burden them by dining at their home. It is a rare occasion for you to return after 2 years. You must eat and drink to your heart's content. Who knows? If you do not return for several more years, you may not see me again. Each moment I live is precious, and being able to witness you establish your own family brings me joy. Even in the afterlife, I can face your deceased father with pride, my grandfather remarked. What are you saying, Grandpa? You shall surely live to 138. I consulted a fortune teller who claimed you would witness my son's wedding, and you and Grandma will help me watch over him, Sanguo replied. Haha, if I were to live that long, I would see great-grandchildren. But I do not wish for such longevity. Merely witnessing you build a family and a career would suffice. My grandfather smiled. Sanguo chose not to pursue the topic of age, knowing that the elderly often fear such discussions, growing increasingly apprehensive of death. Instead, he began to share amusing tales from his experiences training as a carpenter and chef, while his grandfather listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting with praise, remarking on the spirit and talent of his great-grandson. After more than 2 hours of conversation, Sanguo felt a bit parched. So Tai Nai brought him a pot of shepherd's purse tea, a remarkable brew that Tai Yi and Tai Nai consumed regularly, warding off colds throughout the year. Tai Yi said, Sanguo, you feasted well. Drink some tea and rest a while. I have good news for you. Ever since Sanguo had been driven away by Huang the carpenter, Tai Yi had been furious, lamenting to Tai Nai that he had been blind to have saved such an ungrateful wretch. I refuse to believe that all my acquaintances are such ingrates. He decided to reach out to a former apprentice from the distillery. Since the distillery had burned down, the workers had all left, leaving only a young brewing apprentice who was reluctant to depart. He had dedicated 5 years to the distillery, rising from a helper to a master brewer, treating the distillery as his home and regarding Tai Yi with the utmost respect. Tai Yi gifted him $30 silver, saying, managing a distillery is no small feat. Take this money back home to find a wife. I am too old to start anew in life. This is all I can do to help you. The apprentice was deeply touched, for at that time, $10 silver could secure a young bride, and 30 could afford a home and a marriage. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Uncle, I will always remember your kindness. Once I am settled, I will return to care for you in your old age. Tai Yi smiled. Good. I look forward to you thriving. Then I shall enjoy the fruits of your labor. With tears in his eyes, the apprentice bid farewell, unaware that this departure would span decades. His name was Niu Yutian, and now at 62, he had yet to marry. He worked as a brewer in a state-run distillery, second only in rank to the factory director and workshop supervisor. Over the years, Tai Yi and Master Niu corresponded frequently. Eventually, Niu expressed his wish to retire due to health issues. Had the factory not opposed his retirement, he would have left 2 years prior. Before retiring, he could designate a successor among Tai Ye's great-grandsons, teaching them the art of brewing, provided they promised to care for him in his old age. In a letter, Master Niu lamented, "Uncle, I had hoped to care for you in your old age, but alas, my health is failing more than yours. I must precede you in this journey. I am deeply sorry. I can only repay your kindness in the next life. In this one, I have no descendants. Not even someone to carry my coffin. I feel I have failed my ancestors." Tai Yi was saddened and remarked to Tai Nai, "Look, this is a truly loyal child. He remembers the kindness I showed him all those years ago. I did not misjudge him." After some contemplation, Tai Yi decided that among his great-grandsons, Sanguo was the most promising, while the others seemed either foolish or cunning. Therefore, he resolved to grant this opportunity to Sanguo, as a position in a state-owned enterprise was a rare treasure in that era, making marriage prospects much brighter. Sanguo was taken aback, thinking, "Such fortune has fallen upon me like a pie from the sky. Uncle, if you give me this chance, what will Daniel, heir Mao Lu, and Sima Lu's father say?" Tai Yi waved dismissively. "What is there to stir up trouble about? Let that prodigal and foolish heir Mao donkey go learn the art of brewing. What could they possibly achieve? The young lad is merely 14, still a minor, and the distillery would never permit him entry. No amount of commotion will alter this fact. Prepare yourself, for in a few days, you shall visit Master Niu at the brewery. Go home and discuss this with your mother." Sanguo returned home, his mind brimming with thoughts. It was not that he was reluctant to go. After all, securing a position at a state-owned distillery is a splendid opportunity. Yet, he lamented the prospect of abandoning his culinary skills, feeling as though his training would be in vain. Chapter 13. The family treasure upon arriving home. Sanguo immediately shared the news with his mother about the chance to become a formal employee at the state-owned distillery. His mother was taken aback, delighted by the unexpected stroke of fortune that had befallen her son. Many dream of securing a position in a state enterprise, and now, it seemed, the good fortune had smiled upon Guzi. "Why is there anything to deliberate?" his mother exclaimed. "Silly child, since your great-grandfather has bestowed this opportunity upon you, you must cherish it. Prepare yourself in the coming days and make haste to the distillery. Do not worry about matters at home. I can manage just fine on my own. Once you are at the distillery, learn diligently from Master Niu and strive to secure your position. When you become a formal employee, I shall celebrate with a grand display of fireworks, for I have high hopes for your future." Guzi replied, "All right, I shall heed my mother's advice. I will work at the distillery and commit myself to mastering the art of brewing. Aspiring to become a master brewer like Master Niu, my son is ambitious. I am certain he will become a skilled brewer," his mother joyfully remarked. The next day, Guzi visited his great-grandfather once more, eager to inform him that he had conferred with his mother and was preparing to visit the distillery, soon to meet Master Niu. Great-grandfather was seated cross-legged on the kong, enjoying his lunch of coarse porridge, pickled vegetables, and stir-fried potato slices, accompanied by a flask of wine. The crunch of the pickles echoed as he savored them, alternating bites with sips of wine in sheer contentment. Upon noticing his great-grandson's arrival, he inquired, "Has Sanguo eaten? The porridge is still warm. Have a couple of bowls. There isn't much in the way of dishes, so best not to indulge in the wine. It's not beneficial for the health of the young." Guzi responded, "Great-grandfather, I have already eaten. I came to tell you that my mother and I have discussed it, and she wholeheartedly supports my swift journey to the distillery. She hopes that I will learn the craft well from Master Niu and strive to become a formal worker." "Excellent. As long as you two have come to an agreement, that is all that matters. Before you leave, I wish to gift you 2 treasures. Take good care of them, for they may one day lead you to prosperity." "What treasures, great-grandfather? Are they truly precious?" Guzi inquired. "Indeed, they are treasures, heirlooms to be passed down through generations. You must safeguard them well. This is the legacy of our Zhang family," great-grandfather declared proudly. "Could it be that you have hidden away silver dollars? Or perhaps antiques or jewels?" Guzi exclaimed in excitement. "Silver dollars? Jewels? You look like a jewel yourself. If I had such riches, I would have long since exchanged them for chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, rather than subsisting on pickles and coarse fare," great-grandfather retorted with a hint of annoyance. "If it's not silver, then what is this treasure?" Guzi pressed. "What treasure, you ask? I shall tell you. It is a pair of secret recipes left to me by my sworn brother, Sun Dazhuang, before he departed this world. One of them contains the secrets of brewing. The wine I brew in an earthen pot is remarkably delightful, attributable to the secret brewing recipe I possess. Additionally, there exists an ancient compendium of traditional Chinese medicinal formulas. The brewing secrets encompass 7 distinct methods, including refreshing, robust, and sesame fragrances, with the paramount being the jade aroma, which is the very wine I usually savor. This recipe amalgamates the strengths of various techniques, yielding a harmonious blend that is neither harsh on the throat nor fiery on the palate, leaving a lingering, gentle aftertaste. I have named it Jade Divine Fragrance. Should you ever ascend to the status of a master brewer, utilize this recipe to elevate your standing. Remember to safeguard this secret, preserving it for generations to come, as my great-grandfather advised. Curiously, I inquired why he had not passed these two treasured tomes to my granduncle and grandfather over the years. My uncle and others had never heard of these secrets. My great-grandfather, with a look of disdain, responded, given their lack of skill, I feared they would squander the legacy left by my brethren. Your granduncles and grandfather are ungrateful, and your uncle is a mere weakling, the rest of your generation, aside from you, lacks promise. Upon witnessing my great-grandfather unveiling the two books, wrapped in layers of protective coverings, I noted their covers were made of dark, aged paper. One bore the title 7 Marvels of Brewing, a family legacy of the Sun Clan, while the other was inscribed the Sun Clan's treatise on medicinal health. With a solemn expression, my great-grandfather handed them to me, and I received them with utmost reverence, understanding their significance as cherished family heirlooms. I assure you, great-grandfather, I shall not tarnish the reputation of these recipes. I will protect them diligently, ensuring they remain a treasured legacy of the Zhang family for generations, I vowed. As the saying goes, wealth may not last beyond 3 generations. With your grandfather's era included, it has reached your 3rd generation. It rests upon your shoulders to achieve greatness. The proverb states that from 9 dogs, 1 turtle emerges. Whether our Zhang family can attain glory hinges on you. My great-grandfather remarked. Remember, when you venture outside, harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against the ill intentions of others. Avoid the temptation of petty gains. True wisdom lies in suffering minor losses to reap greater benefits, he imparted earnestly. Live with integrity, be sincere with friends, and maintain distance from the unscrupulous. If others resort to trickery, remember they may possess myriad schemes, but with established principles, you shall not fall prey to their machinations. I nodded in acknowledgement, well aware that these were the life lessons from a once powerful financier and landowner in Jiaodong City. I shall remember, great-grandfather, I assured him. Now, take the recipes and hasten home, ensuring your grandfather and uncles remain oblivious. Those rascals may lack other skills, but they fiercely compete for the family estate, nearly leaving me bereft of my precious possessions. These 2 secret recipes, hidden away, must not fall into their hands. Quickly, prepare to depart for the distillery, my great-grandfather urged. Waving his hand, with the 2 recipes tucked away in my clothing, I turned to bid farewell to my great-grandfather and great-grandmother before heading home. Once inside, I locked the door and revealed the treasured recipes to my mother. The mother was taken aback and remarked, I once heard your father mention that your great-grandfather spoke of a family secret recipe, yet I have never laid eyes upon it. Nor do I know what this recipe entails. Your great-grandfather said he would pass it on to your father just before his demise. Your father thought it was merely drunken ramblings. Who would have imagined there truly is a secret recipe? You must safeguard it well. Do not let your uncle or grandfather discover it. If they learn of it, they will undoubtedly come seeking it from you, and if you refuse, they will certainly not relent. The mother expressed her concerns. How could I allow them to find out? This is a secret entrusted to me by my great-grandfather, and I shall keep it hidden forever, Dogsy replied. Subsequently, Dogsy concealed the recipe in the rafters, as there were no rats or insects in that space. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, the mother busied herself preparing Dogsy's luggage, stitching together over a dozen pairs of insoles. Dogsy remarked, Mother, you need not bring so many. I am not going away for years. The mother countered, a poor family must travel well. The last time you were gone for 2 years, and this time, who knows how long it will be. When learning a trade, a disciple must not return home if the master forbids it. After several days of packing, the mother had prepared 2 large suitcases for Dogsy, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, extracting excess items, ultimately reducing it to a single suitcase. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Dogsy, burdened with his luggage, bid farewell to his mother and great-grandfather, boarding a train bound for Q City. Q City was then a northern heavy industrial hub, the 2nd city in H province, where Master Nyo worked at the Victory Distillery. Nestled at the foot of the mountains on the outskirts, the distillery relied on a mountain stream for its brewing operations. It was said that Master Nyo chose the distillery's location, had it not been for his lack of education and his peculiar temperament, failing to flatter the leadership. The position of distillery director would not have been awarded to another. Master Nyo dedicated 30 years of his life to the Victory Distillery. serving as a master brewer and mentoring over 20 apprentices. However, the unique brewing techniques remained undisclosed to them. While they could brew, they could never reach Master Nyo's level of craftsmanship. Master Nyo never married, and some speculated he was ailing, perhaps a eunuch, questioning why a capable man would not seek a wife. Others suggested that he had been heartbroken in his youth, leading to his disinterest in pursuing relationships. Amusingly, some even claimed he was arito, a term predating the word homosexual, favoring men over women, which explained why his apprentices never acquired his most guarded skills. They had not shared his bed. In truth, Master Nyo had been waiting for a woman, one he loved throughout his life. After departing from his great-grandfather's distillery, he did not return to his hometown to settle down. He was ambitious, hoping to one day establish his own distillery. However, the 30 silver dollars provided by his great-grandfather were insufficient for purchasing property and marrying. They were barely enough to start a distillery, which required a furnace, fermentation tanks, storage barrels, and the like. Grain was the most significant expense of all. The distillation of liquor is a labor-intensive process that consumes a significant amount of grain. Moreover, the freshly produced spirit is imbued with a fiery potency, rendering it harsh and unpalatable. It must be aged in the cellar for several months before it can be sold. Thus, establishing a distillery requires substantial financial resources, typically accessible only to wealthy landowners and financiers. Nyo Yutian sought to learn the craft of distillation by working in a small distillery, hoping to gather experience and funds before eventually opening his own establishment. Unlike a full-fledged distillery, this distillation setup consisted merely of a single still and a fermentation vat, functioning as a diminutive microbrewery. The spirits produced were sold directly to merchants, yielding only modest earnings. Nyo Yotian's intent was to understand the intricacies of selling liquor in this humble distillery, owned by a man named Li Fuguei, who had 3 beautiful daughters but no sons. The eldest, Li Ruhua, was a striking 17-year-old, radiating beauty with her delicate features, graceful figure, and particularly notable curves. Upon first seeing Li Ruhua, Nyo Yutian was utterly captivated, as if he had encountered a celestial being, and at that moment, he even envisioned names for their future children. Initially, he planned to work at the distillery for a while, accumulate some savings, and then venture out to establish his own brewery as the proprietor. However, spellbound by Li Ruhua's beauty, he decided to prolong his stay. Li Fuguei was notoriously miserly, treating his workers poorly, providing inadequate sustenance, and subjecting them to arduous labor. Consequently, few employees remained long in his employ. The previous distiller had left due to the dismal food and irregular wages. Nyo Yutian was the 6th apprentice since Li Fuguei opened the distillery, with an average turnover of 1 per year, as no one wished to commit to a second year. Had it not been for his infatuation with Li Ruhua, Nyo Yutian would have likely departed within 2 months. The food was abysmal, often consisting merely of stale cornbread, with vegetables limited to pickled items, and occasionally potatoes or cabbage. In the evenings, they were served only porridge, with little oil or flavor to be found. Distillation is physically demanding work. Without proper nourishment, one quickly loses strength. Nyo Yutian resorted to purchasing scraps of meat to sustain himself, knowing that without some protein, his health would soon deteriorate. Li Ruhua, appreciating Nyo Yutian's diligence and skill, developed a fondness for him, often seeking opportunities to engage him in conversation. Nyo Yutian found joy in their exchanges, not merely because of his own appeal, but rather due to the stark contrast to the rather unremarkable appearance of the other workers. In her limited interactions with men, Li Ruhua gradually fell for the industrious Nyo Yutian, marking the beginning of a profound and unforgettable romance. As their interactions deepened, they became a couple, with Nyo Yutian in his early 20s and Li Ruhua at 17, both at a fervent age for passion. Eventually, their desires culminated in an intimate encounter in the woodshed. However, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Li Fuguei soon discovered the affair and, in a fit of rage, enlisted the help of his nephews to assault Nyo Yutian. Subsequently, he imprisoned him in the cellar and sent one of his nephews to the county police station to report that Nyo Yutian had assaulted a respectable young woman. The 30 silver dollars belonging to Nyo Yutian, hidden within his luggage, were seized by Li Fuguei, who intended to use them to bribe the police and ensure Nyo Yutian faced the death penalty. Under the cover of night, Li Ruhua opened the cellar and rescued Nyo Yutian, urging him to flee. "Brother Yutian, you must escape. My father has sent someone to report you to the county police, accusing you of rape, which could land you in prison, where they might arrange for your demise." Nyo Yutian implored, "Come with me. Let us find a distant place where we can live as husband and wife." "Brother Yutian, I cannot leave. I carry your child within me. I may be fine, But the baby cannot withstand the turmoil. Li Ruhua replied, gently caressing her belly. Disregarding his own wounds, Niu Yutian embraced Li Ruhua joyfully, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, Ruhua. I will finally have descendants." They devised a plan. Niu Yutian would flee first, find a safe refuge, and then return for Li Ruhua, so they could start a new life together. Li Ruhua provided him with $2 silver and several steamed buns for his journey. She also removed 2 silver bracelets from her wrists, offering them to him to pawn for money. Niu Yutian accepted only 1 bracelet, declaring it their token of love, a symbol of their unbreakable bond. Thus, he escaped, unaware that this parting would last a lifetime. Shortly after his departure, Li Fugue forcibly married Li Ruhua to a nationalist officer, making her a concubine. 7 months into the marriage, she bore a son. Although the officer harbored doubts about the child's premature size, he, having longed for an heir, accepted the boy as his own. As time passed, when the nationalist forces crumbled, Li Ruhua and her child accompanied the officer to an island, where they remained for decades. It was only when Li Ruhua fell gravely ill that she revealed the truth to her son, instructing him to take the silver bracelet and seek out his biological father on the mainland. When the policies relaxed, permitting overseas Chinese to visit their families, her son journeyed to the mainland and discovered that Niu Yutian had passed away many years prior. For much of his life, Niu Yutian had waited in vain for news of Li Ruhua. Upon returning to the distillery, hoping to find her, he found it abandoned, the staff scattered. He remained steadfast in his belief that one day, Li Ruhua would come to find him with their child. Whenever he had the chance, he would visit the vicinity of Li's family distillery, seeking word of her. Niu Yutian stubbornly awaited her return, enduring a lifetime of longing, never once laying eyes on Li Ruhua or their child. Such is the nature of life, filled with the joys and sorrows of parting, lovers unable to unite, and devoted souls left to wait in vain. Chapter 15. The bachelor Niu Yutian. The arrival of the puppy brought Niu Yutian great joy, as the great-grandson of his former employer felt like family to him. In this place, where he had no kin, his few apprentices remained distant, ever wary of them pilfering his treasured skills, resulting in a strained master-apprentice relationship. Master Niu welcomed the puppy into the distillery, assigning it a dormitory adjacent to the liquor fermentation workshop, far removed from the workers' living quarters. Master Niu remarked that the quietness of this place was conducive to teaching his apprentice the craft, unlike other bustling areas where prying eyes might steal his unique skills. After arranging accommodations for his apprentice, he took him to the cafeteria, where they enjoyed 2 dishes, braised cabbage with tofu and scrambled eggs with chili peppers. They then ventured outside the factory to a shop to procure some pig's head meat and peanuts, and he brought out a jar of his homemade wine, saying it was to welcome Sanguo. "Today, I am truly delighted. It has been decades since I last saw my old employer. I remember when I first came to your great-grandfather's winery as a worker. You were just this big. It took me 2 years as an apprentice to master the art of winemaking, which has provided for my livelihood ever since. My old employer treated me as if I were his own son. Do not feel constrained now that you are here. We are like family," Master Niu said with a smile. Sanguo replied, "My great-grandfather said that the master and our Zhang family are like relatives. He asked me to learn the craft well from you and to take care of your needs, so that I may support you in your old age." Good, good, good. "From now on, I shall depend on you for my retirement," Master Niu chuckled. "Today, let us not discuss anything else. Let us first enjoy a good meal and drink. I haven't had a proper feast in quite some time, having been caught up in endless toil." He then poured a large mug of wine for Sanguo. Sanguo gazed at the large mug of white liquor that nearly matched the size of his head and thought, "How can I drink this?" Observing the awkward expression on Sanguo's face, Master Niu said, "A man who does not drink is wasting his life. Since you are at a winery, you must learn to drink. Otherwise, the scent of alcohol will overwhelm you daily. Once you learn to appreciate it, the aroma of wine will no longer be off-putting." Master Niu's words seemed quite reasonable. This wine, often referred to as the water of forgetfulness, brings a sense of ethereal bliss when enjoyed in moderation, allowing one to forget their worries. For men, the finest treasure is indeed wine. It is the essence of grain, and the more one drinks, the younger they feel. "Come, let us drink," Master Niu declared, raising his mug. "My tolerance for alcohol is limited, but I shall do my best," Sanguo replied, uncertain of Master Niu's temperament, and thus accompanied him in drinking. Master Niu appeared to possess a formidable capacity for alcohol, but in reality, he was not very resilient. After consuming half a mug, he became intoxicated, singing and dancing, although his melodies were utterly out of tune, reaching heights that could rival the Himalayas. He could not remember the lyrics. and what should have been a fine song turned into a cacophony under his rendition. Sanguo could not decipher what song Master Nyo was attempting to sing, as he was so far off key that not a single line was coherent. As he sang, he began to weep, and eventually, exhausted from his emotional outpouring, fell onto the bed and drifted off to sleep. Sanguo observed, "What a drinking character. He rivals Uncle Zhang Yangjun. Both are prone to weeping when intoxicated. They are indeed the sorrowful drinkers of our family. If we were to gather Master Nyo and Zhang Yangjun for a drinking session, with one playing the eru and the other singing, they could put on a delightful performance." Sanguo helped Master Nyo remove his shoes and outer garments, tucked him under the covers, and then tidied up the remnants of their meal, feeling inclined to take a stroll. The Victory Winery was quite expansive, boasting 5 large stills, each capable of holding over 2,000 pounds of material. Operating twice a day, the distillery could produce more than 6 tons of raw liquor daily, leading to a monthly output exceeding 200 tons, a considerable yield for a medium-sized city like Q City. The distillery is home to several hundred employees. In addition to various administrative offices, it boasts a raw materials warehouse, a wine storage facility, and a fermentation and distillation workshop, all integrated into a cohesive unit. Among its subordinate establishments is a breeding farm that processes the residual grains from production. Along the street, there is a row of storefronts leased to units under the Commerce Bureau, which operate daily necessities and hardware stores. The workers' dormitory area features a 3-story building that serves as both the office and residence for the administrative leaders. The workers reside in rows of red brick bungalows, each with a small courtyard where children frolic and chase each other, creating a lively scene. At this moment, an elderly lady called out to a young man, "You must be the new apprentice set to take over from the old master." The young man, puzzled, asked, "Who is the old master?" The lady, noticing his confusion, quickly clarified, "The old master is your mentor, Nyo Yutian." "Why is he called the old master?" the young man inquired, still bewildered. The lady, eager to share, animatedly recounted the tale. It turns out that Nyo, in his youth, was quite the figure at the factory, with many predicting his rise to the position of factory director. A recently divorced female union officer had taken a liking to him and pursued him fervently. Unfortunately, her affections went unreciprocated, as Nyo was solely focused on searching for his beloved Li Ruhua and their child, leaving no room in his heart for another woman. After a prolonged pursuit without success, the spurned union officer's feelings turned bitter, and she began to spread malicious rumors that Nyo was ill, incapable of intimate relationships, and had an unsettling penchant for peeping at women in restrooms. She even insinuated that he had a preference for men, claiming that any apprentice who shared his bed would be taught the secrets of winemaking. These rumors caused the factory's single women to avoid Nyo, and even his apprentices maintained a respectful distance. Despite having mentored over 20 apprentices, none felt close to him. Nyo remained an individualist, indifferent to public opinion, leading a life centered around 3 pursuits: work, drinking, singing, and searching for Li Ruhua. Each year, when the union compiled its list of single youths, the female officer would ensure Nyo's name was included, designating him as a single young man. Eventually, she ascended to the position of union chairperson, and even as Nyo aged and his hair turned gray, his status as a single young man was perpetuated, with invitations to singles events still extended to him. Thus, he acquired the nickname Old Youth. The loquacious lady relished her storytelling, engaging the young man for over an hour without fatigue, eager to continue. "Remember, my name is Su Meili, the most renowned matchmaker at our factory. I've successfully paired dozens of couples each year. If you ever seek a partner, treat me to a meal, and I shall introduce you to charming young ladies, each more beautiful than the last." The young man eagerly agreed, exclaiming, "Annie, you're truly remarkable. I will certainly keep close to you. My hopes of marrying a lovely wife rest upon your esteemed guidance." "Thank you, Aunt Su, for believing in me." Su Meili beamed with pride, buoyed by the young man's flattery, and replied, "Do come visit me at home. Help me with some chores, and I'll ensure to introduce you to a lovely match this year." It was clear that Su Meili was keen on having the young man assist her in exchange for her matchmaking services. Sendog remarked, "I am still young, merely 16. I must diligently learn my craft under the guidance of my master. Only when he retires can I take over his position. Once I become a full-time employee, I shall trouble Aunt Su for an introduction, correct?" To which the response was affirmative. "Indeed, once you are officially employed, Auntie will gladly make the introductions." Such a promising young man, and soon to be a master brewer. The young ladies will be clamoring for your attention, and Auntie will ensure you find the very best. After this exchange, Su Meili swayed her ample form like a tire and departed. Chapter 16. Minister of Information Su Meili Sandog paid little heed to Su Meili. perceiving her merely as an ordinary gossip. Her boast of having introduced dozens of suitors in a year seemed exaggerated, considering the brewery employed only a few hundred workers. If her claims were to be believed, the entire workforce would be at her mercy. During their initial encounter, Sandog's respectful demeanor greatly pleased Su Meili, and subsequently, he consistently elevated her status in their interactions. Su Meili publicly praised Sandog's integrity, portraying him as a commendable young man of good character, intelligence, and industriousness. Her commendations significantly enhanced his reputation, leading many families with daughters to consider him favorably. Had Sandog known that the brewery's most notorious gossip was Su Meili, he would have broken into a cold sweat, relieved that he had not offended her during their first meeting. Su Meili was no ordinary character. She relished in gossip and matchmaking, which, though she claimed was a secondary occupation, was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Each year, she indeed facilitated several introductions. Though few resulted in success, yet a dozen or so were not uncommon. Through this matchmaking endeavor, Su Meili often indulged in complimentary meals, regardless of whether the matches succeeded. Successful matches warranted a handsome reward, starting at a minimum of 100 yuan, with no upper limit. She was humorously dubbed the brewery's unofficial Minister of Information and Public Relations. Whether it was a husband straying, a wife engaging in an affair, or a child getting into trouble, Su Meili would disseminate the news through her gossip network, earning her the moniker of Information Minister. Su Meili operated with a team of close friends, all of whom shared a penchant for visiting and exchanging idle chatter. Once a piece of information reached them, it would swiftly coalesce at Su Meili's information hub and, through her formidable communication skills, spread like wildfire throughout the brewery. A day without gossip left Su Meili feeling achy all over. While she could freely speak of others, she would not tolerate any gossip about herself. Upon learning of such discussions, she would confront the culprits with unyielding determination. Weighing in at 180 pounds, her physical prowess was no laughing matter. As most men would struggle to match her strength, her motto was, "A gentleman speaks rather than fights. Only when faced with a petty person does one resort to violence. I strike only when necessary, and when I do, it is with lethal intent." Compared to her formidable physique, Su Meili's verbal wit was even more formidable. The news of Sandog's arrival at the brewery reached Su Meili almost instantaneously, with all details quickly at her disposal. Her information network was nothing short of terrifyingly efficient. The dog has always believed that Su Meili should not be confined to the breeding farm, as it is a gross misallocation of her talents. She ought to be working in the factory's publicity department. Given her formidable organizational and promotional abilities, she could single-handedly manage all the responsibilities therein. Therefore, every time Sanguo encounters Su Meili, he sincerely advocates for her, exclaiming, with Aunt Su's eloquence and capabilities, "It is truly a waste for her to be feeding pigs at the breeding farm. I wonder what the leadership is thinking, with Aunt Su's talents. She would be more than qualified to be the head of the publicity department." Upon hearing this, Su Meili feels elated, sensing that she has found a kindred spirit. From that moment on, she tells everyone that despite Zhang Guzi's youth, he possesses an astute eye for talent, and once he makes a name for himself, he will undoubtedly be a true connoisseur of ability. She envisions herself as a steed of great potential. After wandering around the distillery, Sanguo made his way outside and purchased several creamy ice creams from a shop to bring to Master Nyo. Just waking from slumber, Master Nyo was parched when he saw Sanguo returning with a few ice creams in hand. Without uttering a word, Master Nyo accepted the treats and began to eat, finishing several before exhaling a sigh of contentment. After living for so many years, this is the first time I've had someone bring me ice cream right after waking up. This little pup has quite the discerning eye. Sanguo replied, "My great-grandfather sent me here not only to learn the craft, but also to take good care of you, Master. He mentioned that your life has been tough, with no one to care for you. Since I'm here now, I'll look after you like a son." Master Nyo fell silent for a moment, appearing deeply touched, then smiled and said, "A disciple is akin to a son. It suffices for me to have your care when I'm old and bedridden. For now, you needn't worry, you are still a child. Just take care of yourself." Sanguo said nothing further and went out to fetch a basin of hot water from Master Nyo, saying, "Master, soak your feet. It will be more comfortable for sleeping tonight." Without waiting for permission, he helped Master Nyo remove his socks and placed his feet into the basin. "Oh dear, you're going to scald me, you rascal," Master Nyo exclaimed. "I'm sorry, Master. I forgot to check the water temperature," Sanguo replied awkwardly. "Enough. You've just arrived and must be tired. Go rest. I don't need you here. Get to bed early. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to the factory leaders. You'll need their approval for your formal employment." Sanguo agreed and left Master Nyo's dormitory, returning to his own. The dormitory was quite spacious, larger than any room he had ever occupied, measuring 50 square meters, so big that his voice echoed when he called out. This room had once served as the Union's table tennis hall, but after the Union relocated upstairs, it had been left vacant. With Sanguo's arrival, Master Nyo and the factory leaders had arranged for him to use it as his dormitory. However, the vast emptiness of the room, with just a solitary bed, made Sanguo feel somewhat apprehensive, leading to a sleepless night. As dawn broke, Sanguo rose to brush his teeth and wash his face, neatly packing his belongings before heading out to the breakfast shop outside the factory. At this time, shortly after the initiation of the reform and opening up, although rationing tickets for grains had not yet been abolished, breakfast establishments had already ceased to require them. The protagonist ordered a bowl of fragrant soy milk accompanied by 4 crispy fried dough sticks and a small portion of complimentary pickled vegetables, savoring his meal in the shop. The soy milk was delightful, and the fried dough sticks were perfectly crisp, providing a sense of contentment that left him warm and satisfied after finishing. He then filled a large tea mug with soy milk, ordered 6 more fried dough sticks, and paid merely 1 yuan and 20 cents, each dough stick costing 10 cents, and the soy milk 5 cents. One cannot help but marvel at the remarkably low prices of that era. He took the soy milk and fried dough sticks to Master Nyo's dormitory, where the latter had yet to rise, seemingly still under the influence of last night's revelry, with the door left unlatched. Approaching the bedside, he set down the soy milk and fried dough sticks, prompting Master Nyo to open his bleary eyes, saying, "Why are you up so early? What have you bought? I usually skip breakfast." "Master, you should eat while it's warm. The soy milk is freshly made, and the dough sticks are delightfully crispy," he replied. Master Nyo slowly rose, donned his clothing, and remarked, "I need a cigarette to shake off the hangover first. A morning cigarette is better than a blessing from the gods." He picked up his pearwood pipe and began to smoke. Master Nyo had a significant addiction. In his youth, it was instilled in him by his grandfather. The pipe, crafted from pear wood with a brass mouthpiece, was a gift from his grandfather, now aged with a lovely patina. Master Nyo had a penchant for both tobacco and alcohol, believing that the two were inseparable. His long-standing habits, coupled with neglect for his own health, gradually deteriorated his body. Now, he suffered from poor lung health, often waking in the night due to coughing, along with kidney issues that caused persistent back pain, hypertension, and gout. Occasionally, the gout would flare up to such an extent that he could scarcely walk. Yet, once the pain subsided, he returned to smoking and drinking without a second thought, showing little regard for his physical well-being. Chapter 17. A new life begins after satisfying his nicotine craving. Master Nyo downed the tea mug of soy milk in quick succession and devoured 3 fried dough sticks. "I'm full. What a comfort. I haven't had breakfast in years. I find it a bother. After a night of drinking, I'm never hungry the next morning." The protagonist admonished, "Master, you must make it a point to have breakfast. It helps to counteract the effects of the previous night's drinking. If you continue to skip breakfast, your health will surely decline. My body has already declined. I'm just living day by day now, taking each moment as it comes. I hope to live long enough to impart all my skills to you. Once you become a full-time employee, I can rest in peace. Even if it means I die then," Master Nyo said half-jokingly. "Master, please take care of your health. You have many more days ahead of you. You could live to be 130. The protagonist exclaimed. "Huh, 130? If I live that long, just imagine how much retirement money I'd drain from the distillery. They'd be in deep trouble." Master Nyo chuckled. In those days, pensions were not managed by a social system. Each enterprise was responsible for its own. The protagonist laughed. "Master, you must strive to outlast them, to claim as much from the distillery as possible," leaving the factory manager in tears and despair. Master Nyo laughed until tears welled in his eyes, saying, "Just for the sake of seeing the factory manager roll in anguish, I'd be willing to extend my life by a few more decades. Master, you must strive diligently, and I shall take good care of you. From now on, let us reduce our smoking and drinking. We must nurture our health to enjoy a generous retirement and perhaps even bring the factory manager to tears." Sanguo jested. "Indeed, I will endeavor to control myself. It has been decades since I first indulged in tobacco and alcohol. Quitting is no easy feat. I shall attempt to reduce both," Master Nyo replied. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Master Nyo took Sanguo to meet the factory manager. The manager, surnamed Shi and named Shi Tuqiang, was a corpulent, balding man in his 50s, with a plump face, a double chin, and a glossy complexion, his protruding belly reminiscent of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. The manager was cordial and, upon learning that Sanguo was Master Nyo's prized apprentice, remarked, "You must diligently learn your craft from your master. In the future, you could very well become the backbone of our distillery." None of your master's previous students have succeeded in mastering his exceptional skills. The future rests upon you. Observing the manager's oily visage, Sanguo mused to himself about the considerable effort required from the factory's workers to sustain such rotundity. He quickly asserted, under Manager Shi's leadership, I will strive to master the art of brewing, contributing to our factory and bringing honor to Manager Shi. In his thoughts, Sanguo reflected that if Manager Shi's already gleaming face were to gain further brightness, he might resemble a light bulb. Pleased with Sanguo's words, Manager Shi nodded approvingly. Excellent. Our factory needs idealistic workers like you. Study diligently. The future belongs to your generation. After bidding farewell to the manager, Master Niu led Sanguo to meet the workshop director, their superior. Director Ma, surnamed Ma and named Ma Qianli, did not share a cordial relationship with Master Niu. Years ago, Master Niu had been a favored candidate for the manager's position, but due to his lack of social acumen, he ultimately did not ascend to the role. The head of the commercial bureau felt remorse for Master Niu and sought to appoint him as the workshop director instead. However, Director Ma had relatives in the city who were deputy mayors responsible for enterprise affairs, and thus he usurped the position that should have belonged to Master Niu. Consequently, Master Niu did not become the manager, nor did he attain the role of workshop director, and he muddled through decades as a master brewer. Eventually, Director Ma's connections faded as relatives were reassigned, leading many to believe that Master Niu would soon take over as director. Yet Director Ma, adept in the intricacies of social maneuvering, charmed successive managers, maintaining his position for over 20 years, a true marvel. However, Director Ma's professional skills were lacking, as his focus was solely on ingratiating himself with each manager, resulting in little advancement in his craft over the years. Master Niu and Director Ma engaged in countless disputes annually, often escalating to the manager's office, much to the latter's vexation. The manager required Master Niu's genuine expertise, while simultaneously relying on the sycophantic and socially astute Director Ma. Thus, both sides remained mired in indecision, neither assisting nor caring for one another. Ultimately, each successive manager could not do without Master Niu, the steadfast pillar of the factory, nor could they overlook the socially savvy Ma Qianli. Director Ma's stagnation was largely attributed to the persistent opposition from Master Niu. There were two factory directors who had intended to nominate Director Ma for the position of deputy director. But Master Niu made it clear that if Ma Qianli were to ascend to that role, he would resign and incessantly petition the city, claiming that the director had failed to recognize talent and appointed a mere sycophant as deputy director. The factory director, intimidated by the prospect of Master Niu causing a ruckus, was deterred not only by the fear of unrest, but also by the understanding that the distillery relied heavily on Master Niu's contributions. Thus, a long-standing feud was established between them, with Master Niu resolutely preventing Director Ma from advancing for over 2 decades. Director Ma contemplated transferring to the publicity or sales department. But Master Niu expressed his preference for working alongside Ma, asserting that he would be unable to function effectively with anyone else. Consequently, Director Ma was effectively anchored in the brewing workshop, unable to rise or relocate. Their disputes became a familiar spectacle over the years. It became an oddity if they went even a few days without a quarrel. When Master Niu passed away, it was anticipated that Director Ma would feel relief. Yet to everyone's surprise, upon receiving the news, Ma Qianli wept uncontrollably. The most sorrowful individual was not the apprentice, but rather Ma Qianli himself. Each Qingming festival and the 14th of July thereafter, he would honor Master Niu with offerings of paper money, which astonished many. The two adversaries, who had battled for over 20 years, shared a bond that outsiders could not comprehend, genuine friendship. Director Ma, placing a reassuring hand on the apprentice's shoulder, advised, "Work diligently from now on. Should anyone bully you, inform Uncle Ma, and I shall rectify it. If your master mistreats you, you must also tell Uncle Ma, and I shall take him to the police station." He cast a defiant glance at Master Niu. "I had considered you a person of integrity, bringing your apprentice to pay respects, but it appears I misjudged you. Why don't you allow someone to confront you?" Master Niu retorted, "I shall call you Brother Niu, as I am not one to be trifled with, and neither are you." "We are both beyond such trivialities," Director Ma replied with a peculiar grin. "I shan't stoop to your level, but do refrain from poisoning my apprentice's mind. Even the finest child can be led astray by you." Master Niu dismissed him, turning to leave. "Well then, I shall join my master," Director Ma stated, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible. "Very well, off you go. What a pity for such a good child to have found a beast for a master. If he ever bullies or strikes you, definitely inform Uncle Ma, and I shall take care of it," Director Ma instructed. The apprentice hurriedly replied, "Uncle Ma, I'm off now," and made his way toward his master. Master Nyo subsequently introduced the apprentice to several senior brothers, who appeared somewhat distant despite their outward warmth, exchanging pleasantries before returning to their work. Thus began the apprentice's new journey in life. Chapter 18. The temporary worker at the distillery. The apprentice was recruited as a temporary worker at the distillery in the year 1991. Master Nyo insisted that the factory leadership assign the apprentice to the raw material warehouse initially, under the pretext of familiarizing him with various grains and raw materials. The warehouse housed not only an array of grains, but also an assortment of medicinal herbs used for fermentation. Master Nyo explained to the apprentice that understanding the characteristics of different grains required a thorough study of their unique properties and flavors in the raw material warehouse. The wine produced from various grains boasts distinct flavors. Sorghum is aromatic, corn is sweet, wheat is spicy, and rice is pure. Sorghum is further divided into glutinous and non-glutinous varieties, as well as white-faced and red-faced types, with red glutinous sorghum being the finest for brewing. Corn comes in round-headed and flint varieties. The former is suitable for distillation due to its high starch content, while the latter is better suited for animal feed. Additionally, rice can be classified as japonica, indica, or glutinous, with differing aromas and tastes depending on its origin. High-quality grains yield exceptional spirits. For instance, pure sorghum typically produces light-flavored baijiu, such as finjiu, which is crafted from sorghum. When 5 types of grains are used, the resulting liquor is known as wuliangya, offering a richer and more diverse flavor profile. During the day, Guzi works in the raw materials warehouse, and at night, he visits Master Nyo's dormitory to absorb knowledge about brewing. His responsibilities include recording the daily outbound materials. The job is not arduous and quite leisurely. The warehouse is overseen by a director and a cashier, responsible for the overall accounting of incoming and outgoing materials, along with several loaders. Prior to Guzi's arrival, the cashier handled all bookkeeping for outbound materials, which inadvertently created a position for Guzi. The warehouse director, Kong Xinghua, stands at an imposing height of 185 meters, having previously worked as a loader before being promoted to director. Though he holds the title of director, his role is essentially that of a supervisor without an official designation. Unlike Ma Qianli, whose directorship is of a substantial administrative rank, Kong Xinghua, despite his stature, is quite amiable, and Guzi quickly became acquainted with him on his first day. According to Director Kong, he hails from Shandong and is a 68th descendant of Confucius, whose ancestors relocated from Xiufu, Shandong to Q City. With Confucius standing at 190 meters, Kong proudly claims the inheritance of his ancestors' superior genes. Guzi, unable to verify the truth of Director Kong's assertions, merely smiled in astonishment. As he got to know Director Kong better, he realized that while the director was friendly, he had a propensity for boasting, often to an excessive degree. Whenever he sensed even a hint of interest in his tales, he would delve deeper into his narratives. Gradually, Guzi became Kong Xinghua's most attentive listener, never contradicting him and always listening earnestly. When Director Kong reached the peak of his storytelling, Guzi would even offer a few compliments, causing the director to feel an affinity with him, often reciting poetry on a whim. After hearing Kong's verses, Guzi speculated that he might be related to the great Shandong poet Zhang Zongchang. The loaders, however, were less accommodating of Director Kong's bravado, often interrupting him with jests, saying, "Kong Gu, you're truly impressive. Even the cattle have ascended the mountains." In response, Director Kong would retort, "You lot have no sense of decorum. Look at Comrade Sanguo, who never interrupts my discourse nor questions the veracity of my words. You, on the other hand, are simply lacking in experience, mistaking my truths for mere boasting. I cannot be bothered to debate with you common folk. Summer insects cannot speak of ice." The loaders would respond, "That's because Sanguo is honest and too young to discern if your words are truth or mere exaggeration. Sanguo is quite astute, despite his youth." Director Kong would insist, "Indeed, Sanguo is the cleverest among us. Go converse with him about life while we get back to work." The loaders would chuckle as they resumed their tasks. Come, dear Comrade Sandog, let us continue our conversation. I wish to share with you my insights on literature." Director Kong, with his penchant for boasting, spans an extensive range of topics, from spaceships and atomic bombs to the humble milk bottles and diapers of 3-year-olds. He revels in showcasing his vast knowledge. Sandog remains a quiet listener, occasionally offering praise, and once the conversation ends, he departs, leaving the discourse behind. In truth, Director Kong himself struggles to recall the tales he spins, often recounting the same story with differing details. This is merely his hobby, while others indulge in singing, dancing, or playing instruments. For Director Kong, it is solely the art of embellishment. The workers privately dubbed him Kong the Blusterer. Each day, Sandog engages with the warehouse workers about grains and various materials. Remarkably, these workers, seasoned in their labor, possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the origins of the grains, the moisture levels, and flavors they carry. They are well-versed in which batches are of inferior quality and the dubious channels through which they arrive, often discussing the leaders who may have taken bribes. At such times, Director Kong refrains from interjecting, as he avoids sensitive topics concerning the factory leadership, fearing to offend them, for he aspires to rise to the position of Deputy Section Chief. Sandog, too, remains a silent observer, avoiding participation in their discussions, as he wishes to maintain favor with the leadership, hoping for confirmation of his position the following year. His grandfather taught him to leave a little unsaid, preserving some for future generations. After work, Sandog often arrives early at Master Nyo's dormitory, preparing meals on a small stove for him. Aware of Master Nyo's poor lung health, Sandog frequently stirs up some wood ear mushrooms for him. Fresh balloon flowers from the back mountain also possess cough-relieving properties. He collects them, peels the skin, splits them into quarters, and salts them to draw out moisture, then rinses off the salt. He buys some aged tofu and simmers it for half an hour, serving it with the crunchy, sweet balloon flowers, creating an exquisite harmony of flavors. Master Nyo remarks, "Each day, you spoil me with these special meals, and soon, if you're busy with work, I won't be able to eat cafeteria food anymore." Sandog replies, "No matter how busy we are, we must eat. Henceforth, we shall avoid the cafeteria. Auntie Chu's cooking is unpalatable, and I've even seen her return from the restroom without washing her hands before serving our meals." Master Nyo chuckles lewdly, saying, "The workers here have grown fond of her scent. If she cleans up, there's no aroma left." Sandog thinks to himself that perhaps only Master Nyo appreciates that scent. Auntie Chu, indeed, possesses a certain charm, particularly with her rounded, taut figure, which remains voluptuous even as she approaches 50. Master Nyo enjoys gazing at the cafeteria lady's silhouette, claiming she resembles the beauty of Li Ruhua. Sandog, having never seen Li Ruhua, is left to ponder Master Nyo's frequent praises of her ethereal beauty, while he observes Auntie Chu. He muses that, in Master Nyo's eyes, this is what a fairy must look like. When both master and apprentice are too busy to cook, they opt for the cafeteria meals together. On this day, as they gathered in the cafeteria for a meal, Aunt Chu playfully engaged with Chef Nyo while serving dishes. "Hey, Chu, when will you get divorced? I've been waiting for that moment. The moment you part ways, I'll be right at your doorstep to propose. Your figure is quite appealing to me," he jested. Aunt Chu, unfazed, retorted, "All right, old Nyo, if you can present me with a dowry of 10,000 yuan, I will divorce my husband tomorrow. A promise is a promise. Those who don't uphold their word are fools. What do you say? Do you dare?" Chef Nyo instantly recoiled, sheepishly suggesting, "I don't have 10,000. But how about 1,000? If that's insufficient, I could offer my apprentice as collateral. Look at my young apprentice. He is diligent, standing a handsome 1.70 m. Perfect for your daughter who just turned 18, a fine son-in-law for you. It would be a tremendous bargain. Get lost, you old rascal, dreaming of making a fortune without effort during the daylight." Aunt Chu playfully scolded, "Come on, Dogsy, let us go. Your mother-in-law is upset." Chef Nyo, along with Dogsy, scampered off, carrying their trays. A spoon flew through the air, but Chef Nyo, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, deftly dodged it. "Old Nyo, save up well. I await your proposal." Aunt Chu chuckled with a mischievous glint in her eye. Among the workers at the distillery, such playful banter was commonplace, and no one truly believed that Chef Nyo harbored genuine feelings for Aunt Chu. Chapter 19. The enchantress Aunt Chu's allure remained undeniable. Her graceful figure appreciated only by the older bachelors like Chef Nyo, while the younger generation, including Dogsy, showed little interest. However, Aunt Chu's daughter, young Mimi, was undeniably beautiful, captivating all the young men, including Dogsy, who admired her from a distance, wary of gossip that might arise from being too close. For the fear of public opinion loomed large. Aunt Chu had one son and one daughter. Her eldest had established his own family, leaving the youngest daughter cherished and pampered, treated with utmost care as if she were made of glass. Dogsy, upon first laying eyes on young Mimi, was struck by the thought of her being a siren. Her charm was unmistakable. Standing at a modest height of about 1.55 meters, she possessed a petite, exquisite figure that exuded an air of seduction. Though her chest was modest, it was genuine, and her small yet perky backside was undeniably alluring. Despite her youthful appearance, she radiated an enticing sensuality, her gaze imbued with a soft allure, embodying a beauty that was provocatively enchanting. At merely 18, young Mimi had already navigated the complexities of romantic entanglements. having started dating boys at the age of 15. Her indulgent parents refrained from disciplining her, allowing her to explore her whims. It was unclear when young Mimi began to develop feelings for Dogsy, frequently visiting his dormitory after school to chat, perhaps yearning for a change of pace after her encounters with countless charming boys. Dogsy enjoyed stealing glances at young Mimi. Yet he was hesitant to pursue a relationship with someone like her. While a bus may appear appealing, who would actually drive one home? The indifference of the dog ignited a desire for conquest within young Mimi. The more he disregarded her, the more she found herself gravitating towards his dormitory. A girl like young Mimi was not lacking in suitors. She was perpetually surrounded by a swarm of admirers, akin to persistent flies. She had never encountered rejection or indifference before. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. The dog's aloofness marked her first experience of defeat, revealing that not everyone appreciated beauty. Young Mimi vowed not to allow the dog to develop feelings for her. She was determined to prevail without yielding to his whims. Unbeknownst to the dog, young Mimi's true intentions were merely to engage in playful banter without any obligations. Had he been aware of this, he might have acquiesced without hesitation. A fleeting romance was acceptable, but a serious relationship was out of the question. The dog feared tarnishing his reputation, believing that marrying a girl like her would require a heart as expansive as a vast prairie. Master Nyo solemnly advised the dog, cautioning him to keep his distance from the daughter of Aunt Chu from the cafeteria, asserting that she was not one to be trifled with. He warned that, should she ensnare him, it would be difficult to extricate himself, as her past relationships likely numbered in the dozens, and she was not suitable as a spouse. Subsequently, it became evident that Master Nyo had underestimated the situation. Young Mimi's past suitors could very well form an entire battalion. To evade her, the dog spent his evenings at Master Nyo's dormitory, diligently learning the art of brewing until late, only returning to his own quarters when Master Nyo grew weary. Seasoned in the ways of the world, young Mimi was audacious. As long as the dog returned to his dormitory early, she would invariably seek him out for conversation. She was adept at engaging him on various topics: films, fishing, novels, everything he cherished. In truth, the dog enjoyed conversing with young Mimi, who wouldn't be captivated by a siren. Were it not for the fear that she might cling to him and demand marriage, he would have long since succumbed to her charms. One day, the gatekeeper summoned the dog, announcing that his girlfriend had come to see him. The dog was puzzled. Whom could this be? Had he somehow acquired a girlfriend? Perhaps it was young Mimi, but that seemed improbable. She frequented the distillery as if it were her own living room, and she wouldn't need to involve the gatekeeper. Approaching the gatekeeper with a sense of trepidation, he was startled to see the unexpected visitor, Xia Hima. It turned out that Xia Hima had been waiting for the dog's return, believing he would soon resume his position at the Jixiang restaurant after the new year. Instead, she received a letter informing her of his resignation. Infuriated, she had cried out to find him, and despite her parents' stringent surveillance for 2 months, they had ultimately failed to prevent her from running away to his hometown. Armed with the letter's address, Xia Hima ventured to the greater Xing'an Mountains to locate the dog's family. Upon meeting his mother, she wept, declaring, "Mama, I am the dog's girlfriend, and I have come to see him. He may no longer want me." The dog's mother was taken aback, exclaiming, "What girlfriend? How could my son have done something so significant?" Upon taking a closer look at the girl, with her bear-like physique, broad features, and scruffy facial hair, the dog's mother felt dizzy, pondering whether her son had inherited his uncle Zhang Yingjuan's peculiar taste for women resembling bears. She informed Xia Hima that the dog was not home, having gone to work, but when asked where he was employed, she faltered, unable to recall the specifics. Behold the woman resembling a bearded hippopotamus, a figure whose intentions remained shrouded in uncertainty. Could she be here to seek vengeance on the hapless Dogsy? It's hard to fathom that Dogsy's mother would believe he could be involved with someone like this. Regardless of Dogsy's questionable taste, he would never choose such a partner. When Dogsy's mother refrained from divulging her address, the audacious Xia Hima resorted to inquiring among the neighbors, and lo and behold, there was one who, lacking discretion, revealed the name of the distillery where Dogsy worked. Thus, Xia Hima found herself at the entrance of the Victory Distillery. Upon witnessing the tearful, bearded face of Xia Hima, Dogsy was struck with terror. What on earth was he to do? Desperation clouded his thoughts as he exclaimed, "Sister Xian, what brings you here? Do my uncle and aunt know of your arrival?" In response, Xia Hima embraced him tightly, declaring, "I intend to be your partner. You shall not escape me." With that, she clung to his neck with an iron grip, leaving Dogsy gasping for breath. At that moment, Su Meili happened to pass by the distillery entrance and, upon seeing Dogsy nearly suffocated, rushed forward to shout, "Let him go. Release him at once. You, a grown man, bullying a child, do you have no shame?" With that, She approached to pry Xiaohaima's arms away. Who are you calling a grown man? Are you blind? Can't you see I am a young lady? Xiaohaima retorted. Turning to Su Meili. I am Zhang Sanguo's partner. Upon closer inspection, Su Meili was taken aback. The bearded visage before her hardly resembled that of a young woman. Is this some wild boar spirit that has emerged from the mountains? A young lady? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought a wild boar had invaded our village. Take a look in the mirror. With your appearance, how could you be a match for my dear nephew Sanguo? Su Meili, known for her sharp tongue, was unyielding in her critique. What are you doing meddling in someone else's relationship? You know nothing. Dogsy has harbored feelings for me for quite some time. We were in a relationship for over half a year last year. I would tease and scold him, and he never resisted. To be hit is to be loved, and his lack of avoidance only proves his affection for me. Xiaohaima asserted earnestly. With your bear-like physique, does he dare to resist? Even if he wanted to, could he match your strength? Su Meili countered. Dear girl, one must possess self-awareness. You two are ill-suited for one another. Release Dogsy before you strangle him. Su Meili found herself bewildered, pondering whether Dogsy had a penchant for this type, which explained his reluctance to date. He must have preferred such a character all along. If only she had known earlier. Su Meili, with her connections, could have introduced him to a more suitable companion. Amidst the heated exchange, young Mimi approached, intending to chat with Dogsy. Upon seeing a bearded giant choking him, her temper flared. Despite her petite stature, her combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Armed with a piece of brick, she sprinted forward, leaping to strike Xiaohaima on the head, momentarily stunning her and causing her to release Dogsy. Freed from her grasp, Dogsy quickly intervened, explaining to young Mimi that Xiaohaima was merely the daughter of the chef from his former workplace, here to visit him. It's all a misunderstanding, he insisted as he pulled young Mimi and Su Meili aside to clarify the situation. It was imperative to set the record straight, for while young Mimi was untroubled, Su Meili's reputation as the local information minister was formidable, and misunderstandings could lead to chaos. If the matter is not clarified, by nightfall, the entire factory, comprising hundreds of employees and over 1,000 family members, will inevitably become aware of it. Who knows how the story will be distorted? Moreover, Su Meili is not one to keep secrets. She cannot even manage her own tongue. Should you implore her to keep this matter confidential, promising not to let it slip, she would undoubtedly agree on the spot. Yet, before the dawn arrives, she would have shared it with others, earnestly insisting that it remain a secret, claiming she has guaranteed its confidentiality. Chapter 20. Mei Mei's assistance. After Sanguo explained the situation, the trio returned to the entrance only to find Xiaohaima sobbing, clutching his head, with blood oozing from the back of his skull. It appeared that young Mimi had struck him rather forcefully. The young girl possessed formidable skills. Xiaohaima looked at young Mimi with eyes full of trepidation. Despite his imposing stature, he was the quintessential bully at home, coddled by his parents. And when faced with a reprimand, he quickly subdued. Xiaohaima pondered how such a petite girl could deliver such a fierce blow. Were all the girls from Q City this fierce? Su Meili approached to inspect Xiaohaima's injury, noting the considerable swelling and broken skin on the back of his head. She gently suggested, Annie will take you to the factory clinic for a bandage. It could become infected if left untreated. Xiaohaima, gazing at Su Meili's gentle demeanor, nodded and replied, All right, let's go. Thank you, Auntie. He thought to himself how this woman seemed to possess two entirely different personas. Just as Guzi intended to follow, young Mimi firmly grasped him, dragging him into a corner. Would you like to swiftly extricate yourself from this predicament? You should plead with me. Mei Mei will assist you in resolving this matter. How does that sound? Guzi eagerly responded, That would be splendid. If you can convince her to leave, I shall call you Auntie. However, please refrain from hitting her. Her parents have been quite kind to me. Don't call me Auntie. I have no shortage of nephews and do not relish such titles. We can pretend to be dating in front of her, claiming that we are in a relationship. By next year, once you secure a permanent position, we can marry. Upon hearing this, she will surely depart, young Mimi declared. Is that feasible, Mei Mei? Please ensure that no one at the factory spreads rumors. I am not concerned for myself, but I wouldn't want you, a young lady, to tarnish your reputation. Interestingly, Guzi feared the potential damage to young Mimi's reputation more than his own. Young Mimi scoffed at his concerns. What reputation? I care not for others' opinions. Why should you, a young man, be fearful? Besides, it will only be the three of us discussing this. How could anyone else find out? Reassured by her words, Guzi sighed in relief. I cannot assist you without some form of compensation. Once I help you persuade that bear of a girl to leave, you must treat me to a meal with at least 4 dishes. Just the two of us. That will suffice as a token of gratitude, young Mimi said, playfully touching her own cheek. Agreed. Not just one meal. I would gladly treat you to 10. As soon as Xiaohaima's injury is tended to, We shall retreat to my dormitory for a proper chat, Guzi replied eagerly, anxious that Xia Hema's prolonged presence might raise eyebrows. At that moment, Su Meili emerged, leading the bandaged Xia Hema out. Su Meili said to the dog, "Why don't you have a good chat with your sister Xian? If there are any misunderstandings, it's best to address them directly, so that she won't mistakenly believe you have feelings for her." Young people often get overly enthusiastic about fleeting emotions. I have witnessed many such instances. Each year, I have helped at least dozens of couples find their way to marriage. I understand young love well. So you two should talk it out. I must return home to prepare dinner. With that, Su Meili turned and left. Yang Mimi grasped the hand of Xia Heming and said, "So, Xian, we are all caught in misunderstandings. Why don't the three of us go to the dog's dormitory for a proper discussion?" Xia Heming nodded in agreement, intimidated by Yang Mimi's fierce demeanor and hesitant to oppose her suggestion. The trio made their way to the dormitory, which was somewhat secluded, making it suitable for a serious conversation. Once inside, Yang Mimi got straight to the point. "To be frank, Dog is my boyfriend. We have been together for over 2 months now, and we plan to marry once he secures a permanent position next year. Thank you for taking care of him in the past, but you needn't worry about his well-being anymore, as I will take care of him from now on." Xia Heming, taken aback, looked at the dog and exclaimed, "Dog, you have changed your heart so quickly. It hasn't been long at all, and you are already in a relationship. We never really had anything between us. How can you say I'm fickle? I never liked you. You bullied me all the time. I dared not offend you at your family's restaurant. You kicked and pinched me, and I merely endured it." The dog replied helplessly, But I like you. Can't you consider giving me a chance?" Xia Heming said, raising her face with a shy expression. The dog shuddered and replied, "Sister Xian, a forced relationship is never sweet. We simply do not share a connection. Look, my girlfriend is right here. Let's not dwell on matters of the heart." Glancing at the unexpectedly fierce Yang Mimi, Xia Heming chose not to push further. Yang Mimi quickly added, "Honestly, Dog does not possess many admirable qualities. If we weren't already sleeping together, I might consider letting him go to you. But since we are already sharing a bed, how could I, a young maiden, marry someone else?" "What? You are already sleeping together?" Xia Heming exclaimed, bursting into tears, feeling utterly hopeless. Don't cry. Your family is well off. You will certainly find someone better than me in the future. That Aunt Su you met today is our top matchmaker. She knows many handsome young men, all of whom resemble Su Wenxiang. Given your family background, you will have your pick," the dog said, anxious about being overheard by the factory workers. Wiping her tears, Xia Heming suddenly stopped crying and took the dog's hand. "Let us go find Aunt Su now," she insisted. "Why do we need to find her?" The dog questioned, puzzled. "Didn't you say that Aunt Su could introduce me to someone as handsome as Su Wenxiang? We must see her right away." Xia Heming replied eagerly. Dog and Yang Mimi exchanged exasperated glances, thinking to themselves that this girl must be infatuated. How could she change her mind so quickly? So long as a man is handsome, she is easily swayed. Don't rush. The introduction of potential partners is not something to be rushed. It is hardly feasible to establish contact on the very day. Typically, one exchanges photographs, and only after mutual interest is shown does Aunt Su arrange for a meeting. You might as well return for now, leaving behind a photograph. Once Aunt Su successfully connects with a handsome young man, she will send word for you to come. Yang Mimi advised Xia Hema. Dogsy suspected that Xia Hema must have had a few loose screws to believe Yang Mimi's fanciful words, and he nodded in agreement. With the crisis averted, Dogsy went to the cafeteria and ordered 4 servings of dishes, for Xia Hema had a hearty appetite. Then dashed to a nearby store to purchase 2 pounds of pig's head meat, a pound of chicken feet, and half a pound of peanuts. All in preparation for a welcoming feast and farewell toast for Xia Hema. Upon returning, he was swiftly pulled aside by Yang Mimi, who tugged at his ear and declared, "This is for treating Xia Hema, not for me. My meal will be accounted for another day. Not a problem, Mimi. When the time comes, I shall personally cook for you. You have yet to taste my culinary skills. Once you do, you will never forget it," Dogsy replied, pleased that matters had settled. The three gathered around the table and commenced their meal. Yang Mimi was astonished by Xia Hema's voracious appetite. He devoured 3 bowls of food and 5 steamed buns, consuming more than half of the pig's head meat himself, leaving both Dogsy and Yang Mimi unsatiated. After finishing, Xia Hema burped contentedly and said, "Since you two are in a relationship now, I shall cease my pursuit of Sandog. I wish you both happiness in the future. Their essay train tonight. I'll take it home directly. When your wedding date is set, remember to write to me. I shall be there to serve as Mimi's bridesmaid." Yang Mimi glanced at the burly Xia Hema and thought, "If you were to be my bridesmaid, you would surely have the entire audience laughing uncontrollably." Nonetheless, she replied, "Excellent. You must come. I would be quite displeased if you did not." Xia Hema rummaged through his bag for a moment, producing a photograph which he handed to Yang Mimi, stating, "This is my most flattering picture. Please send it to Aunt Sue and do not forget to ask her to introduce me to someone akin to Sue and Xiang. There is no need to send me off. If you do, I might just cry." With that, he lifted his bag, brushed away a tear, and departed. Dogzi and Yang Mimi watched as Xia Hema exited the distillery, relieved that the burden had finally lifted. Yang Mimi glanced at the photograph left behind and exclaimed, "Oh my." Zhao Yaji. Chapter 21. The young man who was sent away after bidding farewell to Xia Hema, Sand Dog, returned to his routine, but for several days. Dogzi avoided Yang Mimi, as he had promised to treat her to a meal without fulfilling that commitment. It was not that he was reluctant to pay for the food. Rather, he was intimidated by Yang Mimi's formidable reputation. The thought of sharing a meal alone with her was enough to raise eyebrows throughout the factory, for he feared others might mistakenly believe he had shared a more intimate encounter with her. Although Yang Mimi had had countless suitors, Dogzi wished not to be included among their ranks. The more he evaded her, the more excited Yang Mimi became, relentlessly seeking him out. One day, having finished work early and not yet having a chance to visit his master, he found himself cornered by Yang Mimi in the dormitory. "Why do you keep avoiding me? Did you not promise to show me your cooking skills and prepare 4 dishes for me?" She huffed, her cheeks puffed in frustration. "Where are the dishes? When will you cook?" "I am eagerly waiting," the dog hastily explained. "These past few days have been quite hectic, Mei Mei. I thought it essential to prepare a splendid meal for you. It would be remiss to serve such a beautiful fairy as yourself anything less than exquisite." "Oh, a fairy indeed. How sweet your words are," Mei Mei replied, her trust in him rekindled. "Let us plan for tomorrow. You prepare the dishes, and I shall bring along a couple of fine bottles of wine. We can indulge in a little drinking and discuss the intricacies of life. Fear not, I won't impose any undue burdens upon you." With a playful wink, young Mei Mei left him momentarily enchanted. Dog, momentarily taken aback by her charm, reluctantly agreed. "All right, I shall heed your instructions. Tomorrow evening, after work, I will procure the ingredients to prepare a feast for you, and we shall enjoy some drinks together. Oh, dear brother, I shall arrive punctually tomorrow. Remember, obedient children are favored," she teased, whistling as she walked away. The following day, the dog acquired a fish, 2 pounds of meat, a chicken, along with cicada larvae, eggplant, leafy greens, and tofu. He prepared a delightful array of dishes, including squirrel fish, stir-fried chicken, pan-fried cicada larvae, fried eggplant boxes, and a generous platter of dipping vegetables. Yang Mei Mei's favorites being pickled cucumber and tofu with savory sauce. 6 dishes should suffice to satisfy her appetite, and he poured forth all his culinary skills. Yang Mei Mei arrived fashionably late, carrying 2 bottles of potent liquor and a case of beer, impressive for her petite stature. Upon entering, she exclaimed, "Ah, what a delightful aroma. I could smell it from afar. Today, I am in for a treat." Setting down the beer, she hurried to the table. After sitting, she filled 2 large mugs with liquor, declaring, "One for each of us. No one shall cheat. Once we finish the liquor, we shall cap it off with beer, and then we can engage in a heartfelt discussion about the essence of life." The dog thought to himself, "This little girl, hardly taller than a potato, thinks she can outdrink me. Who is she trying to intimidate? I was raised among wolves. Let us drink later, Mei Mei. For now, indulge in the food to fill your stomach, and then we shall drink," he suggested, eagerly serving her the dishes. Yang Mei Mei took a bite of the squirrel fish, followed by a cucumber dipped in sauce, relishing the crispy pot-wrapped meat and the tender fried eggplant. Her cheeks were puffed with delight as she savored the meal, soon perspiring from the enjoyment. After a while, she set down her chopsticks and lifted her mug, declaring, "I'm full. Let us commence our drinking. After a good drink, we can share our innermost thoughts." Eager to drink, she was ready. "Let us see who can hold their liquor better, you little imp," the dog mused. "Come, I will show you how it's done." Yang Mei Mei raised her mug and downed half of it in one go. The dog was stunned. This girl could really drink. How is she so formidable? He wondered. With her already taking the lead, he knew he couldn't back down. Resolutely, he pinched his nose and downed half of his mug as well, feeling dizzy shortly thereafter. "Another round. Allow me to demonstrate again," Yang Mei Mei exclaimed, tipping her mug back and consuming another third of its contents. The dog was utterly astonished. He had underestimated Mei Mei, who was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The prowess of this girl in battle is truly remarkable. She is a formidable force in the drinking arena. One could sip with eyes closed and still manage to entice a mere novice into a drinking bout. Sango also tilted his head back, consuming a third of the drink, and once finished, his head buzzed as if the very heavens were spinning. Ultimately, he collapsed, and in a daze, he felt a petite figure pull him onto the bed. Later that night, he awoke to a parched throat and was startled to find another person in his bed. With the moonlight illuminating the scene, he gasped. It was none other than young Mimi, lying completely bare and sound asleep in his covers. Slapping his forehead, he thought, "What a ridiculous situation. How did I end up in bed after just a drink?" What could he possibly say? Regardless, events had unfolded, and he decided to not dwell on it. Observing the seemingly sleeping young Mimi, who was snoring with eyes fluttering, he gave her shoulder a firm tap, saying, "Stop pretending. I know you're awake. You naughty little brother. How did you know I was feigning sleep?" Young Mimi lightly punched his shoulder. "Mimi, even though we have crossed certain boundaries, I could never marry you. My mother wouldn't approve of such a beautiful bride. She insists I marry someone of more modest beauty. She says, a plain wife is a treasure at home." Sanguo replied earnestly. "How absurd. Why would I want to be your wife? You possess neither wealth nor power. Who would desire to marry you? Let's just have fun. Don't take it too seriously." Young Mimi casually remarked. Observing Sanguo's expression of grievance, she added, "Look at you, feeling all wronged. How is it that you expect a girl like me to be your partner? Have you been wronged in some way?" Sanguo chose to remain silent, covering his head with the blanket and drifting off to sleep. At 6 in the morning, he roused the still dormant young Mimi, saying, "Mimi, you should hurry home. If you don't return, Aunt Chu will surely worry. You're just afraid that the factory workers will see me in your dormitory, aren't you? How timid you are. Only a coward fears being seen. I, a grown woman, have nothing to fear. If anyone sees us, we can simply say we are openly dating. What is the big deal?" Young Mimi retorted dismissively. "Dear one, please hurry. We can meet again another time, all right?" Sanguo urged. Anxious as the factory workers were due to arrive in half an hour. It was the season for making wine yeast, and he had been transferred from the raw material warehouse to the yeast-making workshop. After some delay, young Mimi finally arose, attended to her grooming, and stepped out of the dormitory. Turning back, she said, "If you come to your senses and wish to pursue me, seek me out. I promise to keep the door open for you." With that, she sashayed away, her waist swaying enticingly. Sanguo lamented inwardly, "Oh heavens, I have been ensnared by a mere novice. What cruel injustice this world holds. It's like snow in June." Chapter 22. The beginning of learning yeast production. In the morning, Sanguo, appearing weary and unsteady, arrived at the yeast workshop. Feeling depleted after his philosophical discussions with Mimi the previous night, his legs felt weak and lacking in strength. He sighed, "Truly, a vixen is not a temptress that a mere mortal like me can conquer. It has taken a toll on my very existence. In the future, one must cherish their health and steer clear of the temptations embodied by the enchanting young Mimi." Upon entering, the dog stumbled and fell to the ground. Today marked the first day of the brewing process, with Master Nyo supervising several apprentices in the fumigation and disinfection of the fermentation boxes, while the junior workers busied themselves with steaming and preparing the materials. Observing the dog's clumsy attempt to rise, Master Nyo remarked with irritation, "Look at you in that wretched state, stumbling around as if you've just awakened. What time is it? Still not awake? Did you dream of marrying a wife last night? Perhaps you dreamt of the captivating beauty from the legend of the Summer River Horse." Since learning of the legend, Master Nyo had taken to teasing the dog with this phrase regularly. At the mention of the Summer River Horse, the dog shivered. It was his most dreaded nightmare, now a frequent source of jest among his senior brothers. "Go assist the junior workers with the steaming. We shall begin learning to tread on the fermentation bricks shortly," Master Nyo instructed. "Oh, I shall go at once," the dog replied, hastily making his way over, eager to avoid another round of teasing about the Summer River Horse, a topic Master Nyo relished discussing. The master was rather displeased that the dog had not consulted him first about the Summer River Horse matter, opting instead to seek help from the young girl, young Mimi. "Such a grand event, and you failed to inform me. What a pity," Master Nyo mused, harboring a curious and gossiping heart beneath his teacherly demeanor. He later inquired of the dog, "We are not strangers, so tell me the truth. Have you truly never encountered the Summer River Horse?" His expression was one of lewd curiosity. The dog replied, "I swear, if I ever find myself in such a situation, I would step outside and let a vehicle run me over." Seeing the dog's earnest and angry expression, Master Nyo decided to abandon the topic. The Victory Distillery employs a fragrant type of daku, utilizing wheat, barley, and peas as primary ingredients, complemented by various herbs that impart a unique flavor. The principal herbs are foraged by Master Nyo himself from the mountains, and the apprentices remain unaware of the exact formula. This secrecy is why Master Nyo possesses the audacity to rebuke the director in front of the factory manager. Without him, the Victory Distillery would struggle to produce fine spirits, for he is the backbone of the establishment. The materials undergo steaming, crushing, and mixing with water to form bricks resembling blocks. Under specific temperature and humidity conditions, the yeast, enzymes, and bacteria present contribute to the fermentation process, endowing the liquor with its distinct flavor and aroma. Certain distilleries publicly claim that their fermentation is conducted exclusively by unmarried young women to enhance their brand's allure and maintain an upscale image. In reality, it is middle-aged men who perform the task, firmly treading the prepared ingredients into the fermentation trays with their robust feet. Women, lacking the requisite strength and size, cannot compact the mixture adequately, leading to gaps that allow air to escape. Uneven pressing results in poor fermentation, and the strenuous nature of the task in high temperatures and humidity is ill-suited for women. After Master Nyo and his senior brothers completed the fumigation and disinfection of the fermentation trays, they arranged them on the ground. The junior workers then brought over the ingredients. And after the dog and his senior brothers washed their feet, they disinfected them with liquor before sprinkling the ingredients into the fermentation trays and began treading. The dog emulated his senior brothers, rhythmically pressing the materials into fermentation bricks. This is a skilled endeavor. Though it may appear simple, it is laden with knowledge, as the fermentation strength and yield of the liquor can vary significantly even between two individuals treading the same bricks. The molded bricks of dough are set aside to firm up. After some time, once they have taken shape, the mold is removed and the bricks are stacked neatly. A sprinkle of water is applied, and they are covered with straw mats to initiate a slow fermentation process. According to Master Nyo, once a white fuzz appears on the surface, it is time to turn the stack. The top must be moved to the bottom, and the outer pieces should be shifted to the center to ensure even fermentation. The art of brewing is indeed a skilled craft. The yield and the unique flavor profile of the liquor are primarily determined by the yeast. Master Nyo places great importance on the preparation of the yeast, personally overseeing the ingredient selection. Dogzi and his fellow apprentices spent an entire day stepping on the dough bricks, stacking them, and they were utterly exhausted. Dogzi, in particular, felt as if he could barely stand. A night of restless tossing had left him drained, and another day of exertion had taken its toll. He felt as though his limbs were no longer his own. Even his hands trembled while holding his bowl during meals. Observing Dogzi's frail state, Master Nyo remarked, "Why are you so feeble? Is this little task exhausting you? I'm an old man and I manage just fine. Did you not sleep well last night? What is the matter? Do you miss Yahima? If you'd like, I can write to her and ask her to come see you. Don't be shy. I'll advocate for you." Desperately, Dogzi interjected, "Could we please not mention Syahima? If you bring her up again, I might just jump into the river." He truly wished to avoid the topic. "Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning her. Just ensure you eat well. You've worked hard all day," Master Nyo replied. Regardless of his fatigue, he always took a moment to smoke a cigarette before meals. Dogzi had tried multiple times to dissuade him. But given that Master Nyo had smoked his entire life, quitting was not a simple feat after satisfying his nicotine craving. Master Nyo set down his pipe and reached for a jar of liquor, pouring himself a generous bowl. "You can still enjoy a drink with this stir-fried cabbage and vermicelli," he exclaimed. "Master, this dish is quite mild. Perhaps you should wait to drink. I could step outside and fetch you some pork head to accompany it," Dogzi suggested. "What need is there for pork head? You young ones clearly don't understand the ways of life. One cannot indulge in meat every day. This dish is perfectly fine. I remember when I was your age, my great-grandfather would awaken me in the middle of the night, craving a drink. I had no choice but to accompany him. There were no snacks to be found at that hour. I once managed to drink an entire jug of liquor with him, accompanied only by a small piece of pickled vegetable," Master Nyo recounted proudly. "Ah," thought Dogzi. "So my great-grandfather's penchant for pickles as a drinking companion has a long history." Following dinner, Dogzi returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, utterly spent. He needed to catch up on sleep, feeling completely drained. As he dozed off, a gentle knock on the door roused him just as dusk descended. A woman's voice whispered, "Dogzi, are you asleep? Open the door. Let us discuss life tonight." Horrified, Dogzi realized it was Sister Mei Mei. The thought of enduring her antics for another night filled him with dread. He feared he would be in dire straits by morning. He quickly called out, "Sister Mei Mei, I strained my back stepping on the dough bricks at work today. Let us postpone our discussion to another day." What a useless slacker. You strained your back from stepping on dough bricks? What else can you even do? Should I come in and give you a massage? Sister Mei Mei's alluring voice stirred something within Dogzi. He thought to himself, "I cannot let her in. My life is at stake. There's no need for that." "Sister Mimi," he replied, "I just need a good night's sleep. It's getting late. You should hurry home. A beautiful fairy like you shouldn't be out at night where there are unsavory characters. If they were to rob you, it wouldn't be too bad since you don't have much, but if they were to assault you, it would break my heart to see such a lovely young lady suffer at the hands of a rogue." Sister Mimi, unfazed, chuckled. If I were to encounter someone with ill intentions, should he be handsome, I might just turn the tables on him. After all, one never knows who might come off worse. I'm truly exhausted, Sister Mimi. Perhaps another day I could prepare a feast for you, and we can discuss life then, he said, feeling the weight of fatigue. Seeing that he was unwilling to open the door, Sister Mimi lost interest and remarked, "Don't regret it. I sought you out because I hold you in high regard. With my charms, I could easily attract a crowd of admirers on the street. You don't seem to appreciate the opportunity I've presented you. Go ahead and cry over your regrets." With that, she sashayed away. Having recently spent the night with him, Sister Mimi still yearned for more. Noticing his indifference, she decided to seek out another suitor. She was well known for her multitude of friends, much to his admiration. He pondered how a seemingly innocent girl could harbor such desires, unable to detach from the company of men. Fortunately, during that time, there were few contagious diseases. Otherwise, she would surely have faced dire consequences. In his mind, he deemed her an insatiable temptress, and while a fleeting encounter might be acceptable, he felt no necessity for deeper intimacy. Who would develop feelings for a mere bus? Moreover, she was too demanding in that regard. He felt ill-equipped to cater to her whims. Chapter 23. The Slippery and the Mad. After several days of labor, the brewing process was finally complete. The next step involved aging the mash until it matured, ready for autumn's winemaking. This period was the calmest for the distillery. With time on his hands, he would often take his net to the riverside at night, catching a bounty of small fish. The river fish in Q City were renowned for their freshness. He would return with a full barrel, a feat requiring considerable effort. Upon returning to the dormitory, he would clean and marinate the fish with salt and liquor before frying them to a golden crisp. Sprinkled with chili powder, they made for an exquisite accompaniment to drinks, especially when paired with pickled vegetables, much to Master Nyo's delight. The two of them were living quite lavishly these days, indulging in food and drink, which had caused Master Nyo to gain a bit of weight. One day, Ma Qianli arrived with 2 young apprentices to meet Master Nyo. The newcomers were of similar age to him. "Old Nyo," Ma said, "the factory leaders have asked you to take on 2 more apprentices. Teach them well and don't disappoint their expectations. I've already stated that before my retirement, I would only take in 1 apprentice, and that is him. I'm retiring next year. Allow me some peace." Master Nyo replied, clearly irritated. "What kind of attitude is that? This is a decision made by the leaders. You must comply and not oppose it. You have no awareness at all." Ma retorted. "Awareness? You think everyone should follow your example of flattering the factory director?" Master Nyo was not one to back down easily. "Did you eat something foul this morning? Your words are repugnant. Do you think I want to go to the director and report what you just said? Tell him, and let us see how the factory director handles you." Director Ma is furious. "Complain as you wish. You have often reported on me in the past, and I am not afraid of your complaints. Do as you please. Old Nyo, am retiring next year, and fear no one, not even the mayor, whom I would dare to scold. You, vile creature, listen well. These 2 are the orphaned children of martyrs, raised in an orphanage. They graduated from technical school and were assigned to our factory, and a year later, they were confirmed as permanent employees. The factory believed that only Old Nyo was worthy to mentor the orphaned children of martyrs. How dare you not appreciate this?" Director Ma scolded. Old Nyo, typically one to curse the heavens, the earth, and even the entire family of Ma Qianli, held a particular respect for those martyrs, thus refrained from engaging in a quarrel with Director Ma. Upon ascertaining the facts, it became evident that these 2 children were orphans from the Tangshan earthquake. Their parents perished while rescuing others, buried beneath the rubble during an aftershock when they were merely a year old. With no relatives, they were sent to the orphanage, where children were often given names associated with the party or the nation. One was named Dang Feng, and the other Huali. They grew up together, attended technical school together, and were subsequently assigned to the Victory Distillery. Guzi, who was of the same age, 16, deceived them by claiming his birthday was on January 1st, thus naturally becoming their elder brother. Guzi was elated to finally have peers to accompany him. Dang Feng was fiery and impulsive, preferring to resolve matters with his fists rather than words. Huali was clever, adept at navigating social situations, yet notably stingy and fond of petty gains. As Guzi gradually got to know them, he affectionately dubbed them Crazy Dang and Slippery Hua, later shortening it to just Crazy and Slippery. The bond among the 3 grew exceptionally strong. Out of respect for the orphaned children of martyrs, Master Nyo accepted them as apprentices and instructed Guzi to prepare a hearty meal to welcome his young disciples. Guzi managed to fry a plate of small white fish, stir-fry eggs with chili, prepare a chicken carcass, and make a cold cucumber salad. In the rush, he could not whip up anything more substantial. Despite the simplicity of the 4 dishes, the 2 children nearly bit their tongues in delight. Having grown up in the orphanage, they had subsisted on potatoes and cabbage. And even in technical school, their meals remained the same. They had rarely encountered a proper feast in their 16 years, never having tasted fine delicacies. Thus, the hastily prepared meal by Guzi was a delightful surprise for them, leading them to secretly decide they would stick with him in the future. Guzi's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, and being with him ensured they would never go hungry. That meal earned Guzi 2 younger brothers, granting him the feeling of having support by his side. The 2 younger brothers, having been sheltered in the orphanage, were perhaps a bit naive, finding everything novel. When Guzi took them to the zoo, Crazy became particularly excited upon seeing a tiger, wanting to leap in and fight it. Guzi quickly restrained him. Had he not acted swiftly, Crazy might have indeed jumped in and ended up in a scuffle with the tiger. With stealth and silence, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. And before departing, he surreptitiously snatched a chicken meant for the tiger. The dog remarked that the tiger would surely berate him for absconding with its meal. Nonetheless, the chicken was ultimately stewed by the dog, accompanied by vermicelli and potatoes, and the 4 masters devoured it all, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Master Nyo, having feasted to his heart's content, couldn't resist teasing the stealthy one, saying, "Next time you visit the zoo, take a bit more. The dolphin exhibit has fish as well. A feast requires both chicken and fish." Momentarily perplexed, the stealthy one agreed to bring both next time. Master Nyo playfully smacked the back of his head, chiding, "You puff up at compliments, yet you've grown from petty thievery to grand larceny. Let this be your one and only transgression. Should I catch you 3 in such acts again, I shall not hesitate to discipline you harshly, lest you bring disgrace upon me." He then turned to the dog, admonishing, "As the elder, you must set a proper example. If I catch them pilfering again, I shall hold you accountable first." With that, he exited the room. During this period, the old man developed a penchant for sitting beneath the large poplar tree at the factory, engaging in profound discussions of life with the elderly women seeking shade. Arriving punctually each day as if it were a job, the trio of young men, chastened by the master's scolding, never dared to pilfer under his watchful gaze again. The tall, handsome madman was straightforward and blunt in his speech, lacking the ability to navigate complex social cues. In contrast, the stealthy one, with his beady eyes, was adept at reading the room. Ever since the stealthy one arrived, it was no longer the dog who ran errands to procure snacks and drinks for Master Nyo. Not long after, young Mimi noticed the tall, attractive madman and found him appealing. She tugged at the dog, inquiring whether the madman had a girlfriend. The dog replied in the negative, cautioning her not to pursue him, as he was mentally unstable and might end up treating her poorly. Besides, the stealthy one has no partner either. Perhaps I could introduce him to you. Young Mimi shot him a disapproving glare, retorting, "Do you think I would settle for just anyone? I'm not so desperate as to welcome any stray cat or dog. I would never lower my standards to those lacking the handsomeness of your younger brother. We Haven Tea had a heart-to-heart in ages. How about today?" Upon hearing this, the dog beat a hasty retreat. Being the elder brother was no easy task. Not only did he need to teach them how to conduct themselves, but he also had to guard against temptations that might lead them astray. The dog resolved to protect them diligently, ensuring they remained eligible bachelors until marriage, unlike himself, who had succumbed to the allure of a faded flower. Chapter 24. The battle for pig manure. The workers at the distillery humorously referred to Su Mei's residence as the Central Intelligence Agency and her husband, Old Wang, as Director Wang. Old Wang, upon hearing this, chuckled good-naturedly without a hint of anger. Having endured Su Mei's whims for years, he had transformed into a docile lamb, well practiced in the art of acquiescence. Recently, he had stumbled upon a lucrative venture involving the provision of pig manure to suburban farmers. As the distillery's breeding farm produced an abundance of it, Old Wang sought Su Mei's assistance in monopolizing the supply of manure from the breeding facility. Previously, a relative of Ma Qianli would come every few days to collect the manure. Although no formal contract existed, it was an unspoken agreement among them. The pig manure, collected and piled outside the yard, awaited transportation. Director Ma's relative frequently arrived in a 4-wheeled vehicle to haul it away, a routine that had persisted for several years. Who is Su Mei? She is resolute in her endeavors and will go to great lengths to secure any business opportunity she desires, determined that no one else shall seize it from her grasp. With several days of overcast skies, Director Ma's relative had not come to collect the pig manure. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mei instructed her younger uncle to drive over in a small 3-wheeled vehicle to transport the manure, plotting to empty the heap before Director Ma's relative arrived, leaving him empty-handed and dissuaded from returning. Su Mei's plan was straightforward, yet it required assistance in loading the vehicle. She thought of the trio known as the 3 Dogs, whose diligence was unmatched, particularly when the task at hand was strenuous. Thus, she sought them out in their dormitory, proposing that they lend a hand, promising a feast of dumplings for their efforts. The three dogs, wary of offending the formidable Su Meili, reluctantly agreed and followed her to the site, only to discover they were to load pig manure. Although they felt deceived, they could not turn back now. Covering their mouths and noses with rags, they began the arduous task of loading the vehicle. The manure was plentiful, and the trio, alongside Su Meili's husband, Wang, toiled for an entire afternoon, hauling over 10 loads of the foul substance. Despite their disgust, Su Meili beamed with delight, for this was a lucrative venture. At that time, chemical fertilizers were not yet widespread, and farmers in the suburbs relied on organic fertilizers. Pig manure was a valuable commodity, instantly convertible to cash. As darkness enveloped the day, the three dogs were reeking of manure, their fingers stained a foul yellow. Su Meili urged them to her home, promising a feast of pork and scallion dumplings. However, upon hearing the mention of pork, the three dogs were reminded of the manure, inducing a wave of nausea. They declined her invitation, feeling it inappropriate to dine after such menial labor. Su Meili had never genuinely intended to treat them. Upon hearing their refusal, she cleverly remarked that if they were unwilling to join her for dumplings, they might not be invited for future work. The trio fell silent, realizing the implication of her words. The clever one among them, Slippery, interjected, insisting that they were more than grateful, stating that their master awaited their return for a drink, and they must hurry back. With that, the three hastily departed. Su Meili, initially hoping to recruit them for future work, was now left pondering how she might approach them again after their abrupt exit. The three dogs were indeed the most economical labor available. Recruiting other workers from the distillery would require a lavish spread and considerable expense, for few would willingly assist in such unpleasant tasks without proper incentive. Su Meili pondered to herself that she must strategize better the next time to cleverly deceive those three foolish lads into helping her again with the pig dung. The trio returned to their dormitory after a thorough washing, so disgusted that they couldn't even eat dinner. Master Nyo was incensed, exclaiming that Su Meili truly ought to be taught a lesson, having made the three boys toil away for half a day collecting pig dung without so much as a meal to reward them. It was utterly miserly. Was she treating my apprentices as simpletons? If she dared to speak again, may her ancestors not come to her aid. Sure enough, a few days later, Su Meili approached the trio once more for assistance with the dung, only to be driven away by Master Nyo. He admonished her for exploiting orphans as free labor. How could she be so unscrupulous? Their master was still alive. It was not her place to manipulate them. The boys were young and naive, but their master was no fool. She ought to refrain from using my apprentices. They were not your household's free laborers. Fuming, Su Meili departed, seeking help from various acquaintances, yet none were willing to assist her with the dung. Ultimately, she turned to her relatives for assistance. After selling pig dung twice, Su Meili earned a tidy sum, elated and brimming with confidence as she prepared to monopolize pig dung from the farms. But then, Ma Qianli came crashing in. It turned out that a relative of Director Ma had come to collect pig dung only to find none left. Upon learning that Su Meili had taken it, the relative was furious and went directly to confront Director Ma. Upon hearing the news, Ma Qianli erupted with anger, exclaiming, "How audacious! Su Meili has the gall to purloin collective property. My relative pays 5 cents per cart of dung, yet she dares to take it for free. This is theft." Director Ma, accompanied by his relative, set off to find Su Meili. She was at the farm, feeding the pigs, when she saw Ma Qianli storming towards her. He approached, pointing a finger at her, demanding to know why she had taken collective property without permission. "Do you realize you are committing a crime? Return the collective property you have taken immediately, or I shall inform the factory director and have you reprimanded." "What collective property have I taken?" "None at all," Su Meili replied, utterly bewildered. She thought to herself, could they have discovered that I pilfered 2 kilograms of pig feed? That cannot be. No one witnessed it. "I have not taken anything that belongs to the collective," she insisted, gathering her resolve. "You have taken collective pig dung 2 times, over 20 carts," Ma Qianli retorted, filled with righteous indignation. "What? Your relatives can take it, but I cannot. Is it acceptable for officials to set fire while common folk are forbidden to light lamps? Indeed, my relatives paid for it, 5 cents per cart," Director Ma asserted justly. Upon hearing this, Su Meili scoffed. "Pa? 5 cents? How brazen. Is your family's money so precious? You are the ones stealing collective property, disguising your actions under the guise of collecting dung for years. This is embezzlement. I shall report you to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee." Ma Qianli, seeing that this woman would not back down, decided to escalate matters. Approaching her, he seized her arm, intending to strike her, but he underestimated his opponent while overestimating his own combat prowess. The robust Xiao Meili, weighing over 180 pounds, was not someone Ma Qianli's small stature could contend with. Xiao Meili swiftly evaded Ma Qianli's grasp, deftly twisting his arm and pinning him to the ground. Subsequently, she sat upon him, her ample figure pressing down on Ma Qianli, who howled in despair. They found themselves beside a pig pen, surrounded by an unpleasant mess. Xiao Meili scooped up some pig excrement and smeared it across Ma Qianli's mouth, taunting, "Here you go, all for you. If you consume this, you shan't produce any more." Witnessing the absurd scene, Ma Qianli's relatives were at a loss as to how to intervene. When the workers from the breeding farm arrived to separate the two, Ma Qianli had already been inundated with pig waste, struggling to catch his breath. Eventually, the matter escalated to the factory director, who imposed a punishment on both parties and decreed that no one was to engage with pig excrement henceforth. The factory would instead coordinate with nearby farmers for assistance. Concluding the episode, leaving both parties empty-handed, Ma Qianli silently lamented the futility of his ordeal, feeling as though he had consumed pig waste for naught. Chapter 25. Ma Qianli's revenge. Following the pig excrement debacle, Ma Qianli harbored resentment towards Xiao Meili. A month later, he seized an opportunity to exact his revenge. Xiao Meili, having relished the profits from her previous dealings with pig waste, found herself at a loss when that income abruptly ceased. Determined to find an alternative means of profit, she set her sights on pig feed. Previously, she had stealthily pilfered 1 or 2 pounds of feed after work. But emboldened by her recent ventures, she began surreptitiously stuffing 10 or more pounds into her clothing to bring home. However, secrets have a way of surfacing, and soon Ma Qianli caught wind of her activities. One day, as Xiao Meili slipped 10 pounds of pig feed into her waistband and exited the farm, Ma Qianli, accompanied by 2 security personnel, apprehended her. They discovered the filthy contraband, leaving her pale with shock. Ma Qianli, feigning righteousness, declared, "I've caught you red-handed, brazenly stealing communal property. Let us see how you deny this." Embarrassed, Xiao Meili faced a crowd of workers who had gathered during the peak of the shift. She pleaded, "This is my first time. I only wanted to take some home for the chicks, and I promised to return it later." "Your first time? Huh. Perhaps this is the first time you've been caught, but I wonder how many times you've pilfered in secret." He retorted, "Enough with your excuses. You will write a confession for the security department." With that, he ordered the security officer to take her away. After a lengthy interrogation that lasted well into the night, Xiao Meili was finally released. The following day, she was instructed to submit a written apology, which would be presented at a factory-wide meeting for reprimand. She faced a month's salary deduction and a forfeiture of her year-end bonus, leaving her utterly distressed. The breeding farm barred her from raising pigs, fearing further theft of feed, and reassigned her to sift through pig excrement. Surprisingly, this newfound role suited her. The excrement was entirely hers, earning her the ironic title of dung officer. Dog speculated that Ma Qianli had orchestrated Xiao Meili's punishment, ensuring she would have to contend with pig waste daily. A clever ploy to keep them in constant competition. Ma Qianli's calculated methods revealed to Dog the true nature of vengeance, solidifying his wariness of Ma Qianli. From that point on, he approached Ma Qianli with heightened cordiality, adhering to the adage, "Better to offend a gentleman than a rogue." In recent days, Sango's trusted companions have been rather restless. The reason lies in Huayo's daily assistance to Aunt Chu at the cafeteria. The cafeteria consists of 5 individuals, the head chef, the second chef, as well as a pastry chef, with Aunt Chu handling the washing of vegetables and serving meals. Hualu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, has developed a fondness for Aunt Chu, claiming that she resembles his mother. Dogsy interjected, questioning Huayo's memory of his mother, recalling that he was but 1 year old at the time, with no recollection beyond the bottle and diapers. Hualu insisted, "I have a photograph. Aunt Chu bears a striking resemblance to my mother in it. The moment I see her, I feel a sense of familiarity." Dogsy quipped, "Even the chef seems fond of Aunt Chu. You two share a peculiar affinity." "Oh no, you can't possibly have feelings for Aunt Chu. Just because you crave maternal affection doesn't mean you should pursue someone of her age. Get lost. It's you who fancies Aunt Chu." Hualu retorted angrily, "I genuinely think she resembles my mother. There's no ulterior motive. Don't think so lowly of me." Noticing Huayo's irritation, Dogsy opted for silence, as he did not wish to jeopardize their camaraderie, knowing he would rely on his brother in future endeavors. Indeed, Hualu has come to regard Aunt Chu as a maternal figure, or more accurately, as a mother-in-law. It turns out Hualu has set his sights on the enchanting Yang Mimi. Dogsy, upon witnessing Huayo's infatuated demeanor in Yang Mimi's presence, experienced a moment of clarity. What a convoluted situation. The girl I once shared intimacy with is now the object of my brother's affection. Meanwhile, young Mimi harbored her own desires for a madman and occasionally entertained thoughts of being with Dogsy, truly a tangled web of relationships. Such scenarios are rarely depicted in films. Young Mimi had a strong aversion to Huayo's advances, primarily due to his rodent-like appearance. She typically disregarded such sycophants, and if not for his daily assistance to Aunt Chu, she would hardly spare him a word. Instead, she was drawn to the tall and handsome madman, consistently seeking opportunities to engage him in conversation. Yet, the madman showed little interest in the diminutive young Mimi, having previously confided in Sanguo that he preferred women with ample curves and robust physiques. Sanguo jested, "Surely, you do not harbor feelings for Su Meili. While she fits your physical criteria, she is already married. Such thoughts must be avoided, my friend. They lead to missteps." Enraged, the madman delivered a series of blows to Dogsy, exclaiming, "And you call yourself a brother? Su Meili is nothing but a hefty woman. I prefer tall, curvaceous maidens." The madman, not one for words but rather inclined toward physicality, complimented Dogsy's loquacious nature, which Dogsy appreciated. Ever since Hualu became enamored with young Mimi, he has been frequenting the cafeteria, seemingly aiming for social advancement. Remarkably, since Hualu began his daily visits, the trio of Dogsy, the madman, and Hualu have found themselves with a steady supply of snacks. Hualu never returned empty-handed. Each trip to the cafeteria's kitchen yielded something, be it a handful of peanuts, a few cucumbers, or leftover hearty dishes. The most extravagant return was when Hualu brought back a 2-pound piece of beef, much to the delight of Dogsy and the madman. Each evening, the trio looked forward to Hualu's return with provisions for their midnight feast. Generally, they would avoid their mentor, as he would undoubtedly scold them if he discovered their antics. As their drinking sessions accumulated, the trio's tolerance for alcohol increased. Where once a mere kilogram of liquor would incapacitate them, now they could consume 2 kilograms without issue. Their cheeks would flush, and they would become delightfully tipsy, collapsing into slumber immediately after their revelries, treating white liquor as a form of sleep aid. In their 50-square-meter dormitory, which comfortably housed 3 individuals, they had set up a table that served dual purposes, for late-night snacking and for spirited games of poker. Engaging in games such as Do Di Zhu and the exhilarating Ganjifa, they played fervently, with stakes as low as 10 cents per round. While the skills of Madman were mediocre, and Dog was only passable, Slippery exhibited remarkable prowess, earning the nickname bestowed upon him by Dog. Daily, Slippery would emerge victorious. Yet he never pocketed his winnings. Instead, he saved them to purchase snacks and drinks. However, losses did occur. Occasionally, young Mimi would visit the dormitory to chat with Dog and Madman. When the mood struck her, she would join the trio for a few rounds of poker, and Slippery would invariably end up losing. The most infuriating aspect was that, despite being on Dog's side, he would inadvertently assist young Mimi, even allowing her to win deliberately. Enraged, Dog would exclaim, "You traitor! Just one beauty's charm, and you've switched allegiances. If this were the year 37, you would undoubtedly be the first to become a traitor." Young Mimi would laugh. "What can I say? I'm just too beautiful. Wherever I go, I attract attention. Not only when playing cards with you. Even Jackson would be entranced by my presence." Mimi was right. Jackson was nothing in comparison. Had Mimi lived in ancient times, she would have undoubtedly captivated emperors, who would willingly sacrifice their kingdoms for her sake. Slippery quickly flattered. "So you imply I'm a mere dodgy, a fox spirit? Your words are as empty as a dog's bark. If I existed in ancient times, I would be a Wang Zhaojun." Young Mimi showed no mercy to Slippery. He nodded in agreement with her sentiments, likely viewing her as flawless, even believing her farts were fragrant. Yet, Dog found himself puzzled, with Slippery's intelligence. How could he be infatuated with young Mimi? Furthermore, Slippery was well aware of her notorious reputation. Was this what they referred to in literature as love being blind and uncontrollable? After spending a night together, Dog lost all interest in young Mimi, as her overt advances made him feel as though he were merely a pawn in her game. He had no fondness for aggressive women, no matter how exquisitely beautiful they were. Joy is always fleeting. In the blink of an eye, winter approached, and the distillery entered its peak production season. The leisurely days of the trio were over, replaced by an unending list of tasks. Master Nyo assigned Dogsy and his companions to the fermentation liquor workshop, where they were tasked daily with washing grains, moistening them, steaming, and packaging them for fermentation. It was then that Dogsy realized the arduous nature of distilling spirits. By the end of the day, he was drenched in sweat, leaving his trousers damp. After work, he lacked the energy to assist Aunt Chu in the cafeteria, and Sandog also felt too fatigued to prepare meals for the master and his apprentices. Fortunately, the cafeteria's fare had improved recently. The factory director announced that the workers in the fermentation workshop would receive a meal subsidy, allowing each person to enjoy a half-price portion of braised pork daily. This delighted the workers, who relished the thought of having braised pork with steamed buns, forgoing other dishes. Dogsy noticed that each time they received their meals, Slipper's portion of the succulent pork was always a bit more than his own, and Aunt Chu's hands trembled when serving Dogsy. However, when it was Slipper's turn, Aunt Chu's hands remained steady, generously filling his bowl, evidently rewarding Slipper for his frequent assistance. "Why do you eat so much meat when you're so thin?" Dogsy remarked, eyeing Slipper's plate. "I need to eat more to grow taller," Slipper retorted, expressing his desire to become a tall man, which May favored. "If you grow tall, May still want to notice you," Dogsy teased, pointing out Slipper's less than flattering appearance. "I do not look that way. You're the one with the problem, Dogsy," Slipper argued, while Dogsy found solace in Aunt Chu's compliment, who said he resembled the handsome Dingley. "Why not say you look like Su and Xiang then?" Dogsy thought to himself, observing Slipper's discontent. Quickly, he reassured him, "My junior disciple is undoubtedly a refined gentleman, standing out wherever he goes. Common folks simply cannot appreciate his beauty." Slipper nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dogsy's discerning eye, while Madman, unimpressed, remained silent, knowing that Dogsy rarely faced counterarguments. As the days passed, Dogsy and his apprentices continued to labor diligently from dawn till dusk. Although the work was exhausting, the remuneration and bonuses were substantial. When Dogsy sent money home to his mother, a blissful grin spread across his face. While money may not solve all problems, it certainly bestowed confidence upon a man. As the festive season approached, the distillery prepared to close for the holidays. Each year, Master Nyo remained at the factory, having no family to celebrate with. Only the deputy factory director, security personnel, and the night watchman stayed behind alongside him. This year, Dogsy resolved to stay and accompany Master Nyo for the new year, informing his mother, who fully supported his decision. Slipper and Madman, both orphans, had previously returned to the welfare home for the festivities, but this year, with Dogsy and their master by their side, they opted to remain together. The factory provided ample provisions of chicken, duck, fish, and meat for Master Nyo, while Dogsy procured a few additional ingredients, firecrackers, and fireworks, as the quartet prepared to celebrate the new year in style. The three brothers also bought new clothes and gifted Master Nyo a warm cotton jacket. From the eve of the new year, they began their celebrations, indulging in feasts and card games, with the trio consuming to their heart's content. Master Nyo has developed a penchant for smoking 2 cigarettes before and after meals, the thick smoke enveloping the faces of the three of us in a yellowish hue. On New Year's Eve, the four of us busily rolled out dough and prepared dumplings, crafting 2 varieties, one with lamb and green peppers, and the other with pork and scallions. The dog, in a playful spirit, added 2 coins into the dumplings, proclaiming that whoever finds them will be blessed in the coming year. To our surprise, both coins were discovered by the dog, who laughed heartily, declaring that he would surely find a beautiful partner next year. Such youthful aspirations for a spouse. "Look at me, your master, who is over 60 and still has no desire for marriage," Master Nyo jested. The dog retorted, saying, "We cannot compare to you, although you have never married. You do have children." Realizing he may have misspoken, the dog quickly fell silent. Master Nyo's expression darkened. "Indeed, old Nyo has children. But where are they? Are they sons or daughters? I may never see them in this lifetime." The 3 dogs hastily urged, "Master, please eat the dumplings before they get cold. Dumplings, like wine, only become more delightful with consumption." They poured more wine into Master Nyo's cup. He downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, "What do men hold dear? Women, money, and wine. This carefree elixir is never enough. Drink up." Once intoxicated, all troubles vanish. The 4 of us began to toast and drink, becoming increasingly merry, while the dog dreamt of his mother. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, the dog awoke early, hung up couplets, and began preparing breakfast. The remaining dough and filling from the previous night were fashioned into wontons, accompanied by seaweed and scallions, sprinkled with rice, and drizzled with sesame oil. He served the fragrant dish to his still sleeping master and fellow apprentice. Awakened by the enticing aroma, master and the apprentice rose and eagerly devoured the wontons, nearly finishing the entire pot, leaving just a bit of broth for the dog. Sated, the 3 of them sluggishly dressed. Once attired, Master Nyo announced, "Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I will take you to pay New Year's greetings. It's Ma Qianli's turn to be on duty today. Let us go ask him for red envelopes." Leading the dog and the others, they made their way to the duty room. Director Ma was just rising, enjoying dumplings from his lunchbox. Upon seeing them, Master Nyo urged. Children, quickly wish your Uncle Ma a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Uncle Ma. We wish you prosperity, good health, and all the best in the coming year. The three chimed in unison. Director Ma relished hearing others wish him success, eagerly responding, Good, good. Let us all prosper together and enjoy all the best. Now that we're done, how about some lucky money? Master Nyo teased with a mischievous smile. Aren't you all grown up? Why still ask for lucky money? You're not children anymore. Ma Qianli rolled his eyes at Master Nyo. Age is but a number. Just tell me if you'll give it or not. Don't make me scold you on New Year's Day. Master Nyo began to playfully refuse to take no for an answer. Director Ma, who was quite superstitious and wary of bad omens, retorted angrily, How can one demand lucky money? Old Nyo, you're too much. Coming here on New Year's Day to add to my troubles. Are you trying to bring me bad luck? I'm not angry. I want to fall for your tricks. I'll give the three youngsters their lucky money, but not because of you. It is for their virtue that I admire. After rummaging through his pockets for a while, he finally produced 3 yuan, distributing one to each of the 3 brothers, cautioning them not to emulate their master, who was devoid of humanity and seemed to thrive on his irritation. Just 1 yuan. Old Ma, you are truly stingy. Why not offer a larger sum? Master Nyo expressed his dissatisfaction. This is but a token of my goodwill. Even a grasshopper, though small, is still meat. Who decreed that New Year's money cannot be just 1 yuan? Old Ma, despite his reluctance, felt a pang of regret parting with that amount. Having only 5 or 6 yuan in his pocket, Ma Qianli's wife was particularly formidable, having thoroughly emptied her husband's pockets, earning a notorious reputation in the factory. According to local lore, Ma Qianli had to replace several washboards each year, all of which he had broken while kneeling in submission. Are you still hungry? The dumplings filled with chives and eggs are delicious. Ma Qianli quickly redirected the conversation towards Sanguo. Uncle Ma, we've already eaten. If you have no plans for lunch, you are welcome to join us. I'll prepare a few hearty dishes. You and my master can enjoy a few drinks, Sanguo politely suggested. Upon hearing that there would be substantial dishes, Ma Qianli was eager not to miss out, thinking that the 3 yuan should not go to waste. Absolutely. I've heard that Sanguo's cooking is exceptional. Today is a perfect opportunity to sample your culinary skills, with the promise of free food and drink. The dumplings in Ma Qianli's mouth lost their appeal, as he resolved to eat less now and save his appetite for later. Master Nyo smirked, but did not oppose Sanguo's invitation, reasoning that on the first day of the new year, one more pair of chopsticks did not matter. He thought of it as feeding the dogs. He then informed Ma Qianli that they would be heading back. As the 4 of them departed from the duty room, Master Nyo remarked, Why did you invite that scoundrel? Isn't that a loss? We paid 3 yuan and now owe him a meal. Sanguo chuckled, Come on, master. On this festive occasion, we shouldn't fuss over a meal. Besides, next year you will be retired, once you leave the distillery. Who knows how Ma Qianli might retaliate against us? He is truly a petty man, while you are a true gentleman. Why stoop to his level? Master Nyo realized the wisdom in this. After battling Ma Qianli for over 20 years, he had no means to counter him. If he were to retire, Ma Qianli might take his frustrations out on Sanguo, which would be unfortunate. You may be young, but your foresight is commendable. It seems I have been short-sighted. Sanguo, from now on, my younger disciples will rely on you. Sanguo replied, I still have much to learn from you, master. Even if you retire, you will remain our guiding force. We are like a family, and you are our steadfast ox, while we are your calves. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are all my little calves, Master Nyo said, chuckling with delight. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sanguo began preparing the lunch dishes: fried eggplant, sweet and sour pork, a bountiful harvest, braised carp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried meat slices, cucumber with cold noodles, and braised ribs. 8 dishes in total. He brought out a fine jar of his master's good liquor and set the table with bowls and chopsticks. At that moment, Ma Qianli rushed in. Upon seeing the feast laid out, he swallowed hard, exclaiming, Sanguo, you are truly impressive. You've prepared such an extravagant spread. Uncle Ma is in for a treat. Sanguo replied, Uncle Ma, I specifically made 8 dishes, symbolizing that next year we shall all prosper, especially you, who will surely gain both promotion and wealth. Ma Qianli relished this sentiment, quickly responding, 3 dogs spoke, and I was more than willing to listen. A good child, destined for greatness in the future. After inviting Director Ma to sit down, I arranged for the master to sit beside him, pouring drinks as the group began to indulge in their feast. The dishes prepared by Guzi had noticeably improved, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, as Director Ma devoured them voraciously, his cheeks stuffed to the brim. Observing Ma Qianli's gluttonous demeanor, Master Nyo sighed. He brought over 2 large cups, filled them to the brim, and said, Brother Ma, next year I will retire. Today, let us share some heartfelt words over this drink. Over the years, I have not treated you well, and our playful bickering for over 20 years has hindered your career. Here, I sincerely apologize to you. All my words are encapsulated in this wine. With that, he tilted his head back, downing a large cup of baijiu in one go. Director Ma was taken aback by Master Nyo's words, wondering how the old bull could show such humility. Was there some ulterior motive? When had he become so eloquent? Ma Qianli feigned a deeply moved expression and replied, "Brother, I am truly touched by your words today. Let bygones be bygones. After this drink, let us bury the hatchet and move forward." He pinched his nose and forced down a large cup of baijiu, choking and shedding tears. For he did not possess Master Nyo's capacity for liquor. "Good, Brother Ma, your spirit is commendable." After finishing, Master Nyo filled Director Ma's cup again. "Let us toast to your promotion to the official rank this year. You are the most qualified among us for the Deputy Factory Director position. At just over 50. Who knows, by the time you retire at 60, you might even ascend to the Deputy Department level. Cheers." He downed another cup in one gulp. Ma Qianli relished hearing others speak of his potential for advancement. Raising his large cup, he expressed gratitude for his brother's auspicious words, reflecting, "If we hadn't quarreled daily back then, I would have been promoted long ago. I was young and foolish, always at odds with you, which ultimately delayed my own progress. I am truly glad you can share these words today." After speaking, he grimaced as he gulped down the liquor, his face turning red and his neck thickening. Seeing this, Master Nyo thought, "Strike while the iron is hot." He filled Director Ma's glass once more, proclaiming, "3 cups of strong liquor, and may our wishes come true. May we become close friends, and may you be nominated for the official position next year. Cheers to your continued ascent. I drink to your dreams becoming a reality." He downed another cup. Director Ma appeared conflicted. Not drinking seemed ungracious, especially with Master Nyo's words sounding so beautiful. Yet, he hesitated. Finally, gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and stomped his foot, raising his large cup and downing several hefty gulps as if it were medicine. At that moment, he felt as though the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Suddenly, Ma Qianli collapsed, letting out a couple of groans before falling still. Alarmed, the 3 dogs hurried to support him, struggling to lift him onto the madman's bed. They avoided dragging him to their own beds due to the messiness. The madman exclaimed, "Why are you dragging him onto my bed? His enormous backside might crush it." Slippery sniffed the air and remarked, "What a foul smell. Did one of you dogs let one rip?" The 3 dogs caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Lowering their heads, they discovered that Director Ma had soiled himself, leaving a mess on Crazy's bed. One dog exclaimed, "This guy has truly lost it." The sight was quite nauseating to the 3 of them, while Master Nyo nearly choked with laughter. Chapter 28. The incident of the floral underwear. The dogs and Crazy swiftly sought out a plastic sheet to place beneath Director Ma, removing his soiled trousers and tossing them outside. At that moment, Shuelu fetched a mop and began to clean up after Director Ma, muttering, "On this first day of the Lunar New Year, I find myself wiping someone else's behind. This is going to stink for a year." With a pinched nose, Shuelu dealt with the unpleasant task of cleaning the mess off Director Ma. Master Nyo, wearing a mischievous grin and pinching his nose, said, "You 3 handle this, and then go fetch him a pair of trousers. It's quite improper for him to be bare with that hefty backside." With that, he returned to his own dormitory. The 3 young men felt quite distressed. After cleaning up Director Ma, they changed Crazy's bed linens. They draped a work jacket over Director Ma before Dogsy set about finding trousers for him. However, the ample size of Director Ma's physique rendered their trousers useless. Consequently, Dogsy dispatched Shuelu to Director Ma's home to retrieve a pair of cotton trousers and underwear from his wife. Shuelu complied and set off in the direction of Director Ma's house. On this frigid New Year's Day, Shuelu quickly became chilled after walking a short distance. Feeling particularly lazy, he found himself unable to continue. Passing by Su Meili's home, he noticed a large black pair of cotton trousers and several floral undergarments hanging on the clothesline. Su Meili had gone back to her parents' home for the new year and had forgotten to collect her laundry prior to leaving. Shuelio's mind began to wander, contemplating the convenience of not needing to travel further. He thought, why not just take these? He figured the cotton trousers would fit Director Ma perfectly. So he climbed into the yard, snatched the cotton trousers and a pair of floral underwear, and made his way back. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shuelu tossed the large cotton trousers and floral underwear to Dogsy and Crazy, proclaiming, "I brought them back. He is too large for me to assist, so you 2 can help him wear them." With that, he hurried off to Master Nyo's dormitory. That night, Dogsy did not examine the items closely and simply dressed Director Ma in the floral underwear and cotton trousers. He suggested to Crazy, "Let us take him back to his dormitory. He is on duty today, and by tomorrow morning, he'll be sober enough to return home." The two of them struggled to lift the hefty Director Ma back to the duty room. It was quite a laborious task. Director Ma, well-fed and rotund, made it a challenge for the two, who eventually managed to place him on the bed. They covered him with a blanket and prepared a cup of hot water for him, as Dogsy was considerate, fearing that Director Ma might wake up thirsty in the middle of the night. Afterwards, the two made their way to Master Nyo's dormitory, where he was animatedly discussing his clever schemes with Shuelu. Upon entering, Dogsy remarked, "Master, you've gone too far today? How could you indulge Director Ma to the point of soiling himself?" Master Nyo burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly. "I merely wish to tend to him properly. Today has been truly delightful. This is the most comfortable spring festival I have experienced in years. Witnessing him in such a state is rather amusing, especially as we anticipate how Ma Qianli will ascend to the rank of a proper official this year. What a farce. We, three brothers, found ourselves cleaning up after him on the very first day of the new year. How utterly revolting." "You have no idea," said Huanliu. "To encounter such filth on the first day of the Lunar New Year is a sure sign that you will enjoy a streak of good fortune this year. Ma Qianli is nothing but a lapdog, wagging his tail at the factory manager, and he deserves to find himself in this predicament." Master Nyo jested. The three brothers fell silent, unwilling to gaze upon Master Nyo's exuberant visage, and retreated to their dormitory to engage in a game of cards. Upon returning, they were met with an unpleasant odor lingering in their quarters. Huanliu remarked that Director Ma must be harboring toxic fumes within him, turning our dormitory into a gas chamber. The madman plugged his nostrils with cotton balls and declared, "I shall not concern myself with this any longer. Let us commence our card game." Observing the madman, both Guzi and Huanliu followed suit, and together they began a round of dodiju. They played late into the night until exhaustion overcame them, and only then did they succumb to slumber. The following day, they remained in bed until after 9, roused by the sound of Master Nyo knocking on their door. Guzi, appearing quite fatigued, opened the door for the instructor. Master Nyo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry, come and witness the commotion. Ma Qianli's household is embroiled in a quarrel. It's the second day of the new year, and the couple is fighting. This spectacle is bound to be entertaining. Quickly, dress yourselves, or you shall miss the excitement." It turned out that Ma Qianli had staggered home after a night of heavy drinking, feeling utterly unwell and wishing only to return to bed for a restorative sleep. His wife, Lu Yuexia, berated him. "How dare you crawl into bed without shedding your clothes? You've sullied my new bedding. Remove them at once." Fearing his wife, Director Ma hastily stripped off his outer garments, eager to slip beneath the covers. At that moment, Lu Yuexia caught sight of his garish floral boxers and erupted in fury. She unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Ma Qianli, demanding, "Where were you gallivanting last night? Whose insidious garments are you wearing? If you fail to confess, I shall sever your third leg and feed it to the dogs." Ma Qianli, bewildered, struggled to recall the events of the previous night, pondering whether he had indeed been at another woman's home, donning her floral undergarments. As he wrestled with these thoughts, Lu Yuexia launched her assault, delivering blows with both fists and feet, sending Ma Qianli tumbling from one end of the bed to the other, from the bed to the floor, and eventually out of the room. The residents of the dormitory complex gathered to witness the spectacle, finding it far more entertaining than any televised spring festival gala. Eventually, Lu Yuexia's onslaught left Ma Qianli bloodied, only to be halted when the duty vice factory manager intervened. By this time, Master Nyo and his 3 apprentices had also arrived. Feigning sympathy, Master Nyo chastised, "Oh Ma, how could you engage in such behavior? You have a perfectly good wife at home. Why seek the company of others? You are sorely mistaken." Upon hearing Master Nyo's words, Lu Yuexia's wrath reignited, and she moved to strike Ma Qianli once more, prompting Guzi and Huanliu to rush forward to restrain her. "Aunt Ma," Guzi shouted, "do not act impulsively. It may be a misunderstanding. My Uncle Ma is not the type to lead a frivolous life. I am not wrongfully accusing him. You be the judge." He returned early in the morning wearing someone else's black cotton trousers, and to my astonishment, beneath them, he had on a pair of women's floral underwear. Tell me, if he hadn't been misbehaving, where would such undergarments come from? Upon hearing this, Dogsy turned to glance at Shuelu, who appeared alarmed, his eyes darting away from Dogsy. At that moment, Dogsy comprehended the situation fully, realizing that Shuelu had not come to borrow underwear from Director Ma the previous night. Rather, he had evidently acquired those trousers from an unknown source. What a predicament this was. How on earth could they explain this? Thus, Dogsy tugged at Lu Yuexia's sleeve, saying, "Aunt Ma, please step inside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Once inside, he scanned the room to ensure no one was around. Dogsy then said, "Aunt Ma, you have misunderstood my Uncle Ma. Last night, he and Master Nyo resolved their differences and, in celebration, indulged a bit too much. In his inebriation, he accidentally soiled his trousers. Not wanting to disturb your rest too late, I sent my junior to borrow a pair of trousers for Uncle Ma, but in the dim light, we couldn't discern the color of the underwear clearly, and thus mistakenly provided him with those. This morning, you misjudged the situation. It is entirely our fault. Please forgive us. We will accept any punishment you deem fit. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuexia's anger subsided significantly, as she declared that as long as Uncle Ma was not engaging in infidelity, everything else was trivial. What do you children understand? Just getting him a pair of trousers to keep him from freezing is commendable enough. The nerve of him, drinking excessively on the first day of the new year. Why didn't he drink himself to death, the useless fellow? Chapter 29. Transition to becoming a full-time worker. Once Dogzi finished explaining, he and Lu Yuexia exited the house. They beheld Ma Qianli, his body covered in bruises, his face swollen, standing barefoot in the courtyard, shivering in the frigid air. It was bitterly cold outside, with ice and snow all around. Poor Director Ma was freezing. What are you still standing there for? Get inside before you catch a cold. I'll have to spend money to treat you if you fall ill. Lu Yuexia bellowed. Ma Qianli hastily dashed back indoors, leaping into bed, cocooning himself in the quilt. But alas, he was already chilled to the bone. From that day forward, Ma Qianli developed a deep aversion to floral clothing, leaving him with lasting psychological scars. Lu Yuexia quickly explained to the neighbors, it was merely a misunderstanding. My husband drank too much yesterday and accidentally soiled his trousers. These children, fearing he might freeze, went out to borrow a pair of cotton trousers, but in their naivety, they brought back a woman's floral underwear, which led to my misunderstanding. Everyone, please disperse. It was truly a misunderstanding. The crowd, realizing there was no spectacle to witness, felt disappointed and gradually dispersed. Master Nyo, too, was disheartened and turned to leave when Lu Yuexia called out to him. Old Nyo, you scoundrel. Why did you get my husband so drunk on the first day of the new year? Look at what you've done. He even forgot to wear the right trousers. Are you not ashamed? Old Nyo, fearing her wrath, quickly replied, I truly had no idea about old Ma's drinking capacity. We haven't indulged in alcohol for years. Yesterday's conversation was quite delightful, and we managed to bury the hatchet with laughter. Who would have anticipated that he possesses such a low tolerance for alcohol? After just 3 small cups, he succumbed to inebriation and even soiled his trousers. Dear sister-in-law, it was truly not my intention. I implore you to forgive me. I vow never to indulge in drinking with old Ma again. Please calm your anger and refrain from holding a grudge against me. Upon observing Master Nyo's amiable demeanor and his humble apologies, Lu Yuexia found no reason to unleash her ire upon him. She declared, this time, I shall forgive you. However, should you dare to ply my old Ma with liquor again, I shall not hesitate to give you a thorough thrashing, leaving you with a head full of bruises. I dare not. There will be no next time, dear sister-in-law. You can rest assured that I shall never again force Brother Ma to drink. Master Nyo replied with an obsequious grin. You 3 young ones ought to exercise better judgment in your actions. That garish pair of shorts is hardly suitable for Uncle Ma. It brings ill fortune. Not to mention, it could adversely affect his luck. Lu Yuexia, who held superstitions, added. We were simply ignorant and did not perceive the circumstances in the dark. Please do not be angry. Excessive anger harms the body. Quickly prepare a bowl of ginger soup for Uncle Ma. He must be freezing. The dog, too, donned a similar obsequious expression as Master Nyo. Enough. Am I truly to be vexed by you children? Given this incident, I shall not host you for a meal during this festive season. You may return to your dormitory. Lu Yuexia waved her hand dismissively. The dog and Master Nyo, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, the dog reproached Master Nyo. It was your insistence on forcing Director Ma to drink that led to this chaos. Early this morning, you insisted we join the revelry, nearly landing us in a heap of trouble. If Director Ma's wife were to scold us during this festive season, the entire year would be fraught with misfortune. I fear not her reprimand. I can retort in kind. It is her scratching that I dread, Master Nyo replied indifferently. At his age, Master Nyo has grown fond of living freely and unrestrained. The dog felt powerless to change him. His disposition was ingrained, and while fundamentally kind-hearted, Master Nyo enjoyed toying with others like a child. Meanwhile, Ma Qianli lay nestled in his blanket, sipping the ginger soup brewed by his wife, while cursing Master Nyo. That old scoundrel is truly insidious, harboring ill intentions. I should have known that this meal was a trap, a veritable feast of betrayal. Knowing it was a trap, yet you still attended. I suspect you were merely enticed by the prospect of food and drink. A most unambitious endeavor. Lu Yuexia retorted angrily. I merely wished to see what tricks he might employ, so that I could counter them accordingly. I never anticipated he would soften upon our meeting and insist on toasting me. It would have been impolite to refuse. As a result, he took advantage and forced me to drink excessively, leading to my inebriation. It was my own folly to trust that old rascal. I swear I shall never drink with him again. Director Ma vowed fervently. Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed their final supper together. For old Ma would never again have the opportunity to share a drink with Master Niu. By the time he yearned for such companionship once more, Master Niu would have departed to another realm. The festive season soon passed, and before long, it was the 8th of the Lunar New Year. The distillery resumed operations, and the workers returned to their duties. Master Niu intensified his instruction to the dog on the art of brewing, benefiting both Shuo Lu and Feng Zi immensely. The selection of materials, the duration of grain conditioning, the essential techniques of steaming grains, the temperature control of the fermentation tank, the intensity of the fire for distillation, the calculation of alcohol yield, and the crafting of the storage vat were all imparted to Guzi. In a final act of trust, Master Niu discreetly shared several herbal recipes for brewing with Guzi, compelling him to vow never to disclose them. Master Niu said, "My health is failing, and I am uncertain if I will endure long enough to find Ruhua and my child. If one day I am no longer here, you must assist me in the search. Should you find my child and Ruhua, bestow upon him the secret recipes and give the bracelet to Ruhua, telling her that I have spent my life waiting for her. Besides her, I cannot cherish any other woman in my heart. To have had a child with a fairy like her makes my life worthwhile. Inform the child that what I owe to their mother can only be repaid in the next life." Upon hearing his master's words, Guzi's eyes brimmed with tears. In this world, few have shown kindness to him, and this old man was among his rare family. Guzi felt a deep reluctance to part from him. "Master, please drink less and smoke less. Take care of your health, and I am certain you will live to 138. Master Niu chuckled, appreciating his disciple's words. Yet he knew the truth of his own condition. Years of working in damp, high-heat environments had taken a toll. Sometimes he even slept beside the fermentation tank, riddled with ailments. Even if he ceased drinking and smoking now, he would not live many more days. It seemed better to him to enjoy these remaining years fully. In the solitude of night, only alcohol and tobacco could accompany him. They felt closer than a wife. He mused that if given another chance at life, he might choose to elope with Ruhua, avoiding alcohol and tobacco entirely, pursuing a different livelihood, and living joyfully, a thought that filled him with happiness. With that dream in mind, he closed his eyes, slowly drifting into a reverie. Guzi, unwilling to interrupt his master's daydream, quietly exited the room. In the balmy March, as the snow melted away, Master Niu submitted his retirement request to the factory and nominated Guzi as his successor. Upon learning that Guzi had mastered all of Master Niu's skills, the factory director permitted Guzi to lead the workers in independent production for several days before approving Master Niu's retirement. Soon after, arrangements for Guzi to take over were formalized, with the contract stating that he was Master Niu's adopted son. As a result, Guzi became one of the last batch of official state workers in 1992, a milestone that filled him with pride. When his mother learned of this, her joy overflowed. She shared the news with everyone, declaring, "My son has become a state worker." Her greatest pride was in Guzi's accomplishments. Every small advancement he made became a source of bragging rights for her, fueling her motivation for life. Guzi was the root of her existence, her dignity, and her hope. After retiring, Master Niu did not remain at the factory to receive his assigned accommodation, but instead journeyed to Jiaodong City, where he continued his quest to find Ruhua and his child, the most significant endeavor of his life. Chapter 30. The tenacity of love after Master Niu's departure. Guzi became the cornerstone of the distillery, a technical expert. Unlike Master Niu, Guzi had a knack for interpersonal relations, seamlessly integrating with the workers and maintaining a harmonious relationship with the factory director and manager Ma. Upon meeting Director Ma, Dogzi invariably greets him with a smile before engaging in conversation. Director Ma, pleased with Dogzi's respect, finds the young lad quite perceptive. He informs the factory manager that Dogzi possesses excellent skills and social acumen, far surpassing that of old Niu. Both Crazy and the slippery temporary worker have recently transitioned to permanent positions. However, their contracts span 5 years, subject to renewal, unlike Dogzi, who belongs to the last cohort of lifetime employees. The two continue to enjoy Dogzi's company, as many young workers in the factory are drawn to him, appreciating his ability to converse with the higher-ups. Recently, young Mimi's gaze towards Dogzi has grown increasingly infatuated, for Dogzi has risen to prominence within the brewing workshop. She boldly proposes, "Dogzi, why don't I marry you and be your wife?" Rest assured, I will study diligently from now on and be faithful to you alone, living a good life together, and I shall bear you a healthy son. What do you say? Dogsy, however, dares not entertain the advances of this temptress. To marry her would require an audacious heart, one that could support the vastness of the Hulunberg grassland above. He responds, Sister Mimi, you must not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. The youth of our Victory Brewery cannot do without you, and neither can your high school. Without you, the landscape of Q City would be incomplete. With a haughty flick of her hips, she departs, leaving Dogsy to muse on how increasingly captivating Sister Mimi has become. In contrast to Dogsy, the slippery one is utterly fixated on young Mimi, persistently pursuing her with fervor. Dogsy finds himself bewildered. Mimi has been linked with numerous handsome classmates from high school and many dashing sons of the brewery, all well known. Why then does the slippery one remain so steadfast in his pursuit of her? Moreover, young Mimi has never bestowed a glance upon him. Dogsy cannot comprehend how a man can become so subservient in the presence of a woman he desires. Eventually, the slippery one devises a plan to win over his potential mother-in-law, insisting on recognizing Aunt Chu as his godmother. He claims to have grown up without parents and longs for a nurturing figure like Aunt Chu. She, charmed by his demeanor and sweet tongue, readily agrees to adopt him as her son. Henceforth, the slippery one's meals improve significantly, enjoying stir-fried meat while Dogsy and Crazy are left with mere potato slices. This disparity ignites envy in Dogsy and Crazy, who conspire to seize his meat slices, filling his bowl with potatoes instead. The slippery one cries out in protest, robbery. Bandits are stealing my meat slices. After Master Nyo's departure, Crazy and the slippery one become the closest companions in the factory, continuing to reside with Dogsy. Each evening, they struggle to sleep, engaging in games of cards or conversations that delve into life, aspirations, and women. When the topic of women arises, the slippery one quickly redirects the discussion to young Mimi, whom he regards as the epitome of femininity. In his eyes, all other women pale in comparison to her. The madman scoffed, declaring that young Mimi was nothing but a wretched creature, and it was only you who held her in such high regard. It seemed you were eager to grovel at her feet. Slippery couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of his goddess, yet he was no match for the madman. He proclaimed that if Mimi were to fancy him, he would gladly worship her toes daily, and you needn't utter any sour remarks. Once I wed Mimi, she would become your brother's wife, and you must cease your disparagement. Fine, as long as you can marry young Mimi, I shall certainly refrain from speaking ill of her. She doesn't even care for you, so spare yourself the delusion, the madman retorted dismissively. Slippery asserted that Aunt Chu cherished him, expressing her desire for him to become her son-in-law, believing he was the ideal candidate. In time, she would change Mimi's mind and lead her to accept him. Persistence would eventually bear fruit, and one day Mimi would marry him, he proclaimed with confidence. Well then, Dog and I shall await that day, and we shall present you with a grand red envelope, the madman said, unwilling to engage further in his banter. At that time, you both must serve as my groomsmen. Agreed. We shall undoubtedly be your groomsmen. Now hurry and get some rest. Perhaps you shall embrace Mimi in your dreams, Dog replied eagerly. After a while, one day young Mimi strolled past a small grove outside the factory and spotted the madman catching castor worms, a prized delicacy, more fragrant than beef when sautéed. And the trio adored it with their drinks. Observing the madman's towering stature and muscular physique, Mimi began to entertain thoughts of her own. She approached him, playfully exclaiming, Windy brother, you're catching big worms. Aren't you afraid? How brave you are. Come let your sister admire you, and reached out to stroke his face. The madman, towering above Mimi, evaded her touch. Oh, you're shy? I was merely teasing you. Look how startled you are. Mimi said with a teasing tone. Does Windy brother have a girlfriend? What type are you looking for? I can introduce you to some, each more beautiful than Mimi herself, she added with a flirtatious smile. I'm not looking for a girlfriend, and if I were, it certainly wouldn't be someone like you. I prefer curvaceous figures. You're too skinny for my taste. Keep your distance, he replied, feeling repulsed by her demeanor. Oh dear, what poor taste. With a figure like mine, I'm the most desirable in Q City. Where else could you find a girl with a physique as splendid as mine? Besides, whether Slippery is pleased or not has nothing to do with me, she exclaimed, puffing out her chest. What good is your figure? You lack both bosom and backside. I prefer girls who are well endowed and robust. There is comfort in holding someone with some flesh, the madman countered. Ah, do you fancy Aunt Sue then? The only one at our factory who fits your description is Aunt Sue. How can you have such peculiar tastes? I must keep my distance from you. It's disgusting. Ugh, pervert. With that, Mimi skipped away, swaying her hips. Hey, come back. Let me explain. It's not Aunt Sue, truly. I prefer the young. The madman shouted after her, hoping to clarify the misunderstanding, but by then, Mimi had already twirled away, her waist swaying as she vanished into the distance. Curse that wretched girl for spreading rumors about me harboring feelings for Aunt Sue. I was careless. How foolish it is to engage in so many words with such a wretched individual. The madman deeply regretted conversing excessively with young Mimi. Since that moment, he ceased to speak whenever he encountered her, and even when young Mimi initiated conversation, he remained indifferent. Upon learning this, Dog praised the madman for his decision, advising him and Shunlu to cherish life and steer clear of vice, gambling, and drugs, as well as to distance themselves from young Mimi. The madman replied, "You are right. Brother Dog, I shall henceforth avoid that vixen." At that moment, Shunlu shouted, "I cannot do that. I love young Mimi. I would die for her. I would brave fire and water for her, even to the point of shattering into pieces." Dog quickly covered his mouth, saying, "If you wish to shout, go to young Mimi's house. Perhaps your godmother will commend you. Do not disgrace us in the dormitory at this late hour." Shunlu disdainfully glanced at Dog and the madman, exclaiming, "You are all mundane individuals, ignorant of the darkness of night." Shunliu's love for Sister Mimi was enduring and profound, akin to a toad's infatuation with a swan. As he continued to pursue her relentlessly, 2 years later, he indeed married young Mimi, and even Dog, attending the wedding, felt too embarrassed to speak with her. He was at a loss as to how to face Shunlu. What was this relationship? Brothers-in-law? Or merely brothers? Chapter 31. Master Nyo has departed on this day. Dog was in the workshop guiding workers on material cutting when a call came from the communications office, requesting his presence to collect an urgent telegram. Dog hurried to the communications office, and upon receiving the telegram, he read that Nyo Yutian was critically ill and urged him to come to the People's Hospital in Jiaodong City. Alarmed, Dog quickly sought leave from the factory director, who, upon hearing the news, offered to send a car. Dog declined, stating that traveling by train was safer and would not be slower than a car. Accompanied by the madman and Shunlu, Dog boarded the train bound for Jiaodong City. Upon arrival, they took a tricycle directly to the hospital. At the hospital, they inquired about the attending physician and Nyo's room number, only to discover that they had arrived too late. Master Nyo had already passed away from a heart attack, and they had not had the chance for a final farewell. Dog had been concerned about Master Nyo's lung condition and had even prepared a traditional herbal remedy, the 5 elements lung nourishing pill, to help him. Recently, Master Nyo had written, praising the remedy for alleviating his cough, but unexpectedly, he did not succumb to lung disease. Rather, he fell victim to a heart attack. Such is the cruelty of fate. As Dog gazed at Master Nyo's lifeless body in the mortuary, lying coldly on the slab, he appeared as if he were merely sleeping. Perhaps he had grown weary from life and sought a moment of peace. Dog, the madman, and Shunlu wept bitterly. He was their dearest mentor, one of the remaining few family members in their lives. Especially for Dog, who had been nurtured by Master Nyo as a son. The debt of gratitude he felt was immense. Master Nyo's old companion, a longtime worker from the Li family's kiln, patted the shoulders of the 3 young men, saying, "One cannot be resurrected from death. Bear your grief with fortitude. You must quickly arrange for Master Nyo's funeral. He has no children, so you shall serve as his filial sons and grandsons." After speaking, he produced a silver bracelet that Master Nyo had left behind, handing it to Dog. "This was entrusted to you by your master before his passing, to be given to Li Ruhua when you find her." Even in his final moments, he was murmuring about her and her child. He shall not rest in peace until he finds them in this life. The old companion's eyes brimmed with tears as well. The Dog took the bracelet, carefully wrapped it in paper, and solemnly placed it in his pocket. Bowing before the master's remains, he vowed, "Rest assured, master, one day I shall find mistress and her child, fulfilling your wish. You may depart in peace, and do not worry about me and my 2 junior brothers." With the assistance of an old comrade, the trio sought out a middleman for the funeral arrangements. They procured a coffin from the carpenter's shop, hired musicians, and purchased paper money, floral wreaths, and crafted paper horses and cows. They even rented a farm vehicle to transport the master's coffin, accompanied by the sounds of music, to the burial site. The 3 of them presented their mourning tokens, with the Dog carrying the banners and smashing the basin, thus ensuring that Master Nyo was honored as a filial son in accordance with his wishes during his lifetime. He was laid to rest on a small hill facing the site of the Li family's kiln. The Dog expressed a wish for the master to watch over this place, gazing upon the Li family's kiln each day to alleviate his longing, so that if one day Li Ruhua and her child returned, the master could witness it. As he gazed at the solitary grave mound, the Dog couldn't help but reflect on the nature of life. What is it all for? Master Niu had never enjoyed a moment of peace in his life. He had toiled endlessly, and just when he discovered true love, they were separated. He had spent much of his life searching for Li Ruhua and her child, only to depart in regret. Was this fate? The dog had never believed in destiny. Yet witnessing Master Niu's arduous life instilled a sense of belief within him. Human fate is preordained, no matter how hard one strives. They may never surpass those who are fortunate, born into wealth and comfort. Even a lifetime of effort cannot compare to being born into a good family. After arranging Master Niu's funeral, the trio hurried back to Q City. The factory leadership entrusted the funeral subsidy from Master Niu to the dog, stating, "You should not bear the expenses of Master Niu's funeral alone. The factory will cover this cost." Initially reluctant to accept the money, the dog reconsidered, thinking that if Li Ruhua and her child ever returned, he would leave this sum for them, as if it were Master Niu's contribution to their upbringing. Thus, he accepted the funds. The total, comprising the funeral expenses, back wages, and compensation, amounted to 3,000 yuan, a considerable sum at that time. The dog resolved to save this money, vowing secretly that if he could not find Li Ruhua and her child, he would never touch it. The dog wrote to his mother, informing her of Master Niu's passing. Upon learning of the master's death, his grandfather expressed deep sorrow, saying, "This lad has gone ahead of me. I thought he was joking. He truly kept his word." Throughout his life, Master Niu had never deceived his grandfather. His word was his bond, and he spoke the truth until the end, never once misleading him. Their bond was akin to that of father and son. Despite decades of separation, their feelings remained unchanged. Master Niu had learned the value of a promise from his grandfather, and the dog vowed to follow in their footsteps. Over the years, the dog rarely failed to keep his promises, as integrity is the fundamental principle in business. His mother wrote to comfort him, saying, "Do not grieve. Master Niu has endured too much in this life, and he will surely find peace in the next. Work diligently, and do not let Master Niu down for the job he bestowed upon you. Strive to excel in your endeavors, and in the future, you shall take a beautiful bride and bear a robust son, bringing peace to your mother's heart. When you eventually meet your late father, you can do so with ease." Upon receiving your mother's letter, Guzi felt a pang of unease and replied, requesting that she refrain from speaking of life and death, as such topics are inauspicious. Master often spoke of his limited time left, and his sudden demise from a heart attack left a profound impact. To the son, the mother is the cornerstone of his existence. Home is wherever she is, and may she enjoy a long and healthy life. The departure of their master cast a shadow over the three brothers, who had refrained from drinking and playing cards for many days, leaving the dormitory eerily quiet. Guzi recognized that their journey ahead was long, and they must overcome their grief for their lost loved one and resume a fulfilling life. Thus, he began preparing delightful meals for his two younger brothers. Aunt Chu, having learned of Xuanliu's loss, often brought him food. As their meals became more sumptuous, the brothers' spirits gradually lifted, and they began to emerge from their sorrow. Time passed swiftly, ushering in autumn's departure and winter's arrival, with snowflakes dancing in the air. With the new year just over a month away, Guzi suggested to his younger brothers that since they had no place to go for the holiday, they should celebrate at his home. His great-grandfather had written to say he had saved plenty of small birds and loaches for them to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Fengzi was delighted, expressing his concern about where to spend the spring festival. He had contemplated staying behind to oversee the factory, as Director Ma had promised a couple of generous pork elbows to those who remained. Shunlu remarked, "You only think about food. You are more affectionate towards it than anything else." He then added, "My godmother mentioned that if I had nowhere to go for the new year, I could celebrate at her house." Guzi pondered the situation, feeling that if his godmother insisted, he could not refuse her. "What do you think?" he asked. "They're just being polite. You shouldn't take it seriously. What position do you hold to celebrate the new year at their house? Are you a son-in-law or a godson?" "I have never heard of a godson spending the new year at their godmother's house." Fengzi looked down on Shunlu. "Well, I'll wait and see. If Aunt Chu truly insists on taking me to her home, I cannot decline. My godmother would be upset if I did. And being with Mei Mei during the new year might give me a chance to win her affection. Once the new year passes, I will be 18. And I yearn to take a wife. Look at your priorities. You would forsake your brothers for a woman. Haven't you heard that brothers are akin to limbs, while women are like garments?" Guzi observed Xuanliu's predicament and chose to remain silent, allowing him to follow his heart. Brotherhood is a virtue accumulated from past lives, a bond that exists only in this lifetime. Knowing that Shunlu genuinely cares for Yang Mimi, despite the arduous path ahead, Guzi felt there was nothing more to say. All he could do was wish him good fortune in the future. Chapter 32. At 18, it is time to seek a wife ultimately. Shunlu did not receive another invitation from Aunt Chu, as Yang Mimi did not permit him to celebrate the holiday at her home, where she held significant authority. As the spring festival approached, the distillery began preparations for the holiday. Flammable and explosive materials were secured in the basement, ensuring no safety oversights remained. Aside from the night watchmen and the duty leaders, the other workers gradually took their leave. Shunlu remained anxiously awaiting an invitation from his godmother, yet Aunt Chu never arrived. Hualu deliberately strolled around Aunt Chu's doorstep twice, prompting Yang Mimi to question his intentions. She threatened to break his legs if he loitered any longer, causing Hualu to flee in fright. Observing that Feng Zi and Go Zi were packing up to return to the greater Xing'an Mountains, Hualu gazed at them with a pitiful expression, feeling too shy to express his desire to accompany them to Go Zi's home for the new year. Sensing Hualu's forlorn look, Go Zi's heart softened. He suggested that Hualu need not wait for Aunt Chu, as her home was rather cramped with Yang Mimi's numerous relatives. You would have nowhere to stay. It would be quite awkward. Why not come with us to my house for the new year? We can all sleep together on the big Kong, while my mother takes the small room. We would have ample space. Upon hearing this, Hualu seized the opportunity, replying, "Since you have extended your invitation so insistently, I would be remiss not to accept. I shall join you in celebrating the festival in your hometown. Besides, I have no desire to visit my godmother's house. It is far more comforting to be with my brothers." Gozi agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, celebrating the new year together as brothers, enjoying food and drink, is far more joyous than feeling constrained in someone else's home. The following day, the three of them set off for the train station, laden with bags. As the spring festival approached, the station was teeming with people. They arrived at the waiting hall to await their train. However, Hualu's shifty demeanor drew the suspicion of a patrolling officer, who summoned him to the duty room. There, he was subjected to an ID check and questioned about his origins and destination for quite some time. Eventually, it was Feng Zi and Go Zi who entered the duty room, brandishing their work IDs to verify their identities, asserting their employment at the Victory Distillery. Only then did the officer release Hualu. Upon exiting, Feng Zi expressed his frustration. "What an embarrassing outing. They treated you like a thief. In the future, can you refrain from looking around suspiciously? Your demeanor makes you appear as if you are up to no good." "I cannot help it. My appearance is a result of my parents. I never wish to look like this," Hualu retorted, feeling aggrieved. Indeed, one could hardly blame Hualu for his perpetually shifty demeanor. During his childhood in the orphanage alongside Feng Zi, they rarely had pocket money. At school, witnessing their classmates indulge in snacks left them salivating. Yet their empty pockets reminded them that, as orphans, having enough to eat and wear was a blessing in itself. Hualu eventually discovered a means to earn a little money, scavenging for trash. The two of them would rummage through garbage bins after school, collecting items to sell. Feng Zi, being careless and with poor eyesight, had little success. In contrast, Hualu was astute and adept at searching, gathering cardboard, old books, newspapers, and cans. They would sell their finds and indulge in snacks, consuming them ravenously, relishing their small joys. Hualu progressed from elementary school to middle school and then to vocational school, a journey marked by his scavenging. Over time, this habit became ingrained in him. He would peer into every trash can he encountered, his furtive glances resembling those of a thief. The impulse to collect cardboard and cans was ever present, leading many to mistakenly perceive him as a petty criminal. This peculiar habit persisted for many years, unshaken by the passage of time. Navigating through the crowd and crossing the overpass, the trio finally boarded the train. After a bumpy 2-day journey, they arrived at Dogsy's home. The green train in the forest region moved at a pace slower than that of a cow, making frequent stops and crawling along like a tortoise, which left both Madman and Slippery quite exasperated. Upon reaching Dogsy's house, Dogsy's mother was delighted to see her son return with 2 companions. She hurriedly urged them to come inside, exclaiming that she would prepare dumplings for them. "Which aunt?" Slippery interjected. "You are Dogsy's mother, and therefore our mother too. Mother, I bow to you and wish you an early new year." With that, he suddenly knelt and knocked his head 3 times on the ground before Dogsy's mother. This gesture, originally intended for Mei's mother, was unexpectedly directed at Dogsy's mom. Taken aback, she thought, "What a sincere child, just met and already bowing down to recognize me as his mother." After a moment of surprise, she quickly helped Slippery up, exclaiming, "You child, the ground is so cold. You must be exhausted from the journey. Come, warm yourself on the bed. I will prepare dumplings for you." With that, she hurried to the kitchen. "Why do you acknowledge every woman as your mother? You really have thick skin," Madman scoffed at Slippery's behavior. "What do you understand? Dogsy and us. Our bond is akin to that of brothers, deeper than the oceans. His mother is our mother too, and now I have another mother to cherish, Slippery replied proudly. Dogsy added, as long as you're happy, call her whatever you wish. Although we share no blood ties, I have always considered you both as my brothers. When you come to my home, feel free, eat and drink as you please. This is your home as much as mine, and my mother is collectively ours. Upon hearing Dogsy's words, Madman promptly agreed. Indeed, from now on, Dogsy's mother shall be our godmother. Together, we shall honor her, and in our old age, we will have 3 sons to care for her. How joyous that would be. Slippery chimed in, next year, we will turn 18 and should start looking for partners. We'll find them together, hold a collective wedding, and together raise children, 3 hefty sons, allowing our godmother to care for them. Get lost. You want to tire my mother to death? When the time comes, your son will be taken by your mother-in-law, and my mother will have no time to care for your child. Dogsy retorted with a laugh. Slippery has a point. We will be 18 during the new year and should start seeking partners. My parents dated for 2 years before marrying and having me at 20. Madman expressed his yearning for companionship. What kind of girls do you all like? I'll ask my mother to keep an eye out for pretty daughters, Dogsy suggested. In his heart, Sanddog did not wish for Slippery to end up with young Mimi. What kind of girl do I like? Dogsy, don't you know? I prefer those with ample figures, round faces, and generous curves. A woman with some flesh will ensure ample nourishment for our future children, Madman responded. Dogsy thought to himself. What a peculiar taste. If only Sue Maley were 20 years younger, she would be the perfect match for you. He pondered how such a handsome young man could prefer women with mature figures. Unbeknownst to Dogsy, Madman, having grown up in an orphanage, lacked maternal affection and was drawn to mature women, perhaps believing that only a woman with generous curves could soothe his yearning heart for love. Brother, what kind of girl are you looking for? Just from the 3 bows you gave my mother today, she will surely help you find a well-mannered girl. Dogsy said to Hualio, I'm not looking for anyone. I have my heart set on young Mimi. I shall marry no one else in this lifetime. If I cannot have young Mimi, I shall remain a bachelor forever, Hualio declared resolutely. At that moment, Dogsy was rendered speechless, thinking to himself that this hopeless romantic wished to remain devoted for a lifetime. If that is the case, then continue your pursuit. I cannot save you now. The pit you have dug for yourself, you must navigate alone. Life is short, and there will come a day when you will regret it. Chapter 33. Meeting the wine god. After Dogsy's mother had prepared and boiled the dumplings, she tossed together a cold dish with cabbage and radish, and stir-fried some meat with preserved vegetables. She cut salted duck eggs into quarters and arranged them on a plate. Seeing that it seemed insufficient, she scrambled an egg, thus managing to put together 4 dishes. Since it was the first time the 2 children were visiting, Dogsy's mother did not want to embarrass him. Having come from a life of hardship, she was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. This was her utmost capability, presenting the steaming dumplings along with the 4 home-cooked dishes. She also brought out 2 bottles of white liquor. She urged Fengzi and Hualio to hastily enjoy the dumplings while they were still hot, saying that the more they drank, the better the dumplings would taste. Hurry up, children. There are plenty of dumplings. Make sure to eat your fill. She insisted, don't eat too little, or I will be displeased. We cannot leave leftovers. We cannot waste dumplings. Dogsy beckoned his 2 companions to the bed to eat. Hualio, not minding the heat, stuffed a dumpling into his mouth and exclaimed, delicious. These dumplings made by my godmother are truly the best I've ever had. What do you know about deliciousness? You just flatter her. If my godmother served you dog food, you would still say it's delicious, Fengzi retorted, straightforward as ever, enjoying their banter. Hualio, having grown up with him, generally chose to ignore such comments. However, today Hualio did not let it slide, saying, you really don't know how to speak. My godmother's cooking is genuinely delightful. What is wrong with giving her a compliment? Do you know what dressing in finery to delight one's parents means? He tossed out a phrase, feeling quite scholarly, with a proud expression on his face. Eat up, eat up. The dumplings will get cold soon. It's more enjoyable to eat and drink together, Dogsy said. He lifted his cup and poured one for each of them, and then poured one for himself. Welcome to my home for the new year this year. Consider this meal a treat for you. It's just a simple home-cooked meal, so bear with it. There's no helping it. My mother really isn't a great cook. This is her limit. Tomorrow I'll make you some of my signature dishes, and we'll drink more then, reveling until we're intoxicated. Come, come, to celebrate the 3 of us being here together, and you have gained another godmother. Let us drink. With that, he tilted his neck back and downed his drink. Seeing Dogsy drink, Fengzi did not back down either and also downed his drink. Hualio continued to eat dumplings, pretending not to hear Dogsy's words. We've all drunk. Don't play dumb. Drink up. Fengzi nudged Hualio. You drink your own. The dumplings made by my godmother are filled with her affection. I want to eat more. Why drink so much liquor? Hualio continued munching. Are you going to drink or not? If not, I'll make you drink. Fengzi, who despised timid drinkers, pressed on. Wallo cast a glance at the madman, picked up his wine glass, and slowly sipped, taking several small gulps before finally finishing the drink. You truly are a dawdler. If you claim to be Ma Qianli's long-lost son, I believe someone would take you seriously. You drink as slowly as you speak. Do you know why Yang Mimi dislikes you? It's simply because your slowness irks her. Let's stick to the matter at hand. Don't bring up Yang Mimi. She secretly harbors feelings for me, but she is too shy to admit it. The new year is approaching. Don't push me into an argument. I may not be able to physically overpower you, but in a verbal dispute, you are no match for me. Usually, I concede to you. But the title of the best debater at the Victory Winery is not for naught. The expression on Slippery's face read invincible. Isn't the best debater in our factory, Su Meili? What's the deal? Have you taken her as your godmother? The madman teased. I have no time for your nonsense. Let us eat, Slippery replied, uninterested in continuing the banter with the madman. After all, if the madman couldn't outsmart Slippery, the next step would likely be a physical altercation. In dealing with such a brute, Slippery often chose to avoid confrontation, as he would say. Let the strong crash against the dung wall. Let the arrogant rot into foul meat by tomorrow. The three brothers began to earnestly enjoy their meal. Bullock's stir-fried meat was Dogsy's favorite, second only to the potato and green bean stew. The celery-filled dumplings that their mother made today also suited Dogsy's palate. No matter how fine the delicacies from afar, nothing could surpass the comfort of home, especially when it comes to dumplings lovingly crafted by one's mother. As they were savoring their meal, a loud commotion from outside announced the arrival of a visitor. The door swung open to reveal a burly man, muscles rippling, with a dark red face adorned with excess flesh, who immediately enveloped Sandog in a bear hug. Sandog, you're back. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have come to fetch you. I only found out from your neighbor on the street that you were home. It had been 2 years since they last met. Sandog exclaimed, do you miss me? The madman and Slippery exchanged glances, pondering who this imposing figure was. He resembled a black wild boar that had somehow become sentient. He looked intimidating and surely a bit dim-witted. Dogsy recognized him immediately. Isn't this air-mouthed donkey? You've grown into quite a figure in these 2 years. If I met you on the street, I wouldn't even dare to recognize you. Big brother. Wow, you've grown so tall and robust. I barely recognized you. Just in time, come drink with us. These are my junior brothers. They're not outsiders. Sandog said cheerfully. Great. It's been ages since we've had a good drink together. The last time we shared a drink was when we snuck some of your uncle's liquor. Those were such joyful days. Mao reminisced about years past. Upon seeing Mao, Sandog's mother hurried to wrap the remaining dough and filling into dumplings. Knowing Mao had a hearty appetite and might not have enough to eat, she also fetched 2 bottles of white wine from the house and placed them on the table. As Sandog brought a cup for Mao and was about to pour wine, Mao frowned. What's with this tiny cup? How am I supposed to drink from this? Bring me a bowl. Only a large bowl can do justice to drinking. Reluctantly, Sandog went to get a large bowl for Mao. Mao opened the bottle and filled the bowl to the brim with wine. Facing the Slippery one and the madman, I proclaimed that today I would share a drink with 2 friends from afar for the very first time, welcoming you to our humble abode. Today, you are guests, but tomorrow, you shall be family. My eloquence may falter, yet my sentiments are enshrined within this cup of liquor. Allow me to demonstrate. I shall empty this bowl of spirits, and you may indulge at your leisure. With that, I downed an entire bowl of baijiu in one swift motion. The Slippery one and the madman gazed in astonishment, realizing the sheer volume I had consumed. This bowl contained a hefty 8 taels. The bravado of my words matched the boldness of my actions. Initially, upon entering, they mistook my naive gaze for a sign of foolishness. Little did they know, I was the leader of the local simpleton gang. Having attended numerous weddings and funerals over the years, mastering the art of toasts and grandiloquent speeches, while honing my drinking prowess to an extraordinary level. Yet, despite my accomplishments, I remained blissfully oblivious. I poured another bowl and proclaimed, this drink symbolizes our warm welcome from the Zhang family. Though our modest fare may seem humble, it is the finest we can offer. Our wooden table and earthen Kong may be simple, yet they represent the utmost luxury of our home. This cup of liquor embodies our sincerest friendship and our apologies for any shortcomings in our hospitality. I drink to that. With several hearty gulps, I finished the bowl. The Slippery one and the madman whispered amongst themselves, estimating I had consumed over 1.5 pounds of liquor without the slightest hint of inebriation. They mused that if I were to visit their distillery, I would surely outdrink their 4 formidable drinkers. I was not merely a king of wine. I was a deity of spirits. Unperturbed by their murmurs, I filled my bowl once more and declared, This drink represents myself. It is an honor to meet you both. And from this day forth, we shall be friends. To our future camaraderie, I raise this cup. With that, I tilted my head back and polished off the bowl again. The slippery one and the madman were thoroughly astonished. Afterward, Dogsy's mother brought 2 bottles of baijiu, along with the remnants of their previous bottle, allowing me to consume it all alone. 2.5 gin of baijiu, and yet I remained upright and unperturbed. They had misjudged me. I was not merely a king of liquor, but a divine being. Such capacity for drink was enough to conquer Asia itself. Chapter 34. The glutton and the buffoon. Dogsy himself could hardly believe my drinking prowess. He had never witnessed such capacity before. Truly, a day apart had rendered me unrecognizable. After finishing my drink, I turned to the feast, devouring 3 large plates of dumplings, yet still lamenting that the meal was insufficient. In response, Dogsy's mother scrounged up a few stale buns for me. Pairing the remaining dishes with the buns, I consumed them all, still claiming I was not full. In a hurry, Dogsy retrieved some bread, ham, and half a roasted chicken that he had bought before boarding the train, offering it to me. The 3 of us had little appetite during the journey, and this was what remained. I accepted the bread, ham, and chicken, consuming them with gusto, and soon declared, "Well then, with nothing else to eat, I shall refrain from further consumption. This shall suffice to satisfy my hunger, just enough to nourish my stomach." The slippery one and the madman were left in utter disbelief. Not only was I a god of liquor, but also a glutton extraordinaire, with such an insatiable appetite. It is beyond the means of an average household to sustain him. Even 2 pigs would struggle to match his consumption. After finishing the meal and tidying up the plates and bowls, Mao Lu remarked that he hadn't seen Guzzi in 2 years. He decided not to return home that night, but to stay and sleep with Guzzi and the others, sharing heartfelt conversations. Guzzi found himself unable to object, pondering what could possibly be discussed with someone so simple-minded, perhaps strategies for soliciting money at weddings. After 2 days of travel by train, the 3 brothers felt quite fatigued and suggested they should retire for the night, planning to explore the beautiful scenery of Guzzi's hometown the following day. They arranged their bedding and prepared to sleep. Mao Lu, with a physique akin to a bear, occupied nearly half of the bed, leaving the 3 brothers to squeeze together. Although he claimed he wished to chat with Guzzi, he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Mao Lu slept soundly, but the 3 brothers suffered, squished together like sausages. To make matters worse, he was restless in his slumber, tossing and turning, his large limbs crashing down upon them like wooden beams. One particularly unfortunate encounter nearly caused a fracture, prompting a frantic exchange of places with another companion, only for that individual to soon refuse as well. Ultimately, Guzzi found himself relegated to sleeping next to Mao Lu. Guzzi was not one to tolerate such behavior. Whenever Mao Lu's arms and legs encroached upon him, he would jab a finger into his nostrils, and after a few attempts, Mao Lu ceased his encroachments. Just as they settled down, Mao Lu began to snore loudly, with a noise reminiscent of firecrackers, which reverberated in Guzzi's ears. Infuriated, Guzzi poked him vigorously in the nose, prompting Mao Lu to roll over, reducing the cacophony. No sooner had the snoring subsided than Mao Lu commenced a symphony of flatulence, the sounds echoing like a bubbling brook, albeit with a decidedly foul aroma that assaulted the senses of the 3 brothers. They resorted to stuffing their nostrils with tissue paper. Had it not been for the freezing weather outside, they would have gladly donned their clothes and sought refuge outdoors. Guzzi reflected on his misjudgment, realizing that this individual was not only a glutton, but also a veritable nuisance. That night, Mao Lu's snoring and flatulence kept the brothers awake, resulting in a restless night. The following morning, they awoke with dark circles under their eyes, gazing at the still slumbering Mao Lu, contemplating delivering a few kicks to rouse him. However, considering their own lack of physical strength compared to Mao Lu, they refrained from such actions. As the sun rose high in the sky, the 3 brothers returned from a brief outing, only to find Mao Lu just beginning to stir, savoring a large bowl of congee with slurping sounds. Guzzi teased him, "Brother Mao Lu, it seems your morning appetite is rather modest. Just 1 bowl of watery porridge? Will that suffice?" To which Mao Lu replied with a grin, "This is my 6th bowl. I may not have much of an appetite in the morning, but I'm just getting warmed up. I'll eat more by noon." Guzzi was curious about how much food one would need to satisfy Mao Lu's hunger. He explained that it wasn't an exorbitant amount. 20 steamed buns paired with a pot of pork stewed with vermicelli would leave him quite full, especially with a couple of bowls of soup. "Lately, my appetite has been a bit off, so I've been eating less," he said earnestly. Guzzi mused to himself, "What a true glutton he is. Thank goodness he has parents. Had he grown up in an orphanage like us, surviving on potatoes and cabbage, he would surely starve." With nothing to do after breakfast, the group decided to play cards, and a suggestion arose to play lark, leading to a spirited competition between the two teams. It is said that this style of play originated from the old Russians. The group consisting of Sliding and Donkey, along with Guzzi and Madman, commenced their card game. Apart from eating, drinking, and fighting, Donkey was woefully inadequate in other areas, particularly in playing cards, which was truly dismal. His lack of skill was so profound that it threw even the exceptionally skilled Sliding off his game, causing him to slam down his cards in frustration. Sliding thought to himself, "This glutton's card playing is worse than the foulest of nighttime flatulence." After a morning of poker, Guzzi, refusing to allow his mother to cook, took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous meal of several robust dishes: a large goose stewed in a cast-iron pot, braised carp, braised ribs, stir-fried meat strips, cucumber skin, and shredded radish with cabbage, totaling 6 dishes, accompanied by a large pot of steamed rice, as he feared Donkey might not be satisfied. To ensure there was ample drink, he procured 6 bottles of white liquor and a case of beer. The group called for Guzzi's mother to join them at the table, but she firmly declined, stating, "You children enjoy your drinks. I will eat in the small room. Don't mind me, just make sure to eat and drink well." With that, she took the dishes and retreated to the small room. Guzzi understood that his mother's reluctance stemmed from traditional beliefs that women should not join the drinking table, a notion deeply ingrained over the years, and he did not press the issue. He remarked, "My mother never eats well in large gatherings, so let her dine alone in the small room. We shall drink our fill." With that, he began pouring the liquor. At that moment, Donkey appeared from the outer room, carrying a large bowl and filling it from another bottle of liquor, then raised his bowl, proclaiming, "Welcome friends from afar. Today, as we drink for the first time, I am filled with joy." What followed was a display of chugging liquor. Sliding thought to himself, "Goodness. It seems Donkey can only recite the same few platitudes repeatedly. I must have misjudged him. He is nothing but a simpleton, and a gluttonous one at that." Guzzi's meal was to the liking of both Sliding and Madman. The goose was tender and juicy, the stir-fried meat strips crispy on the outside, yet tender within, and the carp had no fishy taste, its flesh firm and well-seasoned. After drinking his fill, Donkey began to eat, taking a small bowl of rice, ladling the stewed goose broth over it, and piling on a hefty portion of braised ribs and stir-fried meat strips. He then dug in, devouring the rice with abandon. In no time, his small bowl was empty, and he returned for more, ultimately consuming 3 bowls of rice. With such an appetite, he could easily compete in an eating contest abroad. In China, he was truly underappreciated. After finishing his meal, Donkey drank a bit of beer, claiming he was merely filling the gaps in his stomach. Sliding quipped, "What's this, brother Donkey? Surely, one cannot claim to be full unless one's belly is satisfied. A bit of beer aids digestion. I usually drink it after meals as one would tea," Donkey replied. He continued, "Sanga's cooking is truly delightful. My appetite today is exceptional. I'm stuffed. How about I stay for another meal this afternoon? I could remain overnight and spend more time with you all." At this, Sliding and Madman turned pale with dread. The prospect of this gluttonous fool staying the night filled them with foreboding, for they knew they would be subjected to the foulest of airs from Donkey's gluttony. Chapter 35. The Full Pig Feast. After finishing lunch, Shuelu and Fengzi were apprehensive that Ermaidin might linger for dinner. Thus they suggested to Sangu, "Shall we take a stroll? Let's explore your hometown." Sangu agreed, saying, "That sounds good. Although our town is small and lacks notable attractions, the surrounding mountains offer a splendid view during summer." The trio insisted on dragging Ermaidin out of the house. Despite his reluctance, he was still eager for a hearty dinner at Guzzi's place later. Along the way, numerous townsfolk greeted Ermaidin with warmth. Observing this, Shuelu pondered, "Could it be that I misjudged? This big, bumbling bear seems quite popular. Who would have thought that a simpleton could be so well-liked?" It appeared that everyone in town held him in high regard, smiling brightly upon seeing him. Unbeknownst to Shuelu, Ermaidin, as the town's leading simpleton, wielded considerable influence. Few dared to offend him. Anyone who had encountered him would feel compelled to greet him enthusiastically on the street, for a lack of warmth would be interpreted as disdain. Should such an affront occur, Ermaidin would rally his entourage of simpletons to create a ruckus at any future events, whether joyous or mournful. At weddings, he would insist on proper arrangements, ensuring generous red envelopes and sumptuous feasts. Otherwise, there would be no peace. Thus, townspeople greeted Ermaidin with genuine enthusiasm, wary of inadvertently offending this esteemed figure. As the four wandered, they arrived at the doorstep of Aunt Danya's pork shop. With keen eyes, Danya spotted Guzzi and called him inside. "When did you return? You haven't grown a bit in these past 2 years. I almost didn't recognize you." But I must say, you look even more handsome now, like a fine young man. Have you come to visit us? Your uncle and I have missed you dearly. Sometimes your uncle worries about you at night, wondering if you're being bullied, if you have enough to eat, and if you're warm enough. We feel helpless from so far away, and it brings him to tears just thinking about it. Danya was far more loquacious than her husband, often sending meals 2 miles away. With a robust physique, Ermaiden had inherited Danya's looks, but not her cleverness. Outsiders unfamiliar with her might easily fall prey to her charm. Sanguo, having grown up around Danya, was well aware of her nature. He mused, they miss me? If uncle is shedding tears, it's likely for Zhao Zuohua, not for me. Sanguo replied, I miss uncle and aunt too. If it weren't for your care when I was young, I wouldn't have enjoyed all those pig's blood and awful dishes. Without that nourishment, I wouldn't have grown so tall. I truly appreciate Aunt Danya for the opportunity she provided. My dear child, why speak so formally? We are all family. We should support one another, as one does not write 2 different characters for the same word. Arya then suggested, come to my home for dinner tonight. I shall prepare some delicacies, and your uncle will whip up several dishes. After making this invitation, Arya proceeded to slice a generous portion of pork, along with some intestines, a serving of pig liver, and a pig's head for donkey to take home for cooking. Seeing that Auntie was unable to decline such heartfelt hospitality, Sanguo readily agreed, thinking it best for donkey to return to his own abode to rest. If he were to stay another night with the 3 of them, they would surely go mad. It would not do to arrive empty-handed. Thus, Gozi purchased a few bottles of wine, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 2 cases of beer to bring along. Upon arriving at Uncle S' house, Uncle S' face lit up with joy upon seeing Gozi's offerings. He cherished the gift of wine even more than he would a dear father, considering anyone who brought him wine to be akin to family. He promptly ushered the group inside. After a pretense of polite inquiries about each other's well-being, Uncle retreated to the kitchen to commence cooking. Despite his shortcomings in other areas, Uncle possessed an innate talent for cooking, excelling in every culinary technique from frying to braising. By the time Arya returned home that evening, Uncle had nearly completed all the dishes. She encouraged the group not to be shy and to take their seats at the table, stating, a lack of enthusiasm for food indicates a troubled mind. Without fertilization, crops do not flourish. A young man who neglects his meals shall not grow tall. For the first time in their lives, Hualu and Fengzi were treated to a feast of the entire pig. The table was laden with an array of pork dishes, braised pork, pig estrotters and soy sauce, spicy stir-fried pig liver, pork head meat, stir-fried intestines, heart meat sautéed with celery, garlic blood sausage, green peppers with pig snouts, sweet and sour tenderloin, and pig ears tossed with cucumber strips. To showcase his culinary skills, Uncle prepared 10 dishes in total. Gozi gazed at the bounty before them and exclaimed, Uncle, how did you manage to cook so many dishes? Can we possibly finish all this? Uncle pointed at donkey and replied that with him around, they would surely clean their plates. Arya then busied herself pouring wine, filling each of the 3 glasses. donkey fetched a large bowl from the kitchen, filled it to the brim, and stood up to deliver a toast welcoming the friends from afar. It is a great honor to have you here today for your first visit to our home for a drink, he began, reciting one of his few standard speeches. Hualu thought to himself, good grief, he has no other words to offer. It was the same few phrases repeated ad nauseum. Arya was quite pleased with donkey's speech, feeling it reflected well on her and wore an expression of pride. Noticing her contentment, Sanguo quickly flattered her, saying, it has been years since I last saw you, Ergo. Not only have you grown taller and stronger, but your eloquence has also improved remarkably. Just listen to those lines of toast, so refined. What refinement? It was merely a product of constant invitations from others, honed by daily practice. Your donkey brother is simply well-liked. The townspeople invite him to all their gatherings, not only to feast and drink, but also to send him off with red envelopes. In Arya's eyes, donkey's knack for receiving favors had transformed into an invitation to partake in festivities. Sanguo refrained from praising the pig's feet, knowing that if he did, Arya would embellish her son into the town's very own pan inn, beloved by all. They dined joyfully and drank heartily, and then Zhang Yangjun produced his cherished eru, declaring, allow me to play a piece I have recently learned to lift your spirits. As the performance commenced, the sound of the eru resonated, and Zhang Yangjun was utterly entranced, lost in the depths of his own music. Silly and madman, lacking any musical sensibility, typically sang with a jarring lack of harmony, their off-key notes soaring to the heights of the Himalayas. Clearly, they could not appreciate the artistry of the elder's music. Upon concluding a piece, the elder wore an expression of lingering satisfaction, evidently moved by his own eru melodies. Setting down the instrument and observing the bewildered expressions of silly and madman, He inquired whether they found his playing pleasing and if they could discern the tune. Not a clue. Truly, it sounds like a jumble of notes. Is it perhaps the handkerchief or twinkle? Twinkle, little star? Madman replied, utterly befuddled. Silly echoed his sentiments, and the duo's foolishness ignited Zhang Ingjuan's ire. He felt akin to a donkey playing the lute. After all that effort, they had failed to grasp the essence of his composition, let alone identify the song. Infuriated, the elder cast aside his eru and resorted to drinking, his frustration boiling over. You might say Zhang Ingjuan was henpecked or laugh at his propensity for tears, but one cannot deny his eru playing was exquisite. It represented his pride and the very essence of his being. To insult his eru was to insult his soul. Observing the elder's anger, Sanguo quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Ah, it was splendid. I was completely enraptured. Your rendition of Teresa Tung's Walking Through Life captured the essence beautifully. Your skills on the eru have reached a remarkable level." However, Sanguo's flattery only fueled the elder's annoyance further. "Have you stuffed your ears with pig hair? The piece I played was Carefree Journey, and just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean you should speak foolishly. You've been out in the world for years. How have you learned nothing?" The elder, feeling too embarrassed to lash out at outsiders, vented his frustrations on Sanguo instead. Sanguo thought to himself, "Oh no, I've miscalculated my flattery and struck a nerve instead." After dining at the elder's home, the three brothers made their way back. Along the path, Silly and Madman wondered aloud if their words had offended the elder. He seemed quite displeased. Dogsy reassured them, "It's nothing to worry about. That's just how he is. When he drinks too much, he gets a bit moody, but he'll be fine by morning. Besides, we didn't say anything inappropriate today." Dogsy mused internally. How could these two simpletons ever understand the delicate heart of an artistic soul? Upon returning home, Dogsy's mother had left them a meal. Unaware they had dined at Dogsy's uncle's house. Beholding the lukewarm stir-fried potato slices with meat, celery with meat, green pepper with meat, and a bowl of egg drop soup, Dogsy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His mother's culinary skills were indeed lacking. This modest spread wouldn't even qualify for a village feast. Having feasted primarily on pork at the elder's house, the trio had barely filled their stomachs, and all the leftover food had been devoured by Airmouth the donkey. Now, they felt a twinge of hunger. Dogsy retrieved the leftover beer from lunch, placed the 4 dishes on the table, and poured 3 cups of beer. "Let us have a little more to tide us over." At my uncle's house, the food was hardly sumptuous. We merely complemented our beer with some vegetarian dishes my mother had prepared for us. Hualu and Fengzi were also feeling hungry, so we settled onto the Kong to eat. Together, we devoured 4 plates of vegetables and drank 3 or 4 bottles of beer, which brought us a sense of comfort. Tonight, without the presence of Airmouth the donkey, we could sleep soundly. Hualu was quite pleased, lying on the Kong fully clothed, and fell into a deep slumber. The dog carefully removed his shoes and clothes, covering him with a blanket before joining Fengzi to sleep. The 3 of us, having exerted ourselves over the past few days without rest, were utterly exhausted, sleeping like logs through the night without waking up. Hualu held his bladder until after 8 in the morning, unable to endure any longer. He threw on his clothes and dashed to the outdoor toilet. Noticing that Hualu was not wearing long underwear, Dog Mama called out, "You child, dress properly. It's freezing out, you might catch a cold." Hualu did not respond. He was too desperate to relieve himself. Once in the toilet, he began to urinate with great relief, the stream lasting for more than a minute. Upon returning to the room, Hualu boastfully told Dogsy and Fengzi, "Guess how long I just peed? Over a minute. It was like a faucet. Aren't I impressive? I must have strong kidneys. With my iron constitution, Mei Mei is certainly in for a treat." Hearing Huayo's account, Dogsy and Fengzi could no longer hold back. Initially, they were reluctant to get up, wagering who could hold their urine until 10 o'clock. The loser would have to buy 2 bottles of good wine. But now they could no longer resist and hurried to the toilet. Dog Mama noticed the 3 of them were up and began preparing breakfast. The morning meal comprised plain porridge, pickles, and steamed buns, her usual breakfast fare. The pickles, mixed with sesame oil and chili, were delightfully crunchy, enhancing the sweet aroma of the rice porridge, which invigorated Dogsy's spirits. By breaking open a bun and stuffing it with pickles, a simple yet satisfying meat bun was created. Slurping the rice porridge while chewing on the bun made for an exceptionally enjoyable meal. After eating, Dogsy announced, "I'll take you both to my great-grandfather's house for lunch. We must continue our hearty eating and aim to gain 20 pounds this spring festival." Hualu replied, "I need to eat less. Mei Mei doesn't like boys who are too chubby. For her sake, I've decided to start a diet today and refrain from eating meat." Fengzi retorted, "Look at you. You're as thin as a dog. A man should be stronger to possess some presence. With your frail frame, how can you protect young Mei Mei? What if someone snatches her away shortly after your wedding?" You wouldn't stand a chance against them. My small arms and legs might be weak, but I have you, right? Hualu replied. If anyone dares to bully me, I wouldn't believe you would just stand by. With my brother Fengzi's formidable strength, they would be crying for their mothers. And let's not forget about Dogzi. He wouldn't just watch as someone mistreats me, would he? Hualu flattered Fengzi. Fengzi was pleased with the flattery, saying, that's right. I can bully you, and Dogzi can too, but if anyone else dares to bully you, I'll make sure they regret it. All right, hurry and wash your face, tidy up, and dress properly. Let us go visit my great-grandfather. It has been 2 years since I last saw my great-grandfather, and I wonder about his health, Dogzi urged. All right, ladies, let us prepare ourselves. We are expecting guests. Huayo exclaimed with a mischievous grin, delicately holding his fingers like an orchid. Dogzi's mother laughed heartily, remarking on the boy's humor and his antics. The 3 brothers donned their attire and set off for their great-grandfather's home. On the way, Dogzi purchased some powdered milk, cake, and canned goods for him. Other food items would be of little use, as their great-grandfather had long lost his teeth and could not chew anything too hard. Upon arriving at his great-grandfather's house, as soon as they stepped inside, the old man shouted at Dogzi, "You little rascal! You've been back for 2 days and haven't come to see me. I heard from your uncle that you dined at his house yesterday. What is the matter? Because your uncle has a feast, you choose not to visit your great-grandfather? What are you talking about? Great-grandfather, even if you only have pickled vegetables, I still love coming here. I just returned and was planning to freshen up before visiting you. Otherwise, seeing my disheveled appearance would not be pleasant for you, would it?" Dogzi quickly soothed his great-grandfather. "You clever child, you know how to flatter me," the old man replied. "At noon, your great-grandmother will prepare a few good dishes for you. I have hidden plenty of Sioux bird for you. If I hadn't tea, your uncle would have taken it all. The mountain loach was caught by your 4th uncle's child, Simalu. My health isn't what it used to be, and I can no longer break the ice to fish. Who knows how many more years I have left, or if I will witness my great-grandson marry and have children. If I can see Dila's grandson born, my life would have been worthwhile," he said wistfully. Dogzi reassured him, "Great-grandfather, you seem quite spirited. You can live for several more decades. Not only will you see Dila's son, but even your great-grandson." Great-grandmother chimed in, "The child has come back with great difficulty. Don't speak such ominous words. You must live behind me. How would I manage alone? I'm 15 years older than you. You are in your prime compared to me." "Ha ha ha," the old man laughed heartily. "I won't keep you any longer. I will go to prepare a feast for my great-grandson," he said before heading to the kitchen. "You too, help yourselves to the sunflower seeds and peanuts. Don't be shy. Since you are all brothers of Sandog, we are one family. Here at great-grandfather's. Eat and drink freely without feeling like outsiders," he told Madman and Huayo. Huayo quickly responded, "We want to feel like outsiders. Dogzi's great-grandfather is our great-grandfather too. We grew up in an orphanage without family, and from now on, you will be my true great-grandfather. I see you are full of vitality. You could live another 50 years, and by then, you will see our grandchildren. What a charming child. I appreciate your words. With such a silver tongue, you will surely thrive in the world. From now on, you 3 must support each other. United, no one will dare to bully you at the distillery." The old man enjoyed listening to Huayo's words. "We will stand firmly by Dogzi's side. One hero is supported by 3, and we are Dogzi's right and left arms," Huayo added. "Ha ha ha. May the bond among you 3 remain unbroken for a lifetime. United brothers can forge gold." The old man laughed. In just over an hour, great-grandmother brought out the dishes one by one. Dogzi's favorite fried Sioux bird, braised mountain loach, stir-fried fern with meat, mushroom stew with chicken, cabbage with tofu, and cold-dressed daylily. "Hurry, children, come to the table and savor the delicacies of our forest," grandfather urged. He placed a jar of his homemade wine on the table, declaring, "Pour your own drinks. I shall not serve you." Huayo volunteered, "I will pour." As he opened the jar, a rich aroma wafted through the air. What a delightful scent. What kind of wine is this? Huayo, being a skilled brewer, was utterly captivated by the fragrance. "This is our Zhang family's private brew, Yushin Xiang," grandfather proudly proclaimed. Huayo and Fengzi eagerly took a sip, finding the wine to be smooth and lingering, sweet on the palate, rich yet not overpowering. "This wine is truly exceptional. It surpasses the old cellar wine from our factory. How did you brew such a fine wine, grandfather?" Fengzi exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at how an unassuming elder could create such a remarkable beverage. "Oh, the method of brewing is a closely guarded secret," grandfather chuckled. "It is our family's treasure. If you wish to enjoy this wine in the future, you must come to my home. There will be plenty." His face beamed with pride, seeing that grandfather was reluctant to reveal the secret of the Yushin wine. Huayo and Fengzi ceased their inquiries, understanding the significance of the recipe. They fell silent, savoring the exquisite brew, engaging in a merry exchange of drinks, momentarily forgetting about Dogsy and grandfather. Dogsy and grandfather exchanged knowing smiles, unperturbed as Dogsy served grandfather some vegetables and joined in the revelry. This wine is so rich and smooth. Why doesn't grandfather sell the recipe to the factory? I'm sure they would pay handsomely for it. If the factory manager were to taste this wine, he would beg you to sell it. Huayo inquired. Indeed, with such exceptional wine, why has Dogsy never mentioned it? Fengzi added eagerly. Grandfather replied, the formula cannot be sold. I endured severe trials during the rebellion, yet I never disclosed the secret, escaping with my family to the greater Xing'an Mountains. I had hoped to use this secret as capital for a resurgence, but alas, I have waited for decades. From youthful vigor to old age, life seldom goes as planned. He gazed expectantly at Dogsy, the burden of reviving the family business resting on him. Rest assured, grandfather, I will revive the Zhang family distillery, restoring it to its former glory and expanding it tenfold, Dogsy declared, though inwardly he doubted his ability to bear such a weighty responsibility. To please grandfather, he felt compelled to make such promises. Good, good. I await the day my great-grandson brings honor to our family. They say no family remains poor for 3 generations. Our hopes rest on you. Grandfather chuckled. Let us not stray from the matter at hand. Children, enjoy your meal before it gets cold. Grandmother urged. Eat, eat, children. There's plenty more in the pot. Today, let us converse about joyous matters. Once the topic of alcohol arises, my tongue becomes unrestrained, chuckled the elder. The 3 brothers began to indulge in drink and food. Wholly absorbed in their meal, the fragrant, crispy songbird and the tender, flavorful eel left the slippery one in raptures, exclaiming he had never tasted such delightful fare in his life. The dog, however, mused about what he had truly experienced, having grown up on a diet of cabbage and potatoes, with only a handful of feasts to his name. As they were drinking, a figure entered from outside, a short, stout individual with mung bean eyes and a face resembling a persimmon. Upon entering, he exclaimed, 3 Dog, you're back. Why haven't you visited my home? Have you forgotten your 4th brother after 2 years? The dog recognized him as the son of his 4th uncle, Forma Lu, now grown and no longer resembling the scrawny lad of 2 years prior. Forma Lu rarely kept in touch with the dog, preferring the company of Air Mao Donkey, who could defend him in fights. Without Air Mao Donkey's protection, he would have been beaten multiple times in a single day. Forma Lu, lacking both talent and charm, had a penchant for provoking trouble, having offended every local ruffian. He was either being beaten or on the verge of being beaten, as the street thugs had dealt with him on several occasions. Had it not been for Air Mao Donkey intervening and dealing with a few of them, Forma Lu would hardly dare venture outside. What made him so bothersome, inciting the ire of so many? The answer lay in his singular passion, pursuing girls. Regardless of appearance, if she was a girl, he would make advances, akin to a relentless, indiscriminate assault, like a poodle. He became utterly transfixed upon seeing a girl, having penned love letters to the neighbor's daughter at the tender age of 10. His eagerness to pursue females knew no standards. He would rather nibble on spoiled apricots than savor a single bite of a heavenly peach. Over the years, the dog calculated that from the ages of 11 to over 20, Forma Lu had courted a myriad of partners, each one resembling the pig-faced aunt of Zhu Beiji. He had dated every unattractive girl in town, culminating in a wife of remarkable ugliness. One could not help but admire his unconventional taste. The dog and Air Mao Donkey often ridiculed him, calling him a pig who would eat anything. Yet, Forma Lu proudly proclaimed, I have had dozens of partners in my lifetime. Who among you can compare? This is my pride. What does appearance matter? You do not understand. Ugly women are the most gentle, with their faces covered. How different are they from the likes of Wang Zuxian or Zhong Chuang? I enjoy all the pleasures I desire. At that moment, the dog and Air Mao Donkey were rendered speechless, thinking how shameless he truly was. Such extraordinary pursuits were indeed the hallmark of an unconventional individual. Forma Lu had not yet mastered the art of seduction, but had already amassed a considerable history of courting unattractive girls. Otherwise, why would his relatives have sought out ruffians to discipline him? He was like a bear cub plucking corn, discarding one after another, quickly moving from one relationship to the next. With the new year approaching, he found himself embroiled in trouble once more. This time, the girl's parents came to confront his family, leading to his 4th uncle and 4th aunt being beaten by the girl's relatives. For several days, he dared not return home, hiding here and there, finally seeking refuge at the elder's house. Upon noticing the arrival of Sima Lu, the patriarch beckoned him to join the table for a drink, exclaiming, Little C has arrived. Perfect timing to share a drink with your brothers. Once seated, Sima Lu began to boast, addressing Hua Lu, brother. How have you become so thin? You resemble a chick. You must eat and drink more to gain some flesh and height. Look at me, I am quite robust. He then turned to Feng Zi, saying, Brother, you look remarkably sturdy, akin to a great camel. With your physique, you are well suited for combat. If you are still around after the new year, I could use your help in dealing with some ruffians from the back street who have been bullying me. His attempts at conversation felt forced, and his remarks lacked finesse, igniting an impulse in Hua Lu and Feng Zi to deliver a reprimand. Dissatisfied with the size of his drink, Sima Lu ventured into the kitchen to procure a large bowl, filling it generously before raising it in a toast to his distant friends. Upon hearing this, Hua Lu thought to himself, isn't that a phrase from Mao Lu? How does he know it? Could he also be a deity of wine? He resolved not to challenge him in a drinking contest, fearing he might be incapacitated. The sight of Sima Lu's grand bowl astonished Feng Zi, who mused that this fellow unexpectedly possessed a talent for drinking. Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. After delivering his toast, Sima Lu exuberantly declared, I will drink to this. You may indulge as you please. He tilted his head back, downing the entire bowl of liquor, only to collapse onto the couch, utterly motionless, resembling a lifeless hog. Hua Lu and Feng Zi exchanged glances, realizing he was merely a coward beneath the bravado, almost having been intimidated by him. Feng Zi thought to himself, how foolish, he is just a pretender, succumbing to a single bowl of alcohol. Dog Zi quickly urged Feng Zi to assist him in lifting Sima Lu onto the couch, removing his shoes and clothes, and covering him with a blanket. The weight of Sima Lu proved burdensome for the two. As the evening progressed, both Hua Lu and Feng Zi had consumed their fill and enjoyed their meal, noticing the patriarch had drifted into a slumber, as was his custom for afternoon naps. Hua Lu suggested, Brother Dog, let us take our leave. We can play cards at home without disturbing the patriarch's rest. Dog Zi agreed. Very well, let us depart. After bidding farewell to the patriarch and matriarch, the trio strolled homeward. The following morning, Dog Zi's mother addressed him. You are now a formal worker of the state, and we can hold our heads high among our relatives. Why not purchase some gifts and pay a visit to your maternal grandfather and uncles to extend New Year's greetings? Dog Zi understood his mother's intent. He had secured employment, bringing pride to her. It would be unseemly not to showcase his achievements to relatives. Dog Zi's mother had endured much hardship over the years, often looked down upon by family. Now, her son had risen to prominence as a state enterprise worker and a skilled technician. She felt a sense of pride radiating from her. Having overheard Feng Zi and Hua Lu mention that aside from the factory director, Dog Zi had garnered respect, she realized the other leaders at the brewery dared not challenge him, for his absence would bring the entire operation to a standstill. As he controlled the recipe for the spirits, Dog Zi's mother thought, look at how accomplished my son has become. It is imperative to flaunt this to our relatives. Thus, before the spring festival, Dog Zi embarked on a journey of drinking and visiting relatives, accompanied by Feng Zi and Hua Lu. During this period, we indulged in feasting, and my two companions have gained some weight. Hua Lu remarked that he could no longer continue this way, having added 10 pounds. Fearing that Mimi would no longer pay him any mind upon his return, Feng Zi retorted that even if he did not gain weight, Mimi would still ignore him. Hua Lu accused Feng Zi of being disdainful. Before we knew it, the spring festival arrived, bringing with it a lively atmosphere as our family gathered. Dog Zi's mother was particularly joyful, having prepared an abundance of festive goods. On New Year's Eve, the four of us assembled to make dumplings while watching the splendid fireworks outside, accompanied by the sounds of firecrackers. We all felt a sense of happiness. This year was the most festive we had experienced in a long time. Hua Lu and Feng Zi had never celebrated the new year with family before, and they were thrilled to finally feel the warmth of home. Hua Lu proclaimed, Godmother, where there is a mother, there is home. This year, I have truly experienced it. He attempted to squeeze out tears, but none came. Feng Zi shared, I have known no affection since childhood, but this year, having a godmother who cares for me fills me with joy. I no longer consider myself an orphan. He then shed tears, genuinely moved. Dog Zi quickly chimed in, from now on, let us celebrate the new year together every year. Home is where we are united. Mother is our mother. Indeed, henceforth, I shall be your true mother. There is no need to call me godmother. Simply call me mother, Dog Zi's mother said with a warm smile. Mother, Hua Lu and Feng Zi exclaimed in unison. Ah, good children. Come, each of you shall receive a generous red envelope. I had intended to give this to you tomorrow, but let it serve as an early token of affection. Dog Zi's mother was overjoyed, now having 2 additional sons. Dog Zi extended his hand, tightly clasping Hua Lu and Feng Zi's hands, and placed his mother's hand alongside theirs, declaring, from now on, we are family, bound by eternal loyalty and love. At that moment, tears of gratitude welled in Hua Yu's eyes. This time, he truly cried. The two orphans had found a loving mother. That New Year's Eve marked a joyous occasion for Dogsy's family. Early the following morning, Dogsy's mother awakened the three of them, saying, "Today is the first day of the new year. We must pay our respects to your grandfather and great-grandfather, and visit your uncles and aunts. You need not visit your maternal relatives, since that was completed before the new year." At grandfather's home, they offered New Year greetings, exchanged gifts, and engaged in brief pleasantries before Dogsy took his leave, for he did not share a close bond with his grandfather. Every meal he had at his grandfather's house in his childhood was earned through his own labor. He owed nothing to him. The three of them then visited their great-grandfather and great-grandmother, bowing respectfully 3 times. The elder was delighted and insisted on giving them red envelopes, 10 yuan each. The generosity of the elderly was met with humility, as Dogsy and Hualu insisted on accepting the offering, believing it improper to refuse gifts from elders. Subsequently, Dogsy discreetly placed 100 yuan into the pouch of tobacco leaves belonging to his great-grandfather, knowing how hard life had been for the elderly couple. When the great-grandparents invited them to stay for a meal, Dogsy replied, "We must also visit my uncle and my other uncles for New Year greetings. Otherwise, we shall be unable to finish before nightfall." The two elders reluctantly let them depart. The visits commenced at the uncle's home, followed by those of the 5th uncle, the 6th uncle, the eldest aunt, and the 4th uncle. As they exited the 4th uncle's house, a mischievous young goat insisted on following them. Though the three were annoyed by its antics, they could not bring themselves to scold it away on such a joyous occasion. The last stop was at Uncle San's house. Dogsy initially intended to pay his respects for the new year, leave the gifts, and return home. However, upon arriving, Aunt San insisted that they stay for dinner, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Sima Lu was overjoyed, for as long as there was good food and wine, he was utterly content. His family had not prepared much for the new year. Just days earlier, due to his misadventures with an unattractive girl, his parents had to compensate her family with several thousand yuan, or they would have pressed charges against him for alleged misconduct. With their finances strained, his parents had only bought a few pounds of meat to make dumplings for the holiday. They had not purchased any other food, leaving Sima Lu quite dissatisfied. With Dogsy's arrival, Sima Lu resolved to spend the next few days scrounging for meals together. Had Sima Lu come to Uncle San's house alone, he would likely have left without even a cup of tea. Aunt San was notoriously snobbish, judging others by their appearances. Aunt San, known as Galmatia, was a well-known shrew in the neighborhood. Dogsy was perplexed, wondering why all the daughters-in-law of the Zhang family, aside from his mother, were so fierce, each one more intimidating than the last. From Aunt De to Aunt Lu, none were particularly amiable. Uncle San was busy in the kitchen while Aunt Sin entertained Dogsy and the others in the living room. Aunt Sin inquired, "Has San Dogsy found a partner yet? You must be turning 18 this new year. It's time to settle down." She reminisced, "Your uncle married me at your age, and in the blink of an eye. We've been married for over a decade. I don't have a partner." He replied, "I just turned 18. No rush. I'll look for someone when I'm in my 20s. If you happen to know someone suitable, please introduce them to my brothers. They are quite eager to find partners," Dogsy added. Upon hearing that Dogsy was single, Aunt San's eyes lit up. "You're not getting any younger. It's better to start early and find a good match. If you wait until your 20s, all the good ones will be taken, and you'll be left with the leftovers. Just look at your situation. My niece, Lu Pampan, is 17 this year. She is charming and capable of handling household chores, and her temper is gentle. If you'd like, I can call her over for you to meet. If you're not satisfied, we want to pursue it further. But if you take a liking to her, I'll help you two connect," Aunt San proposed. "Aunt San, I really don't want to find someone truly. Please don't bring her over. I'm still young," Dogsy protested. But before he could finish, Aunt Sin dashed out, calling, "Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." Dogsy thought to himself, "What is all this? She's insisting on pushing someone on me when I'm not even interested." Aunt San was remarkably swift. Before long, she returned with a girl in tow. Upon entering, Dogsy was taken aback. "What? This is the charming girl Aunt Sin mentioned? She looks like she's got a runny nose and a face full of acne, not to mention her unkempt eyebrows and slanted eyes, with a mouthful of teeth that resemble a zombie's. How can this possibly be considered charming?" Shuelu and Fengzi were equally stunned by Lu Ponpon's so-called beauty. They pondered whether the aesthetic standards of the people from the forest region differed from their own. Could someone with such a pig-like appearance truly be deemed charming? From the moment she entered, Lu Pampan fixed her gaze intensely on Sima Lu, her eyes seemingly poised to strike him down. Dogsy, bewildered, turned just in time to see Sima Lu nervously avoiding her stare, as if he were guilty of some wrongdoing. Dogsy thought to himself, "Why is he acting so sheepish?" With an expression of panic, Chapter 39 unfolds as the New Year celebrations continue. This is my niece from my maternal family, named Lu Panpan. Pointing at the dog. She says, this is your brother Sango. We are indeed blood relatives, so you should interact more with your brother Sango. Water that does not flow does not thrive. Relatives who do not connect cannot grow close, Aunt San introduces. Sango politely greets her, saying, hello, Panpan's sister. But Lu Panpan does not respond, her gaze fixed menacingly on Sima Lu, emanating a palpable hostility. Sango, puzzled, looks at Sima Lu, pondering whether this fellow has indeed crossed a line with her. Otherwise, why would she regard him with such fierce intensity? Sima Lu, perceiving the confusion in Sango's eyes, understands he seeks answers. He pulls on Sango's sleeve and says, brother, I need to discuss something with you, dragging him outside. Once outside, Sima Lu declares, brother, you must not pursue a relationship with this young lady. Last summer, I was involved with her, but I ended up breaking things off. Astonished, Sango exclaims, it seems you have indeed been with every girl in Longsha Town. It appears I shall never find a bride here, as they all seem to have fallen victim to your exploits. Fear not, brother. With your qualities, who could resist you? As long as she is attractive, you have nothing to worry about. I only have eyes for the less fortunate in looks, Sima Lu retorts. Sango scowls. You are utterly peculiar. Even animals do not exhibit such lewdness. You are beyond human. Henceforth I shall call you Zhang Teddy. Sima Lu, adjusting himself, replies. What can I say? I am simply destined to be a romantic. My fate is not my own. I am but a bee, destined to gather nectar from all the flowers in town. Sango warns, enjoy your pursuits, but perhaps one day, you will exhaust yourself or provoke the wrath of those ugly girls' families. Let us see how you flaunt your bravado then. With a proud smirk, Sima Lu responds. I would rather die beneath the peony, for even in death, I would remain a rogue. If I am to be slain by some girl's kin, so be it. My life shall not be in vain. He struts back into the house, exuding arrogance. Upon returning, they find Aunt San has already seated everyone. Lu Panpan continues to glare at Sima Lu with a mix of resentment and fury. Observing her unusual demeanor, Aunt San suspects a deeper connection between her niece and Sima Lu, and thus refrains from pushing for a pairing between Sango and Lu Panpan. The gathering resumes with toasts and merriment. Uncle San is in high spirits today, having avoided his wife's scolding, allowing him to enjoy larger cups of wine. Usually, Aunt San enforces strict drinking rules, limiting him to small cups and only 3 servings, believing that good fortune should not be overstretched. Throughout the meal, Lu Panpan barely touches her food, her eyes fixated on Sima Lu, making him lose his appetite for meat and dulling the flavor of the wine. He muses to himself, is it truly worth such disdain over a few encounters? Must she make this New Year's gathering so uncomfortable? Breaking up with her was indeed the right choice. Sango and the slippery madman make do with the meal. For Uncle San's culinary skills leave much to be desired. The dishes are overly watery, the meat lacks flavor, and the cucumber strips are thicker than fingers, either overly bland or excessively salty. The trio of Madman, Slippery, and Dogsy had grown accustomed to the culinary delights of Dogsy's mother, and the unpalatable dishes they encountered felt like a torturous experience. After barely satisfying their hunger, they excused themselves from the table. They lingered for a while before bidding farewell to Uncle San and Aunt San and began their journey home. On the way back, Sima Lu attempted to follow them, but this time Dogsy did not indulge him, scolding him to leave. He declared that they would not associate with a ruffian like him and warned that should he continue his reckless pursuits of women, he should no longer call him brother, for the Zhang family had no place for such a creature. With that, Dogsy departed with Slippery and Madman, never again referring to Sima Lu by his given name, instead dubbing him Zhang Teddy, which became his moniker. Upon arriving home, the trio discovered that Dogsy's mother had prepared a meal for them once more. It was the same old fare, stir-fried pork with celery and stir-fried pork with chili. She was not adept at cooking and could only manage basic dishes. The 3 of them, having meandered and grown hungry, decided to indulge once more. They poured themselves a glass of white liquor and began to feast. Slippery remarked that Uncle San's cooking was abysmal, far inferior to their mother's culinary skills, lamenting the waste of good chicken, fish, and meat. Madman nodded in agreement, asserting that their mother's cooking was indeed superior, even if it couldn't quite compare to Dogsy's, yet it was leagues ahead of Uncle San's. Dogsy explained that their mother had seldom been exposed to grand feasts, hence her proficiency lay solely in home-cooked meals. Uncle San, while possessing access to good food, lacked the ability to prepare it, and Aunt San was too lazy to cook. He boasted that his culinary skills, honed during his time in the restaurant industry, made him a proper chef. The trio enjoyed their meal and drink before retiring to bed, having spent the day celebrating the new year, which had left their legs weary. Amidst the fleeting joy of reunion, the 7th day of the new lunar year arrived, and the three began to pack their belongings in preparation to return to the factory. Dogsy's mother was reluctant to part with her son and felt a pang of sorrow for her two godsons as well. She packed a generous supply of delicacies for them, including an assortment of mountain goods like wood-ear mushrooms. Dogsy's mother insisted that Dogsy deliver some to the factory director and manager, hoping they would take good care of him. Madman retorted that there was no need for gifts. They should be the ones flattering Dogsy. For the moment he withdrew from the liquor factory, half the sky would fall. Fearing they might go hungry, Dogsy's mother had prepared an abundance of food: tea, eggs, marinated chicken feet, braised pig trotters, stewed chicken heads, dried tofu skins, cucumbers, scallions, and egg sauce. She even packed a case of beer for their journey, cautioning them against drinking too much liquor, lest they attract thieves. With tears in her eyes, she bid farewell to her son and his two godsons. Watching the train fade into the distance, she felt an emptiness within her heart. The solitary figure of a woman appeared diminutive against the vastness of the world. With frail shoulders, she bore the weight of life, having nurtured her fledglings through countless trials, only to watch them transform into majestic eagles, ready to soar through the skies. After 2 days of swaying aboard the green train of the forest region, the trio finally returned to the factory. They tidied up their dormitory and aired their bedding, preparing for work the following day. Slippery wasted no time and hurried to Aunt Chu's house, disregarding Madman's protests, insisting on taking several bags of the wood-ear mushrooms to gift her. Upon arriving at Aunt Chu's residence, Slippery exclaimed, "Godmother, I come to wish you a happy new year. This is a special delicacy I brought back from the forest region for you. Time has passed, yet you still come to wish my mother a happy new year." Young Mimi just emerged from the inner room. "Happy New Year, Sister Mimi. Is it not the spring festival that we are not celebrating here? I've returned to extend my belated greetings," said Hualu, grinning in a rather ingratiating manner. "Such insincerity in your New Year wishes. You didn't even bow to my mother. What sort of greeting is that?" Young Mimi teased Hualu. Without a moment's hesitation, Hualu knelt before Aunt Chu and thrice bowed his head, for he had not once bowed to Dogsy's mother during the New Year celebrations at Dogsy's home. What a sincere child. Can't you tell she was joking? Aunt Chu quickly helped Hualu to his feet. Then Aunt Chu washed her hands and began preparing a meal, instructing young Mimi to keep Hualu company while she busied herself in the kitchen. She prepared 4 delightful dishes and allowed young Mimi to share a couple of beers with Hualu. This delighted Hualu immensely, to the point where he felt on the verge of bursting with joy. Aunt Chu genuinely appreciated Hualu. He was sweet-tongued, diligent, and capable. If Mimi were to marry such a young man, she would undoubtedly lead a blissful life. As someone who had experienced life, Aunt Chu understood her daughter's worth all too well. Regardless of whom she married, they would inevitably weigh her unflattering past, and in time, it would resurface. Only with Hualu would there be no reckoning for past misdeeds. He was the only one who could genuinely accept her without judgment. Hence, Aunt Chu continuously endeavored to bring Hualu and young Mimi together, hopeful for their union. Chapter 40. Newcomers arrive at the factory after the holidays. The distillery resumed operations, and the factory director celebrated with a grand display of fireworks. While the factory leaders were filled with joy, the workers wore long faces, lacking energy. The long holiday had left them in a state of languor, and they had yet to awaken from the carefree, joyous life of the festivities. In contrast to the workers, Dogsy's job was rather leisurely. Apart from overseeing production in the workshop, he spent the rest of his time sipping tea, strolling, and pondering what to have for dinner. Although Hualu and the madman were also technical personnel, they were not exempt from labor and had to work regularly. The distillery was actually quite well staffed, but there was a significant shortage of brewing workers. The reason being, the work was too arduous, and many were disinclined to toil in the brewing workshop. Even tending to pigs at the farm was considered less strenuous. Thus, the distillery mandated that any male vocational students assigned each year would be allocated to the brewing workshop. This year marked the last batch of vocational students in Q City who were guaranteed assignments. It was said that from now on, students would have to seek employment on their own. The city mandated that all enterprises accept this final batch of vocational students, and the Victory Distillery was compelled to take in a considerable number. Due to the surplus of single men at the distillery, the factory director argued vehemently with city officials, insisting that all assigned vocational students must be female. The director nearly succeeded, ultimately receiving 19.5 young ladies, the half referring to one effeminate male among them. As this vibrant group of vocational students entered the factory, the ranks of single men within the distillery erupted in excitement, akin to wolves spotting a flock of sheep, with drool nearly dripping from their mouths. Upon witnessing the ravenous gazes of the bachelor men, The young girls were utterly terrified, thinking to themselves, "Goodness, have we stumbled into a den of wolves?" Soon enough, this group of vocational graduates was assigned to various departments within the factory. Even the arduous brewing workshop received two of them. One was an inspector, another a technician, and the third, a rather effeminate young man. After much persuasion from the factory, the reluctant instructor, nicknamed Dogsy, was compelled to take the new, beautiful technician as his apprentice. Her name was Wang Lily, standing just over 1.60 meters, adorned with a strikingly lovely face, bright eyes, willow-like brows, and cherry lips. She possessed a slender waist, ample bosom, and long legs, particularly accentuated by her curvaceous posterior, igniting an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Dogsy mused internally that the distillery had added yet another seductress to its ranks. The inspector assigned to the brewing workshop was named Ma Ding Dang. Upon hearing her name, one might expect a petite girl, but upon arrival, they found a statuesque lady standing at 1.80 meters. Ma Ding Dong's figure was robust, yet not bulky, her rounded hips balanced by a delicate waist and generous bosom. Her moon-like face was graced with spirited almond-shaped eyes, elegantly arched brows, and skin as smooth as cream, complemented by a high nose and a sensuous pouting mouth, complete with two charming dimples when she smiled. This young woman exuded an undeniable femininity. 2 words, alluring, 7 words, irresistibly captivating. At first sight of Ma Ding Dang, the man known as Crazy was utterly entranced, captivated by her voluptuous form and graceful stature, envisioning the names of future offspring in that very moment. She was the quintessential partner of his dreams, and Crazy silently vowed to win Ma Ding Dong's heart. Dogsy found himself perplexed as to why the factory leaders would assign such two enchanting women to the brewing workshop. Director Ma explained, as the saying goes, when men and women work together, the labor becomes less burdensome. With these two stunningly beautiful women in the workshop, the male workers find renewed vigor in their tasks. This is the brilliance of our leadership. It soon became evident that the leaders possessed remarkable foresight, as the presence of the two women significantly heightened work efficiency, resulting in at least one additional batch of liquor produced daily. Within a few days, Crazy launched a fervent pursuit of Ma Ding Dang. Dogsy soon noticed that the meals he prepared were no longer sufficient, as Crazy would first portion out half the food into his lunchbox before hastily eating a few bites, only to dash off to deliver food to Ma Ding Dang. Initially, she was hesitant to accept Crazy's meals, but he insisted, saying, "Look, you stand at 1.80 meters. Just like me. Everyone in the factory says you resemble my sister." He continued, "I grew up in an orphanage without family, and the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt you were like the sister I lost long ago. What is wrong with a brother bringing a little food to his sister? If you refuse, it would be as if you looked down upon me, thinking we orphans do not deserve to have a sister." Despite her imposing stature, Ma Ding Dang was still a child at heart, merely 18 years old, inexperienced in the ways of the world. She realized that refusing Crazy's food would indeed be disrespectful. After all, he merely saw her as a sister. Accepting his food was simply a gesture of kindness, a way to comfort his yearning heart for a long-lost sibling. The innocent girl has no inkling that the madman is lusting after her body, intent on making his move. Where did this so-called long-lost sister come from? He lost both parents at the tender age of 1. Could she have emerged from the crevices of a rock? Every day, the dog complains while cooking, lamenting that there are only the two of them as brothers, and now they have both become love-struck fools, one relentlessly pursuing Aunt Chu and Yang Mimi, while the other seeks to please Ma Ding Dang with the meals I prepare. I have become their maidservant. The madman chuckles, proclaiming that an elder brother serves as a father. With our mother far away in the forest region and no one to assist me in finding a partner, I must rely on myself. If you do not whip up some delightful dishes to support me, who can I count on? Upon hearing this, the dog agrees, stating that I must contribute an extra share for meals in the future. I cannot support your future wife for free, especially considering Ma Ding Dong's appetite. Fine. I shall pay an additional share next month, and you must prepare more delectable dishes. Ding Dang said that your cooking surpasses that of any restaurant. The madman cheekily responds, "Then let us do it." The dog, feeling helpless, knows he must support his brother in his quest for a wife, especially since the madman has no family. The dog is the closest person he has. Managing meals for the 4 of them is already exhausting for the dog, as the madman and Ma Ding Dang can consume as much as 4 to 5 people. Unexpectedly, just days later, another freeloader intrudes, his apprentice, Wang Lily. One evening, after working late, she finds the cafeteria serving only cabbage stew with potatoes. Upon seeing the dish, she loses her appetite, declaring she will skip dinner for her diet. The dog, being polite, suggests, "Why not come over to my place and have a bite? Sample my culinary skills." To his surprise, the young beauty readily agrees, swaying her shapely figure as she merrily accompanies him to his dormitory. After enjoying the dog-esque dinner, Wang Lili is thoroughly impressed by his culinary prowess, exclaiming, "Master, your cooking is too good to not be in a restaurant. It's better than what any eatery offers." Flattered by her praise, the dog becomes rather smug and begins to boast about his dedication to mastering the culinary arts, lamenting how he missed the opportunity to pursue a career as a chef. Wang Lili, expressing her regret, remarks that while the culinary world has lost a great chef, the brewing industry has gained a master. "It seems that destiny has ordained you to shine in the brewery, master." Her words resonate beautifully, and the dog enjoys hearing them. Seizing the moment, Wang Lili tells him that his meals are so exceptional that compared to the cafeteria, the food there is fit for swine, and if she ever craves a meal, may she occasionally drop by for a bite? "Don't worry, I eat very little." The dog, thinking this a trivial matter, replies, "Come over whenever you like. What is a meal or two? Can a few dinners impoverish your master?" He underestimates Wang Lili's boldness. Perhaps girls who resemble vixens have thick skins. Ever since the dog agreed to her visiting for meals, Wang Lili has not set foot in the cafeteria for lunch or dinner. Now, with 5 people to feed, including 2 big eaters, the dog finds cooking increasingly burdensome. After work, he rushes home to prepare meals, exclaiming, "I must be raising 4 pigs. I attend to them daily, as if I owe them from my past life." Chapter 41. The peculiar Yang Jiumei, the revolutionary crew within the dormitory of the dog, continuously expanded, culminating in the madman and Ma Ding Dang becoming acquainted, leading her directly to the dormitory for meals, which made things considerably more convenient, sparing the trouble of delivering food. Each mealtime became more vibrant with the addition of 2 lively girls chattering away, filling the table with joy. Observing the delectable beauty of the 2 ladies, the 3 gentlemen found themselves consuming an extra couple of buns with each meal. It is often said that same repels, while opposites attract. Even the vixen despises her kind. Since the arrival of Wang Lili, the previously lecherous men who had fixated on Yang Mimi shifted their attention entirely to Wang Lili. In comparison to Yang Mimi, Wang Lili possessed a more alluring figure, which irked Yang Mimi greatly. While Yang Mimi could dismiss those men as mere nuisances, they were still her nuisances. The presence of Wang Lili encroaching on her territory was utterly intolerable. Each time she laid eyes on Wang Lili, Yang Mimi would regard her with a hostile glare, as if Wang Lili owed her a considerable sum of money. This left Wang Lili perplexed, pondering when she had offended her. It was only after witnessing Yang Mimi's flirtatious demeanor around the dog that Wang Lili had an epiphany. Ah, so this vixen perceived her as a rival. With a disdainful thought, she scoffed at the notion. How could a woman of such a slender frame, lacking both bosom and curves, ever attract a man's affection? What Wang Lili did not realize was that Yang Mimi considered all the young, handsome men in the factory as her private possessions, unwilling to share them with anyone, wishing to enjoy them at her leisure. Before Wang Lili's arrival, Yang Mimi was the sole enchantress in the factory, captivating the men who were all eager to win her favor. Another eccentric character in the brewing workshop was a delicate young lad named Yang Jiumei, a 17-year-old with a fair complexion and a charming demeanor. He was called Yang Jiumei because he had 8 older sisters, each named in succession. And when it finally came time for him to be born, fearing he would be difficult to support, he was aptly named the 9th sister. Growing up amidst a sea of girls, he inevitably adopted their mannerisms and behaviors from an early age. As he matured, his feminine gestures remained unchanged, leading the workers to affectionately nickname him Miss Gio. Initially, when called Miss Gio, he would become irate, placing his hands on his hips and twisting his fingers in a dainty manner, protesting that such appellations were inappropriate for a young man. The workers, amused by his effeminate demeanor, only intensified their teasing, and Miss Gio became a staple in their vocabulary. Over time, Yang Jiumei grew accustomed to this moniker, responding to it without concern. Yang Jiumei rather enjoyed striking up conversations with the dog, always greeting him from a distance. After all, the dog was a prominent figure in the brewing workshop, and one could never know when he might need to solicit a kind word from the dog in front of the factory leadership. However, upon catching sight of Yang Jiumei's delicate and prancing form, the dog would be filled with an involuntary shiver. Each encounter with Yang Jiumei compelled him to avoid the lad, claiming that merely seeing him made it impossible to enjoy his dinner, as his demeanor was simply too repulsive. The madman remarked, "Look at brother dog." A mere glance at Miss Gio renders him unable to eat dinner. This is what one might call a lover-esque distraction. "Brother dog, could it be that you have taken a liking to Yang Jiumei?" "That simply cannot be. Our mother is counting on you to carry on the family line. You cannot be considering a male companion. Be off with you. How could you possibly fancy Yang Jiumei?" If you continue to disgust me, believe me, I shall withhold your meals. Just think of how you will manage to invite Ma Ding Dang in the future." Upon hearing the name Ma Ding Dang, the madman instantly deflated. Any matter concerning her, no matter how trivial, was of great significance, and he dared not take even the slightest risk. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In the eyes of the slippery one, Ma Ding Dang resembled a grand camel, her ample posterior devoid of any allure. The captivating curves and striking beauty of Wang Lili bore no distinction from that of a sow. To the slippery one, only his Mei sister held value. She was the unparalleled beauty of the world, unmatched by anyone. His efforts were not in vain, for now, Mei's sister had begun to converse with him, accompanying him for meals at Aunt Chu's house, which bolstered his confidence in pursuing young Mei. On this particular day, Dogsy finished work early and decided to treat himself and his companions to a sumptuous meal. He ventured to the market, procuring a large carp, 2 pounds of ribs, and a bounty of fresh vegetables. Just as he was heading home, he crossed paths with Su Meili. Ever since the factory had assigned 19 girls, Su Meili had set her sights on them, planning to develop them as her targets. Just imagine the wealth of matchmaking red packets she would receive if she successfully paired each of them. This thought filled Su Meili with delight. At that moment, she had her eyes set on Dogsy's apprentice, Wang Lili. This young lady possessed a remarkable beauty and an enchanting figure. Should she introduce her to someone, the red packets would surely be overflowing. Su Meili had attempted to strike up a conversation with Wang Lili several times, but each time, Wang Lili found an excuse to leave, leaving Su Meili at a loss for how to proceed. By chance, she encountered Dogsy and decided to take the route of the master, considering that Dogsy was her mentor, albeit just a year her junior. Therefore, she quickly approached him, saying, "Dogsy, you have procured such delectable food. I heard your apprentice Wang Lili often dines with you." Su Meili's information network was always well informed. Her title of Minister of Intelligence was not in vain. Indeed, she finds the cafeteria food unappetizing, so for a while now, she has been dining with us, Dogsy replied. With a mysterious expression, Su Meili whispered, "To tell you the truth, Auntie asked if you and your apprentice are involved in a romantic relationship. Why else would you be so close?" "What are you saying, Aunt Su? We merely have a master-apprentice relationship. It is nothing more than a mentor preparing meals for their student. Besides, she has paid for her meals." Dogsy dared not misstep in front of the Minister of Intelligence, fearing that a careless remark would have the entire factory buzzing by the next day. Su Meili's reputation for spreading gossip was well known. Rumors seemed to travel at lightning speed. "Oh dear, is that so? It seems Annie misunderstood. I had thought that Wang Lili and your nephew were quite the match, an ideal pairing of talent and beauty. How splendid they would be together." Su Meili exclaimed eagerly, "Auntie, I must return to prepare dinner and cannot chat any longer. We shall converse again when time permits." The dog, reluctant to listen to her idle chatter, prepared to depart swiftly, having finally seized an opportunity. Su Meili could not let it slip away, and quickly suggested that since you do not fancy Wang Meili, you might inquire what kind of partner she seeks. And then Aunt Su could introduce her. "I know many charming young men whose parents hold esteemed positions, all strikingly handsome." The dog retorted that her affairs were beyond his concern and urged her to speak to Wang Meili directly. "Although I am her master, I am but a year older than she. I cannot dictate her choices. She hardly acknowledges me when we meet. I wish to engage her in conversation. Yet she merely exchanges a few words before fleeing, leaving Auntie with no opportunity to speak." Su Meili was quite eager. The dog cheerfully replied, "I cannot assist you with that. You must find your own way. I cannot force the girl to pursue a romantic interest. Aunt Su, I truly must return. The factory is bustling during the peak season, and the brewing workshop is busy and exhausting. If Xua Lu and Feng Zi return to find no warm meal awaiting them, I shall surely face their ire." With that, the dog dashed away. "Child, please listen to me. I still wish to introduce you to a beautiful match." Aunt Su called out, "Thank you, Auntie, but I am still young and not interested in dating," shouted the dog as she ran further away. Chapter 42. The master's thoughts on his apprentice dinner was lavish, featuring braised carp, sweet and sour ribs, cucumber shreds with cold pig ears, fried eggplant, garlic oil bok choy, and the essential guabao roe, a favorite among the girls. Feng Zi, Xua Lu, and Wang Lili returned together. As their shifts in the brewing workshop ended simultaneously, they could not return home until the time was right. The dog, however, was an exception. He could roam home at will, unrestrained by anyone. Upon entering, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, prompting Ma Ding Dang to shout, "Zhang Leoma, hurry and serve the meal. Can't you see the young masters and misses are famished?" Wang Lili chimed in, "Zhang Leoma, quickly fetch water for this young lady and assist me in washing up and changing." The dog scoffed, "Huh? Young lady, from which brothel do you hail? Is it the Wanhua Tower or the Kunfeng Pavilion? Which young master is your regular patron? Hearing the dog's teasing, Wang Lili feigned a sorrowful expression. I must find a young master, and that would be you, the illustrious dog Gongzi. Do you remember our boat ride last year by the babbling brook? Our hearts intertwined, pledging ourselves to one another. Yet you, the heartless scoundrel, sold me to a brothel. Boo-hoo. Wang Lili pretended to weep. Laughter erupted as the three doubled over, exclaiming that Wang Lili was truly adept at improvisation and such talent should not be wasted on anything less than a screenwriter. The dog thought to himself that this vixen was far too clever. He could not best her. Her mind seemed to operate at an extraordinary speed. Let us eat. I am starving. It's 3 in the afternoon, and Ma Ding Dang declared she was so hungry she felt as though her stomach was pressed against her back. You all merely engage in idle banter. Since you have already pledged your hearts to one another, why not find a secluded place to meet? We are on the brink of starvation. Feng Zi's gaze was solely upon Ma Ding Dang. Shualu added, those who do not enthusiastically partake in the meal must have something wrong with their minds. Hurry and serve the rice. I could devour an entire cow. With that, he raised his thin arm in a dramatic gesture. The dog served Wang Lili a bowl of rice and extended it to her. However, she inadvertently stepped forward without noticing. 2 individuals collided, and inadvertently, the hand of the dog landed directly on Wang Lili's chest. Instantly, both found themselves in an awkward predicament. The dog hastily withdrew his hand, while Wang Lili said nothing, her face flushing a deep crimson. Nearby, the others were engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the incident. The dog quickly offered Wang Lili some food, then sat down, bowing his head in silence. This marked the first time the dog had touched something so soft and tender, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. With his heart racing at a staggering 180 beats per minute, Wang Lili, blushing, dared not look at the dog, who, feeling guilty, also refrained from lifting his gaze. Their meal was consumed in a quiet and subdued atmosphere. In contrast, the other 3 at the table engaged in lively banter and laughter. Madman devoured 4 large bowls of rice before feeling satisfied, while Ma Ding Dang managed 3. The dog mused about the compatibility of these 2, calling them a pair of gluttons. Slippery, who had previously complained of hunger, turned out to be the least voracious, consuming only a small bowl of rice, a few pieces of ribs, and 2 chunks of meat before declaring himself full. Perhaps his slender physique and small stomach accounted for his modest appetite. After finishing and clearing the dishes, Wang Lili and Ma Ding Dang bid farewell and departed. Slippery called the dog outside, saying, Brother dog, I saw you accidentally press against Wang Lili during dinner. Why didn't Tishi get angry? Wow, how did you see that? The dog couldn't help but admire Slippery's keen observation, akin to that of a wolf dog, ever watchful even while dining. I didn't mean to see it. You 2 were so blatant about it that even a blind person would notice, Slippery replied. The dog quickly clarified it was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. She is a bit shy and wouldn't scold me for it. She knows it was unintentional, so she acted as if nothing happened. Oh, I see. I thought you 2 were dating. I was wondering why you hadn't mentioned it to me or Madman. Slippery exclaimed. No, truly, we share a purely platonic mentor-student relationship, the dog insisted. Have you not heard of that story where the little dragon girl slept with her disciple Yanghua? Isn't it perfectly normal for a mentor to have affections for their student? Slippery, well-versed in Jin Yang's classics, argued. Get out of here. That's just in books. It's not reality. The dog retorted. Hurry up and wash up, then get some rest. You all need to rise early for work tomorrow. Having concluded his explanation, the dog wished to steer clear of further discussion on the topic, lest Slippery's astuteness lead to some peculiar conclusion. The following day at work, Wang Lili noticed the dog's lingering shyness. Neither spoke. When lunchtime arrived, Wang Lili did not join for the meal. The dog felt a pang of emptiness upon her absence, as if something precious had been lost. When she also failed to appear for dinner, worry gnawed at him. He pondered whether she held a grudge against him for that accidental touch, which seemed improbable for such a carefree girl known for her playful nature. What could possibly be amiss? Resolute, the dog filled a container with some dishes and made his way to the single female workers' dormitory, where Wang Lili shared a room with a fellow vocational school student. The brewery's dormitory was spacious enough for everyone to have their own room. However, concerned about the single girls feeling frightened at night, it was arranged for 2 individuals to share a dormitory. Dogsy knocked on the door, and after a moment, it opened to reveal Wang Lili alone in the room. The other girl had taken leave to go home. I noticed you didn't come for dinner tonight, and feared you might be hungry, so I brought you something to eat, Dogsy said as he handed the lunchbox to Wang Lili. Wang Lili, having observed that Dogsy had not spoken to her all morning, felt upset and skipped lunch. Consequently, He did not utter a word to her throughout the afternoon, which infuriated Wang Lili even more. She thought to herself, I didn't even get angry when he pressed my chest, yet he has gone an entire day without speaking to me, making it seem as if I had wronged him. Enraged, she decided to forego dinner altogether. Wang Lili was quite hungry and irritated when she saw Dogsy eagerly bringing food to her. Witnessing his humble, pleading expression softened her anger considerably. Hurry and eat while it's still warm. It will get cold soon, Dogsy urged. Wang Lili was indeed famished, having skipped lunch, and she began to devour the food ravenously. Once she finished and set down the lunchbox, Dogsy took it outside to wash it clean. Upon returning to the dormitory, he advised Wang Lili not to indulge in petty grievances too often, stating that a person is made of iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat, you might end up with a stomach ailment. Without good health, how can we contribute to the four modernizations? Wang Lili looked at Dogsy but remained silent, thinking, does this dimwit not understand why I am upset? If it were someone else, would I even bother to be angry? It turned out that Wang Lili had developed a slight affection for the handsome Dogsy upon her arrival at the factory. By a twist of fate, the factory leadership assigned her to be Dogsy's apprentice. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection, through their daily interactions, partly due to the shared meals. Wang Lili found herself falling for Dogsy. Yesterday, when Dogsy accidentally touched her, she hadn't been angry at all. However, the fact that he ignored her all day today truly vexed her. Chapter 43. A misunderstanding leads to companionship. Seeing Wang Lili silent, Dogsy spoke up. You're not still angry with me, are you? I truly didn't mean to. This foolishness made Wang Lili roll her eyes in exasperation, thinking, is this truly why I am upset? You did it on purpose. I'll go tell the factory leadership that you're harassing me. Wang Lili pretended to threaten Dogsy. Please don't. My dear lady, don't do that. I have an elderly mother to care for, and a slippery lunatic beneath me. Have mercy on me. Tell me what I can do to earn your forgiveness, and I will do it right away, Dogsy pleaded earnestly. Then you must bark like a dog a few times, and I will forgive you. We can consider this matter closed, Wang Lili teased. Dogsy hesitated. Bark. Otherwise, I will shout harassment right now. I'll count to 3, and if you don't bark, you shall regret it, Wang Lili declared. 1, 2, Wang. 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 How is that? Dogsy asked, feeling aggrieved. Wang Lili doubled over with laughter. I can't believe you actually barked. From now on, you are a true dog. Yet, unexpectedly, in a moment of exuberance, she lost her balance and fell. Dogsy instinctively caught her, but his hands landed on Wang Lili's curvaceous backside. Both of them froze, unsure whether to be angry or to retreat. The dog was at a loss for words. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. After a while, Wang Lili softly said, could you please remove your hand? It was only then that the dog realized his hand was resting on the young woman's backside. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, he quickly withdrew his hand, but as a result, Wang Lili, propelled by inertia, toppled towards him, and they both fell to the floor. Wang Lili ended up sprawled on top of the dog, her rear elevated in an undignified manner. The dog, holding Wang Lili, shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, I truly did not mean to. It's all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. I am not a lewd person. Wang Lili, however, thought to herself, with things being like this, how can you still claim it's a misunderstanding? Infuriated, she bit the dog's cheek, causing him to wince and plead for mercy. The dog mused. This is typical of a female dog. Get angry and bite. After biting his cheek, Wang Lili shyly remarked, silly boy, did you not realize that I like you? With that, she planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. The dog was utterly bewildered, thinking, what is this? Did I inadvertently act inappropriately, and now she has fallen for me? Has she lost her senses? Seeing the dog's dazed expression, Wang Lili burst into laughter, freeing herself from his embrace and standing up. She declared, from now on, you are mine. You must not look at other girls when we are out. When I am unhappy, you must bark like a dog to cheer me up, and dare not betray me, or beware of your dog legs. She had already left her mark on his face, instructing him to refrain from washing his face for a few days so that her imprint would linger longer, an emblem of her feelings for him. Giggling, Wang Lili dashed out, still a youthful girl who, despite her boldness, felt a tinge of shyness. Left alone in the dormitory, the dog touched the bite mark on his face, grinning foolishly. He pondered, could this mean I have a girlfriend now? She is truly beautiful, possessing both an alluring figure and a captivating face, comparable to the enchanting young Mimi. How could I possibly be unworthy of her? Yet, he wondered why she had bitten him. Could it be a peculiar preference of hers? This is certainly a flaw that she must amend. Otherwise, I cannot endure her biting in a fit of anger. It felt surreal. If not for the lingering pain of the bite mark on his face and the warmth of Wang Lili's form still imprinted on his hands, he would have thought it all a mere dream. Bearing the mark of her bite, he returned to his dormitory, where his observant roommate, Slippery, immediately noticed the imprint on his face. "Hey, dog, what happened to your face? Did someone bite you?" he inquired eagerly. "Where? Let me see." Crazy, upon hearing this, perked up. He had always been a curious soul. "It's nothing. I just encountered a female dog and had a little scuffle. I didn't win, and she bit me." The dog replied irritably. Slippery, ever the gossip, was as curious as the publicity minister, Sue Maley. Had he possessed the extensive network of information that Sue Maley had cultivated over the years, he might have been the male version of her. Crazy, with his simplistic thinking, remarked, "This doesn't look like a dog bite. Dogs have canines. This must be from a human. Did a lunatic bite you? Tell me where. I shall confront him on your behalf," I declared, as a mischievous grin spread across my face, suggesting he had gone to deliver dinner to Wang Lily. "Who else could it be, huh?" Hee, it was Wang Lily, of course. "Well, I cannot assist you with that. I cannot possibly strike a young lady," the madman replied earnestly. "Oh, foolish madman. Do you really think your intervention is necessary for Brother Go? He seems rather pleased with himself. It appears he has struck a stroke of good fortune," Slippery remarked with amusement. The madman began to ponder the implications of this and inquired, "What do you mean? Brother Go, did you go to deliver a meal? How could Wang Lily possibly bite you? Were you attempting to kiss her?" The madman continued with a series of questions. "Did she scream? Did she struggle fiercely? Did you succeed in your endeavor? Will she report you for misconduct? You might want to flee before the police arrive." At that moment, the madman's imagination soared at rocket speed. "No, truly, it wasn't Wang Lily. Do not misunderstand," Go denied. "Then who could it be? Do enlighten us," Slippery exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The madman speculated that it must be one of the 19 girls assigned to them. "Oh, Brother Go, you didn't make a move on Ma Ding Dang, did you?" Upon this realization, the madman felt a pang of anguish. Go had rarely interacted with any girls, save for Wang Lily and Ma Ding Dang. If it wasn't Wang Lily, then perhaps it was indeed Ma Ding Dang. The madman felt tears welling up. Heavens! Snow in June. This is an affront to justice. May a lightning bolt strike this scoundrel. He thought desperately. Do not fret. I would never stoop so low as to pursue a girl favored by my brother. Ma Ding Dang is tall, a head above me. Only you, madman, could be deemed worthy of her. Go declared. Enough of your inquiries. If you ask again, I shall grow impatient. This is a secret, and you will discover it in due time. Now off to bed. Go commanded. With that, he disregarded Slippery and the madman, extinguished the light, and burrowed under the covers. The madman said, "As long as it is not Ma Ding Dang, I care not who bites you. Off to sleep. I shall dream of a date with Ma Ding Dang." With that, he dove under the covers. The following noon, as Wang Lily entered, her cheeks flushed, Go adopted the demeanor of an infatuated suitor, akin to a male dog spotting a female. Wang Lily playfully commanded Go, who took no offense. Slippery understood the dynamics at play, thinking to himself, "These two are shamelessly pretending in front of me. I have seen through your ruse." Even the madman, though naive, grasped the situation, reflecting, "Brother Go has indeed outpaced us. He is quite the master of subtlety. I, too, must learn from him and swiftly win over Ma Ding Dang, flaunting my affection before them and inciting their envy." From that moment, Go had effectively entered a relationship, his spirits lifted daily. For it is only when a young man has a girlfriend that he truly comprehends the joys of manhood. Chapter 44, For the Goddess. The blade at my back ever since the incident, Go had been enveloped in the exhilaration of first love. Upon seeing Wang Lily, his eyes sparkled with delight, his demeanor shifting to one of eager charm, and Wang Lily regarded Go with affection. Each day began with him asking her what she wished to eat, and every dish he prepared was tailored to her tastes. This, however, displeased Slippery and the madman. "Brother Go, today I desire lamb. Could you procure some this afternoon?" The madman is no longer merely craving lamb. Rather, it is Ma Ding Dang who has a penchant for it. The dog exclaimed, "This won't do. Wang Lily has an aversion to lamb. The mere scent of it renders her unable to eat." He urged, "Consider something else. Once a woman enters the picture, one forgets their brothers." He lamented, "Ever since you and Wang Lily have become entangled, you have scarcely cast a glance at me or Hualu. Your culinary creations have grown increasingly unpalatable. I've lost weight these past few days," the madman complained. "I see you've been eating well these days. Several bowls of rice at every meal, or perhaps 5 or 6 steamed buns. And your future girlfriend, that insatiable glutton, devoured 4 bowls of rice at dinner yesterday." Hualu teased. While one can jest about the madman, one must not insult his future girlfriend as a glutton. The madman was displeased and retorted, "What a foolish remark. She has a robust physique and consumes a normal portion. Unlike you, who resembles a fledgling chick, satiated by just a few bites. Noticing the madman's ire, Hualu fell silent and busied himself elsewhere, aware that Ma Dingdang was the madman's Achilles heel, a topic that would surely incite his wrath. The dog quickly suggested, "If Ma Dingdang enjoys lamb, I shall prepare some just for her, and you can deliver it to her dormitory for a private meal. It would be a win-win situation. This could also help deepen your connection. Ah, dog brother, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Henceforth, if Dingdang has a craving, you shall prepare it just for her. Your culinary skills shall serve as my matchmaker," the madman exclaimed joyfully. The dog thought to himself, "Here comes more labor. Not only must I appease Wang Lili daily, but now I must also cater to my brother's wife. I am doomed to the life of a caretaker." Thanks to the dog's culinary strategy, the bond between Wang Lili and the dog grew ever stronger. The relationship between the madman and Ma Dingdang also flourished, nearing the threshold of romance. Merely awaiting the final push. Observing the four of them in pairs, Hualu felt a profound sense of loneliness, lamenting, "Why must I be the only one alone? What a failure." Thus, he increased his visits to Aunt Chu. "Dog brother, when you have a moment, do prepare some delicacies for me as well. I shall deliver tasty treats to young Mimi daily. Perhaps she will reciprocate my affections." Hualu, inspired by the madman's successful culinary endeavors, sought to emulate them. "Get lost. Are you attempting to wear me out? I am not your mate. Not only must I cater to you, but also to your women," the dog replied, exasperated. Hualu, undeterred, brazenly pilfered the meticulously prepared sweet and sour squirrel fish from the dog mint for Wang Lili the following day. He merely delivered it to young Mimi, who beamed with joy upon tasting it, and inquired, "Where did this come from? It's so delicious." Hualu replied, "The dog made it." Young Mimi questioned, "Did the dog send you? Does he have feelings for me?" Hualu reassured her, "No, it was I who requested him to make it. He harbors no romantic intentions. He is currently involved with Wang Lili." Upon hearing this, young Mimi felt a twinge of discontent, reflecting, "The dog was once my lover. I have yet to fully enjoy him. How could he be ensnared by that vixen, Wang Lili? She is audaciously encroaching upon what is mine." Viewing every handsome man in the factory as her personal possession, including the dog, she resolved to find an opportunity to put that vixen in her place. One day, she would inevitably be expelled from the Victory Winery. How dare she threaten the esteemed position of the winery's most beautiful woman? Young Mimi thought to herself, lamenting that she had yet to find the opportunity to deal with Wang Lili, and now she had unwittingly attracted trouble. A rather unattractive thug, known as Erba La Tu, had taken a fancy to young Mimi. After several unsuccessful attempts to strike up a conversation, young Mimi had dismissed him, suggesting he should take a good look in the mirror. This slight to his pride ignited his ire, prompting him to begin harassing her. After graduating from high school, young Mimi's father had arranged for her to secure a temporary job at a state-owned printing factory, which was quite distant from the winery. Every day, young Mimi rode her bicycle to work. Erba La Tu positioned himself along her route, persistently declaring his desire to date her. His relentless pursuit became a source of great distress for young Mimi. She had even sought assistance from some of her more formidable boyfriends to confront Erba La Tu, but their reputations were too intimidating, causing them to retreat. In that moment, her circle of boyfriends had all turned cowardly, none daring to step forward. It appeared that those who had shared her bed were not particularly brave, resembling timid mice. Perhaps they merely regarded her as a fleeting amusement, never truly valuing her. This predicament left young Mimi in a quandary, compelling her to rely on her father for transportation to and from work during this period. Fortunately, the winery had entered a lull in production, allowing for a bit of leisure. Upon hearing of young Mimi's predicament, Hualu, incensed at the thought of his goddess being bullied, volunteered to take responsibility for her daily commute. Aunt Chu, upon hearing this, found it agreeable, seeing it as a perfect opportunity for the two to grow closer. Deep down, she favored Hualu and hoped to see him and young Mimi become a couple. Thus, Hualu began to escort young Mimi every day. However, Erba La Tu, witnessing someone else accompanying young Mimi, was infuriated by his lack of opportunity to approach her alone. Determined to teach her a lesson, he decided to confront her one day with a military dagger. When he spotted young Mimi and Hualu approaching on their bicycles, he seized the handlebars. Forcing her to a halt, he demanded that she consider dating him, threatening to disfigure her if she refused. Seeing his goddess cornered and threatened, Hualu angrily exclaimed, "You wretched toad, how dare you aspire to a swan? Release her at once, or I shall make you regret it." Brandishing a metal ruler, he engaged Erba La Tu in a fierce struggle. Despite his slight build, Hualu displayed remarkable courage for the sake of his goddess, holding his ground against Erba La Tu. However, after receiving several blows from Hualu's ruler, Erba La Tu, in a fit of rage, lunged at Hualu with his dagger, stabbing him 3 times, twice in the abdomen and once in the rear. The latter blow came about as Hualu attempted to flee after sustaining the first 2 wounds. He collapsed, unconscious, and upon seeing Hualu fall, Erba La too quickly fled the scene. Yang Mimi cried out for help, and several kind-hearted individuals rushed to assist in getting Hualu to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Huayu regained consciousness, gazing at the tearful Yang Mimi, who resembled a weeping pear blossom. Huayu uttered, "Sister Mimi, I may not make it. To die for you would be an honor. I hope in my next life to be reborn as a handsome man. When that time comes, I shall pursue you relentlessly, wishing for you to be my partner and, eventually, my wife. You shall not perish. You must live well," Yang Mimi cried. "As long as you survive, I will become your girlfriend, loving only you in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Huayu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leapt from the stretcher, declaring, "I must survive. I want to be with you, to marry you." Perhaps it was the power of love that enabled Huayu to successfully navigate through the perilous phase. The doctor remarked on the severity of his injuries, noting that one blade had nearly pierced his heart, while another had created a hole in his liver. The incision on his backside was less severe, merely widening his rectum and requiring numerous stitches. Henceforth, Huayu would likely find defecation a challenge. Chapter 45. 3 wounds for the fair maidens returned. Sipping the chicken soup that Yang Mimi had brought, Huayu felt an immense sense of happiness. The 3 wounds he had endured were not in vain. He inquired of Yang Mimi, "Sister Mimi, do you still stand by your words from that day?" "I took them to heart." "What words are you referring to?" "I don't recall saying anything," she replied, perplexed. "On the day I was injured and rescued, you promised that if I survived, you would be with me." Huayu said eagerly, "Oh, that. I was merely trying to comfort you, fearing you might pass away." She laughed, noticing Huayu's expression shift to one of disappointment. "However," she continued, "seeing how bravely you protected me, risking your life, I have decided to grant you a chance to pursue me. Cherish it." "Really? Haha, you are too kind, Sister Mimi," Huayu exclaimed, elated. He attempted to sit up in his excitement, inadvertently tugging at his abdominal and posterior wounds, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. "Look at you, acting foolishly. Do not dwell on other matters. Focus on your recovery. Once you heal, you shall resume escorting me to and from work. That scoundrel has yet to be apprehended." "Very well. I shall recover diligently to ensure I can escort you for a lifetime," Huayu replied, his face beaming with happiness. Upon discovering Huayu had been stabbed, Madman and Dogsy instantly went into a frenzy, wielding pickaxes and shovels in search of the assailant, vowing to eliminate him upon discovery. Yet, even the police could not locate the culprit, leaving the duo with no option but to relent after days of fruitless searching. Dogsy tended to Huayu in the hospital, commenting, "Look at you, risking your life for a woman. You've been stabbed in the stomach and punctured in the backside. You truly are foolish. I wonder if you will continue to act so recklessly. For Sister Mimi, what is life worth? I would willingly endure 1,000 torturous wounds. To encounter a celestial being like her in this lifetime is a reward for my past virtuous deeds," Huayu responded. "Are you not aware that she has been with many men? How can you not see her tarnished nature? With so many suitors, how could she ever regard you? Even if you were to marry her, would she genuinely share a life with you?" Dogsy attempted to reason with his friend. "You shall not speak of her in such a manner. If you dare to utter another word against her, I shall not hesitate to confront you." Huayu retorted fiercely, "If she were not so extraordinarily beautiful, how could she attract so many suitors? It is precisely because she is exceptional. I do not yearn to be her first lover. Rather, I only wish for the last man she sleeps with to be me," Slipper earnestly declared. "I aspire to be her lifelong guardian, shielding her from storms, cooking and cleaning for her, alleviating her aches and pains, and sacrificing my rest for her well-being. I long to be her devoted servant, growing old together and sharing the remainder of our lives. You must tread your own path, and I hope you will not harbor regrets in the future. I have done my utmost as a brother." Dog sighed in disappointment. "Rest assured, Brother Dog, I have matured and understand my own choices. Having been lonely from a young age, ever since I acknowledged Aunt Chu as my godmother and developed feelings for Sister Mimi, I feel I have found a home. If I do not marry Sister Mimi in this lifetime, I shall remain single forever," Slipper asserted. Dog had nothing more to say, since his brother had spoken so. Even if he could not support him, he could not oppose him either. At that moment, Yang Mimi arrived to deliver food, standing at the door. She listened to their conversation, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes before turning to leave. In that instant, she resolved to pursue a serious relationship with Slipper. Such a fine man is worthy of a lifelong commitment. From then on, the world lost a wayward vixen and gained a virtuous Yang Mimi. The handsome boys of the boyfriend brigade could no longer enjoy the charms of the alluring vixen, as young Mimi transformed herself completely. Meanwhile, the madman was learning to cook. As Dog had to visit the hospital daily to care for Slipper, Ma Dingdang could only eat, not cook. The madman had no choice but to force himself to prepare meals for the goddess. After enduring 2 meals prepared by the madman, Ma Dingdang no longer wished to eat. The food was far more unpalatable than that served in the cafeteria. Ma Dingdang and Wang Lili decided to dine together in the cafeteria instead. The madman had no choice but to accompany them. When alone, Ma Dingdang asked the madman, "If one day I encounter a thug, would you shield me from danger like Slipper?" The madman replied, "If I were to face a thug, I would fight him off." Clearly, Ma Dingdang was dissatisfied with the madman's response. Every girl harbors a desire for a man who would love her so deeply that he would lay down his life for her. Concerned about young Mimi's safety, Aunt Chu sought the factory leadership's assistance, securing her a temporary position in the liquor factory's raw material warehouse, where she would be responsible for accounting. A month passed swiftly. Slipper had long since been discharged from the hospital, his abdominal injury healed, though he still endured the painful aftermath of his ordeal. Dog prepared nutritious meals for him daily, avoiding spicy dishes and focusing on healthful sustenance. Soon, Slipper was lively again, frequently visiting Aunt Chu's home. This time, he was not aimlessly wandering. Each visit, he would directly retreat into young Mimi's small room and not emerge. Observing the blossoming affection between the two, Aunt Chu and Mimi's father felt immense joy. They adored Slipper. A boy willing to risk his life to protect their daughter would undoubtedly cherish her. Although young Mimi's mother worked as a general laborer in the cafeteria, her culinary skills were woefully inadequate, producing tasteless dishes. Slipper suggested to young Mimi, "Why not take her to Dog's place for a meal? His cooking is delightful." Young Mimi readily agreed. As Xuelu took young Mimi out for a meal, Dogsy wore a look of awkwardness, uncertain how to face her. In contrast, young Mimi exuded an air of nonchalance, indulging in food and drink as if nothing had ever transpired between them, maintaining a facade of pure friendship. Observing young Mimi's carefree demeanor, Dogsy gradually shed his embarrassment, engaging in light-hearted banter and enjoying their time together. Much to his surprise, after 2 meals, Dogsy's culinary skills proved to surpass those of young Mimi's mother, prompting her to visit for dinner every day. Her audacity was tenfold that of Wang Lili. She showed no shame in freeloading. This arrangement left Dogsy exhausted, tasked with preparing meals for 5 individuals daily. Fortunately, during this less hectic period at the factory, Wang Lili often assisted Dogsy in washing and preparing the ingredients, alleviating some burden. However, Ma Dingdang, being tall and robust, was rather clumsy, often making a mess while attempting to help. Young Mimi, on the other hand, was an expert in vanity and self-admiration, utterly useless in the kitchen. She couldn't even manage to chop a tomato properly, let alone clean vegetables without splattering water everywhere. Chapter 46. Xuelio's Dilemma. The evenings belonged solely to the trio of brothers, devoid of the girls' playful antics and laughter. The dormitory fell into a tranquil silence. Each night, the 3 enjoyed discussing a myriad of topics, from the depths of space to the wilds of nature, immersing themselves in tales of mythical creatures and adventures. Recently, however, their conversations had shifted to the subject of romance, as all 3 had been busy courting their respective interests. Unable to sleep, Fengzi inquired about Xuelio's progress with young Mimi. "How is it going? Have you moved beyond mere friendship? I've noticed the warmth in her gaze towards you. I suspect you 2 have taken things further." To which Xuelu retorted, "If you dare mention Mimi again, I shall sprinkle some mischief upon your head while you slumber." Xuelu was adamant that no one should trivialize his goddess, even in jest. Noticing Xuelio's irritation, Fengzi quickly shifted focus, turning to Dogsy. "What about you and Wang Lili? Have you made any advancements? Share with me." He insisted that they should converse to ease the night. Fengzi's relentless chatter rivaled that of the most seasoned spokesperson, showing potential to outshine even Su Meili in the future. "Get lost. Go find your Ma Dingdang. Your mind is perpetually occupied with women." Dogsy snapped back. "Sleep. Sleep. You 2 are paragons of virtue, while I alone am the rogue," Fengzi declared, before burying himself under the covers, soon falling into a deep, thunderous slumber. The night passed in silence, punctuated by the rhythmic sounds of snoring. Dogsy had been progressing swiftly with Wang Lili, daring to hold her small hand when they were alone. Lacking romantic experience, he clutched her hand tightly, oblivious to her discomfort, feeling too shy to release his grip. Wang Lili thought to herself, "This foolish person must have been a pig in a past life. All he does is squeeze my hand mercilessly, without any other gestures. He rambles incessantly. reminiscing about everything from childhood days in split-crotch pants to hunting birds with slingshots in the mountains and catching rabbits in the snow. What young girl would enjoy such tales? Lily yearns for sweet, tender words of affection. Who would want to hear a story about catching rabbits while sniffling? When Lily returned to her dorm, she found her hand swollen from his grip. She mused, what a silly fool. Meanwhile, the dog, back in the dorm, reveled in the lingering warmth of her hand, thinking, the taste of love is delightful. How blissful it is to hold a girl's hand every day. Their endless conversations had exhausted the dog's vocabulary, prompting him to consult a dictionary before meeting Lily. In contrast to the dog's timid approach, the madman's confession was bold and straightforward. On a sunny day, taking advantage of the quiet atmosphere in Ma Dingdong's dormitory, he walked up to her with deep affection and declared, I cherish you. Let us be together. Before Ma Dingdang could respond, he swept her into his arms and planted a kiss on her lips, leaving her utterly astonished. Once she regained her composure, she slapped him twice. The madman did not flinch, saying, I actually enjoy it when you hit me. Go ahead. If you like hitting, I'll let you do it for a lifetime. Ma Dingdang retorted, you're such a rogue. You didn't even ask for my permission. Just hugged and kissed me as if I were nothing. He shamelessly replied, next time I'll submit a request for your approval before kissing you. Another time? Dream on. Keep your distance of at least 10 meters. I must protect myself from rogues. If you dare cross that line, I'll shatter every tooth in your mouth. Ma Dingdang said sternly. Despite her serious demeanor, she had already begun to view the madman as a potential partner. After all, girls often seek an opportunity to save face when feeling shy. The next afternoon at lunch, the two sat side by side, laughing and chatting. Their romantic journey, though still in its infancy, was already fraught with challenges. In Shailiu's heart, Mei Mei was a goddess, too precious to be sullied. Hence, he had never dared to make any advances toward young Mimi. For the seasoned young Mimi, being in a relationship meant embracing and cuddling. What kind of relationship was it without such intimacy? Observing Shalu's timid demeanor, young Mimi thought to herself, you coward. I'm being so proactive with you. Chatting with you daily in my little room. What a wonderful opportunity. And yet, you failed to seize the moment? It's no wonder you've been single for 18 years. One day, Aunt Chu's relatives were getting married, and the couple planned to attend the wedding. They initially intended to bring young Mimi along, but she declined, saying, if I go and see others getting married, I'll only feel anxious about getting married myself. Aunt Chu replied, if you're anxious to marry, then let Shalu propose to Su Meili. We can hold the wedding by October 1st. That's too soon. I'm still young and want to enjoy a few more years at home. Besides, I haven't had enough fun yet. Young Mimi exclaimed. Aunt Chu clearly misunderstood young Mimi's idea of fun, responding discontentedly, do you still want to play around? I advised you, since you were in a relationship with Shalu, to be sincere and devoted to him, rather than being fickle and distracted by other boys of questionable character. What are you saying, Mom? I am only involved with Shalu now. I am not paying attention to any other boys. I genuinely care for him, young Mimi replied to her mother. Aunt Chu responded, that is reassuring. I look forward to witnessing your union. You are not a child anymore. At 20, it is about time you considered marriage. When the time comes, I shall organize a splendid ceremony for you. Since Shalu has no parents, he can become a son-in-law. I am sure he would agree. If we get married and have children, they will either take the surname Yang or Chu. Young Mimi laughed heartily. Aunt Chu replied, indeed. After all, his surname is not a legacy from his father, so it matters little what the children are named. The mother and daughter even contemplated the names of their future children. With both parents absent, young Mimi expressed her fear and asked Shalu to keep her company. He promptly obliged. Aunt Chu prepared a lavish dinner for young Mimi. She suggested to Shalu, the food is quite hearty today, let us have a drink. Shalu agreed. They poured wine into their glasses and began to toast. Young Mimi, seasoned in the art of drinking, found a little alcohol to be a common affair, while Shalu, having often engaged in drinking contests with his friends, also held his own. As they drank, their spirits soared, and soon they had consumed an entire bottle. Young Mimi asked if they could continue, to which Shalu cheerfully replied, of course. I could keep drinking, even 10 bottles if necessary. Thus, they opened another bottle and resumed their revelry. Overjoyed, young Mimi found great delight in their drinking. Eventually, inebriated, they embraced and retreated to young Mimi's bedroom, and thus, Shailiu's innocence was lost. The once pure young man was tarnished, and the world lost another naive youth, gaining instead a withered flower. Chapter 47. The night that changed everything for Shalu. That night, Shalu bid farewell to his boyhood and transitioned into manhood. Lacking experience and with a slender physique, he found himself utterly exhausted. He pondered how such a delicate girl, with a petite frame, possessed such remarkable vitality. Was Yang Mimi perhaps a reincarnation of a seductress? Regardless, she was now wholly his, and his heart swelled with satisfaction and excitement. This was his first girlfriend, and he hoped she would be his last. He would not care if others mocked him for what they deemed a poor choice. Love knows no bounds of age, origin, or past. Love can make one forget shame and bygone sorrows, as long as one finds happiness in the present, which is of utmost importance. Henceforth, the world lost another virgin and gained a lifelong servant to Yang Mimi. The next morning, Yang Mimi awoke radiant, her face aglow with satisfaction. In stark contrast, Shalu emerged with dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pale, his legs trembling, and struggling to walk, needing to lean against the wall for support. With a slippery gait, he stumbled into work, only to be accosted by the madman who approached him with a lewd grin, demanding to know why he had not returned from Yang Mimi's home the previous night. What mischief had he been up to? Look at your pale face and unsteady demeanor. Did you two engage in some intimate activity? The madman's curiosity transformed into an insatiable thirst for gossip. Get lost, stop babbling nonsense. I merely had an upset stomach and spent the night in distress. Can't you see how difficult it is for me to walk? He fabricated his tale without needing a moment's thought. Upset stomach, you say? Surely, you were with Yang Mimi. Otherwise, why do you look as if you've been gravely ill? Tell me the truth. Did you sleep together? How many times? Who took the initiative? Whisper it to me. I promise I won't tell anyone. The madman's incessant prying was relentless, as he and Sue Meili could easily be dubbed the notorious gossip duo of the victorious winery. Get lost. You can slander me, but do not tarnish Mimi's name. If you dare to do so again, I will urinate on you while you sleep. He retorted angrily. All right, I won't ask anymore. Is that satisfactory? Why are you so worked up? The madman was genuinely frightened by his threat. He knew that this fellow was capable of such antics. Having once done so in his childhood at the orphanage, the madman thought to himself that he shouldn't be so protective of Mimi, as if she were some paragon of virtue. Many young men from the victorious winery had pursued her, and the count would be far beyond his reckoning. Yet, he would never dare voice such sentiments in front of him, for he knew the consequences could be dire. During lunch, Guzzi sensed something amiss. The closeness between Yang Mimi and Shalu had evidently crossed the boundaries of mere friendship. To everyone's astonishment, Yang Mimi was feeding Shalu and even wiping his mouth. This shocking transformation left Guzzi, the madman, and the two girls utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't she usually rather curt with him? How had she changed so dramatically? Guzzi mused that these two must have been involved in some clandestine affair last night. Otherwise, why would they be so intimate? Especially given Shaliu's pale complexion and unsteady gait. It mirrored his own experience perfectly. Surely, he had been compromised by Yang Mimi. Seeing Yang Mimi affectionately feeding Shalu, the madman decided to imitate her, attempting to shove a large piece of bone into Ma Dingdong's mouth. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to choke me? This bone is far too big for me to manage. Do you think I am a tiger? Ma Dingdang protested. Come now, you needn't be modest. You are indeed a tiger, albeit a female one, Shalu teased. The madman playfully slapped him, declaring, I will give you 180 slaps for calling me a female tiger. Let anyone dare to lay a hand on my little Shalu, and I shall tear them apart. In the future, be mindful. Before striking a dog, one must consider its owner, lest they find themselves harmed, Yang Mimi asserted, raising her petite arm with authority. Laughter erupted among the group. Since leaving his youthful days behind, Shalu had matured and become more industrious. He no longer considered Aunt Chu as a stranger, taking on various household chores such as washing dishes, preparing vegetables, and cleaning, ensuring Aunt Chu's home was spotless and bright. Aunt Chu gazed at the cheerful young man, pondering how this prospective son-in-law truly matched her expectations, his diligence becoming increasingly apparent and his presence ever more pleasing to the eye. Each day, after completing household chores, he would eagerly dive into Yang Mimi's small room, where the two would indulge in tender affection and exchange sweet nothings. Initially, he struggled with the adjustment, apprehensive that Aunt Chu might intrude. However, Mimi insisted he join her, claiming that the thrill of courting in her bedroom, with her parents outside, was exhilarating. Thus, he acquiesced to her whims, reveling in their shared escapades. The couple remained cautious, stifling their sounds as they embraced and kissed, striving to maintain silence at the height of their passion. In his heart, Mimi had become the goddess he adored, and he showered her with affection, reciprocated in kind. Over 2 months, he had lost considerable weight, his once slender frame becoming even more diminutive. Observing his increasingly gaunt brother, Guzzi resolved to nourish him. He procured several beef tendons from a butcher and, upon returning, simmered them with goji berries, proclaiming it a restorative concoction for his friend. At dinner, the enticing aroma of beef wafted through the air, prompting Fengzi to clamor for a serving. Guzi retorted that the dish was not for him, but rather for Shuelu's nourishment. Fengzi protested, questioning why Shuelu could partake while he could not, asserting his own need for sustenance. Guzi, exasperated, thought of Fengzi's continued failure to win over Ma Dingdang, and how he was merely trying to fill a basket. Ma Dingdang clearly appeared to be an untouched maiden. Fengzi's eager demeanor at the mere mention of romantic matters left no doubt about his virginity. The restorative nature of the dish was solely for Shuelu, and Guzi insisted he was not deceiving Fengzi. Despite Guzi's reassurances, Fengzi remained adamant about wanting the beef. Wang Lili, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced that the pot contained something unusual and advised Fengzi that his brother would not mislead him if it were not a supplement. Why would he deny even her a taste? Upon hearing Wang Lili's words, Fengzi ceased his protests and instead focused on devouring the rice on the table. A significant portion of the rice was typically consumed by Fengzi and Ma Dingdang, as they were incredibly voracious eaters. Guzi served Shuelu a bowl of goji beef tendon soup, urging him to finish every drop. Shuelu, with a modest appetite, could manage only half before feeling full. Encouraged by Mimi's supportive gaze, he persevered to finish the soup, resolute in his determination to strengthen his body for a promising future with Mimi, envisioning himself thriving in the world ahead. Chapter 48. Rescue in the Mountains. The annual season for brewing wine was fast approaching, heralding the time to gather the medicinal herbs. During this period, Sangu ventured alone into the mountains daily to forage for herbs. Due to the secrecy surrounding the brewing formula, he could not enlist others' help, having sworn an oath to his master to safeguard the recipe. Thus, Shuelu and Fengzi were also kept in the dark regarding the herbal formula. The hills behind the distillery belonged to the remnants of the greater Xing'an range, abundant with various medicinal plants, yet teeming with wolves, bears, venomous snakes, and ants. On this particular day, Guzi rose early, even before dawn. With a supply of water and provisions, and wielding a machete, he ventured into the mountains. Scaling numerous peaks, he finally arrived at his medicinal herb gathering site. This particular forest was the sole habitat for several rare herbs required by his companion, the old man. Upon reaching the location, he took a brief respite before seizing a hoe and diligently began to excavate the herbs, laboring for over 2 hours until his backpack was filled to the brim with heavy, fresh medicinal plants. Setting aside the hoe, feeling a pang of hunger, he took a sip from his water bottle and consumed 2 steamed buns with scrambled eggs. The buns were rather dry, making them difficult to swallow without water. After finishing his meal and letting out a satisfied burp, he tightened the lid of his water bottle and began to pack up, preparing to head back. At that moment, he faintly heard cries for help. Initially suspecting a problem with his hearing, he paused to listen more intently and confirmed there was indeed someone in distress. Without a second thought for his backpack or tools, he hurried toward the sound. By a small stream, he found a man with graying hair and glasses, lying on a large rock. The man's clothes were tattered, his legs twisted, with bloodstains on his pants, and his glasses shattered. His pallid face bore a look of desperation as he faintly called for help. Rushing forward, he asked, "Sir, what happened? Where are you injured?" Seeing a glimmer of hope in the man's eyes, he quickly explained, "I came into the mountains to collect herb samples and accidentally tumbled down a steep slope. I think I may have broken my leg. I thought I could manage, but after some time, I just couldn't go on. Young man, could you help me find someone to rescue me? I assure you, I will repay your kindness." While the offer was tempting, he hesitated, concerned for the man's safety should wild animals appear. "How about I examine your injury, perhaps fashion a makeshift splint, and carry you out?" He crouched down to assess the man's condition, noticing the ankle was swollen and bruised, likely dislocated. The knee had only a minor scrape, with a bit of blood, but nothing serious. He gathered several sturdy pine branches, retrieved some rope from his backpack, and securely bound the man's ankle and leg. "Can you manage to climb onto my back?" he inquired. "I will carry you." Despite the pain, the man managed to hoist himself onto his back. "Thank you for your kindness, young man. If I hadn't encountered you, I would have had to spend the night here in the mountains," he said. "Hold on tightly to my neck. We shall be on our way," he replied, setting off with the man on his back. Carrying a grown man over several mountains and through rugged terrain was no simple task. Exhaustion soon set in, and he found himself drenched in sweat, needing to pause every few hundred meters. As darkness enveloped the landscape, they had yet to exit the mountains. Fortunately, he had brought a flashlight, and the man shone it as they navigated the treacherous path, deeply moved by the young man's dedication. After 3 to 4 arduous hours, they had traversed only 2 or 3 peaks and covered about half the distance. Suddenly, they spotted a beam of light in the distance, accompanied by voices calling his name. It turned out that two friends had grown anxious upon realizing he had not returned as night fell. They hurried to inform their supervisor, concerned for his safety in the mountains. Director Ma was quite anxious. After all, this was a significant figure from the distillery. If anything were to go awry, the distillery would be forced to halt operations. He swiftly organized the workers from the brewing workshop, equipping them with flashlights, and they ventured into the mountains in search of Guzi, while also reporting the situation to the factory leadership. The factory promptly mobilized around 100 to 200 individuals, dividing them into 4 or 5 routes to scour the mountains for Guzi. Coincidentally, Ma's group traversed the route Guzi had taken into the mountains and soon encountered 2 individuals. I'm here, Guzi shouted. Upon hearing this, Director Ma hurriedly ran towards the sound, inadvertently tripping and landing in the mud. Without bothering to brush off the dirt, he dashed over to Guzi's side, raising his fist to admonish him. You foolish child, how could you venture into the mountains alone? It's far too perilous. What would I say to your late master if something were to happen to you? Guzi thought to himself that Director Ma was indeed partly to blame for his master's demise, but he merely replied, Uncle Ma, I'm sorry for causing you such worry. I promise I won't go into the mountains alone again. After setting down the bespectacled man, Guzi explained the situation to Director Ma, who then realized that Guzi had delayed returning to the factory to save him. The bespectacled man appeared weak, struggling to speak. So Director Ma quickly arranged for a makeshift stretcher, and the group began to carry him out of the mountains. Exhausted, Guzi felt on the brink of collapse, with Director Ma supporting him from behind. Once they reached the mountain's edge, the bespectacled man was transported to the city hospital in the factory's jeep. Guzi returned to the distillery with the others. Upon reaching his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes, falling into a deep slumber. In the early hours of the morning, as dawn broke, the groups led by Shuo Lu and Fengzi finally returned. Communication was non-existent in the mountains, making it impossible to inform the other groups about Guzi's whereabouts, which resulted in everyone searching for most of the night before returning. Fengzi, noticing Guzi sleeping soundly, angrily kicked him and exclaimed, You rascal! You seem to be sleeping quite peacefully. Do you have any idea how worried we were? We thought you might have been mauled by a bear or devoured by wolves. Guzi was lost in a blissful dream of marrying a bride, just about to untie her waistband when he was jolted awake by Fengzi's kick. Rubbing his eyes, he saw the furious Fengzi and the forlorn Shuo Lu. What's the matter? Why are you so upset? Guzi asked. You tell me. You went into the mountains alone and didn't return until midnight. You made a search all night. And here you are, sleeping like a baby. Fengzi retorted, seething. Shuo Lu added, You could have at least brought us along for company. It's dangerous to go alone. Let us see if you dare to be so reckless next time. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guzi quickly apologized, saying, I was wrong, my dear brothers. The biggest mistake I made this year was not bringing you both into the mountains with me. And now, I return and immediately fall asleep without waiting for you. Please forgive me. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast to make amends. Seeing his sincere remorse, they decided to forgive him this time, but only on the condition that he would never repeat such a mistake. Since you're making amends, let us stew a big pork knuckle, and also a chicken to help calm our nerves, and a few pounds of lamb for Ding Dang to ease his worries. Just as Fengzi was about to continue, he was interrupted by Sanguo. Enough, enough. No matter the time, you never forget your future wife. What does she have to do with this? Dogsy said irritably. Chapter 49. The factory's women abound like monkeys upon rising in the morning. Dogsy went to prepare soy milk and purchased a dozen deep-fried dough sticks. Upon returning, he prepared warm water for his 2 brothers before calling them to breakfast. Just as I was starting to doze off, you wake us up? I haven't had enough sleep. Huayo grumbled. Get up. Today we need to clean the fermentation tanks. And once that's done, we must begin brewing. Dogsy replied. I looked for you yesterday. Everyone in the brewing workshop was there. They're probably all catching up on sleep now. Who would go to work this early? Fengzi, who had just fallen asleep, was not pleased to be disturbed. As technical staff, we need to arrive early. We cannot fall behind the workers. Hurry up, Dogsy urged. The 2 men sluggishly got dressed and started eating. Huayo declared himself full after consuming just 1 dough stick and half a bowl of soy milk, leaving the rest for Fengzi, who didn't even spare Dogsy a half dough stick or a sip of soy milk. After washing his face and feeling somewhat smug, Dogsy turned around to find the table empty. Why didn't you leave even a single dough stick for me? He inquired. I thought you had eaten outside. I assumed you were full when you returned. Fengzi replied. Why didn't you say so earlier? I just woke up and had no appetite. I barely managed to finish what I did eat. Fengzi retorted. Lacking an appetite, yet you devoured everything. If you had an appetite, would you have eaten the table too? Dogsy exclaimed in exasperation. Fengzi chuckled. I'll eat less at noon and save the meal for you. On their way to work, numerous people greeted Dogsy, inquiring about his adventures in the mountains, each one more curious than the last, especially when he encountered Su Meili, who probed for specifics, details about time, place, and his feelings at the moment, leaving Dogsy feeling quite vexed, wishing he could silence her. Upon entering the workshop, Director Ma remarked, "Yesterday, the factory leadership mobilized everyone to search for you. You've earned quite the recognition." This implied that Dogsy should express his gratitude to the factory leadership. Thus, he rushed to the factory office to thank the key leaders for their efforts in rallying the community, expressing his appreciation for their concern during his time of need, which had made him feel the warmth of the Victory Distillery family. "I will strive to work diligently and study brewing techniques to repay the leadership for their care and assistance," he declared. Back in the brewing workshop, he expressed his gratitude to the workers as well. Upon seeing Wang Lili, he recounted his tale once more. Then Ma Dingdang approached, eager to hear the details, which left Dogsy with a headache and a dry throat. He thought to himself, "For heaven's sake, I merely went into the mountains and returned late. How has this become such a hot topic? This is endless." Indeed, the factory was small and devoid of news, and the women were as numerous as monkeys. Dogsy had become the talk of the factory. That afternoon, Dogsy purchased a large pork knuckle, 2 pig hearts, and some vegetables, planning to prepare a delightful meal for his brothers to ease their nerves. With skillful hands, he cooked 6 exquisite dishes, each a delight to the senses. The table was set, the dishes arranged, and the braised pork knuckle, plump and quivering, was undeniably appetizing. There was stir-fried pig heart with chili, another prepared with a savory sauce, garlic sautéed greens, stir-fried broccoli, and a refreshing salad of shredded radish. The lively trio of Wang Lili, Ma Dingdang, and Yang Mimi returned, and upon entering the dormitory, the enticing aroma of the pork knuckle enveloped them. Observing the spread, the lively one exclaimed that her beloved dog brother had shown her affection, knowing she had been anxious the previous night, and today prepared a sumptuous pork knuckle for her to indulge in. Slippery added that she had been startled to hear about dog brother's misadventure, her heart racing with trepidation, and it had not settled since. "If your heart weren't beating, you'd be in quite a predicament," Ma Dingdang teased, not yielding to her. "If you don't listen to me, then you'd be in trouble. Were you frightened yesterday? Come here. Let Sister Mimi soothe your heart. Look at how scared my dear Slippery is." Young Mimi affectionately embraced Slippery. "Dog brother, in the future, you mustn't venture into the mountains alone. It causes Slippery much worry." Dog brother acknowledged that he had prepared 2 dishes for the startled duo, 1 spicy and 1 savory, encouraging them to enjoy and nourish their little hearts. He then called everyone to the table to dine, pouring drinks for all. Slippery pointed at the glistening pork knuckle and remarked to the lively one, "Doesn't this splendid pork knuckle resemble a lady's posterior?" She glanced at Ma Dingdang as she spoke. Dog brother couldn't help but chuckle, noting the resemblance. Seeing everyone's gazes directed towards her, Ma Dingdang grew displeased. "Slippery, today you must take action against him. Give him a swollen lip so he can't chatter incessantly at the dinner table." "But you're the one she's talking about, Sister Mimi," Slippery retorted. "With such an enchanting figure, which man wouldn't desire you? They must dream of having you. Alas, I am indeed a captivating presence. But they can only dream. For I belong to Slippery." She continued, "You must admit, this pork knuckle bears a striking resemblance to my backside. Oh, Slippery, you're incorrigible, daring to speak so boldly with so many around." Young Mimi redirected the conversation back to herself. The others refrained from engaging, perhaps finding her self-absorption excessive. Dog brother mused, "With that petite frame of yours, so slender like a bean sprout, what man would be enamored by your figure? Were it not for your disastrous beauty, no one would spare you a glance on the street." "Enough chatter, let us eat," the lively one urged. "Every day, we linger over meals, chattering endlessly. They say 3 women make a play, but Slippery can rival 4 or 5. When it comes to gossip, only Su Meili can compare." With that, he picked up his chopsticks and dove into the pork knuckle. Seeing him take the initiative, the others quickly followed suit, lest the glutton consume it all. And a flurry of chopsticks descended upon the table, juices splattering. After the feast, Dog brother offered to escort Wang Lili back to her dormitory, to which she agreed with a nod. Slippery also accompanied young Mimi home, who, with a radiant expression, seemed rejuvenated after a hearty meal, ready to return and ponder the complexities of life. In the dormitory, only the madman and Ma Dingdang remained. Ma Dingdang mentioned that he would return home, having helped the workers move some boxes today, which strained his arms. "I should go to bed early to recuperate." "Don't go just yet. I learned some acupressure when I was young. Let me massage your arms." The madman replied, "You can do that? I had no idea you were so talented." Ma Dingdang exclaimed. Indeed, I possess many skills. I am proficient in all 18 arts, though I am not quite adept in the 72 transformations. I have mastered 36 of them. You shall see in due time. The madman proclaimed with a hint of boastfulness. Ha ha ha, if you can perform 36 transformations, then you must be Zhu Beiji. Ma Dingdang laughed. Well, if I am Zhu Beiji, then you must be the fairy Chang'e. Come, let me massage your arms. The madman said. Obediently, Ma Dingdang lay down on the bed. His long legs and well-proportioned figure, with a waist as slender as a willow, left the madman momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he began to massage Ma Dingdang's arms. Initially, the madman was respectful, but as he continued, his hands began to wander. Noticing that Ma Dingdang showed no signs of discomfort, he grew bolder and placed his hands on Ma Dingdang's backside. What are you doing? Get your filthy paws off me. You scoundrel. 2 resounding slaps brought the madman back to reality. Kneeling, he pleaded, Dingdang, please don't be angry. It was unintentional. Chapter 50. Turned into a pig head. Ma Dingdang was furious, having been inappropriately touched by the madman's wandering hands. She relentlessly forced him to kneel by the bed and admit his wrongdoing, compelling him to slap his own face. The madman complied, slapping himself repeatedly, but without conviction. Seeing his lack of sincerity only fueled Ma Dingdang's anger, prompting her to take matters into her own hands. The dormitory echoed with the thunderous sound of her slaps. After receiving more than 100 stinging blows, the madman cried out, Fairy Chang'e, have you had your fill? Is it time to calm down? I, your humble Zhu, only acted out of admiration for your beauty. Please forgive me. Looking at the madman's face, swollen like a pig's head and repeatedly claiming to be Zhu Beiji, Ma Dingdang found it utterly amusing, causing her anger to dissipate. This time, I shall spare you. But take heed. Next time, I shall chop off your hands. Let us see if you dare to offend me again. There will be no next time. I will reform and never provoke my fairy again, the madman vowed. Very well. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall forgive you this time. Now rest. I must return to my slumber as well. Oh, I struck you a bit too hard earlier. And now my arm aches even more. My hand has swollen from it, Ma Dingdang remarked before turning to leave. As the madman gazed at Ma Dingdang's enchanting silhouette, he inhaled the lingering fragrance on his hands. What a delightful sensation. This little enchantress, just wait. When the day comes that I bring you home, I shall delight in teasing you daily, ensuring you never dare to slap me again. With that, the madman savored the scent on his hands, lost in a reverie. Later that night, the dog returned late, stumbling in the dark and slipping under the covers to sleep. The slippery one came back even later, crawling onto the bed, appearing weary as if another day of servitude had passed. The next morning, upon waking, Hualu caught sight of the madman's pig-like face and exclaimed, Oh dear, what happened to your face? Is it swollen from yesterday's pig knuckle feast? You devoured half of it in one go, and now look at you. A true pig head. Hualu trotted over to Dogsy's bed and urged him to rise and witness the spectacle of their mad brother's misfortune. His face is as swollen as Zhu Beiji's. I wonder if he overindulged yesterday, he chuckled. Dogsy, upon seeing the sight, gasped indeed. I hardly recognized you after just one night. Did someone give you a beating last night? Who would dare? He declared. Let us seek him out for retribution. If I don't beat the stuffing out of him, I'll no longer answer to the name Sand Dog. Not to worry, brother dog. No one has laid a hand on me, the madman reassured him. I might just have overindulged on the pig knuckle, resulting in this allergic reaction. Dogsy was astounded to hear of someone being allergic to pig knuckles. Truly, the world is full of wonders. These two brothers were indeed peculiar in their own right. Beneath the blazing sun, the earth was scorched. June was the prime season for brewing chew, and workers diligently crafted chew bricks each day. The bricks produced would thrive in the forthcoming month-long plum rain season, where the humid environment and sultry climate would provide an ideal setting for mold proliferation. When the mycelium covered the chew bricks, they needed to be turned and stacked to ensure even growth of the mold. If not done in a timely manner, local decay or white heart would ensue. During this period, Dogsy was exceedingly busy, personally overseeing the ingredient preparation. Each day left him utterly exhausted, to the point that he neglected the preparation of meals, often resorting to hastily concocting a large stew as a makeshift solution. There was no choice. He simply lacked the energy to cook properly. Hualu and the madman were unfussy eaters, having grown up on a diet of cabbage and potatoes at the welfare home. They found pleasure in any dish, even finishing a plate of stir-fried potato strips or savoring cabbage leaves dipped in sauce. In their youth, they had once pilfered sesame oil from the welfare kitchen, relishing its flavor immensely. However, their indulgence led to several days of stomach troubles, leaving them too weak to climb into bed. The three lovely ladies, dissatisfied with the bland meals, collectively protested and declared a hunger strike. They insisted that if Dogsy continued to serve them such lackluster fare of cabbage stewed with tofu and potatoes with cabbage, they would impose strict sanctions on him. The sanctions included prohibiting Wang Lily and Dogsy from wandering off alone and limiting their conversations to no more than 10 sentences a day, denying them any opportunity for private interactions. This tactic struck at the very heart of Dogsy. He exclaimed, "You pay so little for food, and yet you expect to feast on abalone and sea cucumbers? I have to supplement the costs myself, especially with the madman and Ma Ding-Dang. Their appetites rival the combined hunger of the other four of us. After preparing several dishes and a huge pot of rice, it's still insufficient. Can't you two eat a little less? You're draining me dry." Ma Ding-Dang proposed. "What if I and the madman pay an extra share for our meals? Surely that will suffice. Let us not dwell on this matter anymore." Dogsy sighed. "I've been so swamped with ingredient preparations lately that I lack the energy. Once the workload eases in a few days, I promise to cater more diligently to my esteemed gentlemen and ladies. For now, please bear with me." Wang Lily expressed her understanding of Guzzi, noting that in recent days, he had become so fatigued that he no longer held her hand, and the spark of desire had vanished from his gaze. Ma Ding-Dang, perplexed by Guzzi's exhaustion, remarked, "If Brother Go is truly weary, then why does he not impart the recipe and proportions to Fengzi? A robust individual like him should not tire easily. Surely, if someone were to assist with the ingredient preparation, his work would become considerably easier." Fengzi, eager to redirect the conversation, interjected, "What do you know? Many of the preparation processes were taught to Brother Go directly by Master Niu, and they are considered his closely guarded secrets. Only a disciple like Brother Go, trained in seclusion, is qualified to learn them. We cannot possibly acquire such knowledge." Ma Ding-Dang, though silent, harbored doubts, thinking to herself that all three of them had been taught by the same master. It seemed Niu Yutian displayed an undue favoritism, imparting unique culinary skills and brewing secrets solely to Zhang Sanguo while excluding her boyfriend, Fengzi. That old man is quite cunning. It truly is a case of favoritism. Ma Ding-Dang, still a young maiden, hesitated to voice her thoughts. She longed to exclaim how profoundly unfair it was. They were all disciples. And yet Niu Yutian was so biased. Why should Zhang Sanguo be the sole recipient of such heritage while Fengzi was left wanting? That old man deserved to be alone for the rest of his days. Yang Mimi suggested to Ma Ding-Dang, "If you truly wish to savor some meat, go to our cafeteria for a meal. I can have my mother serve you extra portions. We do have our privileges." Wang Lily chimed in, "See, having connections in high places does make things easier. At least when we are in dire need, we can indulge in a hearty feast at the cafeteria." Haha. Ma Ding-Dang scoffed at the cafeteria's offerings, asserting that the food there barely sustained life. It was only out of necessity that one would resort to eating it, as the chef's culinary skills were lamentably inadequate, failing to match even half of what Brother Go could prepare. The three beauties unanimously demanded that Guzzi promptly enhance their meals. Their lives could not be devoid of his culinary creations, for without Brother Go, life would lose its meaning. Chapter 51. The Love Letter Turmoil. After a month of diligent work, the brewing process finally concluded, allowing Guzzi a well-deserved respite. With newfound leisure, he began to explore culinary arts each day, delighting the three beauties and the two brothers with an array of delectable dishes. Seeking to make amends for the past month's deprivations, each day featured 6 dishes and a soup, with every meal garnished with meat and accompanied by wine, creating a feast for the senses that left the ladies beaming with joy. The group of handsome men and beautiful women enjoyed a blissful existence, pampered as if by a devoted caretaker. Guzzi relished his days, surrounded by the admiration of his brothers and the company of lovely ladies. However, amidst this contentment, he encountered a troubling matter. He received a tender love letter. The letter expressed that the sender had developed feelings for him since being assigned to the distillery and, after months of interaction, had fallen deeply in love. Yet, the sender harbored an unspeakable secret, making it inconvenient to confess openly. The letter questioned whether Guzzi would care about societal judgments, and if he could accept a love that transcended the ordinary, passionate, and fervent. If Guzzi was capable of seeing beyond the mundane and unperturbed by worldly gossip, he was instructed to don a red hat, at which point the sender would reveal themselves. The letter was signed by the little princess in wolf's clothing. It was discovered in the pocket of his work uniform, presumably placed there by a worker from the brewing workshop. This must have occurred while he was inspecting the malt stacks in the brewing room, as he had taken off his outer garment due to the heat and left it outside, providing the perfect opportunity for the person to slip the note inside. Who could this little princess in wolf's clothing be? The protagonist, Dogsy, pondered, suspecting it might be one of the 19 female vocational school students assigned to the workshop. excluding the two from the brewing team. Could it be that he possessed such charm? Which beautiful, kind-hearted, and wise maiden had such discerning taste? Dogsy didn't dwell on it too much. He went about his business, eating and drinking, until a few days later when he unexpectedly found another letter in the wardrobe of the ingredient room. It inquired why he had not replied and why he was not wearing a red hat. His silence seemed to have saddened the sender, who again signed off as the little princess in wolf's clothing. Dogsy thought to himself, where on earth could he find a red hat? Would a green hat suffice? He happened to have a green military cap. The matter didn't tee in there. 2 days later, he discovered a red hat and a yellow hat in his toolbox along with another letter. The note stated that if Dogsy was a brave warrior willing to defy societal norms, he should wear the red hat. However, if he was a coward concerned with public opinion and reluctant to embrace an extraordinary relationship, he should don the yellow hat. Dogsy scoffed, thinking, I'd rather not wear any of these. Who was orchestrating this prank, treating him like a fool? He shared the absurdity of the situation with his friends, Shuelu and Fengzi. Shuelu jested that he should wear a hat that was half red and half yellow when he went out to see how the girl would react. Fengzi remarked that the girl must be blind. Why would she not pursue someone as tall and striking as him, instead of being interested in someone as scrawny as Dogsy? They agreed that Wang Lily must not find out, lest she misconstrue the situation. The two friends vowed to keep his secret, as discretion among brothers was an unbreakable rule. Days passed, and one day, Dogsy found another note in his pocket. It read, at 6:30 p.m., meet at the small grove at the foot of the back mountain, beneath the pile of large stones. There are 1,000 words I wish to convey to you in person. Signed, the little princess in wolf's clothing. Dogsy thought to himself, who could this be? He was determined to uncover the identity of this prankster. That evening, armed with a machete, he ventured alone to the small grove at the foot of the back mountain. As he walked, he spotted a girl clad in red and black, standing in the small grove beneath the pile of large stones. The girl had an alluring figure, long legs accentuated by her tight black pants, a slender waist, and flowing long hair that danced in the wind, evoking a myriad of thoughts. There was no doubt that she was a beauty. Seeing her, Dogsy, who had little cultural refinement, recalled a couplet, the osprey's call on the river's islet. The graceful lady is the gentleman's ideal match. Miss, you must be the one who summoned me, he exclaimed. You wrote those 3 letters, didn't you? I thought someone was playing a prank on me. Thus, he ignored the situation. Upon seeing a captivating beauty, he pondered that since she harbored feelings for him, it would be prudent to clarify his circumstances. He intended to inform her of his existing relationship, thereby rejecting her affections. As the beauty turned to face him, he was taken aback. Beneath her flowing hair was the countenance of a man, adorned with a heavy application of makeup, complete with painted brows and crimson lips. Disgust surged within him, nearly prompting him to retch. It was none other than Yang Jiumei. Goodness, so it was you all along, playing tricks on me. Who else is in on this? Come forth, he exclaimed, sensing a conspiracy at play, suspecting the factory workers had conspired against him. It was solely me who invited you out, dog brother. Do not be deceived by my masculine exterior. Within me resides a tender-hearted girl, a delicate and sentimental soul. If you disregard societal norms, you could embrace the role of a brave heart, and we might endeavor to understand one another. Perhaps you, too, would come to overlook the judgments of the world, crafting a love story unlike any other. Let us give it a try. You may regret not doing so, Yang Jiumei said bashfully. Upon hearing this, he felt a wave of nausea. Are you out of your mind? A young man like you seeking to court me? You must be mistaken, he retorted. Why do you speak so harshly? Is it wrong for me to have feelings for you? I cannot suppress my emotions. Night after night, I dream of you, of your kisses, your embraces, and even of disrobing me, Yang Jiumei murmured softly. Once more, he felt the urge to vomit, recalling the red braised meat he had consumed that evening. Please, spare me the disgust. I have no interest in someone like you. Seek another. Perhaps you might try Director Ma. He could be inclined towards your preferences, he suggested, forcing down his revulsion. I do not fancy someone like Director Ma. I am drawn to the charming. Like you, Master Dog. Grant me a chance. This will also provide you with another option. I assure you, I will treat you better than Wang Lily. Everything she cannot do, I can, save for bearing children. In all other aspects, I am not inferior, Yang Jiumei lamented. I have matters to attend to. This cannot be. I am attracted to women, not to young men, he declared, swiftly departing. In his mind, he urged himself to flee, feeling unsettled speaking with someone so ambiguously gendered. You cannot leave. Our conversation is far from over. Yang Jiumei grasped his arm firmly. With a swift kick, he sent Yang Jiumei tumbling to the ground, then sprinted away. Hearing her cries in the distance, I truly care for you. Why do you fail to comprehend my heart? She wailed. Chapter 52. A lifetime of reputation ruined by Sue Meili's words. He dashed back to the dormitory, gasping for breath, still shaken by the encounter. A friend approached, curious. Didn't you say you were going out with the girl who has a crush on you? Why are you back so soon? Was she truly that unattractive? Surely out of the 17 other girls in our factory, while none may rival Ma Ding Dang in beauty, they are not unpleasant to behold. The dog lamented. Do not even mention it. It was so repulsive that I lost my dinner. You would never guess who it was. To my dismay, it turns out that the young lady was none other than Yang Jiumei. The madman gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape as if an ostrich egg could fit within. Good heavens! How could he possibly think of writing you a love letter, and with such tenderness? I assumed it was a young and beautiful maiden. The madman was utterly stunned, his heart racing. Who could have imagined that he would tarnish my illustrious reputation? Fortunately, I escaped swiftly. Had I lingered, I might have been ensnared by him. It terrified me. The dog patted his chest. You weren't harmed, were you? If you were truly bullied, you must tell me. I shall help you reclaim your dignity. The madman even turned to inspect the dog's backside, peering closely to uncover any signs of mistreatment. The dog shoved the madman away. Get lost. I fled immediately. How could he possibly bully me? I've already told you. Do not spread unfounded gossip about me, or I shall have to deal with you. The dog warned. What do you take me for? We are brothers. Even if you haven't been bullied by Yang Jiumei, if you truly were, I wouldn't go around blabbering about it. The madman replied. The dog retaliated with a swift kick. I told you, I was not bullied. I was not bullied. How many times must I repeat myself? Have your ears stuffed with chicken feathers? Do not bring it up again, or I shall kick you to death. Must I remain silent then? The madman grumbled. Before long, Slippery returned, his face pale and unsteady on his feet, clearly having engaged in a profound discourse about the meaning of life with Sister Mimi that evening. Back already? Sister Mimi did not keep you overnight? Hee. Did you know, our brother dog nearly lost his virtue tonight? The madman could not restrain his tongue. At the mention of dog's near loss of virtue, Slippery perked up, his pallid complexion instantly transformed into one of excitement. Who was it? It couldn't possibly be that he almost lost his virtue to Wang Lily, could it? Did you witness it firsthand? What outrageous actions transpired? Was it thrilling? Do tell. Slippery's curiosity rivaled that of the madman. As the madman regaled Slippery with tales of his harrowing adventure in the grove, the mischievous grin on his face reflected his delight, while Slippery beamed with enthusiasm. Dog, however, was at a loss for words, wishing to silence the two jesters. The following afternoon, the madman recounted Dog's escapade to 3 young ladies in great detail. They exclaimed in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Truly, the world is full of wonders. And such events are not to be encountered lightly. Wang Lily seized Dog by the ear and dragged him out of the dormitory, exclaiming, You have some audacity. You dare to go on secret dates? Do you no longer wish to pursue a proper relationship with me? Have you a death wish? I genuinely had no ulterior motives. I thought someone was playing a prank on me. I brought a machete intending to deal with them, only to discover it was Yang Jiumei. My heart belongs solely to you, I swear. I only have eyes for Wang Lily, and if I harbor feelings for another girl, may I be reborn as a pug, forever licking your feet. Dog declared, his face twisted in flattery. You are utterly revolting, making such disgusting oaths. Keep your distance. Wang Lily, repulsed by the unpleasant odor emanating from the dog, pushed it away and retreated into the dormitory alone. The dog had assumed that this incident marked the end of Yang Jiumei's pursuit, but it underestimated her tenacity. Following her confession of love, Yang Jiumei commenced an ardent campaign of affection. Whenever the dog ventured out alone for work, she would intercept him mid-route for heartfelt conversations. This relentless pursuit turned the dog's daily life into a torment, rendering even meals tasteless. He began to adopt furtive behavior, only daring to leave the dormitory late at night and returning early from work, desperate to avoid any encounters with Yang Jiumei. Noticing the dog's constant evasion, Yang Jiumei resorted to finding various excuses to engage him in conversation, infuriating the dog to the point of wishing for her demise. One day, seizing an opportunity, Yang Jiumei confronted the dog on the road, eager to speak. However, the dog unleashed a torrent of expletives, declaring, Are you out of your mind? Perhaps a visit to a mental hospital is in order. I have told you 1,000 times, I am not attracted to men. I prefer women. Do you not comprehend this? From now on, keep a distance of at least 100 meters from me. If you come closer, be prepared for consequences. Having spent days evading Yang Jiumei, the dog was filled with rage, contemplating how to rid himself of her once and for all. But deep down, I am a girl. Yang Jiumei protested, yearning for understanding beyond mere appearances. To hell with you, you perverted lunatic. I refuse to engage with you any longer. If you dare utter my name again, I will make you regret it." With that, the dog fled in a hurry. Tears glistened in Yang Jiumei's eyes as she gently brushed her hair, gazing longingly at the retreating figure of the dog. "How heartless you are! I have poured my sincere affections into you, and you shall meet a wretched fate." At that moment, Su Meili happened to pass by. Witnessing this dramatic scene and overhearing Yang Jiumei's lamentations, Su Meili's mind began to race, concocting various scenarios, whispering to herself, "This is sensational news. There is something brewing between these two young souls." Thus, the publicity officer Su Meili sprang into action, heading directly to the information command center of the gossiping crew, eager to embellish her observations. Before the night was over, the rumor had spread like wildfire throughout the factory, reaching hundreds of employees and their families, transforming into an elaborate tale of the romantic entanglement between the dog and Yang Jiumei. The dog, it seemed, was unable to cleanse himself of this scandal. Days later, the stories had morphed into several versions. According to one account, it was said that the dog, intoxicated one night, mistakenly wandered into Yang Jiumei's room, mistaking her for a beautiful woman in his drunken stupor, leading to a regrettable encounter. Upon awakening, he was horrified to discover the truth and hastily left. Another version suggested that both had shared drinks and, in their drunken state, ended up in the same room, with Yang Jiumei fantasizing about the dog as a stunning beauty, leading to a night of passionate misadventure. It was even claimed that the dog's ailments were miraculously cured by the encounter. Regardless of the countless variations of the tale, one truth remained undeniable: the dog's reputation was irreparably tarnished, rendering it utterly odious. From that point onward, not only did the young women in the factory avoid him, but even the young men kept their distance, branding him as a despicable pervert. Chapter 53. Dispatching Miss Yang Jiu to the pig farm. The tale of Dogsy and Yang Jiumei had spread like wildfire, ultimately reaching the ears of the factory leadership. Enraged, they declared that if the allegations were true, it would indeed constitute a scandalous act. They summoned Dogsy to the factory headquarters to elucidate the situation. Upon his arrival, Dogsy recounted the entire episode to the factory leaders in meticulous detail. After listening intently, the factory director remarked that from the moment Yang Jiumei joined the factory, he found her demeanor rather peculiar, effeminate and prone to gesticulating in an exaggerated manner, which he found increasingly irksome. Initially, he had no intention of hiring her, yet municipal officials insisted, claiming there were no vacancies elsewhere. It appeared that no one else desired her presence either. Another deputy director asserted that her behavior was indeed lewd. Such impropriety among men was criminal in nature and warranted serious consequences. The union chairman interjected, acknowledging the troubling nature of the situation, but pointed out the absence of any legal stipulation that classified male-on-male lewdness as a crime, suggesting a thorough examination of the matter was necessary. Dogsy proposed that Yang Jiu may be transferred from the brewing workshop, as her actions had disrupted his work. The factory leaders concurred with this suggestion. However, a debate arose regarding her new assignment. Some suggested the security department, yet concerns about her potential misbehavior around the robust young men there were voiced. Others proposed the sales department, but fears lingered that her antics might adversely affect sales. Ultimately, Dogsy suggested sending her to the pig farm, where the staff comprised solely of women, thus ensuring no one would be disturbed. The factory leaders decisively adopted Dogsy's recommendation, transferring Yang Jiumei to the pig farm, where she assumed the role of a pig overseer. They cautioned her, issuing a formal warning: should she harass Dogsy again, she would be reported to the authorities and charged with indecency. Once at the pig farm, Yang Jiumei ceased her disturbances, never again troubling Dogsy. Life continued. The pleasures of food and companionship remained. Dogsy and his two brothers immersed themselves in their romantic pursuits once more. The ordinary man's life has always revolved around earning a living, marrying, and raising children, a timeless cycle. The trio relished unique joys, albeit intertwined with both happiness and sorrow. In his quest to emulate the carefree lifestyle of his friend, Dogsy became increasingly attentive to Wang Lily, showering her with affection and care, nearly to the point of daily feeding her, serving her tea, and carrying her belongings. Enchanted by Wang Lily's graceful figure, Dogsy fantasized about whisking her away to a secluded mountain retreat, escaping the chaos of the world to cultivate a pastoral life of harmony and bliss. Madman's romantic life resembled that of a devoted servant. Each evening, after dinner, he would escort Ma Ding-Dang back to her dormitory, and should the dormitory be empty, he would offer her a shoulder massage. Their conversations flowed endlessly, weaving sweet nothings from dusk until the late hours, until Ma Ding-Dang could no longer keep her eyes open, prompting Madman to reluctantly depart. His lifelong dream had always been to marry a plump wife. His biological mother was a robust woman. Although he had never met her, he possessed photographs. Perhaps the absence of maternal affection since childhood had left a void within him. The eccentric individual held a profound admiration for Ma Dingdang, a voluptuous woman who bore a striking resemblance to his mother. She was his dream goddess, an angel worthy of a lifetime of devotion. That afternoon, upon arriving at the workshop, he noticed Director Ma rushing towards him, excitement radiating from his face as he brandished a ceremonial banner, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Sanguo. City leaders have come to present you with this honor." The banner read, "Outstanding Individual for Courageous Deeds," along with a smaller inscription recognizing Comrade Zhang Huafeng. "Is this for me? There must be some mistake," exclaimed Guzi. "No mistake whatsoever. Our distillery has been awarded the title of Outstanding Collective for Courageous Deeds, and you personally have been recognized as an Outstanding Individual for Courageous Deeds. This is an honor for both our factory and our workshop," Director Ma explained. "But why? I haven't saved anyone from under a vehicle or played the hero against a villain. What courageous deed could possibly warrant this?" Guzi questioned, perplexed. Just then, the factory leaders approached, accompanied by a gray-haired man wearing glasses. "Do you remember me, young man? If it weren't for you that day in the mountains, I might have lost my life there," the bespectacled man said with a smile. "Ah, it's you, Uncle Glasses. I'm glad to see you. Have your legs healed?" Guzi suddenly recalled that this was the man he had rescued while foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains. This man was no ordinary individual. He was Wang Guozhong, the director of the Municipal Herbal Medicine Research Institute, and also the deputy manager of the city's medicinal materials company. He had ventured into the mountains alone to collect herbal samples when he accidentally fell from a steep slope, injuring his ankle and becoming unable to walk. Had it not been for Guzi's timely assistance, he might have remained stranded in the mountains, potentially facing life-threatening consequences. Guzi had effectively saved his life. "Yes, I'm fully recovered now. As soon as I was able to walk, I came to visit my savior. I also reported your heroic deeds to the city, which has commended both you and the distillery," Director Wang said with a grin. Guzi realized how the banner had come to be. It was just a trivial matter. "Uncle Glasses, you are too kind," he replied modestly. "No more Uncle Glasses. From now on, call me Uncle Wang. As for gratitude, how can one express thanks for a life-saving favor? We have plenty of time ahead of us to build our friendship. When you have a moment, come to my home, and let my wife treat you to some delicious food. I'm not exaggerating. My wife's cooking is on par with that of a 5-star chef. Her dishes are simply exquisite," Director Wang declared. "Really? That sounds impressive. I must certainly take the opportunity to savor Aunt Wang's culinary skills." Guzi, ever the enthusiast for good food, felt a surge of excitement. "You are most welcome at my house. I will make sure to accompany you for a few drinks. I even have some fine wine in my collection. I've heard you are a connoisseur of brewing." Director Wang chuckled heartily. Director Ma quickly attended to Director Wang and the other city leaders, showcasing his social acumen and charm, as one must when navigating the intricacies of human relations. Director Ma brewed exquisite tea and offered fine cigarettes, diligently attending to the esteemed leaders. The factory chief arranged for the municipal leaders and Director Wang to dine at a nearby restaurant called Fumanlu, known for its delectable cuisine, crafted by a master chef of exceptional skill. The food in the factory cafeteria was woefully inadequate. The chef's dishes lacked flavor, and had it not been for his connection as the husband of the factory director's aunt's cousin, he would have long been dispatched to the pig farm. With such culinary prowess, even the pigs would feel insulted. In the restaurant, the dog raised a toast to each leader. Leaning close to Dog's ear, Director Ma whispered, "Nephew, perform well. Your opportunity has arrived. Seize it. Director Wang is your benefactor, and many municipal leaders hold him in high regard." "Thank you, Uncle Ma, I understand," Dog replied. The municipal leaders first expressed their toasts, followed by Director Wang's words of gratitude. Then, the factory chief acknowledged the presence of the municipal leaders at the winery, stating that without their guidance, the winery would not have attained its current success. Today's modest honor for bravery was achieved under the auspices of the leaders' wise decision-making. As the leaders exchanged eloquent speeches, Dog was all but forgotten, his status insignificant in their eyes. It was only when Director Wang raised his glass, thanking Comrade Dog, that the leaders remembered him. Dog felt uncomfortable in such gatherings. The leaders spoke grandiloquently, but their words were mere platitudes, empty flattery, and insincere praise. Aside from the genuine food and drink, everything else felt false. Dog, lacking in social acumen and disliking mingling, was ill-suited for political life. As the banquet concluded, Director Wang firmly grasped Dog's hand, saying, "One day when you have time, you must come to my home for a meal and taste your aunt's cooking. If you don't come, I'll be quite upset. Today, with so many people, We couldn't chat properly. When you visit, we can discuss things in depth. I know much more about traditional Chinese medicine than you do, and I'll gladly teach you. Certainly. In a few days, when I'm free, I will pay a visit to you and your wife to learn more about traditional Chinese medicine, Dog replied. After sharing his home address and phone number, Director Wang departed with the municipal leaders. The factory chief was elated to have received the Municipal Leaders Award for exemplary bravery, a great honor for the entire factory. Consequently, the factory leadership decided to reward Dog with a bonus of 500 yuan for his gallant behavior, along with public recognition at the factory meeting. Dog was thrilled. This bonus equated to a month and a half of his salary. That very evening, he treated a few friends to a sumptuous meal, bringing smiles to the faces of 3 lovely ladies. Through this incident, Dog's reputation experienced a revival. Although the factory's young men and women no longer shunned him, encounters on the street still elicited expressions of fear in their eyes. Later, it became evident that the rumors surrounding me and Yang Jimei had been disseminated by the Minister of Information, Su Meili. In my heart, I cursed her ancestors for generations. I thought to myself, just wait, Su Meili. The day you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure your downfall. More than 10 days after Director Wang's departure, one afternoon, I was preparing to return to my dormitory to cook. Suddenly, Director Ma from the brewing workshop sought me out, stating there was a phone call for me. I hurried to the communication room to answer the call. Hello, who is this? It's me, Sanguo. Your uncle Wang Guozhong. It's been over 10 days. Why haven't you come to my house? Your aunt has bought a plethora of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all waiting for you to come and prepare a meal. After waiting for so long, there has been no sign of you. Only then did I remember my promise to Director Wang to dine at his home. I quickly replied, I apologize, Uncle Wang. I completely forgot. How about tomorrow? I will definitely come. Forget tomorrow, let it be tonight. I will have your aunt prepare the dishes right away. So hurry over. With that, he abruptly hung up. I realized I had no choice but to go. I couldn't refuse. I informed my roommates, Crazy and Schwa, to handle dinner themselves that night. Next, I sought approval from the factory leadership, secured 2 jars of aged wine, and borrowed a bicycle to ride to Director Wang's residence. Following the address provided, Director Wang lived in a 2-story row house, allocated to him during his tenure at the municipal committee, complete with a small garden flourishing with vegetables. I knocked on the door, and shortly after, a middle-aged woman emerged, exuding grace and possessing a well-proportioned figure. I presume you are Sanguo. Haha, your Uncle Wang is in the kitchen helping me prepare vegetables. Come on in. You must be Aunt Wang. I didn't expect you to be so youthful and beautiful. I remarked, presenting the 2 jars of 5-year aged liquor. Beautiful? I'm just an old woman now, huh? You young folks, just come without bringing anything next time. Or Aunt Wang might get upset, she said playfully. She led me to the kitchen, calling out, Old Wang, Sanguo has arrived. Stop your work and go chat with him in the living room. I can manage here alone. Director Wang promptly rose, warmly welcoming me. Welcome, Sanguo. Let us head to my study. I have some fine tea for you to try. I suggested, why don't I stay and help Aunt Wang with the cooking? I can manage quite well. Go chat with your Uncle Wang. What does a young man like you need to be doing in the kitchen? Aunt Wang gently pushed us out. Director Wang guided me to his study on the 2nd floor. He retrieved exquisite tea utensils, washed them, and boiled water in an electric kettle. Once the water was ready, he rinsed the tea leaves and expertly brewed the tea, serving it to me with the words, give it a taste. As he showcased his tea-making skills, I found myself at a loss, not comprehending the intricacies. I accepted the small cup, wondering why it was so diminutive and not a larger vessel. After inhaling its fragrant aroma, I downed the tea in one gulp. Upon observing the dog's demeanor while drinking tea, Director Wang discerned that the creature was utterly ignorant of the art of tea appreciation, a true shame to such fine tea, akin to a cow chewing on peonies. Noticing the abundance of medical texts in Wang's study, the dog expressed curiosity, inquiring whether Uncle Wang had read them all. I have perused most of them, Wang replied, having dedicated the better part of my life to the study of traditional Chinese herbal medicine. My days are spent in the company of herbs, and my leisure hours are devoted to books. I have 2 great passions. One is collecting rare samples of various Chinese herbs, and the other is reading. What is the most precious medicinal herb in our region? Is it Ganoderma lucidum or ginseng? The dog queried. In our area, which belongs to the northern foothills of the Greater Shingon Range, ginseng is quite rare. Although Ganoderma is plentiful and not particularly valuable, the true treasure lies in astragalus, specifically the century-old variety. As the saying goes, 100-year-old astragalus is worth more than ginseng. With superior energy-boosting effects and devoid of the intense heat associated with wild ginseng. Is this astragalus? With a girth as thick as my arm and a length of 2 meters, indeed a century-old specimen? The dog asked. Such a length might not only indicate a century's age, but could even suggest 200 or 300 years. Wang explained. Northern astragalus grows slowly, seldom exceeding 1 meter in length. Specimens that reach 100 years are quite rare, while those aged 200 to 300 are true treasures. Our hometown lies on the northern slope of the Greater Xing'an Range, where no one collects herbs. There are many astragalus specimens as thick as my arm, and I could have my relatives gather some for you. The dog exclaimed. Many? Really many? If that's the case, you could ask your relatives to help gather some. The municipal herbal company would gladly purchase them. Century-old astragalus fetches a high price, and you could earn some money, Wang encouraged. Is that so? I never realized it could be sold. I should call home and inquire. The dog suddenly felt he had stumbled upon a tremendous business opportunity. In Chapter 55, 2 more masters, seeing that the dog displayed considerable interest in astragalus, Wang elaborated on its medicinal properties, uses, and commercial value. The dog was astonished to learn that the common astragalus used for foot soaks in his hometown was, in fact, a rare medicinal herb. Wang suggested that the dog consider acquiring a batch of century-old astragalus from his homeland to sell to the Q Municipal Herbal Company, where he, as the deputy manager, could offer the highest purchase price. The dog mused that he had encountered a benefactor, recognizing an opportunity for profit. Their conversation continued, expanding the dog's horizons significantly. In comparison to the erudite Director Wang, the dog's knowledge was regrettably limited, having ventured only as far as Q City, with few mountain children exposed to the wider world. Wang had opened a window for him, revealing a path leading to prosperity. Recognizing the dog's enthusiasm for herbal knowledge, he proposed, if you wish to learn more about traditional Chinese medicine, come here every Sunday for a day of study, and I shall teach you well. However, you must address me as master from now on. Absolutely. It is a privilege to learn from you about traditional Chinese medicine. Thank you, Uncle Wang. No, master. The dog replied eagerly. At this moment, Aunt Wang entered the study and addressed the 2 men, urging them to stop their conversation, as dinner was ready. Come on. Let's hurry downstairs to eat. Uncle Wang, it seems, is quite delighted whenever someone engages him in discussions about medicinal herbs. He could easily spend an entire day engrossed in such topics without a thought for food or drink. After listening to Uncle Wang elaborate on the properties and uses of various herbs, I was astonished to discover the remarkable nature of traditional Chinese medicine, which I had previously dismissed merely as a raw material for brewing. You should come often to hear him speak, Dogsy remarked. He particularly enjoys discussing those herbs and medicines. It's a professional habit. Aunt Wang chuckled. All right then, let us head downstairs for a meal and some drinks. I'm quite hungry. Let us enjoy a good drink, Sanguo. Usually, your aunt doesn't allow me to drink, but today I'll take advantage of your presence. With that, Director Wang made his way to the dining room. Upon arriving at the dining table, I beheld 8 delectable dishes laid out before us. Spicy fish head, fried lotus root boxes, kung pao diced meat, spicy pig intestines, dry pot chicken, twice-cooked pork, cold-dressed asparagus, and red oil enoki mushrooms. A veritable feast. The couple invited Dogsy to take a seat, and after pouring some wine, Director Wang raised a toast to him. Dear nephew, your life-saving kindness cannot be expressed in words. This glass symbolizes the beginning of our bond. From now on, consider me as your true uncle, and I shall regard you as my dear nephew. This home is yours as well. Feel free to visit whenever you wish and request anything you desire from your aunt. Do not underestimate her culinary skills. She is a master of Sichuan cuisine, passed down through generations. Indeed, from now on, you shall be my true uncle, and Aunt Wang will be my true aunt. Dogsy exclaimed, raising his glass in response. But do not only drink, make sure to eat plenty. Aunt Wang insisted, diligently serving Dogsy more food until his bowl was overflowing. As he sampled a piece of fish head, he was delighted by its tenderness and rich flavor. Next, he tasted a lotus root box, appreciating its crispness and the savory meat filling. Uncle Wang had not exaggerated. His wife's cooking was indeed exceptional. Aunt Wang's dishes are exquisite, a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and taste. I have never savored such delightful food. Please teach me when you have the time. I once attempted to learn cooking, but alas, I failed and ended up working at a distillery, Dogsy praised. If you wish to learn, let your Aunt Wang teach you. Traditionally, her family's Sichuan culinary skills are not shared with outsiders. However, since you are now considered part of our family, teaching you does not count as sharing with outsiders. Come over on Sunday. After you finish learning about herbs, you can continue with culinary lessons from your aunt. What a perfect arrangement, Director Wang suggested. Indeed, you are no longer an outsider. Everything she knows will be shared with you, he added with a smile. Enjoy your meal. It has all been prepared for you, Aunt Wang said cheerfully. With such delightful dishes before him, Dogsy felt no need for pretense and indulged heartily. Observing him devour the food with such gusto brought great joy to Aunt Wong, who thought to herself how genuine this young man was. After satisfying their appetites and noticing the sky growing dim, Dogsy bid farewell to Uncle Wong and Aunt Wong, promising to return on Sunday to learn from them. The couple accompanied him to the street corner before waving him off. Dogsy wobbled back to the dorm on his bicycle, intending to push open the door and rest. But through a crack in the curtain, he spotted Madman and Ma Ding Dang inside the room. Ma Ding Dong donned a cerulean shirt that complemented her figure, paired with form-fitting black leggings that accentuated her curves. She lay upon the bed, while a friend, known as the Madman, was giving her a massage. In a bid to please the goddess, he diligently studied traditional Chinese massage techniques from the television daily. Every time he pressed near her thigh, she would emit soft sounds of pleasure, which were irresistibly enticing, causing the Madman's eyes to gleam with fervor as he applied more pressure. "Be gentle. That hurts," she playfully protested. I'm being gentle, he replied, slowing his movements to a tender caress. This time, she refrained from chastising him and surrendered to his ministrations, her expression one of pure bliss. Outside, a companion observed with parched anticipation, thinking, "These two are certainly up to no good in the dormitory." However, he felt it unwise to interrupt their blissful interlude, knowing that with Ma Ding Dang present, the female dormitory must only have Wang Lily left. He resolved to seek out his own partner for a massage. Recently, Wang Lily had swapped dorm rooms with Ma Ding Dang, and now they resided together. The companion tiptoed away from the door, careful not to disturb the delicate affair within. He hastily made his way to Wang Lily's dormitory and knocked gently. "Are you sleeping, Lily? I've already changed and am snuggled in bed. Is there something you need at this hour?" Came Wang Lily's voice from within. "I can't sleep and wanted to chat. The Madman and Ma Ding Dang are busy talking, and I have nowhere else to go," he replied. "Wait a moment. Let me put on a robe," she responded. After a brief interval, she opened the door, instructing him to enter quickly to avoid prying eyes that might spread rumors about his late visit. He slipped inside, closing the door behind him. Wang Lily wore a white tank top, layered with a light jacket, the delicate garment failing to conceal her alluring figure. Her beige leggings clung to her long legs and shapely form, nearly causing him to drool. "I've missed you," he said, pulling her into a tight embrace, savoring the softness of her body. "Don't do that. Ma Ding Dang will be back soon," she urged, trying to push him away. In that moment, they were enveloped in each other's warmth, as if time had frozen, leaving only the two of them in the world. Just as their passion reached a crescendo, a knock interrupted them. Ma Ding Dang had returned. Of all times to come back, he cursed inwardly, hastily releasing Wang Lily, as the storm that had yet to arise dissipated abruptly. Wang Lily composed herself and opened the door for Ma Ding Dang. "What mischief have you two been up to in here, with the door closed?" she teased, catching them in the act. "Confess honestly, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face strict consequences," Ma Ding Dang said with a smile. "Get lost. We were just chatting, and we were talking about you and the Madman," I remarked. "I just said that Ma Ding Dang still hasn't returned this late. Perhaps he's up to no good with the Madman in the dormitory." Dogsy laughed. Ma Ding Dong's face flushed, and he replied, "You are the ones truly misbehaving. I have caught you red-handed, yet you still deny it. The Madman and I have always maintained a respectful and innocent relationship. Yes, yes, yes. You and the Madman are as pure as driven snow. Huh. I'm off now. You all should rest. I must return to my dreams of marrying a wife. Tomorrow morning, I shall have a good chat with my innocent junior brother to see just how serious he really is." Dogsy chuckled as he departed. Ma Ding Dang spat at Dogsy's retreating figure and exclaimed, "Bah, you vile rogue. Dream of marrying a wife. Perhaps a pig-faced one. And tomorrow night, dream of marrying a great monkey. Ha ha ha, why are you like this? He hasn't offended you." Wang Lily laughed. "That scoundrel. He eavesdropped. I realized it when I saw the bicycle by the window as I was leaving," Ma Ding Dang said, his face filled with anger. It turned out that Dogsy had crouched by the window to eavesdrop on the massage drama between the Madman and Ma Ding Dang, and in his haste to leave, he forgot to move the bicycle. Consequently, the Madman recognized it as Dogsy's borrowed bicycle, and they both understood that Dogsy had been eavesdropping. He probably didn't do it on purpose. After all, you two were being affectionate in the dormitory, and it was his dormitory. He must have accidentally seen it and hurried over here. Wang Lily defended Dogsy. "Ah, that scoundrel. In such a short time, he is already spreading gossip. Even you know about it. Just wait for tomorrow. I shall smash his head, twist off his limbs, and sew his mouth shut. Let's see how he dares to prattle on." Ma Ding Dang said with a fierce expression. "You have such a venomous heart. No wonder they say the most poisonous is a woman's heart. It is vividly displayed in you." Wang Lily teased. Humph. My malice is beyond your imagination. Have you heard of the femme fatale? That is precisely me. Ma Dingdang laughed. No, I must check to see if that scoundrel took advantage of you. With that, she attempted to reach into Wang Lily's clothing. Wang Lily quickly stopped her, saying, I guard my purity fiercely. I truly haven't been taken advantage of by that older brother dog. Please don't check, and don't touch me. I'm ticklish. Ma Dingdang persistently tugged at Wang Lily, and the two girls laughed and tumbled onto the bed in a playful scuffle. In the days that followed, Dogsy visited Uncle Wang's house every Sunday to learn about Chinese herbal medicine. Uncle Wang patiently taught him the properties, growth environments, origins, efficacy, compatibility, and primary ailments treated by each herb. Dogsy diligently took notes, filling several notebooks. He cherished this rare opportunity to learn, having never received a proper education. As he left school before finishing middle school to work, this was the greatest regret of his life. Simultaneously, he also learned culinary skills from Aunt Wang, who was truly an expert in the kitchen, mastering frying, steaming, and boiling. As his knowledge accumulated, Dogsy's culinary skills improved remarkably. His culinary prowess not only benefited him, but also delighted his 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Every day, the dog concocts various delicious dishes for the 3 lovely ladies, who shower him with praise. However, the madman wears a wry smile and complains, Oh, dog brother, at this rate, our food expenses will deplete in just half a month, and we will have to contribute more. Both Ding Dang and I have already paid double for our meals. If we continue to eat like this, I won't save a single penny from my wages. How will I ever marry Ding Dang? Who says I want to marry you? Go wash your face and take a good look. Do you think you are worthy of my exquisite beauty? Ma Dingdang chuckled. Worthy. Absolutely worthy. You two are a perfect match, destined to be together, like Shimin Qing meeting Pan Jinlian or Wu Sangui encountering Chen Yuanyuan. A wolf pairs with a leopard, a frog with a toad. Dogsy teased them. You are the one who resembles Shimin Qing, and you are the toad. Bah. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Ma Dingdang retorted. Lily, you better keep an eye on your boyfriend. If he keeps mocking me, I might just have to resort to my fists. Ma Dingdang raised her fist defiantly. Beat him up. Go all out. Don't hold back on my account. I want to be hurt. Wang Lily laughed. All right. Since you are so willing, I will start now. Madman, hold him down. I want him to know that my delicate fists can be deadly. Ma Dingdang appeared eager to engage. I'm scared. Don't hit me. If you do, I'll cry. You won't be able to console me. Dogsy feigned fear, provoking laughter from the 3 ladies. Look at you, so cowardly. You dare to date our stunning Lily? Truly. A flower on cow dung, a toad feasting on swan meat. Ma Dingdang derided Dogsy. Yes, I am the toad that has partaken of swan meat. What's wrong with that? It takes skill. Your madman has also tasted swan meat, hasn't he? Though he may not be as beautiful as our Lily, he is still quite handsome. A beauty in his own right. Dogsy complimented. Your taste is commendable. You can indeed recognize my beauty. All right, since your words are so sweet, I shall spare you today. But if you dare mock me again, I will break your limbs and sew your mouth shut, so you can only eat with your nose. Ha ha. Ma Dingdang roared with laughter. You are so cruel. I'm terrified. Lily, please use your little hands to check my heart. Dogsy pretended to be frightened and leaned toward Wang Lily, trying to take advantage. Keep your hands off my sister. How dare you behave so lewdly in broad daylight? Watch as I unleash my meteor fist. With that, a flurry of punches rained down on Dogsy. I surrender. Spare me. Dogsy shouted in desperation. Young Mimi laughed heartily. Beat this scoundrel to a pulp. Dogsy thought to himself. Even if I am a rogue, I can never compare to Sister Mimi. Chapter 57. The first windfall. After much persuasion from Director Wang, Dogsy finally resolved to seek help from relatives to procure a batch of century-old astragalus. Consulting his mother was out of the question. She lacked the capability to organize such a venture. Her kind-hearted and gentle nature could easily be taken advantage of, and it would be foolish to let her attempt to gather astragalus only to be deceived. As for the relatives from his grandmother's side, they were all shallow and self-serving, lacking any substantial utility. The only relatives left are from my grandfather's side. Great-grandfather is nearly 100 years old, and I certainly do not wish to disturb him. Several uncles and aunts are rather opportunistic, and if I were to entrust them with money to procure medicinal herbs for me, it might as well be throwing meat buns to dogs. They would vanish without a trace, possibly even absconding with the principal. After much deliberation, the most suitable choice remains my aunt, Lu Area. She possesses an extensive network, eloquence, and a nimble mind. Most importantly, she has been engaged in the pork trade and understands the nuances of business. My uncle's family was the first among our relatives to install a telephone. However, our household cannot afford such luxury, as the initial installation fee exceeds 3,000. I approached Director Ma and requested to use his office phone for a long-distance call. Ma Qianli kindly agreed, stating he would unlock the long-distance feature for me. After unlocking it, he stepped out of the room. It is indeed wise of Director Ma to know that my presence might inhibit the free flow of conversation over the phone. I picked up the receiver and began dialing. Beep, beep, beep. A voice on the other end answered. Hello, who is this? It turned out to be my uncle, Zhang Yingjun. I hastily replied, It's me, Dog. Please find my aunt to discuss something important. What issue can I resolve? Must you involve your aunt? Zhang Yingjun retorted, attempting to continue his protest, only to be brusquely interrupted by Area. What authority do you possess? You can only manage your own affairs. The child surely has pressing matters that require my assistance. Why are you prattling on? Area showed no leniency towards Zhang Yingjun. Dog, I am your aunt. Do you have some troubling issue that requires my intervention? Are you in urgent need of a wife? Or are you being bullied by your superiors? If it's the former, I can arrange introductions for you immediately. If it's the latter, let me know who it is, and I shall take a train to confront them. Lu Area declared with fierce determination. No, I'm not looking for a wife. I'm still young. Nor am I being bullied. My superiors treat me well. I just wanted to inquire if it would be possible to gather some old astragalus in our area. Is it feasible to collect? And can someone be hired to dig it up? I quickly clarified. Astragalus, what use does it serve? Are your superiors interested in soaking their feet in it? It's no big deal. Tomorrow, I shall send a few of your uncles up the mountain to help you dig some. And I will send it to you by train. Lu Area responded nonchalantly. It's not for my superiors. It's for our city's herbal medicine company, which requires a substantial amount. It must be large astragalus, with more than 100 sprouts on each. What do you think is an appropriate price per pound? I inquired. Ah, I see. It is indeed easy to gather. However, large astragalus is challenging to dig up. It should fetch at least 2 or 3 yuan per pound. If the price is too low, no one will want to go up the mountain. If you require a small amount, I can have a few of my brothers-in-law help. But for larger quantities, we will need to hire outsiders. Lu Area explained. Then let us settle on 3 yuan per pound. I will also provide you with an additional 50 cents as a labor fee, making it 3.50 per pound. I will cover the shipping costs. Please assist me in gathering some. I proposed. All right, it's a deal. There's no need to transfer the money now. It's merely a small sum. Auntie has graciously advanced the payment for you. Once the goods arrive at their destination, you may remit the payment to me. Do I have any reason to doubt that the master of the winery would withhold my payment? Lu Area remarked. Observing Auntie's promptness, Sandog happily agreed, setting a date for the first shipment to Q City in a few days. He was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly the matter was resolved. After hanging up the phone, Lu Area hurriedly visited her sister's homes, informing her brothers-in-law of her intent to procure old astragalus, specifically those with over 100 sprouts, ensuring that the roots remained intact and unbroken. She offered them 1 yuan per pound, contemplating how, if they could dig up 20 pounds a day, it would yield a handsome profit. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. With this transaction, Area stood to make a profit of 2.5 times her initial investment. And one couldn't help but admire her acumen, even as she took advantage of her own kin. Her brothers-in-law readily consented, rising early the following day to venture into the mountains to dig for old astragalus. The timing was perfect, as the Forestry Bureau was in its off-season, leaving the workers idle and eager to earn some supplementary income. On the first day, none of them shirked their labor, with the least successful digging up 2 roots. Particularly, the fourth brother-in-law managed to unearth 4 or 5 century-old roots, exhausting himself to the point of nearly lacking the strength to descend the mountain. Within a few days, Area received 40 to 50 large roots from her brothers-in-law, the longest measuring over 3 meters and weighing more than 20 pounds. Once she had gathered 50 roots, she secured them with long wooden boards, binding them with rope to prevent breakage during transport. Area then proceeded to the luggage room at the station, dispatching the shipment to Sandog. Upon receipt of the goods, Sandog immediately notified Director Wang and subsequently delivered the shipment to the city's herbal medicine company. Leveraging his connections, Director Wang secured a premium price for Sandog's goods. While ordinary astragalus typically fetched 1 yuan per pound, roots aged for decades might sell for 5 or 6 yuan. A century-old root of the 3rd grade generally went for 10 yuan per pound, while the 2nd grade could command 14 yuan. And the finest 1st grade specimens might reach 20 yuan per pound. The 50-century-old roots weighed over 700 pounds in total, selling for more than 16,000 yuan. After deducting costs and transportation fees, Sandog netted a profit of 13,000 yuan, leaving him utterly elated. Initially, he considered offering Director Wang a commission as a token of gratitude, but Wang firmly declined, stating that a master should not profit from his apprentice. He advised Sandog to save the money for future purchases, emphasizing that reinvestment would yield greater returns. Unable to persuade his mentor otherwise, Sandog acquiesced, vowing to repay Director Wang's kindness in due time, for life is long and full of opportunities. After transferring the payment for the goods to Auntie, he called her to inform her to continue collecting, as there were still 2 months before the frost set in. She should gather as much as possible. Gazing at the 13,000 yuan in his bankbook, Sandog felt as if he were dreaming. How would he spend such an amount? His monthly salary was merely 376 yuan and 50 cents, the highest in the brewing workshop, while his colleagues, Slippery and Madman, earned only a little over 200 yuan. Sandog's lucrative salary evoked envy among them. The 13,000 yuan represented over 3 years of his earnings, amassed in just a few days. It was no wonder Wang had said, "A horse does not grow fat without night grass, nor does a man grow wealthy without external wealth. When one is well fed, desires awaken. Wealth can lead men astray." The dog decided to have an earnest conversation with Wang Lily that evening. Chapter 58, The Sweetness of Love. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Fengzi and Ma Dingdang indulging in a tender moment, engrossed in their own affairs. Recognizing the inappropriate timing, the dog discreetly turned and made his way to Wang Lily's dormitory. Upon arrival, he discovered Wang Lily enjoying a large cantaloupe, her small hands cradling the fruit as she savored each bite. The cantaloupe was so substantial that it nearly matched the size of her cherubic face. To his surprise, she had already consumed half of it, and the golden juice had splattered across her cheeks, with a few seeds adorning her nose. This sight reminded the dog of the guinea pigs his uncle raised back home, who similarly relished their food. Stifling a chuckle, he entered Lily's room. She was clad in a white blouse that complemented her figure, paired with sheer black pants that accentuated her curves alluringly. The sight made the dog swallow hard, nearly drooling. Wang Lily exclaimed, "My mother sent me a box of cantaloupes, and they are delightful. Let me get you a large one to try." As she bent down to retrieve the fruit from beneath her bed, the form-fitting pants highlighted her enchanting silhouette, further enticing the dog. Overcome with excitement, he stepped forward and embraced Wang Lily, kissing her fervently. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go. The door isn't locked yet. Be careful, someone might walk in," she exclaimed, her face flushing. "You need to leave now. Ma Dingdang will be back soon, and if he sees us like this, who knows what he might say." Fearing that the dog would take things too far, she managed to push him away, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. "Take this cantaloupe," she said, handing him a large piece as she turned to close the door. The dog, perplexed, thought to himself, "She's a grown woman. Why is she acting so strangely?" Their intimate moment had been abruptly interrupted, leaving him unsatisfied and without a chance to share his joy of earning money with her. Meanwhile, Ma Dingdang was still in his own dormitory, engrossed in a massage session with Fengzi. Disturbing them would surely incite Fengzi's wrath, who was known for his fierce loyalty and valiant spirit. However, if his romantic pursuits were interrupted, he would transform into a beast, attacking indiscriminately, as no one, not even his own father returned from the dead, could jeopardize his wooing endeavors. As he munched on the cantaloupe, he found it exceptionally sweet. Previously, he had not thought much of the fruit's sweetness, but this one was delectable. Could this be the sweetness of love? With nowhere else to go, he decided to wander aimlessly. Strolling through the winding streets of the factory area, the dog began to meander without purpose. Although he had been at the distillery for quite some time, he was not familiar with the roads, which had been transformed beyond recognition by the workers' families. He could not discern which paths led to dead ends, or which ones could take him outside. Like a headless fly, he wandered aimlessly, retreating from dead ends and turning to explore other routes. Upon meandering about, I found myself at the doorstep of Director Ma's residence, where I overheard Mrs. Ma vociferously chastising her husband, Ma Qianli. She exclaimed, "You, who consume the fruits of others' labor without contributing a thing, incessantly seek monetary support from me, nearly depleting our household. For over 20 years, you have held this trivial directorship, all the while blaming Niu Yutian for your stagnation. Now that he has departed for 2 years, and no one is hindering your progress, I fail to see any advancement on your part. You are nothing but a useless lump, incapable of rising." Director Ma insisted that if I provided him with some funds, he could procure gifts for the factory leadership, potentially securing a promotion by year's end. As the saying goes, without effort, there is no gain. How many times have I given you money? How many gifts have you offered? Yet, you have achieved nothing. How dare you extend your hand for more? I could readily offer you a slap instead. The sound of several resounding slaps echoed through the air, suggesting a forceful reprimand. Inwardly, I mused that with such a loud outburst, the entire world must have heard. If this reached the ears of the factory leadership, Director Ma would never see a promotion in his lifetime. Truly, A fierce wife at home ensures that good fortune remains elusive. For 2 decades, Director Ma has been unable to ascend, and it is likely that his wife, with her short-sightedness and incessant clamor, has played a significant role. Leaders often despise such boisterous spouses. As I pondered this, the door suddenly swung open with a clang, revealing Ma Qianli, his face flushed with embarrassment as he rushed out. Upon spotting me, his expression soured further. "Ah, Uncle Ma, I was merely out for a leisurely stroll and happened upon your doorstep. I assure you, I heard nothing at all. Truly, my hearing isn't quite what it used to be," I clumsily explained. My feeble attempt at clarification only deepened Ma Qianli's embarrassment, turning his face a deeper shade of crimson, as though he wished to vanish into the ground. He hastily added, "Don't take what my wife says to heart. I have always been an upright man, never having gifted anything to any leader. My funds are solely directed toward aiding impoverished children in remote areas." I fabricated a tale fearing her reproach, and now that she has discovered no gifts were purchased, she has launched into a tirade against me. I understand. Uncle Ma, you have always upheld your integrity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been a director for over 20 years. Moreover, you have always looked after me. I would never speak ill of you. Rest assured, my lips are tightly sealed, as you well know," I assured him. Upon hearing my vow, Ma Qianli's demeanor softened. He lamented about the argument with his wife, expressing a desire to unwind with a drink. "Let us find a place to enjoy some beverages together." Without waiting for my consent, he seized my arm and led me away. As we passed the brewing workshop, he casually grabbed a jar of white liquor. We exited the distillery and ventured onto the street, locating a modest eatery adorned with 2 signs, where we entered. Once seated, Ma Qianli ordered 2 dishes, stir-fried bean sprouts and spicy dried tofu. He opened the jar of liquor and poured a generous cup for both of us. Upon witnessing the state of the meager dish, Dogsy scoffed. "Is it even possible for one to drink with such wretched fare?" The cat turns its nose up at it for being too bland, and the dog refuses to partake. He then encouraged his nephew, "Come now, let us indulge in a few drinks today. It has been ages since we last shared a drink, back when your master was still alive. Alas, it has already been 2 years since my old companion departed." With a heavy heart, Director Ma raised his cup and declared, "To you, Uncle Ma." Before downing a generous gulp, "Why the hesitation, young man? Where is your sense of masculinity? Lift your glass and drink." Director Ma looked disdainfully at Dogsy's drinking mannerisms. Chapter 59. Director Ma drunk again. "All right, I heed your words, Uncle Ma," Dogsy proclaimed as he tilted his head back and emptied his glass. Observing Dogsy's bravado, Director Ma followed suit, grimacing as he emptied his cup. With a flourish, he tossed his glass aside and boasted, "See, I drink cleanly. Come, fill it again. Let us continue." The 2 of them downed 4 or 5 more cups, and Dogsy mused, "Why, Ma Qianli's capacity for alcohol seems to have increased." However, before he could offer any praise, he noticed Director Ma's head had slumped beneath the table, unmoving, resembling a pig, snorting softly, having transformed from a heroic figure full of bravado to a drunken mess in mere moments. Dogsy struggled and sweated profusely as he dragged the inebriated Ma back to his home. Upon knocking on the door, Ma's wife, seeing her husband in such a pitiful state, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Why didn't you just die outside? In such a short time, you've managed to reduce yourself to this disgraceful condition." Together, they managed to get Director Ma onto the bed, only to discover a foul odor emanating from his trousers. Upon inspection, they found that he had soiled himself, leaving his pants in a deplorable state. This sight made Dogsy retch, prompting him to flee the courtyard and vomit. After regaining his composure, he dashed back to the dormitory. As Dogsy's figure disappeared, Ma's wife continued her tirade. "You two are truly something. Both of you lack any sense of decency. You relentlessly pour drink down my husband's throat, leading him to embarrass himself twice. It's no wonder that old Deng passed away early. You are a true reflection of your master." Ma Qianli's wife's curses went unheard by Dogsy, who, had he heard her insult towards his late master, would have surely retaliated with a few sharp slaps. For Dogsy held profound respect for his departed mentor, refusing to tolerate any disrespect towards him. That elder had been a monumental influence in his life, imparting skills and securing his position as a formal worker in the state. Returning to the dormitory, he found the madman lying on his bed, engrossed in a book, his expression serious and focused, oblivious to Dogsy's arrival. Dogsy thought to himself, "How diligent this madman has become. The moment his partner leaves, he immerses himself in study. When did he develop such a passion for learning?" Approaching to take a look, he found the title to be The Heart of a Certain Woman. "Of course, I should have known. His mind is consumed with thoughts of women," Dogsy remarked. "Can you not focus on something substantial for once?" Every day is either spent pondering how to massage your partner or musing over matters of romance. What a predicament I find myself in. Yet, why not indulge in some entertainment literature this evening? You are quite the serious one, aren't you? Do you not spend your time daily in affectionate embraces with Wang Lily? If you truly possess the resolve, then refrain from ever touching Wang Lily again. I would commend you as a hero. Can you accomplish such a feat? The madman exclaimed, turning over and sitting up, reaching out to snatch the book back. Hearing his brother's words, Guzi fell silent. How could he admonish the madman when he himself harbored similar desires for Wang Lily? Were it not for Wang Lily's sudden change of heart, casting him out, he would undoubtedly have spent the night with her. Let us just lie back on the bed, Guzi suggested. I shall also take the opportunity to study. He retrieved a book from beneath his pillow, its title prominently displaying the name Jean Momet. Unlike the madman, Guzi had a penchant for delving into classical literature. The two of them were engrossed in their studies through the night. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Hualu, pale and weary, struggling to support himself against the wall. It appeared he had endured considerable tribulation at the hands of Yang Mimi that evening. Guzi approached and patted his brother on the shoulder, saying, Hualu, moderation is key. Your health is paramount. Matters of romance cannot substitute for sustenance. Hualu retorted, can it be compared to a meal? One only eats 3 times a day, but courting Mimi can last an entire day. I feel utterly drained. If this continues, I might have to consider renouncing worldly desires. Tomorrow, I shall ask my relatives to procure a deer whip for you in the forest district. Once you recover your strength, you shall be ready to conquer the battlefield, achieving victory time and again, Guzi reassured him. Feigning tears, Hualu leaned on Guzi's shoulder and declared, Brother Go, my future happiness hinges upon your deer whip. Have your relatives procure a large one, so I can restore my vigor and spirit, prepared to battle the temptress without respite. Enough of this. It is late. Let us hasten to our slumber, Guzi urged. Indeed. Brother Go, do not forget to call your relatives tomorrow for that grand deer whip. Hualu flattered. As the lights dimmed, anyone who dared to speak would be met with disdain. Guzi promptly burrowed into his blankets. The night passed in silence. By noon the following day, Guzi had prepared a sumptuous feast featuring braised pork hock, fish, and a refreshing salad of lettuce, alongside sautéed broccoli, for delightful dishes. Just as the meal was served, 3 lovely young ladies and 2 brothers returned. Remembering the wild events of the previous night, Wang Lily, shy and bashful, felt too embarrassed to speak with Guzi. Guzi, mistaking her silence for shame over an accident from the previous night, placed a generous portion of pork hock into Wang Lily's bowl, encouraging her to eat more. What more does she need to consume? With her round and ample figure, does she truly require more pork hock? If she continues, she might become a large matron, and I would relish in her lamentations. In contrast, it is I, young Mimi, who genuinely requires sustenance. I have felt quite lean lately. Hualu seems indifferent to my plight. He ought to buy me some pork hock to restore my vitality. Young Mimi remarked, caressing her own rear. Guzi thought to himself, why must she always be present? No matter how much she eats, she could never match the voluptuous curves of my beloved Lily. Hualu, do keep an eye on your wife. Such behavior in front of so many is unbecoming. Hasten to serve your wife a piece of pork, lest she babbles on endlessly, Dogzi remarked. What nonsense have I spoken? I merely mentioned your partner's rotundity. I never insinuated anything else. My sister is a virtuous young lady. Refrain from such baseless accusations in the future. Should you continue to speak indiscriminately, beware that I may very well douse you with urine tonight. Slippery retorted, unable to endure any disparagement of his sister, Mei Mei's character. I misspoke, do not take offense. Haha, you and your Mei Mei are indeed the epitome of propriety. One could scarcely find a more respectable pair in our factory. Who was it that asked me to procure that dear something or other yesterday? My memory fails me. Dogzi chuckled. Do not forget, my future happiness hinges on you. Brother Dog, ensure you procure it for me. Slippery urged, a look of urgency upon his face. Ah, it has come back to me. Who was it that threatened to pour urine on my head earlier? That fellow has quite the audacity. Dogzi grinned. Who would dare to pour urine on Brother Dog's head? Just watch. I shall make him regret it. Brother Dog, you must have misheard. I never said such a thing. I still rely on you to help me with that dear something. Slippery replied, a gleam of flattery in his eyes. Yang Mei Mei, intrigued, inquired, what are you discussing? What dear something is this? Unable to contain his laughter, Dogzi explained, it is that which pertains to the male deer and reproduction. And Slippery claims your sister, Mei Mei, fancies it. He asked me to procure some for her, as she enjoys it immensely. Laughter erupted among the group, their bellies shaking with mirth. Zhang Sanguo, I shall strangle you, you scoundrel. Always bullying Slippery. Yang Mei Mei exclaimed, rising to pinch Dogzi. Dogzi evaded her grasp. but was soon captured by Wang Lili and Ma Dingdang, who held his arms and legs. Ma Dingdang declared, "We have him captured. You may punish him as you wish," so that he thinks twice about his misdeeds. Thus, Yang Mei raised her small fist and delivered a flurry of blows upon Dogsy, who howled in protest. Chapter 60. The first bucket of gold on Lu Erya's side. Following the enthusiastic promotion by several brothers-in-law, the men, women, and children of Qingsong Forest Farm flocked to the mountains to dig for old astragalus. The century-old astragalus was scarce, and within merely 7 or 8 days, it was nearly depleted. What remained were those of insufficient age. Lu Erya counted meticulously, discovering 350 or so plants, each boasting over 100 buds, with roots intact and unbroken. She promptly called Dogsy to inform him of the ample supply, stating that soon they could dispatch the goods from the station. She also conveyed that the century-old astragalus at Qingsong Forest Farm was nearly exhausted, making it increasingly difficult to find those with over 100 buds. She inquired if those with 70 or 80 buds would suffice. Dogsy replied, "No, it must exceed 100 buds. I cannot accept those with only 70 or 80. If Qingsong Forest Farm has none, other forests can be explored. The Forestry Bureau has 6 or 7 other farms. Your brothers-in-law can certainly investigate further, and I assure you the goods will be obtained." Dogsy estimated that by this autumn, he could acquire the majority of the century-old astragalus from the Forestry Bureau, foreseeing that such business might not be viable next year. Even if it were, procuring a significant quantity of old astragalus would prove challenging. Uncertain if other forestry bureaus possessed this resource, Dogsy resolved to visit them when time permitted. After 2 or 3 days, the 300-plus plants of old astragalus were dispatched to the Q City station. The cargo was overwhelming, and the dog could not manage it alone. So he contacted Director Wang, who promptly sent a Isuzu truck to assist in loading the goods. Once the cargo was securely loaded, they headed directly to the Municipal Herbal Medicine Company. Upon arrival, the goods were weighed, inspected, and graded. Given the substantial amount of merchandise this time, Director Wang could not assign all items the highest grade and instructed the inspectors to proceed according to regulations. Consequently, over 100 items, aged over 200 years, were classified as top grade, settling at 25 yuan per pound. More than 100 well-preserved items from 100 years were designated as first grade, at 20 yuan per pound. Additionally, 70 items with slightly inferior quality were marked as second grade, settling at 14 yuan per pound. A few dozen items deemed too poor in quality were classified as third grade, at 10 yuan per pound. Altogether, the total payment amounted to over 110,000 yuan. In light of Director Wang's reputation, there were no delays in payment, and the transaction was settled on the same day. After deducting over 20,000 yuan for the ant's goods and transportation fees, the dog netted over 90,000 yuan. This made the dog ecstatic. Such a sum was beyond his wildest dreams. Coupled with the previous profit of over 13,000 yuan, the total reached over 105,000 yuan. Such a sum is what many toil their entire lives to earn. Yet the dog achieved his first significant fortune in just over 20 days. This time, without inquiring whether Director Wang would take a commission, the dog rushed to the department store's jewelry counter and purchased a necklace for over 3,000 yuan for Aunt Wang. When he arrived at Uncle Wang's home, both he and Aunt Wang adamantly refused, suggesting that the dog should save it for his future wife. As they had no children of their own, they considered the dog as their own, and thus felt it improper to accept gifts from him. They appreciated the sentiment, but insisted he keep the item safe. The dog argued that even if he were their own child, it was only right to show respect to his elders with gifts. If they refused, it would imply they did not regard him as family. Consequently, he placed the necklace around Aunt Wang's neck. The couple, seeing the dog's determination, ultimately relented. They remarked, "You silly child, spending money recklessly now that you have a little." They accepted the gift this time, but made it clear it was a one-time exception, cautioning him against such extravagant purchases in the future. The dog nodded in agreement, promising to limit future gifts to food and drink for Uncle Wang and clothing for Aunt Wang, vowing not to buy such expensive jewelry again. The couple responded, "Indeed, it is acceptable to show respect to your elders with food and drink. Other gifts are unnecessary." The dog recalled the adage that money is a man's courage. With wealth, a man stands taller. He took a leave of absence, spending time with Wang Lili as they explored various shops and department stores, purchasing countless clothes and shoes, spending over 1,000 yuan. Wang Lili was quite distressed, exclaiming that such extravagance had consumed more than 3 months of his salary, and questioned his commitment to frugality. She warned that with such reckless spending, it would be difficult to support a future wife. The dog, however, refrained from disclosing the truth about his earnings of 100,000 yuan, fearing it would overwhelm her. Instead, he claimed that he had made over 5,000 yuan from selling huangqi, and that spending on his partner was only natural. He reassured her that he would certainly have enough money for a proper wedding, confidently stating that he would one day bring her home in style. Wang Lili retorted, "Pa? How shameless. Who said they would marry you?" Girls often express their heartache verbally, yet deep down, they rejoice when you lavishly spend on them. Dressed in a newly purchased dress and adorned with fashionable high heels by the riverside, Wang Lili felt elated. The dog remarked that this little fairy was truly enchanting, as if she had descended from a cloud above. How could she possess such beauty? I was nearly mesmerized to the point of fainting. Wang Lili playfully claimed to be the celestial Chang'e, having fallen from the moon into a pigsty, and lamented her misfortune of being claimed by a wild boar spirit like him. The dog retorted, daring her to call him a wild boar spirit, and playfully lunged toward her. Wang Lili giggled and evaded him, darting outside. Not far into her escape, the dog caught her in his embrace, indulging in playful antics. Had it not been for passers-by along the riverbank, he would surely have continued their intimate exchange. They strolled along the river for a while before heading to the market. Wang Lili appeared quite happy, chattering away as they walked, while the dog seized opportunities to be flirtatious when they were alone, and to his delight, she offered no resistance. He mused that the ancients were indeed correct. Beautiful women are fond of generous men willing to spend on them. When the money is well spent, she beams with joy, content regardless of his treatment toward her. After purchasing gifts for his beloved, he could not neglect his two brothers. The dog bought roasted duck, lamb leg, sauced pig's head, beef tongue, a large fish for spicy fish head stew, a rooster, and an assortment of vegetables. Upon returning to the dormitory, he prepared to slaughter the chicken and fish, then began cooking, frying, steaming, boiling, and stewing, ultimately creating 8 dishes, complemented by 4 ready-made ones, resulting in a grand total of 12 dishes. The table was lavishly adorned with spicy fish head, spicy chicken chunks, fried eggplant, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried lotus root, sliced meat, cold noodles, and bean sprouts, alongside a cucumber with pig ears and 4 ready-made delicacies. When Crazy, Slick, and Yang Mimi returned, they were astonished by such a feast. "What is this? You must be joking. You can't go on like this. Is this how you squander your money? You haven't spent this month's food budget, have you?" Crazy inquired. "Brother, we can't eat like this. By the end of the month, there won't be a penny left, and we'll be starving. I need to save to marry Mimi." Slick lamented. Seeing the massive spread of food, their first thoughts turned to whether their food budget would be exceeded. These two were quite the killjoys, staring at such a banquet. Shouldn't they be overjoyed, salivating? Their enthusiasm was doused by a bucket of cold water. "This is my treat. I'm treating you all to a meal. We want to account for our food budget here." Chapter 61. The first time in life. What day is it today? Could it be that it's your birthday, dog brother? I haven't prepared a gift. Ma Ding Dang exclaimed hurriedly. Yang Mimi speculated. Is it possible that you and Wang Lili are getting engaged? An engagement banquet requires the presence of elders. Though, Sister Mimi, you might somewhat qualify as an elder. Shouldn't we have Sister Mimi as a witness? No need to guess. Dog brother must have found money, or he wouldn't be so generous in treating us to such a lavish feast. Come clean, how much did you find? Let us split it. Share a bit with your brothers. Slick remarked. The madman inquired whether Ma Qianli was to be promoted to deputy factory director, while dog brother was rumored to have become the workshop director. I heard Director Ma mention that if he were ever to ascend in rank, you would likely be the foremost candidate to succeed him. If you truly attain the position of workshop director, let us see who in our workshop would dare to bully me. Listening to a few of them ramble on endlessly was quite vexing for dog brother. Thus, he whimsically declared that there was no other reason. Today marks the 200th day since Lily and I met, a momentous occasion worthy of celebration with a sumptuous feast. In Q City, I have no family, and you all are akin to my kin. Today, I invite my dear ones to witness the celebration of our 200-day acquaintance. Let us indulge in fine food and drink. Ah, a celebration for 200 days. How romantic of you, exclaimed Yang Mimi, addressing Shuelu. How many days have we known each other? Shouldn't we celebrate properly tonight? Shuelu responded with a wry smile, thinking to himself that it felt as though they celebrated every day, leaving him utterly drained. We should also celebrate. We two have known each other for 200 days. You ought to learn from dog brother. Observe how he delights his partner. You wouldn't even treat me to a bowl of wontons or noodles. Ma Ding Dang remarked to the madman. The madman replied, tomorrow I shall buy you tonghalu. Yes, and fried cakes, and jianbing guozi. Look at you, being so stingy. trying to placate me with tongholu, fried cakes, and jianbing guozi. Am I truly so worthless? Ma Dingdang retorted, visibly displeased. In my heart, you are priceless. You are the most precious treasure in the world. I would gladly devote my life to guarding you for eternity, for you are more valuable than my own existence. The madman declared, his tone one of flattery towards Ma Dingdang. Enough of your public display of affection. We are all covered in goosebumps, Yang Mimi chuckled. In that case, since we have all known each other for 200 days, let us celebrate together. This feast is in honor of the many days we have shared. From all corners of the earth, we have become friends and lovers, a fate ordained by heaven, Dog Brother proclaimed. Pour the drinks, tonight. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. The depth of our friendship shall be measured by the amount we consume, Ma Dingdang declared, seizing a bottle of liquor and beginning to fill glasses for everyone. As they raised their glasses, they toasted, celebrating their 200-day milestone, expressing gratitude for their friendship and the divine favor that allowed them to become lovers. May our friendship endure forever. May our love remain steadfast. They cheered. The madman downed his drink in one gulp and immediately dove into the spread before him, tearing into a roasted duck with fervor, devouring it with wild abandon. Aside from his affection for Ma Dingdang, his true passion lay in feasting. Grease dripped onto his shirt, staining it, yet he paid it no mind, ravenously enjoying his meal. No one is competing with you. Eat more slowly, Ma Dingdang remarked, her face etched with disdain at his voracious appetite. In contrast, Shuailu savored each morsel, taking small bites, which explained why he was as slender as a chick. Yang Mimi took a few bites before pausing, as if eating required a considerable expenditure of energy. In this regard, she and Shuailu bore a striking resemblance. Only the dog and Wang Lily were there, as I served the dishes while you fed me meat, creating an atmosphere filled with affection and warmth. The banquet was lavish, the wine of high quality, and everyone indulged in the feast, slightly tipsy. Yang Mimi, with her flirtatious gaze, suggested that Shuailu should escort her home, her lewd little eyes seemingly eager to discuss significant matters with him. Leaning on Shuailu's shoulder, Yang Mimi swayed her slender waist and departed. The dog suggested to Wang Lily, shall we take a stroll? Let us give the madman and his brother some space. All right, let us go back to my dorm to chat. We can leave this place for Dingdang and the madman to enjoy their private time. Hee hee. Wang Lily replied. Thank you, brother dog and sister dog, for facilitating this. I was just thinking of giving Dingdang a foot massage. She has been complaining about her feet hurting all day at work. The madman expressed his gratitude. What a terrible name, sister dog. From now on, just call me Lily. I don't like being addressed as sister dog, Wang Lily insisted. I want to call you that again, haha. You two go ahead and chat. After a few drinks, the madman's eyes gleamed with impatience. Once the dog and Wang Lily left, the madman immediately turned to Ma Dingdang, saying, come, let me help you with a foot massage. He then fetched warm water to pamper Ma Dingdang's feet. The dog held Wang Lily's delicate hand as they leisurely made their way to her dormitory. Gazing at the charming beauty beside him, the dog felt a surge of emotion and excitement. Upon reaching Wang Lily's dorm, they entered and sat on the bed. The dog's hand began to wander restlessly. Outside, the night owls in the trees sensed a different kind of scenery, while the moon shyly hid away. Only the wind continued to blow unabashedly. After a long while, the wind ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the moon revealed its pure face once more. Inside the dormitory, the dog stood before the beautiful girl, gazing at her and the faint blush on the sheets. He uttered the timeless words that every man has spoken for the first time. I love you, and I will take responsibility for you. I will marry you. Wang Lily remained silent, her eyes filled with deep affection as she looked at the dog. This foolish boy was her first love, to whom she entrusted everything, hoping he would not disappoint her and would treat her well for a lifetime. Although many had pursued Wang Lily in the past, she had turned them all down, as she was young and focused on her studies, not wanting to rush into romance. The dog tucked Wang Lily in, saying, get some rest. I will come to see you tomorrow. Otherwise, Ma Dingdang will surely kick me out when she returns. After bidding farewell to Wang Lily, the dog secured the door and walked back to his own dorm, feeling invigorated. This was what true love felt like. The dog finally understood the beauty of love. To love someone truly means to be willing to give everything for them, even facing perilous challenges without complaint. He silently vowed to cherish this beautiful girl, pledging to care for her for a lifetime, as long as her heart remained true. May one find a heart that remains steadfast until the end of time. Chapter 62. Director Ma proposed a promotion to a formal position. Upon returning to the dorm entrance, the dog peered through the curtain-esque gap and saw that the madman was still there, massaging Ma Dingdang's feet. Ma Dingdang wore an expression of sheer delight. her half-closed eyes revealing a sense of satisfaction. The dog, observing her, thought to himself, this foolish fellow has been massaging Ma Ding Dang for 2 or 3 months now, and still continues. Does he intend to keep this up until they obtain a marriage certificate? Such a beautiful partner, and yet he doesn't seize the opportunity. Should someone else sweep her away one day, the madman will only have himself to blame for his tears. Reflecting on his own achievements of the day, the dog felt a swell of pride as he eagerly awaited the madman to finish the foot massage, yearning to return to his dorm for a well-deserved rest. Today had exhausted him more than a day spent hauling sacks at the grain station. All he desired was to burrow under the covers and replenish his energy with a good night's sleep. Yet, the madman persisted with the massage, alternating between the back, thighs, and feet. Each time he tended to her feet, Ma Ding Dang would emit a soft, delighted hum, her expression revealing a charming mixture of shyness and ecstasy. This spectacle left the seasoned Sanguo feeling anxious. He mused that the girl had already given him signals. Why wasn't he making a move? If he squandered such an excellent opportunity, he would deserve his 18 years of solitude. The madman was indeed growing impatient. Meanwhile, the dog was engrossed in observing the diligent massage. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder from behind, startling him. What are you looking at, dog brother? Why aren't you back in the dorm? It was Xua Lu, returning after attending to his own partner's feet. I wasn't looking at anything. I just got back. The dog defended himself, leaning toward the window to check if the madman had fallen asleep. Let me take a peek too. Xua Lu chimed in. Joining him at the window, they witnessed the madman attentively massaging Ma Ding Dong's feet, her face radiating pleasure. Xua Lu couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze fixed intently. Ma Ding Dang, wanting to change positions for a massage on her calves and heels, was taken aback to see 2 heads peering in from the window. Letting out a squeal of embarrassment as she jumped up, the madman was startled, wondering why she had suddenly become flustered. Turning around, he too spotted the 2 large heads at the window, staring at them. Xua Lu was still lost in a daze, drooling. Ma Ding Dang sprang up, seizing a rolling pin, and dashed out the door. The madman quickly grabbed a ladle and followed suit. Upon realizing it was the dog and Xua Lu, Ma Ding Dang wasted no time and swung the rolling pin at them, shouting, "You 2 perverts! I'll teach you a lesson for peeping. You shameless creatures. Spying on your brother and his partner. You're utterly insane." The madman joined in, using the ladle to give them a few whacks on the back. The dog and Xua Lu ducked for cover, with Ma Ding Dang hot on their heels. Eventually, the pair had no choice but to flee into the men's restroom. Being a modest lady, Ma Ding Dang hesitated to follow them inside, pointing instead at the restroom and instructing the madman, "You go in there and drive them out. If I don't beat them out today, my anger will never subside. Those shameless wretches dare to spy on my brother and his beloved." The madman entered the restroom but refrained from attacking the dog and Xua Lu. Instead, he whispered, "I'll pretend to hit you both. Just scream in pain. If Ma Ding Dang hears you getting punished, she'll feel better. Once her anger subsides, you can come out." The dog and Xua Lu nodded in agreement. As the lunatic began to shout and create a ruckus, the slippery one wailed in despair, pleading for mercy. Their cacophony startled the workers and families in the dormitory area, prompting some to emerge and inquire about the commotion, expressing their frustration at being disturbed late at night. Embarrassed, Ma Ding Dang hesitated to reveal that the 2 were spying on them and instead apologized, claiming it was merely a playful disturbance from his partner and his brother. He assured them he would promptly ask them to cease their antics, expressing his regret for the disturbance. Upon hearing the shouts, the trio hastily ceased their performance. Just as they exited the men's restroom, Ma Ding Dang grabbed the 2 by their clothes and dragged them back to the dormitory. Once the door was shut, Ma Ding Dang unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon them. Aware of their wrongdoings, the slippery one and the dog remained silent, enduring the scolding and stoic acceptance. After more than an hour of criticism, Ma Ding Dang grew weary and took a seat to rest. The lunatic quickly interjected, defending his companions, stating they hadn't intended to intrude and had seen nothing inappropriate. They merely returned to find the light on and leaned in to check if he was in the dormitory, inadvertently witnessing him giving a foot massage. Now that they had been punished and chastised, he urged Ma Ding Dang to forgive them, emphasizing their bond as brothers. With his anger dissipating, Ma Ding Dang declared that while they could escape severe punishment, they must still face consequences. Each of them would owe him 10 lavish meals as penance. A proposition that elicited dismay from the slippery one. 10 meals? I can't afford that. You might as well just end me. He lamented. 10 is excessive. How about 1 meal each? That totals 2 meals, and I'll cover it all, the dog proposed, attempting to negotiate. No less than 5. Anything less would fail to demonstrate your sincere remorse, Ma Ding Dang retorted indignantly. Ultimately, They struck a deal for 3 grand meals as restitution, allowing Ma Ding-dang to relent. After the dog and the slippery one penned an IOU and a letter of contrition, Ma Ding-dang strutted out of the dormitory with a sense of triumph. That night was exhausting for the dog. First came the sweet and tender battle, followed by Ma Ding-dong's relentless pursuit, leaving him utterly drained. He collapsed into bed and fell asleep, only to dream of being chased by a bear, which terrified him into shouting for help in his sleep. The following morning, the factory leaders sought out Director Ma for a discussion, which lasted quite some time in the office. Once the leaders departed, Ma Qianli emerged with a beaming countenance, his eyes sparkling with pride, and the creases on his face radiating joy. He summoned the dog to his office, brimming with excitement, and announced, "The leaders spoke with me. They intend to assign me more responsibilities. In the coming days, I may transition from the brewing workshop to work at the factory headquarters. Congratulations, Uncle Ma. You've finally realized your ambition and will be promoted. This calls for a celebration. Let me treat you to a fine meal tonight," the dog exclaimed eagerly. However, upon hearing the mention of drinking, Director Ma quickly shook his head, stating, "No alcohol for me. My tolerance is low, and one drink leads to another." "Then allow me to gift you a piece of clothing to celebrate your advancement," the dog suggested, changing his approach. "Unnecessary expenses, my friend. I might be elevated to the position of Executive Deputy Factory Director, which will secure a proper retirement grade for me. When the time comes for my retirement, I will at least be able to retire with the benefits of a deputy division head. In this lifetime, this is all I can achieve, but you, my dear, are in the prime of your youth. Your future knows no bounds, and I have recommended you to the factory leadership to take over my position. They will reach out to you soon for a discussion." Who would have imagined that Ma Qianli would recommend Guzi for succession? Guzi hastily expressed his gratitude to Uncle Ma for his recognition and recommendation. Director Ma patted Guzi on the shoulder, advising him that as a young person, he should bear greater responsibilities, tread cautiously, navigate skillfully, and maintain good relationships to forge a path towards greater horizons. Uncle Ma has set you on the horse and guided your journey. From here on, the road ahead is yours alone. Guzi thought, "I shall refrain from voicing my thanks, for I shall keep this gratitude close to my heart." Upon departing from Director Ma's office, Guzi was filled with exhilaration, wondering if he too could ascend to an official position. A few days later, Ma Qianli's appointment was announced. He was appointed as the Executive Deputy Factory Director, holding a formal title at the departmental level. Director Ma's aspiration, nurtured over 2 decades, had finally come to fruition. Ma Qianli shouted towards the burial site of Master Niu Yutian. "Do you see this? I have been promoted to a formal position. I am now the Deputy Factory Director." In that moment, the pent-up frustration that had lingered within Ma Qianli for over 20 years was finally released. Chapter 63. Zhang Guzi's promotion. Ma Qianli held a small farewell gathering in the brewing workshop, stating that he had enjoyed harmonious relationships with everyone over the years and had developed deep feelings for them. Initially, he intended to work until retirement. However, the factory leadership deemed it necessary for him to make a greater contribution before retirement. Thus, they appointed him to a leadership position, compelling him to rise to the occasion. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to forge ahead. Yet, he found it difficult to part with everyone. Without their daily support, Ma Qianli would not be the person he was today. Having said this, he shed a few tears, moving the workshop workers to tears as well. Guzi thought to himself that Ma Qianli's acting skills were remarkable. Spending over 20 years in the brewing workshop truly felt like underutilizing his talent. Had it not been for the suppression and harm inflicted upon Ma Qianli by his master during his lifetime, perhaps he would have been promoted to a higher position in the city long ago. With Ma Qianli's departure from the brewing workshop, the world would no longer know Director Ma, but instead would welcome Deputy Factory Director Ma. Deputy Factory Director Ma retained his humble, amiable demeanor but carried an added air of authority. Not long after Ma Qianli's promotion to Executive Deputy Factory Director, the factory leadership approached Guzi for a discussion. They conveyed that Deputy Factory Director Ma had recommended him to succeed the position of Brewing Workshop Director. However, considering his youth and limited education, having only a middle school diploma, they could not promote him directly to a leadership role. Instead, they appointed Guzi as the acting director of the workshop. After a year of evaluation, they would grant him a deputy departmental title, officially making him the director of the brewing workshop. Guzi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ma Qianli would genuinely recommend him. His heart swelled with gratitude, realizing that Ma Qianli's generosity of spirit exceeded his own expectations. Guzi expressed his appreciation for the factory leadership as trust, stating that being appointed as the acting director was the greatest test of his capabilities. He vowed to uphold order within the workshop, enhancing safety while simultaneously boosting production efficiency. Following the path laid out by Deputy Factory Director Ma, he aspired to lead the brewing workshop towards a future of greater brilliance, not disappointing the nurturing and trust bestowed upon him by the leadership. A few days later, the factory issued an official document announcing the appointment of Comrade Zhang Huafeng as the acting director of the brewing workshop. Upon hearing the news, both Fengzi and Xuelu were elated, as their elder brother had taken on a leadership role, providing them with a sense of protection. Wang Lili also came to congratulate Guzi, exclaiming that she was thrilled by his unexpected promotion to director. She playfully suggested that now, as a leader, he should not be serving them meals daily. For how could a grand director act as a mere servant? She proposed that they celebrate his ascent with a nice dinner at a restaurant. Guzi, however, replied, "What do we need to eat? Just having a good chat tonight would be the best reward for me." He gazed at Wang Lili with a mischievous expression. "Bah, you shameless rogue. Who would want to chat with you late at night? Go talk to Fengzi and Xuelu instead. They would surely enjoy it." Wang Lili laughed. However, her expression shifted to seriousness as she admonished him to act more appropriately now that he was a leader. "You must maintain a serious demeanor in the workshop. Establish your illustrious image so that both the leaders and workers see you, Zhang Sanguo, as a person of high moral character and integrity. You should take a leaf out of Deputy Factory Director Ma Qianli's book on how to conduct yourself." Guzi acknowledged Wang Lili's wisdom. Being a leader meant he could no longer indulge in whims. That evening, Ma Dingdang, Yang Mimi, Fengzi, and Xuelu pooled their money together to treat Guzi to dinner in celebration of his promotion to director. They found a small restaurant on the street outside the factory and chose a private room by the window. Ma Dingdang declared that as the guest of honor, it was Guzi's prerogative to select the dishes. Guzi picked 2 dishes, sweet and sour pork and fried eggplant, favorites among the ladies. He then handed the menu to Wang Lili, suggesting she choose 2 dishes as well, saying, "Let's enjoy this celebration. I'll take care of the bill, so you need not spend a dime." Ma Dingdang retorted, "Since we agreed to treat you in honor of your promotion, we shall do so. There may not be another opportunity to host the esteemed director." His sharp tongue was relentless. Guzi conceded, "Fine, let you treat me, but I'll eat so much it'll make you cry." Each of the ladies ordered a dish, and Fengzi opted for a hearty mixed stew, claiming its generous portion would fill him up. When it was Xuelio's turn to order, he scrutinized the menu and found all the dishes to be too pricey. "How about some spicy dry tofu?" he suggested. However, upon noticing Yang Mimi's disapproving glare, he quickly changed his mind. "No, let us go with stir-fried potato shreds. You've eaten so many potatoes, cabbages, and tofu in your childhood, haven't you had enough? Today, your brother is being promoted. Why order something so mundane? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Mimi playfully tapped Xuelu on the head. Xuelu chuckled. "I've only been to a restaurant a handful of times in my life. I don't really know what to order. Both Fengzi and I are orphans and have rarely enjoyed fine cuisine. Ever since I acknowledged Guzi as my brother, he has been providing us with delicious meals. It's only now that I've realized how poor my previous meals were. I am grateful to Guzi for allowing us to feel the warmth of family." With that, Xuelu squeezed out a few tears. Guzi reflected, "In truth, we are all pitiable souls. You have no parents, and I have no father. Our lives are filled with hardship, as we are the forsaken children of fate. From now on, we shall strive to assert ourselves, proving to those fortunate enough to have both parents that even children deprived of paternal and maternal guidance can achieve greatness." Upon finishing this declaration, I grasped the hands of the madman and the slippery one, and the 3 of us held fast to each other. In that moment, a saying came to my mind. A true hero requires 3 loyal companions. Even Liu Bei needed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The journey of life is long, and one cannot venture far alone. At every step, the support of brothers is essential. I may not trust relatives, but I place my faith in friends. While relatives are beyond our choice, friends can be those with whom we share our hearts and souls. The group rejoiced and drank heartily, as 3 lovely ladies took turns toasting me, surrounding me like stars encircling the moon, leaving me quite befuddled. Gazing upon the beautiful Lily, the enchanting Yang Mimi, and the tall, robust Ma Dingdang, swaying before me, I felt as though I were experiencing the life of an emperor. Drink, eat. With beauties at my side and brothers sharing in the feast, we vowed not to leave sober. Life's triumphs deserve to be celebrated to the fullest. This evening, I embraced my newfound status. That night, I became quite inebriated, and in my hazy state, I seemed to glimpse my father. He gently stroked my head and said, "My son, you have grown and achieved much. I am proud of you. From now on, take good care of your mother, work diligently, and strive for our family, the Zhangs, to gain honor through you." In my dream, I wept uncontrollably, unaware of how I returned to my dormitory that night. I lost my memory. Upon awakening, I found my pillows soaked, a testament to the tears I shed in my dream. Chapter 64. Acknowledging my adoptive parents. Since being appointed as the acting director, my schedule has become increasingly demanding, often requiring my presence at various meetings. I find it perplexing why leaders are so fond of convening, rambling on for 1 or 2 hours, leaving the audience drowsy, while they themselves speak with fervor and relish. One day, during an inspection of the distillation workshop, a factory leader posed a rather naive question. Why is the distillation column so lengthy? Wouldn't a shorter one allow the steam to reach the condenser more quickly, thereby increasing the output speed? Observing this master's degree-holding deputy director ask such an unprofessional question, I began to suspect the legitimacy of his qualifications. At that moment, I understood why leaders enjoyed meetings so much. It is during these gatherings that they can showcase their significance. A cadre of uninformed and inept individuals managing the Victory Distillery. It is no wonder that a factory capable of producing thousands of tons of liquor annually suffers continual losses. Workers endure hardship while leaders thrive. Without the nurturing presence of the old caretaker, the slippery one, the madman, and the 3 lovely ladies had no choice but to frequent the cafeteria. Thankfully, the lunch lady was Yang Mimi's mother, Aunt Chu, who always filled their plates generously. The madman had no complaints, enjoying his meals heartily, but the slippery one struggled. His appetite had diminished significantly, and he had lost weight. Wang Lili also found the cafeteria fare unpalatable, merely taking enough to stave off hunger. Her once plump face had grown gaunt, and seeing this filled me with concern. As the canine companions observed their brothers and 3 lovely ladies experiencing a significant decline in appetite, they took it upon themselves to periodically prepare delightful meals to replenish their physical vitality. The herbal supplements procured through a trusted source had also arrived. Mixed with various traditional Chinese herbs and steeped in 60-degree white liquor, they instructed Hualio to consume a cup daily, as per Director Wang's prescription. Under the nourishing effects of both the supplements and delectable cuisine, Hualio's health gradually improved, transitioning from a pallid complexion to a rosy and vibrant state. With an evident boost in spirits, he gained considerable weight and approached his daily tasks with renewed energy. Perhaps his poor health stemmed from a lack of nutrition in his formative years, as the welfare home's cabbage and potatoes barely sufficed for adequate sustenance. With the revitalizing influence of the medicines, Hualio blossomed into a robust and spirited individual, once again taking on the role of Yang Mimi's devoted caretaker, diligently massaging her feet and attending to her every need with utmost precision. The allure of the enchanting vixen intensified, her graceful movements captivating all. Meanwhile, the eccentric individual found great joy in attending to Ma Ding-Dang's feet each evening, reveling in the routine. The canine did not quite comprehend their peculiar passion. He often wondered how one could find joy in such intimate acts, particularly when it came to the feet of their partners. The scent of a young lady's feet surely surpassed that of a young man's, yet the 2 men's constant attention to this task seemed beneath them. Perhaps the canine simply could not fathom the happiness that the eccentric and Hualio derived from such endeavors. With an increasingly busy schedule, the canine seldom found time to accompany Wang Lili. On days when he encountered the eccentric in high spirits while providing foot massages to Ma Ding-Dang in the dormitory, he would seize the opportunity to visit Lily's quarters and engage in discussions about the profound truths of life. During one such conversation, Wang Lili inquired, "When do you plan to marry me? We cannot remain in this state of courtship indefinitely. If you have the chance, find a matchmaker to propose to my family." To which the canine replied, "Once I transition to a permanent position and secure a deputy-level title, we shall wed. I can support you now. My salary as a cadre exceeds 500 a month. I will entrust all my earnings to you, including my additional income, though the exact amount remains uncertain." His affection for Wang Lili was boundless, and he was willing to sacrifice everything for her. Over time, their relationship deepened, becoming inseparable and intensely passionate. Were it not for their demanding work schedules, the canine would gladly spend every moment in Wang Lili's dormitory, engrossed in love and companionship, reluctant to part even for a second. One day, a call came from his aunt, directly reaching the canine's office. "Director Zhang," she began, "this is your aunt. I have procured some additional astragalus from other forestry areas and sent it to Q City. The shipment has been on the road for 2 to 3 days now and should have arrived. Please collect it from the station using your credentials." "Certainly. I will retrieve it immediately," the canine responded. He then contacted Director Wang to inform him of the new batch of astragalus that had arrived, planning to deliver it to the herbal medicine company in the city. Director Wang agreed, assuring him that he would make the necessary arrangements. This time, feeling hesitant to trouble Director Wang for transportation, the canine utilized a four-wheeled vehicle from the factory, typically used for transporting distillery waste, to haul the goods to the herbal company. Such privileges of leadership allowed for a certain degree of personal use of public resources. This latest shipment contained a substantial quantity of astragalus, over 500 roots, noticeably larger than the previous batch. This may have been due to the fact that other forestry areas did not boast the same altitude as the Qingsong forest, with soil more conducive to the growth of astragalus, resulting in their larger size. After the inspector verified the goods, he presented the list to Guzi. The exceptional grade, aged over 200 years, comprised more than 150 plants, settled at 25 each. The first grade included 200 plants, settled at 20 each. The second grade had over 100 plants, settled at 14 each. The third grade contained several dozen plants, settled at 10 each. In total, there were less than 5 tons of goods, equivalent to over 9,000 jin, with the total payment nearing 200,000. After deducting costs, acquisition, and transportation, Guzi netted a profit of 160,000, and with previous earnings combined, his bank book now boasted 260,000. This truly felt like a windfall from the heavens. Guzi attributed his fortune to the assistance of Director Wang. Without his guidance, how could he have earned such a sum? With some money in hand, Guzi visited Director Wang's home, intending to offer a commission as a token of gratitude. However, Director Wang abruptly rejected the gesture, stating that his help stemmed from compassion for Guzi's fatherless upbringing, gratitude for Guzi's past assistance, and the joy derived from his companionship. As he and his wife had no children of their own, presenting money was an affront to his dignity. Should Guzi persist in such behavior, he would be unwelcome in their home in the future. Observing Director Wang's anger, Aunt Wang quickly interjected, reminding him that Guzi was still young and inexperienced. She explained that although Guzi was grateful for his earnings, it was unnecessary to react so vehemently. She reassured Guzi that they were not in need of money. If Uncle Wang sought financial gain, there were numerous avenues to pursue. To them, Guzi's earnings were trivial, given their lack of children. What need had they for excessive wealth? Gently stroking Guzi's head, Aunt Wang continued, expressing their affection for him, praising his understanding, diligence, and integrity, which mirrored Uncle Wang. The latter was not truly angry, but rather disappointed. If Guzi wished to express his gratitude, they suggested he consider them as his adoptive parents, thereby gaining 2 guardians while they gained a son. What did he think of that? Guzi responded enthusiastically, declaring that he had never had adoptive parents before, and turned to look at Director Wang. The latter remarked that he had always regarded Guzi as his own child, and giving money to Uncle Wang would be akin to bribery. What child would bribe their parents? He hoped Guzi would remain steadfast on the right path and avoid missteps. Aunt Wang quickly added that Uncle Wang had forgiven him, urging him to bow and acknowledge them as his adoptive parents. With a playful spirit, Guzi knelt and bowed thrice, addressing them as adoptive father, adoptive mother. The couple promptly helped him to his feet, their hearts filled with joy. From that moment on, Guzi gained 2 adoptive parents, and they acquired a son. Chapter 65. Money, Power, and Women. Guzi's dealings in astragalus did not last long, as the remaining few forests had altitudes too low and rivers too numerous, resulting in a scarcity of the herb. After sending over 400 old astragalus plants for the last time, Aunt Wang informed Guzi that it would be increasingly difficult to procure more, as the older plants were becoming rare, and no one from the various forests was willing to venture into the mountains anymore. This time, Dogzi earned a little more than 100,000 after deducting expenses. Gazing at the figure on the passbook, 36,714, 533 yuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Dogzi mused that this sum would serve as his seed capital. With these over 300,000 yuan, he intended to embark on a more ambitious venture in the future. As the saying goes, without capital, one finds it challenging to reap profits. Possessing funds is essential for engaging in trade, making money, and accumulating wealth. He remitted 17,000 yuan to his mother, urging her to purchase a brick house to live in, as their current adobe dwelling was neither warm nor spacious enough. Moreover, Dogzi aspired to bring Wang Lily back home for the New Year celebrations this year. The adobe house would be quite embarrassing. In Dogzi's hometown, a brick house could be acquired for about 5 or 6,000 yuan, as properties in the forest region are particularly inexpensive. Since Dogzi's family lacked a telephone, he encouraged his mother to install one for easier communication. The installation fees had become more reasonable, though it would still cost over 1,000 yuan. His mother was overjoyed to learn of Dogzi's financial success. Her son was thriving, not only earning money but also attaining a leadership position, with plans to return home for the new year with his beautiful companion. Such joyous events seemed to unfold one after another. Relatives soon learned of Dogsy's promotion to director, reportedly holding a deputy section level title. Consequently, they flocked to his home to congratulate his mother, and suddenly, relatives multiplied, transforming the once quiet household into a bustling one. Truly, when one is impoverished, no one pays heed in the crowded market, yet when one is wealthy, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. Dogsy's mother began inquiring around and found a spacious brick house, over 80 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. The asking price was over 8,000 yuan, considered high in the forest region. Through persistent negotiation, she managed to lower the price by over 1,000, ultimately securing the house for 7,000 yuan. Fearing that Dogsy might feel uncomfortable bringing his companion to stay, she opted for a 3-bedroom, 1 living room arrangement. As the cold winter settled in, the distillery entered its peak production season, and Dogsy found himself running around daily, exhausted as if he were a lifeless dog. He had never realized how busy Director Ma truly was. Why, then, did he find himself inundated with tasks? Unbeknownst to Dogsy, Director Ma had a habit of avoiding problem-solving, letting issues linger until they resolved themselves over time. Consequently, workers had learned to refrain from approaching Director Ma with their problems, opting instead to handle matters independently or escalate unresolved issues to the factory department. Thus, Director Ma had enjoyed a relatively leisurely tenure. His sole merit lay in not offending the workers while diligently currying favor with the factory leadership. Although incompetent and lacking business acumen, he managed to maintain a favorable reputation on both sides. In contrast, Dogsy, being straightforward, did not comprehend this unwritten code. His stringent oversight of workshop production inevitably antagonized the workers, and he lacked the sycophantic finesse to appease the factory leaders. Consequently, he found himself perpetually overwhelmed with work, swiftly moving from one issue to the next. Director Wang, however, greatly admired Dogsy's work ethic and approach, as he too embodied a meticulous and serious attitude, which had allowed him to ascend to the positions of director and deputy manager of the medicinal materials company over several decades. Dogsy understood that to succeed in an official capacity, he could not emulate his mentor-s approach, as it merely led to a lifetime of stagnation in middle management. Instead, he needed to learn from Ma Qianli, deftly navigating relationships and managing upward and downward. Yet, Dogsy was reluctant to abandon his principles for the sake of a political career. After all, he was a man. The essence of a lifetime's pursuit often boils down to 3 desires: power, wealth, and women. Presently, with a beautiful partner and substantial savings, the allure of power has diminished for Guzzi. Although the workshop director is but a minor official, he possesses enough status to boast before his relatives. With wealth, a partner, and a touch of authority, what more could he desire? Everything he now experiences is beyond what he dared to dream in the past. As winter descends, the chill fills the workshop with the scent of alcohol, leaving Guzzi in a daze every day. In earlier times, he could sneak away unnoticed, but now, as the director, he must lead by example, diligently overseeing production to ensure that the workers have no time to slack off. The laborers murmur behind his back, calling him a miser, constantly watching them work, leaving no moments for respite. They reminisce about the former director, who rarely graced the workshop with his presence. Guzzi's vigilant supervision has borne fruit, with daily production increasing by 30%, much to the delight of the factory leadership. However, Vice Factory Manager Ma Qianli approaches Guzzi with a word of caution, advising him not to take his role too seriously and to learn to ease the pressure. If he continues to impose such strict oversight, he risks alienating the workers in the brewing workshop. He warns Guzzi that he may soon find himself the target of complaints or worse, facing retaliation in the dark of night. The workers may harbor resentment, and when discontent brews, the leadership may forget his contributions, leaving him without allies. Guzzi reflects on this, realizing that in a state-owned enterprise, even if production were to double, it would not necessarily benefit him. In fact, increased output could draw unwanted attention from higher-ups, leading to unnecessary complications. The workers would toil excessively, while the leaders would bear the brunt of the stress. Guzzi's efforts could be in vain. After hearing Vice Manager Ma's advice, he decides to refrain from daily visits to the workshop, opting instead to make occasional appearances, engaging in light-hearted banter with the workers. This shift in his approach lightens the atmosphere, earning him the workers' appreciation, who remark on how much more understanding this young director has become. With newfound leisure, Guzzi resumes his daily routine of attending to his partner, immersing himself in the domestic life of preparing meals and taking care of the household. The quality of life for the 3 lovely ladies and the 2 gentlemen improves significantly, with varied dishes served at each meal. When the collective meal fund falls short, Guzzi generously supplements it with his own money, as he finds himself in no financial distress. Every day, the group feasts heartily, praising Guzi as a model of selflessness. Akin to Lei Feng, although they have never met him, they declare that Guzi is even more altruistic, tirelessly cooking and catering to their needs. One worker expresses a desire to petition the factory to establish a special Lei Feng award to recognize Guzi's contributions and inspire others in the factory. Guzi humbly dismisses the comparison, insisting he is merely their caretaker, attending to the needs of a few young ladies and gentlemen, repaying a debt from a past life. Yang Mimi playfully thanks Director Go for the supplementary wine provided for her family's festive gatherings, exclaiming how revitalized she feels, brimming with energy. "Why do you speak so freely?" she chides, glancing around at her companions. There are two young ladies present. "What young ladies?" Slipper grumbles in response. You look at Wang Lily. Her hips have grown fuller, her chest has become more buxom, and even her eyebrows seem more relaxed. Her walk has a slight sway to it. It's obvious she's been with Director Go. Yang Mimi didn't hold back with her words. Wang Lily grabbed Yang Mimi's arm and pinched it hard, saying, "You little minx, how dare you spout such nonsense? I haven't dealt with you in 2 days. And now you've even learned how to read appearances? Ouch, let go. If you bruise me, you'll have to compensate me. Then you can give me your Director Go. Once he's mine, I'll have 2 husbands to switch between every day." Hee hee hee. Yang Mimi laughed lewdly, dodging Wang Lily's hands. Yang Mimi dashed out the door. Guzi thought to himself, that vixen is quite observant. Chapter 66. Another spring festival arrives in the blink of an eye. It was almost Chinese New Year again. The distillery gradually halted production, cleaning up the workshops and facilities, tidying the fermentation pits, and scrubbing the distillation equipment. Guzi also packed his things to return home for the new year. He had originally planned to ask Hualu and Fengzi if they would go back to their hometown with him to celebrate the festival. Hualu said he would be spending the spring festival at Yang Mimi's house this year, so he wouldn't be returning with Guzi. He asked Guzi to bring gifts to his foster mother and extend New Year's greetings on his behalf. Fengzi also said he would accompany Ma Dingdang to D City to visit her parents. Ma Dingdang's parents, upon learning that Fengzi was an orphan, felt deeply sorry for him, having no family or attachments. They insisted that Ma Dingdang bring Fengzi to D City for the New Year holiday. Wang Lily had initially planned to return to H City, but Guzi hoped she would come with him to his hometown to meet his mother. It would also be a chance for Guzi to show off a little. Wang Lily said she needed to ask her parents, worried they might not agree. Sure enough, after consulting her parents, they refused to let her spend the new year at Guzi's home. They said an unmarried young woman celebrating the new year at someone else's house would invite gossip. Wang Lily's father was a minor official in H City, managing a dozen or so people. Her mother was a hospital nurse. Though their family conditions were modest, the couple was particularly snobbish. They hoped Wang Lily would continue her studies in a junior college, become a cadre after graduation, and then date and marry into a well-connected family to enjoy a life of privilege. Although Guzi was now a junior manager, his family background was too humble and did not meet Wang Lily's parents' expectations. Thus, they disapproved of her relationship with him. Wang Lily pleaded with her parents over the phone several times, but they remained firm in their refusal. Left with no choice, she suggested that Guzi return to his hometown alone for the new year while she went back to H City to accompany her parents. Guzi was disappointed. He had hoped to flaunt his beautiful girlfriend back home this year, but that wish had been dashed. Before leaving, Guzi prepared a lavish lunch for Wang Lily. Though the meal was sumptuous, the two felt heavy-hearted and reluctant to part, making even the finest dishes taste bland. Ma Dingdang had left with Fengzi by train for H City that morning. Hualu had also gone to Yang Mimi's house, staying in the bedroom that once belonged to her brother before his marriage. The factory was quiet and deserted, with most workers already gone. Guzi had bought a ticket for that afternoon. He had originally wanted to see Wang Lily off before leaving himself, but there were only tickets available for that afternoon, so he had to go first. In the dormitory, the two held each other tightly, neither willing to let go. Wang Lily threw her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Then, the two of them lay entwined in each other's embrace, reluctant to part until the train schedule for the dog was imminent. With a heavy heart, they dressed. "Let me see you off," Wang Lily offered. "No need for that. If you accompany me to the station, I will only feel sorrowful. Let me depart alone. We can keep in touch over the phone. My family has installed one." The dog replied, feeling a weight of melancholy. They shared a tender kiss goodbye, and as the dog gathered his luggage, he turned back several times, loath to leave the distillery, making his way to the train station. Passing the Central Mall, he took a moment to buy gifts for his mother and grandparents. He then hailed a cab to the station, shouldering his bag and carrying his belongings as he entered. The train was delayed, and the dog sat in the station, waiting for its arrival. With the spring festival just a few days away, the crowd had thinned significantly, leaving the station relatively quiet. He occupied himself by perusing a martial arts novel. Since his intimate encounter with Wang Lily, he had refrained from reading inappropriate literature, wanting to uphold a splendid image in her eyes. Suddenly, a girl clad in a cream-colored coat, dragging a suitcase, approached him and snatched the book from his hands, tossing it onto a nearby bench. As he opened his mouth to protest, he was met with a vibrant smile from a strikingly beautiful face. With a lithe figure and alluring curves, the enchanting girl mischievously winked at him. It was none other than Wang Lily, standing before him with palpable excitement. Surprised? Delighted? Happy? She exclaimed. Lily, what brings you here? Didn't you purchase a ticket for tomorrow's train? He asked, puzzled. I thought it over, and I simply could not bear the thought of you returning home alone. In choosing between you and my parents, I regretfully choose to betray them. Let us celebrate the new year at your home first, and after the festival, I shall explain everything to my parents, seeking their forgiveness. Perhaps they will no longer oppose our relationship. Wang Lily declared. How wonderful. What a delightful surprise. My heart races with excitement. Lily, please, touch my chest, otherwise, my heart may leap out. The dog joyfully exclaimed, grasping her delicate hand. Look at you, so silly. Quickly, help me with my luggage. The train will soon arrive. Wang Lily urged, handing her suitcase to him. With the dog bearing the luggage, his backpack slung over his shoulder, and leading Wang Lily's suitcase. They made their way to the platform. The train was delayed by half an hour, and it was quite crowded. This train was bound for the Lin district, making tickets scarce and the compartments congested. After much effort, they finally managed to board. Once he settled Wang Lily, the dog squeezed through to the ticket-checking compartment to purchase a ticket for her, inquiring whether he could secure 2 sleeper tickets. He was indifferent to sitting in hard seats alone, primarily concerned about Wang Lily's comfort. The ticket agent informed him that they would only know if there were available sleeper spots after the train departed, but he would take note of his request to prioritize him for any available sleeper tickets. As the train moved, the dog rested on the ticket booth counter, awaiting his ticket. After traveling nearly a station, the ticket agent finally called his name, indicating that a sleeper ticket had become available. The dog hurriedly secured 2 sleeper tickets, one for the lower berth and one for the middle. After obtaining the tickets, he rushed to pick up Wang Lily, waiting anxiously in the hard seat carriage. Wang Lily exclaimed, Where have you been? You've left me here alone for over an hour, and I thought you might have gotten lost. The dog replied, I was at the ticket counter waiting to secure the sleeper tickets. I just got them and hurried back to get you. Let's go to the sleeper carriage. With that, he shouldered his luggage and pulled Wang Lily's suitcase as they made their way to the sleeper compartment. They arrived at the carriage, drenched in sweat from the crowded conditions. After registering with the train attendant, they quickly climbed to the upper berth to rest, exhausted from the journey. The train to the forest area moved at a leisurely pace, taking 2 days to reach the dog's home, with 1 transfer along the way. The enchanting scenery of the snow-covered Greater Xing'an Range captivated Wang Lily. Chapter 67. The warmth of a mother's love. By the time they disembarked from the train, it was already evening. In the pitch darkness, they took a tricycle directly to the elegant alley mentioned in the mother's phone call. Upon arriving, they were met with rows of brick houses, leaving the dog bewildered. Which one is my home? I can't find it. Observing his confusion, Wang Lily became anxious. How could you forget where you live? The dog replied, We moved. Our new home is an elegant alley. My mother said it's number 36, but there are no visible house numbers. Just as they contemplated asking around, a figure approached in the distance, flashlight in hand. As the figure drew nearer, they shouted, Is that you, dog? It's your mother. It was indeed the dog's mother, who, knowing he was returning on this day, had come to ensure he could find their new home. In the biting cold, she had anxiously traversed the alley multiple times, worried he might get lost. Mom, I missed you so much. The dog embraced her, instantly warming her chilled body. A mother's concern stretches across 1,000 miles. Having not seen her son for a year, she felt a pang of longing. Seeing him return, seemingly taller, filled her heart with joy, rendering her speechless. She took his hand and led him home, momentarily neglecting Wang Lily, who followed quietly behind, pouting and swaying her hips. Upon entering the house, the dog's mother finally noticed the stunningly beautiful Wang Lily trailing behind. This wouldn't be your girlfriend, would it? Didn't you say you weren't bringing anyone home for the new year? The dog replied, Mom, this is Wang Lily, the girl I often talk about. Turning to Wang Lily, he added, You can call her Auntie. Hello, Auntie. I'm San Dog's girlfriend, Wang Lily. My parents wanted me to come home for the new year, but I decided to visit you and get acquainted. So I impulsively boarded the train with him before we left. What a lovely girl. You look like a fairy from a painting. The mother exclaimed, overwhelmed with delight. My dog seems to have accumulated an extraordinary stroke of luck in this life, finding such a stunning companion. It truly feels as if ancestral spirits are smiling down upon us. The more I gaze upon Wang Lily, the more I find her enchanting. Hurry and take off your shoes and get comfortable by the heated Kong. I started the fire this afternoon, and it has been warming for quite some time. With a flurry of activity, I helped Wang Lily settle down on the Kong and removed her shoes. I busied myself setting up the Kong table, serving dishes and rice, and even prepared warm towels for both the dog and Wang Lily to wipe their faces. My culinary skills remain as modest as ever. Just 4 dishes: stir-fried celery with meat, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and a few others, as I have little else in my repertoire. I believe that any dish containing meat is a good dish. You too must be famished. I can only offer this simple home-cooked meal. Lily, I hope you can manage to eat a bit. Tomorrow, the dog will surely prepare something delicious for you. I served the rice to them, and they began to eat. The quality of the dishes left much to be desired. Either there was too much salt or too little oil. Having lived through difficult times, I tended to add extra salt to dishes, believing it would stretch the food and make it more palatable. Wang Lily ate with a look of discomfort. At the factory, she was pampered daily by the dog, who prepared a variety of exquisite dishes, thus developing her discerning palate. Although the dog is now skilled in various cooking methods, he is not picky and eats whatever is presented to him, especially his mother's cooking, which he has grown accustomed to since childhood. What flavor in this world can compare to the warmth of a meal prepared by one's mother? For a wandering child returning home, nothing is more cherished than the dishes lovingly made by their mother, even if others deem them unappetizing. In a child's heart, they remain the finest delicacies in the world. Wang Lily managed to swallow a bowl of rice with the aid of hot water. It was simply too salty to consume without something to wash it down. She wondered if the dog's mother had perhaps served us salty pickles sautéed with the meal. Observing the dog devour bowl after bowl, she began to question her own taste buds. Could it really be that delicious? Just look at how ravenous he appears. After finishing their meal, they tidied up the dishes. The dog's mother remarked that after sitting on the train for so long, they must be exhausted and should retire for the night. With that, she helped Wang Lily arrange her bedding, proudly stating that it was made from freshly fluffed cotton, so soft and comfortable. The bedding was all new, purchased specifically for Lily's visit. Seeing the dog still lingering about, grinning as he assisted Wang Lily with her outer pants, the dog's mother playfully swatted him on the head, saying, "The young lady is ready for bed. What do you think you're doing here, you grown man? Your bedroom is next door. Hurry up and sleep in your own room." With no choice but to comply, the dog took his blanket and retreated to the adjacent room. After ensuring Wang Lily was settled, the dog's mother also returned to her own quarters for the night. The Kong was excessively warm, causing Wang Lily considerable discomfort. She tossed and turned, moving from one end to the other, seeking relief. Each time she shifted, it provided a moment of coolness before the bedding would once again become stifling, leaving her back flushed with heat. Quietly, she ventured into the dog's room, where he was blissfully asleep. Upon returning home and nestling beside his mother, the dog felt an overwhelming sense of security and sank into a deep slumber. A gentle poke in his nostrils roused him, prompting him to roll over and continue his peaceful dreams. Observing him still asleep, Wang Lily pinched his eyelids, assisting him in opening his eyes. Upon awakening and seeing Wang Lily, he exclaimed, "What mischief are you up to at this hour? Quickly, let us return to sleep. After a good rest, I shall take you to the mountains tomorrow for some exhilarating sledding. It will be such fun. Your bed is too warm. It has scorched my back. Just feel for yourself." As Wang Lily spoke, she burrowed into the dog's blanket, turning her back towards him. The dog exclaimed, "Oh, it is indeed hot. The little beauty is radiating heat." He remarked that his room's warmth was insufficient and suggested, "Why not stay here tonight? You can return home early in the morning, and my mother won't notice." Wang Lily consented. "All right. I have yet to experience sleeping beside you. Tonight, we shall consider it our wedding night." The dog proposed, "If you aren't tired, shall we discuss life?" Wang Lily scoffed, "Discuss life? I'm utterly exhausted. We can talk tomorrow night." With a weary expression, she added, "You lecherous rascal, how can you still think of mischief when you're so worn out? Then let us sleep." She said, "I have never cuddled with you before. Tonight is our special night." The dog, filled with playful intent, reached for her arm, wishing to tease her. "Remove your paw. I am both tired and spent. I lack the energy to entertain you," Wang Lily retorted, turning away and nudging him aside with her arm. Realizing that the goddess lacked the vitality to engage with him, the dog resigned himself to silence. The two lay back to back, eventually surrendering to sleep, utterly drained from their earlier adventures. Chapter 68. A daughter-in-law forgotten. The dog's mother rose early, fearing her children might feel cold, and began to warm the bed by 6 or 7 o'clock. Upon entering Wang Lily's room and discovering it empty, she peeked through the door of the dog's bedroom and beheld two heads nestled under the covers. The dog was tightly embracing Wang Lily, both lost in deep slumber. The dog's mother scolded internally, thinking, "This rascal, how audacious. They aren't even formally engaged, yet he dares to sleep beside her. When Wang Lily is away, I shall reprimand him thoroughly." By the time the dog and Wang Lily awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Wang Lily exclaimed, "Oh no, your mother must have noticed I'm not in my room. We need to get up, quickly." The dog, reluctant to release his enchanting companion, lazily contemplated indulging in some playful mischief before rising. With Wang Lily pulling and nudging him, he finally got up and dressed, though his face reflected reluctance. After getting up, they discovered that the dog's mother was not home, and a pot of food was warming on the stove. They hastily tidied the bedding, washed their faces, and brushed their teeth. The pot contained a steaming dish of eggs and a few fluffy steamed buns, along with a bowl of congee. On the dining table was a dish of pickled vegetables seasoned with sesame oil, chili, and garlic, still warm and inviting. The two began to eat, enjoying the crispness of the pickled vegetables paired with the congee. The buns, torn open and filled with the egg dish and strips of pickled vegetables, created a humble yet delightful version of a meat sandwich, a particular favorite of the dog. After breakfast, the dog suggested taking Wang Lily to the hillside for some skiing, to which she readily agreed. The dog fashioned a makeshift ski from a piece of metal by bending it at the front. Together, they climbed the slope, and the two of them sat upon the metal sheet, sliding down the hill. The slope was uneven, causing a bumpy descent that left Wang Lily's stomach aching and her rear end in discomfort. When the dog proposed another trip up the hill for another slide, Wang Lily firmly refused, exclaiming that her backside felt as if it had been battered and her insides jostled. Seeing her resolute stance, the dog conceded and took her home. In his childhood, the dog had no toys, and sliding down snowy hills in winter was one of his favorite pastimes. He had hoped to share the joy of his youth with Wang Lily, but instead, he had inadvertently caused her discomfort. Upon returning home, they found the dog's mother preparing two hens, plucking their feathers. The dog promptly took the chickens from his mother's hands and began to clean them. After removing the feathers and washing the pieces, they planned to make mushroom stew with the chicken for lunch. The dog's mother chatted with Wang Lily while the dog busily prepared the meal in the kitchen, which included chicken mushroom stew, fried cicada pupae, sweet and sour pork, braised beef with potatoes, pan-fried slippery fish, and a cold dish of shredded radish mixed with black fungus. 6 dishes were served on the table, with bowls and chopsticks arranged, and 2 bottles of fruit wine brought out for his mother and Wang Lily. In winter, dining on the kong, a traditional heated bed, was warm and cozy. The 3 sat cross-legged on the kong, beginning their lunch. "This is slippery fish," the dog's mother remarked. "Don't let its small size deceive you. It is indeed a mature fish, only growing to the length of chopsticks. It is particularly tender." As she spoke, she offered a piece to Wang Lily. The slippery fish, fried to a crisp perfection, was delightful, with the flavor dancing on Wang Lily's palate, bringing her immense joy. In the forest region, the slippery fish was considered the finest, its flesh denser than that of the delicious loach. The dog's 2 favorite delicacies from the forest were the slippery fish and the cicada pupae. The cicada pupae, fried to a golden crisp, were a splendid accompaniment to drinks, while sweet and sour pork was a beloved dish among girls in northeast China. Wang Lily had a particular fondness for sweet flavors, prompting the dog to prepare a sweeter sauce for her. The dog's mother raised her glass, saying, "Welcome, Lily, to celebrate the new year with us. I may not be a great cook, but I've left the preparations to Sand Dog. Do not feel like a guest. This is also your home. Enjoy your meal and drink well, forgetting your parents for a while. Cheers." The two clinked glasses and took hearty sips. The fruit wine from the forest had a low alcohol content, akin to beer, and tasted sweet and tangy, almost like a beverage. A lady could drink a bottle without becoming inebriated. The two reveled in their merry drinking, often raising their glasses, and emptied both bottles of fruit wine amidst the sumptuous spread. The dog, silently consuming his meal nearby, mused to himself, "This old mama is overjoyed with a daughter-in-law and has completely forgotten about her son. Not even a toast with me." After the meal, the invisible sand dog began to clear the dishes and wipe the table. The dog's mother and Wang Lily continued to chat and laugh, seemingly oblivious to the dog's presence. Finished with his meal, the dog retreated to the bedroom for a nap, seeking to recharge for an evening of deep discussions on life and spirited debates with Wang Lily. As he lay there, the dog thought to himself. In the afternoon, as the dog lay sleeping, he was abruptly lifted by a pair of large hands. Rubbing his eyes, he realized it was Mao, who had come to visit. After a year apart, Air Mao had grown significantly, now towering at nearly 2 meters and possessing a physique brimming with muscle. Air Mao remarked, "I saw you walking with your partner towards the West Mountain during the day. I called out to you, but you were too far away to hear. How did you manage to find such a beautiful partner? She resembles a fairy from a painting. Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I didn't hear anyone calling me this morning. I met my partner at the distillery. She isn't that remarkable. You simply haven't encountered city girls before. They all look like her. City girls know how to dress and appear far more fashionable than the girls from our mountains," the dog responded whimsically. "Is that truly the case? Do all girls from Q City look that way? After the new year, I should accompany you back to Q City. I will find a similarly beautiful partner to bring home," Air Mao declared confidently. The dog thought to himself, "With someone like you, that beautiful girl must be blind to choose such a fool." However, he replied, "City girls are not skilled at managing household affairs, given your family's circumstances. You ought to find someone from our town. I believe Lu Huakai would be quite suitable for you. Enough of that. What kind of taste do you have? Don't you know that Lu Huakai is a bit lacking in intellect? A smart and handsome guy like me could never settle for someone so foolish." Air Mao retorted indignantly. He spoke as if he were not a fool himself, proclaiming to be a handsome young man, with his appearance resembling that of a large, clumsy bear, and his arms thicker than the dog's legs. It was a stretch to associate him with any notion of handsomeness. "If you're not interested in Lu Huakai, let my aunt introduce you to someone more attractive and clever. With your family situation, you should have your pick of good girls." The dog, fearing that Air Mao would indeed return to Q City with him after the new year to seek a partner, hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. "In our town, where else could you find a girl as beautiful as yours? Regardless, I have no intention of staying behind. After the new year, if you go, I will follow you. I've heard you've become a leader. Brothers may fight together, but fathers and sons battle side by side. I must go to Q City to assist you," Air Mao resolutely stated. The dog felt utterly helpless regarding this fool. Air Mao was singularly focused, and reasoning with him was futile. The dog contemplated that after the new year, he would take Wang Lily and leave their hometown. Whether to return to Q City or directly to Wang Lily's home to seek forgiveness from her parents, he absolutely could not bring Air Mao back with him. What if he decided to linger in Q City and refused to leave? Chapter 69. The little beauty shocked by the gluttonous Air Mao for dinner. The dog prepared 8 dishes, 2 of which were generously portioned stews. Why so much food, one might ask. The reason was that Air Mao had not left, and there would not be enough for him if fewer dishes were made. Upon seeing the enchanting and graceful Wang Lily, Air Mao was utterly captivated. Immediately envisioning a partner like her, he bombarded Wang Lily with questions, asking if all city girls looked like her and whether they preferred tall and robust young men standing at 2 meters. However, when the food and drinks were served, Air Mao temporarily lost interest in Wang Lily. Compared to the beauty before him, he favored the delights of eating and drinking. Today, Sanguo's wife, the beautiful Lily, has graced our Zhang family with her presence, bringing us honor and elevating our humble abode. The presence of Sanguo, who has found such a beautiful bride, is a source of pride not only for him, but also for our family, the Zhangs. Here, I raise my glass in your honor, welcoming the lovely fairy to descend into our world and grace our Zhang family. I have finished my drink. You may partake as you wish." Upon hearing this, Air Mao Lu downed his glass in one gulp. Wang Lily observed, impressed by his eloquence. How could Sanguo describe him as a simpleton? Little did she know that Air Mao Lu's toasts were merely a series of rehearsed phrases, repeated ad nauseum, leading the uninitiated to believe he was quite clever. Next, as I raised my second glass, Air Mao Lu began to showcase his second set of toasts. After consuming 2 glasses of liquor, his countenance remained unchanged. "Aunt, do you have a large bowl?" he inquired of Guzi's mother. "This small cup simply does not suffice." Guzi's mother promptly fetched a large bowl from the kitchen and handed it to him. Air Mao Lu filled the bowl with liquor and recited his third toast, then tilted his head back and emptied the entire bowl in one go. Wang Lily was taken aback by this brutish display of drinking, pondering if he might be the reincarnation of Lu Zhishan. What stunned Wang Lily even further was when, having finished their meals, Guzi's mother, Wang Lily, and Guzi set down their chopsticks to enjoy tea. Upon noticing that everyone had eaten their fill, Air Mao Lu hurried to the kitchen, filled a basin with rice, and returned to the table to demonstrate his prodigious eating abilities. Like a wild boar foraging or a famished wolf devouring its prey, he consumed all remaining food with astonishing speed, leaving not even a drop of soup. Wang Lily was left speechless, thinking to herself that his appetite rivaled that of a pig. Few families could afford to sustain such a voracious eater. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Air Mao Lu sought to engage Wang Lily in further conversation about city girls. However, He was interrupted by Guzi's mother, who urged him to return home before nightfall, lest his mother worry about his late return. It's fine. My mother doesn't mind when I come home. No one in our town dares to bully me. Lu replied. Let me talk with Lily a bit longer. I believe we have much in common. Guzi exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Lily, who understood the cue. Brother, I've been on the train for 2 days and am utterly exhausted. Perhaps in a few days, Guzi and I can visit your parents, and we can continue our conversation then. Upon hearing the fairy express her fatigue, Lu reluctantly took his leave, promising to visit in a few days. I'll have my mother prepare a whole pig feast for you. Our family feast is unparalleled in the town. We usually don't serve it to outsiders. You've never tasted anything like it. You will love it, and after this, you'll want to come back for more. Wang Lily and Guzi coaxed and persuaded Lu to leave, knowing that if they didn't tea, he would linger until the late hours, endlessly repeating his well-worn phrases. Once he departed, Guzi's mother suggested that it was getting late and they should rest. Tomorrow morning, you must visit your great-grandparents. They haven't seen you in a year and have missed you dearly. After tidying up the dishes and wiping the table, the three of them returned to their respective rooms. Today, Dogsy's mother did not stoke the fire as much, and the Kong was not particularly warm. Wang Lily, shedding her clothes, burrowed into the quilt, which exuded a fresh fragrance and enveloped her in soft comfort. In the middle of the night, Wang Lily sensed someone entering her room. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was Dogsy sneaking in. She scolded him, saying, "What are you doing in my room at this hour? Get out immediately, or I will scream for help. Besides, your mother is right next door. It would be quite inappropriate to wake her up. After all, we are not married yet." Dogsy had initially intended to sneak into Lily's room for something more intimate, but upon hearing her words, he reconsidered. The thought of his mother being so close by and the embarrassment that would ensue prompted him to abandon his less respectable intentions. He pulled a blanket over and laid it beside Wang Lily, saying, "Actually, I couldn't sleep and came to find you for a little whispering." Upon hearing this, Wang Lily crawled into Dogsy's quilt. The two began to exchange sweet nothings. Despite knowing each other for quite some time, it was their first moment together without any inappropriate actions, just quiet conversation. They reminisced about Dogsy's childhood antics and discussed the challenges his mother faced. They spoke of future plans, including how to approach Wang Lily's parents after the new year, and even what kind of wedding dress Lily might wear if they were to marry. They agreed on names for their future children. If a son, he would be named Zhang Jigo, and if a daughter, Wang Zili. What lovely and melodious names. Wang Lily laughed heartily, teasing, "Either you have a dog-esque name, or a Lily second generation. You're really getting carried away." As they chatted, fatigue overtook them, and they fell asleep in each other's embrace, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. In the morning, Dogsy's mother prepared breakfast before heading off to work, having secured a temporary position as a night watchman, alternating days with another woman. Dogsy and Lily did not awaken until after 9, having gone to bed late the previous night. Gazing at the alluring curves of the beauty nestled in the quilt, Dogsy felt a stirring desire to engage in some playful antics. However, Wang Lily firmly halted him, exclaiming, "What are you, a shameless rascal? Don't you have any decency? Remember, we're supposed to visit your great-grandfather today. Look at the time. If anyone comes by and finds us snuggled up here, you'll have a hard time showing your face outside." Seeing the fiery determination in Lily's eyes, Dogsy immediately ceased his advances. He hurriedly helped Wang Lily dress, then got ready himself, folding the blankets, tidying up, washing his face, and brushing his teeth before they sat down to breakfast. The meal consisted of pickled vegetables, millet porridge, steamed buns, and bean cakes. They enjoyed their meal heartily, for while Dogsy's mother struggled with other dishes, her pickles were exceptionally delightful. Chapter 70. A single sip of flying dragon soup. The emperor cannot be replaced. Dogsy, bearing gifts purchased in Q City, accompanied Wang Lily to visit his great-grandfather. Upon seeing Dogsy arrive with such a radiant companion, his great-grandmother was overjoyed and hurried to prepare lunch. However, observing Wang Lily's captivating beauty and graceful demeanor, his great-grandfather wore a worried expression. Seizing the moment while Wang Lily assisted his great-grandmother in the kitchen, he turned to Dogsy and said, "My child, your companion possesses an enchanting beauty, with a pair of captivating eyes that seem to ensnare one's very soul. It is likely that such a young lady would be difficult for our esteemed Zhang family to keep. Even if she genuinely wishes to lead a stable life with you, she may still attract the attention of other suitors. Can you promise to be by her side every day, watching over and protecting her?" The elder continued, asserting that one ought to marry a spouse suited for a lasting partnership. As the saying goes, an unremarkable wife is a treasure at home. A spouse of modest appearance garners less attention, allowing for a more grounded life together. You may not wish for me to marry a beautiful wife. Yet how did you end up with my great-grandmother? Although she has aged, she was renowned as a beauty in her youth, admired throughout the nearby towns. I have heard that my great-grandmother was also considered a beauty. You married two lovely women, yet you expect me to find an unattractive one. What standard is this? The young man, Guzzi, chuckled at the elder. It is precisely because I married two beautiful wives that I have spent my life in humility, always yielding and pampering them. They receive the finest of everything before anyone else. I'd rather say I am like a father to them, having spoiled them as one would a daughter throughout my life. The elder reflected wistfully. Times have changed. Who says a beautiful wife cannot be kept? I shall prove otherwise, Guzzi declared with confidence. He wished to change the subject from marriage and presented gifts he had bought for the elder and his great-grandmother. These are clothes for you. And for my great-grandmother as well. Please try them on to see if they fit. As he felt the sturdy fabric, the elder remarked on its quality. Perfect for a garment to be worn in old age. What do you mean? You have at least 50 more years to live, Guzzi retorted. In 50 years. I will buy you a suit like Su Wenxiang's for your final attire. You shall don a black trench coat and a black hat, making a grand exit. When others attend your funeral, they will surely commend your impressive presence. They will say that old Zhang lived a remarkable life, commanding and authoritative in the first half, surrounded by family in the latter, departing in such style and grace. How dignified you will be, Guzzi teased the elder. Indeed, for the sake of my great-grandson, I shall endure for several more decades to don Su Wenxiang's attire as a shroud, ensuring a grand and dignified departure, the elder chuckled. The two shared hearty laughter, the warmth of the room enveloping them. The culinary skills of the elder's wife were remarkable. After more than an hour, a feast of 8 dishes and a soup was laid out on the table. Essential dishes included fried sparrows, sauced loach, venison, fine-scaled fish, wild boar liver stir-fried with chili, braised wild boar knuckle, shredded radish with bean sprouts, and cucumber strips with pig's ears. Among these was the illustrious flying dragon soup, a delicacy once requested by the Qianlong emperor himself. These dishes are a tribute from your uncles, who, seeing my frail condition, have showered me with goodwill. Having heard I possess a family heirloom, they are all eager to curry favor with me. Fortunately, these delightful dishes are a treat for my great-grandson and his beloved. The elder said with a proud countenance, Come, my dear, enjoy a bowl of flying dragon soup. It is a tribute of great significance. The elder's wife ladled a bowl of soup for Wang Lili. She lifted the bowl to her lips and took a sip, exclaiming, Oh my, this is truly exquisite. What seasoning has been added? Without any seasoning, merely salt and cilantro, proclaimed great-grandmother. It is truly delightful. In mere moments, Wang Lili had consumed a bowl of flying dragon soup, prompting great-grandmother to promptly serve her another. Do not let the girl fill up solely on soup. She will become waterlogged. Encourage her to savor more dishes. The roe deer and wild boar meat are exceptionally fragrant, and the fried sparrow and braised loach are the favorites of Sanguo, she advised. The more you eat, the happier your great-grandmother will be, chimed in great-grandfather with a cheerful demeanor. Wang Lili picked up a fried sparrow and placed it in her mouth. With one bite, it crunched delightfully, releasing an explosion of flavors. Indeed, it was a worthy contender for the title of the freshest delicacy in the forest region. No wonder the dogs salivated at the mere mention of fried sparrows. The braised loach, in stark contrast, was tender and succulent, with a soft, cohesive texture, yet equally delectable. Great-grandfather requested Guzzi to retrieve his treasured Yushan wine, aged for a decade, and poured a small cup for Wang Lili to sample. Having worked as a brewing technician in a winery for a year, Wang Lili had developed a keen understanding of wine. The aroma hinted at its exceptional quality. Taking a delicate sip, she found it smooth and mellow, with a lingering aftertaste that was both spicy and sweet, rich and fragrant. What kind of wine is this? It surpasses even our winery's flagship spirit, Wang Lili inquired. This is our family heirloom, Yushan wine, crafted when I was still vigorous, great-grandfather replied with pride. Such a creation is no longer possible for me now. I lack the strength to brew it. Observing Wang Lili's astonishment at the wine, he beamed with satisfaction. Guzzi, I had no idea your family possessed such a treasure. Why have you never mentioned it before? Wang Lili asked. I dared not speak of it widely for fear that the factory leaders would discover it and demand the recipe. If I refused to sell it to them, they might create trouble for me, Guzzi explained. This is a pearl covered in dust. Such exquisite wine deserves to be renowned throughout the world. It would be a disservice to keep it hidden, Wang Lili lamented to great-grandfather. It shall not remain in obscurity forever. One day, my great-grandson Sanguo will make it famous far and wide. That will be the moment when our Zhang family revives its legacy and regains its former glory. Great-grandfather remarked with hopeful anticipation. Brother Go, I sincerely hope you will soon restore the family business and elevate Yushan wine to new heights, allowing it to be celebrated worldwide. At that time, you shall be the grand proprietor, and I shall serve as your secretary and bodyguard." Wang Lili laughed. "Do not dismiss it as mere jest. Perhaps one day I will reopen the Zhang family's winery, acquiring 10 distillation pots and hiring 100 or so staff to restore our family's former prestige," Guzi declared, though his words were more for great-grandfather's delight. Indeed, great-grandfather's eyes twinkled with joy, and he took a small sip of wine, exclaiming, "What a promising great-grandson. We place our hopes for the future of the Zhang family in you. Guzi, you must take good care of yourself. When the time comes to reopen the winery, I will need your guidance behind the scenes. Without you as the cornerstone, how can the Zhang family's winery soar to greatness? Rest assured, I shall live to see that day when you revive the winery and restore our family legacy, bringing honor to our ancestors," great-grandfather replied, smiling with satisfaction. Zhang family's grand winery, led by the illustrious Sanguo. The young lady offers her respects and inquires if you are in need of a concubine. Commenting on her own appearance, Wang Lili, feigning reverence, bows before the dog. The dog retorts that at 39, she is rather unappealing and suggests she should resign herself to being a dog feeder, ensuring she cleans up after his divine dog, Wang Kai. Infuriated, Wang Lili retaliates, and the dog evades her blows within the confines of the house, yet ultimately finds himself pinned against the wall, receiving a flurry of punches. The elder couple finds amusement in the spectacle. Chapter 71. The foolish one wishes to accompany to Q City once again. The dog embarks on a journey to visit relatives, mirroring last year's endeavors. With no alternative, he seeks to restore his mother's pride and voice his grievances. In times of familial hardship, those relatives remained indifferent, merely spectating, and it was a testament to their character if they refrained from scorn. Now, as the dog has ascended to the role of a worker and even been promoted to a managerial position, while also securing a beautiful partner, he brings honor to his mother. Such opportunities for boasting are not to be missed by her. A mother's greatest pride lies in her son's success. For those formerly vain relatives, the most gratifying course of action is to present them with gifts, relishing their envious glances and their insincere warmth, the perfunctory greetings, and the bittersweet farewells. This not only brings joy to the dog's mother, but also delights the dog himself. After visiting relatives on his maternal side, they proceed to the paternal side. Accompanied by Lily, they bring gifts to his grandfather's home, where the warmth of his grandfather's demeanor is palpable, insisting they stay for a meal. To an outsider, it might seem as though their relationship is exceedingly close. However, the dog declines the invitation, perceiving his relationship with his grandfather as one strictly tied to labor and sustenance. Without work to be done, there is no reason to partake in the meal. He recalls a childhood incident when his mother had to seek medical attention, leaving him temporarily with his grandfather. After failing to clean the pigsty thoroughly, his grandfather chastised him with a stick, driving him away without supper, forcing him to spend the night hungry in a shed. The following morning, he foraged for a few fish and dug up some potatoes, using a salvaged can to cook a meager meal. He was only 6 years old at that time. It seemed that without work, he would forever be denied his grandfather's food. Upon leaving his grandfather's house, they journeyed to his uncle's home to deliver New Year's gifts. Upon seeing his nephew accompanied by a charming companion, Uncle Zhang Ingjun's spirits lifted, and he began to prepare a feast. Aunt Arya engaged in conversation with the dog and Wang Lili, while Mao, the donkey, remained indoors, fixated on Lily, his gaze unwavering. Witnessing Mao's foolish infatuation with Lily, Arya felt embarrassed. She thought to herself, this foolish creature, so entranced by a pretty girl, must remember that she is his brother's wife. How could he entertain any other thoughts? Thus, she instructed Mao, why don't you step out and fetch some fruit wine and beer? We are running low. Reluctantly, Mao cast one last lingering glance at Wang Lili before begrudgingly leaving the house for the store. Zhang Ingjun possesses quite a remarkable culinary skill, adept in frying, sautéing, and stewing with ease. Several uncles of the dog also share a fondness for cooking. It is said that the great-grandfather enjoyed culinary endeavors in his youth as well. Perhaps the dog's culinary talent is an inherited gift from the Zhang family elders. The elder uncle busied himself in the kitchen and prepared an impressive spread of 8 dishes, featuring chicken, duck, fish, meat, and an array of cold platters, a truly sumptuous feast. Just as the dishes were placed on the table, Ermeilu returned, carrying wine. With chopsticks and bowls laid out, everyone took their seats. Ermeilu insisted on sitting next to Wang Lili but was playfully shooed away by the elder aunt with a couple of light slaps. Arya, as the head of the family, naturally had to accompany Wang Lili and the dog in toasting with some wine. As the fruit wine was poured, Aryo exclaimed. My dear nephew has had a year filled with double blessings. He has received a promotion and found such a beautiful partner. This child is truly becoming successful. Let us raise a glass to wish you both that next year you may find love and soon tie the knot, aiming to welcome a bouncing baby boy. With that, she downed her glass in one go. Wang Lily, blushing, clinked her glass with Arya and took a hearty sip. At this moment, Ermelu stood up, lifting his wine bowl, saying, Today, with Lily visiting our home, I feel immensely honored. All right, enough. Let us stop there. No need to repeat those same lines. Our ears are getting calloused from hearing them. Zhang Ingjun quickly intervened to halt Ermelu's repetitive toast. The same phrases had been heard countless times, and everyone was weary of them. Noticing the lack of attention, Ermelu sat back down and gulped down the remaining wine, then earnestly began to eat. As the wine circulated and the dishes were savored, everyone had nearly finished their meal. At this point, Zhang Ingjun took out his cherished eru. Allow me to play a tune for your enjoyment. He then closed his eyes and began to play, the melodies flowing gracefully, resonating softly in the air. Zhang Ingjun's proficiency on the eru had certainly improved. After completing a piece, he set down the instrument with a satisfied expression. What do you think, Wang Lily? How was my performance on the eru? Quite impressive. This piece, once in a while, showcased its essence beautifully. The carefree, wandering spirit you conveyed through the eru was utterly captivating. I was completely mesmerized by the music, Wang Lily praised, showering compliments on the elder. Oh my, you truly have an ear for music. Just look at Lily's appreciation level. She immediately recognized the piece I played and even discerned its nuances. She is far superior to those two foolish friends you brought last year. Zhang Ingjun felt a sense of kinship with her. Little did he know that Wang Lily had practiced the piano since childhood. Otherwise, he might not have dared to showcase his talent before her. Ermelu finished the remaining food on the table and, after witnessing his father's display of artistry, declared, Mom and Dad, after the new year, I also want to go to Q City with the dog. I feel that with my talents, staying in our town is somewhat beneath me. If the dog can hold an official position, surely I should be even more capable. He always came to me for help when he got into trouble as a child. I need to go to Q City to assist him. He is too weak on his own. The dog's expression immediately darkened, thinking to himself, this fool really wants to go to Q City with me. This could be a predicament for me. No mother would ever consider her son a failure, even if he was a bit foolish. Arya was no exception. Deep down, she harbored hopes for her son to achieve greatness. Gazing blankly at Lily, Mao the donkey sparked a desire in Arya to encourage him to venture forth, perhaps even to return with a partner as exquisite as Wang Lily. Thus, she addressed Guzi, saying, For all these years, Annie has never asked anything of you. Now that you have found success and hold an official position, why not extend a helping hand to your brother? Assist him in finding a livelihood in Q City and let him explore the world a bit. What do you think? Although Sanguo longed to decline, he recalled how Auntie Arya often employed him over the years, allowing his family to enjoy meat regularly. This bond of gratitude compelled him to agree. All right, I will head back first and see if I can arrange a temporary job for him. Once it's set, I'll call him, he replied reluctantly. Upon hearing that he could go to Q City after the new year, Mao the donkey was filled with excitement. He poured a large bowl of white liquor, toasted Guzi, and drank heartily. With a naive grin, he proclaimed, Brothers fight side by side, and sons stand together in battle. If anyone dares to bully you in Q City, I shall smash their heads with a wooden hammer. Do not act recklessly. You must listen to me and work diligently. Don't stir up trouble. It's not like our town where someone might protect you. You could end up in serious trouble, Guzi warned, alarmed. I won't cause any trouble, rest assured. Whatever you say, I shall follow. Mao replied earnestly. Chapter 72. 12 dishes after finishing their meal at Annie's house. The family warmly bid farewell, expressing a desire for them to return for a farewell toast before their departure. Stepping out of the alley, Guzi wore a worried expression, troubled by the thought of how to manage Mao's desire to accompany him to Q City. Wang Lily, noticing Guzi's concerns, suggested, Why not speak to Vice Factory Director Ma about arranging a temporary position for your brother at the breeding farm? I doubt Ma Qianli would refuse you. If he ends up at the breeding farm, Auntie will surely scold me, and Mao won't accepted either. He desires a more respectable job, Guzi responded. Then let us arrange for him to work as a temporary security guard in the security department. You can inquire with the deputy factory director, Wang Lily proposed. That sounds feasible. I will give it a try and see if I can arrange for him to join the security department, Guzi acknowledged, appreciating Wang Lily's suggestion. Hand in hand, they strolled homeward. Upon their return, they found a pot of warm food awaiting them. Concerned that they might not have eaten enough, their mother had deliberately saved some, likely anticipating their late return. This could serve as a late-night snack. Having eaten their fill, they stored the leftovers in the cupboard. Feeling bored, Guzzi suggested, "Shall we play some cards? How about a game of 7 kings, 5, 2, 3? Wang Lili agreed, suggesting, "The loser has to flick the winner's forehead." They retreated to Wang Lili's bedroom to engage in their card game. Wang Lili won and playfully flicked Guzzi's forehead with her delicate fingers, lacking any real strength. It felt more like a gentle tickle than a punishment. Not wishing to flick Wang Lili in return, Guzzi remarked, "If I win, I'll steal a kiss from your lovely lips." Thus, he leaned in to press his lips against Wang Lili's cherry-red mouth. They played cards deep into the night, and by the end, it seemed Guzzi had nearly worn down Wang Lili's lips with his affectionate kisses. Wang Lili discarded the playing cards, declaring her unwillingness to continue. Lamenting her losses throughout the evening, her lips nearly worn raw from the relentless teasing. The dog, eager for more, suggested they play 10 more rounds. Dismissing the notion of sleep as it was only 11 o'clock. "How about we play a game of strip poker? If you lose, you take off an article of clothing. And if I lose, you give me a slap. What do you think?" Wang Lili found this amusing and agreed to play another 10 rounds, promising to settle the score afterward. However, this time there was no suspense. Wang Lili lost all 10 rounds. The dog, with eager anticipation, awaited her compliance with their playful wager. "I'm tired. I must sleep now. You should hurry back to your room. It's improper for a man and woman to be alone in one room, especially since I'm still an unmarried lady," she protested. "How can you go back on your word? We had a deal." The dog replied, visibly distressed. "Go fetch me a frozen pear. I'm thirsty and could use something refreshing," Wang Lili instructed. The dog, hastily agreeing, dashed out to retrieve the frozen fruit. Upon returning with the pear, he placed it in a basin of cool water to thaw. Before long, a thick layer of ice formed around the pear, which he carefully cracked away, revealing a soft fruit, perfect for consumption at that moment. He approached Wang Lili's door, only to find it locked. "Lili, open the door. I've warmed up the frozen pear for you," he called softly. "Get lost. It's the middle of the night. Knocking on an unmarried lady's door. Are you not ashamed?" Wang Lili laughed. After much pleading, she still refused to open the door, leaving the dog no choice but to retreat to his own room to sleep, crestfallen. The next morning, the dog rose early to buy soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and pickles, knocking on the door to rouse Lili. "Get up and wash your face. Breakfast is ready. We need to visit Uncle San and Uncle C today. And tomorrow we will go to Aunt Da and Aunt Ayers." "Why does your family have so many relatives?" "It feels never-ending," Lili remarked. "We're in the final 2 days before the new year. Just hold on a little longer," he replied. After finishing breakfast, they gathered their things and headed straight to Uncle San's house. Upon arrival, they found Uncle San chopping wood. He quickly invited them inside. Aunt San, upon seeing the dog with his companion, beamed with delight. She warmly welcomed them to rest and instructed Uncle San to prepare a meal, insisting they must have a drink together at noon. Uncle San, knowing well that Aunt San's word was law, hurried to the kitchen to begin cooking. Aunt San turned to Lili. "I heard Sango found a beautiful partner, but I never expected her to be akin to a celestial being. Sango is indeed fortunate. He has not only risen in status, but is also on the verge of marrying a fairy-like bride. What do they call this in ancient times? Oh, a great success followed by a minor one. When you marry, Aunt San will gift you both 2 sets of satin luggage, which I have just prepared for you." "Thank you, Aunt San, for making these arrangements ahead of time," the dog replied. "Isn't it only right? We are family. I must concern myself with your wedding." "Not at all. This is just the beginning. When you hold your wedding, Aunt San will be there running around to help," she added. Family. San Dog reflected that back then, desiring even a single steamed bun from their family was but a distant dream, and now they had become one family. Aunt San's discerning eye for wealth was indeed formidable. However, one must express heartfelt gratitude to Aunt San for her kind intentions. Uncle San's culinary skills were average, yet his speed in the kitchen was remarkable. In no time, a table laden with an abundance of dishes appeared before them, totaling 12 sumptuous offerings. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that all were vegetarian dishes. There was not a chicken, duck, or fish in sight. Instead, there were scrambled eggs with chili, tofu stewed with salted eggs, stir-fried mung bean sprouts, shredded pork with cabbage, sweet and sour cabbage, spicy tofu with green peppers, beef stewed with radish, mostly radish with a few scraps of beef, century egg with tofu, cold mixed vegetables, still tofu, and cucumber shreds with daylily. There was also a single sausage and a tin of sardines. To host guests with such a vegetarian spread during the new year was quite a bold move on their part, surely not fearing ridicule from others. "Quick, quick, everyone to the table. Do not hold back. Eat heartily. Treat this as if you were at home." Aunt Sin beckoned Wang Lili and Guzzi to join the meal. Apologies for the simple fare. We were too rushed to prepare properly. Please make do, and when you depart after the new year, come back to Uncle San's house, and I shall whip up some proper dishes for you." Just as she was finishing her words, she pinched her leg under the table. Aunt San quickly masked it with, "Eat up. All of this is organic produce. The cabbage and radish were grown in our garden last autumn without any pesticides or fertilizers, stored in the cellar for the new year. You are fortunate to have it. If others came, I would be reluctant to serve it." Sandog thought to himself, "My cellar is overflowing with radishes and cabbages. Who would covet your meager offerings?" The dishes may be simplistic, but the real issue lay in their lack of flavor. As Aunt San had recently restricted Uncle San's oil usage in cooking, rendering the meals rather bland, worse than what Dogsy's mother prepared. Dogsy and Lily managed to eat a bowl of rice each, sampling the stewed radish and the sardines. The sardines were the most palatable item on the table. After a brief moment, they set down their bowls, claiming they were full. Once Uncle San cleared the table, the two lingered a while longer, listening to Aunt San's endless chatter before finally taking their leave. Aunt San exuberantly escorted them to the alley, saying, "You must come often. Aunt San's home is your home." Chapter 73. The proposal. After departing from Uncle San's, the pair procured gifts and made their way to Uncle C's residence. Both Uncle C and Aunt C were busy making quilts at home. Sima Lu was present, accompanied by an unattractive girl, directing the proceedings while engaging in conversation. The girl bore a striking resemblance to the golden cicada from Journey to the West, with a pointed chin and monkey-like features. Yet, her figure was quite alluring. With curvaceous hips and a well-endowed chest, her skin fair and smooth. But what was that about her belly? The unattractive girl sported a prominent pregnancy belly, starkly contrasting her otherwise graceful figure. Upon seeing Dogsy and Lily arrive with gifts, Uncle C and Aunt C promptly welcomed them inside. The quilts they were sewing were hastily rolled up and set aside. They invited Dogsy and Lily to sit on the kong, while Aunt C asked Uncle C to engage Dogsy in conversation as she busied herself preparing dinner for the guests. Sima Lu also joined in, chatting with Dogsy about various topics. The dog inquired of his uncle why, during the festive season, they were making bedding. The uncle replied, "Isn't your fourth brother getting married? We must prepare the bedding swiftly for the wedding." The dog then asked when the wedding would take place. The uncle responded, "On the 8th day of the first lunar month." The dog exclaimed, "Who gets married in the first month? Why not wait until May Day? A wedding then would be far more auspicious." The uncle, from Malu, lamented, "I would prefer a May wedding, but alas, she cannot wait. She is due to give birth in just over a month." With that, he patted the belly of the unattractive girl, Zhao Hongmei, who was merely 17, having met Tidy at a roller skating rink. Shortly after their introduction, Malu had persuaded her to bed him, resulting in her pregnancy. Zhao Hongmei's brother, the deputy director of the local police station, was enraged, and Tidy had certainly stirred a hornet's nest. He confronted Malu, taking him to the police station for a night of stern admonishment, during which Malu wept bitterly, begging for mercy. The girl's brother ultimately offered him two choices: either face charges of statutory rape and imprisonment or marry his sister. Without hesitation, Malu chose the latter. With the girl's condition pressing, they hastened to arrange the marriage. If they waited until March or April, they would have to hold the ceremony with a child in arms. Tidy had dallied with a considerable number of the town's less appealing maidens. Yet he ended up marrying the least attractive of them all. Observing the busyness of his uncle and aunt, the dog declined his aunt's invitation to dinner, leaving his gifts behind as he took his leave with Lily. Behind them, Malu shouted to the dog not to forget to attend his wedding on the 8th of the first month. The dog replied affirmatively, promising to arrive ahead of time. On New Year's Eve, the dog's mother had instructed him to prepare 6 varieties of dumpling fillings, claiming it to be auspicious. She wished for the new year to bring the dog smooth sailing in all endeavors, symbolized by the number 6. The 3 of them joyfully wrapped dumplings while outside. Fireworks illuminated the sky and firecrackers resounded. As they filled the dumplings, Lily suggested, "Let us each make a wish and wrap it inside a dumpling, so our desires may be realized in the new year." Wang Lily expressed her hopes for the dog to secure a professional title, for her mother to enjoy good health, and for herself to grow increasingly beautiful and endearing. The dog echoed the sentiment for his mother's health and expressed a desire for his own success, adding, "Lily is already beautiful, no need for further transformation, or she might ascend to become a fairy." He was met with playful pinches from Lily, who chided, "Stop your ominous words. That wish doesn't count," as the girl might object to further beauty. The dog's mother chimed in, "My New Year's wish is for both of you to marry next year, and for you to bless me with a chubby grandson within a year. I would wake up smiling from that dream." The dog quipped, "One is not enough. We should aim for twins." Thereafter, we'll have a child every 2 years. A total of 10 or 8. Lily retorted, do you think I'm a pig? And playfully pinched him again. The dog's mother watched with delight, her heart swelling with joy. As time passed, the dog found himself less inclined to celebrate the new year. In his youth, when his family was impoverished, he yearned for the holiday to indulge in better food. Now, with over 300,000 in savings, he was undoubtedly among the wealthiest in town. Yet, the joy of the new year seemed to have lost its flavor. Ultimately, the essence of the celebration lay in returning home to bring happiness to his mother, to enhance her pride and honor. With the dumplings finished, the majority of the festive season had already passed. In the subsequent days, the dog was dispatched by his mother to his fourth uncle's house to assist in organizing the wedding of the fourth deer. After all, this was the only official among the Zhang family, bustling about and bringing honor to the family. Although the bride's brother held the position of deputy director, he was merely a minor clerk, as the director himself was the actual deputy department head. The dog, on the other hand, was the distinguished workshop director at a national distillery, holding the esteemed rank of a deputy department head. His involvement in the wedding preparations would undoubtedly overshadow the bride's brother. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, before dawn, the dog accompanied the fourth deer to her family's home to fetch the bride. Upon arrival at the entrance, they were met with an unexpected blockade, preventing their entry. A group of children from the bride's family demanded red envelopes. The fourth deer produced a stack of envelopes, each containing 2 yuan, distributing 2 to each child. However, the children deemed the offerings insufficient and refused to open the door. After much deliberation, the dog and the fourth deer found themselves at an impasse. At this moment, the second donkey, growing impatient, took a few steps back and charged forward, crashing into the door and breaking the latch, thereby forcing it open. The children scattered in fright, shouting that the bear-like creature had arrived and urging each other to flee. Upon reaching the second door, they encountered another group of bridesmaids and aunts demanding red envelopes as well. This time, they demanded an exorbitant entrance fee of 999 yuan. Without it, they would not budge. As the second door swung outward, the second donkey found itself unable to charge through again. The dog conferred with the bridesmaids and suggested that 99 yuan might suffice, but they insisted it was unacceptable. After considerable negotiation, they finally agreed to a fee of 199 yuan, which had to be slid through the door crack before they would allow entry. The fourth deer hastily provided the money, and the second door finally opened. Upon entering the bride's chamber, they were met once more with resistance, requiring yet more red envelopes. After a hefty payment, they finally encountered the bride, only to discover that her shoes were missing. They were then compelled to bargain with the children for the return of the shoes, at 50 yuan each, or 100 for both, symbolizing a double blessing. Subsequently, the groom carried the bride out, with the dog and other relatives trailing behind. As they passed through the courtyard, a group of children armed with snowballs began to bombard the wedding party, with the dog, as the best man, receiving the brunt of the onslaught. One particularly audacious girl wielded a snowball the size of a basketball, running up and slamming it onto the dog's head, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. What an audacious little girl! How could there be stones mixed in the snow? Was she intending to cause harm? Had it not been a wedding procession, the dog would have certainly seized the girl and given her a stern reprimand. Thankfully, his head was hard enough to withstand the blow, or he might have been left with a serious injury. Amidst the children's relentless barrage, the dog, sporting a painful bump on his head, along with the wedding entourage, finally exited the bride's family courtyard, pondering whether the bride's ancestors had been bandits, given the wildness of the children. Just before boarding the vehicle, they were once again faced with demands for transportation fees before they could finally escort the bride into the car. The wedding procession then set off in grand style towards the banquet hall. Upon arrival at the restaurant, the host commenced the ceremony, first expressing gratitude to the friends and family in attendance, and then inviting the groom to recount the story of his pursuit of the bride. The fourth deer thought to herself, what pursuit? They had only known each other for 2 days before they were sharing a bed. Then she found herself with a burgeoning belly, only to be met with a thrashing from her brother. Nevertheless, she had to spin a tale. What serendipitous encounters on the road! Love at first sight, love letters exchanged, promises renewed, oaths of eternal devotion, and destinies intertwined for this lifetime. She employed every line she had gleaned from watching dramas. Chapter 74. A unique wedding gift. After weaving an elaborate tale atop the 4-horse deer stage, the host marveled at the couple's fateful connection. The host then turned to jest with the best man and bridesmaids, teasing the best man, Dogsy, by asking whether he felt envious of the groom's nuptials. Did he have any thoughts post-ceremony? Perhaps he might engage the bridesmaids in a conversation about life. Observing the bridesmaid, who bore a striking resemblance to the bride with her sharp features. Dogsy thought to himself that he could never approach such a woman. Yet he responded, "The bridesmaid is simply stunning, like a goddess from my dreams. I feel unworthy to converse with her about life." The host then inquired of the bridesmaid whether she would consider chatting with the best man after the wedding. Could she not extend him a chance? "Look at how self-effacing he has become." The bridesmaid, with remarkable poise, replied, "A man must possess confidence. If one does not bravely take a chance, how will one ever know if the moon in their heart can illuminate their path?" Then, the less than attractive bridesmaid shyly cast a flirtatious glance at Dogsy. Startled, he quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. The host continued to tease the pair, and Dogsy played along, merely going through the motions. The unattractive bridesmaid occasionally sent him flirtatious looks, which made Dogsy too timid to glance her way. Once the wedding ceremony concluded, the bride and groom commenced toasting their family and friends. As the expectant bride could not partake in alcohol, Dogsy was appointed to represent her entirely. Just as he was about to seek out Lily, he felt a tug on his clothing. It was the unattractive bridesmaid, who handed him a note and then scurried away, blushing. Opening the note, he read, "Bravely take a step forward. Do not hesitate or feel inferior. The door to happiness is wide open for you, and your dream goddess awaits your knock. How can you know your worth unless you try?" A phone number was inscribed below. Upon reading the note, Dogsy nearly retched. Crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it into the trash, he turned to find Lily, muttering to himself, "Do I have a beautiful girlfriend to pursue a date with an unattractive girl? This girl must have some issues. She must have been hit by a door or perhaps fell into a river as a child." At the bride's family table, amidst a gaggle of children, Dogsy finally spotted Lily, who had evidently not been assigned a seat. Seeing an empty spot among the children, she had taken a seat there. Dogsy playfully nudged the head of a nearby child and said, "Scoot over. Big brother has come to dine with you." Reluctantly, the child vacated a spot for him, as he had initially hoped to sit beside the fairy sister. Dining with children had its perks. They ate little, were slow to grab food, and could hardly reach anything. As the delectable dishes arrived, Dogsy swiftly filled Lily's bowl, leaving the remainder for himself, which left the children seething with indignation, their little faces flushed with frustration. A young boy murmured to a little girl, "This older brother must have come from a beggar's background. Just look at the way he eats." As if he were a starving ghost reincarnated. It's likely that his habits were formed during days of hunger. That beautiful sister must have been abducted from somewhere unknown. How else could such a stunning lady choose a beggar as her partner? The dog, unable to decipher the children's whispers, was singularly focused on one thought: food. Having contributed 500 yuan to the festivities, he was determined to recoup some of his investment. Every bite counted. The celebratory cigarettes on the children's table remained untouched, and several packs found their way into the dog's pocket. Though he did not smoke, he could always save them for the madman back home. The dog feasted heartily, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Observing the considerable amount of leftover dishes on the table, he thought of taking them home, knowing his mother would be delighted. Having endured hardships in the past, his mother had always cherished the remnants from weddings, and even with their improved circumstances, the habit was ingrained. The children, in contrast, had barely touched their food. The dog gathered several plastic bags and began to clear the plates one by one. Seeing this shameless act, the children could no longer contain themselves. One child burst into tears, exclaiming, "You thief! Why are you taking all the food? We haven't finished eating yet." Several others ran to find their mothers to complain. Realizing he had overstepped, the dog hastily fled, grabbing Lily and the packed dishes, making a swift escape. Once home, Lily remarked, "You don't really need this food. Why are you competing with the children?" The dog replied, "You don't understand. This is my and my mother's favorite. As a child, having the leftovers from a wedding felt like a celebration. It's a cherished bond, an indelible habit." Shortly after their return, his mother arrived, carrying several plastic bags herself, revealing that she had also collected plenty of leftover food. Lily laughed, "So this is your family tradition. Truly, you can't escape your roots." Meanwhile, after the wedding festivities for Sima Lu had concluded and the guests had departed, he returned home with his bride. Upon reaching the alley entrance, he was taken aback to find it lined with wreaths and pairs of paper figures. The wreaths bore messages that read, "Wishing Sima Lu a wedding devoid of joy, may you have offspring without a care." Each wreath had a different inscription, suggesting a collective effort. This must be the work of that malicious scoundrel. Sima Lu seethed with rage, contemplating violent retribution. On the very first day of his marriage, encountering such a disheartening situation left him questioning how he would continue forward. At that moment, a little boy approached him, handing over a letter. Sima Lu opened it to find a message that read, "Are you satisfied with your wedding gift from us? This is a collective offering from the girls in town whom you have wronged. A morally depraved and disgraceful creature like you does not deserve a wife. You may report this to the authorities, but rest assured, we will testify against you, and we shall see who ends up in prison. The letter was signed by his former girlfriends. The notorious Si Malu, having indulged in the company of all the unattractive maidens in town, finally faced the consequences of his actions. Too frightened to report the incidents or raise a fuss, he resigned himself to his misfortunes. Ere Mao Lu dispatched his bumbling brigade to remove the wreaths, paper figures, and paper horses, casting them away to the mountains beyond the town. The elder, trembling with rage, lamented that Si Malu's ceaseless mischief had finally caught up with him, disgracing the Zhang family name. Had it not been for Si Malu's recent marriage, the elder would have taken his cane to him without hesitation. Grandfather, who had always held a fondness for Si Malu, quickly intervened, soothing the elder until he calmed down. Just when they thought the matter had settled, calamity struck again that night. As Si Malu embraced his bride in slumber, a deluge of over 100 glass jars came crashing through the window, shattering the panes and spilling their foul contents, excrement, animal entrails, and unknown blood, across the new abode. The bitter cold outside turned the mess into a frozen tableau on the floor, a ghastly sight of yellow and red. The temperature plummeted, leaving the bride in a state of shock, while Si Malu found himself in tears, his nose running profusely. The couple, bundled in their clothes, fled back to their parents' home. Chapter 75. Lily's mother having endured a frigid night, both Si Malu and his bride caught colds. While Si Malu could take medicine to alleviate his symptoms, his pregnant bride was unable to take any, forcing her to suffer in silence. The pair, with runny noses and wrapped in blankets, began their recovery at Si Malu's parents' house, transforming their honeymoon into a recuperation period. News of their plight quickly spread throughout the town, and soon everyone was aware of the scandal. The Zhang family gained notoriety, and neighboring towns buzzed with the explosive gossip. Embarrassed, the elder, grandfather, and Si Malu's parents avoided stepping outside. Dogsy, determined to show Lily the scene, revealed the front door smeared with excrement, shattered glass, and a floor littered with filth. In such icy weather, cleaning was impossible. They would have to wait for months until the snow melted and the mess could be addressed. With his sister's wedding marred by such disgrace, her brother took action, leading his companions to investigate. To their astonishment, they discovered Si Malu's lecherous and shameless nature, explaining why all the unattractive maidens had united to execute such a grand spectacle against him. Enraged, the brother stormed into Si Malu's home without regard for the sick man, dragging him from the bed and delivering a barrage of slaps. After an hour of punishment, Si Malu's face swelled grotesquely. It was only when the bride pleaded on her knees for her brother to cease that Si Malu was spared further harm. Finally, the brother compelled Si Malu to kneel and write a letter of repentance and assurance, confessing his past transgressions of frivolously toying with numerous maidens and pledging to cherish his wife and refrain from further pursuits of infidelity. Upon completing the letter and presenting it to his sister's brother, Si Malu was granted mercy. Perhaps he was frightened by the beating, or perhaps this marriage had thoroughly humiliated him, as the townsfolk were all too aware of his shame. From that moment on, Si Malu never again dared to pursue the town's less desirable maidens, instead choosing to lead a tranquil life with his wife. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Sanguo, accompanied by Li, bid farewell to his mother and, with their belongings in hand, boarded a vehicle back to Q City. Upon disembarking from the train and taking a taxi to the factory, Li returned to her dormitory, only to find her mother waiting there for her. It turned out that during the new year, Li and Go Zi had eloped to celebrate at his family home without the consent of her parents, which had caused an uproar. Li's father was so enraged that he suffered a heart attack and had to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The couple spent the spring festival in the hospital. After the holiday, as Li's father's condition improved, her mother took a train directly to Q City, staying in Li's dormitory while awaiting her return. You have quite the audacity. Instead of returning home for the new year, you ran off with that wild boy to celebrate at his house. Aren't you ashamed for being such a grown woman? Her mother scolded. Mom, please let me explain. I only went to see his mother because you disapproved of our relationship. I didn't consult you because I intended to clarify everything with you after the holiday. But I didn't expect you to come here directly, Lily said timidly. Throughout her life, her mother had always been stern with her, and Lily felt intimidated by her. What is there to explain? Do you realize that your father is in the hospital due to your reckless behavior? He had a heart attack from the stress of your elopement with that boy during the new year, and he is still hospitalized. Her mother exclaimed in anger. What? Dad is hospitalized? I need to go back and see him. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li's face. Fortunately, he has not succumbed to the stress. You have saved his life. If you continue to disregard our wishes and pursue that boy, I fear your father may truly die from the stress. Her mother threatened. I must return home to see Dad. With that, Lily grabbed her suitcase and hurried out of the factory, not waiting for her mother. Hailing a taxi straight to the train station, where she purchased a ticket back to D-City. Lily's mother did not leave. She felt it was necessary to confront Sanguo and teach him a lesson, ensuring he would no longer harbor intentions towards her daughter. She sought out the factory management. But the factory director was away, leaving the executive vice director, Ma Qianli, in charge. Lily's mother stated, "Your brewing workshop director, Zhang Sanguo, has lured away my daughter, deceiving her due to her youth and inexperience, exploiting her affections and innocence. This constitutes a serious offense. This scoundrel must be dealt with severely. I recommend he be dismissed from his position and expelled from the winery. If this matter cannot be resolved, I shall report it to the police." Upon hearing this, Ma Qianli quickly invited Lily's mother to sit and offered her a cup of tea. Then he said, "I can comprehend your feelings, yet I must articulate 3 points. First, Sanguo has grown under my watchful eye. His character is beyond reproach, and he is no petty rogue. This child possesses an earnest nature and is a good person. It was I who suggested he take on the role of workshop director. Second, their relationship is a matter of free choice. Although they are young, they are adults and have not violated any laws. Third, I urge you to take a moment to reflect thoughtfully, rather than hastily judging a person's worth. Although Sanguo comes from humble beginnings, he is diligent and meticulous in his work. I believe his future is bright. I hope you can grant this young man an opportunity. He will be eternally grateful to you." Lily's mother, however, was impervious to reason, exclaiming, "So this little rogue was promoted by you? In that case, I shall not seek your counsel. I will await the return of your factory director to discuss this matter with him, and I trust he will grant me justice." Ma Qianli replied, "Do as you wish. I have spoken my piece. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you. I hope you will not come to regret missing out on a son-in-law of outstanding character and boundless potential." Humph. What future could possibly await a fatherless little rogue? You truly have a talent for exaggeration. With that, Lily's mother turned and exited Ma Qianli's office. Ma Qianli shook his head in resignation, muttering, "What a superficial individual. How could Wang Lily have such a mother? So narrow-minded and reckless. There will come a day when she will rue her choices." Subsequently, Ma Qianli sought out Guzi and relayed the entire situation to him, offering reassurance. "Fear not, for Uncle Ma is here. Should others attempt to cast aspersions upon you, they must first consult with your Uncle Ma. Do not allow the absence of your father to embolden them to bully you, though he may not be present. You still have Uncle Ma." Guzi expressed his gratitude towards Uncle Ma, thanking him for his fair advocacy. He longed to converse with Lily's mother. Yet each attempt was met with scorn, as she insisted on waiting for the factory director's return to lodge her complaints, aiming to have Guzi removed from his position and expelled from the winery, rendering him utterly destitute. Faced with the unreasonable Lily's mother, Guzi felt powerless. Chapter 76. Tumult days passed, waiting for the factory director, Shi Tuqiang, to return. Lily's mother promptly rushed to the office to report her grievances to Director Shi, claiming that Guzi had abducted her daughter and demanded his dismissal from the workshop and expulsion from the winery. Director Shi, known for his irritable temperament and lacking the amiable demeanor of Ma Qianli, chastised Lily's mother on the spot, stating, "Do you think this is your home, where you can dispose of individuals at your whim? Your daughter is an adult. Her choice of partner is her own prerogative. Comrade Sanguo is our factory's youngest cadre and a vital technical asset, of upright character and immense potential. You believe your mere words can lead to his dismissal? Dream on." He then commanded her to leave. Having met with disdain from Director Shi, Lily's mother, infuriated, proceeded to the nearby police station to file a report, alleging that Zhang Sanguo, the workshop director of the Victory Winery, had abducted her daughter, deceiving her for money and affection. The police station contacted the security department of the factory to verify the situation. The security department responded, "She is nothing but a delusional woman, slandering our workshop director. Comrade Sanguo, everything she says is a fabrication. Comrade Sanguo is a person of integrity, with an exemplary character and a law-abiding citizen. There is no need to pay attention to that lunatic." Consequently, the police expelled Lily's mother from the premises. Finding herself powerless to address the situation with Guzi, Lily's mother penned a series of denunciatory letters, accusing Guzi of misconduct regarding relationships and implicating Ma Qianli in shielding his subordinates, as well as implicating factory director Shi in collusion. These letters were dispatched to various administrative bodies. Subsequently, she gathered her belongings and made her way to the train station. Upon learning that Lily's mother intended to leave, Guzzi purchased a plethora of snacks and hurried to the station to bid her farewell. There, he encountered Lily's mother, who was waiting for her train. Guzzi offered her the food, saying, "I heard you were leaving, so I came to see you off and brought some canned goods and snacks for the journey." "Take your filthy things away, you little rascal," she retorted, hurling the items back at him. Guzzi, caught off guard, was struck on the head by a glass jar, causing it to bleed. Alarmed, Lily's mother exclaimed to the onlookers, "You all saw that. I did not mean to hit him. He came to harass me first." An elderly man nearby interjected, "I witnessed it. The young man was merely trying to help you, yet you chose to assault him. You are a wicked woman. When the police arrive, I will testify that you intentionally harmed him." Hearing the elder's words, Lily's mother became genuinely frightened. At that moment, the on-duty police officer, alerted by the commotion, arrived and promptly escorted both individuals to the police station. The officer retrieved a first aid kit to tend to Guzzi's wound before beginning an investigation. Inquiring about the cause of their altercation, Lily's mother stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Guzzi clarified, "It was merely a misunderstanding. This is my aunt, and we had a trivial argument. She accidentally threw the food I offered, and it struck my head. Officer, this is a family matter. We do not require your intervention." Upon hearing Guzzi's account, the officer deemed it unnecessary to mediate, advising them to be cautious in the future and to refrain from airing family disputes in public. Subsequently, they were allowed to depart. As Lily's mother exited the police station, she immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor, saying, "Do not expect me to show gratitude for your so-called kindness. You harbor intentions toward my daughter. Dream on. Go home and take a good look at your own character. Do you think you deserve my beautiful daughter? Bah. Do not dare to harass her again, or I will not hesitate to call the police." Just then, the train arrived, and she picked up her backpack with an air of superiority and boarded. Guzzi returned to the factory, his expression one of disappointment and resignation, clutching the bandage on his head. Upon reaching his office, he received a call from his aunt, Arya, who informed him that his second brother could no longer wait and was on his way. She reminded him of their agreement that he would arrange for Air Mao to work temporarily in the security department after the new year, and she expressed her concern over the lack of communication. Guzzi thought to himself, "This is just what I need, more chaos." He promptly assured his aunt, "I will go find the leadership to arrange a position for Air Mao." The dog went to the deputy factory director in charge of security, expecting to receive some consideration. To his surprise, the deputy director, Huang Yaji, a second-generation official, looked down upon the dog who hailed from the mountains and dismissed him with a curt remark about personnel oversaturation, sending him away. This left the dog feeling quite disheartened, prompting him to seek out Ma Qianli. Upon hearing the matter, Ma Qianli exclaimed, "Is it really worth your trouble to come all this way for such a trivial issue? Just a phone call from me could resolve this. Return home. I shall inform the security department that your second brother has arrived to report in." What seemed significant to the dog was merely a triviality to Ma Qianli. Indeed, the disparity in perspectives among individuals is remarkable. In the dormitory, only the madman remained diligently studying, while Shalu, shameless as ever, had not returned after the new year, opting instead to stay at young Mimi's home. Upon seeing the dog return with a bandaged head, the madman immediately grew anxious and inquired, "Who did this to you? Tell me, and I shall make them regret it." He could not believe someone dared to strike his brother. The dog reassured him, saying, "It's nothing. No one hit me. I merely bumped into a wall." The madman retorted, "How could a grown man collide with a wall? Here, take some painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication." He then handed the dog 2 large packets of medicine, which he had collected over time by shamelessly visiting the factory's medical room. The dog declined the medication, stating, "I feel much better. A little rest will do the trick." He then lay down and fell asleep. Having just celebrated the new year, the brewing workshop was not particularly busy, so the presence of its director was inconsequential to production. Throughout the afternoon, the dog drifted in and out of sleep while the madman went to work, leaving the dog alone in the dormitory. At that moment, a worker rushed in, calling for the dog, stating that a tall, dark figure was looking for him at the factory gate. The dog surmised it must be Air Mao Lu and hurriedly dressed to head outside. Upon arrival, he encountered a towering figure resembling a bear, squatting on the ground and leering at the passing female workers with an idiotic grin. The workers couldn't help but cast sidelong glances, likely pondering from which mountain this beast had emerged. "Here, brother, why didn't you give any notice before coming?" "Auntie is quite worried," the dog said as he approached the squatting Air Mao Lu. "Oh dear, what happened to your head? Have you been bullied? Take me to the culprit, and I shall teach them a lesson for daring to mistreat my younger brother. That person has some nerve." Upon seeing the bandage on the dog's head, Air Mao Lu erupted in anger. The dog quickly interjected, "No one bullied me. I merely had an accident. First, let me arrange your accommodation. After dinner, you should rest well. I'll take you to the security office tomorrow morning to report in." The dog escorted Air Mao Lu to the dormitory area and found him a place to stay. In truth, the dog's dormitory could have comfortably accommodated him. However, he was well aware that Air Mao Lu was an unpredictable sleeper, prone to snoring and flatulence. If he were to move in with the dog, both the madman and the dog could forget about having a good night's sleep. Chapter 77. Sister Mei Mei is pregnant upon hearing of Air Mao Donkey's arrival. Hualu brought Yang Mei Mei to the dormitory to meet him, proclaiming that they would host a welcoming dinner for Air Mao Donkey that evening. Fengzi, along with Ma Dingdang, also expressed their desire to treat Air Mao Donkey to a meal. Observing Hualu and his companion, each accompanied by a stunning partner, Air Mao Donkey felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this trip had indeed been worthwhile. If Hualu, with his sly demeanor, could attract such a charming young lady, then surely Air Mao Donkey, standing at 2 meters tall and possessing handsome features, could find a beautiful bride in the city as well. With this thought, Air Mao Donkey brimmed with confidence, convinced that his wish to find a lovely wife would surely come to fruition. Initially, Hualu intended to treat Air Mao Donkey to dinner alone, but with Fengzi's enthusiasm to join, they decided to share the expense. Hualu was saving up for his wedding to Yang Mei Mei, so every penny counted. They found a modest restaurant and settled in to order their meals. Hualu took the menu, pointed at various dishes, and began to order spicy dried tofu, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried bean sprouts. However, Fengzi snatched the menu from him, playfully tapping Hualu on the head, exclaiming, "Are you treating a monk? All vegetarian dishes. No wonder you're Ma Qianli's illegitimate son." Just as stingy. Looking at the menu, Fengzi ordered braised pork, braised carp, and a spicy stir-fried kidney dish to replenish Hualu's energy, followed by a generous portion of beef and potato stew served in a large basin. Ma Dingdang interjected, "If you order 2 large basins of food, how will we manage to eat it all? It will go to waste." Fengzi insisted, "It won't go to waste. These 2 basins are for brother Mao Donkey, who has a hearty appetite. If the portions are too small, he won't be satisfied." Air Mao Donkey reassured them, "Sister, don't worry about leftovers. You all eat your fill. I can finish whatever remains." Ma Dingdang and Yang Mei Mei exchanged doubtful glances at Air Mao Donkey, unconvinced of his capacity for food. After a while, as the dishes began to arrive, the group commenced their revelry. Air Mao Donkey stood up, raised his glass, and declared, "Today, as I arrive in Q City, I am honored by the warm hospitality of my brothers Hualu and Fengzi, and the charming company of 2 lovely ladies. Allow me to toast to everyone present, thanks to the generous spirits of my brothers." How eloquent he is, Ma Dingdang and Yang Mei Mei thought. Didn't we hear from the 3 of them that Air Mao Donkey is a simpleton? He speaks quite fluently. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely one of Air Mao Donkey's performance skills, a series of well-rehearsed phrases he interspersed in conversation. As the meal progressed, and the guests could eat no more, the 2 young ladies witnessed yet another of Air Mao Donkey's remarkable talents, the art of finishing every last morsel. Dogsy, feeling somewhat unwell and having a poor appetite, had eaten very little. Since Fengzi returned from the new year, he had indulged too much at his in-laws and, along with Ma Dingdang, had been eating sparingly. Hualu and Yang Mei Mei, too, had barely touched their plates, consuming less than a cat would. With a substantial amount of food still remaining on the table, Air Mao Donkey took the initiative to ask the restaurant for a large basin, transferring all the leftover dishes into it, and then added 5 or 6 bowls of rice. After mixing everything together, he began to devour it with fervor, finishing it all in no time. This left Yang Mimi and Ma Dingdang utterly astounded, as they mused whether this might be a wild boar spirit reincarnated. The amount of food consumed surpassed that of the 5 of us combined. After satisfying his hunger, Air Mao Lu was ready to retire for the night and bid farewell to the group. Sanguo advised, "You should return to your dormitory and rest. I'll chat with Hualu and the others." After Air Mao Lu departed, the 5 of them made their way to Guzi's dormitory, where they noticed his mood was rather somber. Yang Mimi suggested they play a few hands of cards. Thus, Hualu attended to the tea while Guzi, Yang Mimi, Fengzi, and Ma Dingdang commenced their card game. During the game, Guzi observed something peculiar about Yang Mimi across the table, having never scrutinized her closely before. How had this vixen's waist thickened? Her bosom had also enlarged, and her face appeared rounder. He inquired, "Sister Mimi, how have you gained so much weight? Your waist seems to have vanished, and your neck has thickened by 3-fold. If you keep this up, you'll resemble a gas canister." Yang Mimi retorted, "You are the one resembling a gas canister. I embody the beauty of a pleasantly plump figure. What do you know?" Ma Dingdang chimed in, "I too have noticed your sudden weight gain. Your waist has broadened significantly. You aren't pregnant, are you? At this revelation, Guzi and Fengzi exchanged a knowing glance. While Hualu, slender as a chick, surprisingly exhibited considerable strength, managing to get the seasoned Yang Mimi pregnant. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Yang Mimi possessed a skin thicker than city walls. Upon hearing Ma Dingdang suggest her possible pregnancy, her cheeks remained unflushed as she boldly affirmed, "Indeed, I am pregnant. My mother insists that Hualu and I should arrange to marry next month, and you all must come to assist." With no family of his own, Hualu regarded them as his brothers. Guzi felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was elated that Hualu was embarking on a path to establish a family, yet troubled by the fact that his brother was marrying the notorious Yang Mimi. Could this audacious woman genuinely commit to Hualu? It was hard to believe that the once lonely Hualu would end up marrying someone who had likely been with countless men. Initially, it seemed Hualu was merely playing with Yang Mimi, but now he was to wed this flawed individual. The thought weighed heavily on Guzi's heart. He had intended to seize the opportunity to counsel Hualu to reconsider, yet upon seeing Huayo's blissful expression, lost in his reverie, Guzi dismissed the notion. Perhaps this was Huayo's fate. If he found happiness, why should they meddle? Ma Dingdang exclaimed, "How wonderful, Sister Mimi. When your child is born, you must allow me to be the godmother. I adore children." Fengzi interjected, "If you love children, we should hasten to marry and quickly have a son, so he can be betrothed to Sister Mimi's daughter." Yang Mimi, feeling discontented at being presumed to bear a daughter, retorted, "Who says I'm having a daughter? It's a son. A son. Hurry and marry, so I can have a daughter-in-law." Hualu, gently caressing Yang Mimi's belly, said, "What do you know? Sour cravings signal a boy. My sister Mimi has recently developed a taste for sour foods, so it must be a son." Ma Dingdang playfully suggested, "Perhaps it's twins. One of each." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Mimi and Hualu erupted in laughter, reveling in the delightful prospect. Yang Mimi, with child, felt easily fatigued. After playing a brief session of cards, she declared her exhaustion and decided to forego any further play. She and Hualu then made their way home. The madman also escorted Ma Dingdang back to her dormitory. With Wang Lily absent, Ma Dingdang found herself alone, and it was inevitable that the madman would indulge in yet another massage performance with her. Meanwhile, Guzi lay solitary on his bed, pondering the fact that his friends were all preparing for marriage while his own beloved remained far away. He was left wondering what the future held. Why did others' romantic endeavors seem so smooth while his path was fraught with obstacles? Was this simply fate? With these questions weighing on his mind, Guzi drifted into slumber. Chapter 78. Becoming a distinguished security guard. Awakening in the morning, Guzi washed his face and brushed his teeth before venturing out for breakfast. The madman had not returned overnight, suggesting he had spent the night at Ma Dingdong's dormitory. After enjoying his meal, Guzi procured soy milk and 3 pounds of fried dough sticks for Ermeilu. On his way back, he was greeted by numerous acquaintances. "Director Zhang, are you bringing breakfast for the workers in the brewing workshop? You truly excel in your role, even treating the workers to breakfast." Guzi thought to himself, "Who am I bringing this for? It's just Ermeilu eating it." Upon arriving at Ermeilu's dormitory, he found that his companion had yet to awaken. The roommates, their eyes bloodshot, gazed with dismay at the snoring beast sprawled on the bed. Throughout the night, Ermeilu had been a source of constant disturbance, snoring and passing gas incessantly, preventing his roommates from getting a moment's rest. Upon seeing Guzi, one roommate exclaimed, "Director Zhang, please arrange for your brother to be moved to another dormitory. If I have to share a room with him for a few more nights, I might just hang myself. His snoring has given me a headache, and his flatulence, over 100 foul-sounding releases throughout the night, has been unbearable. It's as if he's gnawing on bones." Guzi, feeling quite apologetic, replied, "I truly regret disturbing your rest. Today, I will speak with the leadership to secure him a single room." He then pinched Ermeilu's nose, causing him to wake with a start. Displeased, Ermeilu grumbled, "Why are you bothering me so early? I've just endured a long train ride and am utterly exhausted. Can't I have a little more time to sleep?" After a hearty breakfast, Guzi offered the soy milk and fried dough sticks to Ermeilu. Upon receiving them, Ermeilu complained, "Is this all there is? It's hardly enough for me." Yet, within 5 minutes, he devoured all 3 pounds of fried dough sticks and 5 bowls of soy milk, leaving his roommates astounded. They had assumed there would be leftovers for them after Guzi bought such a large quantity. This glutton had left nothing behind. After breakfast, Ermeilu announced his intent to take a nap, reminding Guzi to call him for lunch. However, he was intercepted by Sanguo, who asked, "What are you doing here at the distillery? Are you here just to sleep? If you want to sleep, you might as well buy a ticket home." Realizing the truth, Ermeilu replied, "You're right. I came to find a beautiful wife and, incidentally, a job. I certainly did not come here to laze about." How about you take me to find a partner today? Simply find someone like Ma Ding Dang. Or if that proves impossible, someone like Yang Mimi will suffice. Mao Lu spoke with utmost seriousness. His roommates could no longer contain their laughter, clutching their bellies in mirth. They thought, this foolish fellow truly has an audacious imagination. Who is Yang Mimi? She is the factory's belle, known as Yang Daji, a captivating and enchanting vixen. Despite her infamous nickname, she remains the undisputed beauty in the hearts of all the men in the factory. Ma Ding Dang, tall and striking, possesses a beautiful figure, charming face, and ample curves, making her the object of many workers' nocturnal fantasies. It is absurd for Mao Lu, this clumsy oaf, to aspire to such a companion. Truly, a horse knows not its own short mane, nor a donkey its long face. Unfazed by his roommate's derision, Mao Lu quietly remarked to Guzi that this person seemed mentally unwell. Upon overhearing their conversation, he suddenly burst into laughter. Surely there was something amiss with his mind. Please arrange for me to switch dorms today. I cannot bear to sleep in the same room as a lunatic. Guzi stifled his laughter and replied, Come on. I will take you to the security department to report in. This afternoon, I'll help you secure a single dormitory. Thus, Mao Lu cheerfully accompanied Guzi to the security department. He submitted his documents, registered his employment, provided 3 photographs, and received his work identification. Mao Lu proudly became a temporary security guard at the Victory Distillery. His role involved patrolling during the night, alternating shifts between the first and second half of the night, allowing him ample rest after his patrols. With Mao Lu's south arrangements in place, Guzi resumed his attempts to contact Wang Lily, yet her phone remained perpetually unreachable. 2 letters he sent vanished without a trace, with not a single reply. Guzi felt a sense of unease, as if a cherished treasure were slipping from his grasp, leaving him in a gloomy state. In contrast to Guzi, both Hualu and Fengzi were living a life sweeter than honey, surrounded by beauty daily. Hualu resided at Aunt Chu's home, snuggling with Yang Mimi at night, and commuting to work together by day. Meanwhile, Fengzi took full advantage of Wang Lily's absence, opting to stay every night at Ma Dingdang's dormitory, where they likely had already become intimately involved. Ma Dingdang's figure had grown increasingly voluptuous, her bosom fuller, and her demeanor more relaxed. She walked with a sway, undoubtedly influenced by Fengzi, no longer a maiden. Su Meili, having noticed Guzi's persistent despondency, intercepted him one evening as he returned from work. Director Zhang, have you and Wang Lily parted ways? She hasn't returned to the factory for quite some time, suggesting a breakup, wouldn't you say? Given your current standing, you could have your pick of anyone. Just tell me what you're looking for, and I will introduce you to 10 potential partners tonight, allowing you to choose at your leisure. Currently, Guzi was the coveted catch among the factory's unmarried women, and should Su Meili make introductions, the resulting monetary gifts would surely multiply. She did not wish to miss this opportunity. Ever since Su Meili had spread rumors about his affections for Jiugu, Guzi had grown distant, considering her nothing more than a heap of foul refuse, tainting all who came into contact with her. I have not broken up with Wang Lily. She has gone home to visit her father, who is ill. As for Su Meili, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Guzi declared before swiftly departing. Young man, please allow me to finish. At the very least, glance at the photographs. They are no less beautiful than Wang Lily. Each one of them is a celestial beauty, Su Meili exclaimed. On the other hand, Mao Lu, who has been on night duty, traversing the dark streets each night, has yet to encounter a lady. He came in search of a beautiful bride, not to toil away. Mao Lu felt quite discontented. One night, after completing his patrol, it was midnight, the perfect moment for a shift change. Feeling famished, he decided to venture outside the factory for a barbecue. He found a barbecue shop, sat down, and placed his order. After indulging in 3 hearty bowls of noodle soup and 30 skewers, Mao Lu felt considerably better. Reflecting on the time he had spent in Q City without exploring its streets, he thought it would be pleasant to stroll around on this tranquil night. As Mao Lu wandered aimlessly, he passed by an alley and noticed a row of small barbershops aglow with pink lights. He was puzzled as to why a barbershop would still be open at such an hour. His hair had grown long, so why not get a haircut? He chose the shop with the most alluring lights and stepped inside. A few elegantly dressed young ladies rushed to greet him as soon as he entered. Are you here for a wash or a massage? Which of us catches your eye? I would like a haircut. Who among you can give me a buzz cut? Mao Lu replied. Haha, we don't cut hair. We only do massages, the girls giggled. Isn't this a barbershop? If you don't cut hair, then what are you doing here? This is a classic case of false advertising, Mao Lu protested. The young ladies burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs, thinking they had encountered a simpleton who looked as clueless as a bear cub lost in the woods. A beautiful girl in a green dress, with an oval face, waved him over, suppressing her laughter. Come with me into the room. I can give you a haircut. I guarantee you will be satisfied, and after this cut, you'll want to return for more. Led by the girl's gentle hand, Lu entered one of the dimly lit rooms, where the ambience was suffused with a soft pink glow. The girl was quite charming, slender with almond-shaped eyes, an oval face, and a curvaceous figure, albeit with modest bosoms. It seemed a pity for someone with such beauty to be working as a masseuse. Once inside, the girl in green asked him, "Would you like a massage, a dry wash, or a back rub?" "I want a haircut." "I am not interested in a massage, a dry wash, or a back rub," Lu insisted. "Come on, why not try a massage? I'm quite good at it. Only 30 for an hour, 10 for a dry wash, and 50 for a back rub," the girl suggested. Lu thought he had never tried a massage before, so why not give it a go? He replied, 30 is too steep. Would 20 work? If it's good, I promise to pay you 30 next time. Upon hearing this, the green-dressed girl thought to herself, can you really bargain for a massage at a parlor? Truly, there are all kinds of characters in this world. She then sweetly said, "Oh dear brother, you aren't short of that 10, are you? Our prices are set by the owner. I have no authority to offer discounts." With that, she began to give Lu a massage. Upon pressing the button, the donkey, feeling quite comfortable, ceased his haggling and closed his eyes, surrendering to the soothing massage administered by the young woman in green. After approximately half an hour, the masseuse, somewhat fatigued, inquired if he wished to conclude the session and perhaps receive a back massage, assuring him it would elevate his comfort to celestial heights. Why not give it a try? The donkey opened his eyes and beheld the charming visage of the young woman, finding her quite attractive. He asked, "How old are you? Do you have a partner? Are you from the city?" Taken aback by the questions, the young woman thought to herself, all the men I entertain daily could be considered my partners. Is this fellow a bit slow-witted? How can he pose such naive inquiries? With a smile, she replied, "I am 18 and currently single. I just arrived from Nianzi Mountain this year for work. And you, where are you from?" The donkey, in his innocent manner, responded, "I also hail from the mountains. We are alike. I came here in search of a partner, specifically someone as beautiful as you." "Really? So you seek a lovely partner from the city?" she teased. "Do you find me attractive? Though I come from the mountains, I am certainly more beautiful than many city girls. Why not let me be your partner? How about we embark on a romance?" "Beautiful. You truly are lovely. Can you genuinely be my partner? I feel as though I am dreaming." The donkey struggled to believe his own ears. "It is no dream. I truly can be your partner. However, my companionship comes at a price of 100 yuan per hour. For that duration, I shall be entirely yours. And you may engage as you wish." The young woman laughed playfully. 100 yuan per hour? That is rather steep. My monthly salary is only 270 yuan. The donkey muttered. With a determined expression, she retorted, 100 yuan for 2 hours. You may converse as you please. This is the absolute lowest rate. The donkey pondered for a moment, recalling that his mother had sewn 3,000 yuan into his undergarments, instructing him to treat any beautiful young lady to a meal while in the city. His mother, through her pig breeding and meat-selling endeavors, could earn several thousand yuan a year, making this some not overly extravagant for their family. Yet, spending 100 yuan for 2 hours of companionship felt exorbitant. "How about we try for 100 yuan? He suggested, turning away and rummaging through his trousers until he produced a crumpled bill, which bore an unpleasant odor. Seeing the donkey turn and begin to dig into his trousers, the young woman wondered what he was up to. Does he have lice? What is this scratching about? Just as she was about to inquire, he presented her with the wrinkled, odorous 100 yuan note, saying, "Let us spend 2 hours together today. Please keep this." In the forest region, the donkey was accustomed to receiving money when attending weddings with his naive companions. They would often dine at restaurants, sometimes even receiving complimentary meals. This was the first time he had ever given money to a woman. Taking the foul-smelling bill, the young woman tucked it into her small bag and said to the donkey, "Now, let us begin. You may converse as you wish. For these 2 hours, I am entirely yours." As they spoke, the girl in green began to assist Lu in shedding his outer garment. However, he swiftly raised his hand to halt her, questioning, "What do you intend to do? Why would you remove my clothing? A young lady ought to maintain her dignity." Puzzled, she retorted, "How can one give a massage without first removing the outerwear?" Lu, having observed others engage in romantic embraces, felt a pang of envy at the intimacy he witnessed. "Very well, as long as it brings you joy, I shall indulge you in this little romance," he conceded. The girl in green then settled herself upon his lap, casually wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu pressed his face against her bosom, attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her while caressing her delicate hands. The softness of her voice, tender and sweet, filled the air like a gentle breeze. In that moment, Mao Lu felt the stirrings of love blossom within him. They remained in this embrace for 2 hours, during which he inadvertently numbed her legs and strained his own back. Initially, one might expect this towering figure, robust and formidable, to be quite intimidating. Yet, he had spent 100 yuan simply to hold her close for those precious hours, leaving her quite astonished. After all, that sum represented a third of an average person's monthly salary. He had willingly spent nearly half a month's wages just for a simple embrace. Indeed, this large man was an anomaly. When the hour concluded, the two emerged from the room, and the girl in green escorted Mao Lu to the entrance of the establishment. He inquired, "What is your name?" In the midst of our conversation, "I completely forgot to ask. I am Luo Xiaolan. If you find yourself longing for me tomorrow and wish to continue our conversation, simply come to the shop and mention my name, order my time, and I shall be here," she replied, lifting herself on tiptoe to plant a kiss upon his chin, for he was far too tall for her to reach any higher. After bestowing the kiss, she returned indoors. "I am Zhang Wenhua. In a few days, when my shift changes, I shall come back to speak with you," he declared. "All right, I shall await your return," she responded, without glancing back. As Mao Lu walked away, he stroked the spot where Luo Xiaolan had kissed him, lost in a reverie of bliss. He mused aloud, "Is this what it means to be in love? The sweetness of romance is truly enchanting." With a heart full of happiness, he returned to his single dormitory, where he found himself awakening in delight on multiple occasions throughout the night. Chapter 80. The Fox sister is getting married in the early spring. When the grass turned green and the snow melted to reveal blooming flowers, the alluring leader of the seductresses, young Mimi, was finally set to wed. This news left dozens of her former suitors from the Victory Distillery feeling quite dejected, and many of her high school classmates were equally heartbroken. Furthermore, numerous handsome men from society who had either shared a bed with Mimi or had been urged by her to pursue her were left lamenting their lost opportunities. The wild and enchanting Mimi would no longer be available to them. The Fox sister was getting married. Sanguo discreetly inquired of Hua Lu, "Do you truly not care about her past? Do you believe she will be able to live a good life after marrying?" Hua Lu replied, "I may not be her first man, but I aspire to be her last. Her past life is of no concern to me. What matters is that it is I who shares her bed now, and it is my child she bears. I have no interest in the events that preceded us." The dog admires the courage of the slippery one, but even more so, he respects his magnanimity. The vastness of the sea cannot accommodate a man's jealousy and hatred. Though the slippery one may be small in stature, he can embrace the multitude of Mei Mei's former lovers. On a bright sunny morning, amidst the sound of firecrackers and a gathering of guests, Mei Mei and the slippery one held their wedding ceremony. Lacking family, the dog invited his godfather Wang Guozhong and godmother to serve as elders for the slippery one, with Ma Qianli as the witness. Mei Mei's family set up over 40 banquet tables, among which 20 were for relatives, a dozen for workers from the distillery, and several more for Mei Mei's former lovers. It is said that Mei Mei arranged for these guests, wishing to bid farewell to her past as she embarks on her new life as a wife, vowing to cleanse her past and retreat from the world. A significant portion of her former lovers declined the invitation, with only a few attending. Yet they occupied over 10 tables. Indeed, Mei Mei has had many former lovers, and while she has forgotten some, she invited those she remembered. However, most have moved on and feared misunderstandings with their partners, thus refraining from attending. When the bride and groom approached the tables of her former lovers to raise a toast, Mei Mei proclaimed her intention to bid farewell to the past and welcome a new chapter in her life, urging everyone to raise their glasses in a final salute. The former lovers, seated across several tables, stood and collectively raised their glasses in tribute to Mei Mei, expressing gratitude for her contributions to the community of single men. With her delicate form, she had soothed the hearts of countless lonely boys. A cup of clear wine expressed heartfelt sentiments, marking their farewell as mere passers-by. The legendary enchantress, Mei Mei, has now completely withdrawn from the scene. Those who have not experienced her charms will carry lifelong regrets, while those who have will savor their memories forever. At the wedding ceremony, the slippery one wept, recounting his childhood of solitude and hardship, expressing his joy at marrying and finally having family. He thanked his in-laws for their trust in him, promising to cherish and care for their beloved daughter, assuring them not to worry. Witnessing the slippery one's tears, the crazy one also broke into tears. For the two had relied on each other since their days in the orphanage, scavenging for money, fighting, skipping school, and sharing their educational journeys. They were closer than kin. Seeing both brothers in tears, the elder brother, the dog, felt compelled to join in their weeping, lest he tarnish his image as the elder. However, despite his efforts, he could not produce a single tear. Instead, Noticing the crazy one's wide grin, which revealed 2 blades of chives, the dog suddenly felt the urge to laugh. Stifling his amusement, he found a bowl of sauce on the table and, taking advantage of the moment, dabbed a bit onto his eyes, hoping to induce tears. Cleverly using sauce to spur his emotions, the dog soon regretted his choice as a particularly spicy chili sauce overwhelmed him, causing tears to flow profusely. The workers at the same table, witnessing the crazy one's heartfelt tears, could not help but exclaim, "This young man truly embodies righteousness and sincerity. His emotions are worn openly, never concealed. He cries when he feels joy or anger." The joy and emotion of a good friend's wedding moved him to tears. Upon turning around, I noticed that the dog was weeping even more profusely, his eyes reddened with tears, and a stream of snot cascading down. Alas, I had not realized that Director Dog was also a person of deep sentiment. It is said that Director Dog and Shui Liu share a close bond, and indeed, it is as profound as this. One could not discern it in daily life, but it became evident upon Shui Liu's marriage. How could their connection be so strong that it moved Director Dog to tears? Oh dear, why are his eyes streaming with blood? It turns out it was merely chili oil that had dripped down. If someone were to see him, they might think he was bleeding from his eyes. Until Shui Liu approached with Yang Mimi to offer a toast, Dog was still shedding tears. Shui Liu inquired, "What troubles you, Dog? Did my marriage remind you of Wang Lily?" "Fear not. I believe that in the near future, you too shall walk down the aisle." It was not thoughts of Wang Lily that troubled him. Rather, when you were crying on stage just now, we both felt your sorrow and were moved to tears as well. Dog, being quite tender-hearted, could not stop weeping. He had been crying for half an hour, and just look at how red his eyes have become. The madman chimed in to explain. Upon closer inspection, Shui Liu realized it was true. Dog's eyes were swollen and bloodshot, a testament to his sincere nature. How deeply moved he was by his brother's wedding. Shui Liu stepped forward and embraced Dog, saying, "You truly are my dear brother. Your joy at my marriage is evident, is it not? Do not weep. Rather, you should smile and rejoice in the happiness that awaits me." Dog thought to himself, "What does this have to do with anything? I am merely suffering from the sting of the chili." It had been half an hour, and the burning sensation in his eyes was unbearable. Who would be so cruel as to use such fiery chili in the sauce, not caring whether it might harm children, even if it ruined flowers and plants? It would be a shame. I am indeed happy for your marriage. I wish you both enduring happiness until the end of time. Dog hastily wiped his tear-streaked face and runny nose, declaring. Shui Liu grasped the hands of the madman and Dog, asserting, "From this day forth, we 3 brothers shall remain steadfast companions, lifelong friends. I hope you both soon welcome your lovely brides, and together we shall become exemplary husbands." With that, he embraced both the madman and Dog tightly. In that moment, the madman began to weep again, his mouth agape like a cavern. Dog's tears flowed even more freely, with snot spilling onto Shui Liu and the madman, creating quite a mess. Yang Mimi hurriedly pulled apart the 3 weeping brothers, exclaiming, "The wedding is still underway, and you have yet to toast Dog and the madman. Once this is concluded, we must move on to other tables to offer our toasts." Upon hearing Mimi's words, Shui Liu picked up his glass and proclaimed, "In this life, I, Huali, am fortunate to have encountered 2 kindred spirits. My life has not been in vain. I raise this glass to my 2 brothers, wishing you smooth sailing, soaring success, a fulfilled love life, and an early marriage." With that, he tilted his head back and downed the contents of his glass, then continued on with Yang Mimi to toast at other tables. When they reached the table of his former lovers, all stood to offer a toast to Shui Liu. A bespectacled youth raised his glass on behalf of the group, saying, "From now on, it is up to you to care for Sister Mimi. I hope you treat her well. She is a generous and selfless woman who has aided many lost youths. She is like a female lay foam, giving selflessly without expectation of reward. She ought to be a paragon for the unmarried girls of Q City." With a swift motion, he downed the wine from his cup and declared, "I shall cherish my future wife with utmost care, so do not fret. The world is vast. May we all fare well on our respective journeys. Let us remain at peace and cease our communications." With that, he set down his glass, embraced Yang Mimi, and planted a kiss on her cherry lips, signaling to the other suitors that this woman would henceforth belong solely to him. Chapter 81. The beloved maiden is to marry another following the conclusion of the wedding festivities. Guzi found himself without pressing matters to attend to. He resolved to travel to H City to seek out Wang Lily, wishing to inquire directly about her silence, why she had neither called nor responded to his letters. He entrusted the brewing workshop to Fengzi, who, like Guzi, had become a skilled brewmaster well-versed in the intricacies of production. After requesting a leave of absence from factory director Shi, Citing a family emergency regarding his girlfriend's father in H City, he received approval. With his belongings in order, Guzzi boarded the train to H City that very night. Upon arrival at dawn, he did not rest but instead set out with Wang Lily's address in hand, determined to locate her. After inquiring with numerous locals, he finally discerned the whereabouts of her residence, situated on Huayuan Street in the Xiangfang district. Wang Lily's father worked as a minor supervisor at a nearby electric motor factory, overseeing a handful of employees but wielding little authority beyond the title of supervisor. The family resided in a modest two-bedroom apartment allocated by the factory, measuring merely 50 square meters. Although their economic circumstances were unremarkable, Lily's mother harbored lofty aspirations, believing her daughter's exquisite beauty warranted a match with a wealthy suitor. Upon reaching her home, Guzzi hesitated to knock directly on the door, opting instead to wait nearby and observe. He feared that an abrupt appearance might provoke a heart attack in Lily's father, leaving him at a loss in his future dealings with Lily. After waiting for the better part of the morning, around 11 o'clock, he finally spotted Lily's mother returning home from grocery shopping. Guzzi discreetly concealed himself in a nearby hallway, keenly watching her movements. He overheard Lily's mother exchanging pleasantries with a neighbor. "You've bought quite a lot of vegetables. Are you expecting guests?" The neighbor inquired. "What guests?" "My daughter's fiancé is coming over for dinner tonight. I passed by the market and found the produce quite fresh, so I decided to buy some in advance. Otherwise, it might be difficult to find such fresh ingredients later," Lily's mother replied. "What? Lily has a fiancé?" Guzzi's mind whirled. No wonder she had refrained from contacting him. It appeared she had entered into another relationship. Guzzi felt a profound sense of betrayal. The once fervent vows and sweet intimacy they had shared transformed into bitter resentment in an instant. Lily's new partner was quite impressive, a tall figure at 6 feet, and they seemed well matched. The neighbor continued to inquire. "I heard the engagement banquet has already taken place. When are they getting married?" "In just a few weeks. They would be wed." Though they had only known each other for a mere 2 or 3 months, the urgency arose from the deteriorating health of the groom's grandfather, who longed to witness his grandson's marriage. Consequently, a hasty marriage was the only recourse. Lily's mother continued, "Engaged. A quick marriage. This month. Just a few weeks left." Guzzi, in a state of confusion, found it difficult to steady himself. Wang Lily's ruthlessness astounded him. Within such a short span, not only had she betrayed him, but she was also preparing to marry someone else. Indeed, as her great-grandfather had warned, she was unreliable, not a suitable bride for the Zhang family. The ensuing conversation between Lily's mother and the neighbor was lost on Guzzi, his mind consumed by resentment. His heart raced, threatening to burst from his chest. All he desired was to see Lily and hear her side of the story. He waited until Lily's mother left for work in the afternoon before he quietly approached Wang Lily's door. Placing his hand over the peephole, he began to knock. After a prolonged period of knocking, he heard Lily's voice from within. "Who is it? Why are you blocking the peephole? Is it Xiaohai? Don't joke around. If you don't remove your hand, I want to open the door." Guzzi withdrew his hand from the peephole, and silence enveloped the room. Wang Lily ceased her chatter. "Lily, open the door. We need to talk. I want to know why you are marrying someone else." Guzzi steadied his emotions as he spoke. After a long pause with no response, his frustration boiled over. "If you don't open the door, I will kick it down." The door slowly creaked open, revealing Wang Lily in her nightclothes, her face awash with panic and unease. "You left without a word and haven't called in over 2 months. I wrote to you, but you didn't reply. Now you're getting married. Explain yourself." Guzzi exclaimed, his anger palpable. "What is there to explain? My father suffered a heart attack and nearly died. As his daughter, I cannot stand idly by and watch him perish. Between you and my father, I had to choose the latter. Don't hate me for this. You've never known your father, so you cannot comprehend a child's attachment to their dad. I can live without love, but I cannot live without my father. Forget about me. Go find a better girl. With your qualities, it should be easy." As she finished speaking, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she sank to the ground in despair. "But I only love you. My world cannot exist without you. What you are doing is tearing my heart apart. Can't you discuss this with your parents?" Guzzi pleaded. Wang Lily, through her tears, replied, "It's futile. My father listens to my mother, who is materialistic and only values wealth, using me as a stepping stone to elevate her status. I must sacrifice our love for my father's life. You were my first love, and I believed I would belong to you forever. I never anticipated it would come to this." Guzzi was taken aback by the turn of events. His beloved was being coerced into marrying another. It seemed he had no means to intervene. Was he expected to ask Lily to abandon her father's well-being for the sake of their love? Having grown up without a father, Guzzi held profound respect for others' paternal figures, and he had no desire to jeopardize another's father for the sake of his own happiness. Once again, Wang Lily would not choose to leave on her own. She then suggested, "Why don't you find a place to rest for a while? The neighbors upstairs and downstairs have overheard our conversation, and it wouldn't be appropriate." She encouraged him to take a good rest, and, when he felt better, to call her the next morning when her family would be out. She wrote down her new phone number for him and closed the door, returning to her room. Holding the number Wang Lily had just given him, Guzzi contemplated tearing it up before deciding to return to Q City. However, he realized that he had traveled a great distance to see her, and they had yet to clarify their situation. Not far from Wang Lily's home, he found a hotel near a park and booked a standard room. Exhausted from a night spent in a hard train seat and an unrelenting morning, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he finally awoke, it was already midnight, and hunger stirred him from his slumber. The thought of Wang Lily dining with her new partner and her parents filled him with a pang of resentment. Starving, he decided to venture out in search of a meal. After securing his room, he left to find a restaurant. Unfortunately, it was late, and most establishments had closed. A few barbecue places remained open, and he chose one that appeared relatively clean. He ordered 20 skewers of lamb, a bowl of dumpling soup, and a bottle of liquor, indulging himself as he ate and drank. Chapter 82. A heartbreak realized after finishing the lamb skewers. The bottle of liquor was nearly empty, and Guzzi found himself quite inebriated. He staggered back to the hotel and collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to a night filled with tumultuous dreams. In his dreams, he wept, feeling profoundly aggrieved. No one could assist or comfort him. His love had slipped away, and the woman he cherished was soon to marry another. He felt utterly powerless. The following morning, Guzzi awoke with a throbbing headache, cursing the indifference of the people in H City. Even the liquor is counterfeit, he lamented, vowing never to partake in such concoctions again. He descended to the hotel lobby and found a breakfast shop, consuming 2 bowls of millet porridge and 4 steamed buns, which warmed his stomach and eased his headache, lifting his spirits somewhat. After a stroll in the park, watching couples jogging together in the fresh morning air, Guzzi felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Why could they experience love and companionship while he faced such tumultuous romantic trials, on the verge of losing his beloved? Returning to his hotel room with a heavy heart, he attempted to fall back asleep, but his restless mind would not allow it. After tossing and turning until past 8, he thought Wang Lily's parents would likely be at work by now. He called the hotel front desk to inform Wang Lily of his location and room number. She promised to arrive shortly. However, shortly stretched into the afternoon, and Guzzi's impatience grew. Around noon, Wang Lily arrived, carrying a bundle of food. "You must have had a rough journey. I brought some food and drinks for us to share," she said, setting her things down. Guzzi replied, "I don't feel like eating. I just want to talk to you. Is there truly no possibility left for us? Do you truly not cherish the relationship we've had over these past 2 years? Let's eat something. We haven't shared a meal together in over 2 months, and I must say, the dishes here are far inferior to yours. Just make do with what you have." After saying this, Wang Lily began to open the plastic bags, revealing the food containers within. Pouring 2 glasses of wine, she declared that we would toast to our breakup today, wishing for each other's well-being and a future without interference, suggesting that this lifetime would count as my debt to you, which I would repay in the next life by serving you faithfully. Is there truly no room for reconciliation? Might I speak with your father? This year, I could be promoted to a formal position, holding a vice section chief title. Moreover, I have savings exceeding 300,000. I could be considered wealthy. Please, persuade your father for the sake of your happiness and mine." The dog, with a hoarse voice, pleaded. Wang Lily, tearfully, responded, urging him not to pressure her further, as she genuinely had no choice. She could not allow him to meet her father, who had just undergone surgery and was in recovery, needing to avoid any excitement. "Let us resolve our matters ourselves." The dog, recognizing Wang Lily's resolute stance, ceased his pleas. The men of the Zhang family were known for their steadfastness and rarely resorted to begging. His repeated appeals had already reached the limits of his endurance. Raising his glass, he downed the contents in one gulp and told Wang Lily to refill his glass, stating that he had always catered to her needs, treating her like royalty. And now it was her turn to serve him. Wang Lily silently complied, filling his glass and placing a chicken leg from the food container onto the lid before handing him 2 napkins to wipe his mouth. Gazing at the once beloved goddess before him, he felt nothing but regret. The love and charm that once existed had faded away. The dog felt a cold emptiness within him, and, tilting his head back, drained another glass of wine, slamming it down with bitterness, demanding another refill. Today was a rare occasion where he had a servant at his disposal. Soon, she would belong to another, making it impossible for him to summon her to serve him again. With tears streaming down her face, Wang Lili filled his glass once more. He drank again, having consumed 3 glasses in quick succession, compounded by the lingering effects of last night's intoxication, leaving his head spinning. Wang Lili produced another bottle of wine, proclaiming that each would have 1 bottle, and they would drink well today. For today, I shall be your servant, and you may berate and insult me as you wish. After today, such opportunities will cease. Pouring another glass, she toasted to their past love and sweet memories, downing the drink in one go, causing her to cough. With another glass poured, she expressed her remorse and the debt owed by her parents, drinking once more. In that moment, her face and neck flushed red. As she poured a third glass, she declared it was in hopes that he would soon forget her and find his future wife. I wish you the best. You are a good man, and it is I who is unworthy of you. My greatest regret is that we cannot be together in this life. If there is a next, I shall serve you faithfully as a servant or a maid. She drank this glass mixed with tears. After finishing, Wang Lili began to sway unsteadily, unable to maintain her balance. Wang Lili attempted to pour herself another drink when Dogsy seized the bottle, exclaiming, "Are you courting death? If alcohol could truly help one forget everything, including your troubles, I would willingly indulge in eternal inebriation." Approaching Dogsy, Wang Lili took his hand and pressed it against her chest, declaring, "Today, I am yours. All that I am belongs to you. I am but a wretched soul in your heart. Come, torment and humiliate me." The familiar warmth coursed through their fingers, rekindling a cherished sensation. Overcome by emotion, Dogsy lifted Wang Lili into his embrace. Freed from all constraints, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. With a primal roar, he lunged forward. Tears streamed down Dogsy's face as he wept, seemingly releasing the pent-up fury within. His tears and sweat cascaded onto the bed and pillow like raindrops. Eventually, after shedding enough tears and exhausting himself, he lay on the bed, breathless and limp, like a lifeless dog. In the dead of night, Dogsy stirred awake, only to find that the enchanting figure beside him had vanished. Inhaling the lingering fragrance on the pillow, he felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Now that the dream had dissipated, so too had the person and the affection. This chapter of their relationship had reached its conclusion, and it seemed that they would never again be entwined. Memories flashed through his mind like a film reel, each scene tinged with sweetness. Who would have imagined it would culminate in this? Was it truly Dogsy's fault? The answer was a resounding no. He had loved Wang Lili with unwavering devotion, yet this was the outcome he faced. He harbored no resentment towards her, only frustration towards a society that insists women must marry into wealth and status. Is it not acceptable to marry for love? Can money and power genuinely ensure a woman's lifelong happiness? As Dogsy inhaled the residual scent left by the enchanting woman, he reminisced about their shared moments. And tears flowed anew. A man may bleed but seldom weeps, yet the sorrow had not yet reached its depths. Chapter 83. The elder has departed for heaven. The following morning, amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle hum of insects, the sun rose. Dogsy awoke in the warm embrace of sunlight, which warmed his heart, once frozen by pain. Speaking to himself, he mused, "Let the past remain in the past. Vows and promises cannot sway a woman's fickle heart. What do I have to mourn? She chose her father and her family over our love, proving she never truly loved me. She didn't even attempt to persuade her parents. Alas, I shall forget her from this moment on." Rising to brush his teeth and prepare breakfast, he resolved to continue his life, hopeful for a brighter future. Dogsy refrained from seeking out Wang Lili again. Since she was so resolute, he could not demean himself by intruding upon her life. Surely, the man she intended to marry must possess commendable qualities and not be unappealing, for she would not have been so adamant otherwise. He chose to let her go, believing she might find greater happiness, and her parents would surely be pleased. With a heavy heart and a trove of memories, Dogsy departed from the city that had caused him such anguish. Boarding the train back to Q City, he bid farewell to the past and resolved to forget Lily, vowing that they would never meet again. Upon his return to Q City, Ermao rushed to inform him of the elder's passing. "The call came from home yesterday. I'm packing my things to head back. You didn't leave a number, and I couldn't find you." Upon hearing of the demise of his great-grandfather, Guzzi's mind was engulfed in a haze of disbelief. Truly, fortune does not come in pairs, nor does misfortune arrive alone. Just as he had parted ways with his partner, he was struck by the sorrow of his great-grandfather's passing. Such heartache converged at once. Coming to his senses, Guzzi hastily returned to gather his belongings and sought leave from the duty manager, Ma Qianli. He proceeded to the bank to withdraw some funds and called upon Mao to accompany him by train back to his hometown. After a bumpy journey of 2 days, they arrived at their destination. Under the cloak of night, they made their way directly to his great-grandfather's residence. Upon arrival, they beheld the courtyard adorned with a coffin, surrounded by floral wreaths, paper figures, and horses. His uncles were vigilantly watching over the wake. It was the final day of the 3-day vigil, and the funeral was scheduled for the following morning. Seeing Guzi's return, his great-grandmother rushed to embrace him, weeping uncontrollably. "Why have you returned so late? Your great-grandfather mentioned you in his final moments." He lamented, "This Sanguo, why hasn't he made arrangements for the Zhang family distillery? I have been holding on for years, waiting to see him take action, but now, as I close my eyes, I am filled with regret. I long to witness the Zhang family rise again before my departure." Upon hearing his great-grandmother's words, Guzi was overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. He felt immense guilt towards his great-grandfather. For the past 2 years, he had not entertained the thought of reviving the distillery. Lacking the ambition and capability to pursue such a venture, his aspirations revolved around a warm home with his wife and children. His dreams encompassed becoming a mid-level official and marrying Wang Lili. Yet now, Wang Lili was to wed another, and his position remained unfulfilled. His great-grandfather had entrusted him with 2 secret recipes, hoping he would rejuvenate the family business. Yet, he found himself entranced by the allure of Wang Lili's tenderness. Neglecting his pursuits, he felt he had failed his great-grandfather and the ancestors of the Zhang family. After comforting his great-grandmother, he donned mourning attire, tied the mourning ribbon, and knelt before his great-grandfather's spirit, weeping as he began to burn paper money. "Great-grandfather, I have returned too late. I did not see you one last time. You endured a lifetime of hardship without reaping the rewards, leaving this world with unfulfilled desires. Rest assured, I will gradually revive the Zhang family distillery. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, we shall restore the splendor of the Zhang family. The road to heaven may be long, but may you travel well." This indefatigable old landlord, laden with regrets, ascended to paradise. Perhaps in heaven, there are no classes, no struggles, no judgments based on social standing. There, he would find happiness, striving and growing, competing fairly, and prospering through his own merits, free from persecution or division of his estate. The following morning, his uncle shattered a basin and waved a flag, leading the procession. The remaining uncles and his father bore the coffin, while Sanguo and Air Mao scattered paper money along the way, weeping as they laid his great-grandfather to rest. A man of great ambition, he lived to the age of 99, ultimately finding repose in a mound of earth. The cycle of life had come full circle. Guzi pondered, what is this life? We arrive with cries and depart amidst tears. The cycle of life and death continues year after year, embodying the myriad facets of existence: eating, drinking, procreation, and the inevitable passage of time. What is it all for? In truth, to live is simply to breathe. Without lofty aspirations, we are akin to mere grass and wood. Without great ambitions, we are lesser than livestock. For the sake of the Zhang family's legacy, I, Sanguo, shall strive. From this moment onward, Zhang San's dog truly discovered his aspirations and pursuits, resolved to rejuvenate the family business and restore the ancestral glory. After the funeral of his great-grandfather, the dog left 2,000 yuan for his great-grandmother, assuring her that he would provide for her annually, alleviating her worries about future financial security. The promise made to his great-grandfather lingered in his heart, and he vowed to fulfill it over the course of his lifetime. His great-grandmother was deeply moved, expressing that she and his great-grandfather had not erred in their judgment. He was indeed the most exceptional and filial child of the Zhang family. Dog's mother had not seen her son for nearly half a year and wished to keep him for a few more days. However, he explained that his responsibilities as the workshop director at the winery demanded his attention, and he needed to return swiftly to oversee production. After spending 2 nights at home and engaging in extensive conversation, his mother learned of his breakup with Wang Lili. She remarked that Wang was excessively alluring, with a figure that suggested unwholesomeness. Even if he were to marry her, she would be a burden, and perhaps this separation was a blessing in disguise. With his current standing, what kind of virtuous young lady could be beyond his reach? Wang Lili's loss was indeed a misfortune for her, and she would surely lament her decision in the years to come. Years later, his mother's words indeed proved prophetic. Wang Lili endured considerable hardships, but that is a tale for another time. Dog and Air Mao Lu boarded the train, navigating the bumpy journey back to Q City. Traveling to the forest area was no small feat. The train moved slower than a cow, and they had to transfer midway. Upon returning to Q City, news of his great-grandfather's passing reached him, and his friend Hualu brought along his partner to visit. They also learned of Wang Lili's betrayal of Dog's affections, igniting outrage among their circle of friends. Yang Mimi commented that Wang Lili was merely beautiful, with ample bosoms and a shapely figure, nothing more than a decorative pillow concealing insincerity. Do not sorrow, young pup. Sister Mimi will introduce you to someone far superior. My usual acquaintances are each more enchanting than the last. When the time comes, you may choose, and I shall remain awake for 3 days and nights to ensure you find the right match. Dog thought to himself that Mimi's friends were hardly suitable. They were all akin to soldiers with dubious reputations. Birds of a feather flocked together, he mused, recognizing that a partner of that ilk would only lead to betrayal. Ma Dingdang suggested that perhaps Wang Lili had her reasons for her actions. Having shared a dormitory with her for over a year and perceiving her as someone who did not covet vanity or wealth, Yang Mimi dismissed this notion, asserting that appearances can be deceiving, and Wang Lili was truly a worthless individual. Ma Dingdang pondered that no one could outshine Mimi in terms of dubious character. Hualu was equally incensed, recalling how he had provided her with meals without ever receiving her share of the food expenses, feeling pity for Dog rather than for the lost funds. Such loyalty exemplified true brotherhood. In Chapter 84, the inebriated Bai Dandan took a keen interest in Dog's affairs. And the following day, Yang Mimi arrived at Dog's dormitory with several friends under the pretense of dining. While the pretext was to share a meal, the underlying intention was to arrange a matchmaking encounter. Since they were already there, Dog could not turn them away and prepared 6 hearty dishes to entertain his charming guests. In recent years, the culinary skills of the Dog, learned from his godmother, have surpassed those of the average restaurant chef, presenting dishes that are a feast for the senses. The several young women who dined with him were all smiles, each of them enamored with the Dog. This astonished Yang Mimi, though it should not have been surprising. A handsome young man, the workshop director, poised for promotion to a deputy section chief, who also excels in the kitchen and reportedly possesses a substantial bank balance. What sensible girl would not be captivated by such a golden bachelor? Yang Mimi's meddling inadvertently placed the Dog in a compromising position, as for an extended period following, these young women persistently pursued him, inviting him to dance, watch movies, or dine together. Some bolder ones even suggested late-night heart-to-heart conversations at their homes. However, the Dog held no interest in these audacious ladies. Times had changed. If he were to carelessly accept an invitation from one, she would likely cling to him, making it impossible for him to evade marriage. One fateful evening, under a moonless sky, after finishing dinner, the Dog intended to rest when one of Yang Mimi's most beautiful friends, Bai Dandan, stumbled into his dorm, reeking of alcohol. Bai Dandan was indeed striking, with a face as alluring as Yang Mimi's and a figure reminiscent of Wang Lili's sensuality. Her enchanting visage, slender waist, and skin, luminous and fair like pearls, would typically stir the heart. Yet, the Dog dared not entertain such thoughts. This girl was known for her indulgent lifestyle, replete with drinking, dancing, gambling, and tumultuous relationships. Her romantic escapades were nearly as numerous as those of Yang Mimi. Despite her lack of self-awareness, Bai Dandan frequently sought the Dog's company, and that night, fueled by excitement from an unknown source of alcohol, she arrived at his dorm in a drunken frenzy. "Brother Dog, do you think I'm beautiful? Why won't you pay me any attention? Other men lose their wits at the sight of me, yet you won't even spare me a glance." As she spoke, she pressed closer to him, the stench of alcohol overwhelming him, prompting him to retreat until he found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape. Bai Dandan leaned against the Dog's chest, her softness pressing against him, leaving him breathless. "Are you even a man? So timid. Come on, kiss me." With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. The Dog, taken aback by the sudden advance from the inebriated woman, attempted to break free, only to discover that Bai Dandan possessed an unexpected strength, making his struggles futile. The overpowering scent of alcohol nearly made him nauseous. Just then, the madman, who had just concluded a dramatic massage performance with Ma Dingdang, returned home. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see the tall young woman clinging to the Dog, fervently kissing him. The madman was momentarily stunned, mistaking the scene for a ghostly encounter. The sudden appearance of a woman in the dorm made him think a beautiful specter was draining the Dog's vitality. Upon noticing the madman's entrance, Bai Dandan showed no embarrassment and scolded, "Get out. Don't you know to knock before entering? What are you staring at? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes and use them as marbles?" Startled by the lunatic, I dashed out of the door and swiftly made my way to Ma Dingdong's dormitory, not daring to return for the entire night. After witnessing the madman flee, Bai Dandan turned back, intending to continue her pursuit. Sanguo pushed Bai Dandan aside, exclaiming, "Sister Dandan, we have only just met a few days ago. This is rather inappropriate. As a young lady, you ought to exercise some self-respect." "Self-respect? Spare me the nonsense. I came here to seek you out for a relationship, and you dismiss me? Are you out of your mind? Or are your eyes simply blind? You cannot possibly overlook such a beautiful girl. Do you aspire to find the moon goddess Chang'e instead? Bai Dandan appeared genuinely intoxicated, her speech laced with vulgarities. Sanguo thought to himself, what on earth? This is not a young lady. She is nothing short of a female ruffian. Sister Dandan, you are indeed lovely, but my previous relationship has just ended. I am not ready to jump into another romance immediately. Please grant me some time to adjust. Once we become more familiar with each other, we can discuss the possibility of a relationship, all right? Sanguo advised cautiously. Adjust? Nonsense. Today, I am in a good mood and wish to pursue a relationship with you. If you refuse, I shall cry foul play, and the security will apprehend you as a rogue. Bai Dandan declared brazenly. Upon hearing this, Sanguo felt dread. Not only was she a ruffian, but a brazen thief as well. It appeared he was destined to be drenched today. No way. He could not indulge this female rogue's whims. If he fell into her grasp, escape would likely be impossible. Such a stunning beauty. How could I not be enamored? I would be fortunate to have such an opportunity. However, I have not eaten dinner and am rather famished. Allow me to step out and procure some food for us both. A full stomach provides the strength to converse meaningfully. Once we have dined, we can engage in a proper discussion. It is a stroke of luck for a country boy like me to find such a beautiful girl. Sanguo deceitfully coaxed Bai Dandan. Who would have thought you were so considerate? Indeed, one must be well fed to discuss relationships. Excellent. Sister Dandan approves. Hurry and fetch some food. Do remember to bring back a bottle of wine. I wish to indulge a bit more. You should partake as well. A little drink can set the mood for romance, Bai Dandan said, her balance wavering as she struggled to remain upright. Sanguo assisted Bai Dandan onto his bed, tucked her in with a blanket, and said, I shall go buy some food and return shortly. He then dashed out and hurried over to Air Mao's dormitory. There were 2 beds in Air Mao's room, but only 1 blanket available. Thus, Sanguo spent the night under Air Mao's coat, enduring the torment of Air Mao's snoring, which echoed painfully in his ears, while he blocked his nose to escape the foul odor. The following morning, Sanguo sought out Ma Dingdang, imploring her to check the dormitory to see if Bai Dandan had departed. Upon arrival, Ma Dingdang discovered that Bai Dandan was still nestled under the covers, soundly asleep on Sanguo's bed. Ma Dingdang approached and gently shook her awake, inquiring, what brings you here to sleep? And on my boyfriend's bed, no less. Fortunately, he did not return last night. Otherwise, you would be in quite a predicament. Bai Dandan rubbed her eyes and gazed at Ma Dingdang, asking, is this your boyfriend's bed? I scarcely recall the details, but I seem to have had a hazy conversation with Director Sanguo, after which he vanished and never returned. Bai Dandan, when abstaining from alcohol, embodies the grace of a refined lady. However, once imbibing, she transforms into a wild beast. Chapter 85. Ma Qianli's ascendancy. Ma Dingdang cunningly lured Bai Dandan out of her dormitory. Although Bai Dandan possesses a domineering and fierce disposition, her intellect is rather limited, making her easily deceived. When sober, she is a charming lady, her smile enchanting. Yet after a drink, she becomes a reckless rogue. Restless until she finds a man to share her bed. With such peculiarities, which man would dare to marry her? On this day, Deputy Factory Director Ma Qianli approached Guzi, informing him of a transfer request for Wang Lily, sent by the Commercial Bureau of H City, to move her to the administrative department there. Ma Qianli had also heard of Wang Lily's newfound connections, and in a moment of sympathy for Guzi's plight, he kicked him metaphorically, saying, Dear nephew, do not let your heart be heavy. You have been duped, and there is no one to support or defend you. The main reason you are bullied is that you lack a father or a powerful ally. Alas, it's fine. Even though you lack a father and your master has passed away, you still have your Uncle Ma. I shall take a stand for you. Wang Lily will not be able to leave the Victory Distillery while I remain in my position as the Executive Deputy Director. She shall not be permitted to move an inch. Even if she relinquishes this position, she cannot arrange for another job, as her records cannot be transferred. Ma Qianli declared with righteous fervor. In that moment, Guzi felt a sudden sense of grandeur in Ma Qianli's presence. Perhaps his master had been mistaken. Despite Ma Qianli's somewhat cunning nature, lack of work ethic, and penchant for flattery, he was genuinely kind to every worker beneath him. His treatment of Guzi was especially commendable, embodying what true leadership means to the workers. Thank you, Uncle Ma. You truly are an admirable leader. Guzi exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears, unable to articulate his gratitude. During this period, he had felt deeply wronged, harboring a multitude of grievances with no outlet for expression. The emergence of a strong figure to advocate for him left Guzi profoundly moved. Patting Guzi's shoulder, Ma Qianli urged, do not bottle up your grievances. Let your tears flow. In my eyes, you are like my own child. There is no shame in seeking solace from your elders when you have been wronged. Embracing Ma Qianli, Guzi wept openly. Ma Qianli resolutely withheld Wang Lily's transfer request, dismissing any arguments against him, citing her problematic conduct as justification for denying her approval. The matter lingered for an extended period until the director of the commercial bureau intervened, requesting a discussion with Ma Qianli, stating, "This is the daughter-in-law of the deputy secretary of the political and legal committee of H City. Do not be so obstinate, or you may offend powerful people." Realizing he could not withstand such pressure, Ma Qianli reluctantly agreed to sign the transfer order for Wang Lily. Later, he felt remorseful toward Guzi and sought him out to offer an explanation. "I understand you, Uncle Ma. I know it is not easy for you. We are no match for such formidable connections," Guzi replied. Ma Qianli assured him, "One day, when I ascend to a position of power, I will ensure that you receive due justice." Guzi smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. "In my heart, I'm mused that the day you could help me exact my vengeance would require you to be at least a provincial or municipal official. At over 50, you would retire at 60, making this hope unlikely to materialize." However, I casually replied, "All right, Uncle Ma, I shall await that day. When you become the mayor or governor, I will serve as your secretary, and then I shall repay grievances. Those who have wronged us will face their reckoning, one by one. Ha ha ha, indeed. We shall deal with them all. Young lad, do not mistake Uncle Ma's words for mere bravado. I am soon to be promoted to deputy division chief, possibly taking the role of deputy director at our superior commercial bureau. The organization has already approached me for discussions. Should Uncle Ma ascend, I promise to assist you in securing a deputy-level title. It was Uncle Ma who initially pulled you into the role of workshop director, and now I shall lend you a hand once more. Uncle Ma, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Given your capabilities, you should have risen long ago. Serving as a deputy division chief is beneath your talents. You ought to be the party secretary of Q City." Dogsy expressed his joy for Ma Qianli. "Ha ha, I seek nothing more than to attain a proper division chief title before retirement. That would suffice for my contentment. Yet, if I am to assist you in exacting revenge, you must at least hold a municipal-level position. Uncle Ma shall strive diligently. 3 parts depend on effort, while 7 parts are left to fate. Some matters require miracles," Ma Qianli cheerfully remarked. A few days later, a formal notice arrived, promoting Ma Qianli to the commercial bureau as deputy director with a deputy division chief title. Although he held the lowest-ranking deputy director position and was not a member of the standing committee, it was still a deputy-level role nonetheless. Ma Qianli's long-held aspiration had finally come to fruition. Ma Qianli summoned Dogsy to his office and inquired about his satisfaction with his work at the distillery. If he found the environment unsatisfactory, Uncle Ma could facilitate a transfer to the commercial bureau and assist him in obtaining a deputy-level title next year. Should you choose to remain at the distillery, I can speak with several other factory leaders, convene a meeting, and expedite your deputy-level title resolution. I am leaving for their superior department to assume a leadership role, and they will surely grant me this favor. You have 2 paths. Choose wisely, regardless of your decision. Uncle Ma will support you." After a moment's contemplation, Dogsy responded, "Uncle Ma, I think I will stay at the factory. I cannot follow you wherever you go, living forever under your wing. I wish to try forging my own path. When I encounter obstacles, I am certain you will not turn a blind eye, but will help me overcome them." Ma Qianli chuckled. "Good lad. You possess ambition. I have not misjudged you. All right. Stay and navigate your own journey at the factory. If anyone dares to bully you, I, Ma Qianli, shall take care of them. Before retirement, I will shield you from storms and safeguard your endeavors. The rest is up to you." Dogsy said, "Uncle Ma, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Such immense kindness cannot be fully articulated. Your benevolence is etched in my heart, forever to be remembered." Ma Qianli laughed heartily. He invited several factory leaders to a small meeting to express his gratitude for their collaboration over the years, announcing his departure from Victory Distillery and holding a farewell gathering with the factory leaders. The leaders were warm and expressed their reluctance to part with Deputy Director Ma, noting how comforting it had been to work alongside him these past 2 years. However, with Ma Qianli's promotion to Deputy Director, despite the deep-seated reluctance, they must bid him farewell, wishing him smooth sailing and success in his new endeavors. Ma Qianli expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the leaders of the factory, lamenting the impending separation while affirming that the workplace would always remain his second home. He vowed to stand by the factory's interests, saying that any matters concerning his second home would also concern him. He then recounted a poignant responsibility he had yet to fulfill before retiring. Neo Yutian had entrusted him with the care of his disciple, Dogsy. Ma felt a deep sense of regret for not having adequately fulfilled this duty, especially considering it was the final wish of a master who devoted his life to the distillery. Comrade Sanguo had diligently worked as the director of the brewing workshop for over half a year, yet had not secured the appropriate deputy-level title. This was a shortcoming on Ma Qianli's part. He could only leave with a sense of regret, feeling that he had let down Master Nyo's last request. Upon hearing this, the factory leaders recognized the need to respond. With Ma's recent promotion, who would dare refuse such a request? They unanimously decided to expedite the evaluation process in light of Master Nyo's decades of dedication to the factory and Ma's sincere intentions, thereby granting Dogzi the deputy-level title and officially appointing him as the workshop director. Thus, Dogzi ascended to a deputy-level position, and without Ma Qianli's advocacy, it was conceivable that his evaluation period might have extended into the following year. Those in the know understood that many officials languished in evaluation for years, remaining in interim roles without securing formal appointments. Dogzi visited Ma Qianli's home, presenting his wife with a woolen coat and a pair of leather shoes, which she happily accepted. When Ma returned and learned of Dogzi's thoughtful gift, he chose not to have his wife return it, remarking that the young man was thoughtful. While they did not need such gifts, they did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. Dogzi's journey ahead was long, and understanding the nuances of human relations would be essential for him. This, indeed, was his first lesson in the complexities of interpersonal dynamics. Chapter 86. Infamous reputation. Dogzi had many mentors throughout his life, including his great-grandfather, Master Nyo, and his godfather, Director Wang. In truth, Ma Qianli could be considered a mentor as well, though Dogzi was reluctant to acknowledge it. Ma taught Dogzi the intricacies of social relations and played a pivotal role in his rise to the position of workshop director while facilitating the attainment of his deputy-level title. Despite the long-standing rivalry between Master Nyo and Ma Qianli, Dogzi held no animosity towards Ma. Instead, he felt indebted to him. News of Dogzi's early attainment of the deputy-level title quickly spread throughout the factory. While a deputy-level title was not particularly remarkable, a deputy-level official under 20 was indeed a rarity. Consequently, Director Zhang, the esteemed bachelor, found himself the focus of attention from various women, particularly from the information department. Su Meili. Each day, Su Meili enthusiastically presented him with photographs of women of all shapes and sizes. Despite Dogzi's refusals, Su Meili remained undeterred, waiting patiently along his route back to the dormitory, determined to engage in what seemed to be a relentless pursuit. It appeared that she would not relent until she secured Dogzi's affections. Meanwhile, young Mimi's friends continuously bombarded him with attention, creating a lively atmosphere of social engagement. Aside from the frequently visiting ruffianess by Dandan, there is another young lady named Li Xiaojing who comes to the dormitory to confide in Guzi every now and then. Much to his dismay, unlike Bai Dandan, who is notoriously tempestuous, Li Xiaojing embodies a gentle demeanor, speaking in soft and melodious tones, exuding femininity. At the tender age of 20, she stands at approximately 1.60 meters, possessing large double-lidded eyes, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure, her fair skin radiating an enchanting allure. Despite her seemingly demure appearance, Li Xiaojing harbors a wild spirit beneath the surface. Guzi, however, finds no interest in such wayward girls, deeming them too unrefined, and he is not inclined to even entertain their advances. Yet, the two young women persistently visit him, possibly because for seasoned veterans of romantic entanglements, an elusive man holds a particular charm. Ultimately, Bai Dandan proclaimed that Guzi is her partner, warning anyone who dares to pursue him to beware of her wrath. Consequently, several of young Mimi's friends ceased their attempts to engage with Guzi. However, Li Xiaojing was not to be deterred. In front of Bai Dandan, she claimed that Guzi favored her and that they had become close. She declared that he adored her curvaceous figure, expressing that he could never get enough of her. Every sleepless night, he dreamed of her, even proclaiming intentions to marry her. This infuriated Bai Dandan, who retorted with disdain, leading to an all-out brawl between her and Li Xiaojing. Despite her seemingly gentle nature, Li Xiaojing proved to be equally fierce in combat, matching Bai Dandan blow for blow. The two women tore at each other's clothing, their garments becoming tattered and revealing, particularly highlighting Li Xiaojing's alluring form. The factory workers gathered in throngs to witness this rare spectacle, a scene not to be missed in a century. Amidst the chaos, Guzi found himself thrust into the limelight. Albeit for ignominious reasons, his reputation tarnished. The local matrons no longer approached him for introductions to potential partners. Especially, Su Meili, noticing Guzi's disregard for her suggested suitors, harbored a grudge against him. Seizing the opportunity, she spread malicious rumors, claiming that Guzi had been involved with several of Yang Mimi's friends, leaving only the most favored two, who fought over him out of jealousy. With Su Meili's embellishments, these tales spread like wildfire throughout the factory, leading to Guzi's name becoming synonymous with scandal. His once pristine reputation lay in ruins, all thanks to Su Mei's machinations. Upon hearing the malicious gossip, Guzi was incensed, particularly by Su Mei's fabrications that pierced him deeply, sullying his name. The Guzi of today is no longer the bullied child of yesteryears. He is now a respected cadre of the distillery, the workshop director. Determined to clear his name, he approached the director of the breeding farm to discuss Su Mei's slanderous actions against him. The breeding farm director, a protege of Ma Qianli, shared a bond with Guzi, as they were considered to be part of the same faction. Listening to the words of the dog, the director of the breeding farm waved his hand and said, "How do you wish to deal with her? My brother will assist you in handling her." Su Mei, with her incessant gossiping, had the audacity to slander even the factory leadership. It was clear she was no longer interested in her job. Sanguo remarked that since her tongue was so foul and she enjoyed speaking ill of others, she should be assigned the task of cleaning pig manure. This time, there would be no reassignment. She would be left to toil in that role indefinitely. In previous years, Su Mei had spent an inordinate amount of effort and resources to curry favor, gifting countless tokens to escape from the arduous task of cleaning pig waste and transition to the more leisurely position of managing the feed store. Yet, with a single phrase from the dog, she was thrust back to her original station. Not only would she be confined to this labor alone, but the workload, which was originally meant for three, was now her sole responsibility. She would no longer have the luxury to gossip about others. Once Su Mei realized that her slander had provoked the ire of Director Sanguo, leading to her demotion to the pig pen, she was filled with regret. She had initially dismissed the dog as a mere child, thinking that fabricating a little tale to tarnish his reputation would be inconsequential. Little did she expect such swift retribution. Su Mei made several visits to the dog's dormitory bearing gifts, yet he refused her entry, saying, "My reputation is tarnished. It would be inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together. You should refrain from entering." She showered him with compliments. But the dog remained indifferent. This woman was utterly detestable. He had never wronged her, always greeting her with a smile. Yet, she repeatedly spread rumors about him. One must not be overly kind. Without a firm hand, one cannot reveal a compassionate heart. Having dealt with Su Mei, the rumors quickly dissipated, and the workers' families no longer conspired against the dog behind closed doors. They understood that this young director was not to be trifled with and bore a grudge. At such a young age, who could predict whether he would ascend to the position of factory director in a decade or two? When he held power, those who had offended him would find themselves at his mercy, devoid of any means to resist. Bai Dandan and Li Shaojing, however, were unconcerned about their reputations and continued to visit the dog's dormitory regularly to engage him in conversation. After a brief altercation, the two girls reconciled, declaring that they would rely on their own merits, and whoever won the affections of Director Dog would be victorious. They agreed not to force or seduce him, nor to intoxicate him. Instead, they would take turns visiting him for casual chats. Despite their innocent intentions, the dog feared the gossip that might ensue. Reluctant to open the door, Bai Dandan became impatient and kicked it repeatedly until he finally relented. Once inside, they began discussing drinking, feasting, martial arts novels, and Hong Kong cinema. Li Shaojing, opting for a gentler approach, would sing when he refused to open the door. Her melodies lamented, "Brother, oh brother." The sister waits with tears. Fearing the repercussions of denying her entry, the dog eventually opened the door, allowing her to share amusing anecdotes from her life. Although he had little interest in her tales, he felt compelled to listen. Thus, the two girls persisted in their daily entanglements with the dog, leaving him with no recourse. They were neither factory workers nor family members, and the distillery had no authority over them. Complaints were futile for the dog. One can only helplessly endure the relentless bombardment from them. The winds caress the mountain ridges, while the waves dance freely beneath the bright moon illuminating the great river. I, with a sword held high, laughed towards the heavens, leaving only my integrity within the distillery. Chapter 87. The dandy Zhang Tinyu in mid-July, as the vegetation flourished. The astragalus had matured, its medicinal properties reaching their zenith after a season of spring and summer growth. It was once again the time to harvest the astragalus. My foster father, Wang Guozhong, instructed the young one to prepare for the old homestead to begin purchasing the aged astragalus. The municipal medicinal company had cleared its warehouse in readiness for the autumn herb collection. Sandog made a call to Aunt Area, requesting her assistance in acquiring some century-old astragalus. If our forestry bureau could not procure enough, they would seek it from the nearby forestry bureau. He promised to transfer 20,000 yuan for the purchase, with the possibility of sending more if needed. Aunt Area readily agreed, noting that Mao who was still working at the distillery, would need the young one's support. How could they not be proactive in this small matter of collecting astragalus? After all, it was a profitable venture for themselves as well. However, Aunt Arya shared a troubling piece of news with the young one, which left him feeling rather disheartened. Zhang Sanguo, the elder brother who had spent 3 years behind bars, had been released. It was rumored that the young one had become a director at the Q City distillery and that Heir Mao had also joined the workforce there. Ignoring his parents' objections, he was determined to seek out the young one and Heir Mao in Q City, claiming that brothers united could achieve great things. Aunt Arya was puzzled. It had been over half a month since Zhang Sanguo left. Logically, he should have arrived in Q City by now. Yet there had been no communication from Heir Mao. Heir Mao merely mentioned that he had met a charming partner named Luo Xiaolan. Upon hearing that her younger son had found a lovely companion so soon after arriving in the city, Aunt Arya praised Heir Mao's capabilities, momentarily forgetting the troubles surrounding her elder son's departure. It was only when the young one called that Aunt Arya recalled this matter. As for Zhang Sanguo, the young one harbored no fondness for him. This troublemaker had caused considerable worry for Aunt Arya and uncle, always stirring up trouble since childhood. He bore a handsome face, fair and neat, with a slender frame lacking even a hint of excess flesh, topped with a glossy middle-parted hairstyle. He perfectly embodied the archetype of a frivolous dandy from a film. Despite his lanky appearance, he had a knack for inciting chaos. In the 3rd grade, he pilfered eggs from his grandfather's house to trade for candy. By 4th grade, he was already intercepting female classmates after school, lifting their skirts to learn about hygiene. Naturally, he was caught and met with a stern reprimand from the girl's father. In 5th grade, he began extorting protection money from younger students, gathering a gang to intimidate those who dared refuse. By 6th grade, he had graduated to more deceitful schemes, tricking a classmate's wolf dog into following him under the pretense of breeding, only to sell it to a dog meat restaurant in North Korea. The classmates' parents confronted Aunt Arya, who had to compensate them with a pig. During middle school, he spent more time in juvenile detention than in class. A frequent visitor during his youth, and as an adult, he found himself incarcerated every few years. The last time he was imprisoned was due to his involvement in a fight. He merely waved a flag while others battled, and when it was over, he foolishly emerged to flaunt his bravado, brandishing a small knife, which inadvertently led him to stab the opposing leader. This was a grave offense indeed. Auntie compensated that elder brother with 5,000 yuan, and thus he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Nevertheless, Tainyo was still sentenced to 3 years under the law. Fortunately, it was not during a crackdown. Otherwise, the sentence could have been far more severe. This troublemaker came to seek refuge with Guzi, much to Guzi's dismay. How to manage this disgraceful member of the Zhang family? The worry is palpable. Why has this scoundrel not arrived in half a month? Guzi was perplexed. What Guzi did not know was that this miscreant had arrived in Q City over 10 days ago. After disembarking from the train, he did not immediately seek out Guzi and Heir Mao Lu, but instead began to wander aimlessly. Compared to the forested regions, Q City was a dazzling world. After 3 years of confinement, Zhang Sanguo yearned for the company of women. Upon seeing a hair salon illuminated by small pink lights in an alley behind the train station, he found himself unable to resist. Eager to release the pent-up desires of 3 long years, he entered one of the salons, selected a massage girl who caught his eye, and proceeded to the back room for a massage. At that moment, the city was conducting a public safety operation and happened to sweep through the street in front of the station, where Zhang Sanguo was apprehended in the act. He was taken into custody. They imposed a fine and required him to pay 1,000 yuan. Only after paying the fine could he be released. Otherwise, he would face detention for 2 weeks under public safety regulations. He adamantly refused to pay, claiming he had no money. When asked for a contact number for his family, he remained silent, insisting that he had severed ties with them, that he had just emerged from the mountains and come to Q City merely to enjoy a massage, unaware that such an act could be illegal. The police questioned, "Why were you undressed for the massage?" The woman was also unclothed. "Is this how you conduct massages?" Zhang Sanguo replied that he had come from a remote mountainous area, disconnected from the outside world. He assumed that massages required disrobing. He could not be blamed. He was simply unfamiliar with the current societal norms. Ultimately, he stubbornly refused to pay the fine, and the police detained him for 2 weeks before releasing him. After a fortnight without washing his hair or bathing, his clothes were as filthy as those of a beggar. Zhang Sanguo arrived at the Victory Distillery, only to be stopped by the gatekeeper. The guard inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "If you're begging, head to the next street. There are plenty of restaurants there." "I am looking for the head of your brewing workshop, Zhang Huafeng. I am his elder brother. If he is not available, please inform your security officer Zhang Wenhua that his elder brother has come to see him," Zhang Sanguo stated. Our factory has no director by the name of Zhang Huafeng, nor a security guard named Zhang Wenhua. Don't try to get close, just leave, the guard retorted. He truly had not heard of the name Zhang Huafeng, as the factory workers only knew the foreman Sanguo. The gatekeeper recognized Heir Mao Lu but did not know his given name was Zhang Wenhua. Penniless and famished, Zhang Tainyo's stomach growled with hunger. All the money he had was confiscated as payment for services rendered. Unable to enter the distillery, he sought a shaded spot, laid down on a cardboard box, and endured his hunger. Remarkably, Zhang Tainyo fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already past midnight, roused by his hunger. He could not bear to endure the discomfort. Glancing across the street at the barbecue shop still in operation, Zhang Tainyo made a monumental decision. He resolved to beg for food. For half a month, Zhang Tainyo had subsisted on pickled vegetables and thin porridge, rendering his body frail. On this particular day, having not eaten at all, he found himself in a state of unbearable hunger. Leaning on a stick to support his weakened frame, he staggered toward a barbecue shop. "Boss, kind-hearted soul, have mercy on me and offer me something to eat. My hometown has been ravaged by disaster, and I have come here in search of refuge. Anything will do, whether cold or hot, just a morsel to sustain me," Zhang Tainyo implored as he stood at the entrance of the barbecue establishment. The proprietress of the shop, busy cleaning the tables, noticed the beggar and, seeing his plight, offered him a generous portion of leftover dumpling soup and several skewers of grilled meat. Gratefully accepting the food, Zhang Tainyo devoured the dumpling soup and skewers with great eagerness, finishing most of it in no time. Yet, unsatisfied, he cast a pitiful glance at the proprietress, hoping for more. "Unfortunately, there is none left. Business has been slow today. I can give you a dime so you can buy a bun or a fried dough stick in the morning," she said kindly. Zhang Tainyo shook his head, refusing the money. At that moment, a burly man resembling a bear approached the barbecue shop and immediately recognized Zhang Tainyo. "Brother, what happened to you? Our mother mentioned you left over half a month ago. How come it took you so long to arrive? Were you robbed, ending up like a beggar?" This was Heir Mao, who had just finished his night shift and was now hungry himself, coming to the barbecue shop for a meal, coincidentally running into Zhang Tainyo. Upon seeing Heir Mao, Zhang Tainyo felt a wave of shame wash over him. He did not want his brother to see him reduced to begging. Taking a step forward, Zhang Tainyo embraced Heir Mao and began to weep. At that moment, he set aside his pride, for his hunger was paramount. After fabricating a tale about being robbed of his travel fare and having endured a treacherous journey, Heir Mao believed him wholeheartedly. Seated inside the barbecue shop, Zhang Tainyo consumed 3 large bowls of dumpling soup and 20 skewers of grilled meat before finally feeling full. For the past half-month, he had only survived on thin porridge and pickled vegetables, 3 meals a day of the same, leaving him utterly famished. Having eaten his fill, Zhang Tainyo felt revitalized and began to boast to Heir Mao about his experiences in the countryside, claiming to have befriended many influential figures during his 3 years in confinement. Truly, he was oblivious to the concept of shame. Heir Mao, uninterested in Zhang Tainyo's ramblings, asked, "Have you had enough? If so, let us head back to the dormitory for some rest. Tomorrow, we can find Sanguo and see if he can arrange some work for you." Despite having slept all day, Zhang Tainyo felt wide awake and wished to explore the night streets of Q City, hoping to find any unfortunate young women in need of assistance and comfort. "Do you have any money? Lend me 200 yuan, and I will buy some toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a towel," Zhang Tainyo requested of Heir Mao. Heir Mao, well acquainted with Zhang Tainyo's penchant for deception, recalled all the times he had been tricked out of money since childhood. "I haven't even received my paycheck this month. Besides, as a temporary worker, I only earn 270 yuan a month. You expect me to lend you 200? What will be left for my expenses? And what kind of toothbrush and towel costs 200 yuan?" Heir Mao retorted, "In my dormitory, I still have a new towel when the time comes. I shall procure one for you. Tomorrow, I shall spend a mere $1 to buy you a new toothbrush." Heir Mao Lu, in truth, has no intention of spending a single cent on Zhang Tainyo, for he must save his money to pursue a relationship with Luo Xiaolan. Observing that Heir Mao Lu is not easily deceived, Zhang Tainyo decided not to press him further, instead contemplating how to trick Sanguo tomorrow, hoping to extract some funds from him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Heir Mao Lu provided him with a heavy coat for warmth and arranged some items as a makeshift pillow, urging him to rest after a long day. It had been many years since Zhang Tainyo had shared a room with Heir Mao Lu. He had underestimated the potency of the biochemical weapons emanating from Heir Mao Lu. That night, Heir Mao Lu unleashed over 100 foul-smelling farts, his snores resonating thunderously, while the sound of his grinding teeth sent shivers down Zhang Tainyo's spine. Zhang Tainyo could not find sleep that night. Ultimately, he took the coat outside, finding a corner to lie down and drift into slumber. Though the mosquitoes outside were plentiful, it was far preferable to enduring the biochemical assault within Mao Lu's dormitory. At the break of dawn, Zhang Sanguo awoke early, his body covered in countless itchy mosquito bites. Upon peeking into Mao Lu's dormitory, he found his brother still soundly asleep, his snores as thunderous as ever. Searching through Mao Lu's coat pocket, he discovered a handful of cash, which he promptly took to enjoy breakfast. Near the distillery, Zhao's famed tofu pudding and sesame cakes beckoned, and seeing the bustling crowd at Zhao's shop, Zhang Sanguo plunged into the throng. He ordered 5 sesame cakes along with a bowl of tofu pudding and began to feast. Despite his gaunt appearance, his appetite was formidable. Within 10 minutes, the meal had vanished into his belly. This swift eating was a skill honed during his time in prison. Having satisfied his hunger, Zhang Sanguo strolled back, but was halted at the factory gate by a different guard on duty. Mistaking the disheveled and ragged Zhang Sanguo for a beggar, the guard barred his entry, stating that this was a state-run distillery, and if he sought alms, he should go to the street restaurants, not here. Oh, you insolent gatekeeper. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the elder brother of your brewing workshop director. If you dare impede my passage, you must be ready to lose your job. With a full stomach, Zhang Sanguo found his confidence bolstered, adopting an arrogant demeanor. Upon hearing Zhang Sanguo claim to be the brother of Director Zhang, the guard grew skeptical. Director Zhang was a fine-looking gentleman. How could he have such a disheveled and shabby brother? Moreover, it was rumored that Director Zhang was an only child. Where, then, could this so-called brother come from? The guard retorted, "You dare impersonate our Director Zhang's brother? Are you not aware that he is an only child? You should verify your fabrications before speaking. Now be gone. If you continue to cause a disturbance, I shall summon security to have you arrested and sent to the police station." Zhang Sanguo's temper flared. He exclaimed, "You truly possess the audacity to judge based on appearances. It seems that a lesson in humility is required today." With that, he lunged forward, seizing the guard by the collar and delivering several swift punches. Zhang Sanguo overestimated his own fighting capabilities. Already frail and delicate, having subsisted on little more than thin porridge and pickled vegetables for half a month, his body had grown exceedingly weak. The few punches he landed on the gatekeeper felt akin to mere tickles. The gatekeeper, incensed, seized Zhang and hurled him out. With a thud, Zhang was flung onto the concrete steps, the impact leaving him in agony, his bones aching and muscles languid, unable to rise for quite some time. With a flicker of cunning in his eyes, Zhang resolved, "You dare to toss me? I shall extort you for everything you've earned this year to mend my health." He poked at his throat with a finger, expelling part of the tofu pudding and pancake he had consumed that morning, subsequently succumbing to tremors, his body convulsing on the ground. This was a ruse he had learned from a certain rogue in the underworld, reputed to be foolproof, having deceived countless individuals. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. What good company could a wastrel like him attract? The gatekeeper, upon witnessing this scene, realized the gravity of his misstep. The beggar at the bottom of the steps was now convulsing and foaming at the mouth, a consequence of his own actions. In a panic, he hurried to notify the security department and call for an ambulance, nearly in tears. This position as a gatekeeper was a result of desperate pleas to his family, and he had diligently performed his duties without ever incurring the ire of his superiors. Yet now, trouble had descended upon him unbidden, and for the sake of a beggar, he risked his job. Should anything happen to the beggar, a prison sentence awaited him, and he would undoubtedly lose his job. Moments later, the security personnel arrived and found Zhang Sanguo on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The security staff were at a loss. The head of security chided the gatekeeper, "You truly have a knack for causing trouble. Why engage with a beggar? Just let it pass." He added ominously, "If he doesn't recover, you might as well prepare for incarceration." "Oh, what shall I do?" lamented the gatekeeper, kneeling and weeping. "I've only been married for 2 years and have a wife and a 1-year-old child to support. I cannot bear the thought of going to prison." At that moment, the ambulance arrived, and several attendants lifted the prostrate Zhang onto a stretcher, transporting him into the vehicle. They instructed the security personnel and the gatekeeper to accompany them to the hospital to settle the hospital fees. The ambulance blared its siren as it rushed Zhang Sanguo to the emergency room of the 2nd Municipal Hospital. In the emergency room, the doctors commenced their efforts to revive Zhang Sanguo. They conducted a thorough examination, drawing blood and performing tests, yet found nothing amiss. The doctors began to suspect that he was feigning illness. One remarked loudly, "Shall we administer electric shock? Let us connect the highest voltage line and treat the patient with electrotherapy." Horrified, Zhang thought, "Oh no, they intend to electrocute me." He quickly opened his eyes, feigning a slow awakening, and exclaimed, "Doctor, my head hurts. I feel dizzy and nauseous, and I cannot stand. Zhang was attempting to simulate a brainstem injury, a condition undetectable through tests, waiting only for the patient to recover on his own. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper was apprehended by the security personnel who had followed. Should Zhang indeed have suffered a brainstem injury, the gatekeeper would be liable for severe consequences. The security team was even deliberating whether to escalate the matter to the authorities. At that moment, someone suggested that since he had always claimed to be Director Zhang's elder brother, perhaps they should consult Director Zhang. Thus, a call was made to Sanguo. Coincidentally, Sanguo was at the train station today to pick up the astragalus sent from Q City by his aunt and was not at the distillery. By the time he received the delivery and transported it to the pharmaceutical company, waiting for inspection and payment, he returned to the distillery around 6 or 7 in the evening. The guard's wife, cradling her 1-year-old child, was crying at the entrance of the dormitory. Upon seeing Sanguo, she collapsed to her knees. Director San, my husband, in his ignorance, struck your elder brother this morning, and now your brother refuses to leave the hospital. He insists that my husband either serves time in prison or pays him 10,000 yuan. We have just married and now have a child. We simply cannot afford such a sum. Sanguo was taken aback, utterly confused by the turn of events. He urged the guard's wife to recount the details of the incident. After listening to her, Sanguo's anger surged. This scoundrel has come to extort our factory. Just wait. I shall break his legs. He has spent 3 years behind bars and has not changed a bit, still embodying his deceitful nature. This is Zhang the rogue. Sanguo approached Air Mao, sharing the story with him. Though somewhat simple-minded, Air Mao was a man of principle, never indulging in petty theft or deceit, in stark contrast to his brother. Furious upon hearing the news, Air Mao agreed with Sanguo. They decided to visit the hospital and teach Zhang Sanguo a lesson, as a form of righteous retribution to rid the community of such a menace. With determination, the two set off for the hospital. Upon arriving at the emergency ward, they found Zhang Sanguo lying in a hospital bed, consuming canned fruit while complaining of dizziness and nausea. Enraged, Air Mao was the first to act. He seized Zhang's collar and yanked him down. He delivered a flurry of slaps, admonishing him for his misdeeds, for extorting the guard and bullying his wife and child. Air Mao's strong hand struck like a bear's paw, and after several slaps, Zhang Sanguo lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. This time, he truly was sick, as the contents of his stomach erupted from him. Sanguo initially intended to kick and slap him as well, but seeing Zhang's current state, he refrained. After consulting a doctor, he learned that Zhang had no serious injuries, merely knocked unconscious. Consequently, he asked the security department to release the guard, offering apologies and promising to treat the security personnel to dinner the next day as restitution. The guard did not blame Zhang Sanguo, acknowledging his own role in the confrontation, and expressed relief as long as Zhang did not press charges against him. The security personnel reassured Sanguo, stating, Director Zhang, no need for formality. As long as your brother is unharmed, we are content. We merely made an extra trip, and thankfully this matter did not involve the police. Or it could have been far more complicated. Afterward, the security department escorted the guard back to the factory. Sanguo settled the emergency and ambulance fees at the hospital before dragging the incapacitated Zhang Sanguo out. After a bumpy ride, I returned to the distillery dormitory and unceremoniously tossed Zhang Sanguo, who lay there like a dead dog, onto the bed. The two of us paid him no further attention, even neglecting to drape a garment over him. Hours passed, and as midnight approached, Zhang Sanguo groaned and slowly awakened. You are beasts. You even laid hands on your elder brother. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning? You two miscreants. Clutching his swollen, pig-like face, tears streamed down Zhang Sanguo's cheeks. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, I will send you to the station. You should return to your hometown in the forest. We cannot keep you here. You have caused enough trouble since arriving in Q City, bringing shame upon us. If you were to attract serious trouble and get arrested, I would have no explanation to give to Auntie, Dogsy stated resolutely. I want tea leave. After finally making it out, I refuse to return to that desolate place. I don't care. You must find me a job, and I shall remain here. Zhang Sanguo was adamant about not going back. Air Mao Lu insisted, no way. After this commotion, you have tarnished the reputation of Sanguo. If you stay here, you will inevitably stir up greater trouble. You should return to your hometown. I will not go. If you insist on driving me away, I will beg at the distillery's entrance. I will hang a sign proclaiming that I am the brother of Director Zhang and Air Mao Lu. Let us see who ends up embarrassed. Zhang Sanguo began to act stubbornly. Upon hearing this, Air Mao Lu's temper flared again, and he approached to strike him, only to be stopped by Dogsy. Dogsy thought to himself that it was clear this fellow could not be sent away easily. They would have to find him a job far from the distillery. If he continued to cause trouble, he would surely be dismissed, and then they would see if he dared to return. By distancing him from the distillery, even if trouble arose, it would not reflect poorly on them. In his mind, he resolved to speak with Ma Qianli and Director Wang the next day to help Zhang Sanguo find work in the suburbs, preferably something laborious. If he became exhausted, he would likely return home. If he could endure, the demanding work and time constraints would keep him from stirring up trouble. So Dogsy said, "If you truly do not wish to return, I will find you work elsewhere. But let us agree, if you find it dirty or exhausting and decide to quit, then you should promptly return to your hometown and not cause us any further embarrassment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanguo sighed, "There is a way. I will accept any job you find for me, and I will work diligently, ensuring I do not bring you shame. If I become lazy and refuse to work, that is my concern, and I will pack my things and return home, never to come back." "Very well, it's settled. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to find work. For the next couple of days, stay in the dormitory and refrain from causing trouble," Dogsy instructed. "Rest assured, I will ask Mao Lu for some books. For the next few days, aside from the necessities, I will remain in the dormitory," Zhang Sanguo readily agreed. "Then take care and rest well. I shall return to my dormitory to sleep," Dogsy said as he prepared to leave. Zhang Sanguo stopped him, saying, "But brother, when will you welcome the elder brother properly? I am a bit hungry. Shall we go out for some barbecue? Didn't I already welcome you last night? You consumed 3 large bowls of dumpling soup, did you not?" He devoured over 20 skewers of lamb. Mao exclaimed hastily, "This hardly counts as a welcome feast." Zhang Sanguo seemed to have forgotten his days of begging. "If you're hungry, there's instant noodles. I don't have spare cash to treat you. Stay if you wish, leave if you don't," Sanguo said impatiently, rising to distance himself from the scene. Zhang Sanguo called after him, "At least treat me to a meal. I won't overindulge, just 10 skewers of lamb, 3 large kidneys, 5 squid, and 7 potato slices." By the time he finished listing his desired dishes, Sanguo had already walked far away. Chapter 90. The prodigal son finally encounters his nemesis the following day. Guzi approached his godfather, Director Wang, expressing a desire to help his uncle's son find a temporary job. Upon hearing this, his godfather said, "What's the big deal? It's a trivial matter. Let him work at the herbal medicine company." Guzi replied, "That won't do. He needs a job far from the bustling city, preferably in a privately owned factory." Guzi then recounted Zhang Sanguo's disgraceful behavior to Director Wang. Upon reflection, Wang realized that this individual was indeed a troublemaker and could not be allowed to continue causing chaos for Guzi. After pondering for a while, he conceived a suitable solution. The Herbal Medicine Company and the Chinese Herbal Research Institute often required vehicle repairs, yet their vehicle fleet was not substantial enough to justify a dedicated repair station. Therefore, he sought out a private auto repair shop as a designated maintenance facility. The repair shop was owned by a woman, aged 43, whose husband had passed away recently. In her youth, she was the city's women's Sanda champion, possessing formidable skills. Director Wang was well acquainted with the female proprietor, having conducted business with her for several years. Placing the troublemaker Zhang Sanguo there seemed fitting. He could simply instruct the owner to discipline him if he misbehaved. Consequently, Director Wang contacted the repair shop and spoke with the owner, Lu Yanhong, regarding the matter. Lu Yanhong responded, "Is that all? No problem. Let him come. He can start as an apprentice. Since you mentioned he is physically slight, let him learn to repair automotive circuits. It's a lighter task. For now, we'll pay him as an apprentice, and once he is fully trained, we will adjust his salary accordingly." Upon hearing Lu Yanhong's agreement, Director Wang informed Guzi that the next day his brother should report to the Hongyun Repair Factory in the southern suburbs. The Victory Distillery was located in the northern suburbs, while the Hongyun Auto Parts Factory was situated in the south. This geographical separation would alleviate any concerns Guzi had about Zhang Sanguo frequently pestering him. The following morning, Guzi took Zhang Sanguo directly to the southern suburbs, arriving at the Hongyun Repair Factory, where they met the proprietress, Lu Yanhong. He introduced himself as an apprentice sent by Director Wang. Lu Yanhong warmly brewed tea for Guzi and offered him some snacks. "Your godfather spoke highly of you, saying that despite your youth, you possess great responsibility and limitless potential. I refer to your godfather as Wang Go, and you may call me Hong Yi from now on." "All right, Hong Yi. I entrust my brother to your care. If he disobeys you, feel free to discipline him. Our Zhang family will not hold you accountable," Guzi stated earnestly. "Ha ha ha. Have you heard that Hong Yi enjoys fighting? That was in my youth when I was naive. Now that I'm older, I can hardly engage in such antics." Lu Yanhong laughed, her tone light and cheerful. "Aunt Hong is far from old. She appears to be merely in her 20s, Dogsy complimented. His words were not mere flattery. Lu Yanhong indeed possessed remarkable youthfulness. Years later, when Dogsy encountered an actress named Lu Yan, he was struck by how closely she resembled the current Lu Yanhong. She maintained her appearance exceptionally well, hardly resembling a woman of 43. If one were to claim she was in her late 20s, many would readily believe it. Ha ha. Sandog truly knows how to speak, Aunt Hong remarked, pleased. When you have time, do come and visit Aunt Hong more often. I shall prepare delicious meals for you. Lu Yanhong adored this child, who was merely 2 to 3 years older than her own daughter, and she regarded him as a child as well. After conversing for a while, Dogsy mentioned the many responsibilities at the distillery, explaining that as the workshop director, he could not be away for too long. He then rose to take his leave. Lu Yanhong accompanied him to the bus station, waving goodbye only after ensuring he boarded the bus. Upon returning to the repair factory, Lu Yanhong coldly instructed Zhang Sanguo to find a set of clean bedding in the storeroom and to locate an unoccupied room on the second floor to settle in. Let me be clear. If you come to work here, you must be honest, diligent, and respectful. Speak less and act swiftly. If you dare to cause trouble, beware of my fists. When the time comes, do not weep if you are struck. I understand, Aunt Hong. I will certainly heed your words, Zhang Sanguo hurriedly replied. What, Aunt Hong? You are not worthy to call me that. You have aged me. From now on, address me as Sister Hong, like the other workers. Lu Yanhong retorted with annoyance. I am but 25, merely 6 years older than Dogsy. Before Zhang Sanguo could respond, she interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Your age, whether 25 or 15, is irrelevant to me. Even if you were 5 years old in short pants, you would still address me as Sister Hong. Now go, find your bedding and tidy your room. This afternoon, you will begin learning about circuit maintenance. Be sure to flatter your master and work diligently with your hands and feet. Learn, inquire, and observe as much as possible. Off you go. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed him. Thus, Zhang Sanguo embarked on his apprenticeship. If he did not study diligently, Lu Yanhong would not hesitate to strike him. Should he dare to resist, a swift kick would bring him down. And if he rose again, he would be met with further blows. Moreover, Director Wang had instructed that he should not leave the repair factory, ensuring he focused on his apprenticeship. Consequently, each evening, Lu Yanhong had the workers lock the doors on the second floor, preventing Zhang Sanguo from venturing outside. During the day, a group of workers observed his labor, while Lu Yanhong occasionally patrolled the premises. At night, he was confined to the small second floor, where the windows were secured with anti-theft bars, making escape impossible. The prodigal Zhang Wu was indeed met with a formidable challenge, compelled to embark on his apprenticeship path with sincerity. In truth, Zhang Sanguo was quite intelligent. He had merely been spoiled by area in his youth. He quickly grasped new concepts and, in a short time, became proficient. Not only did he master the intricacies of automotive circuits, but he also gained a solid understanding of the fuel system, after which he began learning repair techniques from other masters. Meanwhile, Dogsy had finally freed himself from a lingering worry and could now focus on his work, dealing in astragalus. This year, the supply of astragalus was scarce, and other agencies had little to offer, likely due to previous collectors. After 2 to 3 months, deducting costs, he earned over 200,000, a far cry from last year's earnings. However, in comparison to his salary, it was a world apart. The wages of Guzi rank among the highest in the factory, surpassed only by a select few leaders. Although it amounts to just over 600 yuan, it has garnered considerable envy from the workers, being double that of the average laborers. After the recent sale of astragalus, Guzi chose not to present gifts to his godparents. Instead, he purchased an abundance of ingredients to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. He expressed his intention to frequently cook for his 2 caregivers and promised to support them in their later years, suggesting that actions would speak louder than words. The elderly couple, moved to tears, felt that their choice of godson was not in vain and looked forward to Guzi fulfilling his filial duties. Though they had never borne children, fate had smiled upon them, blessing them with a wonderful godson, making their lives feel meaningful. Guzi shared that he had grown up without a father, and it seemed that heaven had bestowed upon him a godfather he had found in the mountains. The elderly couple laughed heartily, remarking that perhaps it was destiny that he was meant to be their godson. The 3 of them enjoyed their dinner, finding warmth and affection in each other's company, 2 without children and 1 without a father, together weaving a bond of love. As the new year approached, the winery ceased production. This year, as one of the factory leaders, Guzi had to fulfill his duty of rotating shifts during the holiday, preventing him from returning home. He called his mother to explain the situation, and she expressed her understanding, encouraging him to focus on his work and not to worry about her, assuring him that they had everything they needed for the festivities. After the new year, Guzi would turn 20, and according to traditional counting, he would be 21. His mother urged him to find a suitable girl for a serious relationship and to marry promptly. Knowing that someone was looking after him in Q City eased her worries. Guzi assured his mother that he would indeed seek a beautiful partner, one who would not be inferior to Wang Lily, not only virtuous and lovely, but also skilled in household duties and industrious. His mother agreed, stating that a plain wife could still be a treasure at home, and that it sufficed to find someone of average looks who was capable of living a good life. Guzi would not be returning home, while Mao and Zhang Tianyou would. Zhang Tianyou had made rapid progress in his car repair studies over the past few months and could now independently handle minor vehicle issues. The boss's wife had even given him a raise. Under Lu Yanhong's guidance, Zhang had changed significantly, at least no longer boasting or lying in front of others. Mao had spent over 2,000 yuan courting Luo Xiaolan, but had not won her genuine affection. To her, he was merely a simpleton, and any astute person would find it foolish to spend money on a girl without taking any action. Thus, she looked down upon him. The two brothers packed their belongings and prepared to return home, stopping by to share a drink with Guzi before their departure. Zhang Tianyou had just received his salary along with a small year-end bonus, allowing him to purchase a variety of delicacies and beverages, while Mao also brought along a generous supply of food. The three brothers settled down to drink, and for the first time in many years, Dogsy shared a drink with Zhang Tianyou. Zhang Tianyou was in high spirits, expressing gratitude to Dogsy for providing him with the opportunity to learn a skill. He had never realized he possessed such innate talent. In a brief span of time, he had become quite adept at repairing automobiles. With a clear goal in life, he found hope in his existence. Zhang Tianyou resolved to return after the new year to continue honing his skills in automotive repair, aspiring to become a master mechanic and eventually open his own repair shop. Dogsy wholeheartedly supported his ambition, wishing him success in fulfilling his dreams. Mao Lu mentioned that he might have experienced a heartbreak, as his partner, Luo Xiaolan, refused to accompany him back to his hometown to meet his parents. Displaying a cold and indifferent demeanor, Dogsy was puzzled. Mao Lu had consistently claimed to be in a relationship, yet half a year had passed without ever having seen his partner's face, not even a fleeting shadow. Dogsy speculated that perhaps Mao Lu was merely dreaming of his partner and mistook those dreams for reality. This fellow's thought process was distinct from that of ordinary individuals, often conflating dreams with reality. It is said that the minds of the mentally ill are expansive, while the joys of the intellectually challenged are plentiful. That night, the three of them drank merrily. The following day, Zhang Tianyou and Mao Lu bid farewell to Dogsy, shouldering their backpacks as they took a rickety three-wheeled vehicle to the train station. Watching their retreating figures, Dogsy felt a pang of sorrow, yearning for home and longing for his mother. On New Year's Eve, the air was filled with the sound of firecrackers, and the sky was ablaze with fireworks. Dogsy was on duty in the director's office, where a pot of dumplings was sizzling on the stove. The dumplings had been delivered by his godfather the previous evening, and his godmother had prepared several fillings, fearing that Dogsy would not have enough to eat, thus providing a generous basin overflowing with dumplings. The fire blazed brightly, and the dumplings turned a golden brown, sizzling and glistening with oil. The sight of these delectable dumplings made Dogsy's appetite soar. He retrieved a jar of aged white liquor, uncorked it, and poured himself a generous glass. Enjoying the dumplings, he savored each bite. With every sip of dumpling and liquor, it felt as though he could hear his mother's voice in his ears. After indulging in food and drink, he dozed off in a blissful haze. In the early morning, while Dogsy remained nestled in his warm bed, a thunderous knock resounded at the door. Groggily, he rose to answer it, revealing Bai Dandan and Li Xiaojing. These two girls had been persistently pursuing Dogsy, and although he initially had no intention of engaging with them, over time, despite not becoming romantic partners, they had forged a friendship. Sensing Dogsy's disinterest, the girls had ceased their pursuit and transitioned into confidence. On the first day of the new year, "Why aren't you two visiting your relatives? What brings you to my place?" Dogsy asked, somewhat irked. "I'm a single young man. Won't people gossip about me?" Bai Dandan, unimpressed, retorted, "Are you really worried about being gossiped about? Your reputation has already been tarnished by Su Meili's slanders, spreading far and wide. Your infamy could waft 2 miles in the wind. It's only us two girls who are willing to chat with you. The unmarried women at your factory avoid you like the plague." This remark made Dogsy feel distressed. His once pristine reputation as an upstanding young man had been marred by rumors. That accursed Su Meili. If a curse could cause a woman to suffer sores on her head and pus to flow from her feet, then the dog would curse Su Meili 100 times daily. "Brother dog, let us go to the street to watch the folk dance. This year it's particularly lively," Li Xiaojing said sweetly, inviting him to join the festivities. Dog, feeling somewhat disheartened, thought that since the factory leaders would change shifts at 8 o'clock, he replied, "All right. I shall wash my face, tidy myself up, and change into new clothes. After having a meal, I will accompany you. You are truly slow, more so than a woman. By Dandan complained. After strolling through the vibrant folk dance with the two beauties and enjoying some spicy hot pot, the only food available during the new year, his spirits lifted significantly. The two ladies had initially hoped to invite Dog to their home for a meal, but he graciously declined. It's inappropriate to intrude upon a young lady's home during the new year. It might lead to misunderstandings. Only sons-in-law typically visit their in-laws during such festivities, and that is usually on the second day of the new year. After bidding farewell to the two beauties, Dog returned to the distillery alone. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he encountered Hualu, who insisted on dragging him to his home. You were on duty last New Year's Eve, so I didn't disturb you. Today, on the first day of the new year, you must come to my house. Are you not interested in giving my child the New Year's money? Look at you. So stingy. Don't worry, the child is still too young to speak and won't ask you for the red envelope. Dog retorted, as if I care about that little bit of New Year's money. Thus, he followed Hualu to his home. For months after getting married, Yang Mimi gave birth to a child, and now their son was several months old. Hualu had been pondering over names for the child for 3 days and finally settled on what he deemed the most ideal name, Hua Yingxiong. At that time, a Hong Kong television series featured a hero named Hua Yingxiong, known for his exceptional martial arts skills and chivalrous deeds, which Hualu admired greatly. Having grown up timid and frail, Hualu hoped his son would not follow in his footsteps but instead be brave, strong, healthy, and wise, ultimately becoming a man of great stature. Yang Mimi did not oppose this choice and thus named their son Hua Yingxiong, affectionately calling him Zhuang Zhuang. Dog's arrival brought joy to Yang Mimi. After inviting him to sit, she handed the child to Hualu and busied herself in the kitchen. However, Yang Mimi truly struggled with cooking, and soon the burnt smell wafted into the bedroom. Dog urged Hualu to help her before she set the kitchen ablaze. Hualu handed the child to Dog and rushed to the kitchen. Dog, unfamiliar with soothing a child, merely rocked the baby back and forth, causing drool to drench his collar. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation on his chest. Upon checking, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! Hua Yingxiong has urinated all over me." The yellow liquid streamed down his shirt and trousers. Had the child not been so small, Dog would have surely given him a good spanking. "Hualu, your Hua Yingxiong has caused quite the flood, and I am drenched," Dog shouted. Yang Mimi and Hualu rushed out of the kitchen, and upon seeing Dog soaked, they burst into laughter. Hualu, his face wrinkled with mirth, declared, "You are truly fortunate. This is indeed the urine of a child." Chapter 92. Even madmen can establish families. Since the moment he was urinated on by the little darling, Hua Yingxiong, the dog would no longer hold him. Hua Yingxiong bore little resemblance to Yang Mimi. He did not inherit her exquisite beauty. Instead, he bore an uncanny likeness to the slippery fellow. Merely a miniature version of him, complete with the same shifty eyes, utterly devoid of charm. Yet, the little slippery one took a liking to the dog, beaming at him each time they visited, reaching out his tiny hands, yearning to be embraced. Yang Mimi remarked, "Look, my Zhuang Zhuang adores his uncle Sanguo. From now on, let him recognize Sanguo as his godfather." On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the madman called to inform that Ma Dingdong's parents wished to hold a wedding in City D and invited both the slippery one and the dog to attend on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Lacking any relatives, the dog and the slippery one were his closest family. Yang Mimi had to tend to the child, who was too young and the weather too frigid to bring along. Otherwise, given her penchant for social gatherings, she would certainly have insisted on joining. The two friends conferred and decided to set off early on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year to assist their mad friend with the preparations. City D was not far from City Q. A train journey would take just half a day. Upon their arrival, they inquired about how to reach Yinlanku, only to find the local driver demanding 20 yuan. The slippery one retorted, "Why don't you just rob someone? That's exorbitant." The driver countered, "Have you even considered the distance? It's several dozen kilometers. 20 is hardly excessive." The duo was taken aback by the vastness of City D. Though it had a smaller population than City Q, its land area was astonishingly large. The city lacked a central district, appearing as a jigsaw puzzle of neighborhoods scattered across the landscape. The journey was bumpy, filled with peculiar sights. The streets were lined with vegetable gardens, interspersed with buildings of various heights. Some gardens even housed oil extraction rigs, which dotted the cityscape in every corner. This city was truly peculiar, resembling a collection of closely knit towns amalgamated into one. Upon reaching Yinlanku, they found Ma Dingdang's home. Her parents, both oil workers, had grown weary of the oil industry and opted to send their daughter to vocational school, hoping she might carve out a different path in life. They owned several properties, 3 or 4 in total, albeit modest in size. Ma Dingdong's new home measured barely 30 square meters, while her parents resided in a space of only 40 to 50 square meters. The slippery one and the dog were assigned to a small one-bedroom apartment of just over 10 square meters, which reportedly served as Ma Dingdong's parents' wedding chamber. The furnishings were all diminutive in scale. The bathroom was so cramped that one could hardly turn around, requiring one to squat submissively, risking collision with the walls. The kitchen spanned a mere 2 square meters, making it impossible for two people to maneuver within. The bedroom was a mere 5 square meters, with the bed occupying the entire space upon entry. The dog and the slippery one found themselves squeezed onto a single bed, afraid to move for fear of encroaching upon each other's space. Ma Dingdang's parents were exceedingly hospitable, inviting the two to join them for dinner. The meal was lavish, as those from the oil industry tend to be generous. They relished in sumptuous dishes, abundant with fish and meat, served in large bowls. They feasted heartily, leaving the table satiated. After a hearty meal, they commenced discussions regarding the wedding plans with Ma Dingdong's parents and two newcomers. Typically, the groom's family provides the best man and must also organize a wedding procession. However, it seems that only Guzi can assume the role of best man this time. The wedding procession is left solely to Hualu, and due to the limited numbers, distant relatives from the bride's side must be enlisted to fill the ranks. The wedding ceremony is scheduled at a nearby restaurant, with 30 tables reserved, such is the necessity, given the bride's numerous relatives. On the morning of the 8th, Guzi and Hualu accompanied the exuberant madman, leading a throng of distant relatives from the bride's family to Ma Dingdong's parents' residence for the bride-fetching ritual. Upon arrival, they were met by a group of children blocking the entrance, initiating a round of bargaining for red envelopes. Aware that the groom is an orphan with scant financial resources, they did not press him too hard, accepting a few envelopes before allowing entry. At the second door, the blockade consisted of girls and female relatives. Once again, madman, after presenting several generous red envelopes, was permitted to proceed. However, when it came time to locate the bride's shoes for her to wear in the wedding car, complications arose. The troublesome little rascal from Ma Dingdong's uncle's family had separated the shoes, demanding an exorbitant sum of 1,000 yuan for each. With no cash at hand, Madman had entrusted all his savings to Ma Dingdang, leaving him at a loss. Negotiating with the obstinate child proved futile. The demand remained steadfast at 2,000 yuan, with no shoes forthcoming unless the sum was met. This local custom dictated that the bride's wedding shoes must be redeemed with money from the groom, after which the bride's family would present them. The child stood his ground, refusing to budge even a dime, and as the auspicious time approached, tensions rose. In a fit of frustration, Ma Dingdang intervened, seizing the child and administering a swift reprimand, ultimately extracting the location of the shoes. Madman then handed the sobbing child a 20 yuan red envelope. With the shoes retrieved, Madman assisted the bride in putting them on before carrying her out of her family's abode and into the wedding car. The wedding venue was abuzz with excitement. The bride's relatives were numerous, and despite the initial 30 tables, additional tables had to be arranged to accommodate the crowd. The moment Guzi laid eyes on the bridesmaid, his heart skipped a beat. Her beauty was unparalleled, ethereal, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Standing around 7 meters tall, she was only slightly shorter than Guzi, with a model-like figure. Her features were exquisitely crafted, with elegant brows, bright eyes, a delicate nose, and soft lips. Her hair akin to silk and her skin as smooth as cream. She exuded a dignified and poised aura, with a hint of aloofness that invoked feelings of inferiority in those who beheld her, making it clear that she was to be admired from afar, rather than approached too closely. She reminded Guzi of the enchanting Zilongnu from Jin Yang's literary works. For the first time in his life, Guzi found himself profoundly captivated by a girl. This celestial beauty had swiftly captured his heart. The girl was named Lin Ruoying, a childhood friend of Ma Dingdang. A year older than him, they had attended the same kindergarten, shared classes in elementary school, and remained classmates through middle school. Subsequently, while Ma Dingdang pursued vocational education, she enrolled in a college program that combined both vocational and higher education. This year, she was interning and would graduate in the summer, ready to embark on her career in the autumn. During the wedding ceremony, the dog, lost in thought, frequently stole glances at Lin Ruoying, increasingly captivated by the beauty of the girl. He was so entranced that he failed to notice when the host posed a question to him. The host playfully inquired, "What is the best man gazing at? Why do you keep sneaking looks at the bridesmaid? Have you taken a liking to her?" Unconsciously, the dog replied, "Yes, I have indeed taken a liking to the bridesmaid." This response elicited uproarious laughter from the audience, while the bridesmaid blushed deeply. Ma Dingdang was doubled over in laughter. The madman, patting the dog's shoulder, remarked, "My brother speaks no lies. If he is interested, he is interested. His taste is impeccable. She is the most beautiful among Ding Dong's classmates." The wedding concluded amidst a joyous and festive atmosphere. After the banquet, as friends and family departed, the madman approached the dog with a mischievous grin, asking if he had a crush on the bridesmaid Lin Ruoying and whether he wanted him to ask Ding Dang for an introduction. "This is a rare opportunity, my brother. This little fairy is still single, though she is a year older than you. Remember, a woman matures and brings fortune." The dog replied, "It's too far-fetched. It's impossible for us to be together. I appreciate your good intentions, but though the little fairy is beautiful, I do not deserve her." With that, he turned and exited the restaurant. It was not that he lacked affection. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Chapter 93. Encountering the little fairy sister again in the balmy spring of March, as the snow melted away. The madman returned to Q City with Ma Ding Dang after their wedding. As newlyweds, they had to live together. However, all the remaining dormitories were too small and unsuitable. After much deliberation, they could not find an appropriate place, which irritated the logistics chief, who exclaimed, "Are you two going to keep this up indefinitely? You find every dormitory too small. Should I discuss with a few factory leaders to vacate their larger accommodations for you?" Seeing no viable options, Ma Ding Dang set her sights on the dog's spacious dormitory, which was ample and quiet, perfect for a newlywed couple's nighttime activities. Thus, they unceremoniously evicted the dog from his comfortable quarters, which spanned over 50 square meters. The couple swiftly arranged the space into a two-bedroom layout, even preparing a room for future children. The dog, dejectedly clutching his belongings, was forced out of his dormitory and reluctantly sought assistance from the logistics chief, who found him a small dormitory of merely over 20 square meters. The remaining dormitories at the brewery were generally quite diminutive, averaging around 10 square meters. The trio was now left with the dog as the sole bachelor, sleeping alone each night, his meals lacking flavor, a truly pitiable state. Ermao, having returned to work, persistently sought to court Luo Xiaolan. This year, his finances were tighter than the last, and his meager wages as a temporary worker barely sufficed. Consequently, he could only visit Luo Xiaolan every 10 days or so. Zhang Sanguo had returned to the Hongyun repair factory, having developed a fondness for his work there, aspiring to dedicate his life to this trade. The camaraderie among his colleagues was warm and united, although the boss's wife maintained an aloof demeanor. She treated them well with generous meals and timely salary payments, along with numerous bonuses. As spring blossomed, the dog prepared to venture into the mountains to gather herbs. For brewing wine required the infusion of medicinal plants. On this fine day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze in the air, the dog, adorned with a backpack and wielding a hoe and a machete, ventured into the mountains once more, following the familiar path that he could traverse even with his eyes closed. After scaling 2 peaks, he was nearing the herbal gathering site from previous years, a valley abundant enough to sustain his foraging for a decade or more. Suddenly, he spotted 3 figures in the distance, calling out to him. Rushing over, he was astonished to find his godfather accompanied by 2 young women, their baskets brimming with intact herbal roots. The 2 young ladies appeared quite youthful. Wait a moment, one of them. Good heavens. Isn't that the enchanting Lin Ruoying? What brings her to this place? This world truly feels so small. It seemed Lin Ruoying had twisted her ankle, and his godfather was assisting her with a foot massage. Upon reaching them, the dog addressed Director Wang, asking, "Godfather, what brings you to the mountains without informing me? I would have accompanied you. Is this young lady in need of assistance?" Director Wang replied, "What a fortuitous arrival you have made. This is a new intern from our Chinese Herbal Medicine Research Institute. They wish to learn about the rare herbal species and samples found in the mountains, so I brought them here to gather some." Unfortunately, while Lin Ruoying was climbing a tree to collect mulberry mistletoe, she fell and twisted her ankle. "I've checked, and fortunately, there are no fractures, but she cannot walk. Do you still have the strength? If you do, could you carry her out of the mountains? My old bones can hardly manage that." The dog thought to himself, "What a delightful opportunity. A little fairy has fallen from the sky." He quickly assured, "No problem at all. This young lady is much lighter than you. I carried you over several mountains back in the day." They decided to have a bite to eat first, after which he would carry her out. He produced the egg pancakes and mixed vegetables he had brought, sharing them with Director Wang, Lin Ruoying, and the other girl. Lin Ruoying accepted the pancake with a thank you, seemingly having forgotten their previous encounter at Ma Ding Dong's wedding. The dog chose not to mention it either. As he rolled the pancake with the vegetables, adding a sprinkle of cilantro, he took a bite, savoring its delightful flavor. The group enjoyed the picturesque mountains, the melodious birdsong, and the fragrant blossoms while indulging in their meal, quickly finishing the pancakes. After their feast, the two young women praised the egg pancakes and mixed vegetables, declaring they had never tasted such delectable fare. The dog replied, "If you enjoyed it, I'll make some just for you another day and deliver them to the Chinese Herbal Medicine Research Institute." The other girl chimed in, "You better keep your word. If you don't, I'll have your godfather discipline you." Lin Ruiying, being shy, remained quiet, merely smiling gently, her ethereal smile captivating the dog. The other girl, named Song Shaoling, was from the same vocational school as Lin Ruiying, slender with a few freckles adorning her ordinary face, yet exuding a cheerful personality. Song Shaoling's parents were longtime classmates of Director Wang, sharing a close bond. As she was studying herbal planting and development, she sought an internship opportunity with Director Wang before her graduation. Director Wang readily agreed, and Song Shaoling, seizing the opportunity, brought along her dear friend Lin Ruiying. With no other choice, Director Wang had to accommodate them both. Guzi marveled at how small the world is. He had encountered his goddess right here, interning at his godfather's research institute. Years ago, he had saved his godfather in the mountains and carried him over hills. Now, it was his godfather again, bringing along a fairy for him to carry. Was this fate? His godfather was not only his benefactor, but also his matchmaker. After they finished their meal and rested for a brief moment, Guzi declared it time to depart, attempting to help Lin Ruiying to her feet and onto his back. Once Lin Ruiying had settled comfortably, wrapping her arms around his neck, Guzi gradually stood up and began walking out of the mountains. Despite her impressive height of 1.7 meters, Lin Ruiying was surprisingly light, weighing around 100 pounds. As Guzi carried the enchanting maiden, his heart soared with joy. The soft warmth against his back and the sweet fragrance of her hair, cascading over his shoulders, made him feel as though he were floating. The rhythm of her heartbeat resonated against him, and in that moment, their hearts felt intimately close, both acutely aware of each other's pulse. Lin Ruiying felt a pang of guilt, thinking she was burdening Guzi. She noticed how fast his heart raced, akin to the sound of a motor, and presumed he must be exhausted. Unbeknownst to her, Guzi was exhilarated by the chance to carry his goddess and felt no fatigue whatsoever. He would willingly carry her not just over 2 mountains, but for a lifetime if necessary. After more than 2 hours, the four of them finally emerged from the mountain pass, having traversed 2 peaks. Throughout the journey, Guzi never once set Lin Ruiying down. Upon reaching the entrance to the mountain road, his legs trembled with fatigue. Fortunately, Director Wang had arranged for a jeep from their unit to pick them up at the designated time, whisking them back to the city. Otherwise, Guzi would have been utterly spent, struggling to walk on his own. Upon returning to the dormitory at the distillery, he was too exhausted to eat. His entire body ached, and his legs felt as though they belonged to someone else. Initially, he intended to rest, but sleep eluded him. His mind was filled with images of Lin Ruiying. Guzi resolved to pursue his goddess with determination. Although he felt inferior next to the ethereal Lin Ruiying, he believed that failing to make an effort would lead to a lifelong regret. A swordsman may fall in battle without shame. The true disgrace lies in not daring to unsheath his sword. Guzi aspired to be a courageous swordsman, ready to confront the enchanting fairy. Chapter 94. The traditional Chinese medicine family of Lin Ruiying. Lin Ruiying was born in City D, in a family steeped in the art of traditional Chinese medicine. Her grandfather was a renowned traditional healer, while her father, Lin Guosheng, had once practiced medicine in the TCM department of the Central Hospital in City D before retiring to establish his own clinic. Her mother, Zhou Lijuan, was a middle school teacher, strikingly beautiful and poised in her youth, with a graceful figure and long legs. She attracted many suitors. However, one day, she suddenly fell ill with a peculiar ailment that caused clusters of painful and itchy bumps to appear on her wrists, waist, and neck. Desperate for a cure, she visited numerous hospitals in major cities, yet none could provide a remedy. Upon hearing whispers of a venerable local physician renowned for his expertise in treating perplexing ailments, I found myself at the clinic run by Grandpa Lin Ruiying. Initially, I approached the encounter with a sense of skepticism, harboring no grand expectations. To my astonishment, upon examining me, the esteemed elder gasped in disbelief, exclaiming that I was afflicted with a rare case of serpentine shingles. Such a transformation was indeed unprecedented. The affliction was present on my wrists, ankles, waist, and neck, a rarity, for typically it manifests in a singular location. This condition was indicative of an overwhelming dampness and toxicity within my body, necessitating a detoxification treatment. Grandpa Lin endeavored to employ his ancestral remedies to treat my mother, aiming to detoxify and rejuvenate her health. Miraculously, the treatment proved effective, as the unsightly bumps on my mother's skin gradually receded, revealing new skin beneath. During this healing journey, my mother encountered my father, Lin Guosheng, a tall and handsome man. Their daily meetings blossomed into a romance, leading to their eventual union and the birth of me. Lin Ruoying. I inherited the finest attributes of my parents, displaying intelligence and maturity from a tender age, lacking any particular hobbies. I found no joy in fashion or culinary delights, nor did I relish the company of bustling streets. Instead, I cherished tranquility, shunning both physical exertion and excessive conversation. My passions were few: playing the guqin, reading, and delving into the study of traditional Chinese herbal medicine, the latter surpassing the former two in significance. By the age of 13, I had mastered pulse diagnosis, and shortly after completing middle school, I was proficient in acupuncture and herbal prescriptions. While I aspired to pursue medicine, my grandfather advised against it, lamenting the scarcity of quality herbal remedies which compromised the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. He posited that herbal medicine was the sword wielded by physicians. Without a fine blade, they could not vanquish ailments or dispel malevolence. Thus, he encouraged me to study the cultivation and development of herbal medicine, asserting that paving a new path for traditional medicine was a noble pursuit for the youth. Heeding my grandfather's counsel, I enrolled in a 5-year program in herbal cultivation and development immediately after middle school. This year, having completed my internship, I graduated. My ethereal beauty, characterized by bright eyes and a radiant smile, rendered me almost otherworldly, akin to a fairy gracing the mortal realm. Those from modest backgrounds felt intimidated and dared not pursue me, while the affluent scions of privilege failed to capture my interest. Consequently, I remained untouched by romantic entanglements. A pristine and unblemished fairy, my devoted companion, upon recovering from a day of rest, prepared an abundance of egg pancakes, accompanied by mixed vegetables and a savory sauce, and eagerly delivered them to me. Upon arriving at the research institute, the staff recognized him, mistakenly believing he was there to deliver a meal to his godfather. Such filial devotion. This godson is more devoted than a biological son. Director Wang is truly fortunate, they remarked. Internally, he mused, what a misunderstanding. I am here to bring sustenance to the fairy. Nevertheless, feeling compelled to oblige, he set aside a portion for his godfather and ventured to his office, only to find it unoccupied, likely returned home. Perfect. This means my fairy can enjoy more, he thought, as he learned of my residence and hurried over. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, I knocked a few times on the door. Who is it? The door swung open to reveal Song Shaoling, her face lighting up with surprise. What brings you here? Did you come to see me? Oh, you even brought food. Did you make this especially for me? You truly keep your promises. You said you would make me egg pancakes yesterday, and here you are today with them. Thank you, you are so kind. As she spoke, Song Shaoling eagerly snatched the food from my hands. Turning to the room, she called out, Ruoying, come see who has arrived. It's the brother who carried you down the mountain yesterday, and he has brought me egg pancakes to try. I was momentarily taken aback, as Song Shaoling had already seized the egg pancakes and side dishes from my grasp. I then heard her exclaiming animatedly, claiming that they were specially delivered to her, as she pulled Lin Ruoying, who was lounging on her bed reading, to come eat the pancakes. I stood at the door, momentarily forgotten. After devouring 2 egg pancakes, Song Shaoling finally remembered my presence and beckoned me inside. I was left in a state of bemusement by this carefree, generous girl. Lin Ruoying, meanwhile, tore off a corner of her pancake, chewing slowly and sipping water as she ate. By the time Song Shaoling had finished 4 pancakes, Lin Ruoying was still savoring her tiny piece. Since childhood, Lin Ruoying had been taught by her grandfather to chew her food thoroughly, taking 36 bites before swallowing. As a result of this careful eating, she seldom indulged in rich foods and primarily consumed vegetables and fruits, preferring them to be lightly seasoned. Consequently, her skin remained smooth and fair like jade, and her figure was elegantly slender. Observing her eat was a delightful experience. I noticed how much you enjoyed your meal yesterday, so I made extra for you today. If you ever want more, just give me a call and I'll prepare some for you, I said. Oh, so you didn't make this just for me? I was so pleased for no reason. Song Shaoling's expression soured slightly as she set down her pancake, initially eager to eat more, but suddenly losing her appetite. I truly did make this for both of you. I didn't even share with my godfather. Please don't mention it to him. If he finds out that I brought food for you 2 lovely ladies and not for him, he will be heartbroken. He cries easily and can weep the entire night. I teased. Ha ha ha. I'll call Director Wang shortly and let him know to deal with you. We'll see who ends up crying then. Song Shaoling quickly shifted between joy and irritation. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoying simply smiled faintly, continuing to nibble at her corner of pancake, as if the humor lost its charm in her ears. While Song Shaoling filled the dormitory with laughter and chatter, my heart was not set on conversing with her. Lin Ruoying, silent and focused on her food, had consumed only a fraction. The atmosphere grew awkward, and after lingering for a while, I stood to take my leave. Reluctantly, Song Xiaoling walked me out of the dormitory and even beyond the research institute's housing area. She had intended to accompany me all the way to the bus stop, but I persuaded her to return. Brother dog, remember to visit me again, and make me those delicious pancakes. I adore your egg pancakes. Song Xiaoling shouted at Dogsy with all her might. Dogsy, feeling quite dejected, thought to himself, does this fierce girl not ever look in the mirror? Chapter 95. Aunt Hong becomes the sister-in-law. One day, Zhang Tinyu unexpectedly called, inviting Dogsy and her maiden to dinner. The purpose of the invitation was to introduce them to his partner, who would soon be their sister-in-law. Dogsy found it puzzling. Zhang Tinyu, who worked tirelessly at the repair factory, hardly had time to pursue a romantic relationship. Did his partner spring forth from a crack in the stone? Or Maiden, with his dull-wittedness, did not ponder much and simply believed that his brother was indeed capable, having found a partner shortly after arriving in Q City. With a sense of curiosity, Dogsy and her maiden arrived at the designated restaurant, where they found Zhang Tinyu already waiting in a reserved private room. To their surprise, Aunt Hong was also present. Dogsy mused that perhaps Aunt Hong was the one facilitating the introduction. Lu Yanhong was indeed commendable, showing genuine concern for her employees' lifelong commitments. Where could one find such a benevolent employer? Hello, Aunt Hong. Thank you for your care and concern for my brother. Dogsy quickly greeted her. Sandog and her maiden have arrived. Please take your seats and let us order. It's nearly noon, and you must be famished. Lu Yanhong warmly welcomed Dogsy and her maiden. Are we ordering already? Shouldn't we wait for Zhang Tinyu's partner? Dogsy thought, though he refrained from voicing his surprise. Her maiden, being a food enthusiast, was content as long as there was food, showing little interest in the unfolding circumstances. They ordered an extravagant array of dishes, and Lu Yanhong added a few more, resulting in a total of 12 dishes for the four of them, a tad excessive. Dogsy speculated that perhaps they were concerned about not having enough food when Zhang Tinyu's partner finally arrived. After a while, as the dishes began to arrive, Lu Yanhong encouraged everyone to start eating. Dogsy inquired, aren't we going to wait a bit longer before we eat? Wait for what? If we linger, the food will get cold. Let us eat while it's hot. We won't be drinking today since we need to drive back to the repair factory after our meal, Lu Yanhong replied, promptly placing a helping of food onto Dogsy's plate. Zhang Tinyu also urged them to eat while the food was warm, suggesting that since they weren't drinking, they should enjoy the dishes. Thus, they began their meal. After half an hour, Ermaiden had consumed half the food on the table, while Dogsy felt adequately full. He was puzzled. Why had Zhang Tinyu's partner still not arrived? He set down his chopsticks and asked Zhang Tinyu, brother, didn't you say we would meet your partner, your future sister-in-law? How come we have nearly finished our meal, yet she hasn't shown up? Partner? She has been here all along. This is my partner, your future sister-in-law. Zhang Tinyu pointed at Lu Yanhong and said, are you foolish? What? You? How can you be dating Aunt Hong? You too. This is beyond surprising. Dogsy stammered, utterly astonished. He never imagined these two could end up together. Considering there was an age difference of 18 years. Lu Yanhong was only 3 years younger than Zhang Tinyu's mother. By age, she could very well be Zhang Tinyu's mother. This was not merely a relationship between siblings, but rather a romance between an aunt and her nephew. Indeed, Zhang Yingjuan's offspring truly tread their own unconventional path. Over a year ago, Mao Lu declared that he was in a relationship, yet no one has ever seen the visage of his partner. Dogsy has come to the conclusion that this partner is merely a figment of his imagination. Today, however, Zhang Tinyu surprised everyone by courting a mature woman, which utterly dazzled Dogsy and shattered his worldview. Lu Yanhong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, remarked to Dogsy, did I give you quite the shock? Truth be told, I never intended for it to be this way. Yet, matters of the heart often unfold beyond our control. It appears that Zhang Tinyu, during his tenure at the repair factory, initially faced Lu Yanhong's wrath due to his laziness. Gradually, however, he found himself inexplicably drawn to this middle-aged beauty. Perhaps it stemmed from his childhood, growing up in the shadow of the black bear, deprived of maternal affection. Or perhaps it was Lu Yanhong's youthful allure that captivated him. It could also be that Zhang Tinyu harbored a penchant for masochism, deriving pleasure from being chastised by a woman. Regardless, he fell deeply in love with Lu Yanhong, prompting him to diligently hone his repair skills. Fueled by love, he swiftly mastered most of the technical skills and has now become quite proficient. During their breaks, Zhang Tinyu would express concern for Lu Yanhong, offering her food and drinks, which stirred the heart of this recently widowed woman, awakening feelings of loneliness. Initially, Lu Yanhong dared not entertain such thoughts, given their age difference. However, Zhang Tinyu's enduring care and gentle words melted the heart of this lonely widow. Thus, their relationship flourished over time, culminating in shared intimacy. Their passion ignited, and Zhang Tiniu contemplated marrying Lu Yanhong. Such a romance, undoubtedly, would not be embraced by society, and Zhang Tiniu feared the disapproval of his mother and father. Hence, he decided to confide in heir Mao Lu and Doxy first, gauging their reactions before contemplating how to approach his parents. To his surprise, Doxy was taken aback, as was heir Mao Lu, who stood there astonished, mouth agape with half-chewed food. "Brother, you truly astound me. You've chosen an older lady as your partner. What will our mother say?" Heir Mao Lu exclaimed, recovering from his shock. Heir Mao Lu, indifferent to Lu Yanhong's embarrassment, voiced whatever crossed his mind. "How can you say she's old? She appears to be in her late 20s or early 30s. If we remain silent, how will our mother discern her true age?" Zhang Tiniu responded. Doxy thought to himself, even if they stayed quiet, she is indeed in her 40s, and one cannot simply turn a blind eye to reality. Her daughter is almost 20, while you are merely 25 or 26. When the time comes for family, will you be called brother or father? Lu Yanhong interjected. "I understand that you may struggle to accept the age difference in my relationship with your brother. However, this is our affair. Our happiness or sorrow lies solely within our grasp. I hope you can accept me and comprehend your brother's sincerity. We are genuinely in love, not indulging in a fleeting whim." Zhang Tiniu expressed that this was the first time in his life he had experienced a serious romance, and Lu Yanhong was the goddess of his dreams. He lamented that if he could not marry her in this lifetime, he would find it unbearable to continue living. With tears rolling down his cheeks, he implored for their support. Heir Mao Lu, touched by his brother's tears, replied, "Brother, if you truly love boss Lu Yanhong, we cannot oppose you. I can support you, but you must find a way to explain it to our parents. My mind isn't sharp enough to assist you with that." Guzi added, "Brother, if you are genuinely serious about your relationship with Aunt Hong, I support you. Although the age difference is significant, it is ultimately your choice, and we outsiders have no right to judge. I can only wish you both the best in achieving a happy union." Sighing, he remarked, "What will we call her in the future? Aunt Hong feels inappropriate, and sister-in-law feels even less suitable. This is quite a predicament." Noticing Guzi's discomfort, Zhang Tiniu chuckled. "If you're worried about what to call her later, you can continue to call her Aunt Hong. I remain your elder brother, and she will call you brother. We can each stick to our own titles." Chapter 96. The Unofficial Shaolin Disciple. Luo Eru. The romance between Zhang Tiniu and Lu Yanhong continued to blossom, and the couple decided that when they had the time, they would return to their hometown in the forest to meet his parents and discuss marriage. Meanwhile, Guzi was too preoccupied with pursuing the enchanting Lin Ruing. He would bring her delicious food, yet she never seemed to show any delight. It appeared she had no interest in the offerings. In contrast, Song Shaoling was always overjoyed whenever he brought her treats, bouncing around with excitement. Guzi's foster father, Director Wang, assigned him a task. Since he needed to gather herbs in the mountains, he instructed him to take the two girls along to collect samples. This task was indeed a delightful one, and Guzi gladly accepted. Every morning, the Research Institute's jeep would pick up the two girls to accompany Guzi to the back mountains. The so-called back mountains were actually a vast expanse of the lesser Xing'an range. However, Q City had only one route leading to the mountains, which meant they had to pass through the distillery. The reason Master Nyo had chosen this location for the distillery was twofold. Firstly, there was a mountain stream with ample, sweet water suitable for brewing. Secondly, Master Nyo held a bit of superstition, believing they were situated at a corner of the dragon vein of the greater Xing'an range, and thus the distillery would surely prosper. Indeed, over the past 2 to 3 decades, the distillery thrived, but it began to decline after Master Nyo's passing a few years ago. Despite annual sales reaching thousands of tons, they were incurring losses, which was less a matter of feng shui and more a result of human error. Accompanied by two girls with contrasting personalities, Guzi fluctuated between happiness and melancholy. Song Shaoling chattered incessantly like a small sparrow, while Lin Ring spoke only a few words and remained silent for the rest of the time, occasionally asking about the scenery. A single word from the celestial sister could keep Guzi in bliss for half a day, while the endless chatter from Song Shaoling gave him a headache. Thus, he affectionately nicknamed her little chatterbox. Each day is spent preparing various delicacies to please Lin Ring. However, she savors every morsel with delicate, measured bites, as if there were no distinction in her eyes between gourmet feasts and humble cornbread. A beauty who is reticent, indifferent to culinary pleasures, unmotivated by wealth, and unconcerned with fashion is indeed a rarity, yet this only intensifies the challenge of winning her affection. The dog, whenever the opportunity arises, attempts to engage Lin Ruing in conversation, but she merely smiles in acknowledgement or offers a dismissive remark, leaving the dialogue at a standstill. This girl resembles a sacred mountain, creating an aura of unattainability for the dog. That evening, Airmao the donkey had just finished his shift and was contemplating a barbecue and a bowl of dumpling soup. As he strolled along, he passed a narrow alley and witnessed a drunken man grappling with Luo Xiaolan. When she resisted, the intoxicated man struck her twice, causing blood to flow from her mouth and nose. The sight enraged Airmao. How dare this drunken fool strike his companion? Even a one-hour relationship is still a relationship. As the drunken man raised his hand to continue his assault, suddenly, his arm was seized by a powerful grip, forcing him to kneel on the ground, wailing in pain. When the drunken man turned to see who had intervened, he was met with a visage akin to that of a colossal bear, causing him to quail in terror, convinced he had encountered a specter. Airmao, brandishing his formidable hand, demanded, "How dare you strike my companion? You seem quite fond of slapping. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon the drunken man. After delivering numerous blows, the man lay prostrate on the ground, reduced to mere groans. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose, several teeth knocked loose, unable to rise. Having dealt with the drunken man, Airmao turned his attention to Luo Xiaolan, who was now bloodied and clutching her wrist, which appeared to have been dislocated by the drunken brute. Filled with concern, he said, "Let me take you to the hospital." In pain, Luo Xiaolan nodded in agreement. As they exited the alley, they encountered a burly man rushing toward them. Sporting a thick beard and towering at nearly 2 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Airmao. Upon seeing Luo Xiaolan, bloodied and bruised, the bearded giant erupted in fury and launched a punch at Airmao. Caught off guard, Airmao staggered from the blow, barely maintaining his balance. He quickly sidestepped into the street, wary of the potential harm to Luo Xiaolan. The bearded man pressed the attack, delivering a rapid succession of punches, thud, 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 each strike landing squarely on Airmao, who could not evade a single blow. The speed of the punches left Airmao's chest throbbing in pain and his head spinning, nearly losing consciousness. This man was clearly a fighter, though Airmao's mind may not have been the sharpest. His extensive experience in brawling allowed him to recognize that the bearded giant possessed formidable skill. The most effective strategy against a trained fighter was to engage him closely in grappling, rendering his techniques ineffective. In a moment of opportunity, Airmao Lu seized the wrist of the burly man with a beard, deftly pulled him close, and swiftly executed a series of maneuvers, gripping his throat, twisting his wrist, and delivering a kick to the back of his leg, bringing the man to the ground. With his imposing frame of over 200 pounds, he pinned the bearded man down. Freeing one hand, Airmao Lu retrieved the wooden hammer tucked at his waist, raising it as if to strike the man's head. At that moment, Luo Xiaolan rushed over, grasping Airmao Lu's arm, pleading, "Don't harm him. It's all a misunderstanding. He is my brother, truly. My real brother." "What? Your brother?" Airmao Lu halted, the hammer poised to descend. "Yes, he is indeed my biological brother. He must have rushed over to save me, likely mistaking you for the one who attacked me. You're not hurt, are you? Let him go. He is only 16, still just a child." Luo Xiaolan implored anxiously. "What, 16? Airmao Lu scrutinized the burly figure beneath him, perplexed. This certainly did not resemble the visage of a mere boy of 16. Rising, he released the bearded man, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "It's all a misunderstanding. I kicked you once and sat on you, yet you delivered several punches. You nearly knocked me out. Had I not been robust, I would have ended up in the emergency room." The bearded man waved his hand, acknowledging, "You possess decent skills. A common person would hardly stand a chance against me. I hail from an informal Shaolin disciple background, and you enduring a few of my strikes is not unjust." "What? An informal Shaolin disciple? What sort of title is that?" Airmao Lu was taken aback. It turned out this was Luo Xiaolan's brother, Luo Erhu, who had studied martial arts at a school affiliated with the Shaolin Temple in Hunan during his childhood, though he was not considered an official disciple. That evening, a colleague from a massage parlor had come to summon him, claiming his sister was being forcibly dragged away by a drunken ruffian who wanted her company for amusement. Fearing the ruffian's influence, the establishment dared not offend him and resorted to calling for Erhu. Upon receiving the news, Erhu rushed over, only to mistakenly perceive his sister, bloodied and supported by Airmao Lu, as being assaulted, prompting him to retaliate, ultimately finding himself subdued by Airmao Lu. Chapter 97. The dumpling strategy to win a heart. Luo Xiaolan's parents were humble and hard-working farmers, toiling their entire lives in the fields, their brows furrowed with sweat as they tended to their meager plot of land. Their annual income barely sufficed to feed their small family. Lacking formal education, they named their first child Xiaolan, and for the second, they sought a name imbued with strength, thus naming him Erhu. Like many parents, They hoped for their son to achieve greatness, but Luo heir, who was not academically inclined, his mind was somewhat dull. He struggled in school, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. Realizing their son was not destined for scholarly pursuits and favored wielding swords and sticks, they consulted a relative who worked at a culinary school affiliated with the Shaolin Temple. After much discussion, they decided to send him to study martial arts, hoping he would return to the village and establish a martial arts training class, thus securing a livelihood. Sacrificing their savings, the couple managed to gather enough for tuition, living expenses, and travel, sending their 10-year-old son to the Shaolin Martial Arts Training Academy. For 5 or 6 years, Eru has been away, and upon his return this year, he was appalled to discover that his sister, Luo Xiaolan, had become a massage attendant. Enraged, he initially intended to bring her home, insisting she abandon this line of work. However, his sister resolutely refused, explaining that her earnings were solely to cover their parents' medical expenses. With the funds still insufficient, she felt she could not leave her job. Left with no choice, Eru sought accommodation nearby, taking on odd jobs during the day to earn a living while ensuring his sister's safety at night. Years ago, Luo Xiaolan's parents sought extra income during the agricultural off-season by taking temporary work at a quarry. Years of labor without protection gradually led them to develop pneumoconiosis, and now they rely on medication to manage their condition, rendering them incapable of any physical work. Consequently, all household expenses have fallen upon Luo Xiaolan's shoulders, compelling her to take up the profession of massage attendant. Upon learning of Luo Xiaolan's plight, Ermeilu was deeply moved. He felt sympathy for this girl who was forced to sell her body to survive. He offered her the few hundred yuan he had left, but she adamantly refused, stating, "I previously deceived you for money. I pretended we were in a relationship, but I was only fooling you. Accepting your money now would be utterly shameless." Ermeilu replied, "Do you think I am truly foolish? I have known for quite some time that you were playing with my feelings, yet my affection for you remains genuine. Just spending an hour with you brings me immense happiness. Regardless of what others may say, to me, you are like a celestial maiden." With tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes, Luo Xiaolan wiped the blood from her face. Ermeilu and Eru took her to the hospital for a consultation, where the doctor confirmed there was no serious issue, only a nosebleed that had ceased and a sprained wrist that would heal with time. After prescribing some medication, they were allowed to leave. On the way back, Luo Xiaolan expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for always taking care of me. I have treated you like a fool. If you wish to chat with me in the future, please don't waste money. Just invite me out for a meal of chive-filled wontons. I adore chive wontons. If you like them, I'll make them for you every day. If you don't mind, I'll devote my life to cooking chive wontons for you." Ermeilu blushed, his face growing even darker. "If you don't mind the trouble, please do cook for me. I love the tender chives and pork filling. I dislike other fillings." He chuckled. With that, Luo Xiaolan took Eru and dashed away. Ermeilu committed to memory that his goddess cherished chive-filled wontons. From that day forward, he was relentless in his pursuit, bringing meat and chives whenever he had the chance, preparing wontons for her, which he then delivered to Luo Xiaolan. The dormitory was not far from Luo Xiaolan's massage parlor, nestled in an alley near the entrance of the distillery. The wontons, steaming hot, were presented to Luo Xiaolan, garnished with scallions, cilantro, and dried shrimp, igniting her appetite. Each time, she praised Ermeilu's culinary skills, declaring them the best wontons she had ever tasted. Thus, Ermeilu, with sincerity and dumplings, unlocked the long silent heart of Luo Xiaolan. She told him that as long as he earned enough money to pay for his parents' medical care, he would turn over a new leaf and leave this line of work behind. If Ermeilu did not disdain her as a withered flower, she would marry him and live a life of domesticity, washing clothes, cooking, and bearing children for him. She even envisioned having two, a daughter named Zhang Rulan and a son named Zhang Rulu. Ermeilu, upon hearing this, beamed with joy, his grin wide enough to resemble a gaping trouser's seam, overwhelmed with happiness. Guzi, perplexed, had been idle, not accompanying Lin Ruing into the mountains. Ermeilu busied himself with making dumplings, and for an entire month, he claimed it was for his significant other. But where was this elusive partner? One day, Ermeilu again sought Guzi's help to make dumplings, and after they were finished, Guzi, with a keen eye, decided to follow him. He trailed Ermeilu all the way to a massage parlor nestled in a small alley on the back street. At that moment, Guzi's understanding crystallized. The partner Ermeilu spoke of was none other than a lady from the massage shop. This revelation infuriated Guzi, for all the effort he had expended in making dumplings for an entire month had merely been to curry favor with a massage parlor employee. This foolish man had been duped while unwittingly counting someone else's money. Uncle Zhang Yingjun must indeed have exceptional genetics. These two offspring were peculiar in their own right, one enamored with older women, the other with massage attendants. The ancestral grave of the Zhang family was surely covered with soil. If it weren't, the ancestors would likely emerge to chastise these two unfilial descendants. From that day forward, regardless of heir Mao Lu's pleas, Sanguo no longer assisted him in making dumplings. Observing that Guzi had ceased to help, heir Mao Lu resorted to purchasing dumplings from other establishments. After Luo Xiaolan tasted the dumplings he brought home, she lamented the drastic decline in flavor, questioning why his skills had diminished. Heir Mao Lu lied, claiming the family's seasonings had run out, resulting in the altered taste. Luo Xiaolan, not probing further, was simply content as long as the dumplings contained chives. Seeing that heir who worked odd jobs daily, heir Mao Lu felt compelled to aid him in securing stable employment. Thus, he approached Guzi for assistance. Initially, he intended to consult his elder brother, Zhang Sanguo, but he refused, citing that the repair factory was overstaffed and unable to accommodate any new hires. In truth, Zhang Sanguo was reluctant to help. He wished to avoid complicating matters for his significant other, preferring to keep things uncomplicated. When heir Mao Lu, accompanied by the bearded heir Hu, appeared before Guzi, he was momentarily astonished, mistaking heir Hu for a long-lost half-brother. The resemblance was striking. He was merely a smaller version of heir Mao Lu, distinguished only by his facial hair. Guzi inquired, "How old are you, and what kind of work are you seeking?" "I'm 16, and I'm not picky about jobs, as long as there's food and accommodation," heir Hu replied. "You're 16, Guzi exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. He thought to himself, this lad must have been raised on pig feed. How could anyone be this mature at such a young age? Chapter 98. The talented pulling the cart. Unbeknownst to Guzi, heir Hu was the brother of the massage parlor attendant. Had he realized this, he would undoubtedly have refrained from offering assistance. Heir Mao Lu deceitfully asserted that heir Hu was a relative of his security colleague, who had come to Q City only to find work as a day laborer. Earning a meager income barely suffices for sustenance, leading to a pitiful existence of sporadic feasting and hunger. Witnessing such plight, he brought the matter to Dogzi, seeking assistance. It is often those who appear simple-minded or exceedingly honest who most readily deceive others. People generally do not guard against them, assuming they lack the capacity for deceit. In truth, the honest among us can be the most cunning. Dogzi found himself believing the words of Ermelio, recalling his own childhood experiences. He empathized with the discomfort of menial labor and felt compelled to aid. Thus, Dogzi agreed to help heir Hu find employment. However, upon reflection, he realized that the winemaking workshop was off-limits, being the heart of the distillery's technical operations, staffed solely by permanent employees with no allowance for temporary workers. The security department was similarly inaccessible, as Ma Qianli had been reassigned, leaving Dogzi without a means to facilitate this request. The deputy director overseeing security, Huang Yaji, a privileged second-generation official, disregarded Dogzi entirely, often neglecting even a casual greeting, let alone assisting with a request. Consequently, there were no opportunities to place anyone in the security department. The only remaining options for temporary employment were the raw materials warehouse or the livestock farm. Compared to the warehouse, the livestock farm offered relatively lighter duties. Upon meeting the farm director, Dogzi inquired about arranging temporary work for a distant relative. The director responded that light tasks were scarce. However, there was a lucrative yet labor-intensive job involving a cart for transporting spent grains. Additionally, Su Meili had taken an extended sick leave, claiming work-related injuries and seeking medical retirement, alleging that exposure to pig manure had caused her nasopharyngeal cancer. Now awaiting verification from a reputable hospital. Though the task of cleaning pig manure was rather unsavory, it was not overly demanding, requiring only a short burst of work each day. The director presented both options for Dogzi's relative to consider. Dogzi promised to consult his relative and provide a response the following day. Upon returning home, he discussed the options with Ermelio, urging him to ask heir Hu which job he preferred. Ermelio promptly inquired, and heir Hu decisively chose the carting of spent grains, noting not only the higher pay but also the cleaner nature of the work. He expressed his disdain for manure cleaning, recalling how, during his youth, he had been tasked with it while his mother raised pigs, becoming thoroughly weary of the chore. Thus, heir Hu secured a position as a temporary worker at the livestock farm, pushing a cart back and forth between the brewing workshop and the farm, transporting freshly processed spent grains. Previously, the farm had employed a small four-wheeled vehicle for this task, but the noise frightened both sows and piglets. Disturbed sows were prone to losing their young, while frightened piglets were susceptible to mortality. Consequently, the farm transitioned to manual transportation for the spent grains. For each cartload, the workers earned 6.5 cents, capable of making 20 trips in a day. resulting in earnings of 14 to 15 yuan daily, an impressive income. Over the course of a month, this accumulated to over 400 yuan, significantly higher than the average temporary worker's monthly earnings of merely 200 yuan, while permanent staff earned slightly more. However, this labor-intensive task was unsuitable for those in poor health, as it required self-loading and unloading, along with a brisk pace to ensure timely delivery. Otherwise, the spent grains would accumulate in the brewing workshop, disrupting production. The physical demands of the job were considerable, making it untenable for those lacking stamina. After starting work, Eru found the cart too small and requested the farm director to procure a larger vehicle. The director searched the materials department thoroughly, but found nothing suitable. Eventually, he discovered an old cart in the brewery's backyard, dating back over a decade. He hurried back to tease Eru, saying, "There's a large cart in the backyard that seems perfect for you. It can hold quite a bit. You'll surely be pleased. Although I worry your strength might not suffice. What cart could I not pull? That's quite the jest," Eru retorted, eager to prove his strength. He turned and made his way to the backyard. Upon arrival, he indeed found the cart to be substantial. This was a horse-drawn vehicle. It seemed they were treating Eru like a beast of burden. He assessed the weight and realized the cart could carry ample load, eliminating the need for multiple trips, which would save him time. However, the bearings on the cart's large axle were rusted and needed replacement. He approached the livestock farm director and requested 2 new bearings, which he installed on the rusted cart axle. After repairing the cart, Eru returned to the livestock farm, returned the small cart, and renegotiated the price per trip with the farm director. He began to transport the spent grains with the horse cart daily. The factory leaders were astounded to see Eru with a fully loaded cart of spent grains, moving with remarkable agility. They wondered if perhaps Lu Zhishan had been reincarnated at their brewery. This burly man exhibited strength surpassing that of oxen or horses. What once required over 20 trips a day was now condensed to 5, with 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. With time to spare, he enjoyed leisurely strolls and admired the scenery. What was typically regarded as the most arduous and dirty work was transformed into a source of pride for him. He considered his labor to be the most comfortable and enjoyable task at the brewery. Rumors spread throughout Q City about a towering man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 204 pounds, who could dash swiftly while pulling a cart. This served as an unintentional promotion for the brewery's products, boosting sales. Many curious citizens flocked to witness this remarkable individual. Unfortunately, during that time, there were no social media platforms. Otherwise, Eru would have undoubtedly become an internet sensation. Consequently, Eru's supply of snacks and fruits never ceased, generously provided by admiring citizens. With few entertainment options available, watching Eru pull a cart became a popular attraction. Every Sunday, families from nearby areas would gather along the path connecting the brewery and the livestock farm to watch his performance. While watching trained monkeys required payment, observing Eru pulling the cart simply involved offering him a few fruits or snacks, while also enjoying his impressive feat of devouring peaches in a single bite or half a watermelon in 2 bites. Even if nothing was given, he would not complain, as this was his job. Dogsy specifically called Lin Ruiying to witness Eru's cart pulling. Upon seeing Eru, drenched in sweat yet moving with vigor, Lin Ruiying felt a pang of concern. How can you treat him so poorly? He is a person, not a beast of burden. How can you, as leaders of the brewery, be so heartless? How can you bear to watch this? She exclaimed before turning to leave. Dogsy wished to clarify that this was not their demand. It was entirely Eru's own idea. However, the fairy sister did not heed his explanations and had already walked away. He had initially intended to take her to see a show, yet unexpectedly, she was upset. Alas, the dog was perplexed by this ethereal and enchanting girl, wondering what it would take to win her heart. He believed he should employ the strategy of enlisting his best friend, Ma Dingdang, to seek advice. He aimed to uncover the fairy sister's weaknesses and preferences to plan his next move. Before he could approach Ma Dingdang and her husband, the madman came knocking, inviting the dog for dinner. Chapter 99. Ma Da's deception. Since their marriage, Ma Dingdang and her husband had grown increasingly adept at managing their finances, being so frugal that they would almost split a penny in half before spending it. Despite several attempts to visit the madman's home for a meal, he had always managed to defer their plans with excuses about tomorrow or the day after. The dog understood their situation. Both had been working for only a few years. Their salaries were modest, and they were neither masters nor leaders, leaving them with little extra income. Their appetites were substantial, and with such voracious eating, savings would naturally dwindle. Without a touch of thriftiness, how could 2 hearty eaters enjoy life? Thus, the dog never pressed to dine at the madman's home. Today, however, the madman had taken the rare initiative to invite him to dinner. What an unexpected turn of events. since he had extended the invitation. The dog thought it only proper to accept. After all, they were brothers. What was there to hesitate about? Upon arriving at the madman's abode, he anticipated a feast, only to find the table bare, set with 3 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Venturing into the kitchen, he discovered a fish, a chicken, some greens, and a piece of pork, all raw. Nothing had been prepared. Were you not inviting me for dinner? Are you waiting for me to arrive before you begin cooking? Hoping for a warm meal, I see. The dog chuckled. Indeed, we invited you for a meal, but we feared our cooking might not satisfy your gourmet palate. Thus, we prepared the ingredients for you to cook instead. Your culinary skills are what we truly desire. Ma Ding-Dang replied with a grin. The dog retorted, You invite me for dinner, yet expect me to take the reins in the kitchen? What sort of invitation is this? It feels more like you've hired a temporary maid to serve you. I must say, post-marriage, you both have become quite cunning. Are you treating your brother as a fool? Very well. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. He feigned annoyance and stood to depart. Think very carefully. If you step out of my door today, there will be no hope for your wife. Lin Ruoying has been my dear friend since childhood. I know what she likes and dislikes better than anyone, apart from her parents. I am aware of your recent pursuit of her and had intended to offer you an opportunity to cook for me, allowing me to guide you in your approach. Yet, it seems my goodwill has been mistaken for folly. Fine, go ahead. I want to keep you, Ma Ding-Dang said disdainfully. Oh, dear sister-in-law, I was merely jesting. Why take it to heart? It's just a matter of preparing a meal for you both. This isn't my first time catering to you. Now tell me, what dishes would you like? I shall showcase my culinary prowess today. If we do not ensure our little beauty, the Princess Ma, and the handsome Lord Foam are well attended to, indulged in delightful meals, I shall withdraw from the world of culinary arts forever. Upon hearing Lin Ruoying's name, the dog immediately changed his demeanor, transforming into an obedient servant. Very well, kneel in peace. Go and prepare the meal. This humble servant is ravenous and must hasten to dine. Ma Ding-Dang playfully nudged him. At once, I shall head to the kitchen and ignite the flames for cooking. Princess Ma, please rest for a moment. The dog's earnest expression made Ma Ding-Dang burst into laughter. He skillfully filleted the fish, coated it in cornstarch, and fried it to perfection, drizzling it with a savory sauce upon completion. Thus, a simplified version of the squirrel fish was born, a dish that Ma Ding-Dang adored and could relish endlessly. He then divided a chicken, braising one half while stewing the other with mushrooms, alongside preparing 2 vegetable dishes and a crispy pork, culminating in a total of 6 delightful offerings. As soon as the dishes graced the dining table, Ma Ding-Dang eagerly seized her chopsticks, devouring the food ravenously. These past few months had been quite a trial for her. To save money, they had refrained from dining at the cafeteria, opting instead to cook for themselves daily. Although both Ma Ding-Dang and the madman were food enthusiasts, they faltered when it came to their own culinary endeavors. The meals often turned out either too salty or too bland, lacking flavor, and at times, they were either undercooked or mushy. Nevertheless, the two were frugal, ensuring not a morsel went to waste. Despite the months of culinary misadventures that nearly gave the madman a stomach ailment, Ma Ding-Dang had lost several pounds, and her physique had become quite slender. This distressed the madman greatly. The pair conspired to enhance their dining experience and cunningly persuaded the dog to join them for a meal, secretly yearning for his cooking skills. They wished to enlist him as a temporary caretaker to cater to their needs. As for the matter concerning Lin Ruoying, it was a spur-of-the-moment comment from Ma Ding-Dang. However, the dog discovered a clever approach to breach the barriers surrounding Lin Ruoying by listening to Ma Ding-Dang recount tales of her life from childhood, thereby gaining insight into her personality, interests, and vulnerabilities. He shared his thoughts with the couple, who wholeheartedly endorsed his plan. Now they had secured a long-term arrangement for meals, ensuring a significant improvement in their quality of life. Not only would someone cook for them free of charge, but the dog was also generous. During previous shared meals, he often contributed additional dishes. Now, with a favor to ask of Ma Ding-Dang, he would undoubtedly be inclined to treat them with lavish meals of fish and meat. The mere thought of this delighted Ma Ding-Dang, prompting her to indulge in 2 extra bowls of rice. The madman, grinning broadly, savored his food with such gusto that one could see the bits of rice in his throat. After the meal, Ma Ding-Dang excitedly began narrating the story of Lin Ruoying. She planned to divide it into 100 chapters, starting from her birth, even if she was still in her mother's womb at that time. It did not impede her imagination today. She intended to share 1 chapter each day for 100 days, thereby enlisting the dog to provide meals for 100 days, effectively serving as their free caretaker for that duration. As for whether the dog could win over Lin Ruoying, did it truly matter to the couple? The answer was a resounding no. The most vital concern was their shared dining experience. After all, One must prioritize their own well-being above all else. Ding Dang does not cook for mere sustenance. It is a challenge to the heavens. Thus, for 5 or 6 days, Ma Ding Dang meandered through the art of deceiving Guzi. Preparing meals. During this time, Guzi generously contributed his own funds to enhance their feasts. Despite the lavish spread of sumptuous delicacies laid before them, not a shred of useful information had emerged from Ma Ding Dong's lips regarding Lin Ruoying. After 5 or 6 days, Ma Ding Dang had only just begun to recount the tale of Lin Ruoying's first month. What conceivable assistance could this provide Guzi in his pursuit of Lin Ruoying? Guzi had come to realize that Ma Ding Dang was merely amusing herself. If she continued to delay until she reached the stories of Lin Ruoying's primary school days, it would be several years hence. By then, Lin Ruoying would likely be married. By heavens, I shall no longer serve these two scoundrels. It is said that a woman's heart can be the most venomous, and Guzi had witnessed it firsthand. This woman was treating him like a fool. Ma Ding Dang was nothing but a grand deceiver. He could not fathom how Lin Ruoying, with her ethereal demeanor, could maintain such a close friendship with this charlatan for so many years. Guzi was perplexed and quietly vowed to distance himself from Ma Ding Dang, to avoid the grand deceiver. Chapter 100. Finally uncovering Lin Xianzi's weakness, Guzi resolutely refused to prepare meals for those two scoundrels any longer. Deceiving Guzi would come at a price. Hua Fengzi and Ma Ding Dang took turns visiting Guzi several times, but he skillfully declined their requests under the pretense of a recent arm injury and a dislocated wrist, rendering him unable to wield a ladle. Thus, this unscrupulous couple had no choice but to return to their daily fare of dreadful cuisine. These two gluttons deserved to feast on swill. As the adage goes, it is better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others in critical moments. One must depend on their godfather. Upon learning of Guzi's intentions to pursue Lin Ruoying, Director Wang wholeheartedly supported him. He held great admiration for Lin Ruoying's diligent nature, believing her to be virtuous and frugal, with a reserved disposition. He thought her the perfect candidate to become Guzi's bride. Not only did she possess an ethereal beauty akin to that of a fairy, but she also epitomized the ideal wife and mother, often retreating to her dormitory to read and study herbal medicine and various ailments. After conferring with his wife, Director Wang sought to create more opportunities for Guzi. Thus, under the guise of researching traditional Chinese medicine, he invited both Guzi and Lin Ring to their home for a meal. Lin Xianzi relished discussing herbal medicine and remedies, finding immense joy in such exchanges. In contrast, Xiao Jizha had little affinity for reading, let alone studying herbs. Song Xiaoling, unable to gain admission to a better school, was compelled to enroll in a herbal medicine program. She preferred to remain in her dormitory, engrossed in romantic novels, rather than attend Director Wang's lectures on herbal research. As Lin Ruoying favored vegetarian dishes, Director Wang had his wife prepare such meals for her. Under the matchmaking efforts of his godfather and godmother, Guzi finally had the chance to spend time with Lin Ruoying. Previously, with Xiao Jizha in between them, he had scarcely had the opportunity to converse meaningfully with Lin Ruoying. Through their interactions, he discovered that at the mere mention of herbal medicine, Lin Ruoying's eyes would sparkle with enthusiasm. The typically reticent young woman would then engage in lively discourse, brimming with interest. Having studied traditional Chinese herbal medicine for over 2 years alongside Director Wang, Guzi's proficiency now rivals that of students from specialized colleges. This newfound common interest and topic of conversation with the enchanting Lin Ring brought him immense joy. After several months of acquaintance, the two conversed more in one evening than they had in all the previous months combined. Observing the radiant Lin Ruoying, Guzi felt a surge of happiness. He had finally discovered a point of connection. It seemed even the fairy had her vulnerabilities. After dinner, his foster parents asked Guzi to escort Lin Ruoying back to the Research Institute's dormitory. Riding his foster father's vintage bicycle, they leisurely made their way back, engaging in cheerful conversation about the development and utilization of various rare medicinal herbs found in the mountains. Lin Ruoying was visibly excited, her face glowing, her smile picturesque, her eyes sparkling like water, and her lips resembling beautiful scenery. When Guzi casually glanced back, he was so taken aback by her beauty that he nearly lost his balance, causing Lin Ruoying to instinctively wrap her arms around his waist. The warmth and fragrance of her embrace overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly mesmerized. "Don't be alarmed. The streetlights are dim, and I almost ran over a stone. There's no need to dismount. I'll ride slowly." Guzi quickly reassured the startled Lin Ruoying. "Just focus on riding and don't keep turning to look at me," Lin Ruoying playfully chided. Throughout the journey, Guzi frequently turned around to converse with her, making Lin Ruoying anxious, fearing he might inadvertently veer off the path. What should have been a short journey of just a few kilometers stretched into over an hour. filled with their delightful chatter. If it weren't for the clattering of the antique bicycle, which somewhat marred the ambience, this truly was a blissful and enchanting adventure for Guzzi. Upon reaching the dormitory, Guzzi suggested, "Lin Ring, shall we go herb picking in the mountains tomorrow? I know of a valley where several decades-old Ganoderma mushrooms grow. Let us gather some. But let us leave Song Xiaoling behind. She doesn't enjoy herb picking and her chatter disrupts our discussions." Guzzi had discovered those Ganoderma mushrooms in spring and had been waiting for autumn, when their medicinal properties peak, to harvest them for his mother's health. However, to delight Lin Ruoying, he was willing to part with them. After all, what were mushrooms compared to a potential future partner? Is that so? I have yet to see wild Ganoderma from the greater Xing'an range. It would be a perfect opportunity to witness them firsthand, Lin Ruoying replied cheerfully. Very well. I want to invite Song Xiaoling this time. Every time we venture far into the mountains, she complains of fatigue and never wishes to explore further. This time, we shall venture farther to not only collect Ganoderma, but also to explore the resources of wild fritillaria. Excellent. Lin Ruoying, let us meet tomorrow without fail. Rest well tonight. There's no need to bring food or drinks. I'll prepare everything. I'll make you egg pancakes, and bring some beef jerky, stir-fried vegetables, and sauce. I'll get everything ready, and see you tomorrow, Guzzi said, filled with delight as he pedaled back to the distillery like a gust of wind. Once back at the dormitory, Guzzi immediately began preparing the ingredients, spraying water on the dried beef jerky before brushing it with oil and grilling it. He set aside the minced beef for the sauce, mixing flour with water to create a batter of cream-like consistency, before cracking in eggs and thoroughly stirring the mixture. After heating the flat pan, a ladle of thin batter is poured into it, and with a gentle shake, an egg pancake takes shape in no time. Concerned that the little fairy might not have enough to eat, the dog prepared over 20 egg pancakes. With everything set, the dog glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Time to rest. Tomorrow, he must rise early to welcome the little fairy's arrival. A night filled with sweet dreams ensued, with the little fairy Lin Ruoying appearing in every vision. The following day, he was awakened by the sound of knocking. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already after 7 o'clock. The one at the door must be Lin Ruoying. He quickly responded, asking her to wait a moment while he got out of bed, dressed, and washed his face. He tidied up the room, ensuring that no mess would be displayed before the little fairy. After 20 minutes, the dog had cleaned the room and finished grooming himself. When he opened the door, Lin Ruoying stood there with a bright smile, showing no signs of impatience. What a well-mannered girl. I'm so sorry, Ruoying, for keeping you waiting. I overslept after preparing the food late last night, the dog expressed with sincere apologies. Lin Ruoying replied with a gentle smile, It's all right. Boys often sleep late and wake up late. I don't mind waiting a bit. Have some breakfast. After you're full, we can take a moment to rest before heading out. Such understanding and gentle nature were hard to find, the dog thought, feeling a profound admiration for her. When one truly likes someone, every little aspect of them appears to be a virtue. In a flurry, the dog heated the food, ate, brushed his teeth, and then checked his gear. Ruoying, I'm full and ready. Let us set off, he said. However, Lin Ruoying insisted he remain still for another 20 minutes to allow for digestion after eating. She explained that exercising immediately after a meal could lead to various digestive ailments and advised him to chew slowly and savor his food for better health. The dog pondered. Could it be that she was beginning to care for my well-being? Is my happiness drawing near? Chapter 101. The mountain storm. The dog led Lin Ruoying over the mountains into the deep woods. This time, they did not bring along the chatterbox Song Xiaoling, allowing them to venture further than before. Previously, they had explored nearby hills where hardly any medicinal herbs could be found, but the deep mountains were abundant with rare wild medicinal materials. Upon reaching a cliff in the valley where he discovered Ganoderma lucidum, he found the mushrooms still thriving, 2 large specimens, appearing to be 50 or 60 years old, their caps broad and robust. Not far away, a fallen dead tree also bore a few younger specimens. How wonderful! This was the native wild Ganoderma of the greater Xing'an range. Lin Ruoying had brought a camera and began photographing the mushrooms one by one. Carefully, she harvested the Ganoderma, placing them into a prepared box, along with some mycelium and soil from beneath their roots for experimental purposes at the laboratory. In no time, Lin Ruoying had collected several specimens and placed them in the box, her face beaming with excitement. There is still plenty of time. Are you tired? If not, she said, looking at the dog. As we ventured deeper into the mountains, we sought out wild fritillaries and other medicinal herbs. The dog exclaimed, I am not tired at all. Traversing 10 peaks would pose no challenge. Accompanying my beloved fairy on this journey through nature, I felt invigorated, believing that even a lifetime of wandering would not weary me. Encouraged by his enthusiasm, the enchanting Lin Ring took the lead, guiding us further into the wilderness. Lin Ring, indeed a gem from a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, possessed an extensive knowledge of numerous herbs that the dog knew only in theory but could not identify in practice. Not only could she recognize them, but she could also articulate their characteristics, medicinal properties, origins, and preferred habitats. This significantly enriched the dog's understanding. Whenever he encountered something unfamiliar, he would inquire, and Lin Ring joyfully provided answers. The dog could not help but praise the scholarly fairy, showering her with compliments throughout our journey. Lin Ring's cheeks flushed with delight. Thoroughly pleased by his admiration and thirst for knowledge, she subconsciously regarded him as a confidant. Having just crossed 2 peaks and discovered a patch of fritillaries, we were ready to collect samples when suddenly the sky darkened. As the saying goes, clouds in the mountains foreshadow rain. A dark cloud loomed overhead, signaling an impending downpour. Sister Ring, the dog urged, let's forego the samples today. It looks like rain. We should hurry back home. Getting drenched is one thing, but we must avoid lightning strikes. Huh? Why fear the thunder if you have nothing to hide? She quipped playfully. Fear not. I have saved countless lives and accumulated much merit. The heavens would not dare strike me down. Stay close, and I shall ensure your safety. Having grown more familiar with her, Lin Ring had begun to jest as well. The dog retrieved a raincoat from his backpack, a staple for mountain excursions. He unfolded it and helped Lin Ring put it on. Do you not have a spare raincoat? If I wear this, what will you do? She noticed that there seemed to be only one coat in his pack. Previously, on shorter hikes, she had never considered bringing an extra raincoat. Today, venturing deeper into the mountains, she certainly hadn't anticipated rain, especially since the morning weather forecast had promised clear skies. I'll be fine. My robust constitution can withstand a little rain without illness. You just wear it. Girls are often sensitive to the cold. We mustn't let the rain soak you, he reassured her. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous crack echoed, and a veil of rain enveloped the distant mountains. The downpour cascaded upon us, and fearing lightning, we dared not seek refuge beneath the trees. Thus, we stood exposed in a clearing, allowing the torrential rain to drench us. The dog, soaked from head to toe, felt the chill seep into his bones. Even the pockets of his pants dripped with rainwater. Observing him, drenched like a drowned rat, Lin Ring felt a pang of guilt but could not remove her raincoat for him. It would be far too embarrassing for a girl to be left so soaked. The rain persisted for over an hour, and the dog remained drenched throughout. Despite the weight of his backpack, it provided little protection, having succumbed to the deluge. Thankfully, the food inside was securely packed in plastic bags, sparing us from hunger on our return journey. As the storm subsided, the dog shivered uncontrollably. We sought a dry spot, laid out the raincoat, and began to eat. In such extreme cold, a bit of nourishment could provide some warmth to our chilled bodies. They took out the egg pancakes and beef jerky, along with a vegetable salad and fried sauce. The two began to eat. The dog, feeling quite cold, devoured his food with remarkable speed, consuming 5 egg pancakes in no time, followed by several pieces of beef jerky, which caused him to hiccup as he quickly reached for his water bottle to soothe himself. Lin Ring, on the other hand, nibbled delicately, ensuring each bite was chewed 36 times. After quite some time, she had barely finished half an egg pancake and still had more than half a piece of jerky left. The contrast in their eating pace was astounding. The dog consumed 3 meals in the time it took Lin Ring to finish one. Having satisfied their hunger, they decided against foraging for herbs and promptly made their way down the mountain. The dog was shivering uncontrollably, likely suffering from the cold. After traversing the rugged terrain for over 2 hours, they finally emerged from the woods and reached the trailhead. Upon spotting the Research Institute's jeep waiting at the entrance, they hopped into the vehicle. The driver drove them back to the distillery. Lin Ring reminded the dog to brew a bowl of ginger soup upon returning, suggesting he cover himself with a blanket to sweat it out, lest he wake up with a fever the next day. The dog nodded, acknowledging her words, and returned to his dormitory, his head feeling heavy. He forgot to secure the door and simply buried himself in his blankets, falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, the dog awoke with a high fever, his throat burning as if on fire. He got up to soak a towel in white liquor and wiped his entire body, as the evaporation of the alcohol would draw away a significant amount of heat. Soon, his temperature began to drop. However, he did not dare to sleep, needing to ensure his fever subsided completely before resting. After tossing and turning for half the night, he awoke the next morning feeling utterly drained and unable to rise from bed, plagued by a persistent cough and devoid of strength. The dormitory was rather secluded, seldom frequented by others, which suited the dog just fine as it offered privacy and reduced gossip. But now, he found himself unable to even sit up. let alone fetch a glass of water. Any movement made him dizzy, and his head throbbed incessantly. He called out, but to no avail, feeling utterly helpless and alone. By around 10 o'clock, his mouth was covered in blisters, and his body burned with fever as he prayed for relief. Just then, the door swung open, and a beam of light flooded the room, revealing a fairy-like figure gliding in. Lin Ruing. The dog was overjoyed. Finally, a savior had arrived. Yet, he was too weak to even speak. Lin Ruing approached his bedside and noticed his flushed face and faint voice. Upon touching his forehead, she realized he was burning with fever. Without delay, she sprang into action, fetching ginger, slicing it finely, and mixing it with brown sugar to brew a bowl of ginger soup, which she brought back to him. After consuming the ginger soup, the dog felt significantly better, the chill in his body subsiding and warmth enveloping his stomach. In a feeble voice, he asked, "What brings you here? Can you perhaps predict the future? Did you foresee my illness and come to rescue me?" "I was concerned after you were drenched in that heavy rain yesterday," Lin Ruing replied. "Since you accompanied me into the mountains, I worried you might fall ill. When I called your office this morning and received no answer, I feared you were unwell. So I came to check on you." Chapter 102. Is culinary art taught by a pig farm master? Dogsy mused to himself, "What a kind-hearted young lady. She even worries for my health." Lin Ruing, the little fairy, might indeed be destined to meet and know me, perhaps even to fall in love in the future. I am truly grateful for your arrival. Otherwise, I would have perished in flames, too weak to cry for help. The fever has left me light-headed and utterly drained, and my coughing has caused my lungs to ache. I shall take your pulse," Lin Ruing declared, gently placing her hands upon Dogsy's wrist to feel his pulse. A rare method of pulse diagnosis. With her eyes closed, she attuned herself to his heartbeat. After a moment, she opened her eyes and withdrew her hands. "There is no serious issue. You merely have a touch of wind cold. I will fetch some herbal medicine for you, and you shall recover swiftly." With that, she exited the dormitory to procure the medicine. After more than an hour, Lin Ruing returned, carrying several large bags filled with herbs, along with a medicinal jar and some vegetables. She immediately set about boiling the herbs, first preparing a bowl of lily bulb decoction to alleviate the cough. 3 bowls of water were reduced to 1, and the thick, dark potion emitted an unpleasant medicinal aroma. Lin Ruing presented the concoction to Dogsy, saying, "Drink this. It will stop your cough immediately." Dogsy pinched his nose and swallowed the bitter brew, smacking his lips. To his surprise, it was not as bitter as he had anticipated. It bore a hint of chocolate. Could it be that the potion, crafted by the little fairy, possessed a unique charm? He smacked his lips again, feeling no bitterness now, and found himself longing for another bowl. How delightful was this potion brewed by the fairy. In the face of love, even bitter medicine tastes sweet. After finishing the potion, he found his cough had indeed ceased, and he felt much better. "Sister Ruoying, your medicine works wonders. I no longer cough and feel so much more comfortable." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruing immediately began preparing the next batch of medicine. The second dose was a Fedra decoction, which required time to take effect after the first dose, lest the effects counteract each other. With his cough relieved and his body feeling improved, Dogsy soon drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, he found a bowl of dark, bitter herbal soup awaiting him. The ephedra decoction was truly bitter. With no alternative, he pinched his nose, grimaced, and gulped it down. This potion was stronger than the previous one, and soon Dogsy was drenched in sweat. His head cleared, the dizziness faded, and strength returned to his limbs. Seeing Dogsy perspiring profusely, Lin Ruing recognized that the medicine was taking effect. As he had not eaten for a while, she inquired, "What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you." "I desire sweet and sour pork, fried cicadas, and squirrel fish," Dogsy replied, his appetite awakened by the thought of the fairy cooking for him. "I cannot prepare those dishes. Besides, you've just begun to recover. You cannot indulge in rich foods. You should have something lighter," Lin Ruing responded. "Then what can you cook, Sister Ruoying?" "I shall eat whatever you make," Dogsy said, not wishing to burden her. "I can only boil vegetables and make noodles. I am not skilled in anything else," Lin Ruoying replied. The dog mused. "This little fairy seems utterly incapable of preparing any dish. Why inquire about my preferences in food? Am I left to choose between cabbage and spinach, or between thick and thin noodles? Alas, even this ethereal being has her shortcomings. Perfection eludes her like a flaw in white jade." He suggested, "Perhaps I shall prepare some cabbage for you. I'll boil some noodles." Lin Ruoying continued, having previously purchased a cabbage and a couple of bunches of spinach. The fairy ventured out, bustling about with a clatter for quite some time, before returning with a bowl of noodles and a plate of boiled cabbage. "You must eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools." Lin Ruoying served the noodles and boiled cabbage to the dog. who received them with a visage of bliss. Yet, upon tasting a morsel, he nearly retched. This was, without a doubt, the most unpalatable boiled cabbage he had ever encountered. Indeed, it was merely boiled, seasoned only with salt, devoid of any other flavoring. The noodles were overcooked, so mushy that they could barely be picked up, and they lacked both oil and salt. What culinary skills could possibly yield such a dish? It was truly a challenge to swallow. The dog, suppressing his nausea, managed to consume the noodles, but the cabbage remained untouched, simply inedible. What a pity to waste this cabbage. I shall reheat it for you at dinner. You must finish it then, lest it be thrown away, Lin Ruing remarked. It appeared the little fairy was quite frugal, unwilling to discard anything. The dog, upon hearing this, felt his stomach churn at the thought of having to eat the same dish again that evening. Good heavens, I'd rather be hanged than endure that again. Life seems unbearable. Self-proclaimed as a connoisseur of fine cuisine, the dog had enjoyed a life of luxury over the past few years. With a steady influx of wealth and a lucrative salary from the distillery, he had dined on exquisite meals consistently. Such slop, fit only for pigs, was beyond his capacity to consume. If he were subjected to another serving of that for dinner, he truly felt he could not survive. Hence, he quickly pleaded with Ruoying. Sister Ruoying, I am immensely grateful for your care and for preparing lunch for me. If you were to serve me dinner as well, that would be truly excessive. Instead, why not call for the slippery wife to send us some food? Or perhaps inform my godmother. Why trouble so many people? You merely have a slight ailment. A few days of rest, and you will recover. Your godfather and godmother are of advanced age. Telling them would only cause them worry. And the slippery wife has children to tend to. If you summon her to cook, what if your cold infects the child? You should simply rest. I'm here now. I will take care of you for 2 days, Lin Ruing insisted. The dog felt despair wash over him. While the opportunity to be alone with Lin Ruing was a blessing, the thought of her culinary creations filled him with dread. Truly, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. For the sake of his beloved fairy sister, he resolved to endure. After all, what were mushy noodles and tasteless greens but medicine? That evening, indeed, there were noodles once more, though this time they were thin and not overcooked. The little fairy had purchased several fresh vegetables in the afternoon, and now she prepared 4 dishes for the dog. Spinach with bean paste, eggplant mixed with minced garlic, stir-fried lettuce, and the leftover boiled cabbage from noon. This is not food fit for human consumption. It is akin to feeding sheep. The dog's eyebrows nearly knitted together in confusion. How is one to eat this? While vegetarian dishes are acceptable, the primary issue lies in their utter lack of flavor. Observing Lin Ruing serve 2 bowls of rice, she handed one to the dog and began to eat with great relish, savoring each bite as if the 4 vegetables were exquisite delicacies. She chewed thoughtfully, relishing the meal, asserting, "Come on, so many dishes. It would be a shame to waste them. I feared you might not have enough to eat, so I prepared extra." With no choice left, the dog picked up his bowl and reluctantly began to eat. Yet, the taste remained the same, bland and insipid, lacking salt and oil, utterly unpalatable. The dog wished to inquire, "Dear fairy sister, is your culinary skill a lesson learned from a pig farm master?" Chapter 103. The prodigy skilled in acupuncture Lin Ring devotedly took care of the dog for 2 or 3 days, sleeping at night on a makeshift bed fashioned from a chair in the small kitchen. Thanks to the fairy's meticulous care and her peculiar culinary creations, the dog recovered in just 3 days. With his health restored, he felt compelled to express gratitude to Lin Ruing. Since she enjoyed vegetarian cuisine, he decided to prepare a sumptuous vegetarian feast for her. He ventured out to procure an abundance of fresh vegetables, returning to clean and prepare them for cooking. He crafted dishes such as nutty spinach, stir-fried lettuce, corn with pine nuts, cashew celery, blanched broccoli, and fried mushrooms. He also prepared sautéed lion's mane mushrooms, lily flowers with black fungus, and a matsutake mushroom soup. 8 dishes and 1 soup adorned the table, creating a bountiful spread that left the fairy astonished. "How can we possibly finish all this?" she exclaimed. "If we can't eat it all, it would be a waste. We should invite some of your friends to join us. Perhaps Ding Dang, Fengzi, Hualu, and Yang Mimi." The dog replied, "These dishes are specially prepared for you. Others are not worthy to partake. Besides, they are all carnivores and do not appreciate vegetarian fare. Oh dear, this is far too wasteful. I haven't even been in the kitchen to supervise you, and in such a short time, you've prepared all this." Lin Ruoying lamented. "Fear not. If there are leftovers, you can take them with you. Your research institute has a freezer, does it not? Store them there and enjoy them at your leisure." The dog reassured, pulling Lin Ruoying to sit down and began to serve her. Lin Ruoying had always been frugal, a trait instilled by her upbringing. Her grandfather, a traditional healer, valued simple meals over extravagant feasts, often opting for light fare with minimal oil, salt, or spices, favoring the natural flavors of ingredients. Her father grew up with such dietary habits, and her mother gradually adapted after marrying into the family. Thus, Lin Ruiying was raised primarily on vegetarian food, occasionally consuming meat for nutritional balance, but predominantly embracing a plant-based diet. This was her first experience indulging in such a lavish vegetarian meal, and she was pleasantly surprised by how delectable vegetarian cuisine could be. For the first time in her life, Lin Ruiying savored her meal with abandon, no longer counting her chews with meticulous precision, but rather relishing each bite until she was thoroughly satisfied. Today's feast was delightful. I feel so full and happy, she exclaimed. I never expected you could make vegetarian dishes so delectable. After all these years, this is the first time I feel truly full. Usually, I only eat to about 60% of my capacity. My grandfather always says that hunger cures all ailments and never allows me to overindulge. My parents, too, typically eat only to 60% of their capacity. My friend remarks, only when one is satiated can they experience true joy. In truth, your smile is exceptionally captivating, akin to a blossoming flower, radiating an angelic luminosity. Yet, you often wear a cold demeanor, which surely correlates with your lack of fullness, does it not? Henceforth, I shall visit you every week, and you shall prepare vegetarian meals for me, allowing me to relish in bliss. Then I shall smile for you. What do you think? Haha, Lin Ruiying only jokes with those she is familiar with. Oh dear, such a coveted scenario. Do not think that even if the celestial Lin visits once a week, I would be anything but delighted. It would be an immense honor to cook for you. Just imagine, a girl as ethereal as a fairy gracing my humble meals. What great fortune I possess, my friend exclaims. Lin Ruiying finds his words a tad overly sentimental, her cheeks flushing as she retorts, what fairy? Fortune? Please refrain from such talk. I consider you a friend, a confidant. I hope you see me as a friend too. From now on, let us assist, encourage, and learn from one another. Observing her discontent, my friend agrees. All right, from now on, we shall be good friends, often sharing our worries and joys. You shall visit me for vegetarian meals, and I shall seek your wisdom in traditional Chinese medicine, mutually supporting and uplifting each other. Lin Ruiying joyfully responds, excellent. I have gained another confidant. Thus, through these exchanges, my friend surprisingly became Lin Ruiying's dear companion. This was not the intention of my friend, who harbored dreams of marrying the little fairy. Alas, one must tread slowly, for haste does not yield the best results. Through daily interactions, my friend discovered that Lin Ruiying and Ma Dingdang were not the inseparable best friends one might expect. Their relationship was primarily defined by their shared history as classmates and their patient-doctor dynamic. Ma Dingdang had once suffered from a peculiar illness. Any consumption of cold food would lead to stomach distress, a condition that seemed incurable. Eventually, she learned of Lin Ruiying's grandfather's exceptional medical skills and brought Ma Dingdang to seek his treatment. After a thorough examination, Lin's grandfather diagnosed her with a minor ailment, merely a gastrointestinal imbalance. With acupuncture and herbal broth, she would be well on her way to recovery. Consequently, he provided daily acupuncture sessions for Ma Dingdang. During her visits to the clinic, Ma Dingdang encountered Lin Ruiying, revealing that her classmate was indeed the granddaughter of the esteemed doctor. This discovery further deepened their connection. With a high volume of patients, Lin's grandfather would sometimes have Ma Dingdang wait, as her condition was not urgent. However, growing impatient, she approached Lin Ruiying, requesting if she could ask her grandfather to prioritize her acupuncture before attending to other patients. Lin Ruiying replied, "Is it just acupuncture? No need to consult my grandfather. I have reviewed your medical history. It's merely an imbalance. I shall perform the acupuncture myself." With one bold and the other daring, the two girls retreated to a small room to engage in their own acupuncture game. Surprisingly, despite her youth, Lin Ruiying demonstrated commendable skill, and after the treatment, Ma Dingdang's discomfort dissipated. Ma Dingdang joyfully exclaimed, "From now on, you shall be the one to administer my acupuncture." The two, filled with mutual affection, received their parents' approval. Thus, in the absence of Grandpa Lin, who was preoccupied with his endeavors, the 9-year-old Lin Ruiying took it upon herself to provide acupuncture treatment for Ma Dingdang. To everyone's astonishment, young Lin Ruiying exhibited remarkable skill in acupuncture, rivaling that of her grandfather. After several months, she successfully cured Ma Dingdang's ailment, earning her the title of child prodigy. It was truly astonishing that such a young child possessed such exquisite medical prowess. From that point on, Ma Dingdang and Lin Ruiying became inseparable friends, with Ma Dingdang cherishing Lin Ruiying as her closest confidant. However, they shared little in common. Ma Dingdang was boisterous and extroverted, while Lin Ruiying preferred tranquility and introspection. One was a carnivore, relishing meat, while the other, a vegetarian fairy, was addicted to a plant-based diet. It was difficult to imagine how they could share mutual interests. Ma Dingdang was aware of Guzi's affection for Lin Ruiying, yet she regarded him as a frog yearning for a swan, a rural lad who had not even graduated from middle school. Although he was somewhat handsome, his background was modest. Lacking a father, as a mere deputy official at a small distillery, he hardly matched the esteemed Lin Ring, a natural beauty and a gifted prodigy of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Ma Dingdang playfully teased Guzi, sharing tales of Lin Ruiying's childhood, intending to convey that Lin Ruiying was beyond his reach. She hoped he would recognize the futility of pursuing her, thereby saving his energy and intellect in the futile endeavor to win her affection. In truth, her intentions were kind-hearted. Chapter 104. A fruitful union. After a long and sweet courtship, Zhang Sanguo finally achieved his heart's desire. Lu Yanhong agreed to marry him. The couple decided to obtain their marriage certificate and planned to hold their wedding after the new year, during the off-season at the repair factory. Marriage became imperative as Lu Yanhong blossomed anew, finding herself pregnant. The doctor cautioned that due to her age, a hasty abortion could be perilous, and he advised her to consider preserving the pregnancy. Zhang Sanguo was overjoyed, proclaiming, "Your daughter is my daughter. If we have a son, we shall have both a son and a daughter." How perfect that would be, given Lu Yanhong's health constraints. She had to reluctantly accept reality and hurriedly arrange for their marriage certificate. Since marrying now would disrupt the operations of the repair factory, they opted to hold the wedding in their hometown after the new year. As this was Zhang Sanguo's first marriage, he felt it necessary to celebrate, inviting friends and family for a banquet and a ceremony. Zhang Sanguo took special care to inform Guzi and her maiden of his impending marriage to Lu Yanhong, while also gauging their reactions and seeking their support. After all, there were matters he could not conceal from his parents, such as Lu Yanhong's age and her daughter, who was already over 18. Guzi and her maiden were taken aback by the news, having initially thought the couple was merely seeking companionship to alleviate their loneliness. They had expected the relationship would fizzle out once the novelty wore off. It was astonishing to learn that they were committed to a serious relationship. This unconventional romance, with an 18-year age gap, was indeed extraordinary. Lu Yanhong's daughter was only 8 years younger than Zhang Sanguo, and Lu Yanhong was 3 years younger than her future mother-in-law. If they were to marry in their hometown, Zhang Sanguo's family reputation would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Ermio, the donkey, inquired of Zhang Sanguo, "My dear brother, are you truly serious? Have you not considered our parents or the dignity of the Zhang family? Marrying an older woman would bring disgrace upon us." Despite his simplicity, Ermio possessed a sense of discernment regarding right and wrong, reputation, and the values of propriety, righteousness, and integrity. However, who was Zhang Sanguo? Once a notorious spendthrift and troublemaker. It was only through his encounter with Lu Yanhong that he began to amend his ways. It was her love and discipline that inspired him to transform, ultimately leading him to become a skilled repairman. Although he had improved his craft, his temperament remained unchanged. He still harbored a rather cantankerous disposition. "I shall marry whomever I please, irrespective of your approval or concerns about reputation." How burdensome that would be. If our parents welcome me back to celebrate the wedding, I will joyfully return with my bride. If not, I shall simply host a modest banquet in Q City and consider it a wedding feast. If you wish to attend, that is your choice. If not, you may lament in silence. I shan't be concerned with your opinions." Zhang Sanguo proclaimed with a haughty demeanor. Sanguo had long harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhang Sanguo, having no fondness for the troublemaker, despite his recent improvements. He believed that a leopard cannot change its spots, and it was only a matter of time before Sanguo reverted to his old ways. As for whether he would marry an older woman or a matron, Sanguo cared little. Would he tarnish the Zhang family name? Hadn't Sanguo already embarrassed the family enough? He was notorious for his mischief and idleness, a well-known scoundrel in their hometown, often referred to alongside Sima Lu as the Zhang duo of miscreants. Their reckless antics had long since brought shame upon their ancestors, and the townsfolk had ridiculed the Zhang family for years. Let them continue their folly. The disgrace they have cast aside will one day be reclaimed when Sanguo achieves his own success. When his brilliance shines brightly, it will overshadow their past misdeeds. Sanguo remained silent regarding the announcement of Zhang Sanguo and Lu Yanhong's forthcoming nuptials, choosing to listen quietly without comment. Zhang Sanguo, mistaking Sanguo's silence for support, implored, "Sanguo, help me devise a perfect fib to placate my parents. We must not disclose Yanhong's true age. My brother, you can concoct whatever tale you desire. Once you have crafted it, instruct me on what to say. However, should our uncle and aunt discover the truth, you alone shall bear the burden." Sangu replied with an air of calm. Agreed. As long as neither of you reveals the truth, my parents will remain oblivious. We shall claim Yanhong is 29, 3 years my senior. With her youthful appearance, they will surely not suspect otherwise. Zhang Tiniu was confident in Lu Yanhong's looks. Satisfied with Sangu's agreement to assist in deceiving their parents, he then turned his attention to Ermio, knowing well how to exploit his emotional vulnerabilities, having known him since childhood. Dear brother, in the past, my elder brother was rather wayward, having committed numerous mistakes. He caused you no small amount of trouble during our childhood. Yet we are blood brothers. At long last, my brother has encountered a woman he adores. You must lend your support to him. Zhang Tiniu implored, his voice laden with emotion as he spoke to Mao Lu. What you require is for me to assist you in deceiving our parents, is it not? Is that truly helping you? It would only bring you harm. When our parents discover the truth, they will be utterly furious. With Mother-S temperament, she might well come to Q City wielding a butcher's knife to settle the score with you. Do you believe that? Mao Lu expressed a palpable fear of their mother, Arya. Leave that to me. If the truth ever comes to light, I shall prostrate myself before our parents to beg for forgiveness, ensuring that neither you nor Guzi are implicated, Zhang Tiniu declared. In all these years, I have never asked anything of you. For this small matter, you cannot refuse to assist your elder brother. Must I kneel before you in supplication? Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded. Witnessing his desperate appeal and tears, Mao Lu's heart softened. Very well. I shall aid you this once in concealing the truth from our parents. Just ensure that, should anything go awry, you do not shift the blame onto me. Thus, the two brothers reached an understanding. Zhang Tiniu promptly called home to request the household registration book, declaring his intention to marry. Upon hearing this, Arya was taken aback, for she had not been informed of any romantic involvement. Why the sudden announcement of marriage? She was skeptical, suspecting Zhang Tiniu was fabricating tales. Consequently, Arya contacted Guzi's office, where Guzi confirmed the reality of Zhang Tiniu's relationship, also mentioning that Lu Yanhong owned a repair shop and was 29 years old. This news delighted Lu Arya, who boasted about her son's capabilities, exclaiming that within a short time in Q City, he had secured a partner of such commendable stature. It was said she was beautiful, had a flourishing career, owned a car and a home. The only drawback being that she was 3 years his senior. Arya promptly arranged to send her elder son's household registration book and called to remind him to return home for the new year, insisting on hosting a wedding banquet to display her son's success in marrying a city girl who was wealthy, well-settled, and strikingly attractive. This was a remarkable opportunity for Lu Arya to shine in front of her relatives, a truly unexpected delight. Elated, Lu Arya had not diluted the pork she sold these days. Given the celebratory nature of the occasion, she decided to let her customers enjoy the genuine flavor of the pork, hoping that everyone would share in her good fortune. As for Lin Ruoying, her internship was nearing completion, and soon she would return to school to write her graduation thesis. Guzi felt a sense of melancholy, uncertain if he would have another chance to interact with the enchanting Lin Ruoying. In an effort to win her heart and secure a place in her thoughts, he prepared an array of vegetarian dishes for her daily. Over the course of several days, she had gained a bit of weight from his culinary creations. Lin Ruoying remarked, "If one day I achieve success, I shall definitely hire you as my personal chef. Your vegetarian dishes are truly exceptional, far surpassing those of many renowned chefs." Guzi thought to himself, have you truly tasted the dishes of any famous chefs? The dark cuisine passed down in your family, lacking in oil and salt, would scarcely please even the pigs. After enduring several meals of Lin Ruoying's somber cooking, even the simplest fare began to taste exquisite. He could savor the flavor of bear paws and garlic eggplant. Lin Ruoying continued to express her desire to employ Guzi as her private chef when she became prosperous, blissfully unaware of his true worth or whether she could afford him. The dog is undoubtedly the wealthiest person in the entire town, with savings amounting to 500 to 600,000. Yet, he quips that he doesn't need to wait for you to become successful. If you ask him to cook for you and be your maid right now, he would promptly resign and follow you. He would consider himself your lifelong caretaker. Lin Ruoying, however, failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words and laughed, remarking that as a deputy official at a state-owned winery, it would be absurd for him to quit and become a maid for her. She jokingly added that she couldn't possibly afford him. The dog thought to himself, if you were to marry me, I would accompany you on a journey through life's vastness, regardless of the trivialities of a winery position. What significance does that hold compared to the enchanting Lin Ruoying? Life is but a fleeting span of over 30,000 days, yet in this sea of humanity, I have encountered you. Among a billion souls, I have chosen to love only you. Such is the fate from a past life. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Lin Ruoying packed her belongings, filled with numerous samples of traditional Chinese herbs. She returned to school alongside the chattering Song Xiaoling. The dog assisted in loading their luggage onto the train. Song Xiaoling, with teary eyes, implored, "Will you come to see me, brother dog? Our D city isn't far from here. You must visit when you have time. I love your egg pancakes. I hope you can make them for me again." Although the plain-looking girl did not irritate the dog, he did not harbor any fondness for her either. Her incessant chatter and carefree demeanor, always consuming and drinking, labeled her as a silly, happy girl. Despite her kindness, she was not to his taste. In his heart, there was only the fairy-like Lin Ruoying. After a brief farewell with Lin Ruoying, he quietly pulled her aside, saying, "Sister Ruoying, when I have free time, I will visit you in D City and prepare a vegetarian feast for you." Lin Ruoying agreed, urging him to come and let her parents and grandfather taste his culinary skills. The dog promised to learn a few more vegetarian dishes in the meantime to impress her family. They exchanged smiles and bid farewell. As the train gradually departed, the dog felt as though a part of his heart was being carried away with it. Without the fairy's companionship, the vibrancy of the dog's life faded. Days slipped by. Lin Ring had been away for over 10 days, and the dog lost his motivation to cook, resorting to dining at the cafeteria daily. Young Mimi served the meals, always ensuring the dog received generous portions of meat. He thought to himself how fortunate it was to have acquaintances. Even getting food came with perks. Each day consisted of 3 hearty meals, and after sleeping enough, he would wake up and eat. Life had become devoid of passion, bordering on the aimless. One day, feeling particularly bored, he wandered around the factory and encountered the remarkable Luo Eru, who was hauling a cart of distiller's grains. Luo Eru was grateful to the dog for helping him find work and always greeted him enthusiastically whenever he spotted him from a distance. This time was no exception. He warmly called out, "Brother dog." The dog paused, waiting for him to approach, and asked, "Eru, are you tired? Pulling that cart daily must be exhausting." "You're still just a 16-year-old boy." Eru replied, "Brother Sanguo, I have plenty of strength. I've been building my physique since childhood. Hauling the cart of distiller's grains is a form of physical training. The more I practice, the stronger I become." The dog remarked, "Really? It can build your physique? I shall give it a try." Receiving the cart's beam from Eru, I grasped the pulling rope, bent my waist, and exerted my legs to push forward with all my might. Alas, it did not budge. Once more, I summoned my strength. Alas, still no movement. The dog, determined to defy fate, declared his disbelief and exerted himself, squatting low and centering his power in his waist and legs, leaning forward with all his strength. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound, and the dog's pants tore open at the seam. This spectacle brought great amusement to the onlooking townsfolk. It became yet another curious sight at the Victory Brewery, a young man in torn pants pulling a cart. Eru swiftly removed his outer garment to shield the dog's exposed backside, for in his haste that morning, the dog had forgotten to wear underwear. The incident revealed a rather embarrassing view, and thus he became the talk of the brewery for the next month. News of this escapade spread swiftly, eventually reaching Sue Meili's ears. On sick leave and in search of an opportunity to ridicule the dog, she found her material. The dog had previously arranged for someone to transfer him to a job shoveling pig manure as a form of revenge, which Sue Meili had not forgotten. Now, she had the perfect chance for retribution. That very night, she meticulously crafted and disseminated a rumor that quickly permeated every corner of the brewery. The rumor suggested that the dog's love interest, Wang Lily, had married, leaving him heartbroken. He had hoped to find someone more beautiful. Yet his pursuit of a stunning maiden named Lin ended abruptly when she departed by train without giving him a second glance. With his emotional anchor lost, the dog descended into madness, wandering about in his tattered pants, consuming anything in sight, even gnawing at dog feces. As a heartbroken lunatic, he exhibited violent tendencies, seeking companionship from anyone attractive, regardless of gender. Should one refuse his advances, his madness would intensify, leading him to act inappropriately towards anyone nearby, be it a young maiden, a married woman, or an elderly lady. In fact, he showed no discretion, harassing both youthful men and elderly gentlemen alike. Consequently, upon encountering the dog, one would do well to keep a safe distance. This rumor was indeed malicious, although the incident of the torn pants was factual, verified by numerous witnesses among the townsfolk. The brewery workers, both young and old, believed the tale, and during work hours, they would steer clear of the dog, fearing his erratic behavior. Even the factory leaders exhibited discomfort upon seeing him, their gazes filled with apprehension. Thus, the dog's reputation plummeted into the depths of disgrace. Previously, only minor mischief had been attributed to him, with rumors lacking substantial proof and failing to stir much commotion. This time was different. as numerous witnesses corroborated the claims. Chapter 106. Eru hosts a feast. Upon hearing the derogatory rumors aimed at the dog, Luo Eru felt a surge of anger. He yearned to unleash a mighty punch upon those who spread such tales, having been present for the entire unfolding of events. He knew the truth about the dog and the misunderstandings surrounding him. He approached the brewery workers to clarify the situation and to assert that the dog was not, in fact, mentally ill. However, the workers, in their amusement, dismissed him, mocking him for being merely a temporary worker who could not possibly comprehend the matter. Luo Eru, at a loss for words, struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly, which only heightened his frustration. He found himself in a state of helpless anxiety, unable to change the narrative. On this particular day, Eru had just received his salary, a substantial sum of over 480 yuan, which was considered a high wage at the distillery, where the average worker earned merely around 300 yuan a month. Eru was remarkably frugal. His sustenance typically consisted of food generously offered by onlookers who came to witness the lively spectacle of cart pulling. He amassed quite a variety of food, savoring it gradually. He even refrained from indulging in the cafeteria meals. With unwavering determination, he diligently saved money to cover his parents' medical expenses, embodying the essence of filial piety. Despite sporting a full beard and towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he was merely 16 years old, still very much a naive youth at heart. Though young, he had not forgotten the kindness of his benefactor, Director Zhang Sanguo, who had arranged his employment. It was during his cart-pulling endeavors that he had suffered the embarrassment of tearing his trousers, leading others to regard him as somewhat eccentric. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Sanguo, Eru resolved to treat him to a meal as a token of appreciation and a means of comforting him. When Eru approached Sanguo with genuine sincerity, expressing his desire to treat him to dinner, he was politely declined. Sanguo, compassionate and considerate, recognized the arduous effort Eru put into earning his modest income and was reluctant to accept a meal funded by his hard-earned wages. However, Eru, with his stubborn nature and unwavering resolve, insisted on treating him. Ultimately, Sanguo, unable to refuse the persistent young man, acquiesced. Thus, they ventured to a small eatery located on the back street of the distillery. The establishment was modest, serving typical home-cooked dishes. Sanguo rarely frequented such humble diners, finding them rather unsanitary. They settled at an unoccupied table, and without inquiring about Sanguo's preferences, Eru ordered 4 dishes, all stews: beef stew with potatoes, a bountiful harvest stew, squash with potatoes, and rib stew with potatoes. Sanguo mused to himself that while Eru claimed to be treating him, it was evident that he was merely seeking to enhance his own dining experience. Yet, if he truly aimed to elevate his culinary life, why would he order 4 potato-based dishes? Did he possess an extraordinary fondness for potatoes? This young man still needed to broaden his horizons and gain social experience. Unbeknownst to Sanguo, Eru's family faced significant hardships, subsisting on a diet of potatoes and cabbage throughout the winter, and he had never truly enjoyed any delicacies. To him, beef stew with potatoes was the epitome of a gourmet meal. The last time he had dined on such a feast was during his graduation from the martial arts academy. For Sanguo, who had enjoyed a prosperous life over the past few years, the struggles of his childhood with his mother had faded from memory. He too had grown up eating potatoes and cabbage, yet he had long since shifted his palate towards chicken, duck, fish, and seafood. Eru, still a youth, was oblivious to the nuances of social etiquette surrounding dining invitations. He believed he was treating his benefactor to the most lavish meal he could conceive. As a gesture of gratitude for the excellent job he had secured, Eru did not drink alcohol, so he purchased a single bottle of beer for Sanguo, convinced it would suffice. He then stepped outside to buy 20 steamed buns, bringing them back with him. As soon as the dishes arrived at their table, he eagerly began devouring the buns alongside the food. Before Sanguo had even finished half a bottle of beer, Eru had already consumed 10 buns. His appetite could rival that of the legendary donkey, Ermao. Throughout history, talented individuals emerge, each leaving their distinctive mark for centuries. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, and the 2 tigers have left the donkey stranded on the shore. It appears that the gluttonous sensation, Ermao, may soon be eclipsed by the rising star, Luo Eru, who at merely 16, still has room to grow. Undoubtedly, he will surpass Ermao in height, strength, and veracity. In a single meal, he consumed 20 steamed buns while barely touching the side dishes. Even after such a feast, Luo Eru was only half satisfied. With such an appetite, if he were to dine at the cafeteria, it is likely that his substantial salary would barely accumulate any savings. Fortunately, the benevolent citizens often bestow upon him food and drink when they see him pulling a cart, and some even offer him old clothes upon noticing his tattered garments. With meals and clothing provided without expense, he naturally saves a considerable portion of his earnings. As they ate and conversed, Luo Eru mentioned that his parents were afflicted with pneumoconiosis and unable to work. His earnings were solely dedicated to their medical care. The devoted son commanded great respect from Guzi, who promptly offered to introduce him to a family of renowned physicians capable of treating various ailments, located in D City. Guzi also mentioned a secret remedy passed down through generations that included a detoxifying lung tonic, though he could not guarantee its efficacy in curing Luo Eru's parents' condition. Upon hearing that there might be hope for his parents' illness, Luo Eru was elated, eager to return home and bring them to D City for treatment. Guzi advised him to be patient, as he needed to make a phone call to inquire whether the family could indeed provide the necessary care. Luo Eru, filled with anticipation, urged, "Director Sanguo, have you finished eating? If you are done, let us depart. Please contact that traditional Chinese medicine family you know." At this point, Guzi had only consumed a few pieces of meat and sipped on a bottle of beer. Seeing Luo Eru's anxious expression stirred memories of his own aging mother and late father. Thus, he replied, "I am satisfied. Let us go. I will call D City from my office." Luo Eru, overjoyed, called the waiter to bring several large plastic bags for packing. Observing him combine multiple bags and pour 4 pots of stew into one, the waiter was perplexed and inquired if he intended to mix the dishes for his dog. "What dog?" he retorted. "I am eating this myself. I will add more water at home and toss in 10 pounds of potatoes to accompany the buns. It will last me several days. You see, mixing the dishes enhances the flavor. This is called folding the basket." The waiter, speechless, replied, "As long as you are happy. How you pack is entirely your prerogative. I apologize for my impertinence." After settling the bill, Luo Eru returned to the brewery with Guzi. Initially, he wished to accompany Guzi to the office to hear the old physician's prognosis regarding his parents' ailments, but Guzi insisted he return to his dormitory and await news. This foolish lad thought to seize the opportunity to converse with the enchanting fairy and was disheartened, realizing it would hinder his romantic endeavors. Chapter 107. Hope for the illness of Eru's parents in the office. I dialed Lin Ring to discuss the condition of Luo Eru's parents. Lin Ring informed me that pneumoconiosis is notoriously difficult to treat, but symptomatic relief is attainable. Primarily, traditional Chinese medicine can assist in expelling toxins from the lungs and ameliorating symptoms of lung nodules and fibrosis. The duration of the illness is a crucial factor. If it has developed in recent years, there remains hope for improvement. However, if too much time has elapsed and the lungs are already filled with nodules and fibrosis, even a miraculous intervention would prove futile. I quickly interjected that they had only been diagnosed with pneumoconiosis in the past 2 years, which should leave room for optimism. Furthermore, I mentioned our family's ancestral remedy, known as the lung-cleansing detoxifying elixir, and inquired if it might be effective against pneumoconiosis. This remedy is reputed to even cure tuberculosis with ease. Upon hearing about the remedy, Lin Ruing became immediately intrigued and requested that I share the details. However, I explained that this formula is a family heirloom and cannot be divulged to outsiders unless certain conditions are met. Lin Ruoying, understanding my hesitation, deftly shifted the conversation, suggesting that I prepare the remedy for Eru's parents and have them bring it along for evaluation, while she would utilize her own medicinal concoction and ancestral acupuncture techniques to assist in detoxification, assessing their specific ailments. While the likelihood of a complete cure is slim, alleviating their suffering is undoubtedly feasible. Lin Ruoying, with her innate kindness and passion for healing, particularly enjoys treating patients with complex maladies. Though she has yet to treat pneumoconiosis herself, her grandfather has successfully managed many such cases, improving their conditions and extending their lifespans. Her father has also treated numerous instances. The joy of alleviating suffering and conquering illness through her medical expertise constitutes one of Lin Ruoying's greatest sources of happiness. Given the challenging circumstances of a family like Luo Eru's, with such a devoted child, she felt a compelling urge to extend her assistance. Upon receiving Lin Ruoying's encouraging response, I felt elated as well. Not only had I enjoyed an extended conversation with the enchanting Lin Ring, alleviating my own yearning, but I had also provided Luo Eru's family with a glimmer of hope. Lin Ruoying, busy with her responsibilities at her father's clinic post-graduation, urged me to end the call as she needed to attend to acupuncture treatments for her patients. I envied the patients she mentioned and wished for her to administer acupuncture to me as well. A single session could bring immeasurable happiness. Even if all 720 acupuncture points were to be stimulated, I would revel in blissful delight, momentarily forgetting that some of those points could be perilous. I hurried to the farm to share the uplifting news with Luo Eru. Upon hearing that there was hope for his parents' ailments, he leapt with joy, causing the roof of the dormitory to tremble and dust to fall. I quickly cautioned him to refrain from jumping, lest he inadvertently collapse the structure and endanger us all. At dawn the following day, Eru rushed to the post office, waiting 2 hours for it to open, and was the first to dash inside. He sent a telegram to his parents in Nyaozishan, urging them to come to Q City, as their condition had prospects for improvement, and instructed me to accompany them to D City for treatment. Initially, Eru intended to personally escort his parents, but my eagerness to meet Lin Roying made this opportunity too precious to miss. In a moment of persuasion, the elder spoke to Eru, explaining that even if his parents' ailments were cured, it would take years for them to recover fully, necessitating considerable expenditure on nutritional supplements for their health. Rest assured, focus on your work and earning money. I will assist in taking your parents to D City for treatment. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Luo Eru's voice trembled as he replied, "You are indeed my dear elder brother. If my parents' illnesses are healed, you shall be our family's savior. My life is entrusted to you. And should you ever require my assistance, I would traverse fire and water, even sacrifice my very being." In his heart, Dogsy thought, "Have you read too many martial arts novels? What need do I have for your life? Can it be transformed into food or money? Should you lean on me later, I would find myself responsible for your sustenance, and with your appetite, I might as well be feeding 2 pigs." Yet he retorted, "Brother Dogsy simply delights in helping others. Since you are a friend of Ermao Donkey, you are my friend as well. Among friends, assistance should not be taken too seriously. Life is neither too long nor too short. Who among us is free from tribulations? Perhaps one day, I may find myself in need of your help." Dogsy's words were merely a polite gesture, yet Eru took them to heart, vowing to repay Dogsy's kindness in this lifetime, even at the cost of his own name. Thus, after waiting for 2 or 3 days, Luo Eru's parents finally arrived in Q City. Though still under 50, they bore the weight of white hair. They walked with frailty, needing to pause after just a few steps, their coughs heavy and breaths labored. Witnessing the aging couple, their faces waxen and voices weak, pierced Dogsy's heart. He realized that there were indeed many in this world who were less fortunate than his own family. He had always thought that growing up without a father and struggling with his mother was a sorrowful fate, yet compared to others, there were families living in conditions worse than that of pigs or dogs. Luo Eru's parents expressed their profound gratitude for Dogsy's assistance, proclaiming that their son had found a benefactor, and with his help in securing medical care, he was indeed a great benefactor to their family. They even attempted to bow in gratitude, but Dogsy interjected, "You are my uncle and aunt. Bowing to me would only shorten my lifespan." Upon hearing this, Luo Eru's parents ceased their gestures of thanks. Ermao Donkey also arrived, closely accompanying Eru's parents and bustling around them. This behavior puzzled Dogsy. He thought to himself, even if Ermao Donkey shares a close bond with Eru, it shouldn't be to this extent. The donkey was practically fawning over Luo Eru's parents, resembling a devoted lapdog. Dogsy warmly hosted Luo Eru's parents, inviting them to a small restaurant for a meal, which was graciously paid for by Ermao Donkey. Throughout the entire occasion, the donkey remained present, even assisting in arranging accommodations at a modest inn on the back street. Dogsy, out of his own pocket, visited the city's herbal medicine company to procure the necessary ingredients. After a long day of toil, he successfully prepared a complete course of medicinal soup, which he stored in jars, sealing them tightly after steaming to ensure longevity without compromising the efficacy of the medicine. Having purchased train tickets and gathered the required items, Dogsy accompanied Luo Eru's parents on their journey to D City by train. Eru and Ermao Donkey saw them off at the train station, reluctant to part ways. The 2 donkeys treated Luo Eru's parents with utmost reverence, akin to venerating ancestors. Inwardly, Guzzy scorned, pondering how this simpleton displayed greater filial piety towards another's parents than his own. What was amiss? Why such fervent enthusiasm towards a friend's parents? It was as if he were on the verge of kneeling in service to them. The distance between Q City and D City was not great. A mere half-day's journey sufficed. Upon disembarking, they inquired about the location of the Lin family clinic and hailed a taxi to their destination. Typically, due to Sanguo's frugal nature, he would opt for a 3-wheeled vehicle, but fearing the jarring ride might be too much for Eru's parents, he chose a taxi instead. Chapter 108. Extorted by the rice cake vendor, the taxi arrived near the Lin family clinic, and after alighting, Guzzy sought out a nearby inn to settle in. He ensured that Eru's parents had a moment to rest, as their health could not withstand much strain. Once the couple had recuperated, he treated them to a meal before escorting them to the clinic to meet Lin Roying. To Guzzy's astonishment, the Lin family clinic was quite expansive, resembling a small hospital, complete with personnel for patient registration. He bypassed the queue, approaching a staff member to clarify that he was not there for a consultation with Mr. Lin or Dr. Lin, but rather to see his daughter, Lin Ring, for whom he had made prior arrangements. He requested that she be informed of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ruoying emerged in her white coat, her face lighting up upon spotting Guzi. "What brings you here? I thought the boy you mentioned, Eru, was coming with his parents for a checkup. I didn't expect you to accompany them. I was concerned that Eru might struggle to articulate his needs, given his age, and might find it difficult to navigate. Besides, it has been quite a while since you last enjoyed my vegetarian dishes. I presumed you must have missed them." Sanguo replied with a smile. "Indeed, it has been far too long since I savored your cooking. But no. I miss your dishes. Not you as a person. Please don't misunderstand." Lin Ruoying laughed. "All the same, our thoughts are aligned. I long to prepare meals for you. Yet since you've been away, no one has relished my vegetarian recipes. I have learned a few new dishes, but lack an audience to showcase them to. It leaves me feeling quite desolate, akin to a steed without a discerning rider, or a musician bereft of an appreciative ear. How could you compare yourself to a steed or a musician? Do you possess the ability to traverse thousands of miles, or to play melodies as beautiful as the flowing waters? Spare me the exaggerations. Show me your skills tonight, and let me taste your newly learned vegetarian dishes. First, I must take them to meet my grandfather, so he can assess their condition and determine the next steps for treatment. Please wait outside for a moment. My grandfather prefers not to have a crowd in his clinic," Lin Ruoying instructed. "Very well, Ruoying. I shall wait outside," Guzi replied. Lin Ruoying ushered Eru's parents inside, while Guzi, feeling idle, stepped out of the clinic for a stroll. The location of the Lin family clinic was rather secluded, with little of interest to behold. As I gaze across the landscape, I am met with an expanse of humble bungalows, with only a sparse scattering of towering buildings. The two modest inns and eateries that flank the clinic likely owe their existence to its presence. At the intersection, a man on a bicycle hawks his sweet rice cakes, exclaiming, "Sweet rice cakes for sale. Chewy and delicious, and not expensive. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in such treats, and the craving is stirring within me." Approaching him, I inquire, "How much are the rice cakes?" "They are 2 yuan each, chewy, delightful, and sweet," he replies. "Would you like a piece? I can cut you a pound." I mistakenly assume that the price is 2 yuan per pound, and I think to myself how exorbitant the prices are in D City, where rice cakes are only 1 yuan 50 per pound. The vendor, noticing my outsider status, swiftly slices off a hefty chunk and weighs it, declaring, 3 pounds of rice cakes for 60 yuan. Fuming, I retort, "Why don't you go rob someone instead? I wanted rice cakes for 2 yuan, and you've given me 3 pounds without my consent, demanding 60 yuan. Do you take me for a fool? Fine. Keep it to yourself. I'm leaving." And with that, I turn to walk away. Suddenly, a group of young men encircles me, gripping my clothing to prevent my escape. They appear to be cohorts, their bodies adorned with tattoos, unmistakably street thugs. The vendor interjects, "I'm not cheating you. It's 2 yuan per 2 ounces. A fair price. I can't just cut as you desire. My hands aren't scales, and there's no precision in that. You must pay for what I've given you. If you intend to leave without payment today, you won't be able to. However, since my friends have intervened, you owe them a fee now, 600 yuan, not 60. Realizing I am being extorted, my anger flares. Who do they think they are? I've encountered many ruffians in my life, but this is the first time I've been bullied by a rice cake vendor. Spotting a brick by the roadside, I consider wielding it against them. Just then, a young woman in athletic wear leaps forward, shoving the thug holding me back. With a defiant fist raised, she declares, "What do you think you're doing? Just because I'm from out of town doesn't mean you can bully me. Let me make it clear. My brother is the notorious Zhang Sanguo in this area. If you persist, I'll fetch him to have a word with you. Don't say I didn't warn you." Upon hearing the name Zhang Sanguo, the faces of the vendor and his companions drain of color. Clearly, this Zhang Sanguo is not to be trifled with. One of the young men, seemingly recognizing the girl and her association with Zhang Sanguo, leans in to whisper to the vendor. The vendor's demeanor instantly shifts to a beaming smile. "Ah, so you are Zhang San's sister. What a coincidence. It's like the flood has washed through the Dragon King's temple. Family not recognizing family. The rice cakes are on the house. Consider it a token of our first meeting. In the future, I shall treat you and Zhang Sanguo to a meal as an apology. Who said we are family?" The girl retorts, "Now step aside and don't frighten my friend." It is at this moment I realize the girl is none other than Song Shaoling, the vivacious young woman who, after graduating, had not found employment and was temporarily assisting at Lin Ring's clinic, earning a modest salary for her efforts. She arrived at the clinic in the afternoon and was immediately struck by the sight of several young men surrounding an individual, gripping his clothing to prevent his escape. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Guzi, and a wave of anxiety surged within her, prompting her to leap forward to protect him. Her cousin, Song Xiaojing, nicknamed Sampao, was notorious in the district as the biggest ruffian, though she rarely acknowledged him, deeming him unambitious and disreputable. Their interactions were infrequent, but this time, in a bid to rescue Guzi, she was willing to invoke her cousin's name to intimidate the assailants. Fortunately, someone among them recognized Xiao Jizha and Sampao together, otherwise, Guzi would not have so easily escaped a beating, for a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Xiao Jizha took Guzi's hand and, retreating to a distance, exclaimed, "Brother Go, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to see me? Why didn't you call beforehand to let me know? I could have prepared accommodations for you. Look at me. I haven't even put on any makeup and am appearing before you barefaced. How embarrassing." She blushed after her impromptu confession, adopting a bashful demeanor. Guzi thought to himself, "Xiao Jizha, do you truly not glance in the mirror daily? I have never harbored any inappropriate thoughts toward you. How could you possibly assume my visit was solely for you?" Chapter 109. Detoxifying Lung Rejuvenation Soup. Guzi quickly clarified to Xiao Jizha that he was accompanying a friend's parents to the clinic for a consultation. Upon hearing that he had not come specifically for her, disappointment clouded her features. This girl wore her emotions openly, embodying an innocent spirit. However, her discontent seldom lingered for more than a minute before she bounced back to her lively self, seemingly unburdened by worries and perpetually joyful. After a brief interval, Song Xiaoling proposed to treat Guzi to a meal as a gesture of hospitality. Guzi politely declined, explaining that Luo Eru's parents were still at the clinic and he was uncertain when they would emerge. Lin Ruoying added that her grandfather preferred not to have outsiders present during consultations, which was why Guzi was not allowed inside. Nevertheless, he felt a duty to remain with them throughout the process. Seeing that Guzi was not going to dinner, Xiao Jizha ceased to press the matter, saying, "Just wait here. I'll check on them. My job involves assisting with patient care." With that, she dashed back into the clinic like a gust of wind. Guzi shook his head, thinking to himself that Xiao Jizha's temperament was ill-suited for the medical environment. Her frantic energy could easily lead to mistakes, such as administering the wrong medication or accidentally colliding with a patient. After a considerable wait, Xiao Jizha bounced back outside and informed Guzi, "Old Lin has yet to attend to Luo Eru's parents. There are too many patients, and it will take another hour or two to reach them." This was only possible because Ruoying intervened to allow them to cut in line. Guzi replied, "No worries, I'm not in a hurry, we can wait." Xiao Jizha handed him 2 apples, stating they were snacks given to her by a patient, and assured him she had washed them thoroughly. After instructing him to enjoy them slowly, she skipped back into the clinic. Guzi munched on the apples, seated on a bench outside the clinic, waiting patiently. After 2 hours, he finally spotted Xiao Jizha and Lin Ruoying assisting Luo Eru's parents as they emerged. Lin Ruoying said to Dogzi, "My grandfather mentioned that time has passed, and there are numerous nodules in the lungs, with some areas showing signs of fibrosis. The treatment may prove to be quite challenging. Let us first try to see how it goes. I will use the herbal concoctions from my family to help with the conditioning, and I will provide acupuncture therapy daily. After 7 days, we can assess the results. As for the herbal remedies you brought, my grandfather is firmly opposed to their use. He insists that employing external remedies in our clinic could lead to unforeseen complications. If something were to go awry, who would be accountable? Therefore, we shall postpone the discussion regarding your herbal concoctions. After all, you have already heated and sterilized them in glass containers, so they will not spoil in the short term." Dogzi expressed understanding, acknowledging that his own herbal remedies had not been tested for pneumoconiosis, leaving him uncertain of their efficacy. Initially, he had selected a few prescriptions from his ancestral book of remedies to treat Master Nyo's lung ailment, including the 5 elements lung nourishing pill and the clear lung detoxifying rejuvenation soup. When Master Nyo was persistently coughing, he utilized the 5 elements lung nourishing pill, which yielded commendable results, alleviating Master Nyo's lung condition and ceasing the cough. However, just as Dogzi reveled in his success, Master Nyo tragically succumbed to a heart attack, leading Dogzi to lose faith in the ancestral remedies. He contacted the factory leadership, explaining that he had pressing matters and would be unable to return to the distillery for 2 weeks. The leadership acquiesced, provided he returned during the peak production season to avoid disruptions. Thus, Dogzi accompanied Eru's parents daily to the Lin family's clinic for medication and acupuncture. 7 days swiftly passed. While Eru's parents experienced some relief from coughing and felt considerably better, their lung symptoms showed minimal improvement. They still faced chest tightness and pain, akin to a heavy stone pressing down. Mr. Lin expressed his limitations, indicating that only conservative treatment remained, with little hope for significant improvement. Lin Ruoying suggested, "Why not try the ancestral remedy brought by Sandog? It might yield miraculous results." To this proposal, Grandpa Lin scoffed, confident in his own traditional medical skills. He believed that if he could not remedy the case, it was ludicrous to expect a so-called ancestral remedy to alter the situation. He declared, "You may pursue whatever trials you wish, but do not disturb my clinic with your experiments. Use the hotel for your treatment. If complications arise, do not hold our clinic accountable." Lin Ruoying agreed and subsequently sought out Dogsy to relay Grandpa Lin's decision. Dogsy thought to himself, "A dead horse may as well be treated as a living one." It seemed there was no other option. In the following days, they heated the herbal remedy for Eru's parents twice daily using an electric pot, while Lin Ruoying visited the hotel to provide acupuncture treatment. With this two-pronged approach, Eru's parents gradually felt less chest tightness and a significant reduction in pain. They conveyed their symptoms to Lin Ruoying, who was overjoyed to hear of their improvement. It seemed that Dogsy's ancestral remedy was indeed effective. It was truly a case of mistaking Lingji grass for dog urine moss. After several more days of treatment, Eru's parents completely ceased coughing, felt no heaviness while sleeping at night, and the sensation of pressure in their chests dissipated. Their symptoms were steadily improving. Lin Ruoying accompanied the parents of Eru to seek a consultation with Grandpa Lin. To the astonishment of the venerable Mr. Lin, he discovered that the couple's pulses were strong, their eyes radiant, and their skin glowing. These were indeed signs of improvement. What kind of miraculous herbal concoction could achieve such results? Grandpa Lin felt an irresistible urge to meet the young man, who had been at their home for over 10 days without having made his acquaintance. All household matters were under the purview of the elderly gentleman. The young man had initially intended to showcase his culinary prowess in vegetarian cuisine to leave a lasting impression on the Lin family, yet that aspiration remained unrealized. Upon meeting the young man, Grandpa Lin was taken aback by his youthfulness. He was merely a 20-year-old lad. His granddaughter had mentioned that he was a deputy section chief at a state-owned distillery. This secret formula was but one of the 137 ancestral recipes passed down through generations, known as the clear lung detoxifying and revitalizing soup. For the first time, Grandpa Lin regarded this young individual with genuine seriousness. What a handsome young man. Not only was he a mid-level official at the distillery, but he was also kind-hearted and eager to assist others. Most importantly, he possessed a treasure trove of 137 ancestral formulas. The lad was truly remarkable. The more Grandpa Lin observed, the fonder he became, primarily due to the allure of those secret recipes. After much deliberation, the elderly gentleman finally approached the young man with a request. "Young Zhang, I have a matter to discuss with you, though I am uncertain if you will acquiesce." "I feel rather embarrassed, and it is somewhat difficult to articulate," Grandpa Lin said, his face flushed. The young man thought to himself, what could be so hard to say? Could he be contemplating marrying his granddaughter to me? Surely, that is nothing to shy away from. Just say it, and I would never refuse. He chuckled inwardly, his excitement palpable. Hearing from Ring that he possessed a treasured medical book with 137 prescriptions, Grandpa Lin expressed his desire to purchase the ancestral secret formula. "If you could bear to part with it, I am willing to offer a handsome price. As for the amount, you may name a sum you deem appropriate," he said, stroking his graying beard. The young man mused, "You crafty old man. While I am enamored with your granddaughter, you are fixated on my ancestral recipes. You wish to seize all 137 formulas in one fell swoop. Dream on." Chapter 110. Pressuring Lin Ring for the secret formula. Observing the eager anticipation on Grandpa Lin's face, the young man was rendered speechless. The audacity of the old gentleman was astonishing. He dared to covet the ancestral medical book. Through the clear lung detoxifying and revitalizing soup, the young man recognized the immense value of his family's medical legacy. This was no mere book. It was a treasure bequeathed by his great-grandfather. With just this one recipe, he could attain wealth beyond measure. How many patients suffering from pneumoconiosis existed across the nation? This was not merely a means to earn money, but also an opportunity to perform a noble deed. What did a few doses of herbal soup cost compared to the exorbitant fees charged by large hospitals? Many patients with pneumoconiosis were financially drained by medical expenses, left to wait for death in impoverished homes. Countless families had fallen into poverty due to illness. For Grandpa Lin to propose purchasing all the prescriptions from his ancestral medical book was simply shameless. Were it not for the fact that he was Lin Ruoying's grandfather, the young man might have felt compelled to reprimand him. "I must sincerely apologize, Grandpa Lin. The ancestral medicinal manuscript in my possession is invaluable and cannot be sold. It is a relic safeguarded at the cost of life by my great-grandfather's brother. Upon acquiring it, My great-grandfather meticulously protected it for the greater part of his life. During tumultuous times, in an effort to preserve the precious formula, he relocated the entire family to a remote forest area. 2 lives were devoted to safeguarding and passing down this family heirloom. I lack the authority to determine its fate and must honor my great-grandfather's wishes by ensuring its transmission through the generations. Dogsy, suppressing his anger, spoke calmly. Upon hearing that Dogsy did not wish to sell the manuscript, Mr. Lin was understandably disappointed but remained undeterred. He continued, "This book is a hidden gem in your hands. You cannot utilize it to benefit humanity, to heal the sick and save lives. However, in my possession, it could save countless souls. Consider this. Holding onto it serves no purpose. If the formulas within are as miraculous as your lung-cleansing detox elixir, I would gladly exchange my entire fortune for it." A cold smirk formed within Dogsy. He mused, "In my hands, it would be squandered. Giving it to you to sell for profit seems foolish. You claim to save thousands. Do you not think I could save even more? Your entire fortune amounts to but a few 100,000, perhaps. Am I in need of money? Even if you offered millions, I would not part with it. This is not merely a matter of wealth, Mr. Lin. I cannot violate my ancestral teachings. I must return to prepare medicine for Eru's parents. I shall visit you another day." With that, Dogsy turned and left, unwilling to engage further in futile conversation with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin gazed at Dogsy's retreating figure, his face etched with disappointment and his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. After returning to the inn with Eru's parents and ensuring they were settled, Dogsy began to heat their medicine. As he worked, he reflected on the Lin family clinic's inability to provide effective treatment for Eru's parents. It was solely his lung-cleansing detox elixir that had turned their condition around. Perhaps it would be best to return to Q City and gradually adjust their treatment. He contemplated obtaining some 5 elements lung-moistening pills to test. After all, Master Nyo had successfully alleviated his own persistent cough, caused by nodules and slight fibrosis in his lungs, with that very remedy. If it worked for him, it could surely benefit Eru's parents as well. Dogsy informed Eru's parents about the situation at the Lin clinic, as well as Mr. Lin's desire to purchase his formula, which he firmly refused to sell. He suspected this had offended Mr. Lin, who would likely no longer offer free acupuncture for Eru's parents. Upon hearing this, Eru's father exclaimed, "How audacious of him! He thinks he can just take our ancestral secret with a mere request. What a thief! That Lin old man presents himself as respectable, yet he is filled with ulterior motives. Our ailments were not cured by him, and we owe him no gratitude. Tonight, the 3 of us shall return home. We will not remain here any longer." Eru's mother concurred, equally incensed by Mr. Lin's excessive demands, remarking, "Is it merely because Sin Dogsy has his eye on his granddaughter that he feels entitled? In a fit of delusion, one wishes to seize another's cherished heirloom, yet is incapable of even containing a mere 2 ounces of fragrant oil within their own confines. Such a narrow perspective. With the character, appearance, and livelihood of Sanguo's nephew, what sort of maiden could he not attract?" Eru's father then remarked, "Sanguo's nephew, do not be soft-hearted. If Miss Lin approaches you seeking the secret formula, do not yield it to her. That old scoundrel Lin does not strike me as a good person. His eyes dart about suspiciously. He appears honest, yet harbors deceitful intentions within. He would stoop to any low trick." The dog replied, "Forget about Lin Ruoying. Even if the king himself were to come today, I would not part with the secret formula. It is a precious legacy entrusted to me by my great-grandfather before his passing, meant to be passed down through generations. I lack the authority to decide its fate. Rest assured, I will not be swayed by a few words from a beloved maiden. I shall not compromise." Indeed, as Eru's father predicted. Upon witnessing the dog steadfastly refusing to sell the medicinal text, Mr. Lin sought Lin Ruoying, asking her to persuade the dog, hoping he might reconsider and sell the formula to him. Lin Ruoying felt aversion towards such an action, though she was curious about the medicinal text. However, being inherently kind-hearted, she understood that it was the dog's most treasured possession, a family heirloom passed down through generations in the Sanguo family, a thing of utmost importance to him. She would not approach the dog to demand it. Upon hearing Lin Ruoying's refusal to assist him, Mr. Lin was overcome with disappointment, collapsing to the ground in tears. Weeping as though he had lost a cherished toy, his nose running and tears staining his clothing. Hearing the commotion, Lin's parents rushed over, quickly helping the distraught Mr. Lin to his feet. Upon learning the circumstances, Lin's father chastised Lin Ruoying, questioning why she had disregarded her grandfather's wishes to negotiate with that so-called Sanguo for the formula. Could a mere medicinal text possibly hold more significance than her grandfather? Here was a poor boy from the mountains, whose father was willing to trade his entire fortune for that text, yet he was unwilling to part with it. Such ingratitude. Lin's father, too, found himself coveting the formula that could cure pneumoconiosis. Unlike Mr. Lin, he was not so greedy. He advised Lin Ruoying to attempt negotiations, assuring her that he would not blame her regardless of the outcome. If Sanguo was unwilling to sell the entire text, perhaps they could negotiate for just the secret recipe for the cleansing and revitalizing tonic. Lin's mother, inherently kind and never one to take advantage of others, was a person who believed in repaying kindness and helping those in need. Lin Ruoying shared this trait with her mother. Noticing her daughter's distress, she pulled her aside and whispered, "I understand your predicament and your reluctance to deceive your friend. I will not force you to act against your conscience. Pretend to agree to persuade Sanguo. They will not know whether you truly tried or not. When you return, you can say you did your utmost." But he simply refused to sell the ancestral secret formula. In this way, you will honor your friend while also placating your grandfather and father. It's a win-win situation. Chapter 111. The most poisonous thing in the world is the human heart. After listening to her mother's words, Lin Ruoying feigned agreement to Mr. Lin's request, stating she would attempt to persuade Sanguo in hopes he would agree to sell the medicinal text. If Sanguo agrees, we will exchange the entirety of the Lin family's assets for the secret formula. If he does not agree, there is nothing we can do. Old Mr. Lin said, "My dear granddaughter, you must earnestly persuade him. This is an extraordinary opportunity. He could become immensely wealthy overnight. Our family fortune amounts to at least 500,000 or 600,000. It would all be handed over to that scoundrel. He can revel in his windfall after selling it. This is the hard-earned savings of 2 generations of our family." Lin's father remarked, "Your mother mentioned that during your internship in Q City, that boy was persistently pursuing you. You might as well feign agreement, suggesting you would consider a relationship with him. However, he must prove that his affections are genuine." "How can he prove that?" "Let him surrender the secret formula. Once we have the formula, we can sever ties with him. After all, he will not be at a loss. He would gain a fortune of several 100,000. What more could he want?" Upon hearing the words of her grandfather and father, Lin Ruoying was filled with indignation. "Is this what a father should say?" She replied, "I can discuss acquiring the medicinal book with Guzi, but deceiving him into a fake relationship is something I cannot do. I am a person, your daughter, not a beast." Lin Ruoying's mother added, "This matter should not involve Ruoying. Even if Sanguo refuses to sell the secret formula, we cannot engage in such deception regarding feelings. If word gets out, how would our daughter face the world? I cannot agree to this course of action." Seeing the resolute stance of Lin Ruoying and her mother, Lin's father had no choice but to abandon the idea of deceiving Sanguo. Old Mr. Lin insisted that Lin Ruoying hurry to the inn to discuss matters with Guzi, exclaiming that they could not afford to wait any longer. Reluctantly, Lin Ruoying set off towards the inn. Not long after, she spotted her mother rushing after her, saying, "I told them I went out to buy groceries." With a chuckle, she added, "Since Guzi is unwilling to sell the secret formula, there's no need for you to meet him at the inn. Just take a stroll and return." Claiming that Sanguo disagreed. "No matter how much your grandfather fusses, he will be leaving home in a couple of days, and they won't be able to find him." "Mother, you are wonderful, thinking along the same lines as I do," Lin Ruoying exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her mother's and playfully expressing her affection. After chatting for a while, her mother mentioned heading out to buy groceries, encouraging Lin Ruoying to take her time before returning. At that moment, dark clouds drifted across the sky, and the wind began to pick up, suggesting an impending rain. Lin Ruoying suddenly recalled that the window in the sample cultivation room at the clinic might be open. If rain were to pour in, the wild Ganoderma and other rare herbs she had meticulously cultivated would be unable to thrive. There was no time to waste. She decided to return early. She would simply say that mentioning the secret formula made Guzi anxious, leading him to throw her out of the inn. Yes, that would suffice. Lin Ruoying quietly entered the clinic through the side door, stealthily making her way to the sample cultivation room. As she passed an exam room that was usually empty, she heard the voices of her grandfather and father emanating from within. Curiosity piqued, she pressed her ear against the door to listen. What she overheard revealed a significant secret. Old Mr. Lin was speaking to his son, Lin Guosheng, saying, "As soon as I heard Ruoying mention that Sanguo possesses a medicinal book containing 137 secret formulas, another secret formula known as the 5 Elements lung-nourishing pill came to mind, and I surmised that it must be correct. The little brat possesses the medicinal manuscript sought after by the Lin family, the Sun family's health treatise. It is said to be the handwritten work of the medicine king, Sun Simiao, divided into 2 parts, the upper treatise on health and the lower treatise on beauty." Lin's father remarked, "I wonder how this little rascal, Sanguo, obtained this precious medical text. Truly, a poor man has stumbled upon a treasure. It's no surprise that this little scoundrel is bound for prosperity. He continued, "As for Ruo Ying, she should follow my strategy. There's no need to give him a single penny. We shall deceive him into handing over the treatise." Alas, this mother and daughter duo are a pair of fools, sharing the same breath. Listening intently, Lin Ruo Ying grasped the full extent of her grandfather and father's nefarious intentions to swindle Sanguo out of the medical treatise. Even if Sanguo were to agree to sell it to them, they would initially offer him a mere 10 or 20,000, only to later dismiss the manuscript as counterfeit after acquiring it, leaving the boy to suffer in silence, unable to voice his grievances. Their hearts are indeed malevolent. As she continued to eavesdrop, Lin Ruo Ying uncovered a shocking secret. The two families were sworn enemies. It turned out that her grandfather's father, Lin Ruo Ying's great-grandfather, was once a wandering physician struggling to make ends meet. After much hardship, he finally married a simple-minded woman, and they had a son, Lin Ruo Ying's grandfather. With a meager income to support a family, he had no choice but to rely on his unreliable medical skills to survive. One day, he encountered a friend, and they hit it off at once. This man, Sun Dezhuang, was also a wandering physician, but his medical expertise far surpassed that of Lin's great-grandfather. He earned considerable wealth and enjoyed a lavish lifestyle, with numerous brothers-in-arms scattered throughout Jiaodong City, always ready to assist him when needed. Lin's great-grandfather envied Sun Dezhuang's success and relentlessly sought his favor. Over time, he learned much about Sun Dezhuang's background. Sun Dezhuang was a generous man who loved to drink, and in his cups, he revealed his family secrets to Lin's great-grandfather. He disclosed that he possessed two secret formulas, one for brewing liquor and the other a half-volume of a family medical treatise titled the Health Treatise, which contained 150 ancient remedies, each capable of saving countless lives. It was through a few of these remedies that Sun Dezhuang flourished. One particular formula, the 5 elements lung-nourishing pill, was reputed to cure tuberculosis, a fatal disease at that time. Originally, the medical treatise was complete, encompassing both the health treatise and the beauty treatise in 2 sections. After parting ways with his brother, each took half. Out of compassion, he gave a larger portion to his sibling. He retained the health treatise, which included 3 beauty formulas among the 150 remedies, while his brother received the beauty treatise, containing 168 formulas. Additionally, he retained the brewing formula, while his brother acquired the family's qi cultivation techniques. Thus, the 2 brothers divided their inheritance and ventured off in different directions to seek their fortunes. The younger brother ventured south, while the elder brother made his way to the northeast. Sun Dezhuang arrived in Jiaodong City, Heilongjiang, and with just one of the 5 elements lung-nourishing pills, he achieved great renown, becoming a well-known folk doctor in Jiaodong City, free from worries of hunger and enjoying meat at every meal. However, Lord Lin did not express gratitude for Sun Dezhuang's warm hospitality and delightful food. Instead, he was consumed by envy and resentment, plotting how to deceitfully acquire Sun's medical manuscripts, which would enable him to secure wealth and property. With this thought in mind, a nefarious scheme sprang to his heart. Indeed, a small-minded person is not a true gentleman, and a man without poison is no man at all. Resolute in his malicious intent, he contemplated taking Sun Dezhuang's life to seize the manuscripts. The most venomous thing in the world is not the poison of snakes or insects, but the heart of a wicked person. Chapter 112. The Lin family's secret recipe was stolen. Dr. Lin prepared the soporific drug, a beef-cutting knife, as well as a sack and rope. On a moonless and windy night, he arranged a lavish banquet at a grand tavern and had the staff deliver it to his rented clinic. He then feigned an invitation for Sun Dezhuang to join him for drinks. Sun Dezhuang, having just finished attending to a wealthy client's ailments at noon, was still inebriated and drowsily resting on his bed when he received Lin's invitation. Initially reluctant, he was persuaded by Lin's insistence, who claimed that not attending would bring shame upon their brotherhood. Unable to refuse, the magnanimous Sun Dezhuang rose and followed Lin to his small clinic. The two sat at the table, toasting and feasting. Dr. Lin consumed the antidote, while Sun Dezhuang, unaware, drank the drug-laced alcohol and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Noticing Sun Dezhuang sprawled across the table, Lin swiftly bound him with ropes, then retrieved the 2 secret manuscripts hidden on Sun's person, which he had kept close to prevent loss. Overjoyed at the acquisition of the manuscripts, Lin danced with glee, brandishing the beef-cutting knife and plunging it into Sun's abdomen 3 times. However, his aim faltered. One of the strikes severed the ropes binding Sun, which were loosely tied, and they fell away. Startled by the pain, Sun Dezhuang was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The effects of the soporific had worn off. Upon recognizing Lin with the knife in one hand and his manuscripts in the other, a surge of fury ignited within him. Drawing upon his rage, he lunged forward, seizing Lin's wrist and wrenching the knife from his grasp, then swiftly retaliated with a strike to Lin's thigh. Lin cried out in agony, causing the manuscripts to tumble to the ground, which Sun Dazhuang promptly retrieved. Lin, in a frenzy, attempted to reclaim the manuscripts, but in his panic only managed to tear away 2 pages. Seeing Sun Dazhuang, bleeding and brandishing the knife, rushing towards him to reclaim the torn pages, Lin fled in desperation, hastily returning home to gather his belongings. Under the cover of night, he fled Jiaodong City with his wife and children. They ran several hundred miles westward until they reached City D, which at the time was merely a small town. Feeling that he had run far enough and was unlikely to be found, Dr. Lin settled in the area and opened a clinic. He began practicing medicine and selling remedies using stolen secret formulas, profiting from his craft. Ultimately, armed with merely 2 pages of medicinal texts containing 13 secret prescriptions, Dr. Lin gained a reputation as a renowned physician. These 13 prescriptions subsequently became the cherished heirloom of the Lin family. Before his demise, Dr. Lin disclosed the secret to Lin Ruiying's grandfather, urging him to locate the incomplete volume of medicinal texts, which was to be passed down as a family treasure for generations. This treacherous individual, even in death, could not forsake his desire for another's legacy. He coveted the family heirloom of a rival, wishing to claim it as his own. Truly, it was a case of the weasel stealing the beans, with each successive generation proving more depraved than the last. When it came to Lin Laoxiansheng and Lin Guosheng, although they harbored deceitful intentions, their intellect evidently paled in comparison to that of their predecessor, Dr. Lin. They lacked both the ruthlessness and cunning, rendering them quite foolish. Unbeknownst to the Lin family, at that very moment, Sun Dazhuang had been grievously wounded twice and was bleeding profusely, lacking medicinal herbs to staunch the bleeding. He could only apply cloth to his wounds and hasten to the home of his sworn brother. Upon reaching the abode of his closest ally, landlord Zhang, also known as Dogzi Te, every effort was made to save him. Despite their extensive attempts, they could not preserve Sun Dazhuang's life. He succumbed to excessive blood loss. In his final moments, Sun Dazhuang entrusted 2 volumes of secret prescriptions to Dogzi Te, imploring him to cherish them and ensure their legacy was carried forth by a trustworthy descendant, using the medicinal texts to benefit humanity and heal the sick. This way, the ancestral treasure would not be dishonored. Thus, the medicinal texts of the Medicine King lineage came into the possession of Dogzi Te, a fact that the Lin family could never fathom. Lin Ruiying, eavesdropping on her grandfather and father's conversation, discovered the secret of her family's 13 prescriptions. A chill washed over her as she realized the depths of their depravity, and she was taken aback by her great-grandfather's heinous actions, which included murder and theft. Truly, the human heart is inscrutable, and the most venomous of all is the human heart. Desiring to confide in Dogzi, Lin Ruiying hesitated, fearing that he might shun her forever upon hearing the truth. Thus, she found herself in turmoil, turning away from the clinic and walking alone towards Dogzi's inn in the drizzling rain. Though the rain was light, she moved slowly, soon becoming drenched. The water cascading from her hair soaked her chest and back, and an ache settled within her heart. She had never imagined that her family's legacy was built on such treachery. The ancestral secret prescriptions she had once taken pride in were, in fact, acquired through her great-grandfather's brutal actions. This revelation was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Yet, what could she do? Dig up her great-grandfather's remains to submit to the law, or have her family kneel in repentance at the grave of Dogzi Te's sworn brother? The man had been gone for so long, and these events occurred before the establishment of the nation, rendering legal recourse impossible. Sighing deeply, she yearned to escape the sordid clinic, longing for a different environment to immerse herself in the study of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon arriving at the inn, she was met with Dogzi's sympathetic expression, which tugged at her heartstrings. A submissive figure, bowing and scraping, busily tending to his own needs, as if it were not Lin Ruiying caught in the rain, but rather his ancestors. Observing the flustered and pained expression on the young man's face, Lin Ruiying felt a sudden urge to laugh. She understood his feelings. He genuinely cherished her. If she were to truly desire the ancestral herbal compendium, it was likely he would willingly bestow it upon her. Yet, Lin Ruiying would rather perish than resort to such means. Like her mother, she had never taken advantage of others, holding herself to a standard of nobility and pride, believing that greed is a trait of the petty-minded. Ruiying, why are you out in the pouring rain? What if you catch a cold? The young man lamented, his heart aching at the sight of the drenched, fairy-like figure before him. Could you kindly mention to your godfather if he could arrange for me a position as a researcher at his Herbal Research Institute? Even a temporary role would suffice. I simply wish to delve deeper into the study of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Ruoying smiled as she spoke to him. Ah, you wish to work at my godfather's research institute in Q City? He thought, exhilarated by this unexpected fortune. Would he still be able to see the fairy often? Was it possible that she had developed feelings for him, wishing to be together in Q City? Oh, the burden of my charm. Even the enchanting Lin Ruoying has fallen under my spell. It seems I shall have to don a mask when I venture out, for I must not attract the attention of others. With Lin Ruoying alone, I am quite content. Let the countless single men have their share of hope. Certainly, if my godfather does not arrange a position for you, I shall have my godmother sort him out. The young man beamed, his joy evident. After promising Lin Ring he would help her, he rushed to call his godfather, inquiring about the possibility of arranging a position for her at the Herbal Research Institute. Director Wang, who had a deep appreciation for this girl passionate about herbal medicine, proficient in its lore since childhood, and remarkably skilled in healing arts, readily agreed. Let her start working first. We can address her formal employment status later. After all, she may very well be my future daughter-in-law, he thought fondly. Upon returning from the call, the young man conveyed the good news to Lin Ring, who was elated to hear that his godfather would assist her in joining the institute. Regardless of her initial lack of formal status, she expressed that as long as she had the opportunity to engage in herbal research, the details of employment did not concern her. Lin Ruoying suggested that the young man accompany his parents back to Q City first, and once she settled her affairs at home, she would take a train to join Sanguo. Sanguo was overjoyed, for soon he would be able to spend every day with the fairy once more. After packing their belongings, checking out of their accommodation, and purchasing tickets, they boarded the train. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoying returned home to inform her grandfather and father of the situation. Sanguo had refused to sell the herbal compendium, feeling deeply disappointed that she would even consider such a thing, and thus had severed all ties, declaring he would no longer associate with her. Mr. Lin listened to his granddaughter's words with great disappointment. A sharp pain pierced his heart, and his complexion turned ashen. His hands trembled as they gripped the chair. Lin Guosheng bore a look of regret, tinged with a hint of cold amusement. After Lin Ruoying finished speaking, she exited to seek her mother. Lin Guosheng scoffed. This girl is becoming increasingly disobedient. She has never been one to lie. Whenever she does, her eyes betray her. She was blinking incessantly just now, which surely indicates she was weaving falsehoods. What a pity. This impoverished lad has no intention of selling the medicinal text. We must devise a strategy to acquire that text. It is a precious treasure that your grandfather entrusted to me on his deathbed, something he longed to possess. Mr. Lin began to entertain sinister thoughts. After all, it is said that malevolence can indeed be inherited. What good could come from the offspring of a heartless wretch? The progeny of scoundrels are unlikely to amount to anything virtuous. However, Lin Ring was an exception, possessing her mother's character and integrity, kind-hearted and upright. Why don't we feign agreement with that little scoundrel regarding Ruoying? When he eventually proposes, we can demand that half of the medicinal text as a bride price. With Ruoying as bait, we need not fear that little scoundrel will be unwary. Once we have the text in hand, we shall have him expelled from D City. In our territory, he will not be able to make any waves, Lin Guosheng declared with a darkened expression. That is unacceptable. Doing so would tarnish Ruoying's reputation. If her name is ruined, it would be our family's disgrace. Your plan would harm us more than our opponent. Mr. Lin objected. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Guosheng suggested seeking out Zhang Sanguo to enlist 2 thugs to discreetly follow that little scoundrel, to ascertain his residence and family background. The medicinal text would not be carried on his person. If not at his abode, it must be at his home. Once we locate his lair, we shall have no trouble finding that half of the text. This idea is splendid. With age, my son has grown wiser. Let us proceed with this plan. As long as we can obtain the text, we shall employ any means necessary. If we cannot find it, we shall break that impoverished lad's limbs. I doubt he would refuse to surrender the text then. Mr. Lin's aged eyes glimmered with a malevolent light. The 2 wicked wolves, old and young, had already plotted their course, intending to summon Zhang Sanguo to deal with the scoundrel. Zhang Sanguo's grandfather had once been saved by Dr. Lin, albeit at a considerable cost. Zhang Sanguo's grandfather was a man of chivalry, and thus became good friends with Mr. Lin. Over the years, he had assisted the Lin family greatly, so the Zhang family owed them nothing. From a young age, Zhang Sanguo had harbored affection for Lin Ruoying, 2 years her senior. He had always treated her like a little princess. The 2 shared a close bond in their childhood, often walking to and from school together, playing in each other's company. However, everything changed when Lin Ruoying entered her first year of middle school. One day, while waiting outside school for Song Xiaojing to return home, She was surrounded by a group of thugs who began to fondle her, claiming they wanted to date her. At that moment, Song Xiaojing, just finishing his second year, stepped out of the school, searching for Lin Ruiying. Upon seeing her encircled by the thugs, he rushed over and engaged them in a scuffle. The outcome was predictable. Song Xiaojing was brutally beaten by several ruffians, leaving him bloodied from his nose and mouth, with his wrist severely injured. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of their scuffle, Lin Ruiying hurried to a nearby police station and summoned the authorities, ultimately rescuing Song Xiaojing. The thugs were promptly detained. Due to his fractured wrist, Song Xiaojing was hospitalized for a fortnight, during which he vowed that he would never allow anyone to bully Lin Ruiying again. He aspired to become a formidable figure among the ruffians. Thus, he began seeking masters to train in martial arts, dedicating himself especially to boxing and sanda. Once he mastered these skills, he began to challenge the leaders of various cliques within the school. These petty thugs were no match for the proficient Song Xiaojing, who swiftly subdued all the boys in the school. He then gathered a group of followers and began to engage in brawls throughout the area. Before long, the underworld was abuzz with tales of a notorious thug named Song Sanguo, while the once admirable boy, Song Xiaojing, faded into obscurity. Song Sanguo relished one-on-one duels, striking with a barrage of 3 punches that could easily incapacitate his opponents: a left hook, a right hook, and an uppercut. His punches were as swift as lightning and as relentless as the wind, leaving adversaries with no means to evade. Under the protection of Song Sanguo, no one dared to bully Lin Ruiying again. However, Lin Ruiying, from that point onward, ceased to acknowledge Song Xiaojing. In her eyes, the good friend she once knew had vanished, leaving only the notorious thug Song Sanguo, with whom she felt no connection. Thus, the two drifted apart, never exchanging a word for many years. Yet, deep down, Song Sanguo harbored a quiet affection for Lin Ruiying. He believed that his current life in the underworld rendered him unworthy of her, and thus he abandoned any foolish hopes of a harmonious union with her. Merely catching a glimpse of Lin Ruiying brought him satisfaction. Were he to exist in ancient times, Song Sanguo would undoubtedly be a chivalrous hero, possessing a broad heart, clear distinctions between love and enmity, and a spirit as fierce as a tiger's. Song Sanguo typically bullied the various small-time ruffians, never stooping to harass ordinary citizens, which earned him a good reputation. He thrived on the profits from businesses he seized from other thugs, along with various odd jobs such as target practice in the park and delivering beer for restaurants. He lived quite comfortably and was not in want of money. When Lin Guoxing approached him, seeking assistance to reclaim a family heirloom for the Lin family, his initial instinct was to refuse. However, upon realizing it pertained to Lin Ruiying's family, he hesitated. Lin Guoxing explained that their family possessed an ancestral medical manuscript, half of which had been stolen by a bandit before the liberation. Recently, they discovered that the missing portion was in the possession of a destitute youth. Yet, due to the passage of time, they had no way to prove the manuscript's rightful ownership. Thus, they sought Song Sanguo's help to retrieve the stolen manuscript, promising a generous reward in return. Upon hearing this, Song Sanguo understood the gravity of the matter. Reclaiming the manuscript from the descendants of the bandit was indeed a noble act. Upholding justice was something Song Sanguo cherished dearly. So he agreed to Lin Guoxing's request, stating that he would dispatch someone to Q City to deal with the descendant known as Sanguo, thereby fulfilling his sense of righteousness. Chapter 114. The simpleton desires a bride. Upon returning to Q City with the parents of Eru, Guzi settled them in a modest room rented with the assistance of Ermao Donkey. He then ventured to the herbal medicine company and several pharmacies to procure the necessary ingredients for the 5 elements lung-nourishing pill, subsequently crafting a batch to assist in the recovery of Eru's parents' respiratory health. Observing the rosy complexion of his parents, free from coughs and gasping, Eru was filled with immense joy. They recounted the course of their treatment, revealing to Eru that it was not the Lin family clinic in D City that had truly healed them, but rather his dear brother, Guzi. Overcome with emotion, Eru's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed to Guzi's dormitory. He knelt before him, bowing 3 times in deep gratitude. "What are you doing?" Guzi exclaimed, quickly helping Eru to his feet. "Thank you for saving my parents' lives," Eru expressed, tears flowing freely. "The doctor had warned us that without timely treatment, they would surely perish. My sister and I have yet to gather enough funds for their medical care. Henceforth, my life belongs to you. For your sake, I would brave any peril." "Oh, come now. Is it truly necessary?" Guzi replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I merely stumbled upon the family's secret remedy to clear the lungs and detoxify. I had no inkling it would cure your parents' ailment. This is merely fate. Let us not speak of life debts or repayment. You must not regard me as anything less than a brother. Life is long. And who knows when I might need your assistance in the future? Do not hold this over your heart as a burden. Very well. I shall remember this life-saving grace and repay it in due time, Eru said, wiping away his tears. With newfound hope for his parents' pneumoconiosis, Eru approached his work with renewed vigor, racing swiftly with his cart. During his leisure, he performed a set of Shaolin martial arts for the visitors who came to support him, drawing even more tourists eager to witness his skill. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaolan, working at the massage parlor, was relieved to learn of her parents' improving health, fostering hope for their complete recovery. With this good news, she felt a sense of peace. She no longer wished to continue in the massage profession. At 19, she had reached the age for marriage in their village. Deeply grateful for the care Ermao Donkey had shown her over the past 2 years, especially for having brought his brother Sandaegu, who cured her parents' illness. She felt she could only repay such kindness with her entire life. Moreover, she found herself quite fond of the burly Ermao Donkey, feeling a sense of safety in his presence. Notably, he did not hold her past against her. With a commendable character, a simple nature, and a stable family background, he was truly a rare find, embodying a heart as expansive as the vast prairie. Should Ermao Donkey not mind marrying her, she would gladly accept his proposal. After resigning from her position at the massage parlor, Luo Xiaolan secured a job as a waitress in a restaurant, where, despite the exhaustion, she found the work to be honest. One day, when Ermao Donkey visited the massage parlor only to learn she had left, he embarked on a quest to find her, ultimately locating her at the restaurant where she was employed. Upon encountering Ermao Lu, Luo Xiaolan was filled with joy. She said, "Find a secluded spot to sit and wait for me. Once I finish work, I shall treat you to a meal." Ermao Lu nodded and settled into a corner to await Luo Xiaolan's return. The restaurant was bustling, and it took 2 hours for Luo Xiaolan to conclude her shift. She approached Ermao Lu's table, carrying 2 plates of food and tucking 2 bottles of wine under her arm. "You must have been anxious waiting for me. To celebrate my newfound resolve and the commencement of a fresh chapter in life, let us indulge in a drink together. The evening has arrived, and the establishment is now quiet. Once we finish our meal and drinks, we can call it a night." With that, she poured a glass of liquor for Ermao Lu. Ermao Lu remarked, "This glass is too small. It does not satisfy my thirst. Please fetch me a larger bowl." Although Luo Xiaolan frequently enjoyed the wontons that Ermao Lu brought her, this was her first experience drinking with him. Upon hearing his request for a larger bowl, she dashed to the kitchen to retrieve one and filled it to the brim for him. "Today is a day of celebration. First, we rejoice in your parents' health stabilizing and improving. Second, we celebrate your liberation from hardship, allowing you to embrace a new life. And third, I am on the verge of marrying. To that, I toast." With a hearty gulp, he downed the entire bowl of liquor. "You are getting married. To whom? Which young lady has captured your heart? Why have I never heard of this?" Luo Xiaolan exclaimed, astonished, her mind racing. She thought to herself, "Didn't he, this big bear, always harbor feelings for me? Has he truly found another woman so soon? Who else but you? Did you not say that if I ever saved enough for your parents' medical expenses, you would marry me? Now that my brothers have cured your parents, you need not toil endlessly for money. I wish to make you my wife. You must not go back on your word," Ermao Lu earnestly declared. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out this foolish man intended to marry her. "Even if I agree to marry you, it cannot be as simple as a mere declaration. We must have a proper wedding ceremony. I wish to don a bridal gown and receive the blessings of our friends and family," she shyly replied. "Of course, we must celebrate grandly. My elder brother is returning home for the new year to host a wedding, and we shall celebrate together. It will be a joyous occasion, and my parents will be utterly delighted." Ermao Lu envisioned the festive atmosphere with a beaming expression. "Is that so? I do not require an extravagant affair. A simple ceremony with a few tables of food will suffice. It would honor my parents while also providing me with a sense of dignity." Luo Xiaolan firmly grasped Ermao Lu's hand. Her delicate fingers felt like a gentle kitten's paw in his large, sturdy grasp. Yet she found an overwhelming sense of security in his presence. Despite his clumsiness and rugged appearance, she knew Ermao Lu would never harm a woman. His strength was always directed outward, never toward her. This man could safeguard her for a lifetime, steadfast and unwavering. The two shared a blissful meal, savoring the festive atmosphere. Luo Xiaolan, intoxicated not only by the wine but also by happiness, found herself somewhat tipsy. Even Ermao Lu, known as the district's big wine barrel and a voracious eater, felt the effects of the drink. Indeed, the wine may not have inebriated them, but their hearts were certainly intoxicated. On that particular evening, Ermao Lu chose not to return to the dormitory, opting instead to call the security department to request a sick leave. In the modest abode rented by Luo Xiaolan, the two shared their innermost thoughts, culminating in a moment of intimacy. It was Mao Lu's inaugural experience of masculine ecstasy. From that night forth, the world was one less virgin. The following day, Mao Lu felt compelled to confide in Sanguo, seeking his assistance to conceal Luo Xiaolan's past. Thus, he led Luo Xiaolan to find Guzi, revealing that who was Luo Xiaolan's brother and their intentions to marry. Sanguo, while partaking in breakfast and sipping soy milk, nearly choked upon realizing that who was indeed the brother of the massage attendant, Luo Xiaolan. Wait a moment. So, whose parents are also Luo Xiaolan's parents? Luo Xiaolan is actually whose sister? You have been deceiving me all along. Am I merely a fool in your eyes? Guzi's heart trembled with indignation. To think he was outwitted by someone so naive. He had believed who to be a good friend and had gone out of his way to arrange jobs and medical appointments for his family. Yet now, this naive individual revealed that Mao Lu had sought these favors solely to win over the charming attendant from the massage parlor. Was he truly treating me, Zhang Sanguo, as a simpleton? Had he known that the family in question belonged to a massage worker, he would have never engaged in such trivial matters. Now this naive soul wished to marry that unworthy woman. His heart seemed boundless, indifferent to the impending disgrace. The bizarre nature of these two brothers was astonishing. The elder brother's desire to wed a woman 18 years his senior was already outrageous enough. Now, this younger one aspired to marry a massage attendant who had been with countless others. This was utterly absurd. Neither of them appeared to be normal. The Zhang family's honor had been thoroughly tarnished. Were their ancestors aware, they would surely rise from their graves to chastise these two imbeciles. Do not blame Go. I truly have affection for Xiaolan. She took up work at the massage parlor solely to earn money for her parents' medical expenses. It is all a matter of survival, Mao Lu asserted, his eloquence noticeably improved in the presence of his girlfriend. Guzi, trembling with fury, could not muster another word. He was too flustered to speak. Had Luo Xiaolan not been present, he would have unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Mao Lu. Perceiving Guzi's struggle to articulate his thoughts, Luo Xiaolan interjected gently, I will step outside for a moment. You two should have a heart-to-heart. Please refrain from anger. Let us discuss this calmly, without allowing my presence to tarnish your brotherly bond. With that, she exited Guzi's dormitory. At that moment, Guzi yearned to deliver a sound thrashing to Mao Lu on behalf of the Zhang family's ancestors. However, upon observing Mao Lu's imposing stature, he hesitated, fearing he might end up on the receiving end of a beating. Have you truly thought this through? Your elder brother has just found a woman 18 years his senior, and now you pursue a massage attendant. Are you not concerned about the potential wrath of your uncle and aunt? Guzi managed to suppress his inner turmoil, speaking cautiously. If you do not speak of it, how would they ever find out? Since you are capable of keeping secrets for our elder brother, you must also do the same for me, the second brother. We are all kin, sharing the same grandfather. It is unjust for you to assist him while neglecting my plight. In matters of love, Mao Lu is remarkably clear-headed and quick-witted. You two are pushing me to the brink. Should Aunt ever discover the truth, she might very well dismantle my household. The mere thought of Aunt Ya's ferocity sends a shiver down my spine. Fear not, for if that day ever comes, I shall assert that it was I who compelled you to assist in concealing the truth. You would not dare refuse me, fearful of my retribution. At this moment, Mao Lu could impart wisdom to Sanguo. After much insistence from Mao Lu, Sanguo reluctantly acquiesced, promising not to divulge Luo Xiaolan's past as a massage therapist to Zhang Tiniu and Lu Yanhong, nor to uncle and aunt. Mao Lu returned home content with his girlfriend at his side. Although Sanguo knew little of Luo Xiaolan, he believed that no girl, regardless of her hardships, should willingly descend into degradation by working in a massage parlor. Her parents, however, were pure-hearted and kind individuals, filled with gratitude and benevolence. Her younger brother, Hu, was a gallant and upright lad, possessing a simple mind. Alas, everyone has their own destiny. If they wish to indulge in their trials, so be it. The sweetness or bitterness of their future is theirs to choose. Why should I fret over it? Sanguo muttered to himself. Mao Lu secured Sanguo's promise and promptly called his mother, Arya, announcing his intention to bring his fiancée home for a wedding during the new year. This news delighted Arya, and she couldn't help but boast to everyone. Look at how accomplished my sons are. In just a couple of years, each has found a city wife and intends to return for a wedding during the new year. What good fortune! She basked in the praises from neighbors and friends, her heart soaring with joy. Little did she realize that the pride of today would lead to the shame of tomorrow. In recent days, a peculiar incident occurred in Sanguo's vicinity. Both the dormitory and office were burglarized simultaneously. Drawers in the office were pried open, and beds in the dormitory were turned upside down. Strangely, upon closer inspection, nothing of value appeared to be missing. This was indeed baffling. The thief did not steal but rather rummaged through everything. What could he possibly be searching for? Sanguo did not consider the matter too deeply, as both volumes of his secret recipes were safely tucked away on the ceiling at home, absolutely foolproof, for no one would suspect he would hide them there. Since nothing was stolen, he chose not to report the incident to the police, merely informing the factory's security department. Their investigation led them to believe it was the work of employees' children, but the inquiry yielded no results. A few days later, his mother called to inform him that their home had been ransacked, though nothing was stolen, just a chaotic mess, especially among the books and papers, which had been meticulously sifted through. How strange. His astute mother immediately thought of the secret recipes. A thief who does not steal valuables but insists on rummaging through various papers and books is clearly after something specific. Sanguo reassured his mother, advising her not to panic and to stay with Aunt for a few days. He urged her to disregard the recipes and not to search for them, treating their existence as if she were unaware. The priority was to ensure her safety. The house could be neglected if another thief were to return. The thief may translate as he pleases, for he shall never succeed. Who could it be? Who is fixated on my family's secret formula? It couldn't possibly be someone acquainted with Luo Xiaolan. The likelihood of that is minimal. Having just saved her parents, she would not repay kindness with malice. As for Fengzi and Hualu, they are even less likely, for he has never mentioned his family's medicinal recipe to them. They are only aware of their ancestral winemaking secrets and remain oblivious to the existence of a medicinal compendium. The dogged fellow felt a headache coming on, unable to discern the identity of the culprit. Meanwhile, a seemingly respectable old gentleman was engaged in a discussion with his outwardly refined son. Since the theft of the medicinal compendium proved futile, they resorted to more forceful measures. Mr. Lin, wearing a fierce expression, declared, "This Zhang Sanguo must not blame us for our ruthless actions. After all, he is the one who fails to recognize our generosity. To fulfill your grandfather's wishes and secure the future of the Lin family, we must be merciless. This little wretch fails to adapt. He deserves to be punished. Once we capture him, we shall confine him in a dark room and beat him daily until he reveals the location of the formula. If he remains obstinate, we shall break his legs and see if he speaks then." The duo chuckled heartily at the thought of obtaining the medicinal compendium, their laughter laced with shamelessness. Chapter 116. An ambush in the fields. Lin Ruiying informed her mother of her intention to work at the Q City Medicinal Research Institute. Her mother expressed concern, exclaiming, "Why would a young lady travel so far for work? Is it not possible to conduct research at our own clinic? If you wish to leave home, why not seek a position at a research institution in D City instead of venturing all the way to Q City? Moreover, your grandfather and father would surely disapprove of your departure." Lin Ruiying replied, "Q City is nestled against the greater Xing'an Range, rich in medicinal resources, boasting unparalleled advantages. Many rare medicinal plants are not documented in any pharmacopoeia. For instance, Guaxing grass is absent from all medical texts. As long as you support me, I can convince my grandfather and father." Seeing her daughter's resolute attitude, her mother reluctantly acquiesced, thinking, this truly is the time when daughters must leave home. Surely, this girl has her heart set on finding that Zhang Sanguo in Q City. Lin Ruiying then sought out Mr. Lin and Lin Guosheng to discuss her plans. Mr. Lin expressed indifference, stating that it was her choice. As an adult, she should know the path ahead. Lin Guosheng, however, wholeheartedly supported Lin Ruiying's decision. He believed it prudent to have an alternative plan should the opportunity to capture that dog slip away. She could feign a romantic relationship and seize a chance to obtain the medicinal compendium. Thus, he happily granted his daughter's request, saying, "Go ahead. As long as you are happy." This matter, whether genuine or feigned, did not deter Lin Guosheng. He would even consider trading his daughter for the compendium. After all, she would marry one day and could not carry on the Lin lineage. Since Lin Ruiying's birth, her mother's health had deteriorated, leaving her unable to conceive again, which deeply disappointed Lin Guosheng, who yearned for a son to continue the family name. Mr. Lin privately urged Lin Guosheng to divorce and remarry. Yet Lin Guosheng remained fond of his wife and could not bring himself to part ways. What Lin Ruiying and her mother were unaware of was that 6 years prior, Lin Guosheng had encountered a beautiful woman seeking medical attention. Their connection was instantaneous, leading to an illicit affair. Subsequently, they cohabited and welcomed a son, who is now 5 years old. Recently, the woman became pregnant again, and judging by her condition, it is presumed that she is expecting another boy, which delighted Lin Guosheng immensely. Lin's elderly father was fully aware of this situation but chose to turn a blind eye for the sake of the Lin family's lineage. ensuring that their wealth and ancestral medical skills would not fall into the hands of outsiders. He merely cautioned Lin Guosheng to exercise utmost discretion to prevent Lin Ring and her mother from discovering the truth. Lin Guosheng planned to await the opportune moment to bring his illegitimate child into the family under the pretense of adopting a grandson to continue the medical legacy. As the elder approached the end of his days, he intended to have him draft a will that bequeathed all the family assets to his illegitimate son. Thus, over the years, Lin Guosheng had registered the family's wealth under the elder's name, ensuring a smooth inheritance for his secret offspring. Should he manage to acquire the vital medicinal texts, his sons would be secure in their future, able to thrive on the family legacy without concern. With this thought, Lin Guosheng's heart brimmed with joy. In Q City, the two thugs dispatched by Zhang Sanguo returned empty-handed. Previously, they had broken into the office of a rival at night, rummaging through it for a long while but finding nothing. The following day, they pried open the dormitory door. Yet again, they uncovered nothing of value. They subsequently learned the location of the rival's hometown and traveled there. The town was small, and they quickly discovered the address of the rival's mother. Taking advantage of her absence during work hours, they searched the home thoroughly but again found nothing. Upon reporting back to Zhang Sanguo, they were met with a severe reprimand. He instructed them that since gentle methods had failed, they should resort to force. They were to find an opportunity to abduct him and use intimidation to extract the medicinal texts. Following this directive, the two thugs began covertly tracking the rival's movements in search of a chance to kidnap him. Who, in an effort to save money, rented a modest house for his parents in a remote area far from the city center, directly north of the distillery, beyond which lay the entrance to the mountains. His parents were drawn to the spacious garden, ideal for growing vegetables, as their son had a hearty appetite. They were cautious not to overindulge him. Mindful of their limited resources, the elderly couple felt great empathy for him. Despite his towering stature and robust build, he was merely 16 years old, a still-growing boy. Faced with the daily burden of labor to support the family, they worried that if he continued to eat poorly, he would suffer in later years. Consequently, they cultivated a variety of vegetables to enhance his diet, thereby alleviating the need to purchase groceries. One day, the rival prepared a detoxifying soup for whose parents and had previously crafted numerous herbal pills. He intended to deliver these to their home and, coincidentally, replenish his own dwindling vegetable supply, as their garden was abundant, far exceeding what their family could consume. Holding a bowl of medicinal soup, he ambled towards whose home. As he passed through a patch of farmland, a tall, gaunt man suddenly sprang out, standing in the middle of the path, brandishing a dagger to block his way. "This mountain is cultivated by me. This road is built by me. If you wish to pass, leave your wealth behind." The thin ruffian fancied himself a highway robber. Hearing the ruffian mimic lines from a television drama, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I have no money on me. Just this," he said, raising the medicinal soup and shaking it. The ruffian replied, "I'm not actually here to rob you. I just thought you were too full of yourself and wanted to teach you a lesson." He added, "Let us see if you remain so arrogant after I've dealt with you." The young man retorted, "I've been arrogant since childhood. It's a habit. Let us see how you intend to beat me. Bring it on." With that, he set the medicinal soup aside and picked up a stone from the ground. In his focus on the ruffian in front of him, he failed to notice the stout ruffian approaching from behind, who struck him on the back of the neck with a wooden club. The stout ruffian was experienced, knowing that a blow to the head could render someone unconscious. The young man's head spun, and he collapsed to the ground. The two ruffians, pleased with their successful plan, hurriedly began to bind him with rope, intending to throw a sack over him and drag him into the mountains for severe punishment. At that moment, the stout ruffian looked up and was startled to see a tall man with a full beard looming over them, watching them with a puzzled and curious expression, yet remaining silent. The stout ruffian jumped to his feet, pointing at and exclaimed, "What the hell? You sneaked up on us. Who are you? Get lost. Can't you see we're in the middle of an operation? We're police officers arresting a fugitive." Chapter 117. Dog bites dog. At this, the bearded giant spoke. "Why is your mouth so foul? Did you have dung for breakfast? Which officer conducts an operation without a uniform? Do you take me for a fool? Besides, my brother here is a virtuous person. How could he possibly engage in illegal activities? You two had better release him and leave, or else when I lose my temper, I'll use your heads as footballs." Upon hearing this, the stout ruffian realized they were acquainted and decided to take action. No turning back now. Let us take this bearded giant down as well. He picked up the knife from the ground and lunged at Eru. Didn't even flinch. He executed a swift kick that struck the stout ruffian squarely on the forehead. "Mother!" he yelped, clutching his knee and squatting down, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Seeing the situation turn dire, the thin ruffian drew a machete from his waist holding a dagger in one hand and the machete in the other, charging at Eru. Yet again, Eru did not evade. He delivered a lightning-fast kick that landed squarely on the thin ruffian's abdomen, sending him flying and rolling several times into the field. Clutching his stomach in agony, Eru lifted the young man from the ground and pinched his philtrum. The young man gradually regained consciousness and, upon seeing Eru, exclaimed, "Eru, so it was you who saved me." Eru remarked, "I just finished work and happened to pass by here. I saw those two rascals binding you with ropes. What have you done to offend them? Why are they attempting to kidnap you?" Guzi replied, "I haven't wronged them at all. I was on my way to deliver medicine to your home, but as I passed this spot, that thin one blocked my path. Before I knew it, someone struck me from behind, and I lost consciousness. I suspect they intended to rob me. Those two clearly aren't up to any good. Once I manage to tie them up, I shall deliver them to the security office." Having spoken, Eru strode towards the field where the thin ruffian was still howling while clutching his stomach. He seized the thin one and delivered a precise strike to his neck. The ruffian immediately fell silent, his head drooping like a defeated dog. Eru then approached the portly thug, who attempted to flee, but his painful knees rendered him unable to stand. He could only wait for Eru to apprehend him. Another swift strike landed on the portly thug's neck, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Eru took the ropes they had prepared to bind Guzi and secured both ruffians with them. Having often tied horses and donkeys in the countryside, Eru fashioned knots that were nearly impossible to untie, binding the two thugs securely. They resembled koalas, entwined in their bonds. Eru then placed burlap sacks over their heads and hoisted them onto his shoulders, supporting Guzi as they made their way to the security office of the distillery. Upon arrival, Eru tossed the burlap sack onto the ground, causing a cacophony of cries and commotion from within, startling the security personnel who initially thought Eru had captured a wild beast. Upon hearing the situation, they realized it was merely two would-be robbers who had encountered the formidable Eru. While the security office could handle petty theft, such a serious case of robbery necessitated a referral to the police station. The head of the security office made a call to the station, and shortly thereafter, a three-wheeled motorcycle arrived with two eager police officers. As they entered, they inquired urgently about the victim and the assailants. Excitement evident on their faces as it had been years since they had encountered a case of this magnitude. Eru and Guzi recounted the events to the officers, who were thrilled at the prospect of solving a significant case after years of mundane assignments. The officers opened the burlap sacks, intending to untie the ropes and place handcuffs on the ruffians. However, despite their efforts, they struggled to loosen the knots, which were tied far too securely, akin to those used for livestock. Ultimately, they resorted to using their police knives to cut through the ropes. With the ruffians subdued and handcuffed, the officers instructed Guzi and Eru to accompany them to the police station to provide formal statements. Eru initially attempted to climb onto the three-wheeled motorcycle, but his substantial frame caused it to creak under the weight, and there were simply too many people to accommodate. Thus, Guzi and Eru took a bumpy ride on a tricycle to the police station. Once they arrived, Guzi and Eru were taken to separate rooms to give their accounts, detailing the entire sequence of events, while the two ruffians were also interrogated individually. Two ruffians had previously conspired that if trouble arose, they would firmly assert that they had encountered a dog on the street who seemed overly arrogant, and they simply wished to vent their frustrations by administering a beating. They harbored no other intentions. After all, charges of robbery or kidnapping were far too grave. Should things go awry, they risked incarceration. A mere brawl, however, would likely result in only administrative detention. The two ruffians were well aware of the varying degrees of severity. The police employed relentless interrogations, utilizing various tactics, even those learned during their training at the police academy, yet they were unable to extract any confessions from the ruffians. The duo remained steadfast, insisting that their sole motive was a personal grievance against the dog, wishing merely to teach it a lesson. Ultimately, the police found themselves at an impasse, faced with obstinate suspects. There was no evidence to substantiate claims of robbery or kidnapping. What they had anticipated would be a significant case, a chance for notable achievement, had evaporated. The dog had lost no possessions, and no injuries could be discerned apart from a solitary bruise on its neck, insufficient to warrant any serious charges. In the end, the only recourse was to charge the ruffians with public disorder and assault, imposing the maximum penalties, 15 days of detention and a fine of 200 yuan. The deputy director of the case recognized the dog, having once shared drinks with it at a factory banquet. Observing that the ruffians had assaulted the dog, he sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Their actions did not seem to stem from a mere spur of the moment. The deputy director meticulously compared the statements of the dog and the ruffians, hoping to uncover some clues within the details. Upon closer inspection, He could not help but chuckle. One ruffian was named Chundigo and the other Chinurgu. The deputy director remarked, "This is quite extraordinary. Big Dog brought Little Dog to confront 3 dogs. It's a canine clash." 3 dogs, upon reviewing the statements, found them amusingly ironic. It had indeed turned into a case of dog biting dog. The world is truly remarkable, with 2 dogs coming to assault 3 dogs. The ruffians were sent to a detention center, and the dog, along with the deputy director and officers, bid farewell before returning to the distillery. Upon hearing the news, Fengzi and Hualu hurried over. As soon as they entered, Fengzi exclaimed, "Damn it! It was that bastard who assaulted my brother dog. Once the police are done with them, I'll find their home and make sure to teach them a lesson they won't forget. No one dares bully our brother. That's unacceptable. They must remember this, or they'll only escalate their audacity next time." Hualu added, "They really have some nerve to provoke the notorious trio of the Victory Distillery. They must learn a bloody lesson. They clearly don't understand the might of the 3 heroes." The dog thought to himself, "With your small stature, you dare to call yourselves the notorious trio. You truly have the audacity to give yourselves such a moniker. My brother dog certainly does not care to be associated with you." Chapter 118. Welcoming the fairy Lin. Ever since the highway robbery incident, Eru had moved into the dormitory next door to Dog. Dog preferred a more secluded living arrangement, as the surrounding area had few residents. Concerned for their son's safety, Eru's parents had insisted he relocate beside Dog, ensuring that he would provide close protection whenever Dog exited the factory gate. In order to offer round-the-clock protection for 3 dogs, Eru had taken leave from the breeding farm for several days. The arrival of the 2 tigers instilled a sense of security in Dogzi, allowing him to sleep soundly at night. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that those 2 ruffians were somehow connected to the break-in incidents at his home and office dormitory. Though he couldn't articulate why he felt this connection, Dogzi could only remain vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on unfamiliar individuals who approached him. A few days later, Lin Ruing called, announcing that she had packed her bags and was coming to Q City. This thrilled Dogzi, as his springtime abode had been rather lonely. The arrival of the fairy sister would provide him with delightful companionship. It felt like joy had traveled from D City, with a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Dogzi made a special purchase of a new suit, reminiscent of the one worn by Chow Yun-Fat in the movie God of Gamblers. He also bought a matching outfit for the 2 tigers, who opted for the largest size available, yet it still left his belly exposed, and the sleeves resembled short sleeves. With much of his forearms visible, there was no choice but to make do with it. Dogzi remarked to the tigers, "Just look at you. What good comes from being such a tall fool? Buying clothes requires far more fabric than others, and you eat so much. When you eventually marry, your wife will have plenty to worry about. 1 bolt of fabric 1 tea suffice for a full outfit, and without a large pot for cooking. How will you ever be satisfied? Haha. Brother dog, feel free to berate me all you want. Just wait until someone tries to beat you up. I'll stand by and watch the spectacle until they've had their fill, and only then will I step in to handle them. Let us see who fares worse then," the tiger replied. Upon hearing this, Sandog immediately ceased his jesting and, with a serious expression, said, "Good brother. I was merely joking. How could you not see that? If it weren't for our close bond, would I dare to tease you like this? Why are you taking it to heart?" Dogzi was genuinely concerned that someone might leap out at him again, as had happened before. If Luo, the tall one, didn't intervene, he would be left waiting for a beating. Thus, he promptly changed his tone, unwilling to offend this temporary bodyguard. "Haha, I was just playing around. How could I sit by and watch while others beat you up? What would that make me?" The tiger said with a goofy smile. "Oh dear, you cheeky rascal. You dare to jest with your brother dog. Look at how capable you think you are. I was going to buy you another pair of sneakers. But now that you've annoyed me, I've changed my mind," Dogzi said, turning to walk away. Upon hearing about the sneakers, the tiger quickly grabbed and blocked Dogzi's path. When he could no longer hold him back, he hoisted Dogzi onto his shoulder and charged toward the sports goods store. Despite Dogzi's protests and curses, there was no escaping. He was carried into the shop. Once inside, they procured 2 pairs of oversized sneakers, the likes of which could only be found in such a store. At the train station, Dogzi was meticulously dressed, donning a black suit, a white shirt, and a checkered tie, tied by the tiger, resembling a young student's red scarf, paired with blue athletic pants and white sneakers. He looked rather mismatched, as if he had just escaped from an African refuge. Dogzi, having come from the mountains, had seldom worn fine clothing and had no knowledge of how to dress elegantly. He believed his outfit was quite fashionable, and, the more he looked at it, the more he felt like Chow Yun-Fat from God of Gamblers. A splendid suit, stylish trousers, and fine shoes, what more could one desire? He felt undeniably handsome. Upon her arrival, Lin Ring disembarked from the train and followed the throng of passengers out of the station. In the distance, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, brandished a large sign that swayed gently, proclaiming, "Welcome, little fairy Lin Ring, to Q City." Clad in a black suit that appeared ill-fitting, exposing his midriff and forearms, he completed his ensemble with blue athletic pants and oversized white sneakers. What an eccentric attire! One could easily mistake him for a Ritter from Africa. Beside him stood a figure significantly shorter and slenderer, also dressed in a black suit and white shirt, paired with blue athletic pants and white sneakers. The sole distinction was a flamboyant tie, which was tied rather clumsily, reminiscent of a schoolboy's red scarf knot. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ruoying gasped, "Was that Sanguo? What a comical appearance." Uninformed onlookers might think these two were overseas Chinese refugees returning from Africa. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Ruoying dropped her luggage and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Sanguo was perplexed. "What is this? Has the fairy sister developed a crush on me? Is she this elated to see me? Perhaps she finds my attire reminiscent of the illustrious god of gamblers, or maybe she is simply entranced by my undeniable charm." Losing herself in laughter. "Oh, my wretched charm. Just a smidge less captivating than Xiao Yin fat, only because I lack a white scarf." He approached and playfully tugged at Lin Ring, who was still crouched on the ground in fits of laughter. "Ruoying, what is you so amused? Stop laughing. Let us be on our way. My godfather has arranged accommodation for you at the Research Institute. He invited us over for dinner, and my godmother has prepared a plethora of delicacies." "Sanguo, you look quite dapper today, like Long Sai from the drama Across the World," Lin Ruoying jested. Her teasing, however, filled Sanguo with delight. Every word from the fairy sister was precious and sincere. To be likened to Long Sai, a star no less, was a compliment indeed. He yearned to proclaim that his attire was actually inspired by the god of gamblers, but alas, she had not discerned that. Who carried Lin Ruoying's luggage while Sanguo shamelessly held her hand. The trio hailed a taxi, making their way to the residence of his godfather, Director Wang. This was Sanguo's first time holding Lin Ruoying's hand, and he felt elated beyond measure. He silently vowed not to wash his hands for the week, wishing to preserve her scent for a few more days to savor it fully. Upon reaching his godfather's home, his godmother greeted Lin Ruoying warmly. This ethereal, striking girl might very well become his future daughter-in-law, prompting his godmother to extend an especially hearty welcome, offering a variety of snacks to entertain Lin Ruoying. She called for Director Wang, requesting him to engage in conversation with Sanguo, Lin Ruoying, and who, while she busily retreated to the kitchen. 12 exquisite dishes were laid out on the dining table. Lin Ruoying observed that more than half were vegetarian, clearly prepared with her preferences in mind. The little fairy beamed with joy and picked up her chopsticks to sample the food, exclaiming, "Your cooking is truly magnificent, godmother. I must taste it." As the dish entered the mouth, it was refreshing and fragrant. This vegetarian dish was truly exquisite, surpassing even the ones prepared by Sanguo. "It's incredibly delicious. My godmother's vegetarian dish is far superior to Sanguo's," Lin Ruoying praised. "Of course, it's definitely better than mine. For my godmother is the one who taught me how to prepare vegetarian dishes," Guzi replied with a proud smile. Chapter 119. Another burglary in the dormitory. The meal was enjoyed with great delight, featuring all of Lin Ruoying's favorite dishes. It was evident that my godmother had consulted with Sanguo beforehand. Several sumptuous dishes of meat were specially prepared for who now practices martial arts every morning and needs substantial nourishment to support his training. He must elevate his physical condition to its peak to protect Go at critical moments. Though who has grown taller and nearly matches the height of Mao, his appetite has notably diminished compared to before. Perhaps he has outgrown his growth spurt. 3 bowls of rice, half a roast duck, a fish, and a dozen chicken drumsticks were sufficient to satiate him. Alas, this child's appetite is shrinking. I fear he may not grow much taller. I had hoped that when he reaches 2 meters 3 or 4, I could send him to the provincial sports committee to join the basketball team. Perhaps then our victory distillery might even produce a flying Jordan. Yet, with his growth now halted, that hope has likewise faded. With a bite of food, Guzi glanced at Lin Ruoying, her beauty captivating him. She was truly a feast for the eyes. Gazing at the ethereal Lin Ruoying, he felt full and had no desire to continue eating, wishing only to admire the celestial maiden longer. Having overeaten, Lin Ruoying, since returning to D-City, had been accustomed to the bland home-cooked meals, lacking oil, salt, and seasoning, devoid of flavor. She could not comprehend why her grandfather insisted on adhering to such a diet for so many years. Having been compelled to eat vegetarian alongside her grandfather and father since childhood, she had maintained this habit for 2 decades. Now, if she were to consume meat daily, it would upset her stomach. After the meal, Once the dishes were cleared, her godfather informed Lin Ring that she would be involved in the research and promotion of Xiaoyao, Sangzhu, and Bai Xinpi. If successful, he promised to address her employment status. Lin Ring was thrilled and expressed her gratitude, vowing to work diligently and not disappoint her mentor. Director Wang. Guzi interjected, "Why call him Director Wang? We are all family. It's much more endearing to call him Godfather." Lin Ruoying playfully retorted, "Who considers you family?" To which her godmother chimed in, "Sooner or later, we will all be family, huh?" Lin Ruoying's face flushed with embarrassment, and she chose not to respond. Noticing the dusk settling in, and knowing that her godfather and godmother typically retire early, Guzi and Lin Ring took their leave. Erhu, having been exhausted from his early morning training, was already yawning and ready for sleep. After escorting Lin Ruoying back to the Research Institute dormitory, Guzi returned to the distillery dormitory with Erhu. Erhu, feeling overwhelmed by fatigue, went straight to his own dormitory to sleep. Sanguo, dressed impeccably in front of the little fairy all day, was equally exhausted. After shedding his suit, he nestled into bed for the night. In the midst of a dream about kissing the fairy sister, he suddenly felt someone covering his mouth and nose with a towel, leaving him gasping for breath. Beside the pillow lay a fruit knife, placed there by the audacious dog. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged it toward the hand that was covering the intruder's mouth and nose. A sharp yelp escaped the man's lips as he released his grip. The dog, eager to strike again, prepared for another thrust, but the nimble intruder deftly leaped aside, muttering, "This Ding San has found a rather ineffective drug." In an instant, the dog rose, leaning against the wall, the fruit knife poised against the unexpected visitor. Grabbing a cup from the bedside table, he hurled it at the intruder, but missed as the man easily sidestepped the projectile. At that moment, sounds of a struggle emanated from outside, accompanied by Eru's commanding shouts. It seemed that Eru had heard the commotion and was coming to apprehend the thief. A martial artist's keen senses are easily roused by the slightest sound. Taking advantage of the intruder's momentary distraction, the dog dragged out a box of leftover beer from beneath the bed, filled with both empty and unopened bottles. Setting it down on the bed, he seized one of the bottles and flung it toward the intruder. No matter how skilled one may be, a flying bottle can be perilous. The intruder, intent on escaping to assist his accomplices, was caught off guard by the sudden impact of the beer bottle, which struck his head with a resounding crash. "Are you seeking death?" The intruder shouted in frustration, ready to charge at the dog. However, the dog retaliated by throwing another bottle, though this one missed as the man evaded it. Realizing that the bottles were more effective than the fruit knife, the dog relinquished the knife. Wielding a bottle in each hand, prepared to defend against the intruder. Should he dare to advance, a bottle would be hurled at him. Resistance is futile. "Those 2 bottles won't kill me. I am merely here to invite you to join us for a discussion. Once we clarify matters, you will be returned," the masked man articulated. The darkness obscured the dog's view of the intruder, yet he was certain he had never encountered this person before. "Who the hell are you?" "I don't know you. What do you want sneaking into my dorm in the dead of night?" The dog retorted angrily. Just then, a commanding shout from Eru echoed from outside, followed by the pained cries of a man, indicating that Eru had gained the upper hand. The masked intruder disregarded the dog, hastily rushing outside to aid his ally. Upon stepping out, he beheld a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, grappling with a man of about 1.80 meters. The giant was undoubtedly Eru, while the 1.80 meters man appeared to be the lookout for the intruder. Despite his size, Eru moved with surprising agility, easily overpowering his opponent, who could only defend himself. The masked man joined the fray, aiming to subdue the imposing figure swiftly, intending to deal with the dog afterward, whom he deemed insignificant. With a resounding thud, Eru and the masked man exchanged blows, both retreating a few steps from the impact. "What immense strength!" the masked man exclaimed. Eru's fist had been jolted, causing his fingers to tremble in pain. He had not anticipated such formidable force from his adversary, indicating a seasoned fighter capable of inflicting damage. With the masked man's involvement, Eru soon found himself at a disadvantage, enduring several strikes from the masked foe, whose fists struck like hammers. The arms of Eru were struck several times, leaving him unable to lift his right hand. The masked figure, amidst the blows, urged him not to resist any longer and to surrender. "We mean no harm. We simply wish to invite that mutt for a chat, and once we've spoken, we shall return him. Alone, he was no match for us, and with my presence, he stood even less of a chance." At that moment, a towering figure emerged from the shadows, over 2 meters tall, with a face as dark as coal and a physique reminiscent of a bear. This sight startled the masked assailant, who thought to himself, "Who is this imposing giant? He dwarfs the burly opponent I am engaged with." It turned out to be Yermao, who had just finished his night shift and was concerned about the situation involving the mutt and his uncle, so he had come to investigate. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon the confrontation between the masked figure and Eru. Ermao was a man of few words but fierce in nature. He drew a wooden hammer from his waist and joined the fray, swinging it directly at the masked figure. The masked man attempted to evade, but it was a feint. Ermao transformed his swing into a thrust, driving the hammer into the masked man's face, leaving him dazed and blood trickling from his mask, likely from a wound to his nose or mouth. In a fit of anger, the masked figure advanced and threw 2 punches at Ermao. With his left hand wielding the hammer and his right hand clenched into a fist, Ermao met the assault head-on. The sounds of their clash echoed as the masked man's fist collided with Ermao's shoulder, breaking skin and drawing blood. The impact felt as though a heavy hammer had struck him, rendering his shoulder numb. This masked figure possesses a formidable punch, Ermao remarked, astonished. Meanwhile, Eru had subdued the other assailant, incapacitating him with a swift blow. He then joined Ermao, shifting the odds to 2 against 1, realizing he was at a disadvantage. The masked figure retreated into the building, intending to seize the mutt as leverage against the 2 formidable opponents outside. As he opened the door, 2 beer bottles came hurtling towards him. He dodged one but was struck by the other, resulting in a sharp crack and shards of glass scattering, leaving him with a bleeding head. Enraged, his hands trembled as he recalled how these 3 dogs had struck him twice today with beer bottles, driving him to the brink of madness. Just as he planned to enter the house to teach the mutt a lesson, Ermao's hammer came crashing down. The masked figure, caught off guard, felt a heavy blow to the back of his neck, leaving him disoriented and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Eru fetched some rope and bound both assailants together. Resentful of the blood drawn from his fist, he took particular care in securing the masked man, wrapping him tightly, as if he were a dumpling. Hearing Ermao call for him, the mutt cautiously emerged with 2 large beer bottles in hand. Upon seeing the 2 captives bound by Eru, he chuckled. Eru, have you ever trained in Japan? Have you learned the art of rope bondage from AV stars? The way you've tied them up is quite artistic. Scratching his head, Eru replied, I have never been to Japan. I learned this method from an old man who used to drive donkey carts. Oh, that old man must have visited Japan in his youth and studied at an AV school. Just look at the artistry of this binding. The mutt marveled at the sight of the 2 restrained individuals. Ermao, upon hearing the commotion, approached to witness the scene. The 2 thieves were bound in a most disgraceful manner by Eru. One lay on the ground while the other was sprawled atop him. Their hands intertwined behind each other's backs, faces pressed closely together. The feet of the masked individual were tied to the rear of the other, forcing him to tightly clamp his legs around the newcomer. The pose was undeniably lascivious. Ermao cast a glance at his future brother-in-law, thinking to himself that the boy had gone astray. Even binding someone could be executed in such a shameful way. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to have a serious discussion with Eru. They must not descend into depravity. Dogsy stepped forward and removed the mask from the thief, scrutinizing him closely, but finding he recognized neither of the 2. He inquired, where do you hail from? Why do you persist in targeting me? Are you searching for something? The masked man, chuckling, replied, it's all a misunderstanding. I merely came to share a jest. I heard you were pursuing Lin Ruoying, and I am a childhood friend of hers. I came to test your mettle and see if you are worthy of her. My name is Song Xiaojing. You can ask her if you doubt me. Song Xiaojing. I have never heard her mention you. Where did you spring from, you rascal? My fairy sister would never associate with someone of your ilk. Dogsy was thoroughly unconvinced, as Lin Ruoying had never mentioned such a name. If Song Xiaojing had claimed to be Song Sanguo, Dogsy would have recognized him, for Song Sanguo was a name that resonated throughout City D. It turned out that Song Sanguo had sent his subordinates to Q City for over half a month without any success, culminating in their arrest. This infuriated him, as he was frustrated by their lack of results. He resolved not to send anyone else to Q City, but to take matters into his own hands. Thus, accompanied by his top enforcer Ding San, he ventured to Q City. Ding San had procured a sedative through underworld connections, planning to infiltrate the dormitory under the cover of night, incapacitate Dogsy, and then transport him to the mountains for severe interrogation, demanding the secrets of the drug. Unexpectedly, Ding San's contact proved unreliable, and the seller provided counterfeit drugs. When Song Sanguo stealthily entered the dormitory and attempted to smother Dogsy, he failed to knock him unconscious, but instead roused him. This led to the subsequent events. Bound on the ground like a rice dumpling, Song Xiaojing addressed Dogsy, saying, "This is all a misunderstanding. If we discuss it with Ruoying, we are merely individuals caught up in this. Could you please untie me? Look at the 3 of you. There is no need to worry. I could never overpower you. Especially this formidable dark-faced warrior, as strong as an ox. You need not fear my retaliation. The humiliating position in which Zhang Sanguo found himself was distressing. They could not release him. His skills were too formidable. And while he might not be able to confront all three, if he chose to flee, they would not be able to stop him. Thus, it was decided to keep him bound until dawn. Eru was the first to oppose the notion of untying Zhang Sanguo. Having practiced martial arts, he could discern from the way Sanguo moved that he was a trained fighter, and a skilled one at that. Difficult to contend with. Heeding Eru's counsel, Dogsy acquiesced, stating, "We cannot allow them to remain in the room. I need my rest. What if they manage to break free and decide to deal with me?" Ermio Donkey recounted, "In the past, our security department had several guard dogs, intending to safeguard the factory premises. We even constructed a large iron cage for their accommodation. However, as the dogs consumed too much, the factory leadership grew displeased and ordered their slaughter. They prepared several large pots of delectable meat, ultimately consumed by the factory leaders themselves. Yet, the dog cage remained. It was discarded in the overgrown backyard of the distillery. Why not confine these two unidentified rascals within it? They certainly won't escape." Sandog agreed, finding Ermio Donkey's idea quite astute. Upon hearing that he and his companion were to be imprisoned in a dog cage, Zhang Sanguo vehemently protested. As a prominent figure in D-City's underworld, he felt that if word got out about being confined in a dog cage, his esteemed reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. For a thug, preserving face is paramount, and this would be akin to smearing dung upon his countenance. Nevertheless, his protests fell on deaf ears, and he and his companion were forcibly placed into the cage by Eru and Ermio Donkey. The cage was not particularly spacious, measuring only 5 or 6 square meters, barely accommodating the two of them. With their hands and feet bound, turning over was a challenge. That night was tormenting. It was the height of summer, and the mosquitoes were abundant, especially in the overgrown area. Both men were bitten thousands of times, their skin peppered with welts. Fortunately, their thick clothing thwarted the mosquitoes, allowing them only to feast on exposed skin. Had they not worn such clothing, they might have been drained of blood by morning. The next morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the dogs had just begun to stir. Outside, Eru was practicing his martial arts. Noticing the dogs had emerged, he inquired, "Dog brother, how should we handle those 2 captured yesterday? Perhaps we should send them to the security department. Why bother keeping them confined?" Upon hearing Eru's suggestion, the dogs suddenly recalled the 2 men imprisoned in the backyard cage. Chapter 121. Feeding humans with a dog bowl. Upon reaching the backyard, they beheld the 2 men in the cage, looking haggard and swollen, their eyelids resembling walnuts, lips trembling. Their hands, necks, and even ears were flushed red. The dogs remarked, "Who are these 2? I don't recognize them. Did they escape last night? Aren't they the thieves from yesterday? They must have been bitten by mosquitoes." Eru, seasoned in outdoor survival, noted. The dogs were astonished that mosquitoes could be so formidable as to alter one's appearance, rendering the thieves unrecognizable. "You 2 scoundrels. If you possess the audacity, go ahead and eliminate your esteemed Song. Otherwise, once I am free, I shall ensure your demise. Who would have thought that I, Song Xiaojing, would be humiliated by mere dogs?" Lamented Zhang Sanguo. The dogs mused, "You are not merely humiliated by dogs. You have been confined in a dog cage and bullied by mosquitoes all night long. Now speak. What business do you have with me? Were those 2 foolish individuals who visited recently your accomplices?" The dogs inquired, stretching languidly. "We sought to meet you, as Brother Song heard you were pursuing Lin Ruoying. Thus, I accompanied him to intimidate you and gauge your courage. Now that we see, Dog brother, you are indeed a remarkable hero, surrounded by hidden talents. My brothers mistakenly underestimated you. For the sake of Miss Ruoying, kindly release us. My skin is itching uncontrollably, and I nearly became a feast for mosquitoes overnight," pleaded the skilled enforcer, Ding San. Zhang Sanguo gazed coldly at Sanguo, ceasing his vitriol, his countenance betraying an eager hope that Sanguo might release them. "Heh, I might consider letting you go, but first, I shall inquire with Sister Ruoying. If she claims to know you, I shall release you immediately. However, should she assert she does not recognize you, well, prepare to be feasted upon by mosquitoes for the night. Tomorrow, I shall hand you over to the authorities, ensuring you learn a lesson not to attempt to abduct me, your esteemed dog lord," Sanguo declared with a haughty demeanor. "Hurry and go. A simple inquiry will clarify our true connection. We genuinely are friends of Lin Ruoying," Ding San urged Sanguo. "Not yet. We must wait a while. Sister Ruoying has yet to rise. If you go now, you will only invite reprimand. Be patient," Sanguo retorted. "Eru, go fetch some breakfast for our 2 esteemed guests. After a night of turmoil, they must be famished." With that, Sanguo departed to procure his own meal. Zhang Sanguo and Ding San exchanged glances of despair. contemplating their predicament. They feared that this brute might confine them for another night, leaving them at the mercy of the mosquitoes. Obediently, Eru soon returned with 2 bowls of soy milk, diligently tearing the youtiao into pieces to soak in the warm liquid. He presented the bowls at the bars of their cage, encouraging them to eat while it was still hot, lest it cool down. As they beheld the bowls, Zhang Sanguo and Ding San were bemused. This towering oaf truly regarded them as dogs, offering them a bowl meant for canines. Noticing their reluctance to eat, Eru grew anxious. I personally spent over 2 yuan to procure this breakfast for you. Wasting it would be a disgrace. Do you not understand? If you refuse to eat, I shall inform Dog Brother to keep you locked up for another night. I assure you, he would agree with my decision. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their situation. Fine, let us eat. Consider it a lesson in patience. They took turns reclining before the bowl, sipping the soy milk in small mouthfuls until it was all consumed, leaving only a few remnants of the youtiao at the bottom, just out of reach of their tongues. Great towering hero, we have finished, but we cannot reach the remnants at the bottom, Ding San addressed Eru. Seeing the nearly empty bowl, Eru was satisfied. Have you had enough? If not, I can fetch 2 more bowls for you. Ding San quickly shook his head. We are full, thank you, great towering hero. Noticing Ding San's compliance, Eru deemed him a decent fellow. You too, you should be more discerning when choosing your brothers. Why associate with a thief? Learn from me and see the worth of the brothers I associate with. Brother Sanguo truly takes care of me, never allowing me to engage in petty theft. He not only assists my parents with their medical needs, but also provides me with new clothes and shoes. Eru felt a desire to return to his dormitory and retrieve a black suit to showcase to Ding San the generosity of his brother. Ding San, however, was overwhelmed with discomfort, his hands and feet bound tightly, leaving him little inclination to listen to Eru's anecdotes. Great towering hero, could you kindly urge your brother Sanguo to hasten his inquiry with Miss Lin Ruoying? We truly are acquainted. My brother Song is a childhood friend of hers. Ding San implored, his impatience palpable. What? Childhood friends? Does that not make you a rival of Dog Brother? It is imperative that we do not release you. Your intentions upon arriving here are far from pure. With that, Eru strode away. Ding San, bound hand and foot, lamented his own impetuousness, wishing he could strike his own cheek for being so foolish. Why did he even mention childhood companions? As the clock struck 9, the lethargic Guzi lazily mounted his 28-inch bicycle, meandering towards the Herbal Research Institute. This bicycle, which he purchased for 30 yuan from a retired worker, was a necessity, as public transport was inconvenient, and taxis were too costly to consider. Hence, he opted for this bicycle as his mode of transportation. Clang, clang. The bicycle echoed everywhere, though the bell remained silent. It would be quite embarrassing to use this for picking up the fairy sister. Perhaps he ought to acquire a proper vehicle. Alas, he needed to first obtain a license. Guzi resolved to purchase a fine automobile, wishing to impress the fairy sister. Driving Lin Ruoying around for excursions would be far more convenient. He had his eye on a compact Wuling from Liuzhou, which was not only capable of carrying goods, but also passengers, and its logo resembled a small bat. Quite cool indeed. Imagining this, he soon found himself at the Herbal Research Institute. After securing his bicycle, he inquired at the reception desk about the whereabouts of researcher Lin, hoping for assistance in locating her. The elderly man at the desk, familiar with Guzi, retorted, "What folly is this? You expect me to help you find that young lady? You seem to visit this place almost daily. Surely you can manage on your own. Now be off with you." Guzi had intended to be more courteous, letting someone else call Lin Ruoying out, but instead, he was met with a reprimand. Thus, he ventured inside to search for her. The staff at the institute recognized Guzi as the godson of Director Wang, treating him with courtesy, with the exception of the old man at the reception desk, who dared to scold him, knowing he would soon retire and had little left to lose. Lin Ruoying had already finished her breakfast and was currently in the experimental greenhouse, tending to the seedlings. Amidst the misty atmosphere of the greenhouse, a stunning beauty, akin to a fairy, moved gracefully among the plants. Guzi was utterly captivated, gazing at Lin Ruoying with a look of awe, lost in his daydreams. Chapter 122. Scorching Sun. Upon noticing Guzi's entrance, Lin Ruoying beckoned him over to assist her with her tasks, transferring medicinal seedlings from their boxes and planting them in the warm soil of the greenhouse. This work was not physically taxing but required diligence. The two worked meticulously, exchanging no words. They continued to transplant seedlings, and soon, several boxes were empty and the seedlings nestled into the earth of the greenhouse. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lin Ruoying asked Guzi, "What brings you here in broad daylight? Don't you have work to attend to?" At that moment, Guzzi remembered that there were still 2 people confined in the dog cage at the distillery's backyard. He quickly inquired of Lin Ruoying, Sister Ruoying. Do you know someone named Song Xiaojing? He claims to be your friend. What? Song Xiaojing? How do you know him? Lin Ruoying exclaimed, astonished that Guzzi was familiar with a name she hadn't heard in years. Then the dog recounted to Lin Ruoying how Song Xiaojing had stealthily infiltrated his dormitory in the dead of night, only to be captured by Eru and Maolu. The only detail he omitted was how they ended up imprisoned in a dog cage, for he had recently discovered that Lin Ruoying genuinely knew Song Xiaojing. Lin Ruoying suggested, let us visit the distillery to see them. What a surprise. In truth, he is not a bad person. He likely did not intend to abduct you. And you share no grievances. You are not involved in the underworld, nor have you had the chance to offend him. Thus, the 3 of them rode the old bicycle, transporting Lin Ruoying back to the distillery. On their journey, passers-by witnessed a most peculiar sight. A young lad riding a dilapidated bicycle, carrying a lady clad in white. Her ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor akin to that of a celestial being. He whistled proudly as they sped down the road. Some pedestrians could not suppress their disdain, remarking, look at him, so full of himself. A flower adorning a pile of cow dung. The dog, oblivious to their remarks, would surely have defended himself had he heard. The flower has yet to be placed upon the dung. The dung must still strive for improvement. The dog and Lin Ruoying dawdled in the research greenhouse for several hours, only recalling Song Xiaojing during midday, by which time half the day had already passed. It was now past 1 in the afternoon, basking in the brilliant sunshine. Last night, Song Xiaojing and his companion had been bitten by mosquitoes, each sporting hundreds of welts, and now they were being scorched by the sun. The tall, foolish one had vanished, neglecting to bring them even a drop of water. The dog cage lacked any shade, and with their hands and feet bound, the 2 men had no means of escape. Enduring the relentless heat, they were becoming thoroughly sunburned, their faces glistening with sweat, nearly turning into dried husks. If Lin Ruoying and the dog did not arrive soon, they would either perish from the sun or die of thirst. Before they could approach the dog cage, Lin Ruoying became incensed, chastising the dog. How could you confine someone in a cage? This is inhumane. Upon closer inspection, she discovered 2 unfamiliar faces, neither of whom she recognized. Both bore peculiar features, swollen eyelids, thick lips, and flushed necks and ears, their faces slick with oil. What could these 2 possibly be doing impersonating Song Xiaojing? Lin Ruoying was perplexed. I do not recognize them. They are not the Song Xiaojing I know. Perhaps we should take them to the police station. They should not be confined any longer. With that, she turned to leave. Crybaby, crybaby, it's me, Song Xiaojing. Upon seeing Lin Ruoying attempt to depart, Song Sanguo grew anxious. If this girl were to leave, that dog would undoubtedly punish him, perhaps forcing them to spend the night in the dog cage amidst a swarm of mosquitoes. The mere thought of such torment sent a shiver down Song Xiaojing's spine. He wanted to avoid that suffering at all costs. Hearing her childhood nickname brought Lin Ruoying to an abrupt halt. As a child, she had been prone to tears, prompting Song Sanguo to bestow upon her the moniker Crybaby, a name known only to the 2 of them. Lin Ruoying gazed at the figure within the cage, asking, is that truly you, Brother Xiaojing? How have you transformed so? I scarcely recognize you. Have you undergone cosmetic surgery in South Korea? Upon hearing those words, Song Sanguo was nearly moved to tears, inwardly lamenting. Am I not as handsome as Panin, with a demeanor as graceful as the willows? Do I truly require cosmetic enhancement? Furthermore, who on earth undergoes such an unseemly transformation? If it were not for that wretched Sen Guzzi, would I have found myself in this predicament? Ruoying, please, spare me your words and hasten to untie me. I am parched, having not seen a drop of water for the better part of a day. My throat feels ablaze. He urged Lin Ruoying, quickly, release me from this cage. Although Lin Ruoying held a certain disdain for Song Xiaojing, he was nonetheless a childhood companion. Whenever she faced bullying in her youth, it was Song Xiaojing who stood up to protect her. Despite their years of silence, the bond of friendship remained firmly nestled within Lin Ruoying's heart. San Guzzi broke the lock on the cage, freeing the 2 of them, and began to untie the ropes. The ropes were bound in numerous complex knots, seemingly impossible to unravel. Cursing the little rascal heir who in his heart, San Guzzi mused, how could you have tied them so securely? Clearly, your Japanese mentor has imparted the art of binding quite effectively. Finding no other solution, he resorted to a shard of glass to slowly cut the ropes. In a moment of carelessness, he accidentally nicked Song Xiaojing's wrist, prompting an ouch from him, exclaiming, you've cut me. Lin Ruoying scolded, Sanguo, be more careful. Why are you so clumsy? Hurry and release him. Then go to the store and fetch some chilled soda and ice pops. They must be suffering from heat stroke. With a flurry of activity, San Guzi managed to tear through the numerous bindings. Song Xiaojing and Ding San could hardly move, and he quickly dragged them both to a shaded area before dashing off to procure the refreshing drinks and ice cream. Feeling utterly embarrassed at being seen in such a disheveled state by the girl he had secretly admired since childhood, Song Sanpao was filled with shame. He had no choice but to rely on Lin Ruoying. He had assumed that San Guzi, out of respect for her, would release him. To his astonishment, the trio had confined him and Ding San in a dog cage for an entire night. These three rascals would soon find themselves on the receiving end of some playful retribution from Song Sanpao, who planned to let them experience the discomfort of being caged like dogs, and perhaps even invite some mosquitoes to join the fun. What brings you here to seek San Guzi? Lin Ruoying asked coolly. She understood Song Xiaojing well enough to know that he would not infiltrate San Guzi's dormitory without a valid reason. She had a nagging suspicion that it might be connected to her grandfather and father. Ruoying, my throat is parched, my head is pounding, and I have no strength left in my limbs. Can I drink some water first before you interrogate me? Even a condemned prisoner is allowed a moment to breathe and quench their thirst. Song Xiaojing was utterly drained, having endured a night of turmoil, relentless mosquito bites, and the sweltering sun all day. Both he and Ding San were in dire need of hydration. Chapter 123. Regaining the friendship of Fairy Lin, San Guzi returned, bouncing with excitement, carrying a bag of ice cream and a case of beer. He promptly handed the items to Lin Ruoying, wary of getting too close to Song Xiaojing for fear of receiving a beating. After all, having confined them in a dog cage for an entire night, it was only natural that they would harbor a deep resentment towards him. It is not fair to blame them. Anyone would find this situation unbearable. Wasn't it just a request for chilled soda? Why did you purchase beer instead? This is not an invitation for a feast. Lin Ruoying felt a surge of anger upon discovering that Guozi had brought back beer. The store outside the factory had run out of soda, leaving only chilled beer, which could also quench thirst. With a swift motion, she bit the cap off a bottle and handed it to Lin Ruoying. Without hesitation, Lin Ruoying passed it to Song Xiaojing, who took the beer and, tilting his head back, drank greedily. At last, he felt rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Guozi opened another bottle and directly handed it to Ding San, who was too weak to even lift the beer himself. Lacking strength in his limbs, Guozi had no choice but to support him and feed him. After consuming nearly half a bottle, Ding San regained a bit of strength and managed to hold the beer himself, drinking it down. With a six-pack of chilled beer consumed between the two, they then reached for the ice cream and popsicles from the bag and began to indulge. In no time, the entire bag of frozen treats was devoured. The chill enveloped them, and they could finally ease the heat of the day. With some energy restored, Song Sanpao felt an urge to vent his frustrations on Guozi. However, the exhaustion from the previous day's exertions left him powerless. Ding San fared even worse. Song Sanpao's feet were tied to his back, forcing him to lie on top of him. The sun bore down mercilessly on his back, which, though covered by clothing, was still painfully scorched, likely to blister. He suffered from heat stroke more severely than the rest. Even after drinking 3 bottles of chilled beer and devouring a dozen popsicles, he still felt dizzy, with weak limbs and a throbbing headache. Guozi had no choice but to find a small inn outside the factory and, after locating Eru, had him transport the two of them in his cart. That evening, they went to a Korean restaurant to order cold noodles, spicy cabbage, marinated dog meat, and chilled beer, hastily delivering it to the inn before making their escape. Without Ermao the donkey by his side, Guozi felt vulnerable, fearing that the two might recover and recall the humiliation he had subjected them to, seeking revenge. Alone, Eru was no match for 2 skilled opponents, and besides throwing bottles, he felt powerless to assist. He was left to await his fate. As they consumed cold noodles, spicy cabbage, and dog meat, washing it down with chilled beer, Song Sanpao and Ding San gradually began to recover. That day felt as if they had descended into hell, suffering greatly, having gone without sleep for nearly a full night. They were utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber after finishing their meal. The next day, just past 8 in the morning, they were still asleep when Lin Ruoying knocked on their door, rousing them from their rest. Guozi relayed the inn's room number to Lin Ruoying, yet he dared not accompany her, instead hiding with Eru nearby to observe the situation. Upon realizing that Song Xiaojing was indeed Song Sanpao, Guozi felt even more apprehensive. After all, he and Lin Ruoying had been childhood friends. He would never harm her. He decided to let her confront him and inquire about his intentions. At that moment, Guozi concealed himself not far from the inn, quietly watching. Since Lin Ruoying wished to resolve this matter, he thought it best to let her try. Throughout his life, Guozi had never been one to seek trouble, yet he often found himself beset by vexing concerns that sought him out. If Song Sanpao had not been acquainted with Lin Ruoying, Sanguo would undoubtedly have sought the assistance of his godfather and Ma Qianli, leveraging their connections to consign Zhang Sanguo to a confinement, thereby eliminating future troubles. However, Lin Ruoying had known him since childhood, making it impossible to take such drastic measures. Thus, Sanguo could only remain docile, awaiting the outcome of the inquiries from the celestial sister. In the hotel room, under the scrutiny of Lin Ruoying, Zhang Sanguo lowered his head in silence. His previous claim of having come to intimidate Sanguo and assess his courage evidently fell flat. For Lin Ruoying did not believe him at all. You are here to seize Sanguo's prescription, aren't you? Your repeated assaults on him lead me to surmise that aside from the medicinal scriptures, there exists no other reason compelling a figure of your stature in the underworld to act against him, Lin Ruoying asserted. Upon realizing that Lin Ruoying had discerned their intentions, Zhang Sanguo chose to abandon pretense. I have been coerced. Your grandfather and father have pressed me. The long-standing friendship between our families compels my involvement. Furthermore, I am assisting the Lin family in reclaiming the ancestral secret formula that was unjustly taken by that elder of Sanguo. This is an act of righteousness. Lin Ruoying laughed upon hearing this and replied, Sanguo's forebears have never appropriated any formula from our family. Rather, it is our Lin family that built its fortune on a prescription snatched from the hands of Sanguo's ancestors. In truth, my great-grandfather was a bandit. Your collaboration with my grandfather and father to seize Sanguo's prescription is akin to aiding and abetting wrongdoing. What? Your father has deceived me. It led to both my brother and me being confined in detention. How could he do this? It dawned on Zhang Sanguo that he had misjudged Sanguo. Initially intending to restore justice for the Lin family, he now realized he had unwittingly become an accomplice to tyranny. Enough. Let this be the end. You shall recuperate for a few days and then return to D City. Do not entertain any further notions of acquiring the medicinal scriptures. I do not wish to lose you, my childhood friend. Do not test my patience, Lin Ruoying stated calmly. Upon hearing Lin Ruoying affirm their friendship, Zhang Sanguo felt a surge of emotion. Since he had descended into a life of delinquency, Lin Ruoying had not spoken to him for 6 or 7 years. The mere acknowledgement of their continued friendship stirred profound joy within him, dispelling any thoughts of exacting vengeance on Sanguo and confining him in a cage for a couple of days. What could surpass the value of Lin Ruoying's friendship? The trials of life were insignificant in comparison. For Lin Ruoying, he would brave any peril. Zhang Sanguo harbored a desire to rekindle their friendship with Lin Ruoying, nurturing it in hopes that it might evolve into something more profound. Ultimately, he aspired to marry Lin Ruoying and bring her home as his bride. Consequently, he readily agreed to Lin Ruoying's request, promising to depart Q City as soon as he regained his health, and to refrain from troubling Sanguo further. Satisfied with Zhang Sanguo's response, Lin Ruoying instructed him to fabricate a story to deceive old Mr. Lin and his father, Lin Guoxing. After much deliberation, the two concocted a tale claiming that they had taken Sanguo to the mountains, where even under severe interrogation, he had divulged nothing regarding the secret of the medicinal scriptures. Then, Sandog's godfather, acquainted with the police chief, initiated an investigation. Ultimately, law enforcement dispatched officers to locate the hideout of Sandog, compelling them to flee. The police are currently conducting inquiries, leaving uncertainty as to whether the Lin family will be implicated. This fabricated tale is impeccably crafted, likely intended to intimidate Lin Guoxing and his father, dissuading them from attempting to seize Sandog's medicinal compendium once more. Chapter 124, Acquiring a Private Vehicle After Recuperating for Several Days. Zhang Sanguo bid farewell to Ding San and Lin Ruoying, returning to D City, where he truly belongs. Upon his return, he promptly sought out Lin Guoxing and recounted the fabricated story he had concocted with Lin Ruoying. Hearing that the Q City police had opened a case, Lin Guoxing indeed fell into a state of panic, visibly shaken. He inquired of Zhang Sanguo, "Aren't you going to hide somewhere? Given that the police have initiated an investigation and the situation is so tense, what brings you back?" Zhang Sanguo replied, "The Q City police have no inkling that I am from D City. It is far safer for me to conceal myself within my own territory." Startled by this revelation, Lin Guoxing hastily took his leave, returning home to discuss strategies with Mr. Lin. The two conferred in hushed tones throughout the day, but could devise no effective plan. Ultimately, they resolved to lay low and await further developments. Lin Ruoying's strategy proved effective. Lin Guoxing and Mr. Lin became subdued, refraining from any further discussions about seeking individuals to seize the precious medicinal texts. Meanwhile, in Q City, the dog wished to acquire a vehicle. Riding the shabby bicycle was a source of embarrassment, particularly in front of the enchanting fairy sister. He broached the subject with Director Shi, expressing his desire for assistance in obtaining a ticket. Director Shi, hesitant and reluctant, appeared unwilling to help. Observing his indecisive demeanor, the dog remarked, "If it proves too troublesome, then forget it. May I at least practice driving in the factory's vehicle?" Yet, Director Sure remained obstinate, cherishing the sole car in the factory, a Jetta, as if it were a treasured possession, while the other vehicles included a Jeep for the executive vice director and a Dongfeng truck for transporting liquor, along with 2 small tractors. After lengthy deliberation, Director Sure eventually consented to lend the small tractor to the dog for practice. The dog then approached Ma Qianli, requesting assistance in procuring a driver's license. Ma Qianli readily agreed, assuring him, "No problem at all. This is a trivial matter. I can have it arranged in just a few days. In the future, just give me a call for such matters. There's no need for you to make a trip." Since he was there, Uncle Ma also treated him to lunch at the cafeteria. Ma Qianli truly knew how to handle matters efficiently. With the driver's license issue resolved, it was time to commence driving practice. However, the factory's small tractor proved challenging to maneuver. The steering wheel was excessively loose, and it turned at will when gripped. After a day's practice, he found himself drenched in sweat and suffering from a stomachache due to the jarring ride. Frustrated, he decided to cease practice and sought out his godfather at the research institute, hoping to borrow one of their 2 vehicles for practice. However, upon explaining his intentions, he was met with a firm refusal from his principled godfather, Director Wang. It is said that the vehicle belongs to the state and the fuel to the institution. How could it be loaned for personal use to practice driving? This matter cannot be agreed upon, since the godfather is unwilling to lend the car. The only option left is to seek help from Ma Qianli. After making a phone call to Ma Qianli, he requested to borrow a vehicle for practice. Without hesitation, Ma Qianli dispatched a Jeep and arranged for a retired soldier to teach him how to drive. The instructor, surnamed Wu, was known as Wu Weigua, a veteran from the Automotive Transport Corps, possessing exceptional driving skills, many of which are only seen in films. For over 10 days, Wu taught him not only the techniques of driving, but also various unique maneuvers. Regrettably, he only mastered the basics of driving. Realizing that he was not cut out for advanced driving skills, Wu decided to abandon the specialized techniques and began to teach him the fundamental aspects of driving instead. After more than 20 days, he felt ready and requested Wu to accompany him to purchase a car. Once again, Ma Qianli assisted by securing a discounted price from a dealership affiliated with the Commercial Bureau for a Liuzhou Wuling vehicle, which he acquired for just over 40,000 yuan. Sitting in his own private car, he was elated, finally possessing his own vehicle. The next day, he could drive his fairy sister to the scenic Jiangwan area. With the help of a connection introduced by Jiang Tao, the deputy director of the local police station near the distillery, he managed to register the car and obtain a license plate in just half a day. He had also learned to navigate social connections effectively. Feeling quite bold, he sent Wu back, opting to drive to the factory himself. However, being inexperienced, he became anxious at the sight of other vehicles, sweating profusely along the way. He finally arrived at the factory, where the workers in the brewing workshop erupted in excitement upon hearing that the director had purchased a car, especially Shuailu and Fengzi, who insisted that he teach them how to drive. Yet, he himself was still a novice. How could he teach them? So he postponed, claiming that it was best to wait until the car had completed its break-in period. Later, the 2 insisted on taking a ride, and reluctantly, he drove them around the factory, albeit somewhat clumsily, nearly colliding with a chicken coop in the dormitory area. Observing this, Shuailu and Fengzi concluded that he was not a reliable driver, realizing that he had not yet grasped the driving skills. They hastily exited the vehicle and ran back to the brewing workshop. Having just acquired a car, he was eager to practice. He drove to the distillery's backyard, repeatedly reversing, moving forward, and turning. He could practice however he wished with his own vehicle. For 2 to 3 days, he neglected the brewing workshop, dedicating himself entirely to driving practice in the backyard. Now, he felt less fearful about driving. One Sunday, under a clear sky, he called Lin Ruing, inviting her to the outskirts of Jiangwan for a leisurely outing, to which she readily agreed. After days of exhausting work transplanting medicinal seedlings, she was in need of a break. The 2 arrived near Moon Island, where the scenery was delightful and the waters teemed with small fish. He had brought an abundance of food, along with potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. He sprinkled chicken feed into the water, secured a long rope, and cast it into the nearby waters of Jiangwan. Then, he found a high embankment, burying the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn in yellow earth, and piled a fire on top. A small pot was set above the flames, into which he added scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and salt before bringing water to a boil. While waiting for the water to reach its boiling point, he went to retrieve the eel, which already contained 2 or 3 pounds of small white fish. He poured out the fish, giving them a quick wash and cleaning. He then removed the entrails, filling a small basin. After rinsing them twice, primarily to ensure that Fairy Lin would not find them unclean. If it were just for Dogsy, he wouldn't have bothered to remove the entrails at all. He brought the cleaned fish to the pot, which was already bubbling vigorously. He added the small white fish and patiently awaited the culinary delight. Soon, the water reached a rolling boil, and Dogsy added some cold water, enhancing the firmness of the fish's flesh. After 3 rounds of boiling and cooling, the savory aroma of the fish wafted through the air. After sprinkling a handful of cilantro, he ladled the broth into bowls, serving one to each of them. Lin Ruoying gently took a sip and was delighted by the freshness. The fish was tender, fragrant, and delectable. The melding of cilantro and fish essence endowed the soup with a soul. Chapter 125. Riverside Picnic. At this moment, Dogsy again stirred the fire, revealing that the berried potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn had also cooked through. Sipping the fish soup and savoring roasted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the enticing aroma of grilled corn, the two enjoyed their meal immensely. Lin Ruoying had never dined outdoors in her life. Appreciating the riverside scenery while indulging in organic cuisine brought them immense joy. Dogsy wished fervently that time could stand still, allowing him to remain with the fairy sister forever. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Dogsy went to collect more eels. This time, he caught even more, a dense heap of small white fish weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. He emptied the fish out and tossed the eel back into the river. He then fetched 2 fishing rods, baited them, and began fishing with Lin Ruoying. The tender river waters were abundant with aquatic life, being one of the tributaries of the Sanguo River. The river was home to a plethora of species, including the 3 flowers, 5 roes, 18 species, and 72 varieties of miscellaneous fish. The 3 flowers refer to 3 types of fish: Ao Hua, mandarin fish; Bien Hua, bream; and Ji Hua, carp. Among them, Ao Hua, also known as perch or golden mandarin fish, is renowned for its tender flesh with few bones and delightful flavor. Bien Hua is scientifically named Longchun Bien. Ji Hua refers to river carp. The 5 roes is a collective term for 5 types of fish: Zhiluo, Fa Luo, Yaluo, Hu Luo, and Tong Luo. Among these, Zhiluo and Fa Luo are larger species, while the latter 3 are smaller varieties. Zhiluo is one of the world's rare cold water fish and a prized carnivorous freshwater salmon. The 18 species does not precisely denote 18 different types of fish, but serves as a rough estimate to describe the myriad varieties present. In fact, the 18 species encompasses various small fish species, such as Chuandingzi, Huazi, Daozi, and Qili Fuzi, indicating a multitude rather than a specific number. The 72 varieties is also an approximate figure, referring to all other freshwater fish not included in the aforementioned categories. This encompasses distinctive types such as sturgeon, huaitu, and cucumber fish, with 72 not signifying an exact count, but rather indicating diversity. However, in this stretch of the river, there were not so many varieties of fish. Apart from the small white fish, there were only the Chuandingzi. Lin Ruoying did not possess fishing skills, as she would pull the rod up as soon as a fish nibbled at the bait, failing to catch a single one in 10 attempts. The dog maintained a remarkable record of catching 2 fish every minute, particularly enjoying the thrill of biting the hook. As soon as the bait touched the water, it was snatched away. If not for the difficulty of unhooking, the dog could have easily caught 5 or 6 fish in a minute. Although Lin Ruoying's fishing skills were not particularly impressive, her enthusiasm was infectious. Each time she successfully reeled in a small fish, her laughter rang out joyfully, reminiscent of a child. It had been a long time since she had experienced such unabashed happiness. Listening to the melodious laughter of the fairy-like sister and admiring her ethereal figure, the dog was suddenly inspired, his creativity unfazed by his lack of formal education. A whimsical poem slipped from his lips, skin like warm jade, hands like scallions, voice like celestial music drifting through the clouds. The enchanting beauty named Ruoying, a mortal suitor paired with a heavenly being. Upon hearing the poem, Lin Ruoying chuckled, teasing him. "You have quite the ambition. You dare to harbor such thoughts about a fairy? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning from above?" He replied playfully, "If I could earn the fairy's favor, I would gladly accept the lightning strike. Dying under her skirt would be a charming fate." Just as he finished speaking, a distant thunderclap echoed, and dark clouds began to gather across the mountain, signaling an impending rainstorm. Startled by the thunder, the dog wondered if the heavens had heard his vow, as if it were a witness to his words. He continued, "If I could marry the fairy in this lifetime, I would dedicate my life to being her devoted servant, caring for and cherishing her, ensuring she experiences a life no less splendid than that in the heavens." Lin Ruoying smiled serenely. "Then you must keep striving. Fairies are not easily deceived. A mere bowl of fish soup and a few potatoes, 1 tea suffice. With that, she returned to her fishing. The dog affirmed, I will continue to work hard, believing that there will come a day when the ferry will be moved. He thought to himself, this was merely a promising beginning. One day, the fairy sister would become his bride. As they resumed fishing, they overlooked the approaching dark clouds. Before long, the clouds rolled in, accompanied by flashes of lightning and a torrential downpour. They hurried into the car, unable to even grab their fishing rods. Taking refuge inside the vehicle, they waited for the rain to pass. The storm was swift, and soon the sun broke through the clouds once more. The dog quickly collected the fishing nets, discovering that a good portion of the catch consisted of fish, not only small white fish, but also numerous other varieties. The recent downpour had startled the fish, leading to an abundant harvest. The pair drove home, their car laden with their catch. With so many fish, they could not possibly consume them all. The dog decided to deliver some to his godmother and hoped to enjoy a meal at her home. After discussing it with Lin Ruoying, she agreed, expressing her longing for the delicious vegetarian dishes prepared by Aunt Wang. With her assent, the dog drove straight to Director Wang's house. Upon their arrival, his godmother was delighted, quickly inviting them to sit and offering snacks. She urged them to help themselves, suggesting they either eat or browse books in her study. Meanwhile, she went to the market to purchase a variety of ingredients, planning to prepare a delightful dinner for the two of them. The dog busied himself cleaning the 30 to 40 pounds of small fish, storing them in the refrigerator for his godfather and godmother to enjoy later. A small basin of whitebait was set aside, awaiting the evening when I could showcase my culinary skills by preparing fried whitebait for them to savor. This dish was once the beloved accompaniment of Master Neo during his lifetime. Ever since his passing, Dogsy had refrained from making fried whitebait, for the mere sight of the fish evoked memories of his master. Time has dulled the sorrow in his heart, and today, having gathered an abundance of small fish, he felt it was the perfect opportunity to indulge. It had been far too long since he had experienced that delightful, crisp sensation. After cleaning and marinating the whitebait, Dogsy coated them lightly in flour and heated oil in a pan, frying them at a moderate temperature until they turned a golden hue before retrieving them. Once the oil reached a near boiling point, he fried them again, ensuring they were irresistibly crispy. He also prepared a dish of sweet and sour pork, hoping to treat Lin Ruoying, as this dish is a favorite among women from the Northeast, cherished by nearly every girl. It was this very dish that had captivated Wang Lily's heart. His adoptive mother had prepared several exquisite vegetarian dishes, knowing Lin Ruoying's penchant for them, specifically crafting them for her. 8 dishes adorned the dining table, and just as they were about to begin, Director Wang returned, prompting the 4 of them to gather around the table for their meal. His adoptive mother suggested they share a few drinks, pouring sweet grape wine into glasses for everyone. Just as Dogsy lifted his glass, it was snatched away by his adoptive father, who admonished his mother, "Are you out of your mind? He has to drive later. What is he doing drinking?" Turning to Dogsy, he remarked, "You're quite the show-off, aren't you? Why buy a car? As a cadre at the distillery, what is the need to flaunt? You're not a child anymore. If you have some spare money, why not invest in a house? Bringing your mother over would surely allow her to enjoy life a little longer," Director Wang suggested. Upon hearing this, Dogsy realized he had overlooked such a sensible idea. "Why Haven Tea, I thought of buying a house to bring my mother over. I do have the means. How unfilial of me. I'll buy a house in a few days, and I'll have my mother come here for the new year," he quickly responded. "That's the spirit. Never forget your own mother," his adoptive father continued. "By the way, this year, the city's medicinal herb company has a plethora of orders requiring a substantial amount of wild herbs. The century-old astragalus from your area is running low. You should ask your relatives there to help gather some common herbs. Though they may not be valuable, the quantity is significant. Now that you have a car, you can transport the herbs yourself. Don't let it sit idle like a mere ornament." "All right. I'll speak to my aunt tomorrow and have her organize the family to help me collect various herbs," Dogsy affirmed. The 4 of them continued to enjoy their meal, toasting and sharing drinks. Dogsy poured a glass of beverage to accompany his adoptive mother and Lin Ruoying. As they sipped the sweet grape wine, Lin Ruoying's appetite flourished. His adoptive mother's vegetarian dishes were extraordinarily delicious. The fried whitebait, crisp and fragrant, perfectly matched the taste of the enchanting sister. Despite being a vegetarian, Lin Ruoying devoured nearly half a plate of the whitebait, while she showed less enthusiasm for the beloved sweet and sour pork, giving half of a piece to Dogsy after tasting it. After finishing dinner and bidding farewell to his foster parents, Dogsy drove Lin Ruoying back to her dormitory. The day had been exhausting. The fairy-like sister returned to wash up and then retire for the night. Dogsy returned to the distillery, where he spotted Eru sitting on the steps, waiting for his return. Dogsy inquired, "Why are you still awake at this hour? The mosquitoes are rampant outside." Aren't you bothered by their bites? I was worried when you hadn't come back. I thought something might have happened to you. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have had to go looking for Brother Malu. Next time you go out, you must bring me along. What if someone tries to abduct you? Without me by your side, do you think you can fend off those ruffians? The earnestness in Eru's words touched Dogsy deeply. Although Eru was young, he still possessed the heart of a child. His concern for Dogsy was commendable. Such a good brother was indeed worth having. Patting Eru on the shoulder, Dogsy said, "You are truly a good little brother. Only you care about Dogsy's safety. Well, I'm back now. Next time we go out, I'll definitely take you along. We shall enjoy ourselves together." Eru scratched his head and said, "Then I'll head inside to sleep. You should also rest early." With that, he ambled back to the dormitory, his large frame swaying. Dogsy smiled at his robust silhouette, thinking, at just 16, he is already nearly 2 meters tall. What kind of wife will he find in the future? Feeling weary, he decided it was time for bed. After washing up, Dogsy slipped into his pajamas and fell asleep. The following morning, he called his aunt in the office to inform her about assisting in the collection of some common Chinese medicinal herbs this year. Upon hearing this, his aunt replied, "But we don't know each other. The herbs you mentioned, Atractylodes, Polygonatum, Sephora flavescens, Clematis, Anemone, and Fritillaria, I've never seen them. I only recognize Astragalus because everyone in the forest area uses it for foot baths." Dogsy realized she was correct. They didn't know these herbs. How would they collect them? He thought it wise to find some illustrated references from a Chinese medicinal herb research institute, allowing them to recognize the plants from the images. He called Lin Ruoying to ask her for pictures of the medicinal herbs with illustrations. The fairy-like sister readily agreed, assuring him she would gather plenty of images. After hanging up, Dogsy rushed to the workshop, having neglected proper management there lately, preoccupied with practicing driving and pleasing the fairy-like sister. In the workshop, steam swirled as Hualu supervised the workers in the distillation area, perspiration dripping down his face, adorned with colorful decorations resembling a mischievous sprite. Meanwhile, Fengzi was busy in the mixing room, enveloped in a cloud of sweat. Observing his industrious brothers, Dogsy suddenly felt inadequate in his role as the elder brother. Having transitioned to a full-time position, he realized his brothers continued to toil daily in the workshop. He contemplated finding an opportunity to arrange for them to transition into full-time roles as well. Since Hualu had taken on a wife and children, he had become more diligent in his work. He couldn't afford to be lax. The hard-earned life filled him with warmth and happiness, prompting him to cherish these days. For the sake of his children and wife, he must work diligently, aspiring to one day be promoted like Dogsy and become a full-time employee himself. The individual whom Hualu admires most is the former head of the brewing workshop, currently the director Ma Qianli. He serves as Hualu's role model and future aspiration. His elder brother, Guzi, possesses neither the aptitude nor the finesse for governance. His approach to life is far from diplomatic. Compared to the deftness exhibited by Director Ma, Guzi's skills are akin to those of a kindergarten graduate. Currently, Hualu yearns to have a child with Ma Dingdang, harboring no ambitions of holding an official position. Frustratingly, despite their extended marriage, Ma Dingdang shows no signs of pregnancy, which deeply disheartens Hualu. He longs for a little one to cherish. Hoping to compensate for the deficiencies of his own childhood through parenthood, Guzi has not engaged in wine research for quite some time, and his commitment to work has waned. Upon visiting the factory's research lab, he found several researchers engrossed in card games and idle chatter, seeking to alleviate their boredom. This sight incensed Guzi. He thought to himself that the nation is sustaining such a group of parasites who squander their days in leisure instead of focusing on their duties. Those who merely drift through life in this manner ought to be dismissed entirely. Yet, the researchers paid no heed to Guzi's presence, continuing their frivolity, as he, despite holding the position of deputy section chief, lacked the authority to command them. Guzi approached Director Shi, expressing his concerns regarding the researchers' negligence of their work in favor of card games, which he believed adversely affected productivity. Director Shi, with a smile, assured him that he would raise the issue at the upcoming leadership meeting, leaving Guzi to return home. However, after several days, no action was taken. The brewery was mired in complex relationships and nepotism, making it challenging to address the issue effectively. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity. Disappointed by the bureaucratic stagnation and the stagnant waters of the brewery's administration, Guzi began to contemplate leaving the establishment. He perceived that such a life, even if he were to attain a status akin to Director Ma, held little significance. Living aimlessly for a lifetime, simply to hold an official title and become a parasite who flatters superiors while oppressing subordinates, was not the life Guzi envisioned. Now financially secure, he yearned to engage in endeavors that would bring honor to his family. Chapter 127. The enterprise must transform a man, must endure hardships to mature. Without the whip of society, there can be no progress. Guzi desired to pursue endeavors that not only yield profit, but also benefit the community. This pursuit seemed far more fulfilling than languishing in the brewery day after day. He had grown weary of the parasitic existence, observing the idleness of the factory's cadres, who spent their days devising strategies for meetings and interpreting the directives of their superiors. Suddenly, he found them pitiable. Life had devolved into sycophancy and bribery for official positions. They had contributed nothing to the brewery or society, their presence merely a facade, drawing high salaries while contributing nothing of value, a true cohort of parasites. Guzi was determined not to follow in their footsteps. Now that he had achieved financial independence, he no longer needed to compromise his principles. By the measure of his savings, he was indeed the wealthiest individual in the brewery. He aspired to carve out a unique path for himself. Soon, Lin Ruoying provided him with a plethora of images of medicinal herbs. Numerous copies were made, with images of various medicinal herbs compiled and bound into several volumes. The dog sent these catalogs to his aunt and subsequently called her, advising her to organize a team to gather herbs once the illustrated book arrived. With his aunt overseeing the collection, she promptly agreed to mobilize her team, beginning with the harvesting of astragalus, birch fungus, Ganoderma lucidum, and the berries of the viburnum, all of which were well known to the locals. In the following days, the dog began searching for housing. At that time, properties in Q City were quite affordable. One could acquire a decent apartment for merely tens of thousands. However, after several days of searching, he found nothing suitable. It was then that Ma Qianli called, requesting him to visit his office for an important discussion. Without hesitation, the dog drove over. Upon reaching the City Construction Bureau, he entered Ma Qianli's office, where he found him leisurely sipping tea while reading the newspaper. "Uncle Ma, what brings me here?" the dog inquired. "Please, have a seat. The tea leaves are in the teapot. Feel free to help yourself." "I won't fuss over you," Ma Qianli replied. The dog, not one to stand on ceremony, selected the finest tea leaves and brewed himself a cup. Once seated, Ma Qianli remarked, "You may not be aware, but your distillery is transitioning to a contracting system, which will lead to significant layoffs. You might retain your deputy-level position, but you will be demoted from your role as workshop director to a craftsman in the workshop." "What? Is that true? I am a state employee, a deputy-level factory cadre," the dog exclaimed, astonished. "The documents will soon be issued to your factory. As soon as I learned of this, I sought you out. You have three options. First, you can bid against several factory directors and deputy directors who wish to contract the distillery and see who proves to be the most capable. If you successfully contract the distillery, you will have dominion over it. Second, you may wait for them to finalize the contracts and be offered a minor managerial or master brewing position, though it's likely the brewing master will still need to work. Third, you could opt to transfer from the Victory Distillery to our City Construction Bureau, where I can arrange a position for you as a deputy-level staff member, with the prospect of securing a formal role later. When I retire, I will ensure you secure a formal position. Consider your options carefully," he advised. After some contemplation, the dog responded, "I believe there is a fourth option. I would like to establish a medicinal herb procurement station, sourcing herbs from the Greater and Lesser Xing'an Mountains and selling them to herbal companies in Q City, D City, and H City. I feel my temperament is not suited for the national enterprise or bureaucratic environment. I lack both the desire and the aptitude for a political career. However, I must express my gratitude for your support, Uncle Ma. Without you, I would not be where I am today. I will find a way to repay you in this lifetime." "Speaking of repayment, are you being too formal? Everyone has their aspirations. Since you wish to venture out and make your mark, I support your decision. I had intended to seek a position for you through the director, but it seems that effort was in vain," Ma Qianli said with a hint of disappointment. "Uncle, will there truly be extensive layoffs at the distillery?" the dog asked. "Absolutely. If those factory leaders successfully secure the contracts, they are likely to reduce the workforce by 70%. There are far too many idle workers," Ma Qianli affirmed. Upon hearing Director Ma mention a potential 70 layoff, Guzi's thoughts immediately turned to Shalu and Fengzi. Both had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of family, sustaining themselves on meager portions of potatoes and cabbage. After enduring a long struggle, they had finally established families of their own, only to now face the peril of unemployment. If this so-called elder brother of theirs could not lend a hand, it would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. "Uncle Ma, I implore you, assist Shalu and Fengzi. They have just embarked on their marital journey, especially with Shailiu's child being so young. Should he lose his job, how will they survive?" Guzi earnestly pleaded with Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli found himself in a quandary. "I can only secure one position for you. You know, I am merely a deputy director, although my rank has recently improved. I am still not the executive deputy. My influence is quite limited. Do you think I wouldn't want to arrange positions for more people from the old distillery? They are my core associates. Uncle Ma, with his limited authority, could only offer one slot. You decide who should take it, he said, relinquishing the decision to Guzi. Guzi recognized he was placing undue pressure on Ma Qianli. Indeed, as Ma had stated, he too wished to surround himself with trusted individuals. Alas, his power was too diminutive to effectuate such changes. After a moment's contemplation, Guzi declared, "Let us prioritize Shalu. His health is frail, and his child is very young. If he loses his job, he will struggle to find new employment. Very well. Since you have made the decision, I shall allocate the position to Shalu. However, you must inform him of this favor, so he understands your goodwill. Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain. Remember, young man, Uncle Ma speaks to you as someone he considers family. Even the best of friends cannot help without ensuring the other understands the gravity of the situation. This is not a trivial matter. It is a pivotal turning point in their lives. Do not take it lightly," Ma Qianli advised earnestly. "Understood, Uncle Ma. I will convey to Shalu that it is you who have gone to great lengths to secure this position for him. He will be eternally grateful for your support. And I shall never forget it," Guzi affirmed. "Ah, you are too soft-hearted, my boy, too compassionate. This will be your downfall in the business realm. A lack of ruthlessness will hinder your ability to prosper," Ma Qianli lamented, a look of regret upon his face. His intention had been to transfer Guzi to the Urban Construction Bureau. With his years of experience in discerning character, he recognized Guzi as a principled individual who would be eternally loyal to those who aided him in times of need. Ma Qianli would not remain in a position of authority forever. Retirement would eventually come. He aspired to nurture a promising junior, providing support to propel them forward, with the hope that this individual would, in turn, care for Ma Qianli's future successors. Chapter 128. The house has been purchased after a lengthy conversation with Ma Qianli. Guzi learned that the restructuring of the Victory Distillery was not an isolated incident. Numerous poorly managed state-owned enterprises would soon undergo similar transformations. A wave of layoffs would soon sweep through the city. As their discussion progressed, the topic of purchasing a home arose. Guzi expressed his desire to buy a house to bring his mother over. However, after viewing numerous properties, he found none satisfactory, either too dilapidated or too small. Ma Qianli interjected, "Why didn't you consult with me about buying a house? What do you think the Urban Construction Bureau is for? We are here to oversee construction. Is purchasing a house a daunting task? Just wait for the news. Uncle Ma assisted you in selecting a few options." Sandog expressed profound gratitude as he returned to the distillery. The wave of layoffs is about to commence, making job placements increasingly challenging, necessitating proactive measures. Upon returning, he sought out Hualio to relay the news. Upon hearing that his iron rice bowl was at risk, Hualio was disheartened. His expression contorted as if he had lost both parents. What could he do? At that moment, he even contemplated selling tea eggs on the street. He needed to support his family. Dogzi informed him that a contingency plan had already been devised, inquiring if Hualio would be willing to join the Urban Construction Bureau. Hualio nodded fervently, indicating his eagerness. Only a fool would reject such an opportunity. Wasn't this akin to a pie falling from the sky? The Urban Construction Bureau was a prestigious institution, significantly more powerful than the Victory Distillery. Dogzi mentioned that this was all thanks to Ma Qianli, urging Hualio to remember Ma Qianli's kindness for life. Even on the day Ma Director retires, he must not forget his assistance. Once at the Urban Construction Bureau, he should work diligently, striving for a position at the deputy or even the principal departmental level. Dogzi underestimated Hualio. His ambitions extended far beyond mere departmental roles. Hualio excelled in networking, adept at flattery and understanding social dynamics, yet had lacked a stage until now. Fortunately, with Dogzi and Ma Qianli's support, he had found a platform. The future would reveal whether he could navigate these waters skillfully and achieve fame. With Hualio's arrangements in place, the next step was to explore opportunities to secure a path for the madman. This matter could not be pursued with Ma Qianli, who had already extended considerable assistance over the years without any familial ties. Dogzi resolved to seek help from his godfather, hoping to arrange employment for the madman at the Municipal Medicinal Materials Company. The madman and Hualio had recognized Dogzi as their elder brother, marking what could be considered their greatest fortune in life. Dogzi had even relinquished his own prospects in favor of Hualio, now seeking to resolve the madman's situation. Truly a benevolent brother. The following morning, Ma Qianli called Dogzi, requesting him to inspect a property. The building was part of a development managed by a construction company under the Urban Construction Bureau. It was conveniently located close to the city center and a park, with a market and schools nearby. Within a kilometer, there were two top-tier hospitals. This property was exceptional, offering tranquility amidst the bustle. Living here would allow his mother to exercise in the park and access the market conveniently. And when he marries Lin Ruiying and his children, the schools would be within close reach. Should the elderly fall ill, the hospitals would also be nearby. The environment was splendid, featuring a well-planned new development. The only drawback was the price, which was somewhat steep, though it had been reduced by over 300 due to Ma Qianli's influence. Originally priced at 1,080 per square meter, Dogsy was granted a rate of 700 per square meter in light of Massachusetts director's standing. It is worth noting that properties in Q City were not particularly expensive, with older, less desirable units outside the city center available for 300 to 400 per square meter. The price was nearly double. Dogsy was enamored with this property and decided to purchase 2 units, one for himself and one for his mother. He favored the 3rd floor, selecting both apartments on that level, as the number 3 is considered auspicious. Due to the choice of the 3rd floor, it was impossible to arrange both units within the same building. Hence, the 2 apartments are located in different buildings, separated by a mere 100 or 200 meters. This arrangement is preferable, as it prevents potential conflicts arising from the close proximity of a daughter-in-law to her mother-in-law. Both units span an impressive 898 square meters, a rarity in this era when the concept of shared areas had yet to emerge. These are tangible measurements of space. Each apartment comprises 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, in stark contrast to the modest 30 to 50 square meter residences commonly found in many families in Q City today. These dwellings can be deemed luxurious. Shortly thereafter, the dog signed the contracts and settled the payments, which amounted to over 100,000 yuan for both properties, including various fees. With the acquisition of the homes finalized, Ma Qianli assisted in contacting a construction company to engage a contractor for the renovations. After providing detailed instructions regarding the renovation, the dog relinquished further involvement, as his sole responsibility was financial. He harbored no fears of being deceived by the contractor. Any act of deceit would jeopardize the contractor's future opportunities in Q City, a serious consequence when dealing with the leadership of the Urban Construction Bureau. In the midst of these housing matters, the dog had not reached out to his fairy sister. He attempted to invite Lin Ruiying to dinner, but she declined, expressing her fatigue. The recent promotional efforts for the cultivation of traditional Chinese herbs had taken a toll, as the research institute was understaffed. Director Wang was even considering requesting some specialized graduates from local colleges to bolster the personnel at the Herbal Research Institute. Ah, how fortuitous. The dog thought to inquire with his godfather about potentially transferring the madman to work there. Upon visiting his godfather, he delicately broached the subject of the madman's transfer to the Research Institute. Director Wang promptly refused, stating that they were in need of specialized personnel, and questioned the appropriateness of a distillery technician working in their institute. The dog quickly clarified the madman's field of study, revealing that while both he and Hualu graduated from the same vocational school, their specializations differed. Hualu focused on fermentation, aligning with brewing, whereas the madman specialized in forestry seedling cultivation. They had chosen to work in the same factory to avoid separation. The madman's expertise perfectly matched the urgent staffing needs of the Research Institute for the cultivation and promotion of traditional Chinese herbs. After some consideration, Director Wang agreed to temporarily borrow him for evaluation. Should the madman prove suitable, he would be retained. If not, he would be returned to his original position. This was the extent of what Wang could offer, as he had initially arranged for Lin Ruiying's entry into the Research Institute due to her outstanding capabilities. A rare talent indeed. As for the madman, Wang had not yet witnessed his abilities, so a trial period was necessary. The dog was elated, having resolved yet another dilemma. When he shared this uplifting news with the madman, the latter was overwhelmed with joy. Having learned from Hualu about the impending restructuring at the distillery, he had been troubled to the point of losing his appetite, contemplating his future options. Now, with the dog's help, his concerns were alleviated. Overflowing with excitement, the madman decided to showcase his culinary skills by preparing a few dishes to graciously host the dog. The dog shook its head in refusal. The madman's dark culinary concoction could barely be tolerated by pigs, let alone a discerning gourmet canine. It would surely spell disaster for him. Chapter 129. Sister Mimi treats the first batch of medicinal herbs, collected with the assistance of Aunt Arya, arrived by train, comprising a plethora of ingredients: astragalus, bitter sephora, birch fungus, and angelica. The sheer volume of herbs was overwhelming, and Dogsy found himself unable to transport them alone. He called upon Erhu for assistance. The pair toiled for half a day, utilizing his wooling van to haul dozens of loads, amounting to nearly 8 or 9 tons, before finally completing the task. With such a variety of herbs, the inspector finished his checks just as night fell, declaring that payment could only be processed the following day. Dogsy assured him it was of no concern. They would manage until tomorrow. Afterward, he took Erhu out for a meal, treating him to hot pot lamb. Despite consuming several plates, Erhu found himself unsatisfied and declared he would refrain from such fare in the future, lamenting its inability to fill him. With no other option, he ordered a few more pounds of hand-pulled noodles before he finally felt sated. The day's labor had drained his energy, with Erhu bearing the brunt of the work, leaving him quite exhausted. Post-meal, Dogsy led Erhu to a public bathhouse where they enjoyed a refreshing wash, a back scrub, and a foot massage. He then took him to the salon within the bathhouse for a haircut. Erhu, feeling invigorated, accompanied Dogsy back to the distillery, expressing his joy about the day filled with dining, bathing, and pampering. He eagerly promised to return to assist Dogsy with the transportation of medicinal herbs. Dogsy replied that he would indeed have him back to work, but next time it would be compensated with a proper wage. This news delighted Erhu further, as it meant an additional source of income. Hualu was swiftly transferred to the Urban Construction Bureau, temporarily serving as a regular staff member in the personnel division, while the madman was seconded to the Municipal Medicinal Material Research Institute, where he worked as a technician for the promotion of herbal cultivation. Both were overjoyed and insisted on treating Dogsy to a celebratory meal. Dogsy, unable to refuse, acquiesced to their request. Hualu, initially intending to host a modest meal at home, faced opposition from Yang Mimi, who argued, "Your brother Dogsy has rendered you an immense favor. You cannot merely host him with humble home-cooked fare. That would be exceedingly stingy. Reserve a table at a high-end restaurant in Q City to treat him properly. Always remember who has provided you with your livelihood. This is a debt that must never be forgotten." Since marrying Hualu, Yang Mimi had embarked on a path of transformation, wholeheartedly embracing her role as a devoted wife, yet her spirited nature remained unchanged. She still believed in repaying kindness and settling scores with fervor, maintaining her generous disposition. After consulting with Ma Dingdang, the madman was allocated 200 yuan in special funds for the purpose of treating Dogsy to a meal. Ma Dingdang instructed that following the meal, the madman should also arrange for a bath and massage, ideally including some special services, as it was presumed that Dogsy had not been with a woman since his breakup with Wang Lily. Gazing at the 200 yuan in his hand, the madman felt a wave of despair wash over him. This foolish woman is far too miserly. Does she think this is in dollars? How could this possibly suffice? And to think of special services for a bath and massage, what a joke. Will this even cover the meal? Observing the madman's woeful expression, it was clear that he found the funds lamentably insufficient. Ma Dingdang presented him with an additional 50, inquiring if this would suffice. The gathering took place in the revolving restaurant atop the Bai Niao Hotel, the tallest edifice in Q City at that time. Sanguo, accompanied by Erhu, drove to fetch Lin Ruing, while Hualu brought along his wife and child, also inviting Fengzi and Ma Dingdang to join them. Upon arrival, Hualu instructed the waiter to commence serving the dishes. The banquet was lavish, featuring an array of delicacies, albeit lacking lobster and abalone, yet crabs, scallops, and prawns were plentiful. A special dish of stir-fried sea cucumber with bullwhip was ordered for Guzi. Knowing Lin Ruing would attend, the thoughtful Yang Mimi specifically chose several vegetarian dishes for her. The table was laden with 12 sumptuous offerings. Guzi remarked to Hualu and Yang Mimi, "Isn't this a bit extravagant? We are merely brothers. There is no need for such formality." Yang Mimi replied, "What is this in comparison? It is a pity that our Q City lacks lobster, abalone, and other rare delicacies. If we had them, I would spend my entire fortune to treat you. You are not merely assisting Hualu with a job transfer. You have paved a golden path for him. Without you, he would be destined to toil as a technician at the distillery for a lifetime. Now, he has entered the construction bureau as a civil servant. Though he is merely a clerk at present, this is a remarkable starting point. Given Hualu's cleverness, who knows? He might one day rise to the position of section chief. Thus, you are a great benefactor to our family." Guzi responded, "You overstate the matter. We are good brothers and ought to assist one another. Moreover, it is Director Ma Qianli who has been instrumental. We should express our gratitude to him." Yang Mimi countered, "If it weren't for your influence, would Director Ma Qianli regard my Hualu as significant? It is indeed because of you." Enough said. All sentiments are encapsulated in this wine. Allow me to toast you. With that, she raised her glass and downed it. Guzi joined her in the toast. Noticing Yang Mimi preparing to refill their glasses, he quickly interjected, "Sister Mimi, let us indulge in some dishes first before drinking, shall we? Look at Erhu. He is absolutely famished." Guzi was well aware of the former little enchantress Yang Mimi's drinking capacity, which started at a baseline of 1 caddy and often exceeded 2. In the realm of drinking, Guzzi knew he could not match Mimi. Young Mimi glanced at Erhu, who was intently gazing at the dishes, his face filled with longing, saliva nearly spilling from his lips. After all, he was just a 16-year-old youth, captivated by the sight of delectable food. Then let us eat first. Mimi had initially intended to toast Guzzi 3 times. In Hualu's household, major decisions rested with him, while minor details were managed by Yang Mimi. Fortunately, there had never been any significant issues. The arrangements for drinking and toasting were also orchestrated by Yang Mimi, not due to Hualu's incompetence, but rather his inclination to let her take the lead. Since she enjoyed taking charge, he allowed her to do so. Erhu, with his head bowed, fervently consumed the food, nearly depleting the plate of bullwhip stewed with sea cucumber beside him. Seizing this rare opportunity to savor such an abundance of delicacies, Erhu was determined to indulge. Henti, that beautiful sister, mentioned this feast was a gesture of gratitude from Brother Guzzi for his assistance. Since it was a meal in honor of Brother Guzzi, he must partake heartily, otherwise he would be at a loss. Originally, the madman intended to wait until the slippery fellow had finished treating his dog before he would extend his invitation. However, upon witnessing the lavish atmosphere at the slippery's residence, he realized that the over 200 yuan he possessed was utterly insufficient. Alas, he would have to return home and request some funds from Ma Dingdang. He could not afford to lose face over this matter. It appeared that he would have to pull off a grand gesture that evening. Ensuring his wife was well taken care of, as pleasing her would naturally increase his financial resources. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, everyone had their fill, leaving only Erhu still hunched over his meal, devouring it with an insatiable fervor. This foolish child, as if he had never eaten before, consumed half of the dishes in a ravenous frenzy. Noticing that others had nearly finished, Yang Mimi suggested settling the bill, proposing that the leftover food be packed for Erhu to take home and enjoy at his leisure. Upon receiving the bill, Yang Mimi's eyes widened at the staggering total of over 1,300 yuan. Goodness, that was equivalent to 4 months' salary for the slippery fellow. Yet, without a flicker of hesitation, she promptly settled the payment, as if it were mere pocket change. Truly, she was a woman of the world. Meanwhile, Ma Dingdang felt a wave of despondency wash over her upon hearing of Yang Mimi's extravagant expenditure on the meal for the dog. The madman was equally stunned, never expecting such a lavish feast to cost 1,300. Suddenly, the 250 yuan in his pocket felt utterly trivial. Erhu, however, was oblivious to their expressions, busily directing the waiter to pack up his leftovers. I want that, and this too. Don't pour out the soup. Pack that for me as well. What? It can't be contained? Just find a few mineral water bottles to pour it into. When I get home, I'll combine this soup with a dozen potatoes and a couple of cabbages, toss in some vermicelli and water, and stew it into a massive pot, enough to feed my parents for several days. The dog covered his face, thinking, this Erhu, what an inconsiderate child. You've utterly embarrassed me. He resolved never to invite him out for a meal again. Even the leftover fish soup was to be packed. This child truly knew how to make the most of life. After driving Lin Ruing back to the Research Institute's dormitory and dropping Erhu off at his home, the foolish child carried a mountain of packed leftovers, leaving not even half a bowl of rice behind. He took it all. He declared that his parents had never even seen such delicacies, and he was determined to let them taste it. Hearing this, the dog felt a pang of sorrow. What a filial child he was. The medicinal herbs delivered recently had all been handled by Erhu, and each time, the dog had given him 30 yuan for his labor. Erhu was overjoyed, as he had become quite adept at this work. Now, with shipments occurring every other day, he had earned nearly 500 yuan in a month. Coupled with his job hauling distillery waste, he was making close to 1,000 monthly, more than several powerless deputy factory directors. This newfound income had inflated Erhu's pride. Whenever he encountered those deputy directors, he held his head high, looking down upon them. The directors, baffled, held private meetings to speculate. Is that hulking Erhu an idiot? Why does he look at us with such disdain? Has he grown arrogant from his cart pulling? One day, the madman decided to treat the dog to a meal, considering it a gesture of gratitude. Thus, he sought counsel from his wife, Ma Dingdang, to see if she could authorize a little extra money for the occasion. Ma Dingdang remarked, our family cannot compare to the Shalu family. Yang Mimi works in the cafeteria and also moonlights as a vegetable vendor with additional side income. Unlike us, who rely solely on this meager salary. This time, you treat dog brother to dinner. I shall refrain from joining, as your table will have fewer chopsticks, allowing you to order additional dishes. Moreover, do not invite the Shalu couple, for Yang Mimi must tend to the children after work. Who has the time to dine? Here, I will give you 50 yuan. Please enjoy a hearty meal, followed by a soothing bath and massage. Unless something significant arises, this should suffice. With no other options, the madman reluctantly calculated his expenses and chose a familiar roadside eatery, ordering 6 substantial dishes before summoning Dogsy to join him for dinner. Just then, Eru returned to the distillery after helping Dogsy unload herbs. Upon hearing that the madman was treating Dogsy to dinner, he wished to tag along. Observing the child's pitiful eyes and scruffy face, Dogsy's heart softened, and he agreed to take him along, thinking it was merely a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. However, he overlooked Eru's voracious appetite, despite a recent decrease in his food intake. A single meal for him equated to 4 or 5 meals for Dogsy. Bringing him along was akin to inviting 4 additional guests. This time, Dogsy did not fetch Lin Ruoying. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant mentioned by the madman, he recognized it as the small roadside eatery they frequented in the past. While the stir-fried vegetables were tolerable, the larger dishes were far from commendable and paled in comparison to Dogsy's standards. Not far away, Dogsy and Eru strolled over. Upon arrival, they were greeted with a feast laid out before them. What a spectacle! There was beef stew with potatoes, duck stew with potatoes, chicken stew with potatoes, and a braised fish with sweet potato vermicelli. 2 cold dishes accompanied the spread, a mixed salad and a bitter melon salad. 6 large bowls of food were brimming with abundance. One could hardly argue against their heartiness. To claim otherwise would surely provoke the madman's ire. Since they had arrived, regardless of the food's quality, one could not tarnish a brother's honor. Let the feast commence. They poured the wine, which was a vintage brew pilfered from the distillation workshop by the madman. The quantity of food was overwhelming. Even the typically insatiable Eru felt faint at the sight of it. With these 6 large bowls, one could easily satiate several pigs. However, the taste left much to be desired. Dogsy, now accustomed to a better life, had become discerning in his culinary choices. Eru, having dined with Dogsy, had also developed a refined palate. As they consumed the overly salty and tasteless dishes, Eru suddenly lost his appetite. Yet, the madman savored every bite, for he was accustomed to daily meals of dismal fare. Their culinary skills were remarkably similar. Even delicacies like sea cucumber and abalone would end up stewed with potatoes and cabbage in their hands. The food was unpalatable, and fearing he would embarrass his brother, Dogsy forced himself to eat a bit. Eru managed to consume some chicken stew and the cold dishes, leaving him only partially satisfied. The chef at this little eatery was woefully inadequate. His cooking paled in comparison to that of Eru's mother. The beef was overcooked to the point of being mushy, and the duck was excessively salty. The madman, however, feasted heartily, finding the dishes utterly delectable in his eyes. Seeing Dogsy and Eru lay down their chopsticks, it was clear they were full, prompting the madman to call for the check. The enchanting proprietress, swaying her ample hips, approached with the bill, revealing a sum of 130 yuan. The madman exclaimed, "Why is it so expensive?" The proprietress retorted, "It's not exorbitant when you consider the size of the dish. Not to mention, that large goose alone weighs over 10 jin. You insisted on extra potatoes, and I added 5 more, making this dish weigh around 17 to 18 jin." Upon hearing this, the madman blushed, realizing it was his request for more potatoes that had led to the hefty bill. He hurriedly settled the payment. To alleviate his embarrassment, he suggested to the proprietress to pack the leftovers, saying, "Let us take this dish home for Eru to enjoy." Eru replied, "I don't want it. This dish is excessively salty. My parents have health issues and cannot consume such salty food. You should keep it for yourself." This remark deepened the madman's awkwardness, as he had previously instructed the proprietress to make the dish a bit saltier, given his preference for bold flavors. To his surprise, the small restaurant owner had added so much salt. Nonetheless, he had the leftovers packed into several large plastic bags and, clutching a mountain of remnants, led his dog to the bathing establishment. The dog was initially reluctant, but the madman's imposing stature made it impossible for him to escape his grasp. Relentlessly pulling, the madman dragged the dog into a quaint little bathing center that appeared quite clean. This was no ordinary public bathhouse. It offered massage services as well. Eru, in a rather foolish manner, followed suit. Chapter 131. Bathing. Upon arrival at the bathing center, the madman instructed the dog and Eru to change their shoes and, after receiving their hand tags, encouraged them to enter first. Feeling the remaining 170 yuan in his pocket, along with a few dozen yuan he had discreetly saved from buying groceries, the madman decided it would be prudent to inquire about the prices to avoid overspending. Approaching the front desk, he asked the attendant, "What are the prices for entry and massages?" The entry fee is 8 yuan, which includes bathing supplies. The foot massage is 15, the health massage is 20, the essential oil massage is 30, and the Thai massage is 50, the attendant replied. "Is there a special service? How much does that cost?" The madman, glancing around as if he were engaging in some clandestine dealings, inquired. The special service is 100 for 30 minutes. You can choose an appealing technician, the attendant informed him. Is there any chance of a discount? Would 80 work? The madman, feeling somewhat financially constrained, attempted to haggle. Goodness. In this vast realm, one encounters all sorts. The attendant had never before heard someone attempt to negotiate the price of a massage. She thought to herself that this fellow must have had his head kicked by a donkey. I'm sorry, sir, but we truly cannot lower the price. It is set by the owner and is non-negotiable, she said, casting a disdainful glance at the madman. Seeing that the attendant was unwilling to offer him a discount and observing her contemptuous expression, the madman decided against further bargaining and turned to find the dog. Given his limited funds, he thought it best to let the others indulge while he simply took a quick wash, saving the remainder for a more substantial outing for the dog. The three of them began bathing in the pool, and the madman suggested he assist the dog and Eru with their scrubbing. He had brought a scrubbing towel from home. The dog replied, "Then go ahead. Let us see what skills my brother possesses." The madman seized the towel and vigorously began scrubbing the dog, but his technique was woefully inadequate. Not only did he scrub too harshly, causing the dog discomfort, but the dirt remained stubbornly intact. The dog's skin reddened under the relentless scrubbing. The dog forcefully pushed aside the madman, saying that soon he would be turned into a delicious red braised shrimp. He made his way directly to the relaxation area to find a skilled masseur for a scrub. It was indeed the professional masseur who provided the most pleasurable experience. With gentle techniques that even removed dirt, leaving a delightful tingling sensation across his body. The dog and Eru engaged in scrubbing and salt rubbing for over an hour. After days of laboring with medicinal herbs, Eru was covered in sweat and grime, leaving a trail of black sludge on the floor, much to the disgust of the masseur. He mused that it had been years since he last had a scrub, the accumulated dirt thick enough to cultivate crops. Having washed off the grime and feeling refreshed, the dog and Eru decided to indulge in a foot massage. The three of them ascended to the second floor, where the attendant informed them that for a more extensive treatment, they should head to the third floor. Eru, puzzled by what extensive treatment meant, remarked that they would only partake in the simpler variety, as the more demanding sessions sounded exhausting, mistaking it for moving goods. The dog suggested that they find a quieter spot for their foot massages. The attendant, smiling silently, led them to a tranquil lounge equipped with a television, then summoned the therapists. 3 therapists arrived, but the madman declined to participate, claiming his feet were too sore for such indulgence, insisting that the brothers should go ahead. The dog, not one to be polite, kept the 2 most attractive therapists for himself. When the young masseuse caught sight of Eru's boat-like feet, she was momentarily stunned, wondering how to manage such large appendages. After a few gentle strokes, Eru became displeased, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is this? You're not applying any pressure at all. It feels like you're just tickling me. Do you even know how to massage feet?" It turned out that during previous visits to the bathhouses, the dog had experienced foot massages from strong men, which were far more satisfying. The young women, lacking sufficient strength, could not provide the same sensation. The female therapist, feeling quite dispirited, suggested they switch to another masseuse, stating that she could not continue. With that, she grabbed her bag and left. "What an attitude," grumbled the madman. "You deserve a life of massaging stinky feet." After a while, a male therapist arrived, asserting that he would attend to Eru. He began the massage with a strong grip, and Eru was quite pleased. The 2 indulged in foot massages, body massages, aromatherapy, and cupping, experiencing it all in one go. Meanwhile, the madman was on the verge of tears, realizing he didn't have enough money. He contemplated calling his wife for assistance. After a complete body massage, the dog felt utterly rejuvenated and ordered a pot of tea to relax. He complimented the masseurs on their work and dismissed them. Just as the departing therapist was about to leave, Eru called her back. With a childlike eagerness, he expressed that he hadn't had enough of the foot massage and wanted to indulge once more. This time, he requested that each of the 2 therapists massage one of his feet, believing this would be even more pleasurable. This naive fellow truly understood how to enjoy himself, although he had not calculated that this would result in double the cost. The dog chuckled and remarked, "My brother Eru has grown up, knowing how to enjoy life. This is a good thing. From now on, stick with me, and once we strike it rich, I'll arrange for you to have foot massages every day." Eru replied, "I will never leave dog brother for the rest of my life. Wherever you go, I will follow." Following dog brother means dining on lavish meals and enjoying foot massages. The madman watched the 2 of them laughing and joking, his heart bleeding. These 2 extravagant beings, in such a brief moment, have squandered a considerable sum. Once Eru finishes with his hefty foot, Dogsy remarks that it is nearly time to leave, as he has other matters to attend to. He must call his aunt to procure more yuzu, given the abundant orders from the herbal medicine company. The three of them descend the stairs, quickly rinse off, dry themselves, and proceed to the cloakroom to dress appropriately. Approaching the bar, they present their tokens. The receptionist, armed with a list and a calculator, calculates and states that, including the entrance fee, the total amounts to 324 yuan. However, since they have spent over 300, they are entitled to a complimentary ticket. So they only need to pay 300. What? So expensive? I don't have enough money. Madman, unwilling to lose face before Dogsy, contemplates leaving his own funds behind and instead calls his factory to have his wife bring money for his release. To Dogsy and Eru, he insists, "You two go ahead. I will settle the bill and catch up with you." Dogsy counters, "We came together, so we should return together. Are you intending to sneak up to the third floor for some solo escapade? That simply won't do. You are a married man now. Engaging in illicit activities is out of the question. One misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret." Eru concurs, "Indeed. Let us return together. No need to venture to the third floor. Such endeavors are exhausting." Madman, visibly distressed, realizes he cannot maintain his facade any longer and decides to confess. "I had intended to wear a different outfit today, which contained 500 yuan, but I forgot it at home. What a predicament this is. How embarrassing. Perhaps you should go ahead. I will call my wife to bring the money." In an effort to save face, Madman concocts a hasty excuse. Dogsy chuckles, pulls out a stack of cash from his pocket, counts out 3 bills, and hands them to the receptionist. "Come on, brothers, there's no need for formality. As long as we're happy, it matters not who treats whom." Madman, "You've changed. You're becoming increasingly aloof." Madman chuckles awkwardly, concealing his embarrassment, and thinks to himself that he did not expect Dogsy to be so generous. He reflects on how he had just indulged in a massage and feels he has lost out. Chapter 132. The donkey defiled Dogsy's new home. Over the course of 2 months, Dogsy has amassed over 200,000 yuan through various herbal trades. This business is indeed lucrative and sustainable, for the mountains remain evergreen and commerce endures. Meanwhile, his aunt has earned an additional 30,000 yuan, and several of his relatives have also profited from the procurement of herbs. The townsfolk, despite the arduous nature of foraging, have not been deprived of earnings. Rather than idling at home, they find it more profitable to venture out and earn a living. Summer and autumn represent the off-season for those in the forest, as it is during winter that timber harvesting provides financial gain. Dogsy has inadvertently stimulated the economy of his hometown. With money in hand and the house fully renovated, all that remains is to air it out and eliminate any lingering formaldehyde before moving in. Dogsy is contemplating inviting Lin Ruing over for a visit once the air has cleared, to warm the new residents and perhaps indulge in a romantic evening together, celebrating their new beginnings with a small feast for 2. However, the silly donkey, Mao, upon hearing of the newly furnished abode, insists on visiting Dogsy's new home. Initially, Dogsy is reluctant to show him around, primarily due to concerns about the donkey's clumsiness and the potential for soiling the newly laid flooring. Unable to withstand his incessant pleas, I reluctantly took him to see the new house. This foolish creature is driven by an insatiable curiosity. If there is something he wishes to see, he will persistently pester you until his desires are fulfilled. Accompanied by Mao, we arrived at the new residence, which had been meticulously designed following the various suggestions of Fairy Lin. Another house had been decorated based on my mother's preferences after a phone consultation with her. This new abode embodies the imaginative ideas and tastes of both Dogsy and Lin Ruing. Dogsy was quite pleased with his creation. After viewing the new house, Mao couldn't help but praise it profusely, declaring that when he marries Luo Xiaolan, he too desires to purchase a similar home, styled just like Dogsy's. Dogsy thought to himself, "Can you even afford it? With the meager salary you earn as a security guard, it would be a struggle to support Luo Xiaolan, let alone buy a house." Mao, brimming with excitement, continued to explore the new residence, exclaiming how perfectly it aligned with his tastes. He insisted that if he were to acquire a new house, Dogsy must oversee the renovations to ensure it mirrored his own. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation about the house, Mao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, akin to a cramp. He mentioned that he might have overeaten at lunch and urgently needed to use the restroom. This vexed Dogsy, who informed him that the new toilet was dysfunctional and suggested he go downstairs to the public restroom instead. However, Mao could no longer hold it and pushed past Dogsy into the bathroom. The restroom featured a brand new, high-end toilet. Still with its tags attached, Dogsy had yet to use it himself. He had planned for that toilet to be graced by Lin Ruing, believing that any toilet she used would be imbued with a touch of ethereal charm. Dogsy had hoped the first person to use this new home would be the future lady of the house. To his dismay, it was this foolish creature who made the inaugural visit. Dogsy felt as though his cherished daughter had been usurped by a wild boar, leaving him with a deep sense of discomfort. If not for the fear of confrontation, he would have liked to give him a few kicks. Airmao spent a good half-hour in the bathroom before emerging to inform Dogsy that the toilet was clogged. Upon seeing the toilet filled to the brim with waste, Dogsy felt nauseated. This foolish Airmao was truly idle, making a fuss to see the new house, while producing waste comparable to that of an elephant. How dare he be the first to use his own toilet? Dogsy cursed him under his breath. With no other options, he had to seek out a plumber to clear the toilet. When the plumber arrived and surveyed the situation, he remarked, "Your house is quite impressive. This toilet is so clogged it's still being used. With this volume, it must have been blocked for a week. That is going to cost extra." After more than 20 minutes of work, the plumber finally cleared the blockage. Before leaving, he advised Dogsy to call him immediately if it happened again and not to continue using it, as that would complicate future unclogging. Dogsy bid him farewell with a rueful smile. Feeling quite embarrassed, Airmao offered, "Why don't we split the cost of the plumbing? I truly apologize for making your new home smell awful." Dogsy retorted, "Get lost. Never use my toilet again." The dog left the new house, reeking of unpleasant odors. From that moment onward, Airmao Donkey would never have the opportunity to return. The motto of the dog's new residence became, "Guard against fire, theft, and the donkey." With the impending corporate restructuring, many enterprises were unable to disburse salaries. In a moment of inspiration, a leader from the business bureau proposed a clever solution. The city had a task to assist publicly listed companies in Shanghai by guaranteeing the sale of their stocks. Consequently, part of the overdue salaries was converted into stocks and distributed to the workers. The workers were filled with discontent. Where could they possibly exchange these for cash? Were they to travel to Shanghai for mere stocks? Many workers exchanged their stocks for yarn and cotton shoes. At this juncture, southern merchants from Wenzhou appeared, offering yarn and shoes in exchange for the workers' stocks. The dog inquired with his godfather, Director Wang, whether these stocks could be used as currency. Director Wang elaborated on the history and current state of stocks. Having studied finance for a time in his youth for various reasons, he possessed a deep understanding of the stock market. Upon hearing tales of wealth and ruin associated with stocks, the dog developed a keen interest in this market. He then asked Director Wang if he could acquire some stocks to hold on to, with the intention of selling them in Shanghai in the future. The godfather advised that it was acceptable to hold a small amount, as no one could predict the future. However, with China's economy on the rise, stocks would inevitably appreciate in value. After hearing his godfather's words, the dog returned to the distillery the next day and informed the brewing workshop workers that if they wished to exchange their stocks for yarn and shoes, they should refrain from doing so, as he would exchange cash for their stocks. The dog genuinely wanted to assist these brothers, with whom he had shared years of camaraderie. It pained him to see them exchange their stocks for worthless yarn and shoes. The brewing workshop erupted in excitement upon hearing the dog's offer, and they eagerly brought their allocated stocks to him for cash. Initially, he intended to collect only a modest sum to assist the brewing workers, but soon, relatives and acquaintances began to arrive. Even workers from nearby factories came to the Victory Distillery to exchange their stocks for cash. Ultimately, the dog proclaimed he was out of money, prompting the influx of workers to cease. After calculating the stocks in hand, the face value amounted to several 100,000 yuan, while he had spent approximately a few 100,000 in cash. This caused the dog considerable distress. He reflected on his impulsiveness in exchanging substantial cash for a pile of stocks. If these could be converted into cash, it would be acceptable. However, if not, the dog would be heartbroken. Unbeknownst to him, this moment of kindness would yield a significant future income. Chapter 133. The hypocritical Lin father and son in D City. At the Lin family clinic, Lin Guoxing and Mr. Lin deliberated on the prospect of Mr. Lin adopting his illegitimate son, Lin Jiji, who was already 5 years old. The mistress, with whom he had been involved, had given birth to another son. This news filled Lin Guoxing and his father with uncontainable joy, as Lin's father stroked his graying beard, exclaiming that their ancestors must be blessing them, ensuring the prosperity of the Lin lineage. The Lin family's grandchild could not remain adrift in the world forever. Thus, the father and son conspired, under the pretense of adopting an orphan from the welfare home, to bring Lin Jiji back to the Lin family. Their intention was to nurture this eldest grandson well, and later devise a means to bring back the other grandson under the same guise. This facade would maintain a good reputation externally, while preserving the relationship with Ruoying, the mother. Soon, despite Ring's objections, Mr. Lin brought his illegitimate son, Lin Jiji, back into the family, tending to him with great care and personally guiding his education. Each day, Mr. Lin beamed with joy watching his eldest grandson frolic about. He devoted himself to teaching Lin Jiji to read and write, determined to impart all his knowledge to him. Observing the child's striking resemblance to Lin Guosheng, coupled with the latter's cheerful disposition, Zhou Lijuan grew suspicious, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate her doubts, which she could only bury deep within her heart. Lin Guosheng traversed between the Lin family and the residence of his mistress. Daily, he prepared chicken soup to visit her. The mistress, Wei Ying, was a mere 28 years old, possessing a strikingly seductive appearance. She adorned herself with heavy makeup, resembling a streetwalker. In her past, she had been a woman of dubious repute, known for her promiscuity, having entangled with numerous men. 7 years prior, she had visited the Lin family clinic for treatment, where she met Lin Guosheng, and their relationship blossomed from there. Their initial infatuation ignited a passionate affair, culminating in an unexpected pregnancy. Upon checking her pulse, Lin Guosheng discerned it would be a son, which filled him with elation, declaring that the child must be kept. He then shared this joyous news with Mr. Lin, who supported Wei Ying in carrying the child to term. Thus, the two men conspired to conceal this matter, assuring Wei Ying that should she give birth, the Lin family's assets would be bestowed upon her and her son. Lin Guosheng procured a residence outside to provide for Wei Ying, and over the course of 6 years, they remained together, their eldest son now over 5 years old, soon to turn 6, and their youngest born merely a month prior, chubby and adorable, capturing the affections of both Lin Guosheng and Mr. Lin. Lin Guosheng hired a nanny to assist Wei Ying and the children, while Wei Ying's mother came to help care for her. Wei Ying's mother, a woman of shallow values, saw only money and lacked any sense of morality. She had repeatedly urged Lin Guosheng to divorce Zhou Lijuan and marry her daughter, giving her a rightful place. After all, their daughter had been with him for over 6 years and bore him 2 sons, making her a significant contributor to the Lin family legacy. Lin Guosheng merely placated her, suggesting he would seek an opportunity to propose a divorce to Zhou Lijuan, promising Wei Ying that he would provide her with a proper resolution in the future. Wei Ying, however, was astute and would not naively present any demands to Lin Guosheng. Having given birth to 2 robust sons, she believed that eventually, the Lin family fortune would rightfully belong to her children. What difference would it make to her? Lin Guosheng had only one daughter, who would eventually marry, becoming a separate entity from the Lin family. Observing the affection Lin Guosheng and Mr. Lin held for their sons, Wei Ying was confident that even if she were to renounce any claim to the Lin family's wealth in favor of Lin Guosheng's daughter, the two men would never acquiesce. There are no walls that are impenetrable. Zhou Lijuan stealthily followed Lin Guosheng, ultimately uncovering his secret. She crouched by the door of Wei Ying's residence, eavesdropping on their conversation, which left her utterly infuriated. Seeking solace, she approached her father-in-law, Mr. Lin, hoping for a fair word. However, the elderly Lin urged her to let bygones be bygones, insisting that Lin Guosheng was not at fault for perpetuating the family lineage, stating that it was quite normal for a man to have several women. He lamented that a few decades ago, having multiple wives was entirely lawful. Listening to this hypocritical old man spout such shameless rhetoric filled Zhou Lijuan with despair. Both father and son were cut from the same cloth, devoid of humanity, akin to 2 predatory wolves. In her anguish, Zhou Lijuan had a fierce quarrel with Lin Guosheng, marking the first time in over 20 years of marriage that they had fought so vehemently. Lin Guosheng coolly suggested that if she did not wish to continue their life together, she should consider divorce, should she choose to stay. She must accept Wei Ying and her 2 children, continuing her role as the dutiful wife of the Lin family, without meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Gazing at the man she had once defied her family to marry, who had now turned into a faithless partner, she felt a wave of disillusionment. The man she had selflessly served for over 2 decades now displayed a heartless demeanor, while her once respected father-in-law openly favored his son. Zhou Lijuan's disappointment reached its zenith. Initially contemplating legal action against Lin Guosheng for bigamy, she hesitated, fearing the repercussions that would ensue should the matter become public, particularly concerning her daughter's future. Having a father with a tarnished reputation and a history of imprisonment would undoubtedly mar her daughter's standing. Currently employed in a public institution, any potential advancement or party membership would require scrutiny, which could affect her life profoundly. For the sake of her daughter and her own dignity, she swallowed her pride. If divorce it must be, then they would split their assets equally. After all, she had dedicated over 20 years to managing their household. Yet, the cunning Lin father and son had already transferred the family wealth into Mr. Lin's name, rendering the properties and savings entirely disconnected from Zhou Lijuan and Lin Guosheng. When the court finalized the divorce, Zhou Lijuan was awarded only a dilapidated old house and a meager 30,000 yuan in savings. This egregious injustice drove her to the brink of illness. She felt utterly victimized by the inhumanity of these two men. Upon learning of her parents' divorce, Lin Ruiying returned home on leave, initially intending to seek justice from her grandfather. However, he sided with her father, urging her to understand his perspective. Lin Guosheng presented himself as entirely justified, failing to offer even a word of apology to the women in his life, believing that the continuation of the Lin family line outweighed all else. This revelation stripped Lin Ruiying of any remaining illusions about the duplicitous nature of her father and grandfather. She could not bear the thought of her mother suffering alone in D City and encouraged her to relocate to Q City, away from the predatory Lin family. Lin Ruiying contacted Sanguo, explaining that her mother was unwell and wished to move to Q City, where she could provide her with proper care. Let Sanguo assist in arranging a rental for my mother to reside in. Sanguo replied, why rent a place? We already have a ready-made home. The newly renovated house is perfect for you and your mother to move into. It has everything you need. Chapter 134. The future mother-in-law arrives due to health issues. Zhou Lijuan could no longer continue teaching at the high school and had to apply for an early medical retirement from the school and the Education Bureau. Zhou Lijuan's brother happens to be the deputy director of the Education Bureau in D City, and many of their relatives hold leadership positions within the education system. Years ago, she married Lin Guosheng against her family's wishes, which strained their relationship significantly, causing the relatives to drift apart. Upon learning of his sister's divorce and her deteriorating health, her brother, Deputy Director Zhou Liping, personally assisted her in processing her retirement paperwork and delivered the relevant documents to her modest dwelling. Seeing the dilapidated old house and his pale, frail sister, he was moved to tears, and for the first time in over 20 years, the siblings embraced and wept together. In times of need, it is indeed the brother who stands by your side. Director Zhou declared, just wait. That ungrateful Lin Guosheng will pay for his actions. One day, I will ensure that his family returns everything they owe my sister. After her retirement, Lin Ruiying took Zhou Lijuan to Q City. She felt no attachment to the Lin family clinic or the two hypocritical figures of her father and grandfather. Throughout her childhood, she had never liked her grandfather and father, perceiving them as fundamentally different from ordinary people. The patriarch of the Lin family, the elder Lin, was obsessively vegetarian, imposing this dietary restriction on the entire household. Growing up on bland vegetarian meals, devoid of flavor and spice, Lin Ruiying never understood the reasoning behind such dietary habits. It was only after meeting Guzi that Lin Ruiying discovered that vegetarian cuisine could be truly delightful. Guzi's culinary skills awakened her taste buds, which had been dormant for over 2 decades. She was no longer willing to endure a life of tasteless sustenance. Living for a century on insipid food seemed meaningless to her. Upon arriving in Q City, the mother and daughter were warmly welcomed by Guzi, who arranged for her to stay in his new home. The house featured 3 bedrooms, one for Zhou Lijuan, one for Lin Ruiying, and the last, perhaps, a whimsical dream of Guzi's. With the future mother-in-law present, it was the perfect occasion to inaugurate the new home. The following day, Guzi purchased a plethora of ingredients and prepared 12 sumptuous dishes, officially inaugurating the kitchen. He invited the couples Hualu and Fengzi to celebrate the opening of the new home and to formally welcome Lin Ruiying's mother. He refrained from inviting heir Mao and heir Hu, having learned from past experiences. He was particularly wary of the potential plumbing issues that could arise from their hearty appetites. Since transferring to the Urban Construction Bureau, Hualu had transformed, exuding a newfound vitality. The people and matters he encountered were vastly different from those at the distillery. His demeanor had brightened, shedding the shifty-eyed appearance he once had. Young Mimi arrived with her son, Huang Xiong, who had begun to run, full of energy and mischief, eagerly exploring everything around him. The couple, Slippery and Mei Mei, arrived with a basket of fruit and gifts, marking the celebration of Dogsy's new home and presenting a token for Dogsy's future mother-in-law. Mei Mei is truly adept at handling matters. The madman and his wife brought a plastic bag of sand fruits and a bunch of bananas, the latter already speckled, indicative of discounted merchandise. Since their marriage, this couple has transformed into miserly beings, frugality bordering on obsession, counting every penny as if it were a treasure. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife brings harmony to the household. Ever since Slippery wed young Mei Mei, she has become a model wife, caring for him with meticulous attention, managing the children with efficiency, and keeping their home impeccably tidy. In contrast, the madman's household is dominated by Ma Ding-dong's strong-willed nature, where money is treated with utmost reverence, leading to a life where every cent is scrutinized. The madman, now governed by his wife, has become exceedingly stingy, even counting the wontons he consumes, fearful of being shortchanged. He has lost all semblance of masculinity. What future could such a man possibly have? The table was laden with a dozen sumptuous dishes, yet half of them were vegetarian. However, Dogsy prepared them in a manner that made them resemble meat dishes. The braised pork ribs were crafted from dried tofu and lotus root, while the sauced hock was made from dried bean curd, yam, and potato starch, both yielding a delightful texture. Sanguo's culinary skills have remarkably advanced, reaching an expert level. Mother Ruing savored the meal with joy, having dined for over 20 years on bland vegetarian fare, now discovering that vegetarian dishes could be so delectable. Yang Mei remarked, Sanguo's culinary prowess is on par with the chefs at the Bai Niao restaurant, and some of the dishes are even superior. If we desire a feast in the future, we shall dine at Sanguo's home. Dogsy responded warmly, you are welcome. If you enjoy it, come with Slippery. Just don't bring your little Huaying hero. That rascal is far too mischievous. Look, he has already taken my toilet plunger and tossed it into the kitchen. The sight of Huaying hero, now carelessly tossing everyone's shoes around, elicited laughter from the group. It is often said that children around 7 or 8 can be bothersome. But this Huaying hero, despite being just a year and a half old, is already quite exasperating. Indeed, he is a source of annoyance for Dog Zhang San and Sanguo. Yang Mei, growing increasingly fond of her son, exclaimed, look at our little Huaying hero. How clever he is to only throw your shoes, while mine remain untouched. Such a considerate child. Just as she spoke, Huaying hero took her high heels and headed for the bathroom, tossing them directly into the toilet. Dogsy and the others erupted in laughter. Yang Mei, momentarily taken aback, refrained from praising her son's cleverness and promptly retrieved him from the bathroom, administering a light reprimand. After receiving a playful smack from Yang Mei, Huaying hero settled down, climbing onto Slippery's lap like a little adult, his bright eyes darting around, perhaps plotting his next escapade when no one was watching. Observing the mischievous Huaying hero, Ma Dingdang felt an endearing fondness. She envied Yang Mei's life of nurturing her husband and educating her child. Soon, Ma Dingdang will have been married for almost a year, and there has been no sign of a child yet, causing her parents to grow anxious. They long for a grandchild. A meal extended over 2 hours, during which Yang Mimi admonished Hua Ingxiong twice. This child, adept at walking, speaking, and running at an early age, has also excelled in the art of dismantling things. Hua Ingxiong's knack for destruction rivals that of the notorious trio, the sledding three fools, prompting the dog to impose an additional household rule to guard against fire, theft, and the mischief of Hua Ingxiong. Mother Ruoying enjoyed her meal heartily, her rare smile illuminating her face after days of restraint. Lin Ring was equally delighted, persistently serving her mother with dishes. The dog, like an eager puppy, busied himself attending to his future mother-in-law. This behavior left Zhou Lijuan with a favorable impression of the dog. She mused that if her daughter were to marry such a thoughtful and attentive boy, it would indeed be a blessing. At the very least, marriage would not entail hardship, as this dog cherished cooking and prepared delectable meals, unlike Lin Ring's offerings, which even pigs would refuse. The two shared a plethora of complementary traits. Observing the handsome dog, Zhou Lijuan wore a satisfied smile, finding this prospective son-in-law quite to her liking. Chapter 135. The spring of Two Mothers' winter has arrived, with heavy snowfall blanketing the ground. In Q City, temperatures have plunged to below -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, enveloping the outdoors in a sea of white. The distillery has entered its peak production season, bustling with activity in the brewing workshops. Despite the monthly delays in workers' wages, their enthusiasm remains undiminished as they toil diligently each day. Although the distillery has been operating at a loss, the management's salaries and bonuses have never faltered. Bills for the restaurant continue to accumulate, with expenses remaining routine. The distillery's sales have consistently been robust, yielding several thousand tons each year. Yet it has persistently endured losses, leaving everyone perplexed as to the cause. Having foreseen the impending restructuring, the dog has lost motivation at work, oscillating between the distillery and his new home, often neglecting responsibilities. This has prompted Director Shi to have several discussions with him, expressing concerns over his apparent lack of commitment and urging him to treat the distillery as his own family. However, the dog mused, if the distillery is to be contracted out to an individual, to whom am I to pledge my loyalty? He holds affection for the distillery, yet it has been hollowed out by a host of parasites, leaving it burdened with debt and on the brink of collapse. The dog feels powerless to rescue it, resigned to merely muddling through each day. After much persuasion from the dog, his mother settled their home before relocating to Q City, occupying the new residence prepared for her. Overwhelmed by joy upon seeing her most cherished new home, she wept tears of happiness. Since her arrival, Mother Ruoying has taken Dog's mother on daily shopping excursions. Both women, kind-hearted and gentle by nature, quickly forged a strong friendship, regularly meeting to buy groceries, shop, and stroll in the park. Though the weather remained frigid, Q City proved considerably milder than the forest region. Since moving into her new abode, Dog's mother has not experienced a resurgence of her chronic leg pain. Previously, winter would leave her aching all over, yet this season has brought her no discomfort. Her days spent shopping, cooking, and walking have been quite pleasant, and she has made many new acquaintances in the park. Lin Ruoying remarked, "Your mother is only in her 40s, the prime of her life. We should help her find a companion. In the twilight of her life, she finds companionship that alleviates her solitude. After all, being a young man, he cannot provide the tender care that his mother deserves." The dog remarked, "A decade ago, when I was but a child, I encouraged her to seek another partner. Yet my mother was dissatisfied with those she met. Primarily, my late father was extraordinarily handsome, and my mother could not bring herself to settle for anyone less. Furthermore, her profound love for my father made it difficult for her to forget him, resulting in her lingering single status to this day." Lin Ruoying suggested, "When the opportunity arises, allow my mother to introduce a dashing gentleman to your aunt, so she may enjoy a blissful later life." The dog responded enthusiastically, "That sounds splendid. We shall trouble Aunt Zhou with this endeavor. By the way, Aunt Zhou is only in her 40s, isn't she? She should also seek a companion. She is so youthful and beautiful that she hardly resembles someone in her 40s, more like in her 30s. She should easily find a charming gentleman who meets her expectations." Thus, the two conspired in secrecy to have Zhou Lijuan assist in arranging a suitable match for the dog's mother, while also encouraging her to help Zhou Lijuan find a kindred spirit. Unbeknownst to both mothers, they diligently endeavored to find suitable partners for each other. Zhou Lijuan, with her elegant demeanor and striking beauty, hardly required assistance in her quest for love. Before long, a gentleman who played the eru in the park every afternoon took a liking to Ring's mother. This eru player, known as Dong Tao, previously held a leadership position in the district committee and, having aged, transitioned to work within the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. He is a man of integrity, anticipating retirement at over 50, distinguished by his refined appearance. Dong Tao, a widower with a son and daughter who have established their own families, had been living alone since his wife's passing a few years prior. Despite several introductions over the years, he found fault with potential partners, deeming them either unattractive or unsuitable. However, upon meeting Zhou Lijuan at the park, he was struck by love at first sight, completely enchanted by the grace and beauty of Ring's mother. The thought of her consumed him, especially upon learning of her recent divorce, which filled him with elation. Zhou Lijuan is well-versed in the arts, having taught Lin Ruoying to play the guzheng. Initially drawn to the resonant melodies of Dong Tao's eru, she found herself unwittingly captivating him, leading to his ardent courtship. Like the dog, Dong Tao is an accomplished home cook, particularly renowned for his delectable braised pig trotters, which are tender, flavorful, and unmatched by any delicatessen in Q City. Consequently, the dog and Lin Ruoying have been indulging in these exquisite trotters regularly, savoring their delightful flavor. Lin Ruoying found herself curious about when her mother had developed a fondness for pig trotters, as they frequently appeared at home. Yet, she could not deny the deliciousness of the dish. Conversely, the dog's mother lacks the charm of Zhou Lijuan and, with her ordinary appearance, does not attract the attention of middle-aged men. Nevertheless, she befriended a 45-year-old bachelor at the local fruit and vegetable shop. He Chong, a solitary man, once stood up to protect his mother from bullies when he was merely 18. In a tragic turn of events, he struck one of the assailants, resulting in a fatal head injury that led to the man's demise despite efforts to save him. Consequently, He Chong was charged with involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 20 years in prison, a sentence handed down rather arbitrarily in those times. By the time he was released for good behavior, 15 years had passed, and his mother had already passed away. He had transformed from a young lad into Uncle He. With the remnants of his mother's modest inheritance, he opened a vegetable and fruit shop. After a series of moves, he finally settled at the foot of a residential building. Now, at the age of 45, Uncle He remains single, largely due to his past of imprisonment and taking a life, which deters any potential suitors. Another contributing factor is his financial situation. Apart from the small apartment left by his mother, his only asset is the fruit shop. His earnings are meager, averaging 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a month. Although this is considerably better than a typical job, he struggles to save money, as he tends to indulge in good food and drink, a reflection of the harsh conditions he endured in prison. Recently, A woman in her early 40s has frequently visited his shop, primarily drawn by the affordability of his produce. Uncle He is not particularly shrewd in business. He is content with minimal profits and never haggles, which is one reason for his financial struggles. The woman, known as Dogsy's mother, appreciates his fair pricing and the quality of his goods, making his shop her preferred source for groceries. As they became familiar with each other, Uncle He felt a flicker of hope when he learned that Dogsy's mother had been widowed for 20 years. Since Uncle He developed feelings for her, Dogsy has noticed that his mother has been purchasing wilted vegetables and bruised fruits. He urged her to buy only fresh produce, emphasizing that they could afford it now. However, she explained that the wilted items were gifts, acquired at no cost. Upon hearing this, Dogsy fell silent, realizing the situation. He did not want to disrupt his mother's budding romance. A bit of imperfect produce was a small price to pay for her happiness. After all, during their childhood, such luxuries were unattainable. When Dogsy's father passed away, his mother was still in the prime of her life. Finding a new partner would not have been difficult if not for her deep affection for her late husband, which made it hard for her to move on. Additionally, having a child made potential suitors hesitant, as few men are inclined to take on a widow with a child. In essence, Dogsy's presence had hindered his mother's chances of remarrying. Understanding this, Dogsy, even in his teenage years, hoped for his mother's happiness and encouraged her to seek a new relationship. However, suitable companions have remained elusive. The small town they inhabit offers little chance of finding someone who can genuinely care for Dogsy's mother. Her life has been fraught with hardship, and if she could find a man who truly loves and cherishes her to share her remaining years, Dogsy would undoubtedly feel a great joy. Uncle He, whom Dogsy's mother knows, lacks the generosity displayed by Uncle Dong, whom Zhou Lijuan is acquainted with. Aside from presenting Dogsy's mother with some wilted vegetables and bruised fruits, Uncle He provides nothing else in terms of sustenance. The reason Uncle Dong delivers pig trotters to Zhou Lijuan every other day is that, not long ago, the Political Consultative Conference distributed a winter benefit, allotting each member 50 pounds of pig trotters, 30 pounds of hairtail fish, and 30 pounds of pork. The elderly comrades of the Science and Technology Association, whose teeth are no longer strong, cannot manage the pig trotters, which are also not particularly satisfying due to the meager amount of meat they contain. During this period, the populace was not affluent. Even political consultative officials rarely indulged in meat. Upon learning from old Dong that he enjoyed nibbling on pig trotters, the senior comrades exchanged 10 pounds of hairtail fish or pork for 30 pounds of pig trotters, clearing out all the fish and meat old Dong had on hand. Being inherently kind-hearted, Uncle Dong found it difficult to refuse these old colleagues. Thus, he borrowed a cart and transported 230 pounds of pig trotters back home. Living alone, he could hardly consume them all, but fortunately, it was winter, and the natural cold storage outdoors in Q City could preserve the trotters. Just as he was pondering how to manage the surplus, he fortuitously encountered his dream goddess, Zhou Lijuan, in the park. He then showcased his culinary prowess by preparing Dong's signature braised pig trotters, delivering a portion to Zhou Lijuan every other day. However delectable, even the finest dishes can become monotonous with daily repetition. Lin Ring is not fond of meat, and neither is Zhou Lijuan particularly keen on pig trotters, so ultimately, the trotters were consumed by Dogsy. After indulging in pig trotters for numerous consecutive meals, Dogsy now feels nauseated at the mere sight of them. Eventually, the pig trotters that Uncle Dong brought were all sent by Dogsy to his mother, as well as to Shuailu and Fengzi. Time flew, and the new year was approaching. Uncle Dong purchased a pair of woolen boots for Ruiying's mother. Zhou Lijuan, not wanting to accept a gift without reciprocating, gifted him a pair of sheepskin gloves and a cashmere scarf, suggesting that wearing the gloves while playing the eru in the park would prevent his hands from freezing. The goddess's thoughtful gift filled the elderly Uncle Dong with joy and excitement. He then prepared a large pot of braised pig trotters to deliver to Ruiying's mother. Meanwhile, Uncle He from the vegetable and fruit shop secretly bought Dogsy's mother a wool coat as a New Year's gift. However, when he presented it to her, Dogsy's mother firmly declined, insisting she could not accept such a generous offering. Although she could tolerate the wilted vegetables and bruised fruits given by Uncle He, she still reciprocated with plenty of food, including the pot of braised pig trotters that eventually found its way to her. However, the wool coat was far too valuable for her to accept, and leaving the trotters behind, she walked away. This left Uncle He disappointed. As he sat alone before a pot of pig trotters, slowly sipping his drink, one hand clutching a trotters in a daze, making the once appealing dish now seem unappetizing. Having never experienced romance, Uncle He was at a loss for how to cheer a woman's spirits. He was quite despondent, feeling that this woman was kind-hearted, capable of managing her life, and empathetic, which resonated deeply with him. However, he was at a loss as to how to pursue her. In stark contrast to the reticence and shyness of Guzi's mother, Zhou Lijuan's romantic journey was far more expansive and promising. Zhou Lijuan hailed from a family renowned for their chess skills, with few rivals to challenge her. Although her prowess in chess was not as formidable as her talent in Go, she was still more than capable of overwhelming the average player. After several matches against Old Dong and Ruoying's mother, he suffered resounding defeats, left utterly humiliated. The so-called Little King of Chess in the Political Consultative Conference, Old Dong, experienced a significant blow to his ego. Despite repeated failures, he held a deep admiration for Zhou Lijuan's chess abilities and encouraged her to challenge the various chess masters in the park. To his astonishment, Zhou Lijuan effortlessly triumphed over all the chess prodigies in the park, ultimately defeating even the legendary longshot chess king, Old Du, who was renowned for his invincibility. In a flash, Zhou Lijuan became the center of attention in the park, with chess enthusiasts venerating her, marking the emergence of a female chess champion. Once Zhou Lijuan became a prominent figure in Longshot Park, suitors began to flock to her. Middle-aged bachelors in their 40s and 50s approached her under the pretext of seeking chess advice. Among them was even a 30-year-old admirer, which left Old Dong, who had previously encouraged Zhou Lijuan to confront the chess kings, filled with regret. Had he not unwittingly invited competition upon himself? Unable to compete directly with the numerous suitors, he resorted to honing his culinary skills, preparing exquisite dishes to present to the goddess, hoping to win her heart and embrace a beautiful romance. Old Dong's earnest efforts won Zhou Lijuan's favor, and she treated him with kindness, engaging in light-hearted conversation as before. Seizing the moment, he frequently invited her to dine at his home. Initially, Ruoying's mother declined, wary of the implications of visiting a single man's abode. However, she could not resist Old Dong's persistent invitations, and eventually, she acquiesced. Upon her arrival, she was pleasantly surprised to find the home of a single man remarkably tidy and spotless. The kitchen was immaculate, devoid of any grease. Zhou Lijuan, who had a natural penchant for cleanliness and a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, found herself increasingly drawn to Old Dong. She thought to herself, what a man who truly knows how to live. Under Old Dong's attentive care and culinary exploits, Ruoying's mother gradually lowered her defenses, forming a deep bond with Old Dong. Becoming confidants who shared everything, they were stepping into a realm of deepening friendship, perhaps hinting at a future where Guzi would gain a new father-in-law. Chapter 137. The aunt is 2 years younger than the daughter-in-law. The weather was quite chilly, with scant pedestrians on the road, and cars billowing white smoke as they traversed the snow-covered streets. This afternoon, Guzi chose not to visit the distillery, opting instead to laze at home. Nestled comfortably in his warm bed, just as he was drifting into a peaceful slumber, Lin Ring arrived bearing a basin of braised pig's trotters. No need to inquire. This was yet another gift from Old Dong to Ruoying's mother. How predictable. Always sending pig's trotters without any variation. Guzi's mother opened the door, and upon seeing Lin Ruing, she quickly ushered her inside. Lin Ruing presented a large basin of pig trotters to Dogsy's mother before making her way to Dogsy's bedroom. Upon seeing Dogsy soundly asleep, a playful spirit surged within her, and she slipped her icy hand beneath the covers. Oh my, who is it? Dogsy exclaimed, jolted awake by the sudden chill. He sprang up, and Lin Ruing burst into laughter at his startled reaction. As Dogsy focused his gaze, he recognized the enchanting Lin Ruing and instantly felt a wave of joy. He hurried out of bed to greet her. Despite the short distance of merely 200 or 300 meters between their homes, the cold weather made the journey cumbersome. Lin Ruing's hands had turned bright red from the cold, and Dogsy, feeling a pang of concern, took her small hands in his, enveloping them in his warmth. He lifted his shirt and placed her hands beneath it to warm them further. Lin Ruing smiled and made no objection, allowing Dogsy to hold her hands. You should wear gloves. Your hands look like they've been cooked in soy sauce, Dogsy murmured with a hint of affection. Lin Ruing replied, I thought it wouldn't be too cold since it's not far, so I didn't bring any gloves. After a moment, Dogsy realized he was holding the hands of the enchanting Lin Ruing. Observing her cheerful demeanor, he felt an overwhelming joy. This brought him a step closer to his dream of being with her. Perhaps, next time, he could daringly wrap his arms around her slender waist. His heart danced with delight, believing that Lin Ring had begun to acknowledge him in her heart. Though it was merely a small step in their relationship, it marked a significant milestone. As the festive season approached, the distillery closed for the holidays, and the workers returned to their families. Ermao the donkey was also preparing to take Luo Xiaolan back home to arrange their wedding. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiniu and Lu Yanhong were preoccupied with numerous tasks at the repair shop, leaving them little time to visit Dogsy's mother, who had been staying for some time. With the impending wedding in their hometown, it was essential to pay a visit to the second aunt, given her status as an elder in the Zhang family. Zhang Tinyu, accompanied by the noticeably pregnant Lu Yanhong, arrived at Dogsy's home, alongside heir Mao the donkey and Luo Xiaolan. The four were set to return to their hometown together for the wedding, thus saving their parents some expenses. Lu Yanhong, at 44, was 2 years older than Dogsy's mother, who was 42. However, Lu Yanhong appeared significantly younger, thanks to her diligent self-care, which made her look at least a decade younger than Dogsy's mother. This difference was attributed to Dogsy's mother's lack of interest in cosmetics and years of hard labor, which had aged her somewhat. Dogsy had privately discussed Lu Yanhong's true age and situation with his mother, and she was aware that Lu was 2 years her senior. When Lu Yanhong warmly addressed her as second aunt, Dogsy's mother found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her expression tinged with awkwardness. After all, this second aunt was younger than her daughter-in-law. Zhang Tinyu, the reckless one, boisterously greeted Dogsy's mother without a hint of deference typical of a younger relative. Embracing Lu Yanhong's waist, he wore a look of unabashed pride, as if his association with an older woman were a matter of great honor. Zhang Tinyu called out to Guzi, "San Guzi, today you must prepare several hearty dishes for your sister-in-law. She has heard from your godfather, Old Wang, that your culinary skills surpass even those of 5-star chefs. She has longed for an opportunity to savor your culinary creations, so today you must showcase your talents." Guzi replied, "If she wishes to taste my cooking, it will not be a challenge. Once you both complete your wedding celebrations, we shall be family, and then you are welcome to visit any time for a meal. Do you think I lack room for 2 more pairs of chopsticks? 3 pairs, mind you. After the new year, your little nephew will be born. We have confirmed it will be a boy." Zhang Tinyu chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Heir Mao Lu also chimed in, saying, "After I marry Xiaolan, I will come to your place for meals as well, all right?" Guzi quickly interjected, "Not you. Anyone can come to eat, but not you. Why not me? We are all cousins. If Daniyu can come, why can't I? You cannot show favoritism." Heir Mao Lu protested, feeling it was unjust. Guzi laughed, "You consume more in one meal than our entire family does. I cannot afford to feed you. Are you not aware of your own appetite?" In his heart, Guzi thought, primarily, he feared that your substantial waste might clog our toilet. Heir Mao Lu responded, "In the future, when I visit, I will bring my own ingredients, and you can cook for me. Look at you, so stingy. You've been a director for 2 years now, yet you seem to have regressed." Guzi could not help but smile bitterly at the remark. Director? A position that would soon be relinquished to others after the new year. He had not yet disclosed the impending changes at the distillery to Heir Mao Lu, planning to wait until after his wedding, hoping to spare him any distress. The past 2 years had brought Heir Mao Lu much joy at the distillery. He had made several friends, and even found a partner in Luo Xiaolan. He had grown fond of the Victory Distillery. Originally, he had intended to ask Sanguo to assist in securing formal employment for both himself and Heir Hu after the new year, a wish that Guzi could no longer fulfill. The only ones aware of the distillery's restructuring were Hualu, the mad couple, and Lin Ring. Even his mother remained oblivious. Guzi merely wished for everyone to enjoy a joyous new year. The dinner was lavish, and fearing there might not be enough, Guzi had prepared 8 large bowls of dishes, featuring chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The kitchen held additional reserves. This was a technique he had learned from the mad couple, serving food in bowls. Lu Yanhong was astonished by Guzi's warm hospitality. She had never seen food served this way. Although it was extravagant, the flavors were indeed delightful, a feast for the senses. With her pregnancy, Lu Yanhong had a hearty appetite and devoured a great deal. Observing Heir Mao Lu's ravenous consumption, she suggested, "Let us have a competition to see who can eat more." Thus, the two engaged in a playful contest, splattering broth everywhere. Zhang Tinyu, alarmed, hurried to intervene, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Competing with this fool in eating. His usual appetite could rival that of 2 pigs." Heir Mao Lu ate swiftly and digested even faster. After the meal, he felt the urge to rush to the restroom. The dog was successfully restrained. This time, no matter what, he could not be allowed to enter for his convenience. After much coaxing and persuading, he was finally directed to the public restroom by the roadside downstairs. Today, Luo Xiaolan was present, and Heir Mao the donkey refrained from forcefully barging into the restroom. Otherwise, even Sanguo would not have been able to stop him. Chapter 138. The New Year's Grand Feast. This year, the factory leadership's duty roster placed the dog on duty on the second day of the new year, an arrangement that could not be dismissed. Director Shi had even volunteered to serve on New Year's Eve. Having drawn the short straw for the second day, the dog had no choice but to fulfill his duty, standing firm for his final shift. Zhang Tinyu, and heir Mao the donkey were set to wed on the 8th day of the new year, prompting the dog to decide to return to his hometown with his mother on the 3rd day. The train ride would consume an additional 2 days. Initially, he had hoped to invite Lin Ruiying to accompany him, yet their relationship had not been formally established, making it awkward to ask her to join him on the journey home. Heir Hu and his parents were also planning to travel to the forest region with heir Mao the donkey before the new year, to meet his parents and discuss wedding arrangements. Thus, the entire family resolved to set off for the forest region before the year concluded. Zhang Tiniu and Lu Yanhong, along with their daughter, also intended to travel to the forest region, with their daughter, Zhang Yingying, energetically insisting on being her mother's bridesmaid. She planned to deceive the Zhang family by claiming she was a cousin. This family of 3 was indeed a peculiar bunch. The dog drove heir Hu's family and heir Mao the donkey to the station, while Lu Yanhong's family had a dedicated vehicle for their transport. Lu Yanhong's daughter, having turned 19 after the new year, was named Zhang Yingying, standing at 174 centimeters tall. She resembled her mother, with long legs and a striking beauty, radiating femininity, yet her bouncy demeanor made her seem like a child. Currently a freshman in college, she met the dog for the first time, addressing him as Uncle Dog with such enthusiasm that it made his cheeks flush. After all, he was only 2 years her senior. Zhang Yingying had a favorable impression of the dog, finding the blushing uncle quite amusing. She insisted that when the dog visited the forest region after the new year, he must take her out to explore. The dog promised to take her to play on the seesaw and even buy her candied hawthorn. Secretly, he thought he might also drop her off at kindergarten. After seeing the lively group board the train, the dog exited the station and drove home. Zhou Lijuan and Uncle Dong were progressing rapidly in their relationship, frequently visiting one another. They shared an unspoken understanding, both quite pleased with each other. Uncle Dong's meticulous care touched Zhou Lijuan's heart. Nurtured by love, Ruoying's mother radiated a youthful glow, appearing years younger. She began to pay attention to her makeup and attire. Naturally beautiful, her enhancements made her even more striking. Uncle Dong was utterly enchanted, neglecting his work to devote himself entirely to attending to Zhou Lijuan. Uncle Dong's job was rather relaxed. Whether he went to work or not was inconsequential, as no one would notice if he missed 10 days or even half a month. His main daily activities included sipping tea and reading the newspaper. With his son settled in a distant city and unable to return for the new year, and his daughter heading to her in-laws for the holiday, he found himself alone and proposed to Zhou Lijuan that they celebrate the new year together. After a brief moment of hesitation, she agreed. This year's New Year's Eve was bustling with excitement. The godparents also joined the family for the celebrations. The dog remarked on the festive atmosphere created by the gathering, stating that they were all family and thus should not be separated during such a joyous occasion. Accompanying Lin Ruiying and her mother, there was also the ever-persistent Uncle Dong. The house was bustling with a lively crowd. The dog and his godmother took charge of the culinary preparations, crafting an impressive array of 24 dishes, symbolizing the 24 solar terms of the new year, hoping to usher in joy and smooth sailing for everyone. Witnessing the culinary prowess of the dog and his godmother, Uncle Dong, eager to showcase his own skills, attempted to prepare a braised pig's trotters for all to see. However, he was promptly halted by Lin Ruoying, who remarked that they had already indulged in pig's trotters for over 2 months and that he should refrain from dominating the festive meal as a guest. Upon hearing her words, Uncle Dong subdued his competitive spirit. The feast comprised an assortment of 8 hot, 8 cold, and 8 vegetarian dishes, providing a delightful culinary experience for all. As glasses were raised and laughter filled the air, the godfather, Director Wang, lifted his cup and proclaimed, "Today is New Year's Eve, and it is truly a stroke of fate that our families can gather together to celebrate. May the new year bring us all health and prosperity. I wish my godson, Sanguo, success in establishing a family and a career next year. Haha. And may Lin Ruoying's dear niece find a golden husband in the year to come." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ruiying blushed. Although Director Wang did not explicitly mention them, it was common knowledge that Sanguo had been pursuing Lin Ruiying for an entire year, and surely a resolution was imminent. Sanguo also raised his glass in a toast to his mother, godfather, godmother, and Aunt Ruiying, expressing gratitude for the hard work of the elders over the past year, and wishing them health and happiness in the new year, along with the fulfillment of their dreams. Uncle Dong, eager to join in, also raised his cup, prompting a silent thought from Sanguo. "What business do you have here? You are not even my elder." Just as the merriment continued, a knock resounded from outside the door. Upon opening it, Sanguo was greeted by a middle-aged man holding 4 boxes of fruit, grinning foolishly and stammering. "Is this the home of Jean Shuzhen? I am her friend, here to pay her a visit for the new year." "Who is Jean Shuzhen?" Everyone was perplexed. as none of them recognized the name, suspecting that he had indeed knocked on the wrong door. Sanguo inquired, "Are you looking for my mother? I've never heard her mention such a friend." It turned out that the man was seeking Jin Shuzhen, who was none other than Sanguo's mother. Director Wang and Aunt Ruiying had always referred to her as Sanguo's mother, while Lin Ruiying called her auntie. The group had never inquired about her name. Hence they remained oblivious to it. Sanguo's mother was the type of person whose presence was often overlooked in a crowd, quietly contributing and speaking little, leading others to neglect to ask for her name. Upon realizing that it was Uncle He-chang at the door, Sanguo's mother asked, "How did you find your way here? Why aren't you at home enjoying the festivities?" Uncle He-chang's arrival was surprising and somewhat awkward for Sanguo's mother, as she found it difficult to explain the situation to the others. It turned out that Uncle He had developed feelings for Jin Shuzhen and had been bringing her wilted vegetables daily in an attempt to win her favor. In return, she had offered him various treats, including delectable braised pig's trotters. He had intended to buy her a cashmere coat and confess his feelings. But when Jin Shuzhen rejected the coat, she swiftly departed and had not visited Uncle He's vegetable shop in over 10 days. This left Uncle He, who was infatuated with Jin Shuzhen, in a state of utter dejection. On New Year's Eve, he found himself alone at home, drowning his sorrows in drink. With each sip deepening his melancholy, the solitude weighed heavily upon him, with no one to converse with. After much contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit to Dogsy's mother, as Jin Shuzhen had previously shared her address. Uncle He had committed it to memory after hearing it just once. He returned to the fruit and vegetable shop and selected 4 boxes of the finest fruits. With these in hand, he made his way to Dogsy's mother's residence. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find the house filled with people, rendering him momentarily speechless. Dogsy sensed the situation and quickly took the boxes of fruit, ushering Uncle He inside. The seasoned man, well versed in the ways of the world, understood the dynamics at play and warmly invited Uncle He to join the meal. Only Dogsy's mother appeared awkward, caught between standing and sitting, and said to Uncle He, "Since you're here, let's share a meal." "Very well, I shall partake," Uncle He replied, momentarily forgetting his embarrassment as he took a seat beside Director Wang. Chapter 139. Uncle He's confession. Uncle He's arrival instantly cast an awkward pall over the festive atmosphere. Director Wang swiftly sought to lighten the mood, encouraging everyone to raise their glasses in a toast to welcome Uncle He. In turn, Uncle He introduced himself, explaining that he was the owner of a fruit and vegetable shop on the nearby street, living alone without parents. With little else to occupy his time, he had opened a small store and had become friends with Dogsy's mother through his vegetable sales. Dogsy suddenly realized that the wilted vegetables and overripe fruits they had been consuming at home for nearly 2 months had originated from Uncle He's shop. This revelation hinted at a deeper connection between him and his mother. What was the situation? Was Uncle He attempting to assume the role of a father figure? However, that was something to be discussed with his mother, as it was evident from her expression that she was not entirely pleased with his sudden intrusion. Knowing his mother well, Dogsy understood her sentiments. She likely did not harbor any dislike for this earnest uncle. If she truly found him bothersome, she would not have invited him to dine with them. With a smile, Dogsy poured a drink for Uncle He and said, "Since you and my mother are friends, do visit us often. It's not far. If you ever feel like not cooking, come to our place for a meal. My mother's cooking is delightful, 4 dishes and a soup. Once you have this meal, you'll want to come back for more." The thought of his mother's overly salty standard meal made Dogsy's stomach churn. Now accustomed to finer dining, he could no longer stomach his mother's usual fare. Hearing Dogsy's words, Uncle He was taken aback by the young man's understanding nature. Recognizing him as the director of the distillery, Uncle He marveled at his poise and magnanimity, believing that such qualities would surely lead him to become the factory manager one day, with a bright future ahead. With Dogsy's approval and encouragement, Uncle He felt invigorated. His determination to pursue Jin Shuzhen solidified. The meal soon concluded in a warm and joyful atmosphere. After a brief respite, the couple bid farewell, mentioning that their pet parrot had yet to be fed. On New Year's Eve, we mustn't neglect our little darling. The couple, affectionately referred to as Dry Father and Dry Mother, cherished their pet parrot, treating it as their own child, showering it with love and adoration. The dog, fully aware of this dynamic, understood that the parrot was a gift from him to them the previous year. He did not attempt to persuade them to stay, instead driving them back home. Young Ruiying's mother also bid farewell to Dog's mother, taking Ruiying with her, followed by the cumbersome Uncle Dong as they returned home. This left Uncle He-chang sitting there, visibly anxious and restless. Noticing the absence of others, Dog's mother spoke up. "How do you remember my house number? What brings you here during the new year?" Uncle He-chang stood up, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing. He stammered, I noticed you hadn't been to the store for several days, and I was worried you might be unwell. I took the liberty of coming to check on you. Dog's mother replied, there are phones for a reason. If you had something to discuss, you could have called first. Your sudden visit leaves me unprepared. My relatives and my son might misunderstand. Uncle, he suddenly lifted his head, summoning courage to say, I've been unable to sleep alone at night. My thoughts consumed by you. Since you stopped coming to the store, I feel lost. Today, I spent the holiday by myself, and the house felt desolate. I nearly cried, which compelled me to come see you. I had no idea your household was so full. I thought it was just you and your son. He added also, I don't have a phone at home, so I couldn't call ahead. Hearing Uncle He's words, Dog's mother felt a flush of embarrassment. After more than 20 years, this was the first man to confess his feelings to her. She was torn between joy and irritation. The joy stemmed from the realization that, at 42, she still possessed the allure to attract a middle-aged man, while the irritation arose from his audacity to visit her on New Year's Eve, risking her dignity in front of relatives and her son. Uncle He, noticing her silence, assumed he had offended her. He said, I must be a toad dreaming of swan meat, foolishly hoping. I apologize for causing you embarrassment in front of your relatives and son. I shall leave immediately and will not trouble you again. With tears in his eyes, he began to rise to leave. Wait, she called out. We have too many leftovers today. If you don't mind my house being untidy, take some back with you to heat up in the rice cooker tomorrow. It will save you the trouble of cooking on New Year's Day. I also have frozen dumplings prepared for you. I want to keep you here to eat. It wouldn't be proper for the children to see. Hearing this, Uncle He realized she was offering him food, perhaps a sign of her concern. Though he had never been in love, he sensed that she did not reject him, indicating there was hope. Overjoyed, he nodded and said, Your home is so clean. How could I mind a little mess? Just pack me whatever you don't want to eat. The dishes your son made are simply delightful. I enjoy every single one. Upon hearing his words, Dog's mother filled 12 plastic bags with food for him, a hefty collection weighing nearly 20 pounds. The mother of the dog is beginning to feel overwhelmed. The dog and his godmother prepared an abundance of food, fearing there wouldn't be enough to eat. Each dish was prepared in double portions, with backups to spare. Jean Shuzhen left no remnants, packing everything up. The dog's mother handed 12 large bags to Uncle Hichong, who received them with an expression of sheer bliss, thinking to himself how generous Jean Shuzhen had been, providing him with such a bounty of dishes, packing every leftover from the kitchen and dining table without reserving anything for themselves. This food would suffice for him until the 5th or 6th day of the new year. Little did they know that the dog's standard of living had risen. He had developed a distaste for leftovers, refusing to consume them himself or allow his mother to do so, claiming that overnight dishes could lead to cancer. Typically, any uneaten meals would be taken by the dog to the outskirts of the city to feed stray dogs. The strays near the dump had grown familiar with Sanguo. Whenever they saw his vehicle approaching, they would gather, jumping and wagging their tails in exuberant greeting. Once, Lin Ruing accompanied him to feed the strays and, witnessing their enthusiasm for Sanguo, joked, Look, they treat you like a long-lost brother, so affectionate. You truly deserve the name Sanguo. A remarkable big brother to these strays. The dog retorted, Then you must be their beloved sister-in-law. Come on, my canine brothers. Wag your tails for your sister-in-law. The dog's mother felt it was a sheer waste to feed such splendid dishes to the strays, considering they were the result of a day's meticulous effort by her son and his godmother. Rather than letting the stray dogs benefit, it would be better to send all the leftovers back with Uncle Hichong for him to enjoy, with 12 bags filled to the brim with remnants. Uncle Hichong departed from the dog's home, wearing a lovesick expression, indicating that tonight would surely be another sleepless night. Chapter 140. Wedding mobilization. On the 3rd day of the new year, after finishing his early morning shift, the dog returned home and immediately began packing with his mother. After bidding farewell to Lin Ruing over the phone, he headed straight for the train station, having previously purchased a lower bunk ticket. Lin Ruing had initially intended to see off the mother and son, but the dog dissuaded her, explaining that the streets would be sparsely populated on the 3rd day of the new year, and the train station would be even quieter. What if they encountered ill-intentioned individuals on the way back? It was best not to send them off. He would return after attending the weddings of Zhang Sanguo and Ermelu, bringing her local delicacies as a gift. Hearing the dog's reasoning, Lin Xianzi merely said goodbye over the phone and refrained from coming to see him off. They were so familiar with each other that they understood one another without the need for elaborate explanations, as if their hearts communicated effortlessly. The train, swaying and clattering like an old ox, finally brought them back home after 2 days. The moment they disembarked, the dog's mother felt a surge of excitement. Having been away for 2 to 3 months, she found herself missing this place. although she had never experienced a day of comfort here. It was where she had grown up, found love, and started a family. It held bittersweet memories and cherished moments. Her affection for this place was profound, and she could not easily sever her deep-rooted nostalgia. The house had been warmed by the aunt 5 days prior, as a dwelling uninhabited for so long could not be warmed in a day. Ermeilu came to pick them up in a rickety three-wheeled vehicle, swaying unsteadily as he transported the mother and son to their home. Ermio Donkey remarked, "My mother has instructed that during your stay, there is no need to trouble yourselves with cooking. It would be quite inconvenient. You may dine at our home instead. She has thoughtfully placed numerous frozen dumplings in the outdoor box for you. Should you feel hungry in the evening, simply boil them." Oh, this kind-hearted aunt has indeed shown her attentiveness by preparing frozen dumplings. Once his instructions were conveyed, Ermio Donkey mounted his tricycle and ambled away. He was naturally simple-minded, rather taciturn, and seldom engaged in idle chatter unless under the influence of alcohol. As he gazed upon the familiar abode he had not seen for 2 years, Dogsy felt a heavy melancholy. This place was his second home. 2 years prior, during the spring festival, he had frolicked in this very house with Wang Lily. It was for the celebration of the new year and the arrival of Wang Lily that his mother had purchased this residence. She had left behind countless memories and imprints here. Now, with his beloved gone, the house remained. Although he had since found a new girlfriend, Lin Ruoying, who was even more beautiful than Wang Lily, the haunting memories continued to plague his mind, causing him profound distress. A man wounded by a woman would spend a lifetime healing, while a woman, upon finding a new partner, would effortlessly forget her former lover. In the old house, burdened by sorrow and heartache, Dogsy wrapped himself in his blanket and succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he seemed to return to 2 years prior, to the enchanting young woman with alluring curves, nestled in his embrace. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Dogsy was roused by his mother's voice. "Wake up, no more lazing about. Both of your elder brothers are getting married, and as the youngest, you must help with the arrangements. Your father is no longer with us, and you are now the head of our family. According to Ermio Donkey, your uncles and aunts are all assisting, so you must contribute as well. Do not bring shame upon your late father." Seeing the earnest expression on his mother's face, Dogsy roused himself from his slumber, donned his clothes, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and had breakfast. The meal consisted of buns and millet porridge delivered by Ermio Donkey, along with pickled vegetables prepared by his aunt. However, her culinary skills left much to be desired. She had neglected to add sesame oil, and the vegetables were not chopped finely enough, rendering them inferior to the pickles his mother used to make. His mother's specialty was her sesame oil-infused pickled vegetables, a flavor Dogsy could never replicate. Perhaps that flavor was simply a manifestation of maternal love. After finishing breakfast, Dogsy hurriedly made his way to his uncle's house. His aunt had purchased town apartments for both of her sons, albeit modest in size, each just over 40 square meters. Yet, for families in the forest region, acquiring 2 apartments for the sons' marriages was indeed a generous gesture. The renovations were commendable, with flooring sourced from a local processing factory, reportedly at no cost. His uncle had treated the factory's warehouse manager to a meal, securing over 30 boxes of wooden flooring while the manager reported pest damage to the factory. Dogsy was warmly welcomed by his aunt, who exclaimed, "Why are you up so early? You should rest a bit longer. Your presence here won't aid much. But when the wedding arrives, just make an appearance and say a few words to bring honor to your aunt." It appeared that the Zhang family was well aware of the current laziness of Sandog, particularly Ermio Donkey, who had returned claiming he enjoyed sleeping in until noon. The Zhang family is currently filled with understanding, as their son has recently acquired a position of authority. It is said that holding such a position can be mentally taxing, so taking a little extra time to rest and recharge one's mind is quite reasonable. After all, no member of the Zhang family has ever attained a rank as high as a departmental officer. With such a rare instance of success, it's only natural for the family to rally around him. When one is impoverished, no matter how industrious they may be, relatives often regard them with disdain. Yet, once wealth and influence are gained, even laziness is viewed as commendable, and excuses are readily found to justify it. Such is the nature of societal hypocrisy. As the young man wandered about, he realized he was of little assistance. Several aunts busily stitched bedding for the bride, while uncles were preoccupied with installing heating and electrical systems in the new home, setting up the television antenna, and assembling furniture. He strolled around, taking on the role of overseer. "Second aunt, your stitching is far too wide. If you widen it any further, Zhang Tiniu's wife could give birth and slip right under the quilt. Fourth aunt, why are you stuffing so much buckwheat husk into the pillowcase? It's becoming quite plump. At this rate, are you hoping the bride will have to climb up to the pillow to sleep?" A pillow that large will surely leave her with a stiff neck by morning. Hurry up and move along. Don't create trouble for us here. Go show off over with your uncles. They could use the distraction. Thus, the eldest aunt sent him on his way. Noticing that the women were not particularly fond of him, he drifted over to his uncles. Fourth uncle, I must say, at your age, you've wasted your years installing the switch incorrectly. What do you think you can still accomplish? Just taking up space. Fifth uncle, the bed is not assembled correctly. You've forgotten to attach the rollers for the drawers. Do you think the bride is a strong man capable of yanking out a fully loaded drawer? Your hands are more clumsy than your feet. The third uncle was not spared either. The young man relished the moment, as these individuals had previously belittled him, even in his presence, during his youth when he could not retaliate. Now, however, it was their turn to experience the sting of public reprimand. Stop your incessant chatter and settle down for a moment. They are your uncles, and it is not your place to educate them. Go fetch the beef, frozen chicken, and fish that were ordered with your second cousin. Ensure the quality is up to standard. Do not let them deceive you. Unable to overlook the situation, his elder uncle returned to urge him to assist in gathering the ingredients. The young man did not contest his uncle's command, for he was grateful for the support he had received in the past. When his uncle scolded him, he listened attentively, not daring to protest. Arising to leave, he sought out his second cousin, and together they set off in a rickety vehicle, clattering along as they went to retrieve the ordered supplies. In the grand narrative of the Zhang family's wedding festivities, as the sole official among them, and holding a position even slightly above that of the village head, the young man carried considerable prestige among his relatives. While he still held the title of director at the distillery, his influence remained intact, and he reveled in the opportunity to assert his authority. In recent days, he had taken to reprimanding his uncles, who, under the weight of his newfound stature, dared not retort. After all, they harbored hopes that he would one day assist in arranging opportunities for their own children. I had not noticed that the once wayward Zhang Sanguo had managed to establish himself as the proprietor of an automobile repair shop after 2 years of association with Guzi. He is now poised to marry a stunning city girl. Even the hapless Ermeilu, who had joined Guzi, has been appointed as a security guard at a winery, reportedly donning a uniform and exuding an air of authority. Furthermore, even this simpleton has managed to attract a city wife, who is allegedly a university student. As the ancients wisely observed, those who are audacious often attract the ire of the wicked, and indeed, such has proven to be the case. Before long, Guzi's arrogance was extinguished, and he found himself scurrying away with his tail between his legs. It appears that Lu Yanhong's daughter, the little enchantress Zhang Yingying, has taken a fancy to Guzi. For the past few days, she has persistently pursued him, insisting he accompany her to the mountains to catch a bear. In the frigid winter, is there truly a bear to be found? Even if there were, Guzi certainly lacks the courage to attempt such a feat. Zhang Yingying's relentless determination to have Guzi take her on an adventure left him with no choice but to evade her. Guzi's fear of her stems from the fact that she is the daughter of Lu Yanhong, making her a close relative by kinship, albeit not by blood. By familial hierarchy, she would refer to him as her third uncle. Should anything untoward occur, it would be deemed incestuous. The small town is tightly knit with few outsiders, and everyone knows each other. Zhang Yingying, tall and strikingly beautiful, with captivating eyes, was the talk of the town from the moment she arrived. Rumored to be Zhang Sanguo's sister-in-law, her fiery gaze and extroverted nature made her bold in her affections, frequently draping her arms around Guzi, prompting him to keep his distance. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the arrival of the new brides took place. The two brides were hosted at the homes of Aunt Si and Aunt Wu, while the Zhang family split into 2 groups to fetch them. Sima Lu accompanied Ermeilu to collect Luo Xiaolan, while Sanguo aided Zhang Sanguo in retrieving Lu Yanhong. The journey on Ermeilu's side proceeded smoothly, with few relatives present. However, Sanguo encountered significant challenges due to Zhang Yingying's antics. As the best man, he was tasked with knocking on the door, but Zhang Yingying insisted he bark like a dog before she would let him in. Thus, Zhang Sanguo complied, but she deemed his efforts unsatisfactory and demanded a repeat performance. Desperate, Zhang Sanguo implored Guzi for assistance, suggesting he bark a couple of times to appease her. Sanguo protested, arguing, "Why should I be subjected to this? It is not my duty to bark like a dog." Zhang Yingying, from behind the door, retorted, "You are indeed a dog, a mischievous one at that, who promised during the station farewell in Q City that they would take me to play. You said you would take me to the mountains to catch rabbits. You are not keeping your word. If you do not bark like a dog today, your brother will not take his bride home and will remain single. Consider your options wisely." Alas, this little imp dares to threaten your Uncle Guzi. Perhaps her skin is itching for a reprimand. Just wait until I am inside. I shall administer a spanking that will have her crying. Guzi inwardly cursed. Ying, my dear, do be reasonable and open the door. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the mountains to catch rabbits. I even know of a bear den in Looming Ridge's Jiapai Gorge. We might even catch a bear. Reluctantly, Guzi resorted to deception, as he was unwilling to bark like a dog. Zhang Ying did not genuinely intend for Sanguo to bark like a dog. Rather, she sought to put him in a difficult position. This is a custom in northeast China. One must challenge the groom's family to ensure they appreciate the new bride, symbolizing a more harmonious marriage. Zhang Ying declared, you must keep your word. Starting tomorrow, accompany me to the mountains to catch rabbits and to the river to gather clams. If you fail to uphold your promise, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Sanguo thought to himself, you are the true scoundrel, spoiled by your mother beyond reason. Yet he replied, all right, lovely lady, I promise I will comply. I am at your service. Now, please open the door. Only then did Zhang Ying unlock it. Zhang Tiniu hurried to the bed to embrace his bride. Ordinarily, he would have carried her, but Lu Yanhong, with her large belly, was not conducive to that. Where are the shoes? Where are they? Zhang Tiniu searched for what seemed like an eternity, but couldn't find the red wedding shoes. Give me 3,000 yuan, and I will reveal their location. Zhang Ying teased once more. Zhang Tiniu produced a large red envelope and handed it to her, saying, will 100 do? I didn't bring much money. I can compensate you later. No way. This envelope is far too small to win my heart. If I am not satisfied, I simply cannot recall where the shoes are. Zhang Ying continued to be obstinate, her expression haughty. Sanguo felt an urge to slap her and then inquire if she could finally remember. Though he harbored such thoughts, he dared not act on them. With a sycophantic smile, he said, oh, kind and beautiful Ying, we truly lack sufficient envelopes. Perhaps the groom could fetch a couple more, as good fortune comes in pairs. And then you might provide the shoes. With that, he retrieved 2 large red envelopes from Zhang Tiniu's suit pocket and placed them in Zhang Ying's hands. Only then did she leisurely extract the 2 red wedding shoes from the curtain box and hand them to Zhang Tiniu. He promptly helped Lu Yanhong put them on and then carried her out to the wedding car. The wedding venue was bustling with activity. All the aunts and uncles from the Zhang family, along with distant relatives, had arrived. Friends of the elder aunt were also present, as well as members of the Foolish Helpers group. The elder aunt had borrowed a school conference room to host the event, which was adorned with over 40 banquet tables, nearly overflowing with guests. Even the nearby and used music classroom had 2 tables set up to accommodate the Foolish Helpers. This was largely due to the elder aunt's grandiose boasting, claiming her eldest son was marrying the daughter of a wealthy businessman, with a dowry consisting of an entire automobile repair factory. Her second son was not only marrying a city girl, but also a university student. The relatives and friends were left in awe. The 4 newlyweds gradually ascended the ceremonial platform as the host commenced the proceedings. Sanguo served again as a groomsman, while Zhang Ying was the bridesmaid for Lu Yanhong. To everyone's surprise, who ended up as his brother-in-law's groomsman, as they could not find a young man tall enough to match Miao's stature and had to settle for him. During the ceremony, the master of ceremonies playfully teased the groomsmen and bridesmaids, which is a traditional aspect of Northeast weddings. He asked Sanguo what he planned to do after the wedding ceremony concluded. Sanguo replied, I will go home and sleep. I woke up too early and am utterly exhausted. The host then inquired about his impression of the bridesmaid, asking if she was beautiful and captivating. Sanguo responded, I am nearsighted and cannot see very clearly. The bridesmaid seems a bit plump and dark, resembling a black bear. Amidst the laughter of friends and family, even Zhang Ying's mother, Lu Yanhong, found herself in fits of giggles. Zhang Ying seized the microphone from the MC and declared, earlier, the best man was babbling nonsense. He even said he wanted to pursue me. He claimed to be a toad wishing to feast upon the flesh of this little swan. How could I ever grant him such an opportunity? So, I told him to go home and look in the mirror, to see his aged and unremarkable face, and to stop dreaming about pursuing me. After delivering her playful rebuke, she passed the microphone back to the MC and turned to descend the stage to join the banquet, leaving the audience in stitches. Chapter 142. The headstrong little princess Zhang Ying. The wedding of my uncle's 2 sons proceeded smoothly as planned. The dog was preparing to return to Q City with his mother. Before leaving, he accompanied the spirited Zhang Ying to Looming Ridge's Jiapigu, nearly freezing to death in the process. Clad in a luxurious fox fur coat, a matching hat, exquisite mink boots, and even adorned with mink gloves, Zhang Ying felt no chill whatsoever. The dog remarked, you must be reveling in your warmth, draped in fur from head to toe. Just be cautious. You might be mistaken for a bear and shot by the Evenki hunters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying hurriedly pressed against him, exclaiming, if we were to be shot, let us face it together. We would die and be buried side by side, and in springtime, we would transform into butterflies. Who would want to become a butterfly with you? I have yet to live enough, he retorted, wanting her to keep her distance lest she bring him misfortune. Despite her beauty, she was still his niece, and he dared not entertain her fanciful notions. They spent the better part of the day indulging in various outdoor activities, collecting birch fungus, sliding on the ice, chasing squirrels in the pine forest, searching for rabbits on snowy paths, and gathering a bouquet of fragrant wildflowers. Zhang Yingying delighted in the adventure, exuding joy and perspiration, while the dog, dressed in a cashmere coat, suffered from the cold, his nose running incessantly. Had he not warned her of the impending cold and potential illness, she would have played until dusk. On her grandfather's side, Zhang Yingying was the sole granddaughter among 7 brothers, doted on since childhood. Her father was the 5th among the siblings, with 2 younger brothers beneath him. The 7 brothers had fathered numerous sons, leaving Zhang Yingying as the singular cherished girl. Her grandparents and uncles treated her like a treasured gem. Following her father's passing, her grandparents lavished even more affection upon her, while her uncles, well off in their own rights, often gifted her pocket money and new clothes, treating her like a little princess. This overwhelming family indulgence fostered Zhang Yingying's headstrong and willful temperament. Lu Yanhong dared not discipline her too harshly, fearing the ire of her late husband's family. Though inherently kind-hearted, Zhang Yingying was stubborn to a fault. If directed east, she would stubbornly head west, and if urged to chase a dog, she would pursue chickens instead. Standing at 174 meters, she was mature and beautiful, yet retained the heart of a child, reveling in nature's wonders. After a day spent with the dog at Looming Ridge's Jiapigu, she had truly savored the enchanting scenery of the forest, evergreen trees, white snow, icy lakes adorned with frost, melodious birds, and playful squirrels and snow rabbits. On the return journey, we were fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the legendary silly roe deer. In the darkness, its white hindquarters gleamed like the moon. If you were to call out, "Hey, silly roe deer," it would turn its head to glance at you, confirming whether it recognized you. Once it realized it indeed did not know you, it would pivot and scamper up the mountain. Zhang Yingying was thoroughly pleased with the mountain excursion and the dog's performance. Upon their return, she rewarded the dog with a skewer of candied hawthorn and 3 fried cakes. The dog shared with Mao the news of the brewery's impending restructuring, suggesting that after the new year, the security staff may be downsized. If Mao wished to continue working in Q City, he could be arranged to work temporarily at the city's medicinal herb company. Mao expressed concern for his aging parents, particularly his mother, who did not want him to venture far from home anymore. One of the brothers had to remain by their side for their care. Zhang Tiniu and his wife owned an auto repair factory in Q City and needed to return, so only Mao and Luo Xiaolan stayed behind. The two planned to take over their aunt's pig slaughtering and meat-selling business, and additionally establish a pig farm to rear and process their own pigs, creating a complete supply chain. In summer, they could also assist Sanguo with the procurement of medicinal herbs. This enterprise promised to yield far greater returns than working as a security guard at the brewery. The dog expressed support for Mao's decision, acknowledging that everyone has their own aspirations and one can earn a living back home just as well. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, a suitable day for travel, as the saying goes, one should travel on the 3rd, 6th, or 9th day. The dog accompanied his mother, Zhang Tiniu and his family of 3, as well as Hu and his parents, totaling 8 individuals who boarded the train back to Q City. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yingying chattered incessantly. Hu was particularly fond of hearing her tales of university life, having attended school for only a brief period. And with the Shaolin Martial Arts School providing scant academic education, he held university students in high esteem, perceiving them as learned scholars with vast knowledge. Observing Hu's admiration and awe, Zhang Yingying felt a swell of pride and said, Hu, if you wish to visit my university, I would be delighted to take you and show you what a university is like. What little brother? You should address him as little uncle. How can you be so careless? Lu Yanhong promptly corrected her daughter's terminology. I can call him what I wish, as we share no blood relation. Don't provoke me. If you upset me, I'll start calling Zhang Tini a big brother when we get home. Do you believe me? Zhang Yingying's stubbornness flared up. Call him however you wish. No one cares about your titles. You clearly don't understand what is appropriate. Lu Yanhong admonished her daughter. She dared not confront Zhang Yingying, who was capable of anything, in front of Zhang Yingying. Tiniu had to tread carefully, not daring to scold her. After all, one could hardly challenge such a headstrong little princess. If he were to shout at her today, tomorrow, her 6 uncles would surely come to ensure he lost his teeth one by one. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yingying incessantly attempted to engage the dog in conversation. But he remained aloof. The more he ignored her, the closer she drew to him, like a piece of sticky candy. Later, Zhang Yingying found the game rather dull. So she procured a deck of cards and engaged in a game of do di zhu with Eru and Dogsy. However, they agreed that winning a mere 1 yuan per round did not constitute gambling. Do di zhu was indeed Dogsy's forte. He was the younger brother of the once-renowned gambling king of the Victory Distillery, known as Zhang Sanguo, who had previously amassed a fortune in ice pops through this very game. As for the gambling king himself, he had become quite elusive. A single yuan was hardly a significant amount, so much so that even the patrolling officers paid it no mind. Yet, despite such a modest wager, Dogsy suffered a crushing defeat. Zhang Yingying played exceptionally well. She could recall which cards remained, how many had been played, and her calculations were impeccable. She won every bit of change from Dogsy and Eru's pockets. Eru, utterly disheartened, refused to play any longer and retreated to sleep. Zhang Yingying, undeterred, suggested they play a game of 7 kings and 5-2-3 with a scoring system of 5 points equating to 1 yuan. Dogsy protested, stating he needed to save some money for a taxi home. "Are you trying to wipe me out completely?" he exclaimed. With a giggle, Zhang Yingying finally tucked away the cards. After 2 days of exhausting travel, they finally returned to Q City, where Dogsy's mother felt queasy from the ride. Upon disembarking, they bid farewell to Lu Yanhong and her family, then shared a taxi back home with Eru and his parents. Before departing, Zhang Yingying arranged for another gathering with Dogsy and Eru to play a few more rounds of do di zhu. Eru, frightened, quickly hopped into the taxi, while Dogsy smiled and said they would discuss it later. As they settled into the taxi, each headed homeward. After a separation of over 10 days, Dogsy found himself yearning for his enchanting sister, Lin Ruiying. Chapter 143. Sister Ruiying's fondness for fruit, wine barely back home, and without the luxury of adequate rest. Dogsy eagerly set out to visit Lin Ruiying. Upon entering her abode, he was greeted by Uncle Dong, who was donned in an apron and diligently attending to household chores. The mother and daughter duo of Lin Ring had taken on the role of taskmasters, while Uncle Dong, the elder servant, catered to their every need. As soon as Dogsy stepped inside, Uncle Dong promptly handed him a pair of new slippers to change into. Dogsy gratefully thanked Uncle Dong before making his way to Lin Ring's bedroom to seek his enchanting sister. The Chinese Herbal Medicine Research Institute was quite leisurely in winter, with minimal work obligations. Lin Ruiying spent her days sequestered at home, either engrossed in reading, playing the guzheng, or jotting down notes. She had few friends. Ma Dingdang could hardly be considered one, as they were merely childhood classmates. Socializing was a rarity for her. Upon seeing Dogsy's return, Lin Ruiying was elated and peppered him with questions. Then, it struck her, "Didn't you promise to bring me local specialties from the forest? Why have you come empty-handed?" This Dogsy had certainly learned to charm his sister. She decided he must be punished, and thus, he was tasked with preparing dinner. Dogsy, now wearing an apron, busied himself in the kitchen, with Uncle Dong assisting him, also clad in an apron. In no time, they had prepared 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a kelp soup. As soon as the meal was presented on the table, Lin Ring eagerly picked up her chopsticks to sample the fare. Three Dog's cooking is delightful. Uncle Dong only knows how to make braised pig's trotters, braised chicken wings, and braised chicken legs. They all taste the same. "I'm quite tired of them after these days," she remarked while eating. Uncle Dong's braised meat recipe was a family heirloom, and it was his sole specialty. Other dishes he attempted simply did not measure up. Uncle Dong chuckled and remarked, "I must learn more from my nephew Sanguo in the future. Otherwise, Aunt Zhou may lose her appetite for my cooking." Guzi replied, "Of course, let us learn from one another and strive for improvement. We shall create the most delectable dishes," ensuring that Ruiying and Aunt Zhou gain weight, reaching 200 pounds. Heavens, if I reach 200 pounds, I'll become a ball. Will I ever marry then? Lin Ruiying playfully punched Guzi on the shoulder. Aunt Zhou smiled and said, "If a plump figure hinders marriage, then you should marry Guzi. He wouldn't mind your size. Would you, Sanguo?" Lin Ruiying blushed and remained silent. Guzi nodded vigorously, affirming, "No matter how Ruiying may look in the future, I will always enjoy her presence." Uncle Dong quickly interjected, "Li Juan, no matter how you may change, I will always appreciate you." Aunt Zhou retorted, "What is it to you? Just focus on your cooking." After savoring her meal with great care, Lin Ruiying retired to play the guzheng. Guzi and Uncle Dong tidied up the table, washed the dishes, and cleaned the kitchen. Guzi inquired, "Uncle Dong, when will you and Aunt Zhou get your marriage certificate? I see your relationship blossoming quite rapidly." Uncle Dong replied, "As a child, you needn't concern yourself with our matters. Focus on your own affairs. It seems that Ruiying is quite fond of you. You should make an effort. She is unlike other girls, very traditional and shy. You must take the initiative to get close to her. If you don't, given her character, you could be in a decade-long courtship. Do you believe it? Guzzi responded, I do believe it. If she lived in ancient times, she would be a refined lady, confined to her home, practicing music and poetry, reading and painting. Uncle Dong remarked, even without living in ancient times, she embodies the essence of a refined lady. I have rarely seen her venture out unless for work. Most days, she remains in her room, playing the guzheng, reading, and writing. Such a virtuous woman is hard to come by today. You must seize this opportunity. After finishing the kitchen chores, Guzzi made his way to Lin Ruoying's bedroom to listen to her play the guzheng. Her skill was exceptional. She had been practicing since the age of 7 and was now nearing a professional level. Guzzi sat quietly at the bed's edge, appreciating her performance. Though his musical ability was modest, having learned to play the eru at a primary school level, he found her guzheng playing enchanting, even if he couldn't articulate why. After she finished a piece, Lin Ruoying asked, what song would you like to hear? I'll play it for you. Guzzi teased, how about a famous Chinese folk song? Perhaps The Handkerchief? Lin Ruoying laughed. Are you nostalgic for your kindergarten days? Missing those little girls? Guzzi approached her, taking her delicate hand in his, and said, I'm not reminiscing about kindergarten girls. During my absence from Q City, I've been missing my fairy sister, Lin Ruoying. She didn't withdraw her hand. Sitting quietly with her head lowered, her cheeks flushed. Time seemed to stand still as they both remained motionless. The dog, seemingly unmoved, leaped with astonishing speed, reaching at least 180 beats per minute. After a considerable while, Lin Ruoying finally extricated herself from the dog's grasp and remarked, did you not promise to bring me local delicacies from the forest area? Have you forgotten? You merely excel in idle talk, yet lack any tangible action. The dog smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, oh dear, I truly forgot. What a wretched memory I possess. With the wedding of my 2 brothers consuming my attention, I completely overlooked it. How could I let such a significant matter slip my mind? It is entirely my fault. I am guilty. Dear Sister Lin, please do not hold this against me. I shall reform and start anew. From now on, no matter how trivial your requests may seem, I shall treat them as paramount. I will ensure to fulfill them with utmost diligence. Hearing the dog's comical vows and oaths, Lin Ruoying could not help but chuckle. I shall grant you another chance, but do not attempt to deceive me again. You must fulfill your promises. Otherwise, I shall never trust your words again. The dog hastily assured her, absolutely, without fail. Every word I utter before you, Sister Ruoying, will be the absolute truth. I would rather attempt to deceive the Almighty than to mislead you, my divine sister. Well then, your performance shall be under scrutiny. Having not seen you for over half a month, I expect you to prepare several meals for me in the coming days. My appetite has not been great lately, as Uncle Dong's dishes have been excessively salty, Lin Ruoying stated. In the following days, upon returning home from work, the dog diligently prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, subsequently inviting Lin Ruoying and her mother for dinner. Naturally, the ever-embarrassing Uncle Dong would tag along, as his audacity allowed him to show up uninvited, following Zhou Lijuan without hesitation. Once again, the mother began bringing home wilted vegetables and an abundance of fruits, often returning with over a dozen boxes at a time. The dog inquired, how are we to consume so much fruit? It will surely spoil. It turned out that Uncle he had overstocked on fruit before the new year, and after the festivities, they became unsellable. If not consumed soon, they would rot. With no other option, the dog resorted to fermenting all the fruits into wine. Surprisingly, Lin Ruoying developed a fondness for this fruit wine, indulging in a small glass during each meal. She mentioned that the medical community advocates for moderate alcohol consumption, asserting that a small glass can invigorate blood circulation. Observing her enjoyment of the fruit wine, the dog embarked on a journey of research and brewing various fruit wines.